Who would have thought that the kidney I donated 3 years ago, he was actually handed over by his girlfriend to her lover. Even more laughable was that this despicable couple used my kidney and put on a live sex show right in front of me. When I was exposed, humiliated, and hit by a car in the pouring rain like a stray dog, I thought my life was over. But a single drop of blood within me awakened a family legacy that had slumbered for 1,000 years. My name is Chu Tian, a poor doctor. That day, braving the heavy rain, I arrived at Yunshan Club to bring an umbrella to my girlfriend Wang Yan, who was working overtime, only to be stopped by security at the door. On the phone, Wang Yan's tone was dismissive as she hastily hung up, leaving my heart aching with pain. But the next second, reality dealt me an even heavier blow. The door of the passing Maybach opened, and Wang Yan stepped out intimately with a man. When she saw me, she showed no trace of panic. Instead, she sneered, "A poor doctor like you, earning just a few thousand a month, what future could you possibly have? A loser like you isn't even fit to polish young Master Han's shoes." That man, Han Xiao, smugly pulled Wang Yan into his arms. "So it was you, this idiot, who donated the kidney to me. I spent hundreds of thousands and still couldn't buy a kidney, yet you, this fool, just gave me one for free. Turns out you became impotent, while I get to enjoy your woman with your kidney, huh?" Only then did I realize the truth. Wang Yan had deceived me. Her so-called kidney failure was nothing but a lie to find a kidney donor for this man. Rage, humiliation, worthlessness, all these emotions surged within me. Wang Yan threw our token of love jade pendant at me, like tossing out trash, and said disgustedly, "Take your trash and get lost, I feel sick just looking at you." That despicable couple swaggered away, while I wandered the streets utterly dejected. 3 years of my youth, my sincere devotion, and this is the outcome I get. Just as I was sinking into despair, a speeding car sent me flying, and I felt my life rapidly slipping away. I couldn't accept it. Young descendant of the Chu family, I am the ancestral founder of the Chu lineage. Only those with Chu blood can activate the jade pendant and inherit my legacy. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, an aged voice echoed beside my ear. A drop of blood fell onto the jade pendant in my hand and instantly vanished, followed by a surge of immense power flooding into my body. The kidney I had lost was restored, and a force called True Dragon Aura flowed through my entire body, reshaping my bones and blood vessels. Divine arts, martial techniques, medical skills, countless inherited memories flooded my mind. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on a woman's lap. She was enchanting, with a graceful figure, and was staring at me with a strange look in her eyes. She was actually giving me CPR. The woman's name was Lin Yun. She had saved me. But when I woke up, she mistakenly thought I was taking advantage of her and glared at me angrily. "You're awake and not saying a word, yet you dare to peek at me," she scolded, and just as I was about to explain, she suddenly turned pale and collapsed weakly onto me. I quickly helped her into the car. She asked me to get her medicine, but I threw the bottle away instead. From the inherited memories, I learned her condition wasn't an ordinary illness. Those medicines only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Amid her struggles and curses, I took off her clothes to use my inner energy to heal her injuries. At first, she was full of hatred, but gradually, her expression began to change. As my palm passed over her body, a warm current flowed in, and her long unhealed heart condition actually began to ease. "It's done," I said, withdrawing my hand. I told her that a complete cure would require several more treatments. She looked at me in surprise, unable to believe my medical skills. I told her I didn't want anything and that we were even. She glanced at me approvingly, handed me a business card, and asked me to call her. That's when I found out her name was Lin Yun, my mother's sister, my sister Yun. The next morning, I went to meet Lin Yun as promised. She had invited me to be her dance partner and wanted to go to Chin Yun Mall to buy new clothes. I was about to agree, but a phone call forced me to rush back to the hospital. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was in critical condition. I hurried to the hospital, only to be stopped at the door by Wu Wide, the head of the emergency department. "Chu Tian, you scum! How dare you show your face in our emergency department after seducing someone's fiancé? You're fired!" He shouted loudly, and I understood it was Wang Yan and Han Dongmin pulling strings behind the scenes. I was unwilling, yet powerless to argue back. All I wanted was to finish treating the little girl. But Wu Wide gave me no chance, directly driving me out of the hospital. Yet, just after I left, a woman stormed into the emergency department. She carried herself with noble grace, stunningly beautiful, and angrily slapped Wu Wide across the face. So, she turned out to be the little girl's sister, the CEO of Qingcheng International, and the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Qingcheng. Her younger sister, the second princess of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoye, was the little girl I had diagnosed as possessed by evil spirits. Yi Qingcheng demanded the hospital save her immediately, but neither the director nor the specialists could cure Yi Xiaoye. Just then, a nurse carelessly repeated my diagnosis. I heard Dr. Chu say the child seems to be possessed. Yi Qingcheng's heart tightened, because Yi Xiaoye was found near the cemetery. She demanded angrily, "Who is called Chu Tian? Bring him to me immediately." Wu Wai tried to obstruct upon seeing this, but was forcefully interrupted by Yi Qingcheng. She wanted to see me within a quarter of an hour. Chapter 4, So you were flirting with me? At that moment, Chu Tian was packing up his things in the office. He tossed all the photos he'd taken with Wang Yan into the trash. He must have been blind to have ever fallen for a woman like that. Just then, his phone rang again, a call from Wu Wide. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm not bothering to answer." Chu Tian didn't answer, but the caller persisted with repeated rings. He finally silenced his phone. What he didn't know was that Wu Wide was pacing frantically in the hallway, sweating profusely and trembling all over. Yi Qingcheng demanded to see Chu Tian within 15 minutes. He feared the Yi family's heiress might dismiss him at the slightest displeasure. Chu Tian packed his belongings and was about to leave with a large box when the door suddenly swung open. It was the young nurse, Wang Shui, rushing in. "Dr. Chu, hurry to the emergency room. I've been fired. Don't call me Dr. Chu anymore. And I never want to see Wu Wide's ugly mug again." "Oh, it's not that Wu fellow calling you, it's the Yi family's eldest daughter. The patient you just saw is her younger sister. She specifically requested you to treat her. This is your chance. If you can cure the second young miss, the hospital definitely won't fire you." Chu Tian froze upon hearing Wang Shui's explanation. He hadn't expected that possessed little girl to be the daughter of a tycoon. "Dr. Chu, you'd better make a good impression later. I'm counting on you." Wang Shui tugged Chu Tian back to the emergency room. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Wu Wide, sweating profusely with anxiety, and the solemn-faced hospital director. Turning his head, he caught sight of the legendary tycoon's daughter Yi Qingcheng. True to her name, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Tian's eyes locked onto her, unable to look away. He murmured to himself, 9-star destiny, purine constitution? Spotting Chu Tian, Yi Qingcheng spoke up, "So you're the one who said my sister was possessed?" Chu Tian snapped back to reality and nodded. "That's correct." Wu Wide hurriedly interjected, "Miss Yi, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. It's pure superstition." Yi Qingcheng retorted coldly, "Did I ask you anything? What gives you the right to speak to me?" "Attendant! Strike him across the face." Smack! A burly man stepped forward and delivered several hard slaps to Wu Wide's face, left and right. The latter immediately fell silent. Having witnessed his refusal to help earlier, Yi Qingcheng had long intended to deal with Wu Wide. Only now did Chu Tian grasp the sheer terror of Yi Qingcheng's background. She had struck the hospital's chief physician right in front of the director, yet no one dared utter a word of protest. This man has no medical ethics whatsoever. He's fired. Get rid of him. I never want to see him again. Yi Qingcheng turned and commanded again, "That Chu Tian fellow, you try it. If you can wake my sister, the Yi family will owe you a favor." Chu Tian shook his head. "Miss Yi, there's no need for such gratitude. Healing the sick is simply a doctor's duty." Yi Qingcheng remained expressionless. No amount of fine words could compare to the tangible reality of her sister waking up. She folded her arms, watching silently as Chu Tian prepared to treat her. Chu Tian stepped forward, drew out medical silver needles, and precisely inserted them into the patient's Hongji, Ziguan, and Shanzhong acupoints. He then slowly channeled the true dragon qi within his body into these points. The next moment, the needles began to vibrate. Nearly everyone present witnessed this scene and was left utterly speechless. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, in particular, looked utterly stunned, his voice trembling with disbelief. "How? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The hospital director looked utterly bewildered. "Old Chen, what's gotten into you?" This Master Chen was a retired TCM practitioner from the city's central hospital, specially invited today to treat the Yi family's heiress. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "I never imagined, this is the long-lost three souls pursuing life needle of Huaxia. Is this needle that powerful?" Yi Qingcheng asked, looking at him in confusion. "It's not just powerful, it's a treasure of Chinese medicine. Even my senior brother, Zhou Yongtai, spent immense effort to master just one of these needles. Yet this young man has mastered all three needles to perfection. No, I must inform him of this." At the mention of Zhou Yongtai, every face in the room paled. Even Yi Qingcheng, who had remained unflappable throughout, faltered. For Zhou Yongtai had another name, the Divine Needle King. He was ranked number 1 in the medical world of Jiangnan. How could Chu Tian have mastered techniques that even such a medical titan had only grasped superficially? In an instant, Yi Qingcheng narrowed her eyes, her interest in him intensifying. The child coughed violently, expelling a reddish-brown mass resembling a piece of flesh, no larger than a pinky fingernail. Yi Xiaoye, who had been unconscious, slowly opened her eyes. Chu Tian handed the child to Yi Qingcheng. "There, the child is fine now." Yi Qingcheng froze, then hurriedly took her sister into her arms. After a thorough examination, Yi Xiaoye's eyes indeed regained their brightness. While no one was looking, Chu Tian quietly bent down and picked up the sinister object from the ground. The moment it touched his hand, a wave of evil energy surged through him. He hastily recited the ancestral incantation for subduing evil spirits. Soon, the malevolent energy began to dissipate. It was rotten flesh. The child must have accidentally swallowed it while accompanying elders to sweep graves during the recent Qingming festival, allowing the evil spirit to enter her body. After becoming possessed, she wandered off and collapsed unconscious by the roadside. Rotten flesh from corpses carries heavy energy. It's no wonder the child, unaware of its danger, accidentally swallowed it. Dr. Chu, thank you for your help earlier. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng handed her younger sister to the bodyguard and walked over to stand beside Chu Tian. This death is owed by the Yi family. I never break a promise once made. By the way, I haven't even asked your name. Chu Tian. He hesitated before saying, Miss Yi, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Speak. Yi Qingcheng fixed her gaze on Chu Tian. I'm quite curious to hear what interesting things Dr. Chu might say. Miss Yi, you possess a 9-star destiny. Your fate is marked by 9 calamities, recurring every 3 years, each time more perilous than the last. At these words, Yi Qingcheng's expression darkened. Her face turned grave as she demanded, then how can I avert them? You must be with someone whose destiny complements yours. Then you will turn misfortune into good fortune. Oh? Where would I find such a person? I am that person. Chu Tian replied earnestly. Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng smiled. Her smile lit up the entire room. Truly, a smile that could captivate a nation. So you've been flirting with me all along. Chapter 5, 1 day apart, and you're already hooked up with a rich, beautiful woman? Chu Tian stammered, I'm serious. A fate like Yi Qingcheng's was legendary in ancient times as a beauty doomed to an early death. Only he could help her weather the calamity. At the same time, he needed Yi Qingcheng to help temper his overly domineering dragon blood. With her 9-star destiny and purine constitution, Chu Tian had to seize this chance. Finding another woman like her would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Since you've given me a warning, allow me to offer you some advice. Suddenly, the smile vanished from Yi Qingcheng's face, replaced by a cold expression. I despise men who seek shortcuts. I once held you in high regard for your exceptional medical skills. But now I see you're trying to seduce me. Do you know who I am? I am Yi Qingcheng of the Yi family. To be worthy of Yi Qingcheng, a man must be the cream of the crop. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. Chu Tian gave a bitter smile and left as well, returning to his office for his shift that day. After nightfall, with no patients coming in, Chu Tian found himself bored and decided to sit up and practice cultivation. As he closed his eyes, the cultivation technique Heavenly Physician Dragon formula suddenly appeared in his mind. This cultivation method fused medical and martial arts. Upon mastery, its medical prowess could defy heaven itself, bringing the dead back to life. Its martial power transcended the mortal realm, making the practitioner akin to a terrestrial immortal. Wang Yan, Han Dongmin, I swear I will make you both regret this. Chu Tian wasted no time and began his cultivation. At the same moment, Elder Chen dialed his senior brother's phone. Senior brother, are you resting? A vibrant voice answered, still poring over medical texts. What brings your call so late? Well, senior brother, today at the city center hospital, I saw a junior actually perform the 3-life soul-chasing needle. What? The voice on the other end suddenly rose several octaves. Are you certain? I saw it with my own eyes, but my knowledge is limited. I've never witnessed the genuine 3-fate soul-chasing needle technique. I wouldn't dare make a definitive judgment, Shen Zhanghe admitted uncertainly. After a long pause, Zhou Yongtai slowly replied from the other end, the 3-fate soul-seeking needle requires mastery of qi to control the needles. Even I struggle to wield the first one, how could some mere junior possibly manage it? Senior brother is right. I must have misidentified it. Shen Zhanghe hastily agreed. He held Zhou Yongtai in the highest regard. In the realm of traditional Chinese acupuncture, if his senior brother claimed second place, no one dared claim first. Since even he denied anyone could master these 3 needles, Shen Zhanghe naturally dared not question it. Zhou Yongtai pressed on, by the way, what is this youngster's name? Should we encounter him again, I'll examine him. See if he possesses genuine skill or is merely a charlatan. His name is Chu Tian. Chu Tian? Good. I'll keep that in mind. After hanging up, Zhou Yongtai returned to his busy schedule. He'd recently taken on a challenging patient, the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Changfeng. The patient had come seeking treatment today. Unfortunately, Zhou Yongtai only knew 6 of the 7 Ghost Gate needles. After administering them, the elderly Mr. Lin felt much better, but full recovery required the 7th needle. These Ghost Gate 7 needles were a lost art. Looks like I'll be burning the midnight oil poring over ancient texts tonight. Zhou Yongtai found humor in his predicament and continued his research. After a long night, Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused. Not a trace of fatigue remained in his body, instead, he felt exceptionally energetic. The first level of the Celestial Physician Dragon Art was mastered. Chu Tian felt power surging through every fiber of his being. Just then, his phone rang. Hey, you little pervert, are you up yet? It was Lin Yun calling. I'm up. We plan to go shopping today. I'll come pick you up. At the agreed-upon spot, Chu Tian didn't wait long before hearing a cheerful voice. Chu Tian, get in the car. He turned to look. Lin Yun wore an expensive dress today, a light violet color that perfectly showcased her stunning figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her ample bust drew attention, and a pair of slender, straight legs were hinted at beneath her skirt. Combined with her noble demeanor, she resembled an elegant swan. Chu Tian got into the car. A few minutes later, they arrived at a luxury shopping mall. The two headed straight for the men's clothing store on the 4th floor. Along the way, Chu Tian and Lin Yun drew frequent glances from others in the mall. Lin Yun was simply too beautiful. Though in her 30s, time had left no trace on her face. Together with Chu Tian, they looked like a young couple. With such striking looks and an extraordinary aura, it was impossible not to draw attention. Though Chu Tian wore inexpensive clothes, his clean-cut features and upright posture made him surprisingly well matched with Lin Yun. Soon, they arrived at a nationally renowned suit boutique. Lin Yun chose this particular store not only for its reputation but primarily because it was part of the Lin family's business empire. The salesperson approached enthusiastically. "What price range are you looking for?" "The best." Lin Yun interjected before Chu Tian could speak. "When shopping at our own store, of course we choose the best." The salesperson, naturally unfamiliar with Lin Yun as the owner, lit up at the mention. The store's top-tier suits ran into the hundreds of thousands. A major client had arrived today. Her enthusiasm was palpable. Chu Tian obliged and stepped out of the fitting room wearing the suit. The moment he emerged, both the sales assistant and Lin Yun were utterly stunned. Who knew Chu Tian looked so dashing in a suit? The suit was perfectly tailored, fitting him impeccably. Seeing the tall, handsome Chu Tian, Lin Yun felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. She nodded in satisfaction. "How much is this suit?" "Wrap it up." "Ma'am, you have excellent taste. This is our latest design, priced at 3.98 million. Chu Tian was stunned by the price and quickly took off the suit, afraid of getting it dirty. He figured he'd only wear it once as her date before returning it to Lin Yun. Just as the salesperson was about to process the payment, another couple walked in. "Dongmin, she really liked that diamond ring earlier. Could you buy it for me later? After all, we only get married once in a lifetime." Who else could it be but Wang Yan? Han Dongmin scowled. "A crappy diamond ring costs over 100,000? Only a fool would buy that." Still, he softened his tone. "Sure, honey. But I didn't bring much cash today. How about picking out a suit for me first, then we can go for the ring?" Wang Yan pursed her lips. Though she felt reluctant, she didn't want to upset Han Dongmin. So she agreed. "Alright, Dongmin, let's get you a suit first." Wang Yan knew little about men's fashion and wondered how much a suit could possibly cost. Just as she spoke, her eyes lit up. "Dongmin, look at that suit. It would look perfect on you." Hearing the familiar voices, Chu Tian turned his head and saw Han Dongmin and Wang Yan approaching. His expression immediately darkened. Wang Yan and Han Dongmin also noticed him, while Han Dongmin simultaneously spotted the breathtakingly beautiful Lin Yun. His eyes widened in astonishment. Jealousy flared within Han Dongmin. How could a loser like Chu Tian be with such a stunning woman? He glanced at Wang Yan and felt sick to his stomach. The two women weren't even in the same league. Wang Yan was equally stunned. She had assumed that after she dumped Chu Tian, no woman would ever give him the time of day. Yet here he was, accompanied by a woman as beautiful as a celestial being. What's more, she was dripping in jewels, radiating an extraordinary aura, and she was actually a rich, beautiful woman? Chapter 6, I'm the boss here. When Chu Tian saw Wang Yan again, his face twisted with disgust. He had intended to leave quickly with Lin Yun, but Han Dongmin approached them instead. "Hello, beautiful. What's your name? Let's get acquainted." Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to spare him a second glance, let alone acknowledge him. Ignored by Lin Yun, Han Dongmin instantly felt awkward. His gaze fell on the sales assistant handing Chu Tian a neatly packaged suit. He blurted out, "Chu Tian, you good for nothing. Can you even afford to shop at this high-end clothing store?" Han Dongmin turned to Lin Yun and added, "Hey, don't let him fool you. He's just a broke loser. He can't possibly afford clothes that cost tens of thousands. He's just pretending to be rich in front of you. Don't fall for it." Lin Yun frowned slightly, her face filled with disgust as she turned to Chu Tian. "Let's go." She couldn't stand Han Dongmin's disgusting stare. "Hey, beautiful, wait. Don't you believe me?" He turned to Wang Yan. "This is his ex-girlfriend. She can prove Chu Tian is a complete loser." Wang Yan, who also harbored jealousy toward Lin Yun, stepped forward. "That's right. I can confirm it. He's just a broke doctor who's been stuck as a resident for years without even advancing to attending physician." Lin Yun's frown deepened. She was utterly fed up with these two. Han Dongmin, eager to show off his wealth in front of Lin Yun, ordered the salesperson, "I'll take this suit, pay double the price. Wrap it up for me." "Sir, we have other suits in the same style. This one has already been sold." "No. I want this one. Pack it up." The salesperson looked troubled, while Han Dongmin wore a smug expression. He wondered how much money a loser like Chu Tian could possibly have to show off. At most, he could afford the cheapest one costing 10 or 20,000 yuan. The salesperson replied, utterly speechless, "Sir, this lady has already paid for it 3.98 million yuan in total." Hearing this, Han Dongmin completely lost his composure. How could he have imagined that in just one day, Chu Tian had snagged this rich woman? And this wealthy beauty had actually taken the initiative to buy clothes for Chu Tian in such an expensive style at that. Turning to Wang Yan, who was still waiting for him to buy her a diamond ring, he felt even more resentful. With a woman like Wang Yan, he'd have to pay out of his own pocket. Wang Yan was also shocked by the price. A suit costing nearly 400,000 yuan, and that woman bought it for Chu Tian without even blinking? With her wedding approaching, Han Dongmin was already reluctant to spend over 100,000 yuan on a diamond ring. Wang Yan's composure shattered. Hearing the exorbitant price, Han Dongmin steeled himself and declared, "I'll pay extra, sell this suit to me." As the words left his mouth, his heart bled. But to humiliate Chu Tian, he was determined to have this suit. The salesperson hesitated. "I'm sorry, sir, our policy prohibits such transactions. Please consider similar styles instead. Get your manager over here." Han Dongmin turned arrogantly to Chu Tian and sneered, "Ha! I know their manager. I've got connections and clout. What makes you think you can stand up to me? I just love snatching the things you cherish right out of your hands." As he spoke, his greedy eyes swept over Lin Yun once more. Seeing Han Dongmin's imposing demeanor, the salesperson dared not delay and went to fetch the manager. Han Dongmin continued to gloat, "Chu Tian, if I were you, I'd get out of here now. Otherwise, you'll just make yourself look even more ridiculous." With that, Han Dongmin turned to Lin Yun with a smug look, waiting for her reaction. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Yun showed no change in her expression whatsoever. She even yawned impatiently. Soon, the store manager appeared. "Oh, Mr. Han, what a pleasure. Which suit has caught your eye? We'll take care of it right away." Han Dongmin nodded with satisfaction, casting a contemptuous glance at Chu Tian. "You lowlife, you think you can take me on? I'll crush you into dust." At the same moment, the store manager panicked the instant he saw Lin Yun. Han Dongmin, oblivious to the manager's reaction, declared triumphantly, "Manager, I've set my sights on the clothes they bought. Have them hand them over to me immediately." But the manager ignored Han Dongmin entirely, scurrying straight to Lin Yun. He bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Madam, how did you get here?" "Boss?" Han Dongmin was stunned. The store manager stood beside Lin Yun and declared proudly, "Of course. This is our store's owner. How dare you try to take clothes from our owner? You're not welcome in our store." Without another word, the manager issued an order to leave. Han Dongmin and Wang Yan were shooed out of the store, looking thoroughly defeated. Standing at the store entrance, Wang Yan muttered resentfully, "How did that good-for-nothing Chu Tian manage to hook up with such a rich, beautiful woman? What does he have to offer?" Han Dongmin also looked resentful. "Damn it, that woman must be blind to fancy him. Exactly. He's nothing but a pretty boy. He should take a good look at himself in the mirror. That old hag will play with him for a few days and then dump him," Wang Yan said sourly. Han Dongmin smoothed his suit and coldly retorted, "Let the brat strut around for a couple more days. The Han family has already sent an invitation to Fifth Master Long. Securing his invitation is a tremendous honor. Once I connect with Fifth Master, it won't matter if Chu Tian hooks up with a rich woman, it'll be useless. I'll skin him alive sooner or later." Yunshang Club. After getting out of the car, Chu Tian asked in confusion, "Sister Yun, is this the place you mentioned?" Returning here once more, Chu Tian's expression grew complex. "What's wrong with this place?" Chu Tian replied honestly, "I came here yesterday. The security guard saw how shabbily I was dressed and wouldn't let me in, afraid I'd dirty their floors. In the end, I wasn't even allowed through the front gate." "That actually happened?" Lin Yun frowned slightly. "Welcome, honored guests." The security guard spotted the luxury car and immediately stepped forward to assist with parking, approaching with a fawning smile. The moment he saw Chu Tian, his expression changed instantly. "You again," he snapped. "Kicked you out yesterday, and you still can't take it? Think renting a fancy car will make me look at you differently now? You're still a worthless piece of trash, even in a rented luxury car. I won't entertain a lowlife like you. Get lost." Before Chu Tian could respond, Lin Yun stepped forward coldly. "You snob! If you won't let us in, then have your boss personally escort us inside." With that, Lin Yun dialed the owner of Yunshang Club directly. The security guard froze, first stunned by Lin Yun's beauty, then sneering coldly. "Oh ho, impressive. Quite the elaborate charade. Renting a car isn't enough, you hired actors too?" He didn't believe Chu Tian could suddenly become a big shot overnight. This had to be some stunt the kid pulled to show off. He'd seen plenty of such types. Just then, a middle-aged man approached. He was solidly built with a dark complexion, and from a distance, he called out in a booming voice, "Mr. Lin, your presence truly graces our club." Seeing his boss being so polite, the security guard felt a chill run down his spine. "Spare me the flattery. I'm Lin Yun, too humble to even step through your club's doors. What? Which blind fool dares block Mr. Lin? Zhao Gang had built this club into a major operation through his top-notch ability to read people. He'd already spotted the foolish security guard who'd offended Lin Yun. As he spoke, he stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the guard's face. Admit it, did you offend Ms. Lin? The security guard stammered, unable to speak. What, you? You worthless dog, you fool. Zhao Gang kicked and punched the guard relentlessly, leaving him gasping for breath. Watching the security guard get dealt with, Lin Yun's face lit up with satisfaction. He's not only crossed me, but also my. Lin Yun glanced at Chu Tian and suddenly blurted out 3 words, boyfriend. Chapter 7, Dragon 5th Master. Zhao Gang's eyes instantly bulged like cow's testicles. He stared at Chu Tian with a bizarre expression. Chu Tian was dumbfounded too. He just followed Lin Yun out, and now he was suddenly her boyfriend? What kind of charade was this? While he'd love to be with Lin Yun, this relationship had been established far too casually, hadn't it? Xiao Tian, what are you spacing out for? Lin Yun wrapped her arm around his, pouting. So, did that make you feel better? Before Chu Tian could even process it, Lin Yun pressed her voluptuous body against him. Still not satisfied? Then let me kiss you. Moa. Chu Tian was completely frozen in place. He never imagined Lin Yun would kiss him first. Before he could recover, Lin Yun grabbed his hand and led him into the club. Lin Yun explained as they walked, there'll definitely be plenty of flies bothering me today. Thanks for covering for Yunjie. As Chu Tian scratched his head, pondering how to respond, Lin Yun added. Hold me. This way it looks real. Then, she took his hand and placed it around her slender waist. Chu Tian instantly felt blood rushing to his head. Soft, comfortable, and invigorating. But before he could savor the moment, someone did come over to chat. A man in a plaid shirt approached. Beautiful lady, what's your name? Behind the man trailed several thugs with elaborate tattoos. One sycophant piped up, this is Brother Hao. It's your good fortune he's taken a liking to you. His aggressive attitude made Lin Yun's expression darken slightly. It was as if refusing Brother Hao's advances would be a grave mistake. Lin Yun offered no response, drawing cold, derisive laughter from the henchman. Hey, don't be ungrateful. Haven't you heard of Brother Hao's reputation? Exactly. In Yuncheng, Brother Hao is absolutely the man. The thug held up a thumb. Get lost. Lin Yun snapped coldly. Brother Hao's eyes nearly blazed with fury as he snarled, you worthless woman, you won't even give Brother Hao the courtesy of a smile? In an instant, a group of thugs surrounded Lin Yun and Chu Tian. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lin Yun deeply regretted not bringing more bodyguards with her. Just as Lin Yun was frantically trying to come up with a plan, Chu Tian suddenly spoke up, hey, you, Hao Gidge or whatever you call yourself, Mouse Gidge. I advise you to apologize to Yun Jie right now. Otherwise, I'll make your head explode. Hao Ji froze, stunned that this fool dared challenge him. His face twisted with rage as he snarled, you. Who the hell do you think you are, meddling in my business? I'm sticking my nose in this business today, damn it. Before he could finish, Chu Tian grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table and hurled it at Hao Gu. Crash! The bottle smashed right into Brother Hao's head, splattering wine all over him. The blow was hard. Hao Gu saw stars, swaying on his feet and nearly passing out. Chu Tian strode toward Hao Gu and, amid the crowd's gasps, kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. One foot pressed down hard on Hao Ji's face. Seeing the situation turn ugly, the restaurant patrons scrambled to escape, throwing the entire dining hall into chaos. Lin Yun, usually so assertive, suddenly felt a sense of protection in that moment. The look in her eyes toward Chu Tian held a hint of warmth. Many patrons knew Brother Hao wielded considerable influence. Chu Tian was certainly ruthless, but attacking Brother Hao would surely land him in big trouble. You hit me. You actually hit me. I'll break every bone in your body and feed you to the fish in the river. Hao struggled to his feet, his voice trembling with rage. The thugs following him glared at Chu Tian with vicious hatred. Grab that kid. I'll kill him today. The thugs surrounded Chu Tian completely. Chu Tian didn't even glance at them, his gaze fixed intently on Brother Hao. Apologize to Lin Yun right now, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Chu Tian looked fierce, but everyone thought he was a fool. To offend Brother Hao and not run for his life, yet still spout threats here, what an idiot. A lackey stepped forward, spittle flying as he spat. You're just a lowly bug, what gives you the nerve to threaten Brother Hao? Just mentioning Brother Hao's backer would scare the crap out of you. Fifth Uncle Long. He's the sky of our Yuncheng. Hao Gu seized the moment to call Long Wugong for help. This turf was under Dragon 5th Master's protection. Shortly after Brother Hao made the call, a clamor of footsteps echoed from the club entrance. Many turned toward the entrance and froze in shock. A gang clad in black suits, wielding machetes, had surrounded the clubhouse. There were over 100 of them, each looking like a demon incarnate. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun's heart sank. It seemed Chu Tian had finally stirred up a major mess. Squeak! The doors were pushed open, revealing over 20 burly men standing in 2 rows. The 5th dragon has arrived. The deafening shout silenced the entire crowd, leaving them too terrified to breathe. Truly the 5th Master Long. What a grand display, someone exclaimed in awe. Under the reverent gazes of all present, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit and cloth shoes strode slowly into the clubhouse. The man sported a crew-cut and tiger-like eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. He scanned the room like a wolf or eagle, and no one dared meet his stare. This man was none other than the foremost power broker in Yunqing, the CEO of Longting Group, the Grand Master of the Dragon Tiger Hall, Lord Longwu. 5th Master, you've arrived, brother Hao greeted respectfully. I'm busy. Who provoked you? Get rid of them immediately. Lord Longwu said coldly. Hao pointed at Chu Tian. This little bastard hit me. Lord Longwu scanned Chu Tian. His ordinary attire seemed unremarkable. Master Long walked slowly toward Chu Tian, while Lin Yun stood in front of him. As Master Long continued to advance, Lin Yun found herself trembling uncontrollably. Get out of the way. Lord Long barked coldly. The terrifying aura of a ruthless tyrant emanating from him instantly made Lin Yun feel her breath catch. Chu Tian gently patted Lin Yun's shoulder. Sis Yun, you reap what you sow, I'm the one who hit him. You step back for now. But Xiao Tian. Don't worry, I can handle this. Chu Tian declared confidently. With that, he stepped forward, facing Lord Long head-on. 5th Master, don't kill him so easily. Torture this brat properly. Hao Gu, seeing 5th Master Long arrive, also began to rant. Are you telling me how to run things? 5th Brother Long turned his head with a scornful glance, making Brother Hao shiver in fear. The latter hurriedly retorted, how could I dare? Uncle Long 5 dismissed Hao Gu with a dismissive wave, his gaze returning to Chu Tian. You dare raise a hand on my turf and beat my men? You're quite the arrogant brat. Chop off whichever hand struck me. Lord Longwu was busy and turned to leave. Hold on. Chu Tian's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lord Long 5 turned with a playful tone. What's this, kid? Begging for mercy now? Too late. Who said I'm begging for mercy? You think you can just sever my arm? What do you think you are? Chu Tian sneered coldly. Chapter 8, Submission. Who do you think you are? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd froze in shock. This was Lord Longwu who in Yun City dared speak to him like this? This brat actually dared to defy Lord Longwu. Lord Long's expression instantly turned icy, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He hadn't even intended to bother with such a trivial matter, just giving Chu Tian a quick lesson would have sufficed. But this brat had the audacity to speak to him like this, showing no gratitude whatsoever. His murderous intent flared instantly. Lin Yun panicked too, her palms sweating nervously. She hurriedly said, Xiao Tian, apologize to 5th Master Long right now. You insolent brat. Daring to insult the 5th Master? You're asking for death. A hot-tempered underling lunged forward without a word, grabbing Chu Tian by the collar. Simultaneously, he swung a fist as big as a clay pot toward Chu Tian. The burly man was tall and muscular, a former member of the provincial combat team with top-tier fighting prowess. A punch like that would kill or maim an ordinary person. Hao Gu grinned, waiting to see Chu Tian get beaten. But just as the fist was about to land on Chu Tian's face, he suddenly kicked out. His kick, though slower in motion, arrived first. The burly man was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto a table and sending drinks flying everywhere. Everyone was stunned, even old Dragon 5 couldn't help but give him a few extra glances. As Chu Tian adjusted his collar, the moment Long Gai caught sight of the jade pendant on his chest, his pupils contracted sharply. Dragon Blood Jade. An artifact only the master of the Dragon Gate could wear, and it was on that young man. The other henchmen, impressed by Chu Tian's skill, were about to attack together when suddenly, 5th Brother Long roared like a tiger, hold your damn hands. Then, in a deep, commanding voice, he barked, clear the area. At his command, over 100 henchmen outside the club began clearing the area. Lin Yun clung desperately to Chu Tian's arm, but she was still forcibly dragged out. Chu Tian made no attempt to stop her. Without Lin Yun present, he could fight more freely. With a crack of his neck, he prepared for battle. In an instant, the entire club was left with only Chu Tian and the Dragon Tiger Hall members. Chu Tian curled his finger. Bring it on! Seeing 5th Brother Long clear the area, Chu Tian knew today's events wouldn't end peacefully. But what he hadn't anticipated was that the moment his words fell, Lord Longwu suddenly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Lord Longwu greets the young master. The entire crew was stunned. Lord Long roared, what the hell are you all standing around for? Kneel and greet him. Clatter. Over 100 men in black robes knelt in unison, following Lord Longwu's lead. Greetings, young master. Chu Tian was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Could this renowned Dragon 5th Master of Yunqing's underworld be a lunatic? What the hell is this? Chu Tian frowned and demanded. Young master, you wear the Dragon Blood Jade. When the jade turns blood red, it signifies the blood sworn recognition ritual has succeeded. It is only proper for your servant to pay homage to his master. Chu Tian suddenly remembered the jade pendant on his chest. He pulled it out and stared in shock. The entire pendant had turned blood red at some point. Could it be that the jade was only activated when I inherited my ancestor's legacy? Back when I received the inheritance, my ancestor said possessing this jade would grant me command over the Dragon Gate. It seems everything is true. Chu Tian looked up at the fifth elder of the Dragon Clan and asked, "Could it be that you are one of the Dragon Gate?" "My lord," replied the man, "I am Long Fei, Grand Master of the Dragon Tiger Hall within the Dragon Gate. Rise and speak freely." "Yes." After rising, fifth elder Long remained standing respectfully by his side. "Tell me about the Dragon Gate." Though Chu Tian had obtained the Dragon Blood Jade, he knew nothing of this so-called Dragon Gate. "Young master, the Dragon Gate has 5 major branches worldwide. The Dragon Gate has always operated discreetly. Without orders from higher-ups, we never reveal ourselves lightly. Yunqing currently only has our branch. My position is too low. I have no access to higher levels." Chu Tian was stunned. He hadn't realized the Dragon Gate's influence was so vast, spanning the entire globe. The Dragon Gate's immense power was both a blessing and a curse for him. The upside was that with such a colossal entity as his backing, Chu Tian would no longer fear any power. The downside was that this violent organization recognized only absolute strength. Therefore, he must rapidly enhance his own capabilities. Otherwise, even as the so-called young master, he might not command the respect of the others. Pulling his thoughts back, Chu Tian said, "All right, you may withdraw. I'll summon you again if needed." Fifth Uncle Long bowed and withdrew. As he left, he tentatively suggested, "Young master, might you be available in a few days? I'd like to host a banquet in your honor." Considering he would need Long Gai's assistance in Yunqing in the future, it would be unwise to refuse his request outright. Chu Tian nodded in agreement. "Very well. Thank you, young master." Lord Long hurriedly bowed in gratitude. As he stepped out of the club, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed boldly, Yi Qingcheng. Lord Long hesitated briefly before answering. Outside the club, Lin Yun paced anxiously. After leaving the club, she had immediately called her best friend Yi Qingcheng for help. Soon, a red Ferrari appeared before her. A woman in a red dress stepped out of the car, none other than Yi Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, you finally made it. My friend is inside, held by Old Dragon 5. Don't worry. My father and Long Fei have some connection. I just spoke with him on the phone. Your friend should be fine." Just as they spoke, Chu Tian staggered out the club's side entrance. Lin Yun left Yi Qingcheng behind and hurried over. She carefully checked Chu Tian for injuries while asking, "Xiao Tian, did Fifth Master Long give you a hard time?" Chu Tian shook his head and smiled. He wouldn't dare. Yi Qingcheng watched the scene unfold, her embroidered brows furrowing slightly. First, she began to doubt the nature of Lin Yun and Chu Tian's relationship. Earlier, Lin Yun had been so desperate to ask for her help. Clearly, their relationship wasn't simple. Recalling how Chu Tian had flirted with her last time, her eyes grew even colder. So he's just a freeloading pretty boy. What disappointed Yi Qingcheng even more was that it was clearly because Fifth Master Long was giving her face that he let this kid off. Yet Chu Tian had the audacity to boast. Her opinion of him plummeted instantly. This time he'd dodged a bullet thanks to Lin Yun and her, but what about next time? Favors are as thin as paper. He couldn't keep relying on women to bail him out every time he got into trouble, could he? "Qingcheng, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Yun." With a smile, she turned to introduce Chu Tian to Yi Qingcheng. But Yi Qingcheng coldly replied, "No need for introductions. We've already met." "Is that so? What a coincidence." Lin Yun looked at her with delight, completely oblivious to Yi Qingcheng's icy demeanor. Yun, I have business to attend to. I'll take my leave." With that, Yi Qingcheng returned to the car and drove off. Lin Yun stood stunned for a moment before turning to lead Chu Tian to the car. As soon as they got in, Chu Tian said, "Sis Yun, you don't look well today. Shall I treat you first?" "Where? Right here in the car?" The memory of their first treatment flashed through her mind, and a blush crept onto Lin Yun's cheeks. Chapter 9, So you're Chu Tian? Fine. Lin Yun agreed, but instead of rushing into treatment, she decided to tease him first. "I have a question for you. Xiao Tian, if you cure me, I'll definitely repay you. But since you don't want money, how about I offer myself instead?" Chu Tian widened his eyes and said, "Sis Yun, you're joking, right?" "Who's joking with you?" Lin Yun blinked, wrapping her delicate hands around Chu Tian's neck. "I happen to live alone and could use a handsome guy to warm my bed." Chu Tian was speechless. If he hadn't mastered the sacred physician's art and known Lin Yun was still untouched, he might have actually believed her nonsense. "Your mother once told me to take good care of you. Be my little man, and I promise to look after you perfectly." With Lin Yun's breath tickling his ear at such close range, Chu Tian could barely contain himself. Seeing Chu Tian flustered by her teasing, Lin Yun burst into laughter. "Sis Yun, I'm at that age where my blood is boiling. You're teasing me like this, aren't you afraid I won't be able to hold back and do something to you? Come on then. If you take the initiative, Sister Yun will play along with anything. A playful glint flashed in Lin Yun's beautiful eyes. Then I won't hold back. Chu Tian could no longer resist and suddenly pushed Lin Yun down. Their eyes locked, and Lin Yun panicked instantly. Xiao Tian, don't. But the next second, Chu Tian's lips curved into a smile. Today, I'll let you taste my skills. Chu Tian wouldn't stoop to beastly acts, but he had ways to deal with Lin Yun. Warm, genuine dragon energy flowed slowly from his hands into Lin Yun's lower abdomen. The energy instantly surged through her entire body, causing Lin Yun to cry out involuntarily. It's so warm, don't stop. I can't hear you. This time, it was Chu Tian's turn to tease her. He deliberately halted the flow of energy. At this critical moment, seeing Chu Tian's smug expression, Lin Yun couldn't help but retort, "You little rascal, daring to tease your sister? Believe me or not? Dare to threaten me?" Before Lin Yun could finish, Chu Tian increased the flow of energy. Lin Yun's cry grew louder. "Keep going. Don't stop." Just then, Lin Yun's phone rang. She made a shushing gesture, answered the call, and after hanging up, Lin Yun's expression turned incredibly grave. All thoughts of playing around with Chu Tian vanished. "What's wrong, Sister Lin Yun?" Chu Tian asked. "My grandfather's condition has worsened. I need to rush back." Lin Yun suddenly looked at Chu Tian and said, "You can cure me, which proves your medical skills are extraordinary. Why don't you come with me?" "Sure." Chu Tian agreed immediately. A high-end private hospital in Yuncheng. In the special care ward, Zhou Yongtai, the foremost of Yuncheng's three great physicians, was treating the elderly patient. The Lin family members all looked tense. After all, the patient was none other than Lin Changfeng, the patriarch of the Lin family. His stature was unparalleled. Should anything happen to him, no one could bear the responsibility. Several minutes later, Zhou Yongtai exhaled a long breath as he withdrew the silver needles from Lin Changfeng's body. "Dr. Zhou, how is my father?" asked Lin Guodong, Lin Changfeng's eldest son. The others also looked at him with expectant expressions. Zhou Yongtai sighed deeply. "Alas, I have yet to master the final needle of the 7 Ghost Valley needles. Otherwise, I might have saved old Master Lin. For now, I can only offer my apologies. Master Zhou, you're the Divine Needle King. Surely there must be a way, right?" Lin Guodong asked, his eyes reddened. "If you can heal my father, whatever you desire, the Lin family will give it to you," pleaded Lin Guoxiong, Lin Changfeng's second son. "This isn't about money. If I had the means to save him, how could I stand by and watch him die? Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and vast. I've only scratched the surface. Old Master Lin's illness is terminal. He likely won't survive much longer." Whoosh! The entire Lin household erupted in shock. If even Master Zhou can't help, does that mean there's no hope for old Master Lin? Lin Guodong's eyes were already red. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. "Who said old Master Lin survived?" Chu Tian and Lin Yun appeared at the doorway. "Yuner, who is this man?" Lin Guodong frowned and asked. Lin Yun hurriedly explained, "Dad, he's the divine doctor I found. He can cure grandfather." Zhou Yongtai lifted his gaze to the young divine physician, his expression displeased. "Young man, did you just question me?" "Quite right. Your medical skills are mediocre, yet you rashly pronounced the patient's fate, causing such grief for his family." Before Zhou Yongtai could speak, Lin Guodong erupted in anger. "Shut it! Do you even know who this gentleman is? He's the legendary master of Jiangnan traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Zhou. Master Zhou is the top physician in Yuncheng, unmatched in acupuncture. How dare you, a mere upstart, insult him? Unmatched in acupuncture? That's only because you haven't seen my technique yet," Chu Tian chuckled. The remark sent shockwaves through the entire room. Lin Yun also looked at Chu Tian in surprise. At that moment, his aura radiated outward, compelling admiration. Zhou Yongtai remarked coldly, "Young man, you may be young, but you certainly talk big. So you claim to know acupuncture too? And you're confident you can cure old Master Lin? Indeed. You may observe my treatment from the sidelines." Chu Tian strode purposefully toward Lin Changfeng. With a single glance, he could diagnose old Master Lin's condition with crystal clarity, and he was utterly confident he could cure him. Zhou Yongtai sneered, "Ha, youth is truly blissful. So utterly ignorant of one's place in the world. Fine. If you cure old Master Lin today, I, Zhou Yongtai, will bow and offer you tea." Bowing and offering tea is the proper ritual for becoming a disciple. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, "Old man, you've got quite the scheme going here, wanting to take me as your master? Too bad your talent is lacking. I'm not even interested in taking you on." The Lin family members were furious at Chu Tian's attitude. Who does this brat think he is, daring to look down on the divine Dr. Zhou? Who exactly are you? Zhou Yongtai was so enraged he could barely speak coherently. "My name is Chu Tian. Today, I'll open your eyes to what true acupuncture truly is," Chu Tian stated calmly. So you are Chu Tian? Zhou Yongtai's pupils suddenly contracted. His junior brother had mentioned this young upstart before, never imagined he'd actually meet him today. Chapter 10, Miraculous Medical Skills. Yuner, who exactly is this guy? Lin Guodong asked. Lin Yun approached her father and whispered a few words in his ear. He's Lu Qingmei's son? Lin Guodong's eyes flickered with sorrow. 10 years ago, she was hunted down by the wealthy families of Yinjing and met a tragic end. Back then, his daughter and Lu Qingmei had formed an unlikely friendship. The Lin family had once considered taking Chu Tian in, but they had lost contact for a full decade. But even so, we can't risk the old man's life over this. Dad, I would never risk grandfather's life. Yesterday, when I had a sudden heart attack, he was the one who saved me. So he's a doctor? Yes, Chu Tian works as a doctor at the city center hospital. Lin Guodong approached Chu Tian and asked, Are you truly confident you can cure my father? Absolutely. Chu Tian declared with unwavering certainty. At this point, Zhou Yongtai's senior disciple couldn't stand it anymore. His name was Zhang Yong, and he had studied medicine under Zhou Yongtai for 10 years. Stepping forward with a cold sneer, he said, So what if you're a doctor? Even the experts from the central hospital have to be polite in front of my master. Turning to Lin Guodong, Zhang Yong added, This guy's medical skills are nothing special, but he sure is cocky. From my experience, the more arrogant they are, the more likely they are quacks. You absolutely mustn't trust someone like this. Before Lin Guodong could respond, his younger brother Lin Guoxiang glared at Chu Tian and barked, Kid, get lost. Hold on. That young upstart just spouted all that fancy talk and looked down on my acupuncture skills. Fine, let him try it then. Lin Guoxiang didn't understand what Master Zhou meant. Zhou Yongtai looked at Chu Tian and said, Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. You boldly claim you can cure old Master Lin. Why don't you start by describing his symptoms? All eyes turned to Chu Tian, their expressions filled with amusement. Clearly, Zhou Yongtai intended to humiliate Chu Tian in public. Chu Tian skipped the pulse diagnosis altogether and stated directly, Master Lin is unconscious due to cardiovascular blockage. Continued oxygen deprivation to the brain will endanger his life. Suddenly, Chu Tian shifted his tone, Of course, this is merely the surface-level diagnosis. Instrumental examinations all point to this conclusion. But the true cause lies in his lungs. Mr. Lin's lungs sustained injuries in his youth. As he aged, pulmonary fibrosis developed, compromising cardiovascular blood supply. At these words, Zhou Yongtai was instantly stunned. His diagnosis matched his own findings exactly. Zhou Yongtai was confident that ordinary doctors would never uncover Mr. Lin's true cause of illness. That's why he deliberately tested him. But Chu Tian hadn't even taken his pulse. He'd accurately pinpointed the cause solely through visual examination. This was utterly unbelievable. Suddenly, Zhou Yongtai realized something was off. No, it was impossible to diagnose just by looking. Had Miss Lin told you beforehand? Lin Yun hastily denied it. Master Zhou, I never discussed grandfather's condition with Chu Tian. What? Zhou Yongtai was utterly shocked, staring at Chu Tian in disbelief. You really discerned all this just by visual examination? This medical skill left Zhou Yongtai in awe. Yet, given his youth, even if he had studied medicine since childhood, it was impossible for him to possess such extraordinary medical skill. Zhou Yongtai sighed deeply. It seems you've truly surpassed my expectations. As their conversation unfolded, the Lin family began to regard Chu Tian with newfound respect. Zhou Yongtai declared, I've assessed your abilities. You are now qualified to treat old Master Lin. Lin Guoxiang exclaimed passionately, No. What if something happens to my father? Zhou Yongtai replied in a solemn tone, Should anything befall old Master Lin, I take full responsibility. Hearing this, the Lin family members fell silent. Who could doubt the assurance of Master Physician Zhou? Chu Tian glanced at Zhou Yongtai and remarked, Your medical skills are ordinary, but your insight is quite sharp. The words made Zhou Yongtai's eye twitch. First cure old Master Lin, then we'll talk. Zhou Yongtai retorted angrily. Lin Yun worried, Xiao Tian, are you truly confident? Sis Yun, rest assured. I never take on what I can't handle. Leave Grandpa Lin to me. Lin Guoxiang warned again, Kid, if you cure my father, the Lin family will owe you a huge favor. But if you fail, don't blame us for being unkind. Then watch closely. Chu Tian declared, producing the medical silver needles he carried with him. Zhang Yong sneered, With just that, you dare make such bold claims? My master, a renowned TCM expert, always uses his own specialized silver needles. Just looking at this kid's technique, it's clearly mediocre. The Lin family members all wore worried expressions. Chu Tian couldn't be bothered with Zhang Yong's nonsense. He immediately began inserting the needles. He channeled the true dragon's might within his body, infusing it into the needles. Suddenly, Chu Tian flicked his finger, and a silver needle landed precisely on a specific acupoint of old Master Lin. Is this flying needles with chi control? What appeared to be an ordinary needle to others sent Dr. Zhou's face turning pale. Dr. Zhou, what exactly is flying needles with chi control? That kid just flicked his finger. What's so impressive about that? Lin Guodong asked, baffled. Zhou Yongtai's voice trembled as he explained, that's no casual flick. Guiding needles with chi requires controlling the needle with internal energy plus pinpoint acupoint accuracy. In all my years, I've never witnessed such masterful technique. At these words, the Lin family's gaze toward Chu Tian shifted completely. If even Master Zhou praised him, this guy must be the real deal. Even Zhang Yong, who had been stubbornly skeptical, was left speechless. But just as everyone anticipated Chu Tian continuing his acupuncture, he casually remarked, alright, done. That was exhausting. Whoosh! The entire room erupted in shock. Despite Master Zhou's earlier extravagant praise of Chu Tian, doubts now surfaced among the crowd. Lin Guoxiong exclaimed, what? That's it? You're not pulling our leg, are you? Zhang Yang added, I told you this kid was a fraud. Kick him out. Good heavens! Is this the final needle of the 7 Ghost Valley needles? Suddenly, Zhou Yongtai's voice rose several octaves in astonishment. His face flushed crimson, his entire being radiating intense excitement, yet a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. If I'd known it was the final needle of the Ghost Valley 7 needles, I should have opened my eyes wider and watched more carefully. Master, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yong couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yongtai composed himself and said, the 7 needles of Gigu are an ancient technique lost for millennia. I devoted my entire life to collecting the first 6 needles, which earned me the title of Divine Needle King. But the true power of the 7 needles of Gigu lies in this 7th one. This needle holds the power to resurrect the dead. I never imagined I would see this final needle in my lifetime. To discover someone in this world who masters it. To witness this last needle. I die without regret. Everyone was stunned. So it was this technique that had made the Divine Needle King renowned throughout Jiangnan. And the 7th needle he had pursued his entire life was now in Chu Tian's hands. Zhou Yongtai grabbed Chu Tian's arm, his voice trembling with emotion. Young master, please tell me, where did you learn this final needle? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Chu Tian replied. How could he casually reveal the secrets passed down by his ancestors? Only then did Zhou Yongtai realize his rudeness. My apologies, Master Chu. Such divine needles are naturally confidential matters. As they spoke, old Master Lin gradually regained consciousness. Water. I'm so thirsty. At the sound of Lin Chongfeng's voice, the entire Lin family froze in place. The elderly Mr. Lin, who had been on the brink of death moments ago, had miraculously regained consciousness. Chapter 11, Reading Yi Qingqing's Fortune. Zhang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Tian, whom he had always looked down upon, actually possessed extraordinary medical skills. Lin Guodong urgently ordered an examination of the old master's condition. Before long, the results came in. He was fully recovered. Though everyone had witnessed it firsthand, it still felt utterly unbelievable. A single needle could bring someone back from the brink of death? If this isn't a miracle, doctor, what is? Grandpa, you're awake. That's wonderful. Lin Yun wept with joy. Old Master Lin chuckled, you're a grown woman, yet you're crying. It's fine, I feel much better now. His gaze drifted instinctively toward Zhou Yongtai. Once again, we owe it all to Master Zhou. Brother Lin, you flatter me, Zhou Yongtai hastened to say. It was this young doctor who healed you. Lin Changfeng turned his head, scanning the room. His gaze didn't even linger on Chu Tian for a moment. He asked in confusion, who did you say cured me? Lin Yun quickly interjected, Grandpa, it was him. Chu Tian cured you. Lin Changfeng looked utterly shocked. You young man saved me? Ha! Excellent. This young man has potential. Lin Guoxiong said, young divine doctor, I truly apologize for earlier. You've healed my father. Our Lin family owes you a great debt of gratitude. Lin Guodong added, Xiaotian, I'll have someone transfer 10 million to your account later. Chu Tian shook his head and declined. I don't want money. If you truly wish to thank me, you could help me find some aged medicinal herbs. Chu Tian's cultivation now required large quantities of aged herbs, and for a family of the Lin stature, sourcing them would be far easier than doing it himself. Lin Guodong readily agreed, no problem, leave it to us. Write down the herbs you need on paper later. All right. Meanwhile, Zhou Yongtai approached Chu Tian with a tray of tea, bowing deeply. Mr. Chu, please accept me as your disciple. Seeing the revered Master Zhou seeking discipleship, everyone was stunned. The leading authority in Jiangnan's medical community was actually offering tea and seeking apprenticeship from a junior? Wouldn't this cause an earthquake in the medical world if it got out? But Chu Tian shook his head. Let's skip the formalities. If you wish to learn the Ghost Valley 7 needles, I can teach you. No one could have imagined that Master Zhou's humble request to become a disciple would be refused. Zhou Yongtai, however, looked utterly stunned. Mr. Chu, are you certain you won't take disciples but will still pass on your skills? This was virtually unheard of in traditional Chinese medicine circles. Traditionally, no master would impart genuine skills without formal apprenticeship. That Chu Tian would so readily offer to teach him the peerless divine needles made Zhou Yongtai doubt for a moment whether Chu Tian was deceiving him. Stammering, Zhou Yongtai asked, "Mr. Chu, how can I possibly repay you?" Chu Tian smiled, "Medical skills exist to heal and save lives. Once you master them, saving as many lives as possible will be the greatest repayment." To Chu Tian, the Ghost Valley 7 needles were merely one technique among the vast ocean of medical arts. Yet Zhou Yongtai was profoundly moved by Chu Tian's magnanimity. The bearing of a master. The stature of a grandmaster. "Mr. Chu, your magnanimity and vision leave me in awe." Zhou Yongtai bowed deeply to Chu Tian, feeling genuine reverence for this young man decades his junior. After exchanging contact information, he departed. Lin Yun had intended to see Chu Tian off, but with her grandfather just regaining consciousness, she needed to stay by his side to care for him. Thus, Chu Tian hailed a taxi and departed on his own. On his way back, Chu Tian unexpectedly received a text message from an unknown number. "Chu Tian, tomorrow I'm getting engaged to Wang Yin. Dare you show up? I'll even spare you some leftovers. I'm a compassionate person, I always give to stray dogs and homeless people. The ceremonies at the Tiancheng Hotel, their food's ridiculously expensive. If you don't show up, you'll probably never taste it in your lifetime." It was clearly from Han Dongmin. Chu Tian sneered coldly and didn't reply. Han Dongmin swindled him out of a kidney, this debt must be settled. "You two bastards, I'll pay you back with interest." Just then, Long Wu called in. He respectfully inquired, "Mr. Chu, I'd like to invite you to dinner and ask for your assistance. Would you be available?" "Tomorrow. Tiancheng Hotel." Chu Tian replied indifferently. Long Wu visibly hesitated. "What? Not convenient?" "Not at all. Any time is fine." Long Wu hurriedly replied. After hailing a cab home, Chu Tian retired early, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. Yunhai Villa. Lin Yun was invited to Yi Qingqing's residence. In the bedroom, the two lay on the bed chatting, dressed in light summer clothes. Yun, tell me the truth, what exactly do you mean by that guy Chu Tian?" Yi Qingqing asked. "Don't tell me you've actually fallen for him?" Lin Yun flushed suddenly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm several years older than Xiao Tian, and besides." "And what? Why are you blushing?" Yi Qingqing pressed. "I'm not." Lin Yun protested nervously. Yun, we've known each other for years, don't try to fool me. At your age, it's only natural to settle down. As your best friend, I'd be thrilled to see you happy. But you can choose anyone except Chu Tian. Why? Because he's nothing but a freeloading pretty boy. Yi Qingqing said bluntly. Lin Yun didn't get angry. Instead, she spoke softly, "Xingcheng, I think you misunderstand Xiao Tian. He's not the kind of person you imagine him to be." "Pfft, what else could he be if not a freeloader?" Yi Qingqing scoffed. "Xiao Tian's medical skills are extraordinary, even Master Zhou wanted to apprentice under him." Lin Yun recalled Chu Tian treating patients earlier that day, a smile spreading across her face. Seeing her best friend's starstruck expression only deepened Yi Qingqing's frustration. As for Lin Yun's claim about Master Zhou seeking him as a disciple, she didn't believe a single word of it. Zhou Yongtai was renowned as the Divine Needle King, the foremost figure in Jiangnan's traditional Chinese medicine circles. Would he really take a young man barely out of his teens as his disciple? Utterly preposterous. "Xingcheng, don't you believe it?" Yi Qingqing and Lin Yun always spoke their minds. She stated bluntly, "Nope. I don't buy that guy has the skills for it." "In that case, why don't we make a bet?" Lin Yun suddenly launched a surprise attack, her gaze lingering on Yi Qingqing's flawless figure. "Ah, stop it," she protested. "It's not like I don't have one." The latter shrieked repeatedly. Lin Yun gave a wicked grin and continued, "If Chu Tian really is that extraordinary with medicine, how about you let me bully you just this once?" Yi Qingqing shielded herself with both hands, her expression serious. "If we're betting, let's take it seriously." "Fine. How do you want to wager?" Lin Yun asked. "You claim his medical skills are peerless, even Master Zhou sought him as a teacher?" "Simple. If he can make a name for himself within 100 days, you win. Then I'll." Just as Yi Qingqing considered what the stakes might be, Lin Yun suddenly laughed, "You'll take care of Xiao Tian with me." Yi Qingqing froze. For some reason, she suddenly recalled what Chu Tian had once told her. "You need to be with someone whose destiny complements yours. Then you'll turn misfortune into good luck. That person is me." Lin Yun's hands roamed over Yi Qingqing's body as she said, "That's the wager. Take it or leave it." Chapter 12, Meeting Mr. Chu. Yi Qingqing could only laugh and beg for mercy. "Stop tickling me." "Fine, I'll take it." She didn't believe that Chu Tian, a pretty face with no substance, could truly make a name for himself within 100 days. "Deal." Lin Yun laughed. "Pinky swear, no backing out." After being forced to make the promise, Yi Qingqing pressed her hand to her forehead. Lin Yun wasn't exactly young anymore. Why was she still acting so childish? Late at night, Lin Yun lay beside Yi Qingcheng, fast asleep. Yi Qingcheng, however, felt not a shred of drowsiness. The thought of their bedtime wager sent a wave of embarrassment and irritation through her. Why had she impulsively agreed to such a bet with Lin Yun? That kid Chu Tian seemed unreliable no matter how she looked at him. She should have talked her friend out of this crazy idea when she had the chance, but now she was caught up in it too. Humph. If that kid Chu Tian doesn't behave himself, I won't care about any 100-day bet. I'll make him pay dearly. The next day, outside the Tianshan Hotel, Wang Yan stood at the entrance greeting guests. Auntie, please come inside. Oh my, I've heard for ages that Yan Yan found herself a great husband. You're so lucky. Once you're a wealthy lady, don't forget about me. Wang Yan's mother, Li Shumi, basked in the compliments beside her, replying smugly, no problem. My son-in-law is the young master of the Han family, running a major corporation. If your Lingling ever needs a job, just ask him to arrange it. I'm so envious. If only my daughter could find such a wonderful son-in-law someday. Li Shumi boasted even more proudly, my son-in-law is incredibly capable. Do you know who he invited today? Who? Mr. Long. He was invited by Uncle Dongmin. What? That Mr. Long from Longtong Group? Who else could it be? Li Shumi was practically walking on air. Good heavens, that's some serious clout. The surrounding relatives gasped in astonishment. Shumi, I heard Yan Yan had a doctor boyfriend before. Did that fall through? Someone asked. Long gone. A penniless, good-for-nothing like him? How could he possibly be worthy of my Yan Yan? Li Shumi folded her hands and declared, my daughter is destined to be a wealthy lady enjoying a life of leisure. Han Dongmin approached in his crisp suit, frowning at Wang Yan. That kid Chu Tian wouldn't dare skip out, would he? Probably not. He must be scared of you, brother Dongmin. But just then, a voice cut through the air. Who said I wouldn't dare? Chu Tian sneered as he approached. Wang Yan, it's one thing you betrayed me, but teaming up with your lover to steal my kidney? You're ruthless. Watch your mouth. When did I ever deceive you? You did it willingly. Wang Yan shrieked. You actually had the nerve to show up? Just wait and see how brother Dongmin deals with you today. You lied about having kidney failure, exploiting my love to get me to donate one to you. Then you transplanted it into that Han guy. And I even nursed you back to health for 3 months after the surgery. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. Today, I'll make you pay back every last cent. Wang Yan folded her arms and sneered coldly. Chu Tian, open your dog eyes and see clearly, where do you think you are? This is fifth brother Long's turf. My brother Dongmin invited him to officiate our wedding. Han Dongmin added coldly, you piece of trash, when Lord Longwu arrives, he won't let you live. Chu Tian glanced at his watch. Someone invited me to dinner today. We'll see who ends up losing out. Han Dongmin sneered, I've booked the whole place. You're bragging about someone treating you to dinner? Who? Dragon Fifth Master? Wang Yan snuggled into Han Dongmin's arms and sneered, that good-for-nothing Chu Tian? He knows Fifth Dragon? More like he's just some migrant worker. Han Dongmin turned to his henchmen. Guys, give that Chu kid a taste of his own medicine. Several men approached Chu Tian with menacing expressions. In the blink of an eye, they were all knocked to the ground by Chu Tian. Han Dongmin's face twisted in fury. Well, you actually dare cause trouble on Fifth Dragon's turf? Wang Yan pointed at Chu Tian and screamed, you're dead meat, mark my words. When Fifth Master Long gets here, not even the heavens themselves could save you. As they spoke, a convoy of luxury cars rolled in. The doors of the stretched Lincoln in the center swung open. Lord Long stepped out, surrounded by bodyguards, and made his way toward the entrance. His entourage of uniformly dressed black-suited bodyguards cleared a path ahead. With a grand procession of attendants, he instantly became the focal point of the entire venue. Is this the legendary Lord Longwu? What an imposing presence. Truly the top dog in Yuncheng. Yan Yan's husband must have such influence to bring Lord Longwu here. Wang Yan's relatives and friends couldn't help but feel envious. Both Li Shumi and Wang Yan beamed with joy. Han Dongmin smoothed his suit, his face radiating satisfaction. Who else in Yuncheng could boast having Lord Long 5 officiate their engagement banquet? He turned to look at Chu Tian, his voice dripping with arrogance. See? That's the gap in power. I can invite Lord Longwu to grace my engagement banquet with his presence. And you? You're nothing but a pathetic loser who got dumped by his girlfriend and foolishly donated a kidney. Before he could finish, Lord Longwu was already walking toward them. Han Dongmin hurried forward to greet him. But his outstretched hand was slapped away by a bodyguard beside him. Get lost. Don't block the way. As Lord Long reached the doorway, over 100 henchmen behind him bellowed in unison, greetings, Mr. Chu. Chapter 13, Where's the kidney you owe me? Han Dongmin and Wang Yan both froze in shock. Mr. Chu? Who is Mr. Chu? Their eyes scanned the room. Besides that good-for-nothing Chu Tian, was there anyone else here with the surname Chu? For fifth brother Long to know Chu Tian was nothing short of a fairy tale, let alone address him respectfully as Mr. Yet to their astonishment, fifth Master Long, accompanied by a group of underlings, actually approached Chu Tian. "Mr. Chu, we apologize for keeping you waiting." In that instant, Han Dongmin and Wang Yan felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Chu Tian was just a penniless nobody. How could he possibly know Lord Longwu? Lord Longwu had come to support them today. Chu Tian offered a faint smile. Before he could speak, Han Dongmin rushed forward. "Mr. Long, have you mistaken him for someone else? I know Chu Tian, he's just a penniless doctor, hardly worthy of your attention." Han Dongmin's face remained plastered with a fawning, sycophantic grin. Then, he shot a glance at Chu Tian and bellowed, "You damned bastard! How dare you deceive Lord Longwu? Are you looking to die?" Lord Long's eyes turned icy as he lashed out, landing a hard slap across Han Dongmin's face. "Dare to shout at Mr. Chu again, and I'll rip your tongue out." Han Dongmin's face twisted in fury. Today was supposed to be his big day, yet he'd been publicly humiliated. His shame knew no bounds. And all of this was because of Chu Tian. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Fifth Master Long, I truly haven't deceived you. He's just a poor doctor with no real skills. I don't know what tricks he used to deceive you, but you must believe me." Long Fei turned his head, his voice low and stern. "Are you telling me how to do my job? I may not be a genius, but I'm not so easily fooled. Get out of my sight." Han Dongmin shuddered and took 2 steps back. Wang Yan felt indignant and whispered, "Mr. Long, you didn't come here today just to officiate our wedding." Before she could finish, Long Fei's eyebrows shot up in a frown. She dared not say another word. But most of these relatives were here for her sake, and many of them knew Chu Tian. If Lord Long Five truly showed closeness to Chu Tian, wouldn't that be like telling everyone she was completely blind? "Witness the wedding?" Lord Long snorted lightly, turning to Han Dongmin. "You're Han Xianchuan's nephew?" "That's correct." Hope reignited in Han Dongmin's eyes. If fifth uncle Long knew his own second uncle, perhaps he would trust him a little more. Yet the flicker of hope was instantly doused. "What does Han Xianchun amount to?" Lord Longwu's voice rose sharply. "I'm inviting Mr. Chu to dinner now. Get everyone out of here." Grandmaster Long Han Dongmin's face twisted with grievance, still hoping to plead his case. At this point, even if the other party refused to officiate his wedding, he couldn't just kick him out. How could he face anyone afterward? But Lord Long paid him no mind whatsoever, already turning away. His henchman stepped forward, glaring coldly at Han Dongmin. "Didn't you hear what the fifth master said? You have 2 minutes to clear this place out. If it's not done, see how I deal with you. How could you be like this?" Wang Yan was furious, disregarding the occasion as she confronted Lord Long. This terrified Han Dongmin, who immediately whipped around and barked, "Shut your mouth." Then, he bowed repeatedly, "Fifth Master, this woman is ill-mannered. Please forgive her. I'll clear the area immediately. For my uncle's sake, please don't hold this against us." With that, Han Dongmin abandoned all pretense of decorum and turned to shoo away the relatives. Wang Yan's face was as still as water, her expression as cold as stone. "Hold on." Chu Tian cleared his throat, his voice icy. "Han Dongmin, you still owe me a kidney. When do you plan to dig it out and return it?" Wang Yan panicked instantly, immediately protesting, "Chu Tian, how can you say that? You volunteered to donate it yourself. Why are you demanding it back now?" "Is that so?" "I don't recall it that way," Chu Tian sneered, turning to look at fifth uncle Long Fei. "Can you handle this?" Han Dongmin was stunned. Yunqing was a tiny place. Everyone knew how ruthless fifth master Long was. This brainless Chu Tian actually dared to address him by name. Was he trying to get himself killed? Yet, after Chu Tian spoke, fifth master Long showed no sign of anger. Instead, he chuckled, "Rest assured, Mr. Chu. Leave this to me. I'll give you a satisfactory resolution. Didn't you hear what Mr. Chu said? Get him out of here." Lord Long Five barked coldly at his henchman behind him. The next second, 2 burly men stepped forward. Their menacing aura was so palpable that even if Wang Yan had wanted to intervene, she wouldn't dare. "Mr. Long, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Han Dongmin stumbled backward, his legs trembling. "Hurry up!" Long Gai sternly urged. "If Mr. Chu gets angry, I'll skin you alive." The 2 burly men quickened their pace, one on each side, lifting Han Dongmin off the ground as if he were a little chick. "Fifth Master Long, spare me! Spare me!" Han Dongmin's cries grew fainter and fainter. The onlookers all ducked their heads, none daring to approach, terrified of provoking Dragon Fifth Master. All eyes turned to Wang Yan, filled with strange looks. Lately, Li Shumi had been bragging to everyone about how amazing Wang Yan's new boyfriend was. Who would have thought they'd witness such a scene today? How ironic. "Wang Yan, what do you think of this?" Chu Tian asked mockingly. He turned and walked away, not even giving Wang Yan a chance to speak. Overwhelmed by anger and frustration, Wang Yan felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed onto the ground. None of the relatives behind her moved to help her up. Clearly, Chu Tian was holding a grudge against Wang Yan. Getting too close to her now could easily drag them into trouble. Shumi, I have things to attend to today. I'll be leaving first. Wang Yan, let's not keep in touch anymore. I don't want to get dragged down with you. Humph. That loose woman raised by the Wang family ditching such a good man to go fooling around with others. Serves her right. The crowd behind murmured with disapproval, every voice condemning her. Wang Yan felt utterly drained, even struggling to breathe. Chu Tian's revenge was too cruel. Chapter 14, A Favor. Chu Tian followed fifth brother Long into the Tian No. 1 private room. The luxurious decor featured crystal chandeliers and a round wooden table carved with dragons and phoenixes. After politely ushering Chu Tian to the seat of honor, Lord Longwu finally took his own place. Noticing the restrained expression on Long Wugong's face and his slightly awkward movements, Chu Tian frowned and asked, Mr. Long, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Since obtaining the Celestial Physician's Dragon Secret Manual, Chu Tian's perception had sharpened considerably. He instantly detected injuries on Long Wugong's body. Lord Long stared at Chu Tian, hesitating to speak. Then, unexpectedly, he knelt before Chu Tian, his expression resolute and earnest. Lord Dragon, he said, I have encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. I humbly request your assistance. Those who rise to become Dragon Lords possess extraordinary strength, far beyond ordinary men. Lord Longwu was now driven to desperation. That person clearly sought his life. Though he had narrowly escaped this time, no one could say whether he would be so fortunate next. Chu Tian regarded Lord Longwu with a meaningful gaze before speaking. Considering you aided me today, I'll offer a friendly warning. I see dark clouds gathering over your celestial palace. This year may well be a critical turning point in your destiny. If you overcome it, you'll turn misfortune into fortune, sailing smoothly from then on with wealth flowing like brocade. Fail to pass this test, and you'll become a mound of yellow earth to be worshipped by others next year. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them that was intimidating to behold. Even Dragon Fifth Master, a formidable figure who had dominated for years, found himself struggling to withstand the pressure emanating from Chu Tian. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Lord Long trembled. Gone was the commanding presence ordinary people usually saw in him. Now he was nothing more than a cowardly middle-aged man clinging to life. Chu Tian had been closely observing the shifts in Long Wugong's expression. Long Wugong was a capable enforcer. For Chu Tian to expand his influence and carve out his own domain, he would need more fierce warriors like him. Now, it all hinged on Long Wugong's choice. Chu Tian held little concern over this matter. Sure enough, Long Wugong didn't keep Chu Tian waiting long. He raised his trembling head and spoke, Lord Dragon, if you can help me escape this peril, I will follow you through fire and water. I will become your most loyal dog. With that, he bowed his head. This was precisely the attitude Chu Tian sought from Long Wu. His previous submission stemmed from fear of the Dragon Lord's authority, not genuine loyalty. Chu Tian curved his lips slightly and said, I'll help you. When? Set a time with the other party. At this, Lord Long Wu's eyes lit up instantly, and he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The two men resumed their seats, and the ensuing meal proceeded in a pleasant and harmonious atmosphere. Just as they were toasting and exchanging cups, Chu Tian's phone rang. Sis Yun? What's up? Xiao Tian, I'm at a cocktail party and had a bit too much to drink. Could you come help me out? Chu Tian assumed he was being roped into playing Lin Yun's free bodyguard again. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Alright, where are you? I'll come find you later. Lin Yun, feigning mystery, replied, Today, Yunjie has a special task for you, a free trial of being a boyfriend to a gorgeous woman. Excited? Hurry over, or the good stuff will be gone before you know it. Chu Tian's head was spinning. After a moment's thought, he refused, I thought this was about helping you. Helping someone else? No thanks. Chu Tian wasn't that idle. But as soon as he refused, Lin Yun immediately retorted, No way. You're helping whether you like it or not. If you don't, I'll never speak to you again. Hearing Lin Yun's resolute tone, Chu Tian could only sigh and say, Fine. Where are you guys? I'll be right over. The banquet hall on the top floor of the Tiancheng Hotel. Chu Tian hadn't expected such a coincidence, all these events happening on the same day, even at the same hotel. After hanging up, he exchanged greetings with Old Dragon and headed straight for the top floor. Lin Yun tucked her phone away, winked at Yi Qingcheng, and announced, All set. Xiao Tian will be here soon. Yi Qingcheng's expression betrayed a hint of reluctance. The moment she appeared today, she was swarmed by people. They swarmed around her like cats smelling blood, either pitching themselves or pitching their sons. When did being single become a mistake? What annoyed her even more was Lin Yun's ridiculous idea. Having that pretty boy pretend to be her boyfriend? Where on earth did Lin Yun come up with that idea? But faced with this crowd of wealthy brats who were driving her crazy, she reluctantly gave in. The moment Chu Tian appeared, Lin Yun rushed over to greet him. Xiao Tian, you finally made it. See that gorgeous girl? That's the beauty Yunjie found for you. What do you think? Do you like her? Chu Tian caught sight of Yi Qingcheng and frowned ever so slightly. Sis Yun, you're setting me up here. Miss Yi here isn't exactly the best influence on me. I might be willing to pretend to be her boyfriend, but she might not be. Yi Qingqing's expression darkened slightly at Chu Tian's words. What was that look on Chu Tian's face? Does pretending to be her boyfriend really feel like such a burden? Yi Qingqing, who had been the darling of heaven since childhood, felt a pang of discomfort. She walked slowly up to Chu Tian, her expression cool as she said, I appreciate your help today. Playing my temporary boyfriend is a last resort, but that doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. Got it? These words carried an implicit threat. This left Chu Tian with a helpless, bitter smile. He turned to Lin Yun and said, Sis Yun, I only agreed to this favor because of you. Now that they're not appreciating it, maybe we should just call it off. Seeing the awkward tension between them, Lin Yun smiled, took Yi Qingqing's arm, and hooked it around Chu Tian's. You two are like a pair of lovebirds who can't keep out of each other's hair. Given tonight's situation, having Chu Tian step in is your best option. Just do as you're told. With that, she winked at Yi Qingqing. Before the two could react, she cleared her throat and announced loudly. Everyone, quiet please. Today, our director Yi has an announcement to make. The wealthy young men and ladies, who had been toasting and mingling, all turned their heads toward Lin Yun. Chapter 15, Better Off Removed. Trapped in an impossible situation, Yi Qingqing shot a glare at her best friend, who seemed to thrive on chaos. The latter quickly lowered her voice, Don't forget young Master Wang is coming tonight. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath and steeled herself to continue. Today, I'd like to announce that this lady now has a boyfriend. He's right beside me. We have a very good relationship, so I hope everyone will kindly refrain from making advances in the future. After delivering this statement, her gaze swept around the room. The young masters who had coveted Yi Qingqing for her looks and family background instantly paled. Each of them glared at Chu Tian as if he were their sworn enemy, seething with the urge to tear the kid to shreds. His suit looked like it cost a few thousand at most. Aside from a passable face, there was nothing special about him. How could someone like this possibly be worthy of Yi Yunfei, the daughter of Yunqing's wealthiest man? Miss Yi, what does your boyfriend do? He looks quite distinguished, and his family must be well off, right? Why not introduce him to us all? Who knows, maybe there'll be opportunities for future collaborations. Don't you agree, everyone? Humph. That's putting it politely. To me, this guy looks like a total cheapskate. How could he possibly be worthy of Miss Yi? Could it be that Miss Lin is just messing with us? Exactly. We've never heard any news about Miss Yi having a boyfriend. Could it be you just picked up some random guy to fill the role? If you're going to do that, at least find someone decent. This guy? Do you really think we'd believe it? Yi Qingqing listened to the commotion, her beautiful face turning icy cold. She spoke, I never joke when I speak. You don't believe me? You want proof? Fine. With that, she turned and planted a smacking kiss on Chu Tian's cheek. Yi Qingqing was known as an ice queen, never allowing men to get close. Some even suspected the wealthy, beautiful heiress had unusual preferences. Yet today, she kissed this guy right in front of everyone. He froze in place, wanting to speak but finding no words to counter her. Chu Tian froze in place too, raising a hand to touch his cheek. He shot Yi Qingqing a look filled with mixed emotions. This action made Yi Qingqing feel slightly embarrassed. She lowered her head and threatened in a hushed voice, Don't read too much into it. I just wanted them to believe me quickly and give up on me. Chu Tian gave Yi Qingqing a meaningful look but said nothing. Yi Qingqing's actions had essentially voiced the thoughts of most present, making even the wine in their hands seem less appealing for a moment. A young man standing in the corner had been watching Chu Tian intently. He observed the interaction between Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing, and the blush spreading across Yi Qingqing's cheeks. He realized this man was no ordinary figure. Their He family was currently negotiating a business deal with the Yi family. Yi Qingqing herself was as stubborn as a mule, leaving no opening to exploit. Perhaps her boyfriend could be a valuable breakthrough. Having come to this realization, He Chang raised his wineglass and approached Chu Tian with a smile. Mr. Chu, correct? It's an honor to meet you. Being Miss Ye's boyfriend can't be easy. Clearly, you're quite capable. He Chang's meaningful expression made Chu Tian frown slightly. He smiled and replied, I wouldn't call it skill. Perhaps Qin Cheng just values my devotion. Yi Qingqing watched He Chang engage in polite banter with Chu Tian, arms crossed as she stood to the side. Earlier, this guy had taken advantage of her. Now, she could use him as a shield, a case of putting trash to good use. Lin Yun leaned close to Chu Tian and whispered, That man is the young master of the He family. The He family is a major player in Yunqing's real estate scene. Chu Tian gave a slight nod, about to speak, when his gaze fell upon the small pendant around He Chang's neck. His pupils contracted, and he asked with a serious expression, Young Master He, where did you get that pendant around your neck? He Chang glanced down at it and replied with a smile, My father specially obtained this for me. It's a small trinket for protection, nothing special. If Mr. Chu likes it, I can give you a better gift another day to celebrate your happy occasion with Miss Yi. Chu Tian paid no heed to Yi Chang's words, his expression remaining stern as he pressed, "May I examine this pendant?" Yi Chang frowned at the request, displeased by Chu Tian's lack of courtesy. Demanding someone's belongings right off the bat, his eyes were worth their weight in gold. If a worthless trinket could make him so preoccupied, it seemed he really had misjudged him earlier. His smile faded slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Chu, another day I'll take you to buy a better jade pendant. Besides, the one around your neck looks quite nice, why fixate on mine?" This was his subtle way of reminding Chu Tian of his discourtesy. Yi Qingcheng, standing nearby, frowned. She thought to herself, just as expected of someone from a small town utterly unpresentable. It's just a jade pendant, yet he fixates on it, making a complete fool of himself. She tugged at Chu Tian's sleeve, her warning gaze speaking volumes. Chu Tian frowned, still not giving up. "Mr. He, this jade pendant looks like a mother and child jade. There should be another half, right?" Surprised by Chu Tian's insight, Yi Chang nodded and replied, "You're quite right, Mr. Chu. The other half is with my father. This jade pendant truly works wonders. Ever since I started wearing it, I feel refreshed and have a hearty appetite. If you're interested, I'll ask my father where he obtained it. I can introduce you to him then." Chu Tian, however, frowned gravely and shook his head. "Mr. He, there's something wrong with this jade pendant. You'd be wise to remove it. Since you're in such robust health, it must be one of your relatives bearing the suffering in your place. If this continues long term, their health will deteriorate, potentially leading to far more serious consequences." Yi Chang's smile vanished completely upon hearing Chu Tian's words. He snorted coldly, glanced at Yi Qingcheng, and said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chu. Our family is perfectly healthy. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I was originally going to kindly introduce you to that master, but now it seems unnecessary." With that, he dismissed Chu Tian without another word. Yi Qingcheng's expression darkened completely. She silently cursed Chu Tian for his tactless words. Starting off by cursing someone's family made him look no different from a charlatan. He glanced at Lin Yun, wondering what kind of love potion this guy had slipped her to make her so infatuated. "Miss Yi, your boyfriend is quite something, huh? Ha? How come I've never heard you mention having a boyfriend before? Haoshuan never mentioned it to me either." Chapter 16, Just a Minor Character. Yi Haoshuan was Yi Qingqing's younger brother, who had always been exceptionally dependent on and fond of his sister. He constantly boasted about her, proudly mentioning her wherever he went. If Yi Qingcheng had a partner, Yi Haoshuan would definitely know. Yi Qingcheng hesitated before replying, "I haven't had a chance to tell my family yet." Hearing Yi Qingcheng's words, Yi Chang's suspicions were fully confirmed. He had initially thought Chu Tian must have some hidden background to win Yi Qingcheng's heart. But now it seemed almost certain that he had simply used the same old tricks of deception and manipulation to charm her. Who would have thought a beauty like Yi Qingcheng couldn't escape the clutches of a con artist? His disdain for Chu Tian deepened. It seemed he had completely misjudged the man this time. Though his mind churned with thoughts, his smile remained unchanged. He raised his wine glass with a smile. "Then I'll toast to these two lovers finding their way to each other soon." With that, he nodded and turned to leave. After dealing with Yi Chang, Yi Qingcheng turned to Chu Tian with a look of displeasure and sarcasm. "Chu Tian, did your family never teach you manners? It's one thing to scam people and live off others as a gigolo, but to embarrass me in front of so many people? That's just too much." Hearing Yi Qingcheng's words, Chu Tian patiently attempted to explain, "I wasn't lying. That jade pendant is indeed problematic. A faint black mist coils within it, almost certainly malevolent energy. If that energy enters the body..." Chu Tian tried to explain, but he failed to notice that to ordinary ears, his words sounded like the ramblings of a charlatan. Yi Qingcheng couldn't be bothered to listen to the end, snapping, "Are you done yet? I don't want to hear this. If anyone else comes over, just shut your mouth and stay quiet. Just be a wooden post." Chu Tian frowned deeply. Trying to reason with this woman, whose temper matched her appearance, felt like meeting a bully with talent. No matter how right you were, you couldn't make her see sense. Just as Yi Qingcheng was scolding Chu Tian, a greasy, slimy voice drifted in from behind. The speaker's words sounded as if he had a mouthful of water, that classic bubbly voice that grated on the nerves. "Xingcheng." Lin Yun frowned upon seeing the newcomer and lowered her voice to introduce him to Chu Tian again. "Xiao Tian, this is Wang Zitao. He's been pursuing Qingcheng for ages. Outwardly, he acts devoted, but behind the scenes, he's still playing the field. A classic two-faced jerk." Her main purpose in bringing Chu Tian today was to prevent Wang Zitao from harassing Yi Qingcheng. Sure enough, upon seeing Wang Zitao, Yi Qingcheng's brow furrowed. Her face flashed impatience as she coldly stated, "Please use my full name, thank you. We're not that familiar." Wang Zitao immediately pulled out a bouquet of roses and declared with feigned devotion, "Qingcheng, I prepared these in a rush today. These 10 roses symbolize my undivided affection for you. I'll marry no one but you in this lifetime. I've pursued you for quite some time now, why can't you just turn around and look at me?" Wang Zitao's phony, slimy act was enough to make anyone sick to their stomach. He might look presentable enough, but that smug expression on his face just screamed, deserves a punch. Chu Tian had just been scolded by Yi Qingcheng and was initially too lazy to meddle in this mess. But some people just wouldn't let him enjoy the show. Hey! You're that Chu Tian guy, right? Never heard of you. You look like a small-time nobody, fresh out of the coal mines. I'll give you 50 million. Get out of Qingcheng now, the farther the better. Lin Yan gave Chu Tian a discreet nudge, her eyes carrying a hint of pitiful pleading. He sighed helplessly, then put on a tough front. 50 million? Are you trying to bribe a beggar, or do you just look down on Qingcheng? Wang Zitao couldn't help but chuckle at this. So he was just greedy after all. This would be easy. As the heir to the Wang family, one of the top tycoon clans, money was the last thing he lacked. Think that's too little? How about 70 million? Kid, know when to quit, that's all you're worth. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingcheng's impression of him plummeted to freezing point. Lecherous, vain, greedy, and full of hot air. He had every despicable trait she loathed. Now she bitterly regretted letting Chu Tian shield her from the bullets. It was utterly humiliating. Fuming inside, she immediately prepared to declare she had no connection to Chu Tian. She'd rather endure the harassment of those flies than be associated with a scoundrel like Chu Tian. Just as she opened her mouth, Lin Yan grabbed her arm tightly. Seeing Lin Yan's frantic glances, she forced herself to stay silent. Chu Tian shot Wang Zitao a mocking glance, shook his head again, and said, 70 million still isn't enough. Wang Zitao flew into a rage the moment he heard this. Kid, don't push your luck, he snapped. 70 million isn't enough for you? You're really asking for the moon. Don't you have any shame? You think I won't make you leave Yunqing without a single penny? Their exchange drew numerous stares, each face mirroring identical scorn. Does this kid really think he's some big shot just because he's dating Missy? 70 million isn't enough. Who does he think he is? How amusing. A pretty boy should know his place. Acting so greedy in front of his sugar daddy, doesn't he fear Missy will kick him to the curb? I just heard Missy never even told her family she was with him. That alone proves this guy is nothing but trash. At best, he's just a fling. A woman like Missy, rich and beautiful, could have any man she wants. He's got some nerve, daring to challenge young Master Wang. I'll be damned if I don't see him get his comeuppance this time. Every word of their gossip reached Prince Wang Zitao and Chu Tian's ears. Wang Zitao curled his lips, raised his hand, and tapped Chu Tian's chest with his index finger. You hear that, kid? To me, you're nothing but a fart. You think you're challenging me? Just take your 70 million and get lost. Don't push me too far, I'll have you thrown out myself. Chu Tian blinked, glanced at the crowd, and replied, you've got the wrong idea. The 70 million I mentioned isn't for leaving Missy, it's the money to save your life. Ever heard the saying? Youth knows not the value of health, old age weeps over lost vitality. You can't be 30 yet, right? Kidney failure at your age? That's rare. Looks like you've been living it up. Swallowing handfuls of supplements daily now? Save your money. You should get checked out. Kidney failure's the least of your worries, cancer might already be sneaking up for a cozy hug. Wang Zitao's face turned beet red at Chu Tian's words. Glancing at the crowd pointing fingers at him, he felt like he could eat Chu Tian alive. Chapter 17, Go prepare your coffin. Bull. Ever since I confirmed my feelings for Qingcheng, I haven't touched another woman. Stop spreading lies. Qingcheng, don't listen to him, he's a shameless con artist and charlatan. Stay far away from this kind of guy. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear seeing you suffer. Chu Tian chuckled lightly and said, no need to deny it. You should be aware of your current physical condition, that persistent dull ache in your lower back, sometimes accompanied by sharp pains, and the occasional blood in your urine. Wang Zitao's expression darkened. Every symptom Chu Tian described matched his own. Wang Zitao had always blamed his excessive womanizing for his current condition. After a moment of self-deception, he stiffened his neck and snapped, you're talking nonsense. I don't have any of those symptoms. Mark my words, if you don't leave Qingcheng alone, I won't let you off today. Seeing the other man's stubborn refusal to back down, Chu Tian delivered a sharp slap across his face without hesitation. His expression turned icy as he spoke, are you deaf? Qingcheng told you to use her full name. The way you are now, you're nothing but an empty shell. If you don't want to go to the hospital, just go pick out a nice plot of land for your grave and wait to die. Wang Zitao stumbled backward, crashing onto the ground. His eyes burned with venom as he glared at Chu Tian. You just wait, kid. I'll make sure you pay for this. Having watched the spectacle long enough, Yi Qingcheng stepped forward, her small face impassive. While I can't verify Chu Tian's claims, she said, I advise you to get checked at the hospital for your own peace of mind. After all, most here know exactly what you're like. Stop playing the fool for the sake of some devoted lover act, it's nothing but disgusting. Wang Zitao had now lost both face and dignity. He shot Chu Tian a cold glance, stumbled to his feet in disarray, and squeezed through the crowd before vanishing into the banquet hall. The onlookers had witnessed a spectacular show and gleaned some insights. This Chu Tian fellow, though he didn't look like he came from a wealthy family, clearly held great importance to Yi Qingcheng. She'd even risked tearing apart relations with the Wang family's future heir in front of so many people. He must be worth something. Many present shared this thought, rising one after another to approach Chu Tian, showering him with flattery and compliments. Having never faced such a social whirlwind before, Chu Tian was momentarily overwhelmed. Yet he adapted surprisingly quickly. Watching from the side, Yi Qingcheng raised an eyebrow as Chu Tian grew increasingly adept at handling unexpected situations amidst the crowd. Her impression of him improved considerably. She turned to Lin Yun and asked, "Sis Yun, do you think that guy was telling the truth? Is Wang Zitao really seriously ill?" She found it hard to believe. After all, despite Wang Zitao's usual mischief, he seemed in fairly good health. Chu Tian had declared Wang Zitao had kidney disease without any professional diagnosis or examination. It seemed unrealistic. Lin Yun shot Yi Qingcheng a meaningful smile before replying, "Whether it's true or not, we should find out tomorrow." In their circle, secrets were practically non-existent. Lin Yun didn't believe Wang Zitao wouldn't be bothered by Chu Tian's words today. He would definitely go to the hospital. Yi Qingcheng nodded, then turned her gaze back to Chu Tian, a flicker of anticipation lighting her eyes. As the banquet wound down, Chu Tian felt his face growing stiff from smiling. Turning to Lin Yun with resignation, he said, "Sis Yun, next time you have a job like this, don't ask me. Not only did I get paid nothing, but my face feels like it's not even mine anymore." Yi Qingcheng felt a twinge of discomfort at Chu Tian's words. She snorted coldly and retorted, "What do you mean by that? You're complaining about being my free boyfriend? And I haven't even mentioned how you took advantage of me earlier." Chu Tian glanced at Yi Qingcheng, her cheeks puffed out in indignation, and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, women were the most unreasonable creatures in this world. Lin Yun grinned as she rubbed Chu Tian's cheek playfully. "Look at you, looking so pitiful. Why don't you come to Yun's place? Yun will give you a nice massage." She winked at Chu Tian as she finished speaking. Lin Yun was naturally beautiful, and even in her 30s, she looked like a girl in her 20s. Especially those almond-shaped eyes. Whenever she looked at someone, they were filled with such tender affection that it was impossible to resist. Recalling their earlier intimacy, Chu Tian cleared his throat awkwardly, his ears flushing imperceptibly. Yi Qingcheng couldn't quite explain why watching their interaction made her feel uneasy. She grabbed Lin Yun's arm, frowned, and shook her head firmly. "No way. A man and a woman alone together? What kind of situation is that? Yun, you're coming to my place tonight. I'm sleeping with you." Lin Yun was helplessly dragged away by Yi Qingcheng. Just as she was about to get into the car, she remembered something important and called out through the window to Chu Tian, "Oh, Xiao Tian, since you're so skilled in medicine, I wonder if you're interested in medicinal herbs? I heard there's an auction tomorrow with a rare herb up for sale. Would you like to come with me and take a look?" Chu Tian nodded without hesitation. That evening, upon returning home, Chu Tian found a spot with relatively abundant spiritual energy and began meditating with his eyes closed. Spiritual energy was one path to enhancing one's strength, but in this age of declining magic, spiritual energy was scarce. Relying solely on absorbing it, who knew when he might see any progress? Chu Tian naturally turned his attention to acquiring herbs for alchemy. Aged medicinal herbs stored a certain amount of spiritual energy within them. The older the herb, the more concentrated the spiritual energy tended to be. Refining these herbs into pills offered the most effective way to maximize strength enhancement. After one night, Chu Tian gazed at the pitifully low spiritual energy reserves within his body and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Even with the dragon kidney and the heavenly physician dragon formula boosting him, the spiritual energy he'd gathered overnight was pitifully little. It was no wonder that masters were hard to find in this era. Stretching lazily, Chu Tian resolved to visit the herbal shops outside. After traversing the entire street, he found that traditional Chinese medicine shops were few and far between. The herbs that actually piqued his interest were even fewer than the fingers on one hand. Either their spiritual energy was too low, or their prices were too high. Chu Tian finally realized that cultivation and money were directly equivalent. Strolling at a leisurely pace, he lifted his gaze and spotted an herbal shop named Divine Medicine Residence. The three-story shop was exquisitely decorated inside. A faint herbal fragrance filled the air, refreshing the senses. Chu Tian scanned the shelves, searching for herbs that met his standards. After circling the shop once, he was disappointed again. A young apprentice who had been observing Chu Tian since his arrival kept a close eye on him. Chapter 18, Can't afford it? Get lost. This guy looked downright shabby, wandering aimlessly without any intention of buying anything. Instead, he seemed increasingly suspicious. Snorting coldly, the apprentice stepped forward and demanded, "Hey, kid. You're not some spy sent by another herbal shop, are you? If you've got money for herbs, state your name. If not, get lost." Chu Tian couldn't care less about the apprentice's attitude. If a dog bites you, you don't need to bite back. These types who bully others with their master's authority are everywhere in society. Why bother? With that thought, he nodded and turned to leave. The apprentice cursed under his breath behind him. What a piece of work! No money, yet you come to buy medicine? Serves you right to be a lifelong pauper. No sooner had the apprentice finished speaking than a young man rushed in, carrying a woman in his arms. Doctor! Is there a doctor here at this pharmacy? The apprentice, who had just been complaining, rushed over and asked, What's going on? What's wrong with your wife? Hearing the apprentice's words, the young man unleashed all his pent-up frustration. Who's the doctor here, you or me? If I knew what was wrong with my wife, I wouldn't need you doctors. Hurry up and fetch the doctor on duty. The apprentice who had dared to snub Chu Tian to his face and curse him behind his back now dared not utter a single word. The reason was simple: the clothes this young man wore clearly marked him as no ordinary person. This was no one a lowly apprentice like him could afford to offend. The young man's storming entrance had drawn quite a crowd. They were murmuring and pointing at the pharmacy. Soon, the apprentice summoned the shop's proprietor, Hao Chenggong. Hao Chenggong was a middle-aged man in a white coat, with kind, benevolent features that immediately put people at ease. Hao Chenggong looked at the young man with a serious expression and said, Sir, please lay your wife on the examination bed. I'll perform a quick checkup first. The young man nodded and carefully laid his wife on the bed. After a brief examination involving observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, Hao Chenggong stroked his beard and said, Your wife's sudden fainting was likely caused by an allergic reaction to something she consumed, leading to shock. But don't worry, it's nothing serious. I'll prescribe her a decoction. She just needs plenty of rest. Hao Chenggong's steady tone and composed expression instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The onlookers nodded in agreement. If Dr. Hao says it's nothing serious, then it probably isn't. Young man, don't worry too much. Dr. Hao is a renowned physician around here. With him treating her, she'll surely recover. You found the right place by sheer luck, young man. These days, it's rare to find a husband who cares so deeply for his wife. You're truly a good man. Hearing his wife was fine, the young man relaxed. Just as he was about to thank them, a voice piped up beside him. Humph. A quack like him getting such support from so many people? That's truly rare. Hao Chenggong and the apprentice looked toward the source of the voice. The apprentice's anger flared the moment he spotted Chu Tian. Pointing at Chu Tian, he snapped, Hey! What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you have gotten lost already? Hao Chenggong frowned, slightly annoyed by Chu Tian's words. Young man, what do you mean by that? I've been practicing medicine for decades. If I couldn't even diagnose such a minor ailment, how could I have earned the trust of so many people? The onlookers nodded in agreement. That's right. Not long ago, my youngest son broke his leg, and it was Dr. Hao who healed him. He's no quack. Young man, don't you know where you are? How dare you speak so recklessly? This is sheer arrogance. That guy belongs in a mental hospital. Chu Tian ignored the crowd's rebukes. Instead, he looked up calmly at Hao Chenggong and said, The herbal decoction you mentioned, no matter what herbs it's made from, must not be consumed. Hao Chenggong frowned and coldly retorted, The patient's condition is critical. Refusing the decoction could lead to far worse consequences. Are you prepared to bear the responsibility? The young man standing nearby, who had just calmed down, flared up at Hao Chenggong's words. He lunged forward, grabbed Chu Tian by the collar, and shouted, Kid, what do you think you're doing? If you harm my wife, I'll take your life. Chu Tian looked at the young man impassively and said, If you make your wife drink this bowl of medicine, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The man lunged forward, roaring, Shut up. By refusing to let my wife drink this, you're clearly trying to kill her. With that, he swung a punch fiercely toward Chu Tian's face. Chu Tian effortlessly caught the young man's wrist. Your haste shows how much you love your wife, he said calmly. But excessive impatience is a bad habit. At critical moments, it could backfire on you. What's going on? Just then, a hoarse voice echoed down from the upper floor. The crowd stirred with commotion upon recognizing the slightly stocky elderly man. Damn, I didn't expect the legendary Dr. Gu to be here too. Who is Master Physician Zhou? You've never even heard of Master Physician Zhou? He's renowned throughout Jiangnan as a miracle worker who brings the dying back to life. Among Jiangnan's three most celebrated and skilled physicians, he ranks first. His prowess is no exaggeration. Whispering among themselves, the crowd turned their eager gazes toward Zhou Yongtai, who was now surrounded by people and hadn't noticed Chu Tian. Hao Chenggong spotted his teacher and hurried over. He briefly recounted the recent events to Zhou Yongtai, who listened attentively while placing his hand on the young woman's wrist. After a thorough examination, he turned to Hao Chenggong with a look of disapproval, his tone laced with disappointment. No wonder people call you a quack. Anaphylactic shock wasn't the root cause at all. This lady is pregnant. She's barely a month along. If you'd administered medication recklessly, it could have backfired. Chapter 19, The slap came too quickly. The room erupted in commotion, and Hao Chenggong broke out in a cold sweat. His herbal decoction contained cold-natured ingredients. Pregnant women already faced challenges stabilizing the fetus early on. One misstep could easily lead to miscarriage. Add to that the patient's obvious food poisoning, and forcing her to drink the decoction would have been disastrous. Hao Chenggong glanced at Chu Tian in the crowd, inwardly puzzled. How could this kid possibly tell? After all these years as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he hadn't even detected the patient's pregnancy. How could this kid figure it out just by glancing a few times? Absolutely impossible. It must have been pure luck. The man, however, was the happiest of them all. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Chu Tian anymore. Regardless of what this guy's motives were, the fact that the medicine hadn't been drunk was the right outcome. He rushed to the bedside, gripped the woman's hand, and asked anxiously, "Miracle doctor, how is my wife really doing? Is there any way to help her recover quickly? And our child, is it okay?" Zhou Yongtai's face softened into a faint smile as he shook his head. "Nothing serious. Just take this nourishing decoction, and she'll be fine." With that, he wrote out a prescription and sent the apprentice to fetch the herbs. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. With Zhou Yongtai handling this, it seemed the woman's child and her life were saved. Just then, the apprentice hurried back, bowing as he rushed out. Chu Tian frowned again upon catching the faint scent of medicine. This medicine is wrong. The cardamom in it clashed with the woman's current physical condition. While drinking it wouldn't cause any major harm, it certainly wouldn't help her situation either. Hold on. She still can't drink this medicine. Zhou Yongtai's expression suddenly froze. That voice sounded so familiar. The apprentice pharmacist, hearing Chu Tian's words, immediately spoke with obvious impatience. "What exactly are you up to? Causing trouble the whole time? Is that amusing? This medicine was prescribed by Master Zhou. Do you know his reputation? It's renowned throughout the entire Jiangnan region. Whenever Master Zhou treats a patient, recovery is guaranteed." The apprentice finished speaking and gave everyone a thumbs up. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes turning hostile toward Chu Tian. This fellow's repeated meddling couldn't help but make people wonder what his true intentions were. Zhou Yongtai turned and spotted Chu Tian, his eyes lighting up. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Tian interjected, "No one in this world is infallible. How can you guarantee that the medicine prescribed by Zhou Yongtai is absolutely correct?" Hao Chenggong glared at Chu Tian, his voice icy. "What exactly are you implying? If the patient's condition worsens because of you, your life won't be enough to make amends." In Hao Chenggong's eyes, Master Zhou Yongtai's medical skills were unmatched throughout the entire Jiangnan region. It was merely a pregnancy preservation procedure. There was absolutely no way he could have made a mistake. This brat kept stirring trouble. It was downright outrageous. Chu Tian smiled as he looked at Hao Chenggong and said, "Since none of you trust me, why don't we make a bet?" Hao Chenggong gritted his teeth and snapped, "What do you want to bet on? If you lose, you'll apologize to us in front of everyone." Chu Tian nodded casually. "No problem. What if I win?" Hao Chenggong scoffed, his eyes brimming with contempt. "My master's prescription is infallible. But since you brought it up, for fairness' sake, if you win, I'll apologize." Chu Tian grinned and nodded. "Deal. Let's have the lady take the medicine." Zhou Yongtai's brow furrowed tightly at first, but the thought of Chu Tian being present eased his worry. He had deliberately remained silent throughout, determined to witness this true divine physician, Chu Tian, in action with his own eyes. Hao Chenggong hurriedly directed the medicine boy to administer the medicine to the woman. "This bowl of medicine was prescribed by my master, the divine physician Zhou. Within 3 minutes, this lady will definitely wake up." The onlookers nodded in agreement, reassuring him, "Young man, don't worry. With Master Zhou handling this, the medicine will work instantly. Your wife will be fine." "Exactly. That kid even bet against him. He's bound to lose this time. Troublemakers who disrupt medical consultations deserve a public apology. I'll record the whole thing and expose him. This lady is truly fortunate to have encountered Master Zhou today. Young man, you've been blessed with double good fortune." Hearing the crowd's words, the man relaxed and quietly kept vigil beside his wife, waiting for her to wake. Only Zhou Yongtai's mouth twitched. In front of Chu Tian, he dared not call himself a divine doctor anymore. Time ticked by, yet the woman on the bed showed no sign of stirring. 3 minutes passed. While her complexion had indeed grown slightly rosier, there was still no sign of her waking. The man could no longer contain himself and asked, "It's been several minutes now. Why hasn't my wife woken up?" Hao Chenggong scratched his head and glanced at Zhou Yongtai, only to find him staring intently at Chu Tian. Forced to speak up, he said, "Young man, please be patient. Perhaps the food your wife consumed earlier affected the child in her womb. The medicine needs time to take effect." Chu Tian snorted coldly. "You're incompetent, yet you try to justify it. If you keep delaying, this lady might truly be in danger." The others had been about to retort, but seeing the woman still unconscious, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Finally, Zhou Yongtai stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Chu Tian, and said, "Mr. Chu, this wager has gone on long enough. Saving lives must come first." Hao Chenggong was taken aback by Zhou Yongtai's attitude. Though Zhou Yongtai possessed exceptional medical skills, he had a peculiar temperament. He deeply disliked others interfering with his patients, especially while he was treating them. This young man had questioned Zhou Yongtai's medical skills more than once, yet here he was, treating him with such courtesy? Confused, he asked, "Master, what's this about? This kid is just a cocky upstart. Probably picked up some superficial knowledge at medical school and came here to show off. Why are you being so polite to him?" Zhou Yongtai shot Hao Chenggong a displeased look and replied, "Mr. Chu here possesses medical skills far surpassing my own. Naturally, he deserves my utmost respect. As for you, my silence until now was meant to teach you that there are always those more skilled than oneself. Unfortunately, your own studies remain shallow. You lack even the most basic humility. All these years as a doctor have been wasted." Hao Chenggong hadn't expected his well-intentioned inquiry to earn him a scathing rebuke from his master. Momentarily stunned, he stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 20, Gratitude. Chu Tian kept his hands in his pockets, his expression still casual as he glanced at the assembled crowd. "Your prescription was correct. However, the patient is currently too weak. Out of caution, you added cardamom, which has a milder effect. If you had substituted it with angelica root, that lady would likely have regained consciousness by now." Zhou Yongtai's mind cleared instantly upon hearing Chu Tian's words. He slapped his forehead and laughed, "So that's it. Truly, a single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. Now everything makes sense. Hurry, brew another bowl of medicine following Mr. Chu's method." The apprentice was reluctant but had no choice but to obey. Yet as soon as he turned to leave, Chu Tian's voice reached his ears once more. "The patient has just taken 1 dose of medicine. Another might be too much for her to handle. I should perform the acupuncture instead." As he started toward the bed, the man blocked his path with a look of intense wariness. "You're just some nobody. Why should I trust you? Master Zhou is here, let him handle it. I don't trust you. What if something happens to my wife and child?" Chu Tian didn't insist. Stepping back, he smiled and said, "Since that's how you feel, then you, Zhou Yongtai, may perform the acupuncture. Just follow my instructions." The crowd erupted in an uproar. That kid actually addressed the renowned Dr. Zhou by his full name? That's downright arrogant. Ever since Zhou Yongtai rose to fame, he'd been treated with reverence and flattery. Everyone addressed him as Divine Doctor rather than by his given name. What stunned them even more was that upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Zhou Yongtai showed no trace of anger. Instead, his face lit up with excitement and enthusiasm. What on earth was going on? Zhou Yongtai turned to Chu Tian, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "It would be my honor to perform acupuncture for you, Mr. Chu. Please." Chu Tian didn't hesitate, for any further delay would only worsen the patient's condition. Central Courtyard, Lingshu, Tianqi used the trembling needle technique, 3 inches subcutaneously, remove after 10 seconds. Chu Tian's instructions were concise and decisive. While outsiders might not grasp their significance, fellow TCM practitioner Hao Chenggong recognized from this simple statement that Chu Tian was undoubtedly a master. Recalling his earlier arrogant demeanor, Hao Chenggong's face flushed crimson with shame. Those outside, unable to grasp Chu Tian's meaning, began to criticize him anew. Now he's showing off. He really thinks he's the best. Exactly. He only knows about Divine Dr. Zhou. I bet the Divine Doctor wouldn't listen to him. Humph. He's trying so hard to steal the spotlight today. Mark my words, once Master Zhou revives this lady, he'll be slapped in the face in no time. The crowd murmured in disbelief, but Chu Tian remained utterly unfazed. Even the man beside him couldn't help but glance at him with renewed interest. Zhou Yongtai followed Chu Tian's instructions, inserting the silver needles into the corresponding acupoints on the patient. Within a minute, the woman on the bed slowly regained consciousness. Seeing this, the young man could no longer contain himself. He rushed to the bedside, his voice filled with concern. "Shuero, you're finally awake." The woman touched her lower abdomen, her expression dazed. "I only ate a few crayfish, how did I pass out?" "Don't worry, Kangtai, I'm fine now." Seeing Wang Shuero truly seemed fine, Sun Kangtai exhaled a long sigh of relief. He looked at Zhou Yongtai with gratitude and said, "You truly live up to your reputation as a divine healer. Thank you so much for saving Shuero this time." Hearing this, Zhou Yongtai immediately waved his hands in embarrassment. "The credit isn't mine. I only followed what Master Chu taught me. He is the true master of medicine. Not long ago, I had the honor of witnessing Mr. Chu perform acupuncture and wished to become his disciple. Alas, Mr. Chu did not accept me as his student." Even now, Zhou Yongtai spoke of this with palpable regret. His words and expression sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. What? The esteemed divine physician once sought to become this young upstart's disciple? More crucially, the lad actually refused? If word of this got out, it would be enough to make the entire city of Yunqing's jaws drop. The crowd stared at Chu Tian in disbelief, suddenly recalling their earlier words and flushing with shame. The slap in the face came swiftly, only it wasn't Chu Tian who took it, but themselves. Sun Kongtai approached Chu Tian with a look of deep regret. I sincerely apologize for earlier. My concern got the better of me. To express my gratitude, here is the key to Villa number 1 in the Tianju Pavilion, along with this membership card, a black card for our Juxianglu. Please accept it as a small token of my appreciation. A black card for Juxianglu. Could this young man be Sun Kongtai, the owner behind Juxianglu? Juxianglu is a den of thieves for the wealthy. I heard a single meal there costs as much as an ordinary person's monthly salary. This kid's luck is off the charts. That's not quite right. He deserves it. We've been questioning him all this time, yet he remains unflappable, steady as a rock. A young man like that? Mark my words, he's destined for greatness. The previously one-sided atmosphere instantly shifted as everyone began showering Chu Tian with praise. Chu Tian accepted Sun Kongtai's payment without hesitation, then turned to Hao Chenggong with a faint, ambiguous smile. Who was it who said they'd apologize publicly if they lost? Hao Chenggong stood awkwardly rooted to the spot, unable to take a single step. He knew he'd lost this time, but asking a respected physician like himself to apologize to a young upstart in front of so many people? He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Zhou Yongtai, witnessing this, gave Hao Chenggong a sharp tap on the head and declared, "You're clinging to your pride at the expense of your dignity. Since you lost, you must apologize. Today serves as a lesson: don't judge people by appearances. Those who seem ordinary might actually be far beyond your reach." Hao Chenggong, hearing Zhou Yongtai's words, could only step forward before Chu Tian and speak sincerely. "I truly apologize for earlier. I was presumptuous. Today I've truly learned that there are always people more skilled than oneself. I promise to stay true to my principles from now on and never judge by appearances again." Chu Tian nodded. Though Hao Chenggong's words were a bit harsh, he could overlook it for Zhou Yongtai's sake. A gentle reminder was enough. There was no need to push things too far. Seeing the matter settled, Chu Tian prepared to take his leave. After all the commotion, his stomach was rumbling. He had only taken a few steps when Zhou Yongtai hurried after him. "Mr. Chu, please wait, I have one more favor to ask." Chu Tian held a certain regard for the old man. Smiling, he replied, "Speak your mind. Beating around the bush isn't quite befitting a divine healer." Chapter 21, The Cheap Apprentice. Chu Tian's words echoed his earlier rebuke of Hao Chenggong, causing Zhou Yongtai's aged face to flush slightly. "You see, Mr. Chu," Zhou Yongtai began, "I recently came across an ancient prescription. Unfortunately, it's incomplete. I've exhausted every effort to identify the missing 3 ingredients, but the formula still doesn't work properly. Would you be willing to take a look?" Chu Tian took the prescription and glanced at it. Scribbles and erasures marred the page. Evidently Zhou Yongtai had attempted to fill in the missing ingredients but abandoned the effort after realizing they were insignificant. A quick glance revealed the formula was named Qi Coagulating Decoction, designed to replenish Qi and focus the spirit. It could prove highly effective in critical situations. Coincidentally, this formula was documented in the Celestial Physician's Dragon Manual. After pondering, he explained, "These 3 herbs, Polygonum multiflorum, Plantigo seed, and Angelica sinensis, all possess nourishing and yang-warming properties. When combined with other ingredients, they synergize to maximize the formula's efficacy." As Chu Tian spoke, Zhou Yongtai's eyes grew increasingly bright. He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Exactly. That's it. Now it all makes sense. Mr. Chu, your medical expertise truly puts me to shame. Would you consider taking me as your disciple?" This wasn't the first time Zhou Yongtai had asked Chu Tian to take him as a disciple, and it was becoming quite a headache for Chu Tian. An old man who could be his grandfather constantly talking about becoming his master felt deeply unsettling. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhou Yongtai had already eagerly interjected, "Master, did you come to the pharmacy to get medicine? If there's any herbs you need, just tell me and I'll find them for you." Hao Chenggong, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. He simply couldn't reconcile the image of this fawning old man with the aloof master he knew. Beyond his passion for medical research, Zhou Yongtai usually paid no attention to ordinary people or mundane matters. It was precisely this aloofness that made Hao Chenggong so astonished. Chu Tian snorted derisively, glaring at the old man before him. "You're quite the opportunist. I haven't even agreed to take you on as a disciple, yet you're already calling me master as if it's the most natural thing in the world." Zhou Yongtai's eyes lit up at Chu Tian's words. "He didn't reject me outright, that means there's a chance." Their exchange utterly shattered Hao Chenggong's worldview. He even began to wonder if he hadn't woken up properly today and was hallucinating. This was the first time he'd ever seen anyone speak so bluntly to Zhou Yongtai, yet the stubborn old man didn't get angry. "I came today hoping to find some aged medicinal herbs, preferably at least a century old, the older the better." After hearing Chu Tian's words, Zhou Yongtai thought for a moment before replying, "As it happens, my little pharmacy has a century-old ginseng root. I wonder if it might be suitable." Chu Tian had spent most of the day searching and new-aged herbs were hard to come by. He nodded immediately and said, "That's perfect. Bring it out for me to see." Zhou Yongtai promptly motioned for Hao Chenggong to fetch the herb, but Hao Chenggong abruptly pulled him aside. Master, I can't accept this. That kid's medical skills are decent, but it's not worth you throwing in such a big concession. 100-year-old ginseng root, that stuff is incredibly rare. You're just handing it over like that? Zhou Yongtai shot Hao Chenggong a displeased glare. What do you know? Mr. Chu's medical expertise far surpasses mine. If I can win him over with a single herb and he agrees to take me as his disciple, this deal will be worth every penny. With that, he shook off Hao Chenggong's hand and went to find herbs for Chu Tian himself. Soon, Zhou Yongtai emerged clutching a wooden box, his eyes gleaming so brightly that Chu Tian found it almost unbearable to look directly at him. Master, take a look. I just acquired this herb recently. It's 100 years old, absolutely genuine. Chu Tian glanced at it and nodded. I'll pay you back later. Zhou Yongtai hurriedly protested, consider it my initiation gift to you, master. No charge. Chu Tian accepted them without hesitation and said, study the prescription I gave you earlier. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. As for whether I'll take you on as a disciple, I'll need to think it over. After all, the image of some old guy trailing after him yelling master all day was just too much to bear. Chu Tian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Watching Chu Tian strut away, Hao Chenggong fumed, that freeloader. Shameless. Master, have you lost your mind? Is this kid really as good as you say? Shut it. Zhou Yongtai shot Hao Chenggong a sidelong glance and said meaningfully, you were consulted about old Master Lin's illness earlier, weren't you? Hao Chenggong didn't understand why Zhou Yongtai suddenly changed the subject, but he nodded anyway. That's right. Old Master Lin's body was already at its end. My skills were insufficient to cure him, so I had to call upon you. It's a pity I didn't have time to witness your treatment that day. Zhou Yongtai nodded solemnly. Indeed, old Master Lin has been cured. But the one who treated him wasn't me, it was Chu Tian. As he spoke, Zhou Yongtai wore an expression of shared pride. Hao Chenggong froze in place. So that youngster's medical skills were truly extraordinary after all. For a moment, Hao Chenggong felt as if he'd just missed out on a fortune. Earlier, he tried to stop Zhou Yongtai from becoming his apprentice. Turns out he was the fool all along. After leaving the pharmacy, Chu Tian wandered around looking for something to eat. His stomach had been growling in protest for ages. After walking a short distance, he happened upon a restaurant named Juxianglu. Sun Kongtai had given him a membership card for this very hotel. Chu Tian rubbed his stomach and strode purposefully toward Juxianglu. Just as he reached the entrance, he bumped into Yi Qingcheng, who had just stepped out of a car. Their eyes met, and they exclaimed in unison. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Chu Tian spoke first, I'm here to eat, of course. Or did you think I came for a bath? Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingcheng snorted coldly and retorted, this hotel is probably beyond what a mere doctor like you can afford. Tell me, did you spend Yunyun's money again? Just as Chu Tian was about to respond, a greasy voice chimed in from the side. Qingcheng, what a coincidence. We meet again. It seems our fate was destined by the heavens. Even without turning around, she knew exactly who it was. Wang Zitao strode up to Yi Qingcheng. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he spotted Chu Tian standing beside her. His face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Yesterday Chu Tian said he felt unwell, so he rushed off to the hospital for a full checkup. The results aren't back yet, but he figured he'd grab a meal first to shake off yesterday's bad luck. Little did he know he'd run into this guy again. Chapter 22, How Come You're Everywhere? Yi Qingcheng looked at Wang Zitao as if he were something utterly repulsive. She stepped forward, slipped her arm through Chu Tian's, and said softly, we came to eat, yet we run into such an unpleasant sight. Let's find another place. Chu Tian heard the soft voice by his ear and instantly understood Yi Qingcheng's intent. He curved his lips into a helpless, bitter smile. Seems this woman intends to milk me dry to the very end. Though inwardly exasperated, he'd already spent the entire previous night pretending to be Yi Qingcheng's boyfriend. Plus, considering Lin Yun and Yi Qingcheng's decent relationship, he figured he might as well help out. After all, the guy in front of him was genuinely irritating. We're already here, so let's go in. You must be starving after working all morning. He's just a worthless flea, why bother with him? Wang Zitao nearly ground his teeth to dust at Chu Tian's words. Did you just call me a flea? Believe me, if I wanted to, I could make you vanish from this world anytime. He glared coldly at Yi Qingcheng. Qingcheng, don't let this punk fool you. What kind of place is this? A lowly doctor earning a few thousand a month? How could he possibly afford to take you out to eat here? I think he's just trying to get something for nothing but a pretty boy. Yi Qingcheng's expression turned cold. Linking her arm through Chu Tian's, she looked at Wang Zitao and said, Young Master Wang, even if he is a pretty boy, this is between us like Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai. It's none of your business. With that, she slipped her arm through Chu Tian's and strode straight into Juxianglu. The moment they entered, Yi Qingcheng released Chu Tian's arm and said coldly, even though Wang Zitao is a jerk, he did get one thing right. You're nothing but an emotional con artist, a pretty boy. With that, she left Chu Tian behind and strode off into the building. Chu Tian scratched his nose, puzzled. What kind of fraud? He hadn't deceived this young lady, had he? Judging by Yi Qingqing's demeanor, it seemed as though they shared some deep-seated grudge or enmity. Feeling utterly baffled, Chu Tian strode after her into the restaurant. It was dinner time, and the hall was bustling with patrons. A waiter spotted the new arrivals and hurried over. Wang Zitao, trailing behind, glared at the two ahead, grinding his teeth in fury. Yi Qingqing liked this penniless kid, and he was determined to make him lose face completely. Then Yi Qingqing would naturally see his worth. Just as Wang Zitao was plotting how to drive Chu Tian out, a waiter approached with a perfectly polished smile. Young Master Wang, how many guests today? Same as usual? As a regular customer, Wang Zitao was well known to the staff. Hearing the waiter's question, Wang Zitao abruptly flung his hand away, his face hardening as he deliberately shouted loudly, "Humph! I've always enjoyed dining here after all, it's a high-end establishment. But I never imagined such an elegant place would harbor a rotten apple today. How do you intend to resolve this issue? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I'll never set foot in this hotel again." Wang Zitao deliberately raised his voice, quickly drawing considerable attention. The patrons here were mostly people of some standing, naturally looking down on ordinary workers who dared to intrude. To these individuals of status and prestige, it felt like a sacrilege. A slightly overweight man stepped closer and addressed Wang Zitao. "Young Master Wang, who exactly are you referring to? I'll have the staff escort them out immediately." This man seemed acquainted with Wang Zitao. Coupled with his alcohol-addled state, he foolishly volunteered to be the one to speak up. Seeing this, others chimed in indignantly, "Exactly. Who is this guy? Get him out immediately. Juxianglu always has top-notch security, how could they be so careless this time? Everyone who dines at Juxianglu is someone of standing, many come to discuss business deals. If this lowlife infiltrates, what if he's a corporate spy? Kick him out immediately." The crowd grew increasingly heated. Yi Qingqing stood quietly to the side, neither joining in nor speaking. She simply wanted to see how Chu Tian would handle the situation. A waiter exchanged a knowing glance with a colleague before approaching politely. "Young Master Wang, please tell us who this person is. We'll have him removed immediately. Please calm down, Juxianglu's doors are always open to you." Wang Zitao turned and shot Chu Tian a glare, the meaning unmistakable. The waiter then turned to Chu Tian, who stood beside Yi Qingqing, his expression growing colder. "Sir, this establishment isn't open to just anyone. Membership cards are required. If you don't have one, please leave immediately. You're not welcome here." Chu Tian snorted derisively, his voice calm. "Of course I have a membership card. In fact, I can eat here for free." Yi Qingqing, who had been watching to see how Chu Tian would defuse the situation, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her face upon hearing his words. This bloke's bragging skills are second nature. A membership card? He's just a lowly doctor who hasn't even managed to climb to the position of director. How could he possibly have a membership card for this place? Most importantly, as far as she knew, Lin Yun disliked coming to this restaurant. Thus, Chu Tian had lost his last shred of capital to impress with a woman. The tiny bit of respect she'd harbored for Chu Tian vanished completely in that moment, replaced entirely by disgust. "Ha, membership card? Sir, don't be ridiculous. The only people who can afford membership here are millionaires at the very least. Judging by your attire, you clearly can't afford to be here. Please leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude." The waiter's gaze toward Chu Tian was filled with contempt and disdain, his warning delivered with no hint of politeness. Just as Chu Tian was about to speak, a voice cut through the air. "What's going on here?" A middle-aged man of average build, with a receding hairline, strode over in a suit. His employee badge clearly displayed the word manager. The waiter, spotting the manager, briefly recounted the incident. The manager eyed Chu Tian up and down before speaking. "Sir, are you certain you possess a membership card for our hotel? Impersonating a member will result in immediate ejection." Wang Zitao snorted derisively, waving his hand impatiently. "Don't waste your breath. This kid's just a broke loser, how could he possibly have a Juxianglu membership card? It's laughable. Get him out of here fast before he ruins everyone's meal." Chapter 23, Does It Hurt? Though the manager was more cautious than the waitstaff, after hearing Wang Zitao's words and glancing at Chu Tian's shabby attire, he too suspected the young man was likely lying and bragging. His expression turned cold as he said, "Sir, please leave the hotel immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling security." Yi Qingqing shot Chu Tian a glare and snapped, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." What an absolute embarrassment. Chu Tian shrugged at the indignant looks around him. "Why won't you believe me? Bunch of snobs." As he spoke, Chu Tian pulled a black gold card from his pocket, waving it in front of the manager. "See this? Is this not a membership card? Am I not entitled to a free meal here?" When Chu Tian produced the card, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. As regulars at Jushan Lu, they recognized the black gold card immediately. Rumor had it that these black gold cards were limited editions, fewer than 20 in total, held only by individuals of high status and standing. While they did indeed grant complimentary meals at Jushanlu, this kid looked ordinary. Where on earth did he get such a card? This question also flashed through Yi Qingqing's mind. She turned to glance at Chu Tian with a complex expression. Could this guy have stolen the card? Given his character, that seemed the most plausible explanation. Chu Tian chuckled softly and remarked indifferently, "This card was personally given to me by Sun Kongtai. Seems his influence in this hotel isn't as significant as I thought. Even with a black gold card, I still can't get a free meal here." He finished with a feigned sigh of regret. The manager's mouth twitched at Chu Tian's words. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Zitao piped up first, "This card must be stolen. He's just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly have a black gold card? It's a limited edition. There's an 80 to 90% chance he's using Chairman Sun's name to scam free meals." The manager, who had been about to relent, hesitated upon hearing this. Still, he maintained his politeness. "Mr. Chu, correct? I need to call Chairman Sun for instructions. Please wait a moment." Chu Tian slipped his hands into his pockets, nodded, and stood quietly to the side. Yi Qingqing seized the moment to shoot Chu Tian a withering glance, lowering her voice. "You didn't actually steal this card, did you? This black gold card is extremely rare. There are fewer than 20 in existence. You've really blown it this time. Admit your mistake immediately. Just say you found this card and were only joking earlier." Chu Tian shot Yi Qingqing a puzzled look and retorted, "You're the strange one. This card was given to me by Sun Kongtai. Why would I admit to finding it?" To Yi Qingqing, Chu Tian's bewildered expression was proof he was stubbornly clinging to his pride. She snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and said, "I tried to warn you, but you wouldn't listen. You're just asking for trouble. When your lie gets exposed, you'll be the one left red-faced." After speaking, she took a few steps back, attempting to distance herself from Chu Tian. Chu Tian found this woman utterly baffling. Her hostility was inexplicable, and her words were even more so. Wang Zitao watched Chu Tian smugly, fantasizing about the moment the manager returned to expose his lies. Then Chu Tian would be utterly disgraced, left with nowhere to hide, and Wang Zitao would naturally win the beauty's heart. Soon, the manager hurried over. Wang Zitao met him with a confident expression. "See? I told you Chairman Sun wouldn't possibly know some nobody like this. He's clearly lying." The manager shot Wang Zitao a meaningful glance before approaching Chu Tian with polite demeanor. "I've already verified with Chairman Sun," he announced. "This black gold card was indeed personally presented by him. All your expenses here are complimentary." The manager's words instantly sent a ripple of astonishment through the entire venue. Who would have thought this kid is actually Chairman Sun's friend? He might just be someone who deliberately keeps a low profile. Chu Tian blinked, then turned to Wang Zitao, who stood frozen in place. "Now, what else can you do to slander me? This card is the real deal. Sun Kongtai gave it to me." Wang Zitao's face was now uglier than if he'd eaten. He truly hadn't expected Chu Tian to have such incredible luck to actually know Sun Kongtai. Fury boiling inside, he opened his mouth to speak only to be hit by a sudden urge to pee. He scrambled toward the bathroom, not forgetting to threaten over his shoulder, "You little punk, this isn't over. You just wait." Chu Tian grinned and replied, "You'd be better off using that spare time to figure out where to pick your burial plot. After all, your days are numbered." Yi Qingqing shot Chu Tian a complex look. Suddenly, she realized this guy wasn't quite what she'd expected. All those negative labels she'd once pinned on him now felt too hasty to apply. It was as if Chu Tian had shrouded himself in a veil of mystery before her eyes. What truly lay behind that veil? Yi Qingqing couldn't quite put her finger on it. Unaware of Yi Qingqing's troubled expression, Chu Tian turned to the manager and said, "Can you show me to a private room now?" "Of course, Mr. Chu. You hold a black card. My apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. Let's arrange a proper meal together soon. It's truly an honor to dine with you, Mr. Chu." Those who had just been clamoring to drive Chu Tian out now retracted their claws like tigers and wolves, revealing gentle yet hypocritical smiles. This couldn't help but make Chu Tian sigh deeply. This world is just that cold and calculating. With money and power, you're the boss. Even if you're made to grovel and bark like a dog, people will flock to you. But those without money? They're trampled into the mud, left to be mocked. The manager beckoned two waiters over and instructed them, "Escort Mr. Chu and Miss Yi to the finest private room immediately and provide them with the highest level of service." The waitstaff dared not show the slightest hint of disrespect or negligence. They nodded respectfully and courteously escorted Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing to the private room. After ordering, Chu Tian rubbed his stomach and leaned back in his chair. Only then did he notice Yi Qingqing staring intently at him. Confused, he touched his face and asked, "What? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Where did you get that black gold card? And you know Sun Kongtai? Could it be that Sister Yun introduced you?" Yi Qingqing didn't perceive any malice in these questions. After all, given Chu Tian's background, it was unlikely he'd know someone of Sun Kangtai's caliber. The only explanation was that Lin Yun had acted as the intermediary. Chapter 24, Will you save him or not? Chu Tian shot Yi Qingqing a helpless glance, shrugged, and said, Never mind whether Sister Yin hooked me up with this deal. Even if she did, it's none of your business, right? What baffles me is why you're so hostile toward me. I've never done anything to wrong you, have I? Yi Qingqing silently acknowledged Chu Tian's words, confirming that Lin Yun had indeed acted as the intermediary. With a cold snort, she thought, so it was as I suspected. I knew you couldn't possibly know someone like Chairman Sunday Chu Tian. You're a man, aren't you? You have a job and integrity. Why not earn your living honestly with your own two hands? Sis Yun has a pure heart. She's barely dated anyone all these years. I advise you not to hurt her feelings. A pretty boy like you isn't worthy of her. Chu Tian's frown deepened with each word. After a moment, he snapped, What exactly are you implying? When have I ever relied on Sister Yun? Our affairs are none of your business. Yi Qingqing might be beautiful, but her sharp mind earned Chu Tian's respect. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words on this woman. Once the food arrived, he began devouring it without restraint. Honestly, the dishes at Ju Xiang Lu were truly exceptional, absolutely exquisite. No wonder this place rakes in a fortune daily. They've even opened branches in other provinces. Meanwhile, Prince Wang Zitao, furious and flustered, rushed straight to the restroom. Just after relieving himself, a sudden sharp pain struck. He looked down to see a vivid red pool in the urinal and instantly panicked. Chu Tian's earlier words echoed in his mind once more. Could it be that he? His heart skipped a beat. He reached for his phone to call the hospital, but the hospital beat him to it. Before Wang Zitao could speak, the doctor's slightly regretful voice filled his ears. Mr. Wang, your test results are in. The situation might not be good. When can you come to the hospital? Wang Zitao immediately dug his heels in, snapping coldly, What's wrong with me? Spit it out. Are you trying to scare the hell out of me with your beating around the bush? The doctor sighed and began, Based on the tests, you have mid-stage kidney cancer. You must be hospitalized for intervention therapy. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we'll just be waiting for death. Those 4 words instantly flashed through Wang Zitao's mind. They sent a chill through his entire body, making his head spin and nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. Recalling Chu Tian's earlier words, he staggered out of the bathroom. After a satisfying meal and drinks, Chu Tian emerged from the private room feeling content, his mood considerably lifted. Yi Qingqing followed behind with a cold expression, not uttering a single word. As they descended the stairs, a figure staggered into Chu Tian's path. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. Recognizing Wang Zitao, he chuckled and casually remarked, Judging by your expression, young Master Wang, you seem aware of your current condition. No need to panic, relax. Death comes to all. It's just that after committing so many misdeeds, heaven has decided to collect you early. Wang Zitao was a disheveled mess now, every trace of his former arrogance gone. He grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve tightly and pleaded, If you know, then you must have a way to cure me. Help me. If you can heal me, I'll give you 10 million. 100 million. And I swear I'll never bother you again. Chu Tian slowly pulled his sleeve free. Wang Zitao, weren't you threatening me just moments ago? Why are you begging me now? My only advice is this, start preparing your coffin. Even if I could cure your illness, it's absolutely impossible. Yi Qingqing, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined Chu Tian's words could be true. Wang Zitao was actually ill and seriously so. Her gaze toward Chu Tian now held a hint of dark light. It seemed this guy wasn't entirely useless after all. After speaking, Chu Tian turned to glance at Yi Qingqing and said indifferently, Let's go. Just as the two were about to leave, Wang Zitao spoke with a dark expression, Chu Tian, you won't let me off easy. You won't walk out that door today. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than over 20 burly men stormed in. Each looked like a demon incarnate, wielding long clubs and sporting intimidating tattoos, clearly not the kind of people you'd want to cross. The once harmonious hotel instantly thickened with tension. Chu Tian glanced at the men across from him, a faint smirk curling his lips. Oh ho, so it seems you have no intention of letting me leave here peacefully? Wang Zitao snorted coldly. Brother Bao, it's this kid. If you cripple him today, I'll give you 50 million. Brother Leopard eyed Chu Tian sideways. Looks skinny and weak. Taking him down would be a piece of cake. Deal? No problem at all. Turning back to Chu Tian, he continued, Kid, do you know what happens when you cross young Master Wang? Acting so cocky? Looks like you've had enough of living. Chu Tian scoffed, shielding Yi Qingqing behind him. Wang Zitao, are you looking down on me or yourself? You think a few punks like you can force me to treat you? Ha, what a laughable joke. Wang Zitao snorted coldly, Chu Tian, if you don't treat me today, I guarantee you'll become a regular at the hospital and you'll never leave. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the restaurant patrons. Some recognized Brother Leopard, their expressions turning pale. Holy, isn't that Brother Bao, the big shot from the Western Heaven gang? What's he doing here? I heard young Master Wang hired him to deal with this kid. Looks like today's not looking good for him. Brother Leopard isn't someone to mess with. I heard that not long ago, some drunk thug pointed at his nose and cursed him out. In the end, both his hands and feet were chopped off. Hearing this, everyone sucked in their breath, their gazes toward Chu Tian now tinged with sympathy. Yi Qingchang had also heard of Brother Leopard's reputation. Concerned, she tugged at Chu Tian's sleeve and asked, "What should we do now?" Chu Tian patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, leave this to me." Turning to Brother Leopard, Chu Tian remarked coolly, "If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. I'm in a hurry." Hearing his words, the crowd shook their heads in pity. This young man seemed to have some connections, but unfortunately, he was far too arrogant. He looked so frail and delicate, like some bookish intellectual. How could he possibly stand a chance against Brother Leopard's men? Honestly, it's just an apology. A simple word, why risk your own life over it? He's just not thinking straight. Chapter 25, For Yun's Sake. Brother Leopard burst into laughter at Chu Tian's words, flicking his cigarette butt to the ground and crushing it underfoot. Just as he was about to order his men to act, the manager hurried over. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead under the lights. Approaching Brother Bao with a fawning expression, he said, "Brother Bao, this is ultimately Chairman Sun's territory. Why not let bygones be bygones today for my sake? Otherwise, the customers here won't be able to enjoy their meals." Brother Leopard glanced sideways at the manager, his expression a mocking half-smile. "What? You think you can stop me? How much is your favor worth?" As he spoke, he slapped the manager's face twice, the sound echoing loudly. Then he turned to the customers watching the scene and demanded, "What's the matter? Are we handling some private business here getting in the way of your meal? If you don't want to eat, get the hell out of here now." Overwhelmed by Brother Leopard's imposing presence, the crowd froze in place, shaking their heads in unison. "Ha, you're joking." "Not at all, absolutely not at all. This living devil, they dared not cross him." Brother Leopard's reputation wasn't just formidable in the gray areas, it worked just as well on these wealthy cowards who valued their lives above all else. Brother Leopard nodded in satisfaction and shoved the manager aside. The manager stumbled back awkwardly. Seeing he couldn't persuade Brother Leopard, he could only ask anxiously in a low voice, "Mr. Chu, should I notify Chairman Sun?" Chu Tian smiled and shook his head, stretching his limbs as he replied, "It's fine. Just a few punks. I can handle them myself." Yi Qingcheng, who had just been about to tell the manager to fetch Chairman Sun, couldn't help but frown. This guy might have some skills, but his habit of bragging was truly hard to stomach. He clearly didn't understand that there were always people more skilled than him. What good does showing off for a moment really do him? Brother Bao snorted derisively, waving his hand. "Teach this brat a lesson. Make him understand how many eyes the King of Hell has." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20-plus men behind him surged forward, charging toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian moved instantly, his speed leaving a blur in his wake. With a flash, he appeared behind one of the burly men. A swift karate chop to the neck sent the man reeling, eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Chu Tian snatched the baseball bat from his grasp. Swinging it with fierce momentum, the bat transformed in his hands into a razor-sharp blade. Like a valiant warrior, he effortlessly knocked all 20-plus attackers to the ground. The scene before them left the crowd, who had been waiting to see him fail, staring in stunned silence. Especially Yi Qingcheng, her beautiful eyes shimmered like a pool of water stirred by a sudden ripple, her thoughts hidden beneath the rippling surface. When Chu Tian finally stopped his attack, only Brother Leopard remained standing firmly in place. However, the sweat beading on his forehead betrayed his true emotions. He clearly hadn't expected this kid to be this strong. Chu Tian shook the blood-stained baseball bat in his hand, grinning at Brother Leopard as he asked, "So, you still want to mess with me? I wouldn't mind giving you a little help." Goosebumps rose on Brother Leopard's back as he stared at Chu Tian. He whipped his head around, glaring viciously at Wang Zitao and snarled, "You bastard! You didn't tell me this kid was a martial artist. How dare you set me up? Just you wait, this isn't over." With that, he didn't even bother with his own men, slipping away like grease on his heels. Wang Zitao was dumbfounded by the scene, utterly baffled as to how things had come to this. Chu Tian walked step by step toward Wang Zitao, his expression as cold as ice. "Wang Zitao," he said, "I'm a man who keeps score. Since you sent men to retaliate against me, it wouldn't be right not to teach you a lesson. Anyway, you're already beyond saving. I'll spare you one leg." With that, he brought the club down without flinching. Wang Zitao let out a piercing scream, clutching his shattered leg as he collapsed to his knees. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his suffering unbearable to behold. Chu Tian tossed the club aside and turned to Yi Qingcheng. "Let's go." Yi Qingcheng's mind was in turmoil at that moment. Without much thought, she took Chu Tian's outstretched hand and followed him out of the hotel. Standing before the car, the cold wind blew, and Yi Qingcheng felt a bit more sober. Noticing the strange sensation in her hand, she recoiled as if electrocuted, releasing his grip. Her voice tinged with embarrassment and annoyance, she snapped, You took advantage of me. Chu Tian hadn't expected this woman to turn the tables on him now. He frowned deeply and retorted, Miss, please think clearly before speaking. You were the one who took my hand just now. How did that become me taking advantage of you? Yi Qingcheng recalled the earlier scene and looked at Chu Tian, hesitating to speak. Chu Tian didn't notice the shift in her expression. I'll walk you back to your car. You should drive home quickly. I'll hail a cab too. It's late, get home fast. It's dangerous out here. Yi Qingcheng remained silent as they walked toward the car in quiet. What a hassle, Yi Qingcheng muttered under her breath, massaging her temples as they walked. Who'd have thought this beautiful, strong-willed CEO would run into trouble? Chu Tian casually asked, what happened? Our company's been having some issues lately. What kind of problems? Yi Qingcheng suddenly realized it was Chu Tian asking her. Her expression immediately turned cold as she snapped, even if I told you, you couldn't help. Seriously, why am I even telling you this? Chu Tian shook his head. You're such an odd woman. If you're going to talk, just talk. Leaving things half said is worse than saying nothing at all. Glaring at Chu Tian, Yi Qingcheng continued, our company specializes in beauty and health products. Even though the Yi family is the wealthiest in Yunqing, that doesn't mean we have no competitors. The Zhang family's Fengyun group is our arch-rival. Recently, they developed a medicinal cosmetic cream that visibly brightens and illuminates the skin after application. This has severely impacted the Yi family's current business, so I've been strategizing countermeasures. Chu Tian nodded in understanding. When it came to anything related to pharmaceuticals, he felt he had some authority to speak. He casually asked, so, haven't you considered developing a competing product or an even better cosmeceutical? His response was textbook perfect. Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but frown, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why she was sharing this with him. Chu Tian was clearly just a cocky, boastful show-off who only knew how to act tough and brag. Yet today, she found herself unable to resist sharing her recent troubles with him. Of course I've considered it, Yi Qingcheng replied, but time is simply too tight. I've even contemplated paying a fortune to acquire an ancient formula. Chapter 26, is he really up to it? After a pause, Yi Qingcheng continued, ancient beauty recipes that have survived to this day usually have something valuable. Maybe we could even compete with the Fengyun group. Chu Tian brushed it off as no big deal, patting his chest with a laugh. So that's all? Leave it to me. Since you're Yun's friend, I'll do you this favor. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingcheng's brows furrowed, a flash of disappointment crossing her eyes. How foolish of her to forget this bloke's penchant for bragging and to take his overconfidence at face value. She knew those ancient formulas were only held by esteemed families of traditional Chinese medicine. Even if she wanted to acquire them, it wouldn't be difficult otherwise, she wouldn't have been frowning for so many days. This guy claims he can solve it? He was clearly talking out of his ass. Chu Tian had no clue what was going on in Yi Qingcheng's mind. To him, the heritage contained many untold, peerless ancient formulas, each one could shock the entire Chinese medicine for him. A beauty-enhancing formula? That was a piece of cake. You don't need to look elsewhere. I'll give you a formula. Outshining that Fengyun group? It'll be a piece of cake. Just as Yi Qingcheng was about to retort sarcastically, she suddenly recalled her earlier bet with Lin Yun. The words on the tip of her tongue transformed into, fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can help the company weather this crisis, I'll believe your claim about my fatal aura and agree to be with you. Hearing this, Chu Tian's heart skipped a beat. If he could practice dual cultivation with Yi Qingcheng, his crisis would be resolved. This was an incredible opportunity. But the next second, Yi Qingcheng added with a stern expression, but if you fail, you'll have to get the hell out of Yunqing. Don't let me see you again. Her eyes narrowed slightly as threads of icy coldness seeped from her gaze. Chu Tian gave a casual nod and said, then let's go. The wind is strong tonight, catching a chill would mean more medicine. With that, he waved goodbye to Yi Qingcheng. At the roadside, Chu Tian waited with his hands in his pockets for a passing taxi. But this road was relatively quiet, not in the bustling city center, and passing vehicles weren't numerous. He waited for ages without a single taxi passing by. Just as he was considering walking back, Yi Qingcheng's Bentley pulled up beside him. Want a ride? At the offer, Chu Tian flashed a bright, somewhat earnest smile, nodded, and climbed straight into the car. After dropping Chu Tian off, Yi Qingcheng bid him farewell and drove away. Chu Tian had just finished tidying up and was about to lie down to practice cultivation when he received a call from fifth brother Long. Mr. Chu, I've arranged a meeting with my enemy. Half an hour from now, on the rooftop of the Cloud Peak Tower. Chu Tian sighed helplessly, dressed, and headed out once more. Upon arriving at the Cloud Top Tower, Old Master Long hurried out to greet him. After ushering Chu Tian into the most luxurious private room, his gaze was immediately drawn to an elderly man seated across from him. The old man was unremarkable in appearance, dressed in a drab, dusty gray robe. An ordinary person would hardly notice him, but as a cultivator, Chu Tian instantly recognized that this old man was far from ordinary. Internal energy circulated within him, his breathing steady, and his eyes burned like torches, clearly a master. Chu Tian roughly estimated the old man possessed at least peak inner strength cultivation. As if sensing Chu Tian's gaze, the old man abruptly lifted his head and locked eyes with him. Their gazes locked mid-air, and Chu Tian distinctly sensed a faint hostility emanating from the old man. Unnoticed by the two, Long Wugong interjected, "Mr. Chu, allow me to introduce you. This is Old Master Guan, whom I invited to assist us." Worried that Chu Tian might be displeased, Lord Longwu hesitated slightly as he explained. After finishing, he cautiously glanced at Chu Tian, wondering if he would be upset by Lord Longwu's unilateral decision. Before Chu Tian could respond, Old Master Guan spoke up first. "Longwu, you don't trust this old man? You invite me and then bring in some greenhorn kid. What's the meaning of this?" Before Lord Longwu could respond, Chu Tian interjected, "It's not about distrust, it's about credibility. Your skills are truly lacking. Judging by your age, you must be at least 70 or 80, right? You've lived a lifetime, trained your whole life, and yet you're barely at the peak of internal force mastery. Frankly, I think you'd be better off retiring home to enjoy your twilight years." Chu Tian's words stung Guan Xingfeng's pride. Slamming his fist on the armrest, he roared, "Insolent! A greenhorn, barely grown, dares question this old man. Mark my words. My grandson is a natural-born grandmaster. His strength is formidable, his talent unmatched. And you dare mock me?" Chu Tian scoffed lightly. "Nothing in this world comes for free. A natural-born master? I suspect that talent was traded for something else." Chu Tian's words caused Guan Xingfeng's pupils to contract slightly. His grandson was indeed a natural-born master, but he was crippled. Unable to walk, he was bound to a wheelchair for life. No matter how extraordinary his talent, it was useless, he would never stand upright again. This young man had exposed his grandson's condition with just a few words. Could it be that this youth was truly concealing his true abilities? Just as he was about to probe further, the tightly sealed private room door was kicked open. A man in his 30s strode in. His hair was cropped short, stubble etched across his jaw. His sinewy muscles radiated explosive power. Unlike the bodybuilders fresh from the gym, this man radiated the aura of a hardened martial artist. Striding into the room, he roared with laughter, "Long Wu, you bastard. Ready? Today I'm taking your old man's life." Long Wu's face twitched visibly at the sight of the man. "Xiao Cheng," he snapped. "I've told you before I had nothing to do with what happened back then. Your father was greedy, biting off more than he could chew. He got himself arrested and executed. You can't pin all the blame on me. I, Long Wu, take responsibility for my actions, but this wasn't my fault. I won't admit to something I didn't do." Xiao Cheng chuckled coldly, his laughter dripping with icy venom. "What good does that do now? When my father died, the shock drove my mother mad. She's still locked up in that asylum. If I don't settle this with you, who else would I blame? Not even the heavens themselves could stop me from taking your life today." Guan Chengfeng stepped forward, pointing at Xiao Cheng with righteous indignation. "You insolent brat! With this old man here, I'll never let you harm Long Wu." Xiao Cheng turned to Guan Chengfeng, a flash of scorn in his eyes. "Old man," he said, "I'm here for Long Wu today. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Guan Chengfeng shook his head, remaining firmly planted before Long Wu. Stroking his small mustache, he declared, "This old man won't budge. I owe Long Wu a favor from years past. Today is the day I repay it." The scorn in Xiao Cheng's eyes grew more pronounced as he sneered, "An old man who'll never reach the level of a grandmaster, and you actually think you're something special?" Chapter 27, I Told You So. Guan Chengfeng loathed anyone bringing up that matter. Today, two people had already harped on it relentlessly, leaving his old face burning with embarrassment. He snorted coldly and retorted, "Whether I'm a piece of meat isn't for you to decide. Let's see what you've got." From Lord Longwu's earlier description, Guan Chengfeng knew Xiao Cheng's strength was no joke. He took a deep breath and unleashed a fierce punch, holding nothing back. Xiao Cheng scoffed, his face etched with contempt, showing not a trace of fear. Shaking his head, he retorted, "Old man, you're past your prime. This world no longer belongs to those of you with one foot in the grave." That punch? Not even a 3-year-old could land one like that. With that, he met Guan Chengfeng's punch head-on with a thunderous palm strike. A deafening explosion echoed as Guan Chengfeng staggered backward several steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Xiao Cheng in disbelief. "You've actually reached the level of a hardening master." Xiao Cheng stared coldly at Guan Chengfeng. "Now you know?" "Too late," he sneered. "Since you old fool refuses to back down, today I'll celebrate my revenge with your blood." With that, he drew a sharp dagger from behind his back and lunged straight at Guan Chengfeng. Guan Chengfeng's pupils dilated as he scrambled backward several paces. With nowhere left to evade, the dagger seemed poised to pierce his vital point until a silver needle shot through the air, striking Xiao Cheng's wrist. Xiao Chang felt a sharp pain in his wrist, instantly draining him of all strength. The dagger slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Xiao Chang glanced warily around before roaring, "Who's there?" Chu Tian wore a cold, indifferent smile as he toyed with a silver needle that glinted with a chilling light. "Just an old man," he said. "Why go to such lengths to finish him off? Where there's room to spare, spare him." Xiao Chang snorted coldly. "Another one who doesn't know when to back off. What? You want to stop me too?" Chu Tian shrugged indifferently. "You're no match for me. Give up now, and you'll suffer less." Xiao Chang pulled the silver needle free, bent down to pick up his dagger, and declared, "Today's grudge must be settled. I said it, not even the heavens themselves could stop me." With that, he flicked his wrist, twirling the dagger in a sweeping arc. It sliced through the air with a sharp whistle as he charged at Chu Tian. Long Wu's eyebrows twitched. He instinctively ducked behind Chu Tian, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. Even old Guan couldn't handle this guy. Could Chu Tian really subdue him? He hoped he hadn't misjudged this time. Otherwise, he'd never get another chance to turn the tables. Chu Tian stared intently at Xiao Chang before him, his expression heavy. Though his words had been confident, he harbored no absolute certainty within. Given his current strength, defeating Xiao Chang would likely mean inflicting 800 wounds on the enemy while suffering 1,000 injuries himself. Just then, a miniature sword materialized in his hand. Its blade touched Chu Tian's finger, and with a light flick, a drop of blood vanished into the sword's body. In that instant, Chu Tian distinctly felt a peculiar connection forming between himself and the blade. To put it simply, the sword moved with his heart, their intentions now in sync. Chu Tian recalled something he'd seen in ancient texts. This might be the sword acknowledging its master. Once bound, unless he died, the blade would serve only him for life, becoming as natural an extension of his own limbs as his hands and feet. As he gripped the sword tightly, Chu Tian suddenly felt a faint sound echo within his body. A barrier shattered, and his cultivation level rose accordingly. Second layer of qi condensation. Realizing this, Chu Tian's gaze abruptly hardened. He looked up at Xiao Chang, who was drawing ever closer, his eyes sharp and piercing. That gaze sent a chill down Xiao Chang's spine, a reaction he couldn't explain. But once the arrow was released, there's no turning back. Retreat was no longer an option. The only way forward was to kill the youth before him. Clang! The sharp sword's edge collided with the dagger, erupting in a blinding flash of cold light. Xiao Chang's dagger shattered into useless scrap metal. Chu Tian stared coldly at Xiao Chang, his words as icy as frost, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Evildoers deserve death. With a light flick of his wrist, Xiao Chang's head was severed clean from his body. Those eyes, refusing to close in death, seemed to accuse even in their final moments. What had just happened? The headless torso crashed to the ground, and Lord Long exhaled in relief. His eyes flashed with the exhilaration of narrowly escaping death. He stepped forward, delivered a vicious kick to Xiao Chang's corpse, and cursed, "You killed so many of my brothers. If it weren't for my incredible luck and resilience, I'd be another victim under your blade by now." Finishing his rant, he turned to Chu Tian with a look of excitement, clasping his hands in a bow. "Mr. Long, Mr. Chu, thank you for saving my life today. I shall never forget this kindness." Chu Tian cast a faint glance at Fifth Master Long and said, "Give him a proper burial." As he turned to leave, Guan Changfeng hurriedly stepped in front of him, his eyes burning with fervor. "Mr. Chu, I failed to recognize your greatness earlier. I never imagined you were such a master. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Furthermore, I have an unreasonable request. Would you be willing to help me?" Chu Tian cast a cool glance at Guan Changfeng. This old codger was full of himself, always showing off. Chu Tian could guess what his unreasonable request might be. But when it came to healing and saving lives, Chu Tian preferred to act on impulse. He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not interested. You'd better give up." Fifth Uncle Long glanced at Guan Changfeng, who had frozen on the spot, and eagerly pulled out a bank card. "Mr. Chu, this card holds 50 million. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." 50 million for a life. Chu Tian gladly accepted, waved his hand, and walked away without looking back. Watching Guan Changfeng sigh deeply, Fifth Master Long sighed and patted Guan Changfeng's shoulder. The next day, Lin Yun arrived punctually at Chu Tian's building. Yi Qingcheng, who happened to be free, tagged along for the excitement. When Chu Tian emerged, Lin Yun's face lit up with a radiant smile, as vibrant and alluring as a blooming rose. Yi Qingcheng observed Lin Yun's expression and sighed helplessly. She never imagined that the workaholic who knew nothing but her job could be so thoroughly charmed by a con artist and actually flash such a sickeningly sweet smile. "Xiao Tian, you're out. Let's go." Chu Tian nodded without further comment. The trio soon arrived at the auction. Today's event was particularly grand, featuring mostly rare treasures, and the attendees were predominantly billionaire tycoons. Chu Tian followed behind Lin Yun, glancing around with wide-eyed curiosity. His family background had never allowed him to frequent such places before. His sole focus had been on earning money to marry Wang Yin sooner, but alas, everything had changed beyond recognition. To Yi Qingcheng, Zhu Tian's expression screamed country bumpkin in the city. Chapter 28, The Auction. He looked utterly hopeless and unworldly. Sis Yun, no offense, but with this kid's attitude, he wants to become a soaring dragon? I don't see it happening in this lifetime. You're definitely going to lose our bet. Lin Yun's gaze toward Zhu Tian held a lingering tenderness she hadn't even noticed herself. She smiled, shook her head, and replied, nothing is settled yet. It's a bit premature to say such things. Time will prove everything. With that, she quickened her pace and slipped her arm through Zhu Tian's. They exchanged a knowing smile and strode confidently into the auction hall. Left behind, Yi Qingcheng snorted and muttered under her breath, I refuse to believe I misjudged you. This time, you're bound to lose. With that, she followed them inside. The items up for auction were mostly antiques, calligraphy, or jade ornaments, things that held little interest for Zhu Tian. His primary purpose was to find aged medicinal herbs. As time ticked by, Zhu Tian was starting to doze off when suddenly, a faint herbal fragrance wafted through the air. This jolted him awake, and he hurriedly looked ahead. Beside the auctioneer stood a gracefully proportioned young woman, holding a box covered in red cloth. The next item up for auction was a wild lingji mushroom, freshly dug up, at least 100 years old. Starting bid, 5 million. Zhu Tian gazed at the lingji resting quietly in the box, still coated with fresh soil. Judging by its age, the auctioneer hadn't lied. It was indeed wild. Such medicinal herbs hold far greater value than cultivated ones, with a much richer spiritual essence. 6 million. Noticing Zhu Tian's intense gaze, Lin Yun curved her lips into a faint smile and raised her paddle without hesitation. 7 million. Following that, an elderly man raised his bid card. Dressed in a long robe, with snow-white hair and beard, the old man possessed an air of ethereal grace and scholarly refinement. Lin Yun glanced at the old man and raised her paddle again. 8 million. 9 million. 10 million. The two bidders fought fiercely, neither willing to back down, much to the delight of the wealthy spectators watching the show. Why is that old man competing with Ms. Lin? Someone murmured. Sure, the herbs are fine, but 10 million seems a bit steep, don't you think? What do you know? This elder is the white eyebrow Taoist, who's been all the rage lately. Legend has it he not only masters the 8 trigrams and 5 elements but also heals the sick. His skills are extraordinary, many treat him as an honored guest. I see. It seems we won't know who ends up with these herbs. I must admit, I'm genuinely curious. The white eyebrow Taoist nodded at Lin Yun and spoke, Miss Lin, this herb is of great use to me. Would you be willing to part with it? Even he found the 10 million price tag a bit steep. Lin Yun's lips curved into a smile, enchanting all who saw it. Her soft voice drifted gently, Master White Eyebrow, the auction house's rule is simple, the highest bidder wins. Whoever has the most money gets the herbs. With that, she fell silent, preparing to raise her paddle once more. But Zhu Tian grabbed her arm abruptly. I'll buy this herb. He raised his paddle and bellowed, 20 million. Anyone else willing to compete? Even Taoist White Brow could only shake his head and concede at 20 million. After 3 swift inquiries, the auctioneer brought down the hammer. The century-old lingji mushroom ultimately fell into Zhu Tian's hands. Lin Yun slipped a bank card into Zhu Tian's hand and whispered, Xiao Tian, Yun knows you might not have enough cash on you. This is a loan. Pay me back whenever you can. Lin Yun's thoughtful gesture deeply moved Zhu Tian. However, since Lord Long had just given him 50 million, he could afford this herb. Just as he was about to refuse, Yi Qingcheng's cold, sarcastic remarks followed. You talk about relying on yourself? Is this what you call relying on yourself? Taking money from a woman, don't you feel ashamed? Zhu Tian frowned at Yi Qingcheng's words, ready to retort. But remembering her purine constitution, he forced himself to hold back. I don't need Sister Yun's money. I have my own. Last night, I helped Lord Long with his business, and he rewarded me with 50 million. Yi Qingcheng possessed a purine constitution, capable of counterbalancing the side effects of the dragon kidney. Offending her too deeply was unwise. Achieving yin-yang harmony required her willing cooperation. Zhu Tian had to make an effort to leave a good impression on her. After all, he wasn't one to force his preferences on others. Yi Qingcheng snorted derisively at Zhu Tian's excuse, her face twisted with contempt. Can't you come up with a decent excuse? Helping fifth brother Long fight? I've heard he has an enemy who swears to kill him, but with your fancy moves, you'd stand a chance? I'd bet 9 times out of 10 that 50 million is stolen money. She glanced at Lin Yun, her eyes brimming with doubt and inquiry. Lin Yun shook her head in confusion. My money isn't missing. Besides, Xiao Tian isn't that kind of person. Qingcheng, could you please stop being so hostile toward him? Zhu Tian didn't want to waste any more words with Yi Qingcheng. Some things simply couldn't be explained away. Sometimes, prejudice was like that. Unless you smashed the truth right in her face, no amount of explanation could change her mind. He stood up and walked backstage to retrieve his own lingji. Only then did Yi Qingcheng grab Lin Yun's hand and ask, Sis Yun, you really didn't give that kid any money? Then where did he get the 20 million? Did he swindle it? Or did he sneak off under the pretense of getting the Lingji? Lin Yun knew Chu Tian was just a lowly doctor. 20 million yuan was an astronomical sum for him. She couldn't account for where that money came from either. As for fifth brother Long lending a hand, Lin Yun found that hard to believe too. Just as the two hesitated over whether to check the backstage area, Chu Tian emerged carrying a wooden box. Yi Qingqing stared at Chu Tian in astonishment and exclaimed, "You actually have the money? Quick, tell me where you got it." Chu Tian sighed helplessly and remarked, "In this world, only petty men and women are truly difficult to please." With that, he shook his head and started walking out. Yi Qingchang, hearing Chu Tian's veiled reference to her, instantly bristled. She hurried after him, shouting, "Who are you calling hard to please? Explain yourself. You can't account for this money anyway. Where did a penniless guy like you get it?" Lin Yun, trailing behind, watched their retreating figures and shook her head with a wry smile. These two truly were a pair of lovable adversaries. As they exited the auction house, they were soon stopped by an elderly man blocking their path. It was none other than Master Bai Mei. "Miss Lin, Miss Yi, how do you do?" Lin Yun frowned, her voice tinged with coldness. "Master Bai Mei," she said, "if you're blocking our path for the Lingji, I advise you to say nothing more. This Lingji is equally vital for my boyfriend. I won't give it to you." Chapter 29, Riding a Donkey to Watch the Play. "This herb is also crucial for my boyfriend, so there's no way I'll give it to you." Not only had Chu Tian purchased this herb with his own money, but even if it had been Lin Yun's money, she wouldn't want to give away something her boyfriend cherished. Even if this white-eyebrow Taoist has recently gained quite a reputation among Yun City's wealthy circles. The white-eyebrow Taoist chuckled softly, his face radiating benevolence. "Miss Lin, you misunderstand me. I came to cultivate a virtuous connection with you. A faint red glow shrouds your forehead, a clear sign of impending bloodshed. This old man wishes to warn you, be extra cautious when venturing out lately." With that, he reached out to grasp Lin Yun's wrist. It appeared as though he intended to take her pulse. Chu Tian, standing nearby, frowned sharply at this gesture. He clearly saw a flash of malevolent energy emanating from the green bracelet in the white-eyebrow Taoist's hand. If it made contact with Lin Yun, that energy would enter her body. Even if she wasn't facing misfortune, she would become entangled by that malevolent force. What a vile scheme. This old fox clearly intended to gain Lin Yun's trust through such means, aiming to pull a fast one and seize that Lingji mushroom under the guise of righteousness. Realizing this, Chu Tian roared in fury, "Stop!" As he spoke, he lunged forward, aiming to knock the white-eyebrow Taoist's hand away. The white-eyebrow Taoist frowned and snorted coldly. This malevolent energy was a precious treasure he had painstakingly gathered. It was precisely through this bracelet that he had swiftly established his foothold in Yun City. Now that some greenhorn dared to interfere, he wouldn't let him succeed. After all, if one person absorbed the malevolent energy, what difference would it make if two did? With that thought, he seized Chu Tian's outstretched wrist. The malevolent energy seeped through their skin contact and into Chu Tian's body. This malevolent energy was no trivial matter. The white-eyebrow Taoist was certain the youngster would soon face a string of misfortunes, perhaps even meet a violent end. Standing to the side, a benevolent smile playing on his lips, he waited for the moment when resentment would coil around Chu Tian, turning his forehead dark. The moment the resentment entered his body, Chu Tian sensed it. Furrowing his brow, he distinctly felt the endless resentment and hatred within the malevolent energy. This thing was clearly no good, better to destroy it. With that thought, he circulated his spiritual energy through his body, and the resentment dissipated. Chu Tian's unusual state caused Lin Yun and Yi Qingqing some concern. The two women exchanged a glance. Lin Yun asked anxiously, "Chu Tian, are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital?" Chu Tian smiled and shook his head, replying with a meaningful tone, "I'm fine. Strictly speaking, it even brought me a slight benefit. I owe this to the help of the white-eyebrow Taoist." After absorbing the malevolent energy, Chu Tian distinctly felt his spiritual energy had grown stronger, an unexpected bonus. White-eyebrow Taoist, who had been as steady as an old dog, saw that Chu Tian truly seemed completely unharmed. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. This couldn't be possible. Logically, dark energy should now be swirling around Chu Tian's head, and his complexion should have changed accordingly. Yet after waiting so long, why was he completely unaffected? And what did that fellow mean by his words earlier? These thoughts swirled incessantly in the white-eyebrow Taoist's mind, stirring a vague unease within him. Silently, he attempted to connect with the trace of resentment within Chu Tian's body, only to discover it was like casting a stone into the sea. He couldn't connect to anything. This unexpected development sent an inexplicable flicker of panic through the white-eyebrow Taoist's heart. In the past, when he tampered with the possessions of wealthy individuals, he'd always sensed the resentment within the affected person's body, making it easier to retrieve. But what had gone wrong this time? "This kid is strange. Young man," the old woman said, "I sense a surge of malevolent energy within you. Allow me to examine you properly." With that, she reached out and grabbed Chu Tian's wrist. This time, Chu Tian offered no resistance and allowed the white-eyebrow Taoist to seize his wrist. The white eyebrow Taoist attempted to sense the malevolent energy from earlier, only to discover that no matter how he tried, the energy within Chu Tian's body seemed to vanish without a trace, utterly silent. How could this be? The white eyebrow Taoist snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable astonishment. Chu Tian curled the corners of his mouth and spoke, "Well? Did you find anything? Seems your cultivation isn't quite up to par, Taoist." Chu Tian's words filled the white eyebrow Taoist with both shock and fury. He took several steps back, his eyes now filled with deep apprehension toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian advanced step by step toward the white eyebrow Taoist. With a flick of his finger, he aimed directly at the emerald bracelet on the Taoist's wrist. "Master Taoist," Chu Tian sneered, "what kind of man wears a bracelet? It's so effeminate. You'd better take it off." With that, a sharp crack echoed as the bracelet shattered into pieces under Chu Tian's spiritual energy. Seeing this, the white eyebrow Taoist felt an excruciating pang of regret. That bracelet was a genuine spiritual treasure. Though it only possessed a trace of its power, it was his primary means of accumulating wealth. Now that it had been destroyed by Chu Tian, how could he not be furious? Glaring viciously at Chu Tian, he flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his grasp. "You brat, you've cut off my livelihood, I'll kill you." The distance between him and Chu Tian was now extremely close. With the white eyebrow Taoist striking unexpectedly, he was certain this time he would wound Chu Tian. But before his hand could move, a massive slap smacked him square in the face. You! Just you wait." Unable to win in a fight and having his only weapon destroyed by Chu Tian, the white eyebrow Taoist could only utter a feeble threat before retreating in disarray. Lin Yun watched the white eyebrow Taoist's retreating figure and asked in confusion, "Xiao Tian, what just happened?" "That bracelet." Chu Tian snorted derisively. "That old Taoist is nothing but a fraud. That bracelet was filled with malevolent energy. He'd inject that energy into people, then step in to cure them and reclaim it. That's how he managed to climb into high society so quickly." Lin Yun's eyes lit up at Chu Tian's explanation. Admiration filled her face as she exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, you actually know feng shui? You're skilled in medicine, understand geomancy, and have such impressive fighting skills. A man like you is truly a treasure." Seeing Lin Yun smiling, squinted eyes lifted Chu Tian's spirits a bit. Scratching his head, he replied modestly, "You flatter me, Yun. Keep it low-key." Yi Qingcheng stood nearby, initially ready to scoff at their exchange and even list Chu Tian's faults. But after racking her brain, she realized Lin Yun might actually be right. She'd assumed Chu Tian was just a cocky pretty boy, good for nothing but bragging and flattering Lin Yun. But gradually, she realized this guy might actually have more skills than she'd given him credit for. She clicked her tongue, ultimately keeping her thoughts to herself. Chu Tian had dinner with the two women and then headed home early. He had obtained a century-old medicinal herb, perfect for refining the pills he currently needed. Chapter 30, What a Money Pit. Without a dedicated alchemy cauldron at hand, he simply used the large iron pot from his home. The results weren't too bad. On his first attempt at alchemy, he produced 3 pei-yuan pills from a single batch. This left Chu Tian somewhat amazed. Cultivation really was a money pit. Over 100 years worth of herbs, costing 20 million, yielded only 3 pei-yuan pills. Who knew how much more it would cost in the future? It seemed he'd have to prioritize earning money as well. Sitting on the bed, he popped all 3 pei-yuan pills into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began cultivation. The entire night passed in the blink of an eye. When Chu Tian opened his eyes again, a gleam of sharpness flashed within them. His bones and tendons crackled and popped, and the spiritual energy within his body had nearly doubled. 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Standing by the bed and gazing out the window, Chu Tian could distinctly feel that his physical condition had undergone a profound transformation, as if reborn from the ashes, following his recent power increase. His steps felt much lighter, and his eyes, once slightly nearsighted, had now regained their original sharpness, even surpassing their previous clarity. This heightened sense of power only intensified Chu Tian's urgency to seek out more medicinal herbs to further enhance his abilities. The He family. Ever since He Chang returned from the banquet, his father, He Guangnian, had begun to deteriorate rapidly. His condition worsened day by day, and within just a few short weeks, he had wasted away to skin and bones, looking utterly pitiful. Deeply worried, He Chang took his father to every hospital in Yuncheng, consulting every available doctor. He even sought out folk healers, yet after exhausting every option, he still couldn't save his father. Just as He Chang was at a loss, someone introduced him to Bai Mei Daorun, a Taoist master who understood feng shui and could treat illnesses, recently appearing in Yuncheng. He immediately rushed to invite the man to his home. Though White Eyebrow Taoist had established himself in Yuncheng through his bracelet, he did possess some knowledge of feng shui. After all, people weren't fools these days, one couldn't deceive them without any real skill. After a brief examination, the White Eyebrow Taoist noticed the jade pendant around He Guangnian's neck. It radiated an intense aura of malevolence so profound and potent that it surpassed even the malevolent energies and resentments he had painstakingly gathered himself. Even when his bracelet was intact, he wouldn't have dared to rashly attempt to purge it, let alone now. Seeing the white-eyebrow Taoist frown silently, He Chang's heart sank further. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he finally couldn't hold back and pressed, "White-eyebrow Taoist, what exactly is wrong with my father? Why did his body suddenly become so severely depleted? Could it be he encountered something evil?" Even as an atheist, He Chang had begun to waver after witnessing his father's daily decline and the doctor's utter helplessness. The white-eyebrow Taoist nodded solemnly. "Mr. He's illness is indeed no ordinary ailment. Even I, an old man, am powerless to help." Disappointment washed over He Chang's face as he murmured, "If even you can't help, does that mean my father really?" The white-eyebrow Taoist's eyes darted about, a calculating gleam flashing deep within them. "However," he continued, "there is still hope. I know someone whose abilities surpass my own. Perhaps he can assist Mr. He." Desperate for any solution, He Chang immediately asked, "Who is this person? I'll go find him right now." The white-eyebrow Taoist narrowed his already small eyes until they were almost invisible. Stroking his goatee, he spoke slowly, "Miss Lin's friend Chu Tian." At the name, He Chang's eyes widened in shock. "Him." The white-eyebrow Taoist's words suddenly reminded He Chang of what Chu Tian had told him earlier. He had found it baffling at the time, even suspecting the other man might covet his necklace. Now, it seemed the truth was quite different. The white-eyebrow Taoist stroked his beard as he spoke, "Mr. Chu's mastery of feng shui surpasses my own. This malevolent energy may only be dispelled by him. The question is whether Mr. Chu would be willing. From what I understand, he is a man of lofty ambitions and pride, rarely venturing out of his seclusion." He was speaking these words to flatter him to death. Chu Tian had destroyed his jade bracelet. How could he possibly let that grudge go unavenged? This was the perfect opportunity. If Chu Tian doesn't show up, it'll be perfect for sowing discord, making He Chang resent Chu Tian and use him as a pawn to kill by proxy. But if Chu Tian does come? The malevolent energy within Mr. He is no ordinary force. It's vicious and far beyond what that kid Chu Tian could handle. If he insists on showing off his skills, he'll likely lose his life regardless. Even if, by some miracle, Chu Tian could cure He Guangyin, he'd still owe Chu Tian a favor since Chu had recommended him. No matter how he looked at it, this was a golden opportunity to kill multiple birds with one stone. Though still hesitant after hearing white-eyebrow Taoist's boasts about Chu Tian, He Chang gritted his teeth and called Lin Yun. He chose Lin Yun over Yi Qingcheng because Lin Yun was more diplomatic and easier to deal with. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised to receive He Chang's call. Hearing his request and recalling Chu Tian's earlier words, she began to formulate a plan. He Chang had publicly mocked Chu Tian's words before, so now that he was begging for help, she certainly couldn't grant his request so easily. After pondering, she said, "I can't decide this on my own. I'll need to call Chu Tian. Just wait for my reply." After hanging up, Yi Qingcheng happened to be nearby and leaned in. Lin Yun looked at the enlarged, beautiful face and playfully rubbed Yi Qingcheng's cheek, asking, "What's up?" Yi Qingcheng was long accustomed to such affectionate gestures. Glancing at Lin Yun's phone, she asked curiously, "Whose call was that? Could it be Chu Tian causing trouble again?" She had clearly heard Chu Tian's name. Having no fondness for the guy, Yi Qingcheng's first thought was that he'd gotten into trouble and come looking for Lin Yun. Lin Yun chuckled softly before replying, "Why do you harbor such hostility toward Chu Tian? That's so unlike you. It was He Chang who called me. He said his father has been acting strangely and wants Chu Tian to come take a look." Lin Yun's words reminded Yi Qingcheng of the scene at the banquet where Chu Tian and He Chang had parted on bad terms. At the time, she assumed Chu Tian was fixated on He Chang's little pendant, greedily prying like some charlatan. Now she realized this guy had genuinely sensed something. Recalling Chu Tian's various actions, she suddenly realized she'd been misunderstanding him all along. In truth, she knew full well that with Chu Tian's abilities, he was no mere pretty boy. Chapter 31, Not a Shred of Decency. Yet every time she saw Chu Tian approach Lin Yun, she couldn't help but think that way. Even Yi Qingcheng couldn't explain where this feeling came from. Lin Yun smiled as she waved her phone, dialing Chu Tian. Receiving Lin Yun's call, Chu Tian was somewhat surprised. "Sis Yun, what's up? Are you feeling unwell again?" Recalling Chu Tian's earlier treatment methods, Lin Yun's face flushed slightly. She shook her head and began explaining the incident involving He Chang's father. Chu Tian sighed. "I warned him before, but he wouldn't listen. This outcome was inevitable. Give me He Chang's number, I'll go check on him." Lin Yun rolled her eyes dramatically. "Are you out of your mind? He Chang had such hostility toward you before. Now's your chance for revenge. Let him wait. If he's sincere, he'll find you. If you rush to call him, won't that just make you look cheap?" Chu Tian realized she had a point. As a doctor, saving lives was second nature to Chu Tian. Hearing about He Chang's father's accident, he'd instinctively wanted to go check on him, completely forgetting about this whole thing. Lin Yun showed no sign of ending the call, continuing to chat with Chu Tian. Yi Qingcheng suppressed the unfamiliar pang of jealousy welling up inside her, burying her face in her drink. He Chang waited endlessly for Lin Yun's call but never received it. Unaware of Chu Tian's number, he stared at his father in the hospital bed, clenched his jaw, and ordered his men to track down Chu Tian's address, intending to personally invite him. Just as Chu Tian and Lin Yun hung up and prepared to go downstairs for a bottle of mineral water, a knock sounded at the door. Chu Tian opened the door to find a burly bodyguard standing there, looking rather displeased. "Who are you?" Spotting Chu Tian, the bodyguard bellowed, "You're Chu Tian? Our boss is sick and wants you to come see him. Come with me now." Chu Tian raised an eyebrow at the bodyguard's tone. "Is this how you ask for help? If you're going to ask for help, at least show some respect. Not showing up yourself is bad enough, but sending a bodyguard with that commanding tone?" Chu Tian felt a surge of irritation. His voice turned cold. "If this is how you treat those who ask for help, then you'd better find someone else. I can't treat this illness." He started to close the door, only to be roughly blocked by the bodyguard. "I knew you were no good. If even White Eyebrow Taoist couldn't cure this, how could you possibly have a solution? But even if you refuse, you should at least inform our young master. Just shutting the door like that? Do you have any manners?" Chu Tian nearly laughed at the bodyguard's audacious retort. "If I recall correctly," he said coldly, "it's you who need me right now. I detest threats and arrogance. I'm politely asking you to leave. If you don't know when to back down, don't blame me for hitting you." The bodyguard snorted derisively, flexing his bulging muscles. "You dare be rude to me? Kid, forget combat strength, just look at our size. You two combined won't stand a chance against me. Cut the crap and follow me. Go apologize to our young master. You scoundrel, wasting our young master's time and delaying the old master's treatment. 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for this." As the bodyguard spoke, he lunged to grab Chu Tian, only to be dodged with a swift sidestep. Then, without a second thought, Chu Tian booted the bodyguard 2 miles down the road. Not a shred of politeness in his words. "Get lost." He Chang, watching from inside the car, saw the entire incident. He hurriedly got out and confronted the guard. "What the hell just happened? I asked you to bring someone, and now you're getting kicked around?" Clutching his painfully bruised abdomen, the bodyguard gritted his teeth as he stood up, his face twisted with indignation. "Young master, this kid went too far. I politely asked him to treat the old master, but he claimed he wasn't qualified. Then he kicked me." Hearing this, He Chang felt his own anger rise. He had recalled Chu Tian's earlier warning and thought the man might actually have some insight or skill. But now it seemed he was nothing but a fraud. He took a deep breath and strode straight to the door, pounding on it. Chu Tian opened the door with an impatient expression. Spotting He Chang standing there, a meaningful smile touched his lips. "Young master, he sure puts on airs. You don't even show your face when I come calling? Send some rude bodyguard to invite me? Do you really think I'm your family's servant, to be ordered around at will?" Chu Tian's words made He Chang suspect something. He turned and glared fiercely at the bodyguard before demanding, "One question, can you cure my father or not?" Chu Tian shook his head indifferently. "Even if I could, seeing your attitude, I can't be bothered to go through with it. You'd better find someone else." Seeing Chu Tian about to close the door, He Chang had no choice but to block it with his shoe. His tone softened slightly as he pleaded, "Mr. Chu, I was desperate. My concern clouded my judgment. I hope you won't hold it against me. My father's condition is truly dire, and it's deteriorating rapidly. I've already wasted too much time. If you truly can cure my father, I'm begging you, please help me." That sounded more like a human being. Seeing Chu Tian hesitate, He Chang intensified his plea. "Chu Tian, I'm begging you. If you can cure my father, I'll give you anything you want." Chu Tian thought for a moment but didn't commit outright. Instead, he said, "Let's go see the situation first." Saying this, he went inside to grab his coat and followed He Chang to the car. Observing the bodyguard acting as driver, Chu Tian let out a faint, cold smile. Upon arriving at the He residence, the White Eyebrow Taoist, who had been waiting eagerly for the show, hurried over. With a look of concern, he said, "I never imagined young master he could actually persuade Mr. Chu to step in. Now, Mr. He has a chance." With that first sentence, he had already sealed off Chu Tian's retreat. He wanted to see Chu Tian trapped between a rock and a hard place. He wanted to see how Chu Tian would die today. Chu Tian, of course, didn't miss the flash of cold calculation in the White Eyebrow Taoist's eyes. "Ha! So you really are here? What's this? The famed White Eyebrow Taoist of Olyun City can't even handle this minor nuisance?" Staring at Chu Tian's mocking expression, the White Eyebrow Taoist seethed with rage, wishing he could tear Chu Tian's face off right then and there. He drew a deep breath, his mind filled with bitter laughter. Let him brag a little, what's the harm? After all, even he couldn't handle the malevolent energy within Mr. He's body. He refused to believe Chu Tian truly had the ability to cure it. Chapter 32, Things didn't go as planned. Once Chu Tian saw the malevolent energy within He Guangyan, he would surely back down. If he refused, it would provoke the He family's resentment and retaliation. If he chose to save him, he'd be consumed by the malevolent energy's certain death awaited. Why bother with a dying man now? With that thought, the white-eyebrow Taoist offered a hollow smile. Indeed, he said, this old Taoist's cultivation pales in comparison to Mr. Chu's. Today, I shall trouble Mr. Chu to cure Mr. He. His voice rose slightly, clearly meant for He Chang's ears. He Chang hurriedly nodded. Exactly. Mr. Chu, please save my father. I will reward you handsomely. Chu Tian gave a casual nod and strode to the bedside. He Guanyin was barely recognizable now, his face dark and sunken, his body reduced to skin and bones. Were it not for the faint breath still rising from his chest, he might as well have been dead. Chu Tian sensed the fierce aura of death emanating from him and couldn't help but frown. This aura was far more potent and overbearing than anything he'd sensed from the white-eyebrow Taoist. No wonder it could drain a healthy man dry in just a few short days. He glanced at He Chang, whose complexion was rosy, a hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. He Chang anxiously inquired, Mr. Chu, how is my father? Do you have any way to save him? Before Chu Tian could speak, the white-eyebrow Taoist, standing nearby, couldn't resist interjecting, Mr. Chu's cultivation surpasses mine. He is benevolent and charitable, he will surely help Mr. He. Mr. Chu, am I not right? With that, he shot Chu Tian a defiant glance. With the stakes laid out so clearly, he couldn't believe Chu Tian would dare refuse, especially if he tried to show off. That malevolent aura alone could devour him whole. Then death would be certain, and his previous grievances would finally be avenged. Chu Tian shot by Mei Daoran a cold glance before replying, the situation is indeed tricky, but I never said it couldn't be treated. With that, he gathered spiritual energy within his right palm and lunged toward the jade pendant hanging from He Guangyin's chest. As if sensing the danger, the malevolent energy within the jade pendant surged violently, lashing back at Chu Tian. The instant the malevolent energy entered Chu Tian's body, the white-eyebrow Taoist couldn't help but laugh silently. It worked. This is what happens when that brat doesn't know his place and dares to challenge me. Originally intending to watch Chu Tian die, the white-eyebrow Taoist concealed his smile. He lifted his head and immediately noticed something was amiss. Contrary to his expectations, Chu Tian's body hadn't turned pitch black, nor did his face radiate deathly pallor. Instead, everything appeared perfectly normal, not even the slightest change in his complexion. What on earth was going on? The white-eyebrow Taoist stared at Chu Tian, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Chu Tian stood with eyes slightly closed, swiftly subduing the chaotic malevolent energy surging within him. He refined it with his spiritual energy, transforming it into a part of his own power. Only after completing this process did he abruptly open his eyes and snatch the jade pendant from He Guangyin's neck. The jade pendant was circular in shape, with a missing section in the center that perfectly matched the jade pendant hanging from He Chang's neck. The mother and child jade pendants were a perfect pair. Chu Tian turned to He Chang and said calmly, I warned you before, stop wearing that pendant. But you refused to listen. Your father's current state is your responsibility. Originally anxious, He Chang scratched his head upon hearing Chu Tian's words and asked, Mr. Chu, what exactly do you mean? I don't understand. How is my jade pendant directly related to my father's illness? Chu Tian explained, see these two jade pieces? Yours and your father's form a perfect pair. This is a mother and child jade pendant, imbued with the mother-child curse. The piece your father wore carries heavy malevolent energy, it's the mother curse. It drains your father's vitality and feeds it back to you. That's why your father deteriorated so rapidly into his current state. And that's why your complexion has been looking increasingly rosy. Hearing Chu Tian's words, He Chang staggered backward several steps. He never imagined the price for his own health would be his father's vitality. Gazing at the jade pendant his father had entrusted to him, which he'd worn around his neck ever since, he now recoiled from it like it were poisonous, desperate to cast it aside. Chu Tian swiftly intercepted He Chang's hand and spoke up, why the rush? This is a valuable item. Though the mother-child curse within it is highly detrimental, if we can purge it, these two jade pendants could become a superb magical artifact. Didn't you say earlier that if I cured your father, you'd grant me anything I asked for? Then give these two jade pendants to me. He Chang nodded repeatedly. My word is my bond. Wait, what did you say? My father is already better? A smile touched Chu Tian's face as he replied, he truly is fine now. Go see for yourself. Though he's out of danger, he's suffered greatly these past days. I'll prescribe some herbs shortly. Just make sure to nourish him properly. He Chang approached the bedside. Though his father's complexion remained pale and he hadn't regained consciousness, the dark aura had dissipated from his face, a clear sign of improvement. Seeing that Chu Tian's methods truly worked, He Chang hurriedly urged the servants to prepare the medicine. After drinking a bowl of the herbal decoction, He Guangyin's complexion visibly improved. Overcome with emotion, He Chang rushed to Chu Tian's side, grabbing his sleeve and stammering, Mr. Chu, thank you for saving my father. I promise before whatever you ask for his recovery, I'll agree to it. That promise still stands. Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. You've already given me these two jade pendants as payment. He Chang protested urgently, that's impossible. Two jade pendants can't possibly express my gratitude. Whatever wish you have, just name it. I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. He Chang had originally intended to offer a large sum of money, but considering Chu Tian's formidable abilities and the formidable backing of the Yi family, he realized Chu Tian likely had no financial need. Instead, he simply offered a promise. If Chu Tian knew He Chang's thoughts, he would vehemently deny them. Money was precisely what he lacked most. He was a thoroughly destitute man. After pondering, Chu Tian replied tactfully, "If you truly wish to thank me, perhaps you could help me inquire about aged medicinal herbs. The older, the better. I'm willing to pay for them." He Chang smiled upon hearing this. "So Mr. Chu has an interest in Chinese herbs? Well, my family happens to have a century-old ginseng root. It's just sitting around unused, so it would be perfect as a token of appreciation for you." With that, he hurriedly left the room to fetch the ginseng. Watching it all unfold, the white-eyebrow Taoist now wished he could bite his teeth to pieces. That kid was incredibly lucky. He hadn't even died. The killing intent didn't seem as formidable as he'd imagined. The kid had truly stumbled into a stroke of incredible luck. Chapter 33, Not Giving Up? Originally, the white-eyebrow Taoist had intended to use the malevolent energy within He Guanyan's body to eliminate Chu Tian with righteous justification. Who could have imagined that the kid would so easily defuse the crisis? He felt both resentful and a touch of regret. After all, what he lacked most now were century-old medicinal herbs. If he couldn't procure them, he'd have no way to account for it to the other side. Soon, He Chang rushed in carrying a box. Inside lay a prime ginseng root, clearly over a century old. Chu Tian hadn't expected this unexpected windfall. He nodded and promptly tucked the ginseng away. Just as he was pondering how to repay He Chang hesitated before speaking up. "Mr. Chu, would you mind taking a look at the other jade items in my home? See if there's anything else unclean." Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. This time, He Chang was genuinely terrified, worried that something else in his home might harm their health. Chu Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. He examined the pile of jade items He Chang brought over: necklaces, rings, pendants, and more. After a quick glance, he determined most were commonplace and posed no threat. Chu Tian selected a simple jade pendant, the finest piece among them in terms of quality. He channeled his spiritual energy, weaving a small protective array onto the pendant. "You gifted me a ginseng root earlier. In return, I've consecrated this pendant. It can ward off certain misfortunes. Wear it as your talisman." He Chang's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. He was fond of jade, but the circumstances surrounding this gift had left him somewhat reluctant. Now that Chu Tian had blessed the pendant, he could wear it with peace of mind. "In that case, my deepest gratitude to you, Mr. Chu. Tomorrow is my father's birthday banquet. We'll be hosting the feast at the Gathering Fragrance Pavilion. I sincerely hope you'll grace us with your presence." After exchanging a few polite words, Chu Tian took his leave from the He residence. He strolled leisurely along the way, showing no intention of hailing a cab. Only after turning into a dimly lit alleyway did he speak in a casual tone. "You've been following me this whole time. It's about time you came out, isn't it?" The white-eyebrow Taoist showed little surprise at being discovered. Stepping out decisively from the shadows, his face twisted into a savage grin, a far cry from the compassionate demeanor he wore before the masses. "Young man, you're sharper than I expected. Since you've spotted me, I'll give you a choice. Hand over those 2-century-old herbs you acquired today, and I might spare your life." Chu Tian smirked. "Your ambition is quite something. Those 2 herbs are worth at least 50 to 60 million. You expect me to just hand them over? How dare you?" Chu Tian's scornful retort irked the white-eyebrow Taoist. He snorted coldly and declared, "Since you refuse to recognize my generosity, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he drew several talisman papers from his robe, fixed his gaze on Chu Tian, and chanted incantations while forming intricate hand seals. "My arc array has never been defeated. Those who refuse to back down like you have all been reduced to dust beneath its power. Not even a whole corpse remains. Boy, you forced my hand." Chu Tian scoffed, clenching his fists as he prepared himself fully. His face showed no trace of fear or hesitation, instead radiating a hint of excitement. Since inheriting the legacy, Chu Tian had encountered several martial artists and gained some understanding of their strength classifications. Yet, this was his first confrontation with a sorcerer, and it piqued his curiosity. Would his spiritual energy prove more formidable, or would the sorcerer's spells hold greater distinction? Formation activated. Burn! Seeing Chu Tian's stubborn refusal to back down, the white-eyebrow Taoist unleashed his ultimate move. Over a dozen talismans shot toward Chu Tian, encircling him. As they burned, arcs of electricity flickered on and off, radiating a palpable sense of danger. The lightning talismans, amplified by the formation, multiplied their destructive power exponentially. Even a master of physical cultivation would find it impossible to escape death. Much less someone as frail and weak-looking as Chu Tian. Chu Tian found these electric arcs somewhat intriguing and reached out to touch them directly. To the white-eyebrow Taoist, such an act was nothing short of courting death. A cold glint flashed in the white-eyebrow Taoist's eyes as he snorted, "Boy, you're courting death. When someone's bent on self-destruction, not even the Heavenly King can stop them." "What? How could this be?" Mid-sentence, the white-eyebrow Taoist noticed the situation wasn't unfolding as he'd anticipated. Not only was Chu Tian's hand unharmed by the arcs, but the youngster effortlessly caught one in his palm. Then, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, it vanished. What the hell just happened? Who the hell is this kid? The white-eyebrow Taoist, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, now retreated in sheer terror. After taking just a few steps back, he collided with the solid wall behind him. His face turned ashen. "Who the hell are you?" Coldness flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he advanced step by step toward the white-eyebrow Taoist. "What you should be concerned about now," he said, "is not who I am, but whether you'll be reborn into a good life next time." With that, he unleashed a punch straight at the white-eyebrow Taoist's head. The white-eyebrow Taoist, who had spent his life swindling and deceiving others, possessed only rudimentary magical arts and feng shui skills. He offered no resistance whatsoever to Chu Tian's punch. A few minutes later, Chu Tian brushed off his clothes and calmly walked out of the alley. Back home, he found Lin Yun and Yi Qingqing chatting on the sofa. Hearing the commotion, they turned to look. Spotting Chu Tian, Lin Yun immediately stood up and walked over to him. She naturally took his hand and asked, "Did you go to the Yi family? Is the head of the Yi family okay now?" Chu Tian smiled and nodded. "Not only is he fine, but Yi Chang even invited me to attend his father's birthday banquet tomorrow." Lin Yun genuinely felt happy for Chu Tian upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but lift her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze. It seemed Yi Chang genuinely appreciated Chu Tian. After all, Yi Chang was known for his deep scheming and smooth-talking ways, only associating with those who could benefit him. Yet today, he'd actually invited an ordinary person like Chu Tian. Since you cured the Yi family patriarch, they must have shown their gratitude, right? What benefits did they offer you? This wasn't a casual inquiry. Much could be gleaned from Chu Tian's demands. Yi Qingqing's objective was to prove Chu Tian was purely profit-driven. Given this opportunity, his demands would inevitably revolve around money, power, or luxury cars and beautiful women. Chapter 34, Are You Out of Your Mind? Chu Tian nodded and replied, "I had Yi Chang give me those 2 jade mother and child pieces." Chu Tian's words caused a flicker of surprise to appear on the faces of the 2 beautiful women. Lin Yun was genuinely shocked that Chu Tian had actually requested a pair of jade pendants. Yi Qingqing, however, shook her head in disappointment after her initial shock. A pair of jade pendants? Had Chu Tian demanded money, power, or luxury cars and beautiful women today, Yi Qingqing might have reluctantly concluded he was an ambitious man. But Chu Tian only wanted a pair of jade pendants? Could they be eaten or drunk? Even if sold, how much could they possibly fetch? Such a golden opportunity, squandered for nothing. Seeing their expressions, Chu Tian smiled and said, "Yi Chang also gave me a century-old ginseng root. I didn't lose out this time." Chu Tian's words pushed Yi Qingqing over the edge. She couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. "Chu Tian, sometimes I really want to ask you, are you stupid? A pair of jade pendants, a century-old medicinal herb, can these things put food on the table? Such a golden opportunity. You could have used this chance to elevate your status. You could have shed your old identity. Money could have funded your own medical clinic. Power could have granted you connections, opening doors to high society luxury cars, beautiful women. These are things men pursue their entire lives. And you? You chose these worthless trinkets instead. And you still think you didn't lose out? You saved He Guangnian's life, after all." Chu Tian's expression darkened at these words. His smile vanished as he fixed Yi Qingqing with a stern gaze. "Miss Yi, I know you've always held a grudge against me. Though I've no idea where it stems from, that doesn't give you the right to impose your prejudices on me. The things you mentioned are external possessions. I can acquire them through my own efforts. Soon, I will become someone they look up to. Why would I need to resort to such means? As for the medicinal herbs, their value far exceeds your imagination. It's not worth discussing." Lin Yun, watching her best friend and Chu Tian about to clash again, stepped in to smooth things over. "Do you two just clash like oil and water? You argue every time you meet. But seriously, I'm curious, what exactly do you need all this stuff for, Xiao Tian?" Chu Tian sighed inwardly. The same words, spoken differently, could convey entirely different meanings. At least Lin Yun's question piqued his interest in explaining. "This jade pendant is quite special. Once I blessed it, it can serve as a powerful talisman. It's incredibly effective at warding off misfortune. Such a pendant is rare and hard to come by, not just any piece of jade will do. Finally, regarding the herbs." Chu Tian couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. Seeing Chu Tian's troubled expression, Lin Yun stepped forward to smooth things over. "I know you're a doctor. Your fascination with herbs is like a woman's love for jewelry, right? But I never imagined you could even consecrate them. Chu Tian, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about?" Chu Tian gazed into Lin Yan's sparkling eyes, as bright as those of a 20-something young woman in love. How could one tell this older sister was already in her 30s, a woman of marriageable age? Scratching his head sheepishly, he replied, just a little trick. Nothing to write home about. Standing nearby, Yi Qingqing couldn't bear to watch her best friend's starstruck expression. Xiao Tian, when you have time, could you make a protective jade pendant for this sister of yours? That way, I won't have to worry about anyone trying to harm me when I go out. Lin Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked at Lin Yan earnestly and said, Sis Yun, with me around, I won't let anyone hurt you. But giving you a protective jade pendant is a good idea. I'll think it over and give it to you once I've made it. Yi Qingqing's eyes nearly rolled back into her head, but she had to admit Chu Tian's words carried immense impact for any woman. That sense of meticulous security and protection, perhaps it was something every woman craved. Just as Yi Qingqing felt a pang of disappointment, a faint voice drifted over. Don't worry, there's one for you too. Who needs it? Yi Qingqing retorted, though her lips curled upward despite herself. Seeing Chu Tian unharmed and having cured the Yi family head's illness, Lin Yun happily treated the two to a celebratory meal before they parted ways. After a night of cultivation, Chu Tian rose early, finished his morning routine, and headed out to attend the banquet. Today was the Yi family head's birthday banquet. Since Yi Cheng had extended an invitation, there was no reason for him not to attend. The Yi family held considerable status and connections in Yunqing, so the birthday banquet drew quite a crowd. Some came with genuine congratulations, while others were driven by sheer curiosity. Word had spread that the family head had suffered a sudden and severe illness. Despite consulting every renowned physician in Yunqing to no avail, he had fortuitously found a divine healer who had cured him on the spot. I've heard about this too. I wonder if this miracle doctor will be here today. If we have the good fortune to meet him, it would be a tremendous advantage for us. Money matters, but health and life matter more. To befriend someone possessing such extraordinary medical skills would mean gaining another means of safeguarding their lives. After all, for these people, money comes easily enough. But if their health fails, all that wealth becomes utterly useless. Wang Yan and Han Dongmin also attended today's banquet. Han Dongmin had to go to great lengths to secure the invitation through connections. Ever since the incident at his wedding where his kidney was stolen by Long Gai's men, Han Dongmin had felt his health deteriorating day by day. Hearing that the Yi family patriarch had been cured, he felt compelled to try his luck. Wang Yan carefully supported Han Dongmin as she soothed him. Dongmin, don't worry. Today, I'll beg on my knees if I have to, but I'll make sure the divine doctor treats you. You will get better. Han Dongmin coughed several times, his face growing even paler. A flash of venomous hatred flickered in his eyes as he spoke. If he cures me today, I won't let Chu Tian off easy. If not for him, I wouldn't be in this state. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. Exactly. I'll help you get revenge. That good-for-nothing fool what makes him worthy of Fifth Master Lon's special favor? There must be something else. Maybe Fifth Master Lon was just repaying a personal debt last time. He can't possibly protect that penniless loser forever. We'll get him to pay back every last bit with interest. As the two whispered, He Guangnian appeared before them, looking refreshed and energetic. He Cheng followed behind him, both wearing broad smiles. Chapter 35, Why him? Passers-by approached to greet him, their faces lit with smiles, subtly steering the conversation toward that mysterious divine physician. He Guangnian knew exactly what these people were scheming, yet he kept his lips tightly sealed, smiling all the while without revealing a word. This only fueled the crowd's curiosity even more. Wang Yan couldn't resist stepping forward to ask, but Han Dongmin grabbed her arm. Don't rush. I'm certain He Guangnian has summoned that divine physician today. Let's wait a little longer. By now, Han Dongmin had grown surprisingly calm, sitting quietly as he watched He Guangnian and He Cheng engage in small talk. It must be said that in just a single day, He Guangnian's complexion had grown noticeably rosier. Aside from appearing slightly gaunt, there was no sign that he had recently narrowly escaped death. This filled Han Dongmin with renewed hope. If the physician's skills were so extraordinary that he could revive someone on the brink of death, surely treating his own illness should be even easier? After exchanging several rounds of toasts with the crowd, He Guangnian strode confidently to the center stage. Looking down at the audience, he smiled warmly and announced, I know you're all curious about the divine physician standing behind me. Today, he's here with us. The crowd instantly grew excited, their eyes fixed on He Guangnian as they urged, Brother Guangnian, just tell us already. Stop teasing us, you're killing us with anticipation. Exactly. Head of the Yi family, please bring this miracle doctor out so we can meet him. He Guangnian surveyed the crowd, his composure unwavering as he continued, this master physician is young in years, yet his skills are extraordinary. Had it not been for him, I might never have regained consciousness. Today's birthday celebration could have easily become my funeral. Truly, I owe him profound gratitude. Not very old? Seriously? Medical skills take years to master. I thought the one who treated Master he would be an old man. Exactly. You can't trust young doctors, they've only been studying for a few years. How could they possibly be that skilled? Master He, don't try to keep secrets from us. He Guangyan glanced at the crowd and smiled. You're mistaken. This young man possesses remarkable skill. I'd like to introduce him to everyone so we can support each other in the future. How could I deceive you? Seeing your curiosity and eagerness, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Now, please welcome the divine Dr. Chu who cured me. Wang Yan and Han Dongmin, who had been eagerly awaiting the reveal, felt a pang of unease upon hearing the name Chu and learning he was young. They quickly turned their heads toward the spotlight on the second floor. A young man dressed casually descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. The moment Wang Yan and Han Dongmin recognized his face, their expressions froze. Unbelievably, it really was him. Chu Tian. How could this be? Wang Yan's mind screamed wildly as she clutched Han Dongmin's sleeve tightly and blurted out, Dongmin, am I seeing things? Is that really Chu Tian coming down the stairs? How could it be? He's just a lowly attending physician. How could he possibly have the skills to become a miracle doctor and cure the head of the He family? Han Dongmin's face was now grim. He shot Wang Yan a look and snapped, you're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Regret was already gnawing at Han Dongmin's heart. He had thought this penniless kid was nothing but a lump of mud to be trampled on at will. But who would have imagined that in just a few days, the boy had not only become a guest of honor at Lord Long's residence, but also saved He Guangyan's life. If it were anyone else, he'd be crawling on his knees today, promising the moon and stars, just to get them to cure his illness. But now it was Chu Tian. Given their personal grudge, would he even consider helping him? It must be said, He Guangyan had gone out of his way to build momentum for Chu Tian today. Though it was his own birthday banquet, he willingly stepped back, showering all the glory upon Chu Tian. This Mr. Chu is none other than Chu Tian, the one who cured my illness. Now that the mystery is solved, everyone, please extend your utmost care and support to Mr. Chu from now on. Though the crowd murmured in surprise at Chu Tian's youth, none dared show disrespect. They nodded in unison, assuring him, rest assured, we certainly will. Mr. Chu possesses such remarkable skill at such a young age, his future prospects are boundless. We look forward to learning from you. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, we're friends now. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Chu Tian acknowledged each offer and exchanged pleasantries with the group. Chu Tian was acutely aware of his future direction and goals. He understood that to climb higher and go further, connections were crucial. The simplest example was this: by maintaining relationships with these people, it would help him source medicinal herbs far more efficient than doing it alone. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yun and Yi Qingcheng, already seated, turned their gaze toward Chu Tian. Qingcheng, see? I told you so. In such a short time, Chu Tian has already made a name for himself. His future prospects are boundless. Soaring to great heights is no mere dream. Though Yi Qingcheng still harbored some resentment toward Chu Tian, she couldn't deny that his abilities had surpassed her expectations. Watching him navigate the crowd with such ease now, all traces of his earlier awkwardness gone, she couldn't help but marvel at how quickly this guy had grown. Lin Yun observed Yi Qingcheng's complex expression, then winked with a smile. Qingcheng, don't forget our bet. If Chu Tian soars to the top, you'll have to stay by his side as his wise and capable partner. Yi Qingcheng suddenly recalled their first meeting, when Chu Tian had declared her a 9-star destiny with a purine constitution, one only he could resolve. She hadn't believed it then, but now she found herself believing it a little. She shot Lin Yun a glare, then pulled out her secret weapon. Tickling Lin Yun playfully, she teased, "Humph. Nothing's certain yet, and you're already mocking me? Just wait till I teach you a lesson." Lin Yun laughed, raising her hands in surrender. Just as the two were laughing and playfully wrestling, Chu Tian had slipped over to them. He smiled and said, Sister Yun, Miss Yi, you're here too. Yi Qingcheng noticed the difference in how Chu Tian addressed them. For some reason, it stunned a little. Her sharp tongue was quick to respond. Don't you know the status of our two families? It's perfectly normal for us to have invitations. As for you, if you hadn't cured the Yi family head's illness, you wouldn't even have the right to be here. Chapter 36, Natural Rivals. Seeing the two about to clash again, Lin Yun sighed helplessly and turned to Yi Qingcheng. Qingcheng, you clearly acknowledge Chu Tian's abilities. Why must you be so stubborn? You two are like natural-born rivals. You clash the moment you meet. But I've heard that rivals are often destined to be the best of friends. Who knows? Maybe you two are meant to be. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Yi Qingcheng's face flushed with embarrassment. She glared at Lin Yun and muttered, Sis Yun, you're just taking his side. You're clearly siding with the outsider. Chu Tian couldn't help but fantasize about dual cultivation with Yi Qingcheng someday. With her killer figure, just imagining it made his heart race. Things were getting lively over here. Just as the two women were bickering, a soft voice drifted over from nearby. Chu Tian followed the sound and couldn't help but let a look of astonishment flash across his eyes. The speaker was a woman dressed in a black cocktail dress. Her silky, glossy black hair cascaded down her back, complementing her flawless features. She resembled a delicate porcelain doll except for one unfortunate detail. The girl held a guide dog by the leash, her eyes shrouded in black veil. She was blind. This young lady is. Yi Qingqing immediately stopped teasing Chu Tian and said, "This is my best friend, and also Yin Jie's good friend, Shanguan Momo. I brought her here today specifically to see if you can help treat her condition." Momo wasn't born blind. Yi Qingqing, looking distinctly annoyed, addressed Chu Tian, "Your medical skills seem quite good. If you can cure Momo, the Shanguan family will be eternally grateful." The elderly patriarch of the Shanguan family, who had accompanied Shanguan Momo, also looked at Chu Tian with urgent concern. After all, his granddaughter had been frail since childhood, and in recent years, her eyesight had gradually faded. They'd consulted every renowned physician, yet no cause could be found. Watching her slowly sink into darkness amid despair had become a constant source of anguish for the Shanguan patriarch. Today, they had come after hearing about the Yi family head's situation, hoping for a chance. Chu Tian didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, he thought for a moment before politely looking at Shanguan Momo and asking, "Miss Shanguan, may I examine you?" Shanguan Momo's covered eyes flickered slightly. From the moment she lost sight, her heart had turned to ashes. She never imagined she might see light again in this lifetime. Even after hearing about He Guangnian today, she held little hope. She had only come along to avoid disappointing her grandfather and friends. Yet, inexplicably, when she heard Chu Tian's calm and composed voice, though she couldn't see his face, her heart stirred with unexpected ripples, giving rise to a small glimmer of hope. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. After all, things couldn't get any worse than they already were. Letting him take a look couldn't hurt. With her consent, Chu Tian slowly approached Shanguan Momo and gently untied the silk ribbon wrapped around her eyes. Shanguan Momo instinctively shuddered. The ribbon had been her constant companion for years. Its sudden removal left her utterly vulnerable. "Don't be afraid. I'll examine you." Chu Tian's words eased Shanguan Momo's tension, and she nodded softly. After a brief examination, Chu Tian couldn't help but frown. Old Master Shanguan, who had been watching Chu Tian's expression closely, felt his heart sink at the sight of his frown. Unable to hide his disappointment, he asked, "Even Mr. Chu can't help? Does this mean my dear granddaughter will truly never see again?" Beside them, Yi Qingqing gripped Chu Tian's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling with urgency. "Chu Tian, you can help Momo see again, right? There's no one else in this world who can do this but you." Shanguan Momo listened to their words. The faint glimmer of hope that had risen within her was dashed once more. Her face betrayed her disappointment, but she quickly composed herself, forcing a faint smile. "Don't worry. It's only natural that Mr. Chu couldn't help. After all these years, we've tried every possible solution. I've grown accustomed to it." Her words were strangely heartbreaking to hear. Chu Tian observed their tense, disappointed expressions and smiled. "What's with the faces? I never said it couldn't be cured, did I?" Yi Qingqing's face lit up with excitement. "Chu Tian, you really have a solution?" Old Master Shanguan was so overcome he nearly lost his footing. "Is this truly possible? Mr. Chu, if you can cure my granddaughter, you will forever be our Shanguan family's greatest benefactor." Shanguan Momo wasn't just the most cherished granddaughter of Old Master Shanguan. Before her blindness, she had always been the most capable member of the Shanguan family. Though a woman, her abilities were in no way inferior to any of the talented men. If Shanguan Momo could truly regain her sight, it would be an absolute blessing for the entire Shanguan family. Shanguan Momo couldn't help but feel nervous. Clutching her skirt tightly, she asked cautiously, "What you said, is it true? Can I really see the world again?" Chu Tian smiled and nodded. "I frowned earlier because Miss Shanguan's condition is indeed quite rare, a slow-acting poison. This toxin is difficult to detect, gradually permeating her body. The loss of her sight is merely the first step. Soon, she will lose strength in her limbs, become bedridden, and eventually die in agony. It seems someone has no desire for Miss Shanguan to recover. Old Master, you must be extremely vigilant upon returning home. As for Miss Shanguan's eyes, I can restore her sight, though it will require time." Hearing Chu Tian's words, Old Master Shanguan was shaken to the core. He glanced at his granddaughter, utterly stunned that someone within the Shanguan family would be so eager to take the life of his precious granddaughter. It seemed he must thoroughly clean house upon returning. Were it not for Chu Tian, his precious granddaughter would have been destroyed by those treacherous, wild-hearted fools. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Regaining his composure, Elder Shanguan looked expectantly at Chu Tian and asked, "So, Mr. Chu, how long before we can see our Momo again?" Chu Tian considered for a moment before replying, "Based on Miss Shanguan's current condition, it should be about a few weeks." Old Master Shanguan exhaled deeply in relief. Shanguan Momo nodded gently, her tone calm as she said, "If it truly means I can see again, waiting a little longer won't matter." Chapter 37, If I'm suffering, you won't be spared either. Yi Qingqing, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, "How about this? Since the Shanguan family has potential risks now, why not have Momo stay with me? Chu Tian can move in too. That way, it'll be easier to care for her and monitor her condition closely over the next few weeks." Lin Yun turned and shot Yi Qingqing a playful glance. "Oh my, planning to move in together? Xingqiang, looks like you're all talk and no action. Yi Qingqiang shot Lin Yun a glare, her face flushing crimson like the evening sunset, a sight of breathtaking beauty. This captivating scene was fully absorbed by Yuan Yanbin, seated in the corner. He'd always harbored secret desires for Yi Qingqiang. A beauty so ethereal and untouched by worldly concerns would surely be a thrilling conquest. Lately, Yuan Yanbin had been scheming to get closer to Lin Yun, hoping to win Yi Qingqiang over. Yet she seemed like an egg with no cracks he couldn't find a single opening to exploit. But now, to see Yi Qingqiang actually inviting a country bumpkin to stay at his home. This is nothing short of a tremendous humiliation. He was the young master of the Yuan family, one of the three great clans alongside the Yi and Lin families. With his status, he could have any woman he desired. He had lowered himself to curry favor with Yi Qingqiang, only for this woman to utter such words to some penniless upstart. Seems she's just another lonely who can't stand being alone. A dark gleam flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand and ordered. You too. Find out exactly who this kid is. Gao Chao and Guo Xiang, standing behind Yuan Yanbin, nodded in unison. Both were Yuan Yanbin's lackeys. Seeing their boss's beloved woman blushing shyly at some other nobody left them feeling rather resentful. Gao Chao glanced at Guo Xiang and said, Boss, this Yi Qingqiang really doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. You've been chasing her for so long, pouring your heart into it, and she's not even slightly moved. She's just not appreciating it. Exactly. My idea is to just pour a glass of wine down her throat and make it happen. Once it's done, she'll be completely submissive and obediently become the boss's woman. Yuan Yanbin shared this sentiment, but Yi Qingqiang had a protective father. If word got out, it would only stir up trouble. For now, they needed to figure out who this kid really was. Knowing your enemy was key to victory. Young Master Yuan, you needn't investigate that kid, I know him better than anyone. Han Dongmin, seated nearby, had heard every word clearly. This presented a golden opportunity for him to use someone else's knife to do his dirty work, an opening he absolutely couldn't let slip away. Yuan Yanbin glanced up at Han Dongmin, lazily fingering the rim of his wineglass as he replied nonchalantly, Oh? Tell me more. Han Dongmin lowered his head to hide the intense hatred in his eyes and began, That kid's just a penniless loser. His family's got no money. He's a resident doctor at the hospital. Curing the Yi family patriarch this time was pure luck. He's got no status, no connections, he's easy to manipulate. Yuan Yanbin didn't immediately believe Han Dongmin's words. Instead, he asked, Oh? You seem to hate this kid intensely. Is there some grudge between you? Han Dongmin nodded, his voice thick with venom. Yes. That bastard took one of my kidneys. Our feud is a blood feud. Whether it was fifth Uncle Long's attitude toward Chu Tian, Yi Qingqiang's relationship with him, or the Yi family's relentless protection and promotion of Chu Tian today. All these factors made Han Dongmin realize that killing this kid would be harder than climbing to the heavens. The only way to eliminate Chu Tian was to catch Yuan Yanbin's blade. He would help Yuan Yanbin eliminate this roadblock named Chu Tian, and in the process, help Yuan Yanbin win the beauty's heart. When that happened, Yuan Yanbin would surely place his utmost trust in him, and the Han family would rise with the tide. Yuan Yanbin nodded in agreement. The hatred Han Dongmin struggled to conceal in his eyes was impossible to fake. You seem to have a knack for reading the situation, kid. Since that's the case, you'll be joining me from now on. Han Dongmin beamed with delight at the offer, eagerly stepping forward to pour Yuan Yanbin wine and massage his shoulders. His attentiveness was nothing short of exemplary. Yuan Yanbin narrowed his eyes, glancing at Chu Tian seated nearby, a hint of intrigue flickering across his face. Chu Tian noticed the gaze and followed it to see a young man across the room raising his glass toward him, his eyes brimming with provocation. Frowning, he was about to ask Lin Yun about the man's identity when a clatter of footsteps echoed from the doorway. Well, what a lively gathering today. Family head he, on your birthday, I arrived empty-handed, how rude of me. Everyone turned toward the entrance, speechless. In an instant, the banquet hall fell silent, its festive atmosphere vanishing. A burly middle-aged man strode in, flanked by dozens of henchmen. The Western Heaven Gang. How did they end up here? Judging by his words, it seemed they hadn't been invited by the He family. What were they here for? Though unclear at the moment, it was obvious they meant trouble. Whispers rippled through the crowd, but Chu Tian instantly recognized their purpose. After all, among them was a bandaged man he'd seen just recently, none other than Brother Leopard of the Western Heaven Gang. He never expected them to choose today to come looking for trouble. After a moment's thought, he lowered his voice and asked, Sister Yun, is the Western Heaven Gang really that formidable? Lin Yun's expression turned serious as she too pondered their motives. Hearing Chu Tian's question, she explained, in Yun City, there are 4 major gangs, each dominating one of the city's cardinal directions. The West Heaven Gang rules the west, the Dragon Tiger Gang the east, while the Green Gang holds the south and the Hongmen the north. These 4 gangs control the underworld, each backed by deep-rooted power. Each is ruthless and cunning. Even major families dare not provoke them lightly. Getting beaten and embroiled in trouble benefits no one. Overhearing their exchange, Yi Qingqiang shot Chu Tian a skeptical look. Why are you asking all this? She demanded. You haven't gotten into trouble again, have you? Chu Tian ignored Yi Qingqing's question and pressed on, so the leader of the group that came today is the West Heaven Gang's boss? Lin Yun shook her head. No. The one who came is Poison Snake, one of the 4 great Dharma kings under the Western Heaven Gang leader. He's treacherous and vicious, with cruel methods. Who knows who offended this demon today to bring him here? Chu Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe they're after me. Yi Qingqing gasped in shock. So it really is trouble you've stirred up. You're such a magnet for disaster. How come every bad thing seems to find its way to you? Chapter 38, Big Talk, but does he have the skills to back it up? Chu Tian frowned, recounting the events of several days prior to the 2 women beside him. They've come to bully me, he said calmly. Don't I have the right to fight back? Her words instantly silenced Yi Qingqing, though a trace of displeasure lingered on her face. After hesitating, she finally said, that Viper is a genuine martial artist. All these years, he's been the West Heaven Gang's frontline enforcer, their most ruthless and violent member. You're in deep trouble now. Chu Tian chuckled lightly. A mere martial artist? What can he do to me? Since he came looking for trouble, how could I not fight back? Today, I'll use him to establish my authority. If the Western Heaven Gang knows what's good for them, everything will be fine. If not, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yi Qingqing's eyes nearly overflowed with indignation at Chu Tian's words. She genuinely couldn't fathom where this guy got his confidence. Making the other guy regret it? Did he even know what a martial artist represented? Though she knew Chu Tian was skilled, she still didn't believe he alone could resolve today's trouble. Stay out of sight later. Hide in the back. I trust the Yi family head can handle the immediate trouble. Once tonight's banquet ends, you must leave Yun City immediately. After antagonizing the Western Heaven Gang, you won't be able to stay here. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes and issued a cold warning. As soon as she finished speaking, He Guangnian had already approached Poison Snake with his son Yi Chang. His face adorned with a polite, courteous smile, he said, today is my birthday banquet. I never imagined it would disturb Mr. Mu. Please, take a seat. Let's drink well together today. Snake Mu Shaochen snorted coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Cut the useless chatter. Is there a young man named Chu Tian at your banquet today? He Guangnian nodded and smiled. Mr. Chu cured my illness. Naturally, I must express my gratitude. Mu Xiaocheng's voice turned icy. Hand that brat over to me. He injured my brother. By martial world rules, he must pay double the price and kneel to apologize to my brother. Today, I might even spare his worthless life. The crowd was stunned. Mu Xiaochen had come for Chu Tian? Whispers spread instantly as they speculated about the feud between the two. Who would have thought Mr. Chu had crossed the Western Heaven Gang? We thought he was a rising star, but now it looks like he'll be lucky to make it through today. Better to distance ourselves from him sooner rather than later. If the Western Heaven Gang comes after us, we won't have an easy time either. He's just too young and arrogant, daring to offend anyone. Wang Yan, who had been guarding Han Dongmin, listened to the murmurs. A look of excitement flashed across her face as she spoke up. Ha! Who'd have thought this kid would get his comeuppance so fast? I told you, a penniless nobody dreaming of becoming a phoenix? Humph. The higher he flies, the harder he'll fall. Han Dongmin's eyes flashed, his face contorting into a twisted, vicious expression as he glared at Chu Tian. Heaven itself is on my side. After crossing the West Heaven Gang, I'll see how this brat escapes this time. Chen Xiang, standing behind Yuan Yanbin, chimed in obsequiously, Boss, looks like this punk's pissed off quite a few people. To actually cross the Western Heaven Gang, even if he somehow survives this time, he'll be skinned alive. And they say he tried to steal your woman. Yuan Yanbin snorted derisively, his voice slow and measured. What a deluded fool, courting his own death. Seems I've saved myself some effort. Stealing my woman? He'll be lucky to die. He Guangnian hadn't expected the other party to come looking for Chu Tian. Regardless of any grudge between the Western Heaven Gang and Chu Tian had just saved his life yesterday. Now, he had to do everything possible to protect Chu Tian. Thinking this, he spoke up, Mr. Mu, Chu Tian is my guest. Today, could you spare him for my sake? Mu Xiaocheng snorted derisively, sizing up He Guangnian with a dismissive glance. You're nothing. You think I'd show mercy? You've got some nerve. He Guangnian's face turned cold at the public humiliation. He retorted, regardless, I won't hand Mr. Chu over to you today. Either you leave now, or I'll show you that the Yi family isn't to be trifled with. Mu Xiaocheng studied He Guangnian from head to toe and nodded. Looks like you've got some guts. But have you forgotten who stands behind me? The Prince of Zhenjiang. What do you think the Yi family means to him? Wiping your entire clan from Yuncheng would be child's play. Han Dongmin listened to their exchange, watching the hesitation flicker across He Guangnian's face. He was so overcome with excitement he could barely contain himself, his body trembling slightly. This time, he'd see who could possibly help Chu Tian. This time, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement, watching the hesitation on He Guangnian's face. No one could change that. Chu Tian frowned and asked, "Who exactly is this prince of Zhenjiang?" Chu Tian was genuinely unfamiliar with these power dynamics. After all, he had once been nothing more than an honest, hard-working little doctor. Lin Yin didn't get a chance to speak before Yi Qingqing beat her to it. Legend has it this prince of Zhenjiang controls the entire southern underworld, a true kingpin of the criminal underworld. Some say the prince of Zhenjiang is a woman, but I don't believe a woman could possibly seize control of so many territories through her own strength alone. Looks like today's situation is trouble. Even the Yi family might not be able to handle this. Lin Yun's face tightened with anxiety as she tugged at Yi Qingqing's sleeve. What should we do now? Should we step in? Together, our two families should be able to protect Xiao Tian, right? Yi Qingqing remained silent but glanced at Chu Tian, her resolve firm. If things reached a point of no return, she would step in to resolve it. He Guangnian genuinely harbored apprehension toward the prince of Zhenjiang. Such a formidable figure was far beyond what his modest He family could withstand. Mu Xiaocheng noticed the shift in He Guangnian's expression and pressed his advantage. "He," he said. "Today is the He family head's birthday banquet. I never intended to cause trouble or spoil your day. Just hand over Chu Tian now, and we'll leave immediately. You can continue the celebration as if nothing ever happened." Employing both carrot and stick tactics, Mu Xiaocheng was confident He Guangnian wouldn't pass up this opportunity to save face. Yet after a moment of internal struggle, He Guangnian stood resolutely before Mu Xiaocheng once more, his voice unwavering. "Impossible. As long as I'm here, you will not take Mr. Chu away." Chu Tian had saved his life. At this critical moment, he absolutely could not back down. Chapter 39, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Mu Xiaocheng's smile vanished instantly at He Guangnian's words. His voice turned cold. "So you refuse to cooperate? If you think this will stop me from finding that kid, you're sorely underestimating me. Today, I will take Chu Tian away." After speaking, he turned to look at the injured brother Leopard and said coldly, "Which blind bastard injured you earlier? Point him out now." Brother Leopard's gaze swept across the crowd before finally fixing on Chu Tian, who stood among them. He pointed and shouted, "It's him. That kid." Mu Xiaocheng turned to stare coldly at Chu Tian, his eyes blazing with palpable murderous intent. He waved his hand and ordered in a chilling voice, "Go. Grab that kid and bring him back." He Guangnian's expression darkened instantly. He roared, "You dare. Guards." He Guangnian had made thorough preparations for his birthday banquet at the hotel, including comprehensive security measures. At his command, a dozen men rushed forward, attempting to block Mu Xiaocheng's path. Mu Xiaocheng roared, "Dare to block me? Looks like you've had enough of living." With that, he stepped forward and unleashed a thunderous punch. With effortless precision, he executed the strike the ox across the mountain technique, knocking several bodyguards to the ground. Without pausing, he swiftly dispatched the remaining guards, sending them crashing to the ground. Each lay broken arms or legs shattered, a pitiful sight. Mu Xiaocheng turned to stare coldly at He Guangnian. "You actually dared to block my path. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" He Guangnian's expression remained icy, showing no trace of fear. "Mr. Mu, I spoke to you politely, yet you tried to seize my guest. That's hardly reasonable. Even if force was used, the fault doesn't lie with me." Mu Xiaocheng glared at Chu Tian. "Kid, you're just going to stand there like a coward? Looks like you're not so tough after all. You injured my men and think the Yi family will protect you? That's nothing but wishful thinking." His words were cut short by an aged voice that followed immediately. "They may be useless, but perhaps this old man can stand against you?" A white-haired elder dressed in a long robe, with a kindly expression, slowly stepped behind He Guangnian. This elder was also a martial artist and He Guangnian's personal bodyguard. His name was Tsangyan. Hiding among the crowd, Wang Yan waved her arms frantically, shouting with fury, "Kill Chu Tian. That bastard deserves to die long ago. He ruined my wedding and stole Dongmin's kidney. Only your death can avenge these crimes." Turning to Han Dongmin, she continued, "Dongmin, open your eyes wide and watch how Chu Tian dies." Han Dongmin's face flushed with an unusual glow as he nodded and spoke. "Ha! Never imagined this day would come so soon. Heaven truly aids me. Heaven aids me." To exact revenge with such effortless ease was something he'd never dared dream of before. Truly, evil deeds meet their just reward. If Chu Tian had known Han Dongmin's thoughts, he would have burst out laughing. He Guangnian watched Mu Xiaocheng across from him with caution and lowered his voice. "Old Song, how confident are you?" Song Yan pondered briefly before replying cautiously, "At least 80%. He Guangnian nodded upon hearing this, his heart settling back into place. Just as he was about to speak, a lazy voice cut him off. "Heh, how amusing. You call me a coward? A mere internal energy warrior thinks he can take my life? Dream on. Anything can happen in dreams." As he spoke, a young man in simple casual clothes, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled out from the crowd. He Guangnian, spotting Chu Tian, hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Chu, please stand aside. I'll handle this matter. Chu Tian chuckled lightly and replied, this incident started because of me. I can't let it disrupt Mr. He's birthday banquet. Mu Xiaocheng chuckled softly at Chu Tian's words and said, kid, you've surprised me. You've got some guts. Since you dared to step forward, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now and apologize to my brother, then cripple your own hands. We'll consider today's incident settled. How about it? Brother Bob glared at Chu Tian with a vicious look. In his eyes, the reputation of the Western Heaven Gang alone was enough to crush this nobody. This was the price Chu Tian would pay for attacking him. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian chuckled softly upon hearing this. He turned to glance at Brother Leopard and said indifferently, if you want me to kneel, I doubt you'd be able to handle it. Mu Xiaocheng narrowed his eyes coldly at Chu Tian. So you refuse? Do you know the consequences of crossing the Western Heaven Gang? Chu Tian shook his head. I don't know, and I don't care to know. If you want to fight, bring it on. But you'll pay for every single thing you smashed today. Not just Mu Xiaocheng, everyone present found Chu Tian's words utterly brazen. The Western Heaven Gang few present would dare provoke them lightly. Even if this kid's medical skills are top-notch, he's no martial arts master. He's no match for the Western Heaven Gang. This talk is pure suicide. Wang Yan glared at Han Dongmin and exclaimed, Dongmin, did you hear that? Chu Tian is practically begging for it. He doesn't even need us to lift a finger, he's a walking disaster waiting to happen. Han Dongmin nodded in agreement with Wang Yan's words, his eyes filled with venom as he stared at Chu Tian, eagerly anticipating the moment this kid would be splattered with blood. Mu Xiaocheng snorted coldly. Kid, you really don't know the meaning of death. Don't come crying to me later. With all these people watching, you won't be able to save face. With that, his form flickered, and he launched a punch straight at Chu Tian. To ordinary eyes, his speed was blindingly fast. But to Chu Tian, it moved as sluggishly as a snail, revealing countless openings. The moment He Guangyan saw Mu Xiaocheng strike, panic seized him. He whipped his head toward Song Yin and growled, get ready to move. Having served He Guangyan for years, Sang Yin should be more than capable of handling Mu Xiaocheng. Song Yin nodded, ready to intervene, but the next instant, he froze in place. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the unfolding scene. Chu Tian casually caught Mu Xiaocheng's fist, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Though seemingly simple, Sang Yin, as a martial artist, understood the immense risk inherent in this move. Mu Xiaocheng possessed strength equivalent to the peak of internal energy cultivation. Even Sang Yin himself wouldn't have been entirely confident in defeating him. Yet Chu Tian's single move proved that his own power far surpassed Mu Xiaocheng's. Chapter 40, Get Lost. Chu Tian stared coldly at Mu Xiaocheng, giving him no chance to react. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sent Mu Xiaocheng spinning in a full circle before slamming him onto the floor. The impact was brutal enough to crack the floorboards. Mu Xiaocheng suffered internal injuries, spitting blood from his mouth and nose. Get lost. Chu Tian kicked Mu Xiaocheng back into the crowd of West Heaven Gang members. Brother Leopard watched the pitiful sight of Mu Xiaocheng, who looked like he'd lost half his life in an instant, and shuddered in terror. So it seemed Chu Tian had actually held back earlier. At least he could still walk. Given Mu Xiaocheng's current state, he'd be bedridden for at least 10 days to a fortnight before getting back on his feet. Chu Tian's cold gaze swept over the Western Heaven Gang members. He clapped his hands and asked casually, anyone else want to give it a shot? No way. I've been with this useless guy for years, how come I never noticed he got so strong? Wang Yan's face still bore traces of shock as she muttered resentfully. She'd assumed Chu Tian was courting certain death by showing off today. Now it seemed he had more than enough backing. This left Wang Yan feeling rather sour inside. In her eyes, after breaking up with her, Chu Tian should have stayed buried in the mud, rotting away. But now he was climbing his way up step by step. Even Han Dongmin's status, which had once satisfied her, was now worthless in Chu Tian's eyes. Han Dongmin's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom, his fists clenched tightly. He truly hadn't expected Chu Tian to survive this. That good-for-nothing was already beneath his feet. How dare he possess so much now, and even steal the spotlight today? The crowd watched Chu Tian's actions, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Who would have thought? Not only was Mr. Chu a master physician, but his martial prowess was equally formidable. Indeed, a young man with such potential must have a limitless future. It's just a pity we were too late, otherwise, I could have introduced my granddaughter to him. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd felt like blunt knives repeatedly stabbing Han Dongmin and Wang Yan in the heart. Watching Wang Yan stare intently at Chu Tian, Han Dongmin snorted coldly, his irritation reaching its peak. He snapped, what? You, feeling regretful now? Thinking of going back to Chu Tian? Let me tell you, don't even dream about it. You're nothing but a used-up woman. He'd never want you. If you've got the time, you'd be better off figuring out how to get revenge on that kid. With that, he strode out of the hall first. Wang Yan shot Chu Tian one last lingering look before hurrying after Han Dongmin. Yuan Yanbin, who had witnessed the entire scene, narrowed his eyes. Running his fingers along the rim of his glass, he murmured, "This is interesting. Seems he's not entirely useless after all." Behind him, Gao Chao and Shen Shi snorted at the remark. "Young Master Yuan," they sneered, "that kid's just a low-life nobody. If Mu Xiaochen can't beat him, it's because he's a total loser. We've got money, taking him down won't be hard at all." Exactly. The West Heaven gang is full of losers. If they can't handle him, we will. Once we set our sights on that kid, he's as good as dead. Seeing Yi Qingqing's worried expression beside him, Yuan Yanbin felt an unpleasant twinge in his heart. Mu Xiaochen spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his throat ease considerably. Staring at Chu Tian in shock, he stammered, You're a peak-level internal energy martial artist?" Chu Tian scoffed lazily. "Peak inner force? In my eyes, you're not even worth a single punch." He had previously studied the martial artist hierarchy: inner force practitioners, masters, grandmasters, martial saints, martial lords, and martial kings. Beyond that, the realms remained largely unexplored. Though Chu Tian's cultivation method differed entirely from theirs, and he was currently only at 40% chi refining, he possessed this confidence: no one below Grandmaster could match him. As for those above Grandmaster, he hadn't encountered any yet, so he couldn't say. Mu Xiaochen heard Chu Tian's words and watched his arrogant demeanor, nearly choking on his own blood from rage. Too bad he couldn't back up his words with the strength to fight. Since no one dares step forward, then get lost. If you're not satisfied, feel free to come challenge me anytime. But remember, settle your bill before you leave. Mu Xiaocheng shot Chu Tian a piercing glare before leaving with a parting shot. "You just wait. This isn't over between us." Only then did he and his men slink away in disarray. Chu Tian looked at Yi Guangyan with an apologetic expression and said, "Head of the Yi family, I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble today because of my actions." Yi Guangyan laughed heartily. No problem. Just a minor hiccup. As long as you're unharmed, Mr. Chu, let's continue eating and drinking." The banquet hall soon buzzed with activity again, though Yi Guangyan was completely sidelined. The conversation among the guests centered almost entirely on the feud between Chu Tian and the Western Heaven gang. After the banquet concluded, Yi Qingqing approached Chu Tian. She gave him a slightly peculiar look before remarking, "I never expected you to be so formidable." Chu Tian smiled but offered no reply. "Oh, and come with me for a moment. To make it easier for you to take care of Momo, you should stay at my place for the next few days." Lin Yun, standing nearby, winked at Chu Tian and chimed in, "Xiao Tian, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Getting to spend time with two beauties you'd be smiling in your sleep just thinking about it." Chu Tian scratched his head. "Sis Yun, you shouldn't tease me like that. I'm just going over to help treat Miss Shanguan." The group chatted as they left the hotel, bidding farewell before going their separate ways. Yi Qingqing glanced at Chu Tian through the rearview mirror before asking, "Do you need to go back and pack your things?" Chu Tian replied, "I won't be staying long anyway. I can grab them tomorrow." Yi Qingqing said no more and drove straight back to her Yunhai villa. Yi Qingqing didn't live with the Yi family, she resided alone in the villa. Its simple yet grand decor gave it a somewhat spacious feel. Just pick any guest room to stay in. As for packing, we'll have to wait until the housekeeper arrives tomorrow. You'll just have to make do for tonight. A flicker of nervousness crossed Yi Qingqing's face as she spoke. This was the first time in her life she'd shared a home with a man outside her family. She couldn't help but wonder if she was inviting trouble into her house. Would he take advantage of being alone with her tonight to do something to her? A flurry of such thoughts made Yi Qingqing somewhat regret taking on this mess. Chu Tian, oblivious to Yi Qingqing's thoughts, nodded and casually selected a room on the first floor, preparing to enter. Seeing Chu Tian about to retreat to his room without another word, Yi Qingqing's expression darkened. She couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" After all, when they first met, Chu Tian had been the one to come flirt with her. Chapter 41, truly a jack of all trades. Why was he leaving without even a word now? An indescribable emotion welled up inside Yi Qingqing. Chu Tian hesitated, then tentatively offered, "Well, good night?" Hearing this, Yi Qingqing felt like she could just walk right up and give Chu Tian a good beating. Taking a deep breath, she waved her hand impatiently. Go back. Remember to get up and make breakfast tomorrow. I don't keep useless people in my house." With that, she stomped off to her room, fuming. Chu Tian watched her leave, utterly bewildered. He muttered under his breath, "Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea." That saying couldn't be more accurate. How can she get angry out of nowhere like that? Early the next morning, Yi Qingqing rose, freshened up, and stepped out of her room. Spotting the lavish breakfast spread on the table, she stared in surprise at Chu Tian still bustling in the kitchen. "Did you buy all this breakfast from outside?" Chu Tian smiled as he placed 2 fried eggs on the table. "You're just lying through your teeth. I've been busy in the kitchen all this time. I made this breakfast. Try it." Yi Qingqing felt a bit annoyed by Chu Tian's words. She took a sip of soy milk with a sour expression, but her eyes immediately lit up. "Delicious. It's nothing like the stuff you buy outside." Chu Tian smiled and said, if you like it, have more. Home-cooked meals are always the tastiest and cleanest. Eating takeout too often can upset your stomach. Yi Qingcheng rolled her eyes. Hey! I have something to ask you. Would you be interested in working at our company? The company Yi Qingcheng referred to was the one she founded after returning to China, Qingcheng International. It was a conglomerate spanning pharmaceuticals and cosmetics, with its overseas exports booming. Chu Tian scratched his head. Why the sudden question? I'm perfectly fine at the hospital. Yi Qingcheng scoffed. Look at you, settling for that. How much could you possibly earn at the hospital? Didn't you promise to give me an ancient formula? I can make you my assistant. Our company's main strength lies in pharmaceutical cosmetics, and you're practically an expert in traditional Chinese medicine. Rest assured, I'll give you a fairer, higher salary. Chu Tian considered the offer it wasn't unreasonable. After all, he desperately needed money now. Every extra penny counted. More cash meant more herbs he could buy. Last night, he had cultivated all night long in his room, yet his strength hadn't improved one bit. Though he'd anticipated this outcome, Chu Tian still felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the only and best way to accelerate his progress was to refine pills using medicinal herbs. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a knock sounded at the door. The two opened the door to find Shanguan Momo standing there, accompanied by an assistant carrying some items. Hearing the door open, Shanguan Momo smiled and said, I'll be relying on you guys for the next few days. My hero is very well behaved, no need to worry about him disturbing you. The hero Shanguan Momo referred to was her guide dog. A beautiful Labrador, he looked exceptionally well behaved. Such animals were particularly appealing to women. Yi Qingcheng, unusually, revealed a warm smile as she crouched down and gently stroked the hero a few times. Chu Tian stared at Yi Qingcheng in astonishment. This version of her softer, even radiating warmth seemed to carry an aura of sacred purity, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, exuding an approachable charm. Noticing Chu Tian's gaze, Yi Qingcheng's smile vanished. She turned and glared at him, snapping, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring Momo's things inside. After most of the unpacking was done, Shanguan Momo looked at Chu Tian expectantly and asked, Mr. Chu, when can we start the treatment? Chu Tian understood her eagerness and replied with a smile, We can start right now. I'll perform acupuncture to gradually expel the toxins from your body. Once the toxins are gone, your eyes will naturally heal. With that, he had Shanguan Momo lie down on the sofa and began the acupuncture. Each time Chu Tian inserted a needle, the silver needle would vibrate slightly, creating a mesmerizing effect. Half an hour passed after completing the acupuncture sequence. Chu Tian carefully guided the toxins to Shanguan Momo's hand, then made an incision to draw blood. Seeing the pale purple fluid, even without Chu Tian saying anything, Yi Qingcheng and the Shanguan family butler standing nearby could discern something was amiss. Once the blood had regained its red color, Chu Tian spoke up, Miss Shanguan, do you feel any changes in your eyes now? The butler standing nearby flashed a look of disdain at this remark. The Shanguan family had sought countless renowned physicians to cure Shanguan Momo's ailment. They either shook their heads or opted for conservative treatment. Not a single one dared to make bold claims. How could one ask if there was any sensation in the eyes after just one bloodletting? How could that be possible? Unexpectedly, just as he was silently scoffing to himself, Shanguan Momo nodded with indescribable excitement and said, I feel shadows before my eyes. Are you all around me? Chu Tian, are you crouching in front of me? Chu Tian nodded with a smile. That's right. It seems to be working. At this rate, I believe within a week, Miss Shanguan's eyesight will gradually return. Chu Tian and Shanguan Momo's words brought tears of joy to the butler's eyes. He had watched the young lady grow up, witnessing her gradual decline due to her eye condition. Now, with hope for restored sight finally in sight, his joy was genuine. His perception of Chu Tian had completely transformed. This young gentleman truly possesses remarkable skill. Yi Qingcheng happily hugged Shanguan Momo and said, Momo, once you're better, we'll go shopping together. We'll go out to eat, we'll go out to play. I'm truly so happy for you. A sweet smile blossomed on Shanguan Momo's face. She never imagined she would see the light again in this lifetime. She would never forget that this hope had been given to her by Chu Tian. Now, besides her eagerness to see the world again, another small wish had taken root in Shanguan Momo's heart, to see what Chu Tian actually looked like. After reassuring Shanguan Momo to rest well at home, Yi Qingcheng led Chu Tian out the door. The entire corporate tower resembled a grand, sprawling machine, with the entire building dedicated to office space. Behind it lay the employee cafeteria and recreational areas. In short, it was huge. It was powerful. Chu Tian followed behind Yi Qingcheng, hearing employees respectfully address her as President Yi all along the way. Gradually, he grew numb to it. Watching the woman ahead, it seemed Yi Qingcheng's aura had transformed dramatically the moment she entered the company. A sharp, cool-headed, decisive leader. They reached the 12th floor, where a young woman with short hair approached them. Dressed in a gray business suit, she looked exceptionally capable. Chapter 42, Collecting Debts. Ms. Yi. Yi Qingcheng nodded and turned back. Shu Tian, this is my special assistant, Xiao Ku. You'll be working with her from now on. Xiao Ku, this is Chu Tian. Starting today, he'll also be my assistant. Chu Tian flashed a broad smile and extended his hand politely. Xiao Ku, nice to meet you. Xiao Ku frowned imperceptibly and offered a brief handshake. She still harbored a hint of hostility toward Chu Tian. After all, he was in the same line of work as her. This made Xiao Ku wonder if Yi Qingcheng was dissatisfied with her performance, which is why she brought in this guy who looked like a complete greenhorn. After observing their brief introduction, Yi Qingcheng nodded and inquired, how are the company's sales figures looking? Our sales dropped another 3 points this morning. Fengyun Group's cosmeceuticals are performing exceptionally well, poaching many of our regular clients. If we don't find a solution soon, the decline could worsen. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She turned to glance at Chu Tian and asked, by the way, what's the latest with old Master Qian? Has he softened his stance? Xiao Ke nodded, pushing his glasses up his nose. Old Master Qian has shown some flexibility, but the price hasn't been fully agreed upon yet. If the price is right, he's willing to license the ancient formula he holds to us. Yi Qingcheng nodded. This is the only good news we've had in days. We need to secure that ancient formula as quickly as possible. Chu Tian, who had been listening intently, finally grasped the situation. He frowned and said, didn't I say I'd help you? Don't you trust me? Yi Qingcheng nodded without hesitation. Exactly. I won't put all my eggs in one basket. While you're truly skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, I simply don't believe you possess ancient formulas for beauty and rejuvenation. Do you think these are commonplace, like cheap advertisements? We've been in talks with old Master Qian for quite some time. If he shows flexibility this time, the company's crisis could be easily overcome. Chu Tian had little to say in response. His willingness to help was one thing, but whether the other party accepted it was entirely their decision, something he couldn't control. Xiao Ke, listening nearby, couldn't help but snort coldly. Was this the same line he used to convince President Yi to hire him? It sounded like nothing more than a con artist's spiel. She despised people like this the most. Her eyes flashed with disdain, which she concealed by adjusting her glasses before speaking up. Mr. Yi, there's one more thing. The CEO of Haichen Group still hasn't settled the debt owed to us. I've been pressing them relentlessly lately, but they remain unyielding. That money would be just enough to cover our company's recent losses. If they still refuse to budge, we could very well face a crisis. Yi Qingcheng rubbed her temples. Though backed by the Yi family, this company represented years of her hard work. She'd built it almost from scratch, initially unknown as Yi Yunfei's daughter and without leveraging any family resources. Yi Qingcheng was a fiercely independent woman. She refused to live forever in her father's shadow. If she couldn't weather the storm, she feared her father would force her back into the family business. Her voice turned cold. Go tell Guo Daqian. If he still refuses to repay the money, I won't hesitate to take him to court. We'll see if he can handle the consequences. Xiao Ke nodded and turned to carry out the order. But before she could take a few steps, Yi Qingcheng's voice rang out behind her. Wait. Have Chu Tian go with you. Both Chu Tian and Xiao Ke were taken aback by Yi Qingcheng's words. Ms. Yi, this. Seeing Xiao Ke's troubled expression, Yi Qingcheng casually remarked while flipping through documents, the company doesn't keep idle hands. Have him go with you to familiarize himself with our operations as soon as possible. Xiao Ke felt even more resentful inside, a growing sense of crisis that this guy was here to replace her. Though displeased, she dared not question her boss's orders. Nodding reluctantly, she coldly ordered, what are you standing there for? Come with me. The two drove to an office building in the city center. Xiao Ke smoothed his clothes and reminded him, stand behind me. Listen to me. Don't speak unless I tell you to. Got it? Chu Tian understood he was new here and nodded in agreement. Approaching the front desk, Xiao Ke addressed the receptionist politely. Hello, we have a prior appointment with Mr. Guo. Could you please announce our arrival? The receptionist nodded and made a phone call. They didn't wait long before a woman with an elegant figure descended the stairs, her face beaming with a warm smile. Good afternoon, both of you. Mr. Gui is available now. Please follow me upstairs. The assistant led them to the office door. Xiao Ke knocked lightly, then pushed the door open with a hint of a smile. As the saying goes, you can't get blood from a stone. In today's society, the debtor is king, and the creditor is the servant. If possible, avoid burning bridges. You never know when the two companies might collaborate again in the future. That was one of the duties of an assistant. Gui Daxian, the CEO of Haichen Company, looked to be around 40. Slightly overweight with greasy hair plastered to his face and narrow, squinty eyes, he clearly wasn't someone easy to deal with. Upon seeing Xiao Ke, Gui Daxian plastered on a broad smile and hurriedly rose to greet him. Chu Tian, standing beside Xiao Ke, didn't miss Gui Daxian's lingering glance over Xiao Ke's straight legs. Well, Assistant Xiao, I didn't expect you to come personally this time. What brings you here? Xiaoke responded politely, Mr. Gua, I'm here to discuss that outstanding payment. We delivered the goods long ago. They should be nearly sold out by now. Can't you cover the balance? Guo Daqiang's eyes fixed intently on Xiaoke's chest as he replied with an enigmatic smile, I've told you before, this payment isn't a one-time thing. My company's facing cash flow issues right now, and I can't cover it immediately. Go back and tell President Yi for me. We're longtime partners, give me a little more time. Xiaoke was deeply displeased by Guo Daqiang's gaze but couldn't express it. Suppressing her irritation, she maintained her composure and replied, well, we've already extended you 2 months. Normally, cash on delivery is standard business practice. President Yi granted you this extension specifically because of your company's cash flow issues. Continuing like this violates standard practice. Guo Daqiang chuckled, rubbing his chin. Heh, I understand your predicament, Assistant Xiao. Paying this debt isn't impossible. Just spend tonight with me, and we can work something out. You'll get the money, cover your bases back at work, and who knows, Mr. Yi might even praise you for it. One night in exchange for such a huge benefit, you wouldn't be losing out. Xiaoke was already accustomed to such remarks. For special assistants like them, accompanying bosses to business negotiations, drinking sessions, and dealing with unwanted advances were all part of the routine. Chapter 43, You're Dying. Maintaining her professional integrity, Xiaoke responded with a smile, Mr. Gua, if you enjoy drinking, I'd be happy to join you for a night of revelry another time. But regarding this payment, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. As for tonight, I need to return to my boyfriend, so I can't stay out late. Gu Daqiang's smile faded at this. He snorted coldly, his tone icy. If you refuse, you can kiss that payment goodbye. When you get paid depends on my mood. Don't even think about covering this up back at the office. Damn it! These bastards know that 3 years ago, President Yi publicly bet with my father, Yi Yintian, that he wouldn't interfere with Qingqing International for 5 years. That's why they're so brazen. Xiaoke took a deep breath and replied politely, Mr. Gua, this is rather unreasonable. Our CEO has stated that if you continue to withhold payment, even this goodwill will be exhausted. We'll have no choice but to see you in court. Guo Daqiang slammed his fist on the table. Ha! Looks like you're trying to force my hand. Court? Don't even dream about it. If I'm in a good mood someday, I might just pay you back. But push me? You won't get a single penny. Just as Xiaoke was about to speak, Chu Tian, standing behind her, suddenly interjected, Mr. Gua, we came here today with sincerity. You'd better repay the money. After all, we can afford to wait, but you can't. Judging by your complexion, you probably won't even last a month. Then who will we ask for the money? Chu Tian's words instantly turned Xiaoke and Guo Daqiang's faces pale. Xiaoke's heart skipped a beat. This Guo Daqiang was notoriously difficult to deal with, lecherous and always trying to take advantage of her whenever he came around. As for the money, he never wanted to discuss it. Chu Tian's words now pushed him to the brink. This debt was over 50 million. If he didn't get the money, how could he possibly explain this to President Yi back at the office? Xiaoke silently cursed while forcing a smile. Heh, Mr. Gua, this kid just joined our company and isn't familiar with the business yet. Sometimes he might say things that aren't very pleasant to hear. Guo Daqiang wouldn't let it go, waiting for Chu Tian to speak up. Who do you think you are, interrupting our conversation? And saying I don't have a month? Let me tell you, I'm perfectly fine. How dare you curse me? I see there's no point in discussing this anymore. Get the hell out of here right now. Or I'll sue you in court. Xiaoke tried to intercede again, but Chu Tian merely tilted his lips in a smile and asked, Mr. Gua, are you certain you want to throw us out now? Don't regret it later. No one but me can fix your current issues. A shipment of goods for your life? That's a pretty sweet deal. Care to reconsider? From the moment he entered, Chu Tian had noticed Guo Daqiang's unusual state. He hadn't expected his straightforward words to provoke such a violent reaction. Seeing Guo Daqiang about to call security, Chu Tian urgently interjected, You don't trust me? Then answer this, lately, have you felt suffocated, like something's pressing down on your chest? And at night, when you sleep, do you feel someone standing by your bed, staring straight at you? Guo Daqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know? Could you really see these things? Chu Tian nodded, then turned his gaze to an altar table nearby. Upon it sat a small wooden figurine. The burning incense smoke didn't dissipate but instead swirled around the figurine before vanishing. Striding up to the figurine, he said coldly, All your current problems stem from this ancient spirit child. Invoking such spirits involves many complexities and knowledge. You're right about wanting wealth, but you've chosen the wrong one. Guo Daqiang shuddered at Chu Tian's words and immediately hid behind Xiaoke. Before Chu Tian spoke, he hadn't felt anything amiss. But now, every hair on his body stood on end. A bone-chilling sensation washed over him, as if the little man's eyes were staring straight at him, grinning eerily. Xiaoke felt uneasy too, but with Guo Daqiang hiding behind her, she couldn't step back. She stiffened and forced out, Chu Tian, are you joking? I've heard of these Gu Mantong too. They're said to bring wealth and protect families. Lots of people have them, they're not as sinister as you make them out. Sometimes the wealthier people are, the more they believe in these ghosts and demons. It's perfectly normal. She'd even seen a wealthy family worshipping a woman's skull in their home before. If it were as terrifying as Chu Tian described, why did that wealthy person's fortune keep soaring? His complexion was always healthy, and he never encountered misfortune. Noticing their confusion, Chu Tian explained, these ancient spirit dolls contain the remains of children, aborted fetuses or newborns killed shortly after birth. Their pent-up resentment is crucial. The more potent the doll, the more ferocious it becomes. You've been targeted by its backlash. If I don't save you, you won't last a month, your life will be over. Without waiting for Guo Daxiang to respond, Chu Tian lunged at the figurine with his bare hands. A piercing scream erupted as a thick aura of malevolence surged from the doll, lunging toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian snorted coldly. A mere little ghost? You think you can harm me? With that, he snapped his hand backward, crushing the malevolent energy into oblivion. Amidst an exceptionally wretched wail, everything returned to normal. But what had just transpired was witnessed clearly by both Guo Daxiang and Xiaoko, leaving them no choice but to believe. Guo Daxiang exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with gratitude as he addressed Chu Tian. Mr. Chu, right? I owe you today. My greed for a small bargain nearly cost me dearly. Without you, I might truly have lost my life. The moment Chu Tian crushed the malevolent energy, Guo Daxiang felt the heavy weight pressing on his chest suddenly vanish. The relief of breathing freely lifted his spirits considerably. Xiaoko stared at Chu Tian in astonishment, unable to utter a word. No need for thanks. Just return the payment so we can report back. Guo Daxiang, who had been hedging earlier, was surprisingly straightforward this time, promptly writing a check and handing it to Chu Tian. Mr. Chu, I was remiss earlier. I failed to recognize your true worth. I hope we can become friends and keep in touch going forward. Chu Tian nodded. Considering Guo Daxiang had generously added 7 million yuan to the payment, he patiently exchanged a few more words with him. After leaving the company, Xiaoko still felt as if she were in a dream. The commotion in the room earlier, the piercing screams, and the bone-chilling cold that felt like plunging into an ice cellar still lingered around her. Xiaoko shot Chu Tian a complex look. At last, she had found a plausible reason for Yi Qingcheng hiring him. Chapter 44, Why are you here? This guy is full of surprises. He's definitely a master. She jogged to catch up with Chu Tian, and the two returned to the company together. Yi Qingcheng paced back and forth in her office. Earlier, she had instructed Chu Tian to accompany Xiaoko to find Guo Daxiang precisely to test this fellow. Guo Daxiang was a stubborn, thick-skinned bastard who wouldn't budge an inch. No matter what you said, he had no intention of paying the 2 months overdue payment. Sending Chu Tian over might just work. He could take an unconventional approach and actually have a chance of getting the money. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a knock suddenly sounded at the office door. Yuan Yanbin, dressed in Armani, strode in. Yi Qingcheng's expression immediately darkened as she coldly demanded, "What are you doing here?" Yuan Yanbin wore a faint smile as he walked slowly toward Yi Qingcheng. Gazing at her stunningly beautiful face, his lower abdomen tightened, and he resolved even more firmly to get her into bed. "Qingcheng, we're at least friends. Isn't your coldness toward me a bit much?" Yi Qingcheng snorted coldly. "Who said we were friends? Your Fengyun Group and our Qingcheng International have always been rivals. Did you come here today to gloat over our misfortune? If so, I think it's unnecessary. Soon, Qingcheng International will find a way to reclaim the market." Yuan Yanbin, irritated by Yi Qingcheng's impatience, chuckled lightly and reached out to brush her smooth cheek. The delicate texture was addictive. Yi Qingcheng sensed his intent, abruptly shifting her body to evade Yuan Yanbin's gesture. Her voice turned icy. "What exactly do you want?" Yuan Yanbin spoke softly. "Qingcheng, I know your company has suffered heavy losses recently. I genuinely want to help you. The cosmeceuticals that are flying off the shelves at Fengyun right now are made from ancient formulas specially sourced from the capital. Even if you could find similar ones, could they possibly compare to recipes passed down from the imperial court? You're bound to lose this time." Yi Qingcheng's heart sank upon hearing this. Given the current trend, Qingcheng International was in a very passive position, holding no advantage whatsoever. Even if they could persuade old Master Qian to sell the ancient formula to Qingcheng International, they might still be unable to compete with Fengyun Group, which had seized the initiative first. This dilemma was truly a headache. Seeming to read Yi Qingcheng's thoughts, Yuan Yanbin smiled and spoke up. "Qingcheng, you're right. Even if you expend enormous effort to develop and market the formula Master Qian holds, it won't stand a chance against our Fengyun Group. Now, I can offer you a clear path forward. Are you willing to listen to me?" Yi Qingcheng suppressed her unease, raising an eyebrow coldly as she stared at Yuan Yanbin. "What clear path? Let's hear it. Marry me. Once you become my wife, I'll share our formula with you. As family, the Yuan and Yi clans united would make all of Yunqing our domain. Doesn't that tempt you at all?" Gazing at Yi Qingcheng's flawless face, Yuan Yanbin's eyes flickered with a mix of infatuation and smug satisfaction. He intended to push Yi Qingcheng step by step into a corner, forcing her to cling to him in desperation. To become utterly his possession. Yi Qingcheng felt a flicker of internal conflict. Resolving the crisis the company faced this time would not be easy. Marrying Yuan Yanbin might indeed be a viable solution for now. It could permanently resolve the company's troubles. Yet, the moment she thought of Yuan Yanbin's character, Yi Qingcheng swiftly dismissed the notion. Even her bet with her father wasn't worth sacrificing her future happiness. Yuan Yanbin wasn't the charming, devoted gentleman he appeared to be. Rumors had already spread throughout Yunshan's wealthy circles. Yuan Yanbin was nothing but a thrill-seeking con artist who thrived on manipulating women's emotions. Who knew how many had been forced into submission by him, how many families torn apart? Whenever trouble arose, Yuan Yanbin habitually silenced it with money. Such a two-faced scumbag wasn't even as good as Chu Tian. The thought made Yi Qingcheng pause, puzzled as to why that man had suddenly crossed her mind. Seeing Yi Qingcheng's distraction, Yuan Yanbin pressed his advantage. Well, have you made up your mind? Your bet with your father is common knowledge throughout Yunshan. Miss Yi, let me remind you, if losses continue at this rate, Xingcheng International will collapse sooner or later. So what? Even if I lose the bet, I'll never marry you. Yi Qingcheng declared with unwavering resolve. Yuan Yanbin seemed to have anticipated her response, speaking with unshakable confidence. Oh? Is that so? Your father has placed immense hopes in you. If you fail, have you considered how you'll face him? Moreover, the business world abhors making enemies. If the Yuan and Yi families become adversaries, your father is advanced in years and reportedly in poor health. Should Yi Group decline, are you certain he could withstand such a blow? These words genuinely struck a chord with Yi Qingcheng. She didn't want to disappoint her father, nor did she want him to suffer any harm. But she was even more determined not to let Yuan Yanbin get his way. Mr. Yuan, I will not agree to your proposed deal. Please leave my office immediately. There is nothing left to discuss between us. We'll settle this in the marketplace. Yuan Yanbin hadn't expected Yi Qingcheng, who had clearly wavered moments ago, to suddenly reject him. Thinking of that upstart who had stolen the spotlight yesterday, his face twisted slightly as he coldly retorted, "Is it for that bastard named Chu Tian? Yi Qingcheng, you've truly sunk to a new low. The daughter of Yunsheng's wealthiest man, stooping to fall for a worthless, penniless punk. I was prepared to negotiate fairly with you, but now it seems I'll have to resort to more drastic measures." With that, he violently pinned Yi Qingcheng to her office chair, closing in on her inch by inch. Yi Qingcheng panicked instantly. What do you think you're doing? This is my office. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll scream for help. Yuan Yanbin scoffed, as if mocking Yi Qingcheng's naivety. Go ahead and scream. See if anyone comes to save you. My men are everywhere outside. Today, I'll make it irreversible right here in your office. By then, you'll have no choice but to accept it. With that, he eagerly leaned in to kiss her. The faint scent of alcohol wafting from Yuan Yanbin's body made Yi Qingcheng realize this madman might truly be capable of anything. Yi Qingcheng struggled desperately, trying to wriggle free from Yuan Yanbin's embrace. But her futile attempts only seemed to fuel the beast's excitement. Two clear tears streamed down her cheeks. The intense shame seemed to shatter along with the fabric of her torn clothes. Yuan Yanbin watched as Yi Qingcheng's struggles gradually weakened, a smug smile spreading across his face. No matter how chaste or fiery a woman might be, once she realized her fate was unalterable, she would submit willingly. This was a lesson learned through countless trials. Just as Yuan Yanbin prepared to savor the prize within his grasp, the office door was kicked open from the outside. Chu Tian entered with a grim expression, followed by Chao Ko, who walked in slowly. Don't want to die? Then let go of Qingcheng. Chapter 45, Scare the living daylights out of you. Seeing Chu Tian, Yuan Yanbin's heart skipped a beat. In that split second of distraction, Yi Qingcheng, whom he had been holding captive in his arms, seized the chance to break free and darted behind Chu Tian. Yuan Yanbin nearly seethed with rage at this brat who'd ruined his plans. He snorted coldly, straightened his clothes, and spoke, "Kid, your timing couldn't be worse. You interrupted my romantic moment with Qingcheng. Do you think you can afford the consequences?" After all, he was the young master of the Yuan family, standing among the elite at the pinnacle of Yunshan. Yuan Yanbin didn't believe Chu Tian would dare do anything to him. Even if he possessed formidable martial prowess and medical skills, he was still nothing more than a brute. What did he have to challenge me with? Chu Tian scoffed coldly. Is this how you treat women? The esteemed young master of the Yuan family resorts to such underhanded tactics against a woman? Chu Tian's words stirred a pang of bitterness in Yi Qingcheng's heart. Even as the Yi family's daughter, she faced countless unavoidable hardships. This world was far more sordid than ordinary people imagined. Yuan Yanbin waved his hand dismissively. Stop lecturing me with useless platitudes. Qingcheng will soon be my fiancé. What's wrong with getting intimate with her beforehand? What right do you have to interfere? Chu Tian turned to glance at Yi Qingcheng and spoke up, I'm her boyfriend. How come I didn't know about this? For a so-called young master, you're really despicable and shameless. As he spoke, he took deliberate steps forward, closing the distance between himself and Yuan Yanbin. The overwhelming pressure intensified with every step Chu Tian took. Even Yuan Yanbin couldn't maintain his composure. Retreating while warning, he shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the Yuan family. If you dare lay a finger on me." Before he could finish, Chu Tian delivered a resounding slap across Yuan Yanbin's face. "This slap is for your disrespect toward women. Smack. This slap is for your slander. Smack. This slap is for your utter ignorance of your place. Smack. Smack. Smack." Over a dozen hard slaps landed in quick succession, leaving Yuan Yanbin reeling and his face already swollen like a pig's head. He spat out a knocked-out tooth onto the ground, squinting at Chu Tian as he demanded, "You had reasons for hitting me earlier, but you've got to give me a damn reason for these later ones. What gives you the right to hit me?" Chu Tian shook his head in exasperation. "I thought slapping you might sober you up, but it seems half your brain is water and half is flour mixed together. You're nothing but a mess. You're beyond help. People like you never know when to stop. Fine, I'll keep hitting you until you learn fear. If you can avoid using your fists, do so. This world is full of brainless fools who learn from punishment but not from experience. So I'll beat you until you show a stress response." Chu Tian kicked Yuan Yanbin hard into the wall, his voice cold. "Clear-headed now? Get down on your knees and apologize." Yuan Yanbin pointed at Chu Tian and snarled, "You just wait. If you've got the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, once I walk out that door, I'll hunt you down and kill you." Chu Tian flexed his limbs, nodding with a smile. "You've reminded me. I doubt the moat would mind another dead fish. Fine, I'll grant your wish." Yi Qingcheng, hearing Chu Tian's words, grew frantic. She grabbed his arm urgently and pleaded, "No. If you kill him, the Yuan family will seek revenge with a vengeance. You won't have a place to stand in Yuncheng. And openly killing someone means you won't escape legal consequences." Chu Tian's hand froze mid-motion. The Yuan family didn't scare him, but with his current standing, facing official investigation would indeed be troublesome. His voice turned cold as he declared, "Kneel and apologize now, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, even if the heavens themselves come down, I'll kill you with my own hands." The intense murderous intent blazing in Chu Tian's eyes left Yuan Yanbin with no doubt that Chu Tian would kill him without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he knelt before Yi Qingcheng, clinging to the thought that as long as he survived, he could always find another way. His eyes burned with unyielding resentment. "Qingcheng, I've offended you today. I apologize." Yi Qingcheng, fearing Chu Tian might act impulsively and do something irreversible, didn't bother with further words. She waved him away. "Leave. I don't want this happening again." After Yuan Yanbin left, Xiaoke helped Yi Qingcheng sit down and asked, "Ms. Yi, what exactly happened? I know Yuan Yanbin was pursuing you, but this time, he went way too far." A cold gleam flashed in Yi Qingcheng's eyes as she briefly recounted the incident. Xiaoke listened, waving her hands and muttering, "I never would have guessed. That Yuan young master looks so respectable, yet he could do something like this. Should we inform his father?" Yi Qingcheng chuckled softly, waving her hand. "No one truly sides with justice over family ties. Telling the Yuan family head would only complicate matters. Let's not." She added, "I'm sure Chu Tian's earlier lesson will teach him a lesson." She looked up at the two of them and added, "By the way, did you collect the debt?" Xiaoke nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration as she looked at Chu Tian. "Oh my! You wouldn't believe the scene, Ms. Yi. Mr. Chu was absolutely incredible." Yi Qingcheng was somewhat surprised. Earlier, Chu Tian had mentioned that he helped the Yi family head dispel the malevolent energy, which had restored his health. At the time, Yi Qingcheng hadn't believed him, but now with witnesses confirming it, she couldn't deny it. "Who knew you were this capable? You can even exorcise evil spirits?" Chu Tian smiled and replied, "That's just the tip of the iceberg. There's much more you don't know." Yi Qingcheng's eyes twinkled as she smiled. "Since you're so confident, why not join us when we go to pick up old Master Qian later? See if there's anything you can help with." Chu Tian's face immediately soured. "That's a bit of an underutilization of my talents, don't you think?" Yi Qingcheng paid no heed, grabbing Chu Tian's arm and pulling him out the door. Chu Tian followed helplessly behind her. Xiaoke watched their retreating figures, a glint of amusement in her eyes. She muttered to herself, "These two really are a perfect match. Who'd have thought that Mr. Yi, who's been single since birth, could have such a girlish side?" If Yi Qingcheng had heard that, she'd have been furious enough to spit blood. Yi Qingcheng, accompanied by 2 assistants and several key company executives, headed straight to Yunqing Airport to pick them up. As time ticked by, the group in their professional attire drew quite the attention. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Price. Chu Tian kept glancing at his phone, muttering, "They said 2 o'clock, but it's already an hour past. Why aren't they here? Could they be standing us up?" Yi Qingcheng wiped the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead and sighed helplessly, "Let's wait a bit longer." After all, we're the ones needing their help. They hold the formula, we're in a passive position and have to be accommodating. Chu Tian shook his head, glancing at his colleagues whose expressions were far from cheerful. He sighed helplessly. He had already offered his help. Any formula from his family legacy would be superior to this ancient recipe. Yet Yi Qingqing stubbornly refused to trust him. With no other choice, they could only continue waiting. Another half hour passed before a group of over a dozen people finally emerged slowly from the airport. Yi Qingqing's eyes lit up instantly. She signaled for someone to handle the luggage while she led Xiao Ko and Chu Tian to the young man at the front. With a smile, she said, "Mr. Qian, you must be exhausted from the journey." The man, in his early 30s and dressed in a designer suit, was Qian Haoyu, the second son of old Master Qian. Yi Qingqing dared not be disrespectful. Qian Haoyu lifted his chin, his face brimming with arrogance as he declared, "Coming all the way to this backwater of Yunqing to do business? What a hassle. If it weren't for my father's old ties with your Yi family, I wouldn't have bothered." His head was held high, radiating an air of utter disdain that was downright irritating to behold. Yi Qingqing's smile stiffened momentarily before she forced a nod. "Well, we're truly honored. Shall we head to the car?" Qian Haoyu said nothing more, simply picking up his briefcase and following them into the car. Upon arriving at Qingqing International, Yi Qingqing smiled and introduced, "This is our company. I'll be happy to give Mr. Qian a proper tour shortly." Qian Haoyu replied coldly, "Forget the tour. Let's get straight to business. We can only cooperate if we reach an agreement. If we don't, there's no point in touring." A glamorous woman trailing behind him shot a disdainful glance at the lavishly decorated offices and remarked, "The decor is impressive, but I wonder if you have the capital to acquire our ancient formula." The two men's sarcasm caused the employees behind Yi Qingqing to visibly bristle with anger. Even though they were in need of the formula to save the Yi family's market, the other party's attitude was utterly contemptuous, as if they were inherently superior. It was truly disgusting. Chu Tian, standing among the crowd, gave a cold snort. Yi Qingqing twitched her lips, forcing down her rising anger. She plastered on a smug smile and nodded. "Since Mr. Qian is in such a hurry, let's proceed directly to the conference room for negotiations." The group ascended to the conference room on the 25th floor. The door closed, shutting out the bustling employees outside, and the conference room fell into silence. Qian Haoyu cleared his throat and spoke. "Let's cut to the chase. Our Qian family has been in medicine for generations. If it weren't for some special circumstances, we wouldn't have brought out this ancient formula passed down from the imperial court. Yi Qingqing, you understand what I mean?" This was clearly just a setup. He wanted more money. Yi Qingqing maintained her composure, nodding with a smile. "I understand. Might I ask what price Mr. Qian has in mind?" Qian Haoyu held up 5 fingers, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Yi Qingqing. 50 million? Though steep, Yi Qingqing could accept it. Time was of the essence. Failing to secure the formula now could plunge Qingqing International into grave crisis. Who would have thought that? Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, the alluring woman let out a derisive laugh and retorted, "Miss Yi, is this your first time doing business? What a pipe dream. Why not just ask us to give it to you for free? You've got some nerve." Instinctively hostile toward Yi Qingqing, who was more beautiful than herself, the seductive woman sneered. Such sarcasm stung Yi Qingqing's pride, and the key executives from Qingqing International who had followed her in were so enraged their faces flushed crimson. Qian Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Ms. Yi, 50 million won't buy you a single ancient formula. These beauty-enhancing recipes are the holy grail for cosmeceuticals and health supplements. I want 500 million. That's our bottom line. Can you afford it, Ms. Yi?" Watching Yi Qingqing's face finally crack, he smirked inwardly. What good is beauty in the business world? Women are useless here. Yi Qingqing stopped Xiaoko, who was about to speak, and smiled. Only the finest things command the highest prices. "Mr. Qian, might we see the formula first?" Qian Haoyu didn't hesitate, pulling the ancient formula straight from the briefcase. The ancient formula was written on a piece of yellow embroidered cloth. Weathered by time, the fabric had become fragile, yet it remained remarkably intact, a testament to the Qian family's reverence for this relic. "Miss Yi, my ancestors served as imperial physicians. This formula was favored by empresses and princesses in ancient times. 500 million yuan non-negotiable. Make your decision quickly. If you're not buying, don't delay me from finding another buyer." Yi Qingqing was unfamiliar with the calligraphy. After having it analyzed, Gao Chang, head of RD, stated, "Ms. Yi, this ancient formula appears genuine. Unfortunately, the medicinal ingredients are incomplete. Developing it could consume considerable time." Qian Haoyu scoffed. "That's your problem. If this formula were complete, I wouldn't sell it for 500 million. So, what's your decision, President Ji? Give me your answer quickly. I don't have time to waste on you small-town folks. 500 million for an incomplete formula? And then we'd have to invest significant time and resources to research and complete the entire prescription? Who knows how long that would take? Who would shoulder the losses in the meantime? Yi Qingqing hesitated for a moment. To Qian Haoyu, this looked like she simply couldn't afford it. He snorted derisively, tossing the ancient formula back into the briefcase. Ms. Yi, he muttered, I assumed as the heiress of the Yi family, money wouldn't be an issue. Seems I was mistaken. Looks like we made a wasted trip. The sultry woman also grumbled with obvious displeasure. What kind of broke person buys ancient formulas? Families like yours deserve to be weeded out. You've wasted so much of our time. With that, she stood up and prepared to leave with Qian Haoyu. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but interject, Mr. Qian, perhaps we could discuss this further? This ancient formula had taken them over a month of relentless inquiries to finally secure. If this effort failed, how would the company weather its crisis? Qian Haoyu paid no heed to Yi Qingqing's words, continuing toward the door. Chu Tian watched Yi Qingqing's disappointed expression and shook his head helplessly. He scribbled a formula on a piece of paper and said, Qingqing, at this point, why not trust me just this once? Chapter 47, Truly an Ancient Formula. Yi Qingqing shot Chu Tian a complex look before taking the formula from his hand. The characters were written in a sweeping, elegant script much like Chu Tian himself. She recognized every herb listed and understood their individual properties, but she couldn't fathom what miraculous effect combining them might produce. Seeing Yi Qingqing frown slightly as she studied the formula, Gao Chang from her D couldn't help but offer, Ms. Yi, may I take a look? Yi Qingqing knew Gao Chang was an expert in this field, so she promptly handed him the prescription. The senior RD staff gathered around the formula, studying it intently. Their eyes grew brighter with each passing moment. This is the formula for Red Beauty Dew. Could it be true? It can't be wrong. I've done specialized research on this before. These herbs are exactly what's in the elixir of youth. Who would have thought? In our lifetime, we actually have the chance to bring Red Beauty Dew back to the market. I could die happy now. Xiaoku, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask curiously, is this elixir of youth really as miraculous as you claim? Worth dying for? Absolutely. I'm completely confident that once we bring the elixir of youth back to the market, defeating Yuan Yanbin will be a piece of cake. The products currently on the market that use the elixir of youth as a marketing gimmick are already incredibly effective. And don't forget, we have the complete formula in our hands. Mr. Chu, where did you obtain this formula? You've truly saved Qingcheng International from an urgent crisis. Chu Tian waved his hand with a smile, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Similar formulas abounded in his lineage. Any one of them could not only crush a minor figure like Yuan Yanbin, but even lead the entire Qingcheng International out of Yunqing's encirclement with ease. Yi Qingqing turned to look at Chu Tian with a complex expression. She had only mentioned it casually earlier, never expecting Chu Tian to actually find the ancient formula for her, and such a huge surprise at that, completely resolving all her troubles. Chu Tian caught Yi Qingqing's gaze and blinked, his eyes seeming to say, I told you to trust me once, but you just wouldn't. That look made Yi Qingqing feel a bit awkward and ashamed. She cleared her throat and turned away. Shen Haoyu, who had already reached the doorway, overheard the RD team's discussion and his curiosity piqued. Turning back with a flattering smile, he asked, could we take a look at the formula for this Red Beauty Dew? This was the most genuine smile Qian Haoyu had shown since meeting the Yi family. Gao Chang glanced at Chu Tian but didn't agree immediately. After all, the formula belonged to Chu Tian, and whether it could be shared depended entirely on his consent. Only after seeing Chu Tian nod did he finally hand over the formula. Qian Haoyu held the prescription, and several elderly members of the Qian family crowded around. Emotions ran high. One elderly man even wiped away tears discreetly before speaking, that's right. It's the Red Beauty Dew. This formula was once used by Consort Yang. Though its author remains unknown, we all thought this prescription had vanished into the annals of history. Never did we imagine we'd have the honor of seeing it today. Qian Haoyu spoke with extraordinary excitement. Can we buy this prescription? Even just the licensing rights. I'll pay 10 billion. 20 billion is fine too. The value of this formula was incalculable. Even 20 billion yuan, he was utterly confident he could recoup it swiftly through strategic operations. He had his calculations all worked out in his mind, but upon seeing Chu Tian's meaningful expression, those calculations vanished instantly, leaving only endless regret. If he could go back in time, he would have treated Yi Qingqing better. But there's no such thing as a regret pill. Qian Haoyu could only settle for the next best thing. I got a bit carried away earlier. I also realize this ancient formula isn't something we can even dream of possessing. Now, I have just one small wish. I hope Mr. Chu can help us complete our family's ancient formula. If you're willing, I'll pay 200 million. Chu Tian scoffed and retorted, you're truly laughable. Just moments ago, you tried to sell a defective product to Qingcheng International for 500 million. Now you want me to complete your formula for 200 million? Your scheme rings loud and clear. Do you really think I'm a fool? A fully restored ancient formula would cost at least double that price. But that was what you, Mr. Qian, just said yourself. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Xian Haoyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he stammered, well then, perhaps Mr. Chu would care to name his price? 10 million, and I'll help you complete the ancient formula. When that happens, you'll make far more than that. The alluring woman beside him hurriedly interjected, don't listen to him. Who knows what underhanded means this kid used to get his hands on this red beauty do. Completing our formula? Impossible. All these years, we've spent untold effort and consulted countless renowned physicians, yet none could accomplish it. How could it be so easy for him to accomplish? Her words planted seeds of doubt in Xian Haoyu's mind. After a moment's thought, he politely suggested, how about I consult my father first and give you an answer? Would that be acceptable? Chu Tian showed no urgency, merely nodding with a smile. He sat quietly to the side, waiting. Chu Tian's calm and composed demeanor made Yi Qingqing feel a surge of confusion and bewilderment. How many secrets did this man harbor? He was like an abyss one dared to probe, yet found themselves sinking deeper without realizing it. Before long, Xian Haoyu ended his call and turned with a smile. Mr. Chu, we're willing to give it a shot. If you truly possess the ability to help us complete the ancient formula, we're prepared to pay a reward of 10 billion. Even those present, who had witnessed Chu Tian's red beauty do and held him in high regard, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at that moment. 10 billion for a single formula. That money would be too easy to earn if only they had the luck. Chu Tian took the formula from Xian Haoyu, glanced at it, and without a moment's hesitation, completed the missing 10 ingredients. Xian Haoyu held the prescription, its ink still wet, his excitement nearly overwhelming. He nodded repeatedly, then threw his head back in laughter. Ha! That ancient formula passed down through our Qian family to witness it become complete in my lifetime is truly an honor. Indeed, this is cause for great celebration. The family head will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this. It seems our trip to Yunqing was well worth it. Everyone was overjoyed, some even moved to tears. Chapter 48, Save My Father. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath, suppressing her curiosity and restlessness. She smiled at Xian Haoyu and said, Mr. Qian, although we won't be collaborating this time, we can still be friends. Since we didn't make a deal, let's consider it a gesture of goodwill. How about having dinner together tonight? Xian Haoyu shook his head apologetically. My deepest apologies, Ms. Yi. I must catch an immediate flight back to deliver the complete formula to my father. Let's postpone it. Next time you visit Jiangcheng, I'll personally host a proper feast for you. With the formula for beauty due now in your son's hands, expanding his business will be effortless. I sincerely hope that when your business expands to Jiangcheng one day, you'll consider partnering with us first. Yi Qingqing smiled and nodded. Definitely. After seeing Xian Haoyu off, Yi Qingqing turned to Chu Tian and said, come with me to the office. Uncertain of Yi Qingqing's intentions, Chu Tian followed her into her office under the envious gazes of the others. Just as Chu Tian was speculating why Yi Qingqing had summoned him, Yi Qingqing looked up and gathered her courage to ask, may I treat you to dinner tonight? After all, you helped the company through this crisis. I should properly thank you, nothing more. Don't read too much into it. As for what you mentioned earlier, I still don't believe you. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she stared intently at Chu Tian. Facing such beauty, Chu Tian couldn't bring himself to refuse. He nodded, but before he could speak, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was that old man, Zhou Yongtai. Recalling his earlier plans, he had intended to have a serious talk with this old man. Little did he expect the other party would call first. Old master, what brings your call? Zhou Yongtai replied respectfully, Master, you may call me Young Zhou or Yongkong. After all, we are master and disciple. Calling me old man would confuse our generational hierarchy. The thought of calling a man old enough to be his grandfather Little Zhou sent a shiver down Chu Tian's spine. His expression immediately turned stern as he replied, no conflict. Our generations are separate matters. Just get to the point. Old men always talk in circles. Fearing Zhou Yongtai would launch into more nonsense, Chu Tian hurriedly cut him off. Zhou Yongtai, upon hearing this, cut straight to the point, Master, I'm treating a patient, but it's tricky. I'm completely unsure. Could you come take a look? If even a divine healer is stumped, this illness must be quite tricky. Chu Tian stroked his chin and asked, who is this patient? The head of the Martial Arts Association, Rong Kaishan. Chu Tian nodded. The Martial Arts Association? Now that's an interesting place. After hanging up, he noticed Yi Qingqing's furrowed brow and suddenly remembered that the stunning beauty had just invited him to dinner that evening. And he'd completely forgotten about it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, I might have something tonight. Let's reschedule. I'll treat you to dinner another time. Yi Qingqing waved him off impatiently. Get out. Chu Tian watched Yi Qingqing suddenly flare up, utterly baffled. Scratching his head, he obediently left the office, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Xiao Ko, who had been curiously lingering by the door, spotted Chu Tian emerge and hurried over with a mysterious look. She batted her eyelashes and asked, what's up? Did President Yi call you in for a promotion and raise? Chu Tian rolled his eyes at the curious baby face before him and sighed, "You women, you're so unpredictable. I just can't figure you out." With that, he shook his head and walked away, leaving Chowka standing there, utterly baffled. After leaving the company, Chu Tian headed straight for the martial arts tournament. Arriving at the martial arts hall, he gazed at the large courtyard before him. The sounds of martial arts training echoed from within, stirring his spirit. A plaque hung above the entrance, bearing the characters "Martial Arts Assembly." The calligraphy, whose origin was unknown, radiated a majestic grandeur, carrying an unending momentum that seemed to swallow mountains and rivers. Those few strokes alone hinted at the extraordinary nature of its owner. Soon, the disciples in training noticed the commotion at the entrance. Someone hurried out, casting a wary glance at Chu Tian and demanding, "Who are you? The Martial Arts Association isn't a marketplace, just anyone can't walk in here." Chu Tian wore a polite smile as he replied, "I'm here to find my disciple." "Your disciple? Who is your disciple?" The burly man scrutinized Chu Tian from head to toe, his confusion deepening. The man before him looked barely 20-something. How could he possibly have a disciple here? He was more likely to be someone else's disciple. "My disciple is Zhou Yongtai. He called me here." The burly man snorted derisively at Chu Tian's words. "Master Zhou is your disciple? You weren't so sure just a moment ago. Now I see you're just here to swindle and deceive. You even dared to trick your way into our martial arts association. You're so young, how could Master Zhou possibly take a greenhorn like you as his disciple? Get out of here. Master Zhou is treating our master right now. He has no time for you." With that, he tried to shoo Chu Tian away as if swatting a fly. Chu Tian, however, maintained a faint smile on his face and didn't leave. Instead, he said, "You don't believe me? I'll call him right now and have him speak to you personally." The burly man snorted coldly, his gaze toward Chu Tian growing icy. "Master Zhou is treating our master right now. If you interrupt him recklessly and something goes wrong, can you take responsibility for that?" Chu Tian shrugged helplessly. "You won't let me do this. You don't believe that. What exactly do you want me to do?" Just as the burly man opened his mouth, a young man emerged from the courtyard. He glanced at the man and asked, "What's going on?" The burly man glared at Chu Tian and declared, "This brat, young master, tried to swindle money at our martial arts gathering, claiming to be Master Zhou's disciple. I was just about to throw him out." Rong Guang eyed Chu Tian up and down, then said indifferently, "Young man, this isn't a place to cause trouble. If you're so poor you can't afford food, take this 100 yuan. Buy yourself a proper meal, eat your fill, and then find a job. That's what you should be doing." Chu Tian stared at the 100 yuan note pressed into his hand, feeling both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but wonder what expression would cross this man's face if he told him that over 1 billion yuan still lay quietly in his bank account. Well. Even if he did tell them, they probably wouldn't believe him. Resignedly, he pulled out his phone to make a call. But the burly man swiftly swatted it away. Staring at the shattered phone on the ground, even someone as easygoing as Chu Tian couldn't help but feel annoyed now. Chapter 49, Truly Master Zhou the Divine Physician. "What are you doing?" The burly man declared with righteous indignation, "You're trying to call Master Zhou, aren't you? You're not allowed. If Master Zhou gets distracted and interrupts treating our master, it's not something a stinker like you can take responsibility for." Chu Tian took a deep breath and coldly retorted, "If you don't believe I'm Master Zhou's teacher, why stop me from calling? What kind of logic is that?" This scene was witnessed by Zhou Yongtai, who had come out to greet Chu Tian. He hurried over immediately. He glanced at Chu Tian first, then saw the shattered phone on the ground. His expression darkened as he demanded, "What the hell is going on here?" The burly man stuck out his neck and declared, "Master Zhou, this brat has been pretending to be your master all along. He even said he wanted to call you. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I was just about to kick this fraud out." His eyes held nothing but mockery and an eager look for praise. They believed such actions would curry favor with Master Zhou, leaving him with a favorable impression. After all, as martial artists training year-round, they inevitably suffered from ailments. Building a good relationship with Master Zhou would mean they could seek his treatment directly in the future. But his carefully laid plans were shattered by Zhou Yongtai's cold snort. Zhou Yongtai shot the burly man a frosty glance and declared, "How dare you? This is my master, whom I personally summoned by phone. President Rong has suffered chi deviation and meridian disruption. I alone cannot guarantee success, hence I called my master for support. Yet you dare treat him this way. This illness is better left untreated." Zhou Yongtai was stubborn by nature, and he held deep admiration and respect for Chu Tian. Seeing his master slandered and doubted like this, he naturally refused to stand idly by. Rong Guang, standing nearby, shot the burly man a fierce glare and declared, "Go to the punishment hall and receive 100 lashes." The burly man's face fell instantly. 100 strokes would cost him half his life. He was also somewhat surprised. Never would he have guessed this young man wasn't bluffing, that he truly was Master Zhou Shini's disciple. The burly man was filled with regret, cursing his own blindness for failing to recognize a mountain when he saw one. Rongguang glanced at Chu Tian and inquired politely, "Young man, I'm truly astonished that someone so young could be Master Zhou the divine physician's teacher." As he spoke, his eyes darted suspiciously over Chu Tian's features. Zhou Yongtai snorted. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're worried I'd just find some random person to fake it, aren't you? I've been practicing medicine for years, and what I value most is medical ethics. My master's medical skills are exceptional. Not something you can question. To put it plainly, whether your father makes a full recovery depends entirely on my master." With that, he grabbed Chu Tian and strode straight into the courtyard, heading toward one of the rooms. Rongguang felt a surge of curiosity toward Chu Tian and followed suit. He wanted to see what hidden talents this young man possessed. Inside the room, a middle-aged man lay pale-faced on the bed, his brow deeply furrowed and lips tightly clenched, seemingly enduring immense agony. Hearing footsteps, the man opened his eyes and glanced at Zhou Yongtai, offering a pale, feeble smile. "Master Zhou," he said, "has your master arrived? If I endure this any longer, I'd rather have a swift end than this lingering agony." Zhou Yongtai retorted impatiently, "Who told you to rush your cultivation? This backfire is your lesson. Let the pain teach you not to repeat this mistake." Chu Tian glanced at the two men and casually asked, "You know each other?" Zhou Yongtai nodded politely. "He's my master. This stubborn old fellow and I have been friends for many years." Seeing Zhou Yongtai address a young man as master utterly astonished Rong Kaishan. Rome had assumed Zhou's master would be a venerable elder. But who knew this self-righteous old codger would actually take a youngster who could be his grandson as his master? Was this old codger Zhou Yongtai pulling his leg? If not for the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Rong Kaishan would have leaped off the bed. "Master, this old fellow has lost control of his qi, his meridians are in chaos. I simply can't begin to treat him. I can manage the first two needles of the 3 life soul-seeking needles, but this disciple is dull-witted, the third needle is beyond me." Chu Tian briefly assessed Rong Kaishan's condition, nodded, and said, "Indeed. Without the third needle, his pain will likely be unstoppable. Step aside. I'll handle this." Rong Kaishan immediately grew frantic. "Old Zhou, we've been comrades for years. I'll be honest, if you won't step in today, I'd rather not be treated at all." Zhou Yongtai frowned. "You stubborn old mule. Don't you know how difficult it was to get my master to intervene?" But Rong Kaishan stubbornly refused to trust Chu Tian. Zhou Yongtai lost his temper and was about to argue further when Chu Tian spoke up calmly. "No problem. I'll guide you from the sidelines. You insert the needles yourself." "What?" But Master Cold Sweat beaded on Zhou Yongtai's forehead. If he had that ability, he would have cured Rong Kaishan long ago. Internal chi deviation was no trivial matter. His disciple was worried. What's there to worry about? Practice makes perfect. You can only develop the necessary feel by working on a human body. Rong Kaishan's mouth twitched at this. Though he'd gotten Zhou Yongtai to act, were these two treating him like a lab rat? He immediately bristled. "What the hell are you two playing at? Old Zhou, this isn't like you at all. Across all of Yunqing, you're unquestionably the foremost master of medicine. What's gotten into you today? Did this kid pull some kind of trick on you?" Zhou Yongtai shook his head solemnly. "Consider yourself honored. My master's medical skill has reached divine heights. To receive his treatment is your good fortune." After speaking, Zhou Yongtai shot Chu Tian a fervent glance, looking every bit the devoted fanboy. A flicker of disdain crossed Rong Guang's eyes. He refused to believe a youngster barely older than himself could possess any real skill. In any profession, true mastery comes from accumulated experience. Even Zhou Yongtai, hailed as a divine healer, had spent his entire life diligently honing his craft without claiming to be supernatural. What gave this kid the right? Chu Tian suddenly spoke up. "The patient's condition is critical. There's no time to waste." He glanced at Zhou Yongtai, offering him a reassuring look. Zhou Yongtai took a deep breath, helped Rong Kaishan sit up, and began the acupuncture. By the second needle, Zhou Yongtai's hands were already trembling violently, his forehead drenched in sweat, the effort clearly taking its toll. Tian waypoint, 1 CUN below the skin. Vibrate. Insert. Chu Tian's sudden low exclamation startled Rongguang and Rong Kaishan. Rongguang shot Chu Tian a displeased glare. What if that noise startled Zhou Yongtai? What if he inserted the needles incorrectly? Just as he was about to speak up in reproach, Zhou Yongtai, his eyes now clear and focused, followed Chu Tian's instructions and inserted the silver needles. Instantly, the pain vanished from Rong Kaishan's face, his complexion flushing rosy, a marked improvement over before. Rongguang shot Chu Tian a startled glance, finally realizing that Chu Tian was assisting Zhou Yongtai with the acupuncture. Could this guy's medical skills truly surpass Zhou Yongtai's? Chapter 50, A Newfound Respect. For a moment, the gaze directed at Chu Tian held a deeper meaning and a hint of scrutiny. Just as Zhou Yongtai thought that after 3 needles, Rong Kaishan should be fine. Rong Kaishan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His complexion rapidly deteriorated once more, and a faint look of agony appeared on his face. Rongguan, witnessing this, instantly grew frantic. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he roared. "Was there something wrong with that last needle? You dared to harm my father. I'll have your head." With that, he lunged forward and grabbed Chu Tian by the collar. Chu Tian seized his wrist, prying open his fingers. His expression remained calm as he spoke. "I understand your concern for your father. But if you continue to obstruct me, he truly will be in danger." Rongguan suddenly felt an overwhelming force. As a martial artist who had trained under his father for over 20 years, he knew ordinary strength couldn't break his grip, yet Chu Tian had done it effortlessly. Stunned, he stumbled back. By the time he regained his senses, Chu Tian had already reached the bedside and delivered a blow to Rong Kaishan's back. Seeing this, Rongguan panicked and tried to rush forward, only to be pulled back by Zhou Yongtai. Zhou Yongtai's expression turned serious as he said, "Rongguan, if you trust me, let my master try. If anything truly happens, I'll gladly give my life to make it right." Rongguan desperately wanted to ask why Zhou Yongtai would place such trust in a mere youth. Before he could speak, Chu Tian's steady voice reached both of them. "Mr. Rong, follow my instructions. Sink your chi into your dantian and circulate it once. Connect with your 5 vital organs. It will draw your spirit inward. Regulate your chi to break through the barrier." Chu Tian's voice was remarkably steady, commanding an involuntary sense of trust. Rong Kaishan realized Chu Tian intended to help him break through his cultivation barrier. Setting aside all distractions, he began to follow Chu Tian's instructions, gradually using his true chi to assault the barrier within his body. After repeated attempts, a powerful surge of true chi suddenly erupted from within Rong Kaishan. Zhou Yongtai, the elderly man with barely enough strength to tie a chicken, and Rongguan were both forced back several steps by the sheer force of this powerful energy. Rongguan's eyes flashed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Dad! You've broken through!" Just as Rong Kaishan opened his mouth to respond, a sweet taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Rongguan, alarmed, immediately prepared to confront Chu Tian. Rong Kaishan waved him off, wiped the blood from his lips, and said with a joyful expression, "No need. This blood is the impure energy that had accumulated in my body after my previous spiritual backlash. Now that it's out, I actually feel much better." With that, he rolled off the bed and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Chu Tian. "Mr. Chu, I truly can't thank you enough. Old Zhou was right. Your medical skills are truly extraordinary. I'm deeply impressed. Not only that, but you also helped me break through my cultivation level." Rong Kaishan was so overcome with emotion he could scarcely find words. For martial artists, cultivation is often valued above life itself. Chu Tian had helped him break through. Rong Kaishan regarded him as a second parent. Chu Tian waved his hand with a smile. "As long as you're well, that's all that matters." Rong Kaishan pulled a bank card from his pocket and said politely, "Mr. Chu, this card holds 50 million. Though it may be insignificant to you, it represents my small token of gratitude. I hope you'll accept it." Chu Tian accepted the card and smiled. "Your breakthrough to Grandmaster is cause for celebration. I must offer my congratulations." Rong Kaishan let out a hearty laugh and nodded. "It certainly is. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a proper feast. How about it?" Chu Tian didn't refuse and was about to nod when a piercing scream echoed from outside. The men exchanged glances and stepped out of the room together. Seeing his disciples sprawled across the floor, the smile vanished instantly from Rong Kaishan's face. Glaring at the smug-faced middle-aged man standing in the doorway, he erupted in fury, "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you injure so many of my disciples?" The middle-aged man chuckled, speaking in broken Chinese, I wanted to challenge you to a fair fight. But your disciples blocked my way. Naturally, I had to teach them a little lesson." Chu Tian studied the man across from him, his nose framed by a small tuft of mustache. The sight was deeply unsettling. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Who is this guy?" Rongguan's expression darkened, but since Chu Tian was his father's benefactor, he quickly suppressed his anger and explained politely, "This guy is Haneda Ichiro from Ko Country's Wooden Sword School. He's been making a living around here lately and had some conflicts with my father, so they've been at each other's throats." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. As a native-born Huagua citizen, he couldn't muster even a shred of goodwill toward Kogwa. Running a hand over his chin, a meaningful smile touched Chu Tian's lips. "Coming to cause trouble in the dead of night? 9 times out of 10, it's because they heard about Rong Kaishan's injury." After inquiring about his disciple's condition, Rong Kaishan finally spoke, "You defeated opponent. You lost to me last time. I never imagined that less than 2 days later, you'd come before me again, wanting to make a scene?" Hua Tian Ichiro grinned, clutching his wooden sword with ill intent. "My Wooden Sword Society has opened a branch nearby to teach martial arts. Yet your disciple spoke insolently. It seems this whole affair started because of you. This time, I'll settle this once and for all. The loser leaves Yuncheng. And before you go, remember to make a public apology, admitting that your Huagua martial arts are inferior to ours in Kogwa." He was indeed exactly as Chu Tian had suspected. He'd heard about Rong Kaishan's skills and had eagerly rushed over. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity absolutely not to be missed. This man may be a martial artist, but he possesses no martial virtue whatsoever, utterly despicable. Rong Kaishan was so enraged by Ichiro Hanada's words he burst out laughing. Scrutinizing Ichiro Hanada from head to toe, he declared, "You've got some nerve. You injured my disciple, and now you expect us to apologize before letting you leave Yuncheng? You even demand we admit Huagui is inferior to Kogwa? Your ambition is vast indeed. The only question is, do you possess the capability to bear the weight of such ambition?" Ichiro Hatanaka smiled and gestured invitingly. "In that case, let's cut to the chase. Today I'll show you the spirit of swordsmanship in Ko Nation. Choose your weapon." Rong Kaishan's gaze swept around the area before he walked to a peach tree. He snapped off a branch, weighed it in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. Rong Kaishan's injury was known to all his disciples. Seeing him prepare to face Hanada Ichiro, they immediately grew anxious. "Master, you're injured. You should recover first before fighting." "Humph. Those damned Ko-State bastards. They're utterly despicable, taking advantage of my master's illness to make such a shameless demand. Master ordered me to go. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll teach them a lesson." Seeing his disciples' faces flushed with righteous indignation, Rong Kaishan felt a warm glow in his heart. He chuckled softly and declared, "Don't worry. Today I'll make him understand, anyone who dares to act recklessly in China must be prepared to get beaten soundly. China is no playground for petty scoundrels like you." Chapter 51, If you can't beat them, steal their tactics. The martial arts of our nation are profound and vast. How dare this little Japanese rat spout such nonsense? Ichiro Hanada couldn't be bothered to listen to Rong Kaishan's nonsense. Strike while the iron is hot. He swung his wooden sword directly at Rong Kaishan, launching his attack. His strike was vicious. A flurry of sword flares dazzled the eyes, making it impossible to distinguish illusion from reality. Rong Kaishan curled his lips in a smirk, advancing fearlessly to meet the attack. A simple branch in his hand became a blade of unparalleled sharpness. Hanada Ichiro found himself momentarily unable to parry the assault. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to quickly adapt to Rong Kaishan's rhythm, responding with ease. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither gaining the upper hand. The smile on Ichiro Hanada's face gradually faded. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Wasn't Rong Kaishan supposed to have lost his mind and suffered internal injuries? How could he still possess such formidable strength now? For a moment, Rong Kaishan found himself unable to gain the upper hand. This wouldn't do. He'd come here today to make a name for himself in battle and drive Rong Kaishan and his disciples away for good. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him, diminishing the prestige he could gain. Taking a deep breath, Ichiro Hanada suddenly accelerated his assault. His sword slashed directly at Rong Kaishan's branches. Anticipating his move, Rong Kaishan vanished and reappeared behind Hanada Ichiro, lashing the branch across his back. The blow sent him staggering, nearly landing flat on his face. Hanada Ichiro roared in fury, whipping his wooden sword around to deliver a sweeping strike aimed squarely at Rong Kaishan's chest. Hanada Ichiro intended to kill Rong Kaishan outright. Though it was only a wooden sword, infused with his true chi, killing Rong Kaishan was not impossible. Rong Kaishan snorted coldly, raising his hand to block the branch before him. With a swift push and flick, the branch pressed against Ichiro Hanada's throat. "You lose." Hanada Ichiro's face twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. "You've broken through?" he gasped. "How is that possible? How could this be possible?" Breaking through from an internal energy warrior to a grandmaster was a formidable hurdle, one that was notoriously difficult to overcome and often required a measure of luck. Otherwise, Rong Kaishan wouldn't have gone mad from internal energy back then, and so many martial artists wouldn't be stuck at the peak of internal energy, unable to advance or retreat. Rong Kaishan gave a faint nod before saying, "Today, I just wanted to give you a warning. Don't come looking for trouble with us in the future. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll ever leave China's soil alive." As he spoke, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Ichiro Hanada felt an immense sense of frustration welling up inside him. He had believed this was a golden opportunity for him. Winning would allow him to seize Yun City and climb even higher within the Wooden Sword Society. But who could have imagined it would end in utter humiliation? Taking a deep breath, he coldly declared, "You win. The Wooden Sword Society will not trouble you again. Goodbye." With that, he turned to lead his men away. But after taking just a few steps, he was called back by Rong Kaishan. "Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? You injured my disciple, and you think a half-hearted apology will suffice? Do you really think this is some inn where you can come and go as you please?" Ichiro Hatanaka took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and slowly turned around. His fists clenched tightly, his face twisted with resentment. At that moment, murmurs of discontent rose from the surrounding crowd. "Apologize. Apologize now. Or you won't leave here today." Hanada Ichiro scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Rong Kaishan. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the man, he reluctantly bent his waist in humiliation, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. Suma-mason. I'm sorry. Before he could finish, a silver dart suddenly shot toward Ron Kaishan. Hanada Ichiro refused to let today's humiliation pass unpunished. A flash of venom crossed his eyes. With such a surprise attack, he didn't believe Ron Kaishan could dodge it. As the silver flash streaked toward Ron Kaishan, the crowd roared in alarm. Master, watch out! You bastards! That's despicable. You resort to hidden weapons when you can't win fair and square. Master, dodge quickly. Ron Kaishan's pupils contracted slightly. It was too late to dodge. Just as he raised his hand to block and minimize damage, he saw a silver needle slice through the air, knocking the silver dart to the ground. Ron Kaishan turned in astonishment to look at Chu Tian. He never expected this young master to not only possess extraordinary medical skills but also martial arts prowess. Chu Tian glared coldly at Hanada Ichiro and declared, Hanada Ichiro, your country of Ko truly is a bunch of hypocrites unchanged from the very beginning. Unable to win in open combat, you resort to hidden weapons and sneak attacks? Where is your martial virtue as warriors? His words had barely left his mouth when he was already standing before Hanada Ichiro. Hanada Ichiro, glaring at the man who had ruined his plans, gritted his teeth in fury. He raised his wooden sword and lunged at Chu Tian. Bastard! Die! Chu Tian scoffed, neither dodging nor holding back. With precise and vicious force, he delivered a slap to Ichiro Hanada's face. The blow sent Ichiro reeling, spinning in a full circle before crashing but first onto the ground. Chu Tian's voice was cold. Bastard? You're cursing me? Smack! Without blinking, another slap landed squarely across his face. I'll teach you to curse. Still not satisfied, Chu Tian grabbed Hanada Ichiro by the collar and hauled him toward the office like a little chick. His hand never stopped, delivering blow after blow until Hanada Ichiro's face quickly swelled up like a pig's head. The sound of the blows was cathartic to the crowd, yet it also sent a chill down their spines. Rongguang stared at Chu Tian with a look of awe bordering on terror. To defeat Ichiro Hanada with such ease, he must be at least a grandmaster. Chu Tian's medical skills alone had already astonished him. But now, his martial prowess proved equally terrifying a young man whose strength clearly surpassed that of a master. Was this even human? A master in his early 20s was a rarity even across the entire nation. The arrogance that had always filled Rongguang's eyes vanished completely. Before Chu Tian, what grounds did he have left for even a shred of haughtiness? Having beaten him sufficiently, Chu Tian tossed Ichiro Hanada onto the ground, then kicked him like a dead dog into the corner. Gazing at the battered Ichiro Hanada, Chu Tian declared coldly, using hidden weapons to harm others, such conduct makes you unworthy of martial arts. With that, Chu Tian suddenly struck out with a palm, hitting Hanada Ikiru squarely in the dantian. The latter's dantian was shattered by that single strike. Chu Tian then turned his gaze to Hanada Ichiro's disciples. His murderous stare made everyone flinch, unable to meet his eyes. They could only slink away, dragging their master from the scene. Chu Tian turned and smiled. It's all settled. These martial arts clubs from Ko Nation deserve a beating. They actually dared to flex their muscles on Chinese soil. They brought this upon themselves. Ron Kaishan gazed at Chu Tian with fervent eyes. Mr. Chu, I never imagined you possessed such profound martial arts prowess alongside your exceptional medical skills. You've truly made me look at you with new respect. Chu Tian waved off the compliment with a smile, glancing at the time. It was just past 9, still early enough to apologize to Yi Qingcheng. After all, he stood her up. This woman wasn't easy to appease. He couldn't afford to alienate her completely. Since everything has been resolved satisfactorily, I shall take my leave now. Just before Chu Tian left, Ron Kaishan suddenly remembered something. He turned to instruct Rongguang. Rongguang, I recall we have a century-old white angelica root in our collection. Go find it and present it to Mr. Chu. A great physician like him will surely find it useful. Rongguang nodded and hurried off. When he returned, he held a wooden box in his hands. Chu Tian didn't need to open the box. The faint medicinal scent alone allowed him to roughly gauge its age, and his heart leapt with delight. Chapter 52, I'll treat you to dinner. He accepted the box, offered a quick thanks, and departed immediately. Watching Chu Tian's retreating figure, one disciple murmured with a hint of regret, Master, that lad does have some skill, but giving away such precious herbs like that. He couldn't comprehend it after all. This herb had been acquired at great expense by Master Ron Kaishan, specifically intended for his own breakthrough. Ron Kaishan tapped Rongguang lightly on the head and said, You youngster, you really are quite dense. This Mr. Chu is no ordinary man. By my estimation, his strength is at least mid-level grandmaster, if not peak. With someone like this, if possible, we should cultivate a good relationship with him. Rongguang chimed in, exactly. A grandmaster this young, just a few pointers from him could benefit you for a lifetime. That's far more valuable than any herb or material. Ha? Senior brother, even you think so? The disciple looked utterly shocked. He had never seen Rongguang praise anyone before. Rong Kaishan didn't forget to remind him. Guanger, I heard from old Zhou that Mr. Chu takes a keen interest in medicinal herbs, especially aged ones. You'd do well to keep a close eye on them from now on. Yes, father. After leaving the martial arts tournament, Chu Tian didn't go straight home. Instead, he headed to the company. Seeing the light on in the office, he knew Yi Qingcheng was still busy. He knocked on the office door before pushing it open and stepping inside. Yi Qingcheng's expression turned cold upon recognizing Chu Tian. But remembering how he'd just done her a huge favor earlier that day, getting angry now would seem like biting the hand that fed her. Taking a deep breath, she forced her voice to sound calm as she asked, "What brings you here? Didn't you say you had something to discuss?" Chu Tian smiled and nodded. "I'm done with work now. You must be hungry. Let me treat you to a late-night snack." Yi Qingcheng snorted lightly. "I don't have time. I'm swamped right now with piles of documents to process. Unlike certain people who just know how to loaf around outside. If you don't have anything important, you should go back. Don't disrupt my train of thought." Chu Tian shook his head with feigned regret. "I was hoping we could discuss that beauty elixir formula over dinner. I've got several even more powerful recipes, any one of them could rival today's red beauty dew. Too bad you're not interested." "Never mind." After speaking, he stole a glance at Yi Qingcheng's expression. Seeing she remained unmoved, clearly skeptical, he decided to fan the flames further. The ancient world had its 4 great beauties so stunning they made fish sink, geese fall, the moon hide, and flowers blush. I possess all the beauty recipes passed down from those legendary beauties. Since some here show no interest, I shall take my leave. As Chu Tian made to leave, Yi Qingcheng finally couldn't hold back. She looked up at him suspiciously and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Chu Tian nodded earnestly. "Why would I lie to you? These recipes, once in your hands, might just help you and your Qingcheng International truly break through the international barrier." Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng could no longer hold back. Her wager with her father wasn't just about pride, it was about proving her capabilities. If it truly worked as Chu Tian claimed, Qingcheng International might one day become a globally renowned brand. But why would you be so generous and give them to me for nothing? Spit it out, what do you want in return? Yi Qingcheng asked, her face guarded. Chu Tian gazed at Yi Qingcheng's adorable expression and chuckled softly. "I have no demands. I only wish for you to join me for a late-night snack. That's not too much to ask, is it?" Yi Qingcheng's dark, bright eyes widened in surprise. "Are you sure? Do you know the value of these formulas? Put them up for auction, and you could easily make a fortune. Hey, you're not just messing with me, are you?" At this point, Yi Qingcheng found it hard to believe. "I'm serious," Chu Tian replied with a smile. "I intended to give them to you anyway." Yi Qingcheng thought for a moment, then hurried out of the office. Before leaving, she reminded him, "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon." Chu Tian glanced at the clock while sitting on the sofa. It was already 9:30. If she delayed any longer, the night market might not have much good food left. Chu Tian didn't have to wait long. Yi Qingcheng returned holding a stack of documents. "I don't like taking things for free. Since you haven't made any demands, I've decided to give you a 20% stake in the company. That way, you can receive dividends. When Qingcheng International truly grows and prospers, you'll be able to sit at home and collect your earnings." Chu Tian felt a bit helpless, but he knew he couldn't stand up to Yi Qingcheng. He had no choice but to accept. After both parties signed, they made 2 copies, each keeping one. Only then did Chu Tian rise. "Can we go now? If we delay any longer, we might miss out on everything." Yi Qingcheng, in high spirits, followed Chu Tian downstairs. They eventually parked near a bustling downtown area. Chu Tian turned to look at Yi Qingcheng in surprise. He never imagined this high and mighty CEO would bring him to eat at a street stall. His astonishment was too obvious for Yi Qingcheng to miss. She chuckled softly, "Are you surprised I'm taking you here? Who says a rich girl can't eat street food?" Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng took Chu Tian's hand. Her smile blossomed as she explained, "Actually, when I was little, my family wasn't well off. Back then, my father was young and impulsive. He angered my grandfather and was kicked out of the Yi family. Later, after he started his own business, things gradually improved. Eventually, my father and grandfather reconciled, and I was allowed back into the Yi family. I used to come here often, but later, work became too busy, and I lost the time. Stop spacing out and come with me. I know a place with amazing grilled skewers, let's head there now." The two weaved through the streets and alleys, soon arriving at a barbecue stall in the middle section. The place was crowded, but thanks to Yi Qingcheng being irregular, the owner recognized her and found them a seat early. Yi Qingcheng handed the menu to Chu Tian. "What do you want to eat? I'm treating, so don't hold back." Chu Tian smiled. "You order. You come here often, so you should know what's best. As for who's treating, don't argue with me about that today." Yi Qingcheng obliged, ordering a mountain of food and several bottles of beer. Turning back, she said, "Chu Tian, honestly, you always surprise me in unexpected ways. Thank you so much for today. This toast is for you. Chu Tian raised his glass to clink with hers, downing the beer in one gulp. No need for formalities. Remember what I told you before? Your calamity can only be resolved by me. Consider me your destined person. As he spoke, Chu Tian kept his gaze fixed on Yi Qingqing's face, his tone unusually earnest. Such attitude and tone made Yi Qingqing's cheeks flush slightly. She cleared her throat and covered it up by taking a sip of beer. Chapter 53, Mind Your Own Business. Yi Qingqing noticed Chu Tian had been staring at her the entire time. Feigning annoyance, she snapped. Hey! What are you staring at me for? Just so you know, even though you helped me, you better not get any funny ideas. She waved her small hand threateningly. She looked just like a little kitten with its fur standing on end. Chu Tian chuckled softly. Although his dragon kidney required the yin-yang harmony of a 9-star destiny woman to alleviate the powerful energy surge, he wasn't one to force things. Step by step, slowly but surely. Soon the barbecue arrived, and the two ate and chatted, surprisingly harmonious. Unfortunately, this harmony didn't last long. A loud crash echoed from nearby, sounding like a wooden table being smashed. They turned toward the sound. They saw a young woman being dragged by her hair and slammed onto the ground by a burly man. A chorus of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, who gathered around but none dared to intervene. Yi Qingqing couldn't stand seeing the weak bullied, especially a grown man hitting a woman. She immediately stood up and walked over. Chu Tian followed quietly behind. Damn you, you! You're lucky I even noticed you. Dressing like that, you're just trying to lure men. And you dare reject me? Just wait till I beat you into submission today. With that, he delivered a brutal kick straight to her stomach. The woman curled up in agony, her eyes fixed on a bespectacled man standing nearby, her gaze filled with accusation and pain. The bespectacled man nervously pushed his glasses up his nose, backing away cautiously to blend into the crowd, terrified of being noticed. After the kick, the burly man yanked her long hair, forcing her to look him in the eye. He demanded again, well? Are you clear-headed now? If you come with me quietly tonight and let me have my fun, I'll let you go. But if you can't, I won't mind dragging you into an alley tonight and letting my buddies have their way with you. As he finished speaking, a wave of lecherous laughter rippled through the surrounding crowd. The men's gazes on her seemed to devour her, as if they wanted to strip her naked right then and there. The woman shrank back, her heart filled with unprecedented despair. When she remained silent, the burly man slapped her face viciously. Damn it! Still putting up a fight. Well, tonight the brothers will help loosen her up properly. With that, several men charged forward, grabbing her legs and dragging her toward a nearby alley. The woman screamed and flailed wildly, her desperate eyes scanning every onlooker present. Not a single person stepped forward to help her. This only deepened her despair. Just as she thought she was doomed to be tortured, the man dragging her legs was kicked flying to the side. He crashed into a table before collapsing onto the floor, moaning in pain. The burly man, seeing the disturbance, instantly widened his eyes, his expression turning savage and menacing, like a vengeful specter. Damn it! Who the hell is that bastard? Ruining my fun! Does he even know who I am? Yi Qingqing rushed to the woman's side, pulling her up from the floor. He asked her questions with concern, but she only shivered and shook her head repeatedly, clearly terrified. Chu Tian kept his hands in his pockets, glancing at the onlookers before speaking calmly. You lot are truly demons in human form. A girl goes out to eat how she chooses to dress as her own business. Women are meant to be admired, not treated with such crude brutality. Seeing Chu Tian step in, the onlookers couldn't help but try to talk him out of it. Young man, this isn't your fight. Just leave with your girlfriend. They're the real devils. Your girlfriend's so pretty, don't get dragged into this mess. Exactly. She's dressed like a. She's clearly no good. What's she pretending for now? Why did she pick you out of everyone? This kind of thing, just watch and don't say a word. Hearing the murmurs, Chu Tian snorted derisively. Your words are utterly ridiculous. She's wearing a long dress, what do you expect her to wear in summer? Should she bundle up in a thick winter coat to avoid being slandered? Is being beautiful suddenly a crime? If the world becomes like this, aren't you worried your own daughters or wives will be next? How utterly hopeless would you feel then? If everyone thought like this, wouldn't it just give the bad guys more room to run wild? Chu Tian's words moved Yi Qingqing and the woman in her arms. Many onlookers also wore expressions of shame. The burly man burst into maniacal laughter upon hearing Chu Tian's words. Kid, he snarled, I'm too lazy for lectures. Hand over the woman behind you now, or I'll beat you both to a pulp today. Before the words had even left his mouth, Chu Tian, who moments ago had stood several paces away, suddenly materialized before him. Before the bully could even react, a sharp slap landed squarely across his face. The burly man clutched his face, staring at Chu Tian in disbelief. You dare hit me? I'm with the Western Heaven Gang. On our turf, I haven't seen a brat as insolent as you in ages. Beat him. Beat him good. Then toss him in the moat to feed the fish. The onlookers shook their heads at his words. Even if Chu Tian had a point that without the skills, one had no right to help others, and self-preservation was already a challenge. Looks like this young man won't make it out alive today. What a waste, such a beautiful girl, destined to be ruined today too. Chu Tian watched the dozen or so thugs closing in, snorting derisively. Without breaking a sweat, not even taking a full minute, he knocked every last one of them flat on the ground. Such overwhelming power left the crowd utterly speechless. The burly man pointed at Chu Tian in disbelief, his voice trembling. "You, how can you be this strong? I'm warning you, don't come any closer. If you dare touch me today, I swear I'll make you regret ever being born." At that moment, Chu Tian had grown to utterly despise the very name Western Heaven Gang. With that thought, another slap flew out. The burly man tumbled backward, crashing to the ground, several teeth knocked loose. The crowd stared at Chu Tian in disbelief, never expecting this seemingly frail young man to possess such formidable combat prowess. Just then, a black BMW pulled up at the alley entrance. Mu Xiaocheng, his face dark and grim, led his men toward the scene of the disturbance. The burly man spotted Mu Xiaocheng as if he'd seen his own father. With a wail, he rushed over, looking utterly aggrieved. Pointing at his bruised and battered face, he wailed, "Brother Poison Snake. Some punk dared to hit me. Look what he did to me. You gotta get me justice. He clearly doesn't give a damn about our Western Heaven Gang." Chapter 54, The Western Heaven Gang Summons. To fuel Mu Xiaocheng's rage, the burly man exaggerated the incident, amplifying the conflict as much as possible. His goal was to get Mu Xiaocheng to severely punish Chu Tian. As one of the gang's four great Dharma kings, Mu Xiaocheng's strength was formidable. Dealing with a mere greenhorn was child's play. Mu Xiaocheng glanced in the direction the burly man pointed. Upon recognizing the troublemaker as Chu Tian, his lips twitched involuntarily. Without another word, he turned and delivered another sharp slap across the burly man's face. The burly man clutched his stinging cheek, whining, "Brother Poison Snake, why are you hitting me too?" Mu Xiaocheng snorted coldly, shooting the burly man a threatening glance before striding over to Chu Tian. His tone turned respectful. "Mr. Chu, we meet again. Our gang leader, Evil Buddha, would like to invite you over for a chat." Chu Tian's formidable strength still sent shivers down Poison Snake's spine. A man like this was someone they desperately wanted to win over internally. Their carefully laid plans had nearly been ruined by that fool of a burly man. He turned to give the burly man a cold, piercing look that made the man's hair stand on end. The burly man immediately shut up and stood to the side. Chu Tian felt a mix of surprise and puzzlement at Mu Xiaocheng's invitation. Strictly speaking, his relationship with the Western Heaven Gang was hostile. Yet instead of hunting him down, they were inviting him over. What was their game? The onlookers watched Mu Xiaocheng's polite demeanor with utter astonishment. The Western Heaven Gang ruled this territory like a dragon, reigning supreme over the skies. The common folk had to watch their every move just to scrape by. Yet here stood this seemingly frail, greenhorn youth, and one of the four great Dharma kings, Poison Snake, treated him with such deference? This young man was clearly no ordinary figure. After a moment's thought, Chu Tian nodded. "I'll go with you. But that man, I want you to break his arms and legs. Make sure he can never get out of bed again to harm anyone. If you can't do that, then forget it." The burly man broke out in a cold sweat at those words. He stumbled over to Snake, knelt before him, and pleaded tearfully, "Brother Snake, you can't listen to this brat. All my enemies were made after joining the Western Heaven Gang. If I'm crippled, I'm as good as dead." Snake was known as the most honorable man in the gang. The burly man believed that if he just knelt and begged a few times, he could save his own life. But this time, Venom, having heard of the burly man's earlier actions, showed no mercy. He coldly beckoned with a wave of his hand, "Break his arms and legs. Throw him into that trash bin over there. Trash belongs in the trash bin." Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since you seem somewhat sincere, I'll accompany you." Yi Qingqing sensed something was amiss and quickly grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve, pleading, "I'll go with you." Chu Tian shook his head earnestly. "You really shouldn't go. That girl must be terrified. You should go with her to the hospital. I'll be fine." With that, he climbed straight into Poison Snake's car. Yi Qingqing could only watch Chu Tian drive away, her face filled with worry. Once inside the car, Mu Xiaocheng chuckled. "Mr. Chu, to be honest, I'm genuinely surprised you agreed to come with me so readily. Aren't you afraid this might be a trap?" Chu Tian chuckled softly, gazing out the window without a trace of tension. "If I dared follow you, it's because I have enough confidence in my own protection. You can't do anything to me, so I might as well go with you and see what it's all about." Hearing Chu Tian's words, Mu Xiaocheng inwardly scoffed at his overconfidence and arrogance. The West Heaven Gang's territory was their domain. Even if they turned Chu Tian into a corpse, no one would bat an eye. Within the gang, there were 4 great Dharma kings and over 1,000 underlings. A mere Chu Tian, if they truly wanted to deal with this kid, he wouldn't stand a chance. Neither spoke for the rest of the journey. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaocheng led Chu Tian into an enormous, luxurious estate. The estate formed its own self-contained world, complete with small bridges and flowing streams, creating a picturesque scene. Chu Tian walked around, glancing about as if strolling through his own backyard. Soon they reached the main hall. Mu Xiaocheng said coldly, "Mr. Chu, we're here. The Buddha master is inside." Chu Tian strode over the threshold. In the reception hall, 4 men of varying ages were seated. The oldest man, seated at the head, was likely the so-called Buddha master. The other 3 were likely the 4 Dharma kings of the Western Heaven Gang. Bear, Guan Chengxian. Mad Dog, Wang Wu. And Demon Blade, Zheng Si. As Chu Tian entered the hall, all eyes turned to him simultaneously. The evil Buddha, Guang Haoqiang, grinned and spoke. "So you're Chu Tian, the one who defeated Poison Snake?" Truly young and accomplished, with a commanding presence. Chu Tian snorted coldly, replying indifferently, "Get to the point. Cut the nonsense. I've no patience for this." Chu Tian's words instantly enraged the 3 Dharma kings seated in the hall. They pointed at Chu Tian and roared, "You insolent brat, how dare you? To speak insolently to the Buddha Lord? You wouldn't have 10 lives to spare. Do you really think wounding Poison Snake means you can take on all of us? Let me tell you, Poison Snake is the weakest of our 4 Dharma kings." Mu Xiaocheng felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this, yet he couldn't deny the truth in their words. He glanced at Chu Tian, unsure whether he wanted to see fear in those eyes or hoped to witness him defeat them all, proof that his earlier words weren't lies. Chu Tian scoffed. "You lot look like such fierce demons, I'm absolutely terrified. Did you come here today just to threaten me?" Guang Haoqiang narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Chu Tian. He cracked his neck and said, "Kid, you really are arrogant. But there's always someone better out there. Don't think defeating 1 Dharma king gives you the right to strut around in our Western Heaven Gang." He paused, noting Chu Tian's silence, and continued, "I summoned you today out of genuine admiration for your talent. Considering your potential, if you're willing to join the Western Heaven Gang, I promise to make you our 5th Dharma king." His words instantly sparked discontent among the 3. After all, the 4 great Dharma kings had earned their status through years of life and death struggles alongside the Buddha. How could this upstart Chu Tian expect to gain the Buddha's favor so easily? Mu Xiaocheng wisely kept his mouth shut. "Boss, this is impossible. We won't agree to it. What does this kid think he is? Does he really believe defeating a venomous snake makes him special? He's contributed nothing to the gang, why should he become a Dharma king? Each of us fought tooth and nail for this position, risking our lives countless times. Let him be Dharma king? He'll have to get past us first." Chu Tian stood by silently as the others argued until their faces flushed crimson. Chapter 55, Did you ask me? After they'd argued themselves hoarse, Chu Tian finally curved his lips into a faint smile. "All this bickering, did any of you bother to ask my opinion? Truth be told, I'm not exactly thrilled about this Dharma king title either." Chu Tian's words successfully drew everyone's attention. "What do you mean by that, you brat? A Dharma king isn't enough to satisfy you? Young man, one mustn't be too greedy. A Dharma king is already showing you favor. If you refuse, you won't even leave this door today. Frankly, I say we just kill the brat outright. Eliminate the threat once and for all, cut the grass at its roots." Chu Tian scoffed, his gaze lazily fixed on the evil Buddha. "Heh, seems not all your men are willing to follow your lead. If you ask me, joining your Western Heaven Gang isn't entirely out of the question. But I'm rather interested in your position as gang leader. How about this, you step down, and I take over as leader?" These words successfully ignited everyone's fury. Even Guang Haoqiang himself couldn't help but snort coldly, his eyes like venomous snakes, glaring fixedly at Chu Tian. "Young man, one shouldn't be too greedy. Since you refused the courtesy offered, don't blame this Buddha for showing no mercy." As soon as Guang Haoqiang finished speaking, the 3 Dharma kings who had been seated suddenly launched their attack on Chu Tian. Mu Xiaocheng sighed helplessly. Though he didn't wish to oppose Chu Tian either, he hadn't forgotten that he was, after all, a member of the Western Heaven Gang. The 4 attacked Chu Tian simultaneously, sealing off all his escape routes from every direction. Bear was a burly man, easily weighing over 200 pounds. His fist was larger than a clay pot. If that punch landed squarely on Chu Tian, it would guarantee he'd be left battered and bruised, if not outright killed. Just as the fist was about to strike Chu Tian, a surprising turn of events unfolded. Chu Tian casually raised his hand, seemingly effortlessly blocking the blow. With a twist, a piercing scream erupted from the bear. The twisted wrist told everyone, it was broken. This scene caused the remaining 3, who had already advanced halfway, to halt abruptly. The bear's defense and strength were the strongest among the 4 of them. Without exaggeration, he could easily tear an ordinary person in half with his bare hands. They had all witnessed this with their own eyes. Now, not only did the bear's attack fail to harm Chu Tian in the slightest, but he'd actually snapped the bear's wrist with a casual squeeze? While the 3 were still reeling in shock, Chu Tian effortlessly lifted the bear like a sandbag and hurled it toward the stunned Dharma kings. Only then did the trio snap out of their stupor, their first instinct being to scramble out of the way. Mad Dog was a split second too slow, getting crushed by the bear's crushing blow, nearly losing half his life. Mad Dog and the bear crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. The remaining two, Venomous Snake and Demon Blade, exchanged cautious glances. Snake provided cover while Demon Blade seized the brief advantage. In a flash, he appeared behind Chu Tian, his dagger flashing coldly as it aimed straight for Chu Tian's back. Die! Simultaneously, Poison Snake desperately held Chu Tian back, trying to deny him any chance to fight back. Instead, Chu Tian sent him flying with a single kick. Then, just as the dagger was about to pierce his back, Chu Tian spun around and slapped the Demon Blade across the face. The Demon Blade veered off course, sent flying backward. Chu Tian snorted coldly. Trivial tricks. How dare you show off in front of me? The four great Dharma Kings hadn't even lasted a single move against Chu Tian before being utterly defeated. Each lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath like dead dogs. Guan Haoshan, seated at the head of the table, watched this unfold. His lips twitched uncontrollably. With a thud, he slammed his hand onto the armrest. Fueled by the surging true qi within Guan Haoshan, the armrest shattered instantly into a pile of splinters. Kid! You're courting death! With that, he launched himself like a cannonball hurtling toward Chu Tian. As he closed in on Chu Tian, his overwhelming aura and dense true qi grew ever more intense, momentarily blinding those nearby. A palpable sense of crisis surged directly from the depths of the four great Dharma Kings' hearts. The four turned their gaze to the center of the arena, a flicker of anticipation stirring within them. Guan Haoshan was the strongest fighter in the Western Heaven Gang, already standing at the threshold of Grandmaster. With such prowess, he was virtually unmatched throughout all of Yun City save perhaps for the martial arts tournament's Rong Kaishan, who stood on the brink of masterhood. Dealing with a mere greenhorn should be no trouble at all. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, snorted derisively, and declared, "Today, I'll show you what it means to be overwhelmed by 10,000 techniques." With that, he lashed out with a fierce palm strike. Guan Haoshan, who had seemed unstoppable moments before, was sent flying through the air by Chu Tian's single blow. He returned the way he came. He slammed heavily into a chair, shattering it into pieces. Guan Haoshan landed on the floor, looking utterly disheveled. Is that all? The leader of the Western Heaven Gang? One of Yunqing's four great gangs? So easily defeated? I suggest you disband immediately. At that moment, the entire crowd fell silent. Every gaze fixed on Chu Tian now brimmed with fear and astonishment. They never could have imagined that the kid before them, who looked barely 24 or 25, possessed such formidable combat prowess. It made them feel ashamed of themselves, while also stirring a deep sense of helplessness. Humph. Since you've defeated us, do with us as you please, kill or torture. But spare us this humiliation. Humph, I admit defeat today. If you've got the guts, just finish me off. Chu Tian listened to their words, a faint smile playing on his lips. Well said. Looks like you're eager to be reincarnated. I was considering sparing your lives, but it seems you don't value that chance. Mu Shaochen spoke up first. Tell us. If you can spare our lives, we'd certainly prefer to live. Chu Tian gave Mu Shaochen a satisfied look and nodded. So, there's still some sense left in one of you. My demand is simple. Aren't you under that so-called Prince of Zhenjiang? I'll give you 3 days. Bring the Prince of Zhenjiang to see me, and I'll leave you alone. If you fail, the entire Shitian gang might vanish from Yunqing altogether. Chu Tian's move was called cutting off the supply at the source. With that, he shot the group a cold glance before turning and walking away. Only after confirming Chu Tian was gone did Mad Dog ask hesitantly, "Boss, should we really contact the Prince of Zhenjiang? Won't she think we're incompetent? The Prince of Zhenjiang is our trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to disturb her." Chapter 56, I don't believe we can't kill him. Guan Haoshan listened to their words, shot them a cold glance, and said, "You useless fools. Do you think I'm an idiot? What you're thinking, I've already considered. We absolutely cannot alert the Prince of Zhenjiang. She is our protector. If she finds out we've botched this, we'll lose our most important ally." The consequences were too obvious for Guan Haoshan to spell out. Over the years, the Western Heaven Gang had flaunted the Prince of Zhenjiang's name to flex their power, and those who secretly seethed with hatred toward them were far from few. The only viable option now is to reach out to the other 3 major gangs and seek an alliance. Though we've had friction before, we're all ultimately under the Prince of Zhenjiang. That kid Chu Tian is a ticking time bomb. If we don't eliminate him, none of us will live in peace. The 4 Dharma Kings listened, nodding solemnly in turn. By the time Chu Tian returned home, it was nearly midnight. Stepping out of the car, he was surprised to find lights still on inside the villa. Pushing open the door in confusion, he found Yi Qingcheng, Lin Yun, and Shanguan Momo, the 3 beauties, all sitting on the sofa, each wearing a look of concern. Hearing the noise and seeing Chu Tian return unharmed, all 3 were overjoyed. Lin Yun couldn't help but rush forward and give him a big hug. Lin Yun's face was filled with worry. "Xiao Tian, you scared the life out of me. Qingcheng said you were taken by the Shitian gang. Did they hurt you?" Shu Tian chuckled playfully. Oh, Yun, I feel all achy. How about you give me a full body checkup later? Lin Yun pushed him away, rolling her eyes. You ungrateful little thing. I was so worried about you, and you still have the nerve to joke around. Looks like you're fine then. Watching the two bicker playfully, Yi Qingcheng, who had been overjoyed to see Chu Tian return safely, could no longer maintain her smile. Her hurried footsteps halted midway. Noticing Yi Qingcheng's unusual demeanor, Shanguan Momo turned to glance in her direction. This made Yi Qingcheng feel somewhat uneasy. She couldn't shake the feeling that even though Shanguan Momo couldn't see now, she possessed some kind of insight into people's hearts. Her own thoughts and feelings seemed utterly exposed before Shanguan Momo. Chu Tian asked in confusion, why are you all here? It's so late, shouldn't you be sleeping? And you, Momo, your top priority now is to rest well so the medicine can work to its fullest effect. Shanguan Momo's face held a faint smile as she replied with grace and politeness, Hehe, we heard from Qingcheng that Mr. Chu was taken to the Western Heaven Gang. We were worried about you, so we didn't go to sleep. Chu Tian gave a bitter chuckle, sat down on the sofa, and said, Qingcheng, it seems you still don't quite trust me. I told you I'd be fine and I will be. Yi Qingcheng rolled her eyes. Who knows what might happen to you? The Western Heaven Gang isn't some place anyone can just walk in and out of. What's really going on? Why did they call you over? Did they just let you go like that? Yi Qingcheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this. Chu Tian glanced at the three beautiful women staring at him with curiosity. He grinned slightly and said, since you're all so eager to know, I'll reluctantly tell you the story. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but ask with a sour expression, you say you defeated the Western Heaven Gang's leader and the four great Dharma kings, and even made the Prince of Zhenjiang come see you personally? Chu Tian nodded. That's exactly what I mean. Yi Qingcheng stared at Chu Tian as if he were insane. Have you lost your mind? You must be out of your mind. Do you really think defeating the Western Heaven Gang means you can dominate all of Yun City? You probably don't realize that 90% of Yun City's underground forces are loyal to the Prince of Zhenjiang. They might be scattered and weak when apart, but once united, their power is immense. Have you even considered that? And do you think you can just waltz right up to Prince Zhenjiang? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've stirred up today? What kind of mess you've gotten yourself into? Chu Tian chuckled lightly, it's not as complicated as you think. If they really try to rally other gangs, I'll just keep punching until they're willing to fetch the Prince of Zhenjiang for me. Besides, regardless of what the other gangs do, Chu Tian knew full well that Fifth Brother long owed him a favor and was still part of the Dragon Gate. There was no way he'd side with the other three gangs against him. Yi Qingcheng shook her head. You're completely mad. This won't do. I must tell grandfather about this incident. He'll use his connections and influence. You can go apologize to the Western Heaven Gang afterward, and this matter will be settled. Lin Yun nodded in agreement, pulling out her phone. I'll call our old man too. Shanguan Momo chuckled softly. You two are worrying yourselves sick. First off, it's already late, our elders are long asleep. Besides, Chu Tian is an adult. He knows exactly what he's doing. If he's acting this way, he must have his reasons. Maybe we're just worrying needlessly? Chu Tian instinctively glanced at her, inwardly marveling at Shanguan Momo's perceptiveness. He shot her a grateful smile. That smile, however, was exceptionally jarring to Yi Qingcheng's eyes. First Lin Yun's embrace, now this exchange of glances with Shanguan Momo. It felt as though she alone was fretting needlessly. In that instant, a strange emotion surged through Yi Qingcheng's heart. The name of this emotion was resentment. Taking a deep breath to suppress the stinging in her eyes, she coldly declared, fine, then consider me the one overthinking things. Do whatever you want. It's late, I'm going to bed. With that, she turned and walked straight back to her room, closing the door behind her. Lin Yun, naturally noticing Yi Qingcheng's emotional shift, quickly stood up, glared at Chu Tian, and declared loudly, Qingcheng, I'm sleeping with you tonight. With that, she followed her into Yi Qingcheng's room. For a moment, the living room was left with only Chu Tian and Shanguan Momo. Shanguan Momo chuckled softly. Mr. Chu, your words just now hurt Qingcheng. She was only looking out for you. Chu Tian nodded. I understand that perfectly well. Thank you for covering for me earlier. While I know she meant well, ultimately, my connection to the Yi family is limited to Yi Qingcheng herself. I have no ties to the rest of the family, why should they help me? Besides, as you said, I have absolute confidence in my decision. In the end, 1,000 words can't match a single action. I'll prove with results that I truly have the confidence to handle this challenge. A man who takes responsibility is what you ladies find appealing, isn't that right? Finishing his words, he winked at Shanguan Momo only to realize the woman before him couldn't see it. Shall I walk you back to your room? Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Shanguan Momo's cheeks flushed red. No need. I'll just have Daxia come down to escort me back. Chapter 57, The Flutter of Heart. Chu Tian glanced at the time, then walked straight up to Shanguan Momo and swept her into his arms. It's so late already. Everyone's asleep. Let's not disturb them. I'll take you. With that, Chu Tian carried Shanguan Momo steadily upstairs. This first intimate contact with a man made Shanguan Momo's face flush involuntarily. Yet this unfamiliar sensation didn't seem to repel her. Her blindness had sharpened her other senses to an extraordinary degree. She could detect a faint scent of blood on Chu Tian. Far from frightening her, this scent strangely evoked a long-lost sense of security. Chu Tian frowned as he walked. Miss Shanguan, you're far too light. You really need to eat properly and nourish your body. After gently placing Shanguan Momo on the bed, he bid her goodnight and left. Shanguan Momo stared blankly, touching her flushed cheeks. She pulled the blanket over her head and curled up into a ball. What was happening? She felt a flutter in her heart. What was this? Yuan family villa. Yuan Yanbin, who had just received treatment from the family doctor, lay pale-faced against the headboard with his eyes tightly shut. Yuan Tai followed the doctor out of the room, his expression grim as he demanded, "What's my son's condition now?" The doctor looked troubled as he replied, "Young Master Yuan's condition is temporarily stable. However, his arm suffered severe damage. Even with the best medication, it won't return to its former state. He likely won't be able to lift heavy objects again." Yuan Tai took a deep breath and waved his hand coldly. "All right, I understand. You may leave." Yuan Yanbin heard the door open and opened his eyes. "Dad, is my arm ruined?" Seeing Yuan Tai's silence, Yuan Yanbin's eyes widened dramatically, nearly popping out of their sockets. He roared, "Dad! It's all that bastard Chu Tian's fault. You have to avenge me. You have to avenge your son." Yuan Tai nodded, his voice icy. "Rest assured. Since this happened at Qingqing International, I won't let them off the hook. They crippled your arm, and I'll make sure Qingqing International can't operate in Yuncheng." Yuan Yanbin seemed struck by a thought and urgently added, "Dad, I want that woman, Yi Qingcheng, to live. She turned me into a cripple, and I'll make her pay for the rest of her life. I'll make her kneel before me every day and beg for forgiveness." Yuan Tai agreed to each demand, nodding. "Just rest well. Leave the rest to me. I'll make sure those who hurt you regret ever being born." The next morning, Chu Tian rose early for his workout, prepared breakfast for the three beauties, and only then roused them from sleep. Yi Qingqing's complexion remained sullen, casting an oppressive mood over the entire meal. After breakfast, Chu Tian finished administering acupuncture to Shanguan Momo before leaving home with Yi Qingcheng. At the company, Yi Qingcheng entered the office with a cold expression. Just as Chu Tian was wondering what to do, Xiaoke hurriedly knocked and entered. Clutching a folder, she spoke with grave expression, "Ms. Yi, it's bad." "What happened? What is this?" Xiaoke explained, "Just this morning, Fengyun Group announced they'll terminate contracts with any company collaborating with our Qingqing International. Since the start of the workday, our phones haven't stopped ringing. Already, over a dozen partner companies have requested contract cancellations. Additionally, our stock price keeps plummeting with no sign of recovery. What should we do now?" Yi Qingcheng, weary from the barrage of bad news, rubbed his temples and asked, "Are companies still calling? Many of these contracts aren't expired yet, are they? Are they really willing to pay hefty penalties just to terminate?" Xiaoke nodded. "It appears Fengyun Group has decided to sever ties with us completely. Clearly, major companies have already made their choice. They're siding with Fengyun Group. We've been isolated." This conclusion made the atmosphere in the office grow even more tense. Yi Qingcheng couldn't think of a solution either. Her brows furrowed tightly as she remained silent. Chu Tian, standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. "If they want to terminate the contracts, let them. Our top priority now is to quickly develop my previous formula and stage a spectacular comeback." Yi Qingcheng looked up at Chu Tian, hesitated, then asked, "Are you truly that confident in your formula?" Chu Tian nodded firmly. "I'm absolutely confident, Qingcheng. Trust me this once. I guarantee this red beauty elixir will become a sensation in Yuncheng. Those who left so arrogantly will come crawling back to you." Yi Qingcheng took a deep breath and said, "We have no other choice. But even with the formula, we still have production, promotion, and the launch event, a mountain of work ahead. I wonder if Qingqing International can hold out until then." Just as Chu Tian was about to respond, Lin Yun's call came through. "Xiao Tian, are you free right now?" "Sis Yun, what's up?" Chu Tian glanced at Yi Qingcheng as he asked. "My chest hurts. Could you come give me a massage?" Chu Tian responded before hanging up. "Qingcheng, Yunjie said she's having chest pains. I need to go. Don't worry too much about things here, everything will work out." Yi Qingcheng took a deep breath, nodded, and waved him off. "Go quickly. There's nothing you can do to help here anyway." After Chu Tian left, Yi Qingcheng picked up her phone. She lingered on the dad contact for a long time but still didn't make the call. Gazing out the window, she murmured to herself, "Chu Tian, I hope you're right this time. I'm putting all my hopes on your prescription." Hyaming Corporation. The assistant knocked and pushed open the door. "General Manager," he said, "Fengyun Group called again. Have you made your final decision?" Ever since Chu Tian destroyed Gu Manton last time, Hua Daxiang had switched his allegiance to Guan Gong. When it came to faith, one had to trust the gods of Huagua. Fiddling with a walnut in his hand, he paused before speaking. I've made my decision. Tell Feng Yun Group that Haichen Company will not terminate its partnership with Qingqing International. The assistant listened in astonishment and said, but General Manager, Feng Yun Group has been thriving in the market lately. They might soon become Yunqing's new richest company. Going against them is definitely not a wise choice. Many companies have already clearly sided with Feng Yun Group. Chapter 58, A Man of Loyalty. Hua Daxiang waved his hand impatiently. Of course I know all that. But Brother Chu just saved my life. Profits can be rebuilt, but a life-saving favor must be repaid. My decision is final. Stop arguing and go reply to Feng Yun Group immediately. This decision had been agonizingly reached by Hua Daxiang. It might reduce him to a complete pauper, or even get him kicked out of the company. But he couldn't let Brother Chu's life-saving favor go unreturned. He'd consider it his last, meager contribution to Qingqing International. Hua Daxiang didn't yet know that this decision, which he considered agonizingly difficult, would soon bring him 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, return. Chu Tian arrived at the Lin family company. Pushing open the office door, he saw Lin Yun lying pale on the sofa. Her collar was slightly open, her breathing rapid, a vivid, living portrait of a beautiful woman. Sis Yun, how are you feeling? Chu Tian took a deep breath to suppress the stirring within him, then approached Lin Yun and knelt down beside her with concern. Lin Yun saw Chu Tian and offered a faint, pale smile. I probably stayed up too late last night. My old problem flared up. Could you help me with it? Chu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Yun, same as always, you'll need to take off your clothes. Lin Yun shot him a coy glare before struggling to her feet. I'm too weak to move. You'll have to help me. Those words sent a thunderous roar through Chu Tian's head. Their first encounter had been when Lin Yun was in critical condition, leaving him no choice but to undress her. Later, it was Lin Yun who had flirted with Chu Tian first, forcing him to retaliate. Now, in this situation, Chu Tian found himself hesitating. Noticing his awkward hesitation, Lin Yun chuckled softly before turning her back to him. Just take off my coat. I'll handle the rest myself. Chu Tian finally exhaled in relief and cooperatively helped Lin Yun remove her coat. The tight-fitting vest hugged her exquisite figure, her full curves teasingly visible through the neckline. A single glance was enough to stir uncontrollable fantasies. Chu Tian quickly turned away, silently repeating a calming mantra over and over until Lin Yun's voice came from behind him. Xiao Tian, I'm ready. Chu Tian turned to see the scene before him and felt as though he'd been tossed into a pot and just boiled steam practically rising from his head. This. Lin Yun lay quietly on the sofa, her face flushed. Her upper body was covered only by a sheer fabric, its translucency teasingly hinting at what lay beneath, stirring the deepest desires within any man. Her fair skin glowed with a faint blush of shyness and awkwardness, like a piece of exquisite jade, making Chu Tian yearn to reach out and touch her. Xiao Tian, hurry up already. I'm feeling so uncomfortable. This easily misunderstood phrase snapped Chu Tian out of his daze. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the restlessness and wandering thoughts within him. Taking out the silver needles, he focused intently on treating Lin Yun. The process dragged on, a torment for both of them. Only after the final needle was withdrawn did Chu Tian rise with a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, whether from tension or heat, he said, Sis Yun, it's done. Your illness shouldn't flare up again. You won't have to be so cautious everywhere, worrying about triggering it. For some reason, upon hearing this, Lin Yun felt a faint pang of regret. She smiled, opened her eyes, and teased, Xiao Tian, shouldn't you turn away? Yunjie is about to get dressed. Or would you like to see Yunjie's body? With that, she abruptly sat up from the sofa. Chu Tian quickly turned away, narrowly avoiding the sight of two perky little cherries. A few minutes later, Lin Yun's cheerful voice echoed, There you go, all flustered. You haven't seen a woman's body before, have you? Well, Yunjie will reluctantly let you take a look as a reward for your efforts. Chu Tian felt his head spin from Lin Yun's teasing, his embarrassment threatening to explode. Scratching his head, he laughed awkwardly. Sis Yun, please don't joke with me. I have no ulterior motives. I only asked you to undress to treat your illness. Lin Yun raised her hand to cut him off. You really are a clueless blockhead. I was just joking with you. Look how flustered you are. Come on, Yun's sister is treating you to lunch today. After leaving the office, they found a nearby restaurant for lunch. Since it was just the two of them, there was no need for a private room. They settled into a window seat. After placing their order, Lin Yun spoke up, Xiao Tian, has something happened with Qingqing's company? That girl always handles everything on her own, never tells us what's going on, never asks for our help. She started Qingqing International just to prove a point to Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi wanted her to marry for status, but Qingqing insisted she could succeed on her own merits, starting a company, making money to prove she wasn't inferior to men. Enraged, Uncle Yi decided to let her run wild, even declaring he'd never interfere with her company for 5 years. That just gave opportunists a chance. They swarmed like flies, constantly scheming to cause trouble for Qinsheng. To have held on these past 2 years, it's truly no small feat. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He nodded and smiled. Sis Yun, rest assured. I'll find a way to help Qinsheng International overcome this crisis. Just as they spoke, the restaurant doors swung open, and several burly men walked in. The young man leading them had dark skin and wore plain cloth garments. Even through his clothes, his solid muscles radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. The group glanced at the diners on the first floor before striding directly toward Chu Tian. Kid, you're Chu Tian? Chu Tian frowned, setting down his chopsticks as he coldly demanded, who are you? Us? We're the ones who've come for your life. You asked for trouble, kid. Why did you have to mess with the Yuan family's eldest son? This is nothing short of suicide. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, shooting the group a dismissive glance. You don't seriously think a handful of you could hurt me, do you? The leader sneered. Ha! Kid, you're pretty cocky. Do you even know who we are? Ever heard of the Nansong Martial Arts Academy? My father runs it. That's more than enough to deal with a nobody like you. Lin Yun shot Chu Tian a worried glance and interjected, Young Master Yuan, are you planning to hide like a turtle? Bringing outsiders in to settle your own grudges? Chapter 59, No Match. Chen Hao followed the voice and glanced over, his eyes suddenly lighting up with astonishment. What a stunning woman! His eyes darted around as an idea formed. Clearing his throat, he declared, since this lady spoke for you, I'll give you one chance. Kneel and apologize to me and young Master Yuan right now, then hand over the woman by your side. I'll let you off the hook. Chu Tian chuckled lightly. So I get it, you're here looking for a beating, right? I don't drag women into personal grudges. If you want to fight, let's fight. Afterwards, I still need to eat. The commotion drew the attention of many diners, who turned their heads toward the scene. Hearing Chu Tian's words, they shook their heads in disbelief. That young man is too arrogant. Those guys clearly know martial arts. It's just an apology, why make such a big deal? Didn't you hear? That burly guy said he'd use the woman as an apology gift. That sort of man doesn't treat women like human beings. If you ask me, he deserves a good lesson. I know that man. He's the son of the Nanchang martial arts hall master. He's got real talent already at mid-stage internal energy cultivation. You don't mess with someone like that. Better to turn swords into plowshares. The crowd buzzed with discussion, most of them not giving Chu Tian much of a chance. These words only fueled Chen Hao's smugness. He looked down on Chu Tian and sneered, Kid, you heard that? With so many people here, hardly anyone thinks you stand a chance. You're no match for me. I could beat you senseless with a flick of my finger. Are you really going to take a beating for a woman? With that, he raised his hand to slap Chu Tian across the face. But Chu Tian was faster. His hand shot out like lightning, landing a stinging slap that caught Chen Hao completely off guard. The force sent Chen Hao spinning in a full circle, his head reeling. Chu Tian frowned, his face twisted with disgust. If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? And believe me, I'll whip you. Chen Hao snapped out of his daze, a flash of resentment lighting his eyes. He snorted coldly, you stubborn brat. You won't learn until you're pushed to the edge. Hit him hard. The others who had come with him, elite fighters from the Nansong Martial Arts Academy, all clenched their fists and advanced menacingly toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian turned to Lin Yun. Sis Yun, stay behind me. I'll keep you safe. Lin Yun recognized Chu Tian's capabilities and knew she couldn't help much now, so she nodded. Chu Tian rose slowly, flexing his limbs. Like a graceful falling leaf, he moved with lightness and agility toward the dozen opponents. Smack! A palm struck an opponent's face. Chu Tian commented expressionlessly, too slow. Smack! Not enough power in that punch. Smack! You're even worse, are you here to slack off? One slap after another landed on each face, not particularly damaging, but deeply humiliating. Within seconds, over a dozen men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their swollen cheeks, too afraid to even stand up. There was no choice, this kid before them was stronger. Standing up now would just mean getting beaten again. Chen Hao clearly hadn't expected this seemingly skinny kid to have any real skill. He sneered, Kid, you're decent enough to warrant my attention. Today, I'll let you taste our Nanchang Martial Arts Academy's dragon-subduing tiger-conquering fist. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch through the air, aimed squarely at Chu Tian. A dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears as illusory forms of a dragon and a tiger materialized, lunging fiercely toward Chu Tian. The punch carried immense force. To the onlookers, there was absolutely no way Chu Tian could dodge it. Chu Tian scoffed. Is that it? Dragon-subduing tiger-conquering fist? A knockoff, right? This is the real dragon-subduing tiger-conquering fist. With that, he unleashed his own punch. A clear, resounding dragon's roar and tiger's howl deafened the ears. Once again, a dragon and a tiger appeared, yet they were more distinct and lingered longer than Chen Hao's. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hao's punch was effortlessly neutralized, while Chu Tian's strike continued unabated, hurtling straight toward Chen Hao. It struck Chen Hao squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward like a. The entire arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on Chu Tian. This kid really has some skills. Everyone had assumed he was just a pretty-faced pretty boy, but who knew he was this formidable? Clearly, strength and looks are unrelated. Chen Hao, inexplicably targeted, turned so dark his face could have dripped water. Struggling to his feet, he pointed at Chu Tian and snarled, "You little punk, you've got some nerve. Just you wait. I'm calling my dad right now to have him deal with you." A smirk of disdain flashed across Chu Tian's face as he retorted, "Look at you. Can't beat me, so you call for your daddy? How old are you? Can't handle a fight, so you resort to your daddy's connections?" Chu Tian's words drew a few chuckles from the onlookers. In the adult world, boasting about one's father was a source of pride, yet it also easily stirred resentment. After all, society was still filled with more people struggling to make it on their own. Chen Hao heard the mocking laughter around him and was so furious he could have bitten his teeth to dust. Without a word, he dialed his father, Chen Taia. This brat not only hit him but also humiliated him in front of everyone. This couldn't just be swept under the rug. After hanging up, Chen Hao glared at Chu Tian with dark eyes, waiting for him to speak. "Kid, I'm telling you straight, if you don't want to die, get down on your knees and apologize right now. Otherwise, this time next year will be your death anniversary." Chu Tian merely smiled without a word, sitting calmly at his seat, eating leisurely while chatting with Lin Yun. Though Lin Yun felt uneasy inside, Chu Tian's composed and calculating demeanor drew a faint smile from her. Their interaction stung Chen Hao, making him feel like a ridiculous clown standing there, mocked and scolded by everyone. He seethed with hatred toward Chu Tian. Nearly half an hour later, after Chu Tian had finished his meal, a group of over a dozen people hurriedly entered through the door. The stern-faced middle-aged man leading them, with his square jaw and imposing presence, immediately flew into a rage upon seeing Chen Hao standing nearby, his face a bruised and battered mess. "Who beat my son like this? You've got some nerve. Step forward." The room fell deathly silent as all eyes turned anxiously toward Chu Tian. Though Chen Hao was a good-for-nothing who always relied on his father in critical moments, the fact remained that his father was formidable. Chen Taihao was the headmaster of the Nansong Martial Arts Academy, possessing late-stage internal energy cultivation that made him virtually unmatched. Chapter 60, Teaching You a Lesson. Though Chu Tian's earlier action showed he was no pushover for his age, facing Chen Taihao, he'd likely get his ass kicked. "It's me." Chen Taihao waited several seconds, but no one stepped forward. He was about to force Chen Hao to admit defeat when unexpectedly, a young upstart stood up. Chen Taihao eyed Chu Tian suspiciously and demanded, "You injured my son?" Chu Tian nodded calmly. "It was me." Chen Taihao snorted coldly, then nodded. An overwhelming aura instantly engulfed Chu Tian. Most people would instantly go weak in the knees under such pressure, and even the most resilient would end up kneeling on the spot. He intended to force Chu Tian to kneel and beg for mercy. But after waiting a long while, Chu Tian stood as firm as a pine tree, showing not the slightest sign of buckling. This forced Chen Taihao to take a fresh look at the young man before him. Merely for his resilience, Chen Taihao had to admit this kid was indeed stronger than his own good-for-nothing son. Chen Hao watched his father stand there glaring after entering, showing no intention of acting. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Dad. What are you standing there for? Kill this brat. I want him dead. He humiliated me today. I want him gone." Chen Taihao looked at his son's disheveled state and coldly said, "Young man, I don't know what conflict you have with my son, but since you struck him, you must be punished. Kneel now, kowtow, and renounce your cultivation. Perhaps you might save your life." Chen Hao's face darkened as he glared at Chu Tian. If Chu Tian agreed to forfeit his cultivation, he'd become a useless. Even if his father spared him today, he'd find countless ways to torment him later. Chu Tian, however, merely chuckled lightly and said indifferently, "Your son provoked me first. He was outmatched yet remained arrogant and overbearing. I was merely teaching him a lesson in humility. What wrong have I done?" Chen Taihao snorted coldly and snapped, "Chen Hao is my son. It's not your place to teach him. If you refuse to kneel, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Chu Tian found it utterly perplexing how these people could talk so much nonsense over a simple fight. Frowning, he abruptly stood up and charged straight at Chen Taihao. His actions left everyone present utterly astonished. Has this kid lost his mind? Chen Taiha's strength is far beyond what a youngster like him could possibly match. What on earth is he doing? I'd say his earlier victory has gone to his head. People like him need a lesson to learn their lesson. Exactly. No amount of talking will teach him a lesson like a taste of his own medicine. As the crowd murmured, Chu Tian had already closed the distance to Chen Taihao. Chen Taihao snapped to attention, hastily raising his arm to block the incoming blow. But it was too late. Chu Tian's fist slammed into Chen Taiha's body, sending a mouthful of blood spraying from his mouth. His face was frozen in utter shock. This kid's strength. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was far more astonished than when Chu Tian had defeated Chen Hao earlier. This young man's prowess was truly extraordinary. Now they understood his earlier composure hadn't been arrogance, but genuine confidence. Humiliated in front of so many witnesses, Chen Taiha's rage boiled over. He glared viciously at Chu Tian and snarled, "You have no martial ethics. How dare you ambush me?" Chu Tian took a few steps back, letting out a cold laugh. "Fine. I'll give you a fair fight. I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can defeat me, I'll apologize. But if you lose, both you and your son will kneel before me today and beg for forgiveness." Chen Taiha's ears burned with fury. "You insolent brat." With that, he unleashed the Dragon Tiger Fist, smashing violently toward Chu Tian. The sheer force of this punch far surpassed anything Chen Hao could muster. If it connected, he might truly become a permanent resident of the hospital. The fist loomed larger and larger before Chu Tian's eyes. Just as it was about to graze the hem of his robe, Chu Tian executed a backflip at an unnatural angle, evading the blow entirely. "One move. You still have 2 more chances." Of the 36 stratagems, attacking the mind is paramount. Chu Tian's words nearly drove Chen Taiha mad with rage. His fists flew at Chu Tian like a storm, relentless and unstoppable. Though Lin Yun couldn't grasp the intricacies of their duel, she could tell Chen Taiha was no pushover. A flicker of worry crossed her face. Under such a barrage of punches, Chu Tian had nowhere to hide. The crowd shook their heads with regret. This young man was truly exceptional for his age, but alas, his arrogance had marked him for trouble. His path was doomed to end prematurely. Yes, it was truly a shame to waste such a martial arts prodigy. To see him perish so prematurely. "Look!" The crowd gasped, eyes widening as they stared forward. Chu Tian, who had been rooted to the spot, suddenly moved. His body swayed like a willow in the wind, displaying astonishing flexibility. Each time, he narrowly evaded Chen Taiha's attacks, gradually closing the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly opposite Chen Taiha and lashed out with a palm strike. The entire arena fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This. All flash and no substance. These 8 words encapsulated the essence of Chen Taiha's martial arts philosophy, cultivated over half a lifetime. And that single slap left Chen Taiha questioning his very existence. He simply couldn't fathom why this young man was so incredibly powerful. When had such a formidable figure emerged in Yuncheng? And most crucially, his own son had offended this young man. Chu Tian coldly surveyed Chen Taiha, who stood frozen in place, clutching his burning cheek. His voice was icy as he spoke. "Your son helped others come looking for trouble with me, a man I'd never even heard of. You, without any regard for the facts, tried to lay a hand on me. Piece by piece, it all adds up. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Chu Tian's words stripped Chen Taiha bare before everyone, and the intense shame nearly drove him mad. He lifted his head to look at Chu Tian, about to speak, when a commotion erupted from the doorway. "President Rong." At the sound of those 3 words, Chen Taiha's eyes lit up. He hurriedly turned and rushed forward. "Chairman Rong, you must stand up for me this time." Rong Kaishan's gaze burned like fire, his aura as deep as the ocean. Though he couldn't project his formidable presence outward, it still struck fear into hearts. He frowned at Chen Taiha, whose face was half swollen and disheveled. "What happened? What's done to your face?" Chapter 61, Kneel and Apologize. Chen Taiha whipped his head around, glaring viciously at Chu Tian. "It's all this brat's fault. He struck my son, and that wasn't enough, he hit me too. He even tried to force us both to kneel and apologize in front of all these people. This is outrageous. Chairman, you must stand up for us." Rong Kaishan was the chairman of the Martial Arts Association, and nearly every major martial arts academy in Yuncheng fell under its jurisdiction. With Chen Taiha actively seeking Rong Kaishan's help, there was little reason for Rong Kaishan to ignore the matter. Following Chen Taiha's gaze, Rong Kaishan's pupils instantly contracted. He strode forward, his imposing aura vanishing completely. With a polite and respectful smile, he addressed Mr. Chu, "So you're here too? Is there some conflict between you?" Rong Kaishan's attitude toward Chu Tian made Chen Taiha feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. "Chairman Rong, it's like this. This guy named Chen Hao took someone's money to teach me a lesson. When he couldn't beat me, he called for backup. That's how things ended up like this." He finished with a shrug. Chu Tian's words allowed Rong Kaishan to piece together the entire incident. He turned and glared at Chen Taiha, demanding, "Chen Taiha, haven't you had enough of embarrassing yourself? Must you escalate this? Apologize to Mr. Chu immediately." Chen Taiha's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at Chu Tian uncertainly. "Apologize to this punk? What does he think he is? Why should I?" Rong Kaishan's expression darkened instantly. His voice turned cold. "You're completely in the wrong here, no matter how you spin it. If you don't apologize now, this will escalate. And you'll be the one left looking foolish." Chen Taiha finally saw it. This old fox Rong Kaishan was siding with Chu Tian. This puzzled Chen Taiha. When had this kid even met Rong Kaishan? Moreover, it seemed Rong Kaishan was treating this young man with unusual courtesy. Puzzled, he glanced at the crowd eagerly watching the spectacle. Forcing a smile, he pulled Rong Kaishan aside and whispered, "Chairman Rong, is this kid related to you? He doesn't look it. Why are you being so deferential?" After all, they were all members of the Martial Arts Association. Rong Kaishan didn't want Chen Taihe to offend an important figure without realizing it, so he cautioned, "This Mr. Chu is no ordinary man. Despite his youth, his medical skills are extraordinary. He was the one who cured me when I suffered from internal energy backlash and successfully helped me advance to the Grandmaster level. Most importantly, don't let his age fool you. His strength is easily at the Grandmaster level or higher. Take my word for it, crossing him will bring you nothing but trouble." Rong Kaishan's words sent shockwaves through Chen Taihe's mind. His gaze turned to Chu Tian, now filled with shock and apprehension. Could this young man be the young master of some reclusive clan? Or perhaps the disciple of some reclusive master? If that were the case, he truly couldn't afford to cross him. His initial resentment now turned to fear. He strode quickly to his son Chenhao, grabbed him by the arm, and tried to force him to kneel before Chu Tian. Chenhao struggled fiercely, shouting, "Dad! Why?" His words were met with a vicious slap. Chen Taihe's expression darkened as he barked, "Cut the ing nonsense! If you don't want the entire Nanshan Martial Arts Academy to suffer, apologize now." With that, he pulled his son to his knees before Chu Tian. "Mr. Chu, today we have been blind to your greatness. We sincerely hope you won't hold this against us. We offer you our most heartfelt apology." Chenhao felt today was nothing short of a day of utter humiliation. He seethed with hatred, wishing he could take Chu Tian's life right then and there. He kept his head bowed, his eyes flashing with venom. After Chen Taihe finished speaking, he nudged Chenhao with his elbow. Only then did Chenhao reluctantly open his mouth to apologize. Chu Tian nodded, looking down on them from above. "Today, for Chairman Rong's sake, I'll let you off. But don't ever do this again. Get out." After settling the matter, Chu Tian exchanged a brief greeting with Rong Kaishan before leaving the restaurant with Lin Yun. Throughout the journey, Lin Yun stared intently at Chu Tian. Eventually, he grew slightly embarrassed. While driving, he touched his nose and asked, "Sis Yun, why are you staring at me like that? I know I'm handsome, but staring the whole way is a bit much, don't you think?" Lin Yun chuckled softly. "I just never imagined you'd grow so fast. Even the Martial Arts Association treats you with utmost respect. It seems in the near future, you'll soar through the heavens like a dragon taking flight." Chu Tian felt flustered by Lin Yun's praise, yet she spoke the truth. This was his lifelong aspiration. Only by standing at the pinnacle could he gain the power to control his own destiny and that of those around him. Having received this inheritance, he absolutely couldn't waste it, nor could he disappoint the ancestral patriarch of the Chu family. After seeing Lin Yun home, Chu Tian returned to the company. Yi Qingcheng frowned upon seeing him. "Has Sister Yun recovered?" "She's fine. You look troubled, still worried about the contract termination?" Yi Qingcheng nodded, her brows still furrowed. "Hold on. Come with me to meet someone. Our company's chance for a turnaround hinges on this meeting." Chu Tian asked no further questions and followed Yi Qingcheng out of the office. They arrived at a cozy coffee shop, found a private booth, ordered 2 coffees, and sat quietly waiting. Throughout the wait, Yi Qingcheng remained deeply furrowed, lost in thought, seemingly lacking even the energy to speak. Chu Tian could only idly watch the passers-by outside the window. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Chu Tian couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Yi, who exactly are we waiting for? They sure are putting us on hold nearly an hour now." Yi Qingcheng frowned. "We're waiting for Bu Hongjun, the president of the Yunqing Chamber of Commerce. With all these companies clamoring to terminate their contracts with us, Bu Hongjun might be our only breakthrough. If we can persuade him, he might temporarily placate those companies seeking to cancel. That would buy us some time." Chu Tian frowned upon hearing this. "Ms. Yi, why can't you trust me just once? What we should be doing right now is focusing all our efforts on developing my formula as quickly as possible, then promoting it. Quality stands the test of time. When that happens, no matter how fiercely they're complaining now, they'll come crawling back begging to continue working with us." Yi Qingcheng looked at Chu Tian, her eyes unusually clouded with uncertainty. "Can you truly make that happen?" she asked. "Can you genuinely guarantee your formula will surpass Feng Yun groups in popularity? Can you really make it an overnight sensation?" Chapter 62, No Room for Negotiation. Chu Tian looked at Yi Qingcheng, a flicker of pity rising in his heart. No matter how strong she appeared, she was still just a personal woman, at that. Faced with such a crisis, it was only natural for her to feel bewildered and uncertain about the path ahead. Perhaps appealing to the guild master was the only solution she could think of. Taking a deep breath, he met her eyes earnestly. "Trust me this once. This time, I'll make sure you get back everything you've lost with interest." Yi Qingcheng opened her mouth, unsure whether she should truly trust Chu Tian's words. After all, no matter how dazzling his promises sounded, until it actually happened, no one could predict what unexpected twists might arise. As their gazes locked, the private room door slid open. A stern-faced middle-aged man entered slowly, sitting down on the sofa without greeting anyone. Crossing his legs, he spoke coolly, "Ms. Yi, what is it you need? Make it quick. My time is precious, I don't wish to waste a single second." A bitter expression flashed across Yi Qingqing's face. Back when she hadn't yet separated from the Yi family, her status ensured Bu Hongjun had always treated her with utmost courtesy and respect. Now, with the world's morals in decline and their positions reversed, she finally understood the bitter taste of groveling and depending on others. She took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness welling up inside, and forced a smile. "Uncle Bu, I've come to discuss a matter concerning our company. As you know, our current partners are all clamoring to terminate their contracts." Before Yi Qingqing could finish, Bu Hongjun cut her off. "Miss Yi, if this is why you summoned me, I see no need to continue. I cannot assist you. Though I serve as the Chamber of Commerce president, I am not their leader. In business, profit reigns supreme, a lesson your father surely taught you. Miss Yi, you're not cut out for business. I advise you to return home promptly. As for Qingqing International, since no one is willing to partner with you anymore, it would be wise to sell and cut your losses. That's all I have to say. I'll take my leave now." Bu Hongjun's words felt like a blunt knife plunging into Yi Qingqing's heart, leaving her gasping for breath. Was leaving the Yi family all those years ago, just to prove a point, truly such a mistake? Was it true, as her father had said, that a woman's greatest value lay in marriage, finding a good family, marrying off, and bearing children? Chu Tian watched Yi Qingqing's face grow increasingly grim and couldn't help but snap. "Stop right there. Don't you owe her an apology for what you just said?" Bu Hongjun turned and frowned at Chu Tian. "And who are you?" "I see nothing wrong with my words. A woman's worth lies in marriage, childbearing, and living the life of a wealthy lady. It's not about business, and certainly not about deluding herself into thinking she can be some kind of strong woman. Behind every woman called strong stands a powerful man. But relying on herself? What a joke!" Chu Tian snorted coldly. "Nothing is settled yet. Isn't it wrong to rashly trample a woman's dignity? Let's make a bet. In less than half a month, Qingqing International will make you all look at us differently. Don't come crying back to us then." Bu Hongjun scoffed, glanced at his watch, and said flatly, "I have no time to waste on a greenhorn who knows nothing. This bet is meaningless." With that, he hurriedly exited the private room. Yi Qingqing felt a surge of emotion from Chu Tian's words, her eyes stinging with tears. "Chu Tian," she murmured, "do you truly believe I can pull this off?" Chu Tian nodded earnestly. "In business, it's all about real ability. They shouldn't look down on you just because you're a woman. Trust me, the day that formula hits the market will be the day you prove yourself." Chu Tian's words lifted Yi Qingqing's spirits considerably. She nodded and said, "Let's go back now." Meanwhile, Bu Hongjun rushed to the hospital after leaving his own facility. Seeing the pale-faced middle-aged woman in the bed, he asked with concern, "Doctor, how is my wife doing today?" As he spoke, he deftly removed his coat and began washing her body. The doctor witnessed this scene, sighed silently, and shook his head. "Mr. Bu, I'm terribly sorry. Your wife's condition is exceptionally rare. Despite our best efforts to save her, her physical state continues to deteriorate day by day. At this rate, she may not have more than a month left." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Bu Hongjun's hands paused mid-motion. He then shook his head calmly and spoke, "No, Hongmei won't leave me. She wouldn't bear to. You must be deceiving me. Hongmei, am I right?" Bu Hongjun's face softened completely, a stark contrast to the coldness he'd shown earlier toward Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing. He rose and moved closer to his wife, intending to gently caress her cheek. But just then, the woman lying quietly unconscious on the hospital bed suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. It splattered directly onto Bu Hongjun's face. Bu Hongjun panicked instantly, turning to yell at the doctor, "What the hell is going on? What are you standing around for? Start resuscitation now." Medical staff rushed into the ward and wheeled Jiang Hongmei into the emergency room. Bu Hongjun slumped weakly against the wall, feeling every ounce of strength drained from his body. He stared fixedly at the red light on the emergency room door, lost in his own thoughts. Time seemed to stand still. Outside, night had fallen. Finally, the red light went out. An exhausted doctor emerged from the room and saw Bu Hongjun rushing toward him. "Doctor, how is she? Is her condition stable now?" The doctor shook his head regretfully. "I'm sorry. We truly did everything we could. We used the most advanced equipment available, but the tumor has already spread throughout her body. There's nothing more we can do." Upon hearing this, Bu Hongjun couldn't control himself. He punched the doctor in the face and roared in fury, "Impossible. Hongmei was fine yesterday. It's all your fault, you useless fools. I'm transferring her to another hospital right now. If you can't handle it, I'll take her to the capital." The doctor, who had been struck, rose with the support of his colleagues. He showed no anger, his face bearing only a faint trace of regret. Bu Hongjun and his wife had a deep bond. Just half a month ago, during a routine physical, Jiang Hongmei was diagnosed with a rare malignant tumor. This type of cancer plunges patients into a deep coma, rendering them vegetative. The cancer cells then rapidly spread, invading the entire body, leaving no hope for recovery. Chapter 63, It's him. Given current medical capabilities, chemotherapy was the only viable option. Yet even with every effort they could muster, they couldn't save Jiang Hongmei's life. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Bu. I know this must be devastating for you. By professional ethics, I shouldn't have mentioned this, but I actually know a master healer whose medical skills are extraordinary. He might be able to help you. Bu Hongjun perked up at once and urgently pressed, Who is this person? Can he be trusted? You must have heard about the recent incident involving the head of the He family? His illness was cured by this very master physician. Even master physician Zhou Yongtai has always held this gentleman's medical skills in the highest regard. This might be your wife's only hope. The doctor hesitated before replying, To contact this master physician, I must go through Master Zhou. Hold on, I'll call him now. He immediately dialed Zhou Yongtai. After hearing the patient's condition, Zhou frowned and said, I've heard about this case too. The lady's illness is extremely critical. Even I can't guarantee anything at best, I might extend her life by a few days. To cure her, we'd have to consult my master. After a moment's thought, he added, All right, I'll call my master first and see what he thinks. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Bu Hongjun felt a glimmer of hope. Clenching his fists, he stared intently at the emergency room. Inside, the medical staff were still fighting to buy time for Jiang Hongmei. He prayed everything wasn't too late. Chu Tian received Zhou Yongtai's call and agreed without hesitation. After all, treating the sick and saving lives was an act of kindness and virtue. As long as the patient's family harbored no malicious intent, he was more than willing to help. Upon hearing Chu Tian was heading to the hospital, Yi Qingqing pondered for a moment before saying, I don't have anything else to do right now anyway. I'll go with you. Think of it as a way to clear my head. Perhaps witnessing a life on the brink of death being saved would provide the profound shock needed to help her adjust her current state of mind. Chu Tian nodded and hurriedly left Qingcheng International. Zhou Yongtai was already waiting for him downstairs. The three met up and rushed toward the hospital together. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhou Yongtai frowned upon seeing his old friend waiting at the entrance. Why are you here? Is the patient okay? Jiang Tao shook his head helplessly. We're completely out of options now. All our hope rests on you and your master. Let's hope we can save a life. As they spoke, they headed straight upstairs toward the emergency room. Bu Hongjun, waiting in the hallway, spotted Jiang Tao and hurried over. Dr. Jiang, he asked, has that miracle doctor you mentioned arrived? Chu Tian spotted Bu Hongjun first, his expression darkening instantly. Without a word, he grabbed Yi Qingqing and turned to leave. Noticing Chu Tian's departure, Zhou Yongtai frowned and hurried after him, lowering his voice to ask, What's wrong with the master? Do you know Bu Hongjun? Chu Tian sneered coldly, This guy's got an attitude. He just berated President Yi. Am I supposed to treat them now? Am I crazy? Hearing Chu Tian's words, Zhou Yongtai also grew somber and followed him without a word. For Zhou Yongtai, his master came before everything. Since his master didn't want to treat them, he naturally followed his master's lead. Jiang Tai froze, muttering, What's going on? Everything was fine just now. Why are they leaving without a word? Bu Hongjun spotted Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing at that moment. He grabbed Jiang Tai's arm and forced himself to ask, suppressing his unease, Dr. Jiang, you mentioned a divine healer. Could it be that young man? Jiang Tai nodded in puzzlement. Exactly. Don't let his youth fool you, his medical skills are unmatched in Yuncheng. Even that old codger Zhou Yongtai admits he can't hold a candle to him. But we had everything settled just now. Why did he suddenly leave? Hearing Jiang Tai's words, Bu Hongjun's heart sank to the bottom. Why? Because he had just offended the man not long ago. Now, the thought of lowering himself to beg for forgiveness was unbearable. Just as he was about to ask Jiang Tai if there was any other way, a young doctor rushed out of the emergency room, panic evident on his face. Dr. Jiang, it's bad. The patient has stopped breathing. Bu Hongjun's face paled instantly. He glanced at the emergency room, gritted his teeth, and immediately turned to chase after Chu Tian. At that moment, Chu Tian and his companions were waiting for the elevator. Seeing Bu Hongjun catch up, a mocking expression flashed across their faces. Chairman Bu, they said, what's the rush? Could it be you haven't finished humiliating us yet? Bu Hongjun's face flushed with embarrassment at Chu Tian's words. He took a deep breath, bowed his head, and apologized, Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespectful remarks. Please, I beg you, save my wife. Chu Tian snorted coldly. This has nothing to do with me. Even if you're apologizing, it shouldn't be to me. Bu Hongjun turned to look at Yi Qingcheng with desperate urgency, his voice choked as he bowed his head. Miss Yi, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. This is all my own doing. My wife shouldn't have to suffer for my sins. The doctor just said she stopped breathing. This might be her last chance. I beg you, please persuade Mr. Chu. Hearing Bu Hongjuan's words, Yi Qingqing felt a twinge of compassion stir within her. She tugged at Chu Tian's sleeve and said, Chu Tian, please go and help him. Chairman Bu loves his wife deeply. There's no need for our personal grudges to involve an innocent life. Chu Tian nodded reluctantly. Since Qingqing has spoken, I'll go with you to see. Medically declaring death doesn't mean there's truly no hope left, but if we delay any longer, even Chu Tian wouldn't have absolute confidence in pulling the patient back from the brink of death. Chu Tian hurried into the emergency room, where several medical staff were finishing up their final procedures. Seeing the young man burst in, a middle-aged nurse frowned and snapped, Who are you? Do you think the emergency room is open to just anyone? Get out! Ignoring the nurse, Chu Tian strode to the bedside. A white sheet now covered the patient's face. He lifted it and stated calmly, I'm here to treat and save lives. The nurse grew even angrier at his words, snapping, This is utter nonsense. Are you even a doctor? The patient clearly doesn't need resuscitation anymore. You're wasting time and causing the patient unnecessary distress. Let him treat him. Zhang Tai stood at the ER entrance, his face betraying a hint of excitement as he spoke. Chapter 64, Truly Miraculous. This might be the first and last medical miracle he would ever witness in his lifetime. Can a patient who has already lost vital signs truly be revived? Chu Tian glanced at the nurse, swiftly removing the silver needles and immediately performing the three souls life-stealing needle technique. The sequence flowed like water, executed with lightning speed. Each needle piercing the patient's body emitted a faint tremor. Chu Tian channeled his qi to drive it in, gradually dispersing the cancer cells within the patient's body. Time ticked by second. Though Bu Hongjun was frantic with worry, he dared not speak, afraid of interrupting Chu Tian's acupuncture. A faint rumble echoed as points of light gradually materialized, coalescing into a wondrous and profound array that enveloped Jiang Hongmei entirely. Zhou Yongtai watched the scene unfold, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. Noticing his state, Jiang Tai asked suspiciously, You old fool, you're not having an epileptic seizure, are you? Do you want me to find a doctor to check you out? Zhou Yongtai glared at Jiang Tai and snapped, You old fool, what do you know? Just record what you see here properly. It'll be enough to brag about to other TCM practitioners until the day you die. This is the long-lost soul retrieving needle technique. This acupuncture method is secretly linked to the formation, forcibly pulling someone who has already lost vital signs back from the brink of death. Even if someone has already reached the underworld, ready to drink mangpo soup, it can forcibly restore their soul. Hearing Zhou Yongtai's words, Jiang Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. He shot Zhou Yongtai a skeptical look and asked, Is it really that miraculous? Zhou Yongtai rolled his eyes in exasperation and snapped, You Western doctor knows jack. Just as the two were murmuring, the previously flat line on the monitor suddenly began to fluctuate. Beep. The faint yet hopeful sound sent a wave of excitement through the room. Yi Qingqing stared blankly at the scene before her, her emotions impossible to describe. Chu Tian had actually used his own hands and his masterful medical skills to bring back a patient who had been declared dead by doctors. This was the greatness of life, a miracle of medicine. After Jiang Hongmei's vital signs returned, Chu Tian didn't stop immediately. Instead, he used his X-ray vision to meticulously examine every bone and blood vessel within her body, meticulously eliminating every potential cancer cell. This was meticulous work, and even with Chu Tian's current cultivation level, it was taxing. Only after completing everything did he wipe the sweat from his brow, revealing a smile of profound relief. The profound sense of accomplishment from saving a life filled him with satisfaction. Bu Hongjun, who had been the most anxious, suddenly froze in place. His expression wavered between hesitation and awkwardness, unsure whether to approach. He even felt a bit dazed, questioning whether what he was witnessing was real. Jiang Tai, noticing Bu Hongjuan's dazed state, hurried over and gave him a tug, his face beaming with joy. What are you spacing out for now? Your wife should be fine. Go inside and see her. You really got lucky running into Chu Tian. He did you a huge favor this time. Hope you don't turn out to be an ungrateful person. As Bu Hongjun followed step by step toward the emergency room, Zhou Yongtai's voice echoed in his ear. Bu Hongjun paused briefly before striding into the emergency room. Jiang Hongmei had already opened her eyes. Her gaze swept around the room, and when she spotted the most familiar face, her husband, she finally couldn't hold back her tears of joy. After a long while, Bu Hongjun first had the medical staff escort his wife back to the ward. He then knelt respectfully before Chu Tian. Mr. Chu, you've given my wife a new lease on life. You saved her. This kneeling is my heartfelt gratitude. This bank card holds 20 million yuan. Though it's not a huge sum, it should help alleviate Qingqing International's immediate crisis. As for the other companies, I'll try to negotiate and see if I can buy you some time. Chu Tian nodded, helping Bu Hongjun to his feet, thereby forgiving his earlier attitude. At that moment, Jiang Tai, who had been standing nearby, rubbed his hands nervously and rolled his eyes. He slipped away to a corner and made a phone call. Director. Great news, I just witnessed a medical miracle. Honestly. I'm not lying. This miracle doctor is right here in our hospital. Think about how we can poach him over. Oh my god, then hurry your old legs over here. If you're late, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Just as he hung up, Chu Tian had finished handling matters and was about to leave. Jiang Tai spotted him, rushed forward, grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve, and blurted out, Mr. Chu, your medical skills have left me utterly speechless. Since you've taken that old codger Zhou Yongtai as your apprentice, would you consider taking me on as well? Chu Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips at those words. One old man wasn't enough, now another? Did they really think he ran a retirement home? Wouldn't that make him the director? He shook his head, dismissing the bizarre notion. Before Chu Tian could speak, Zhou Yongtai beside him couldn't hold back any longer. You old fool. What's a Western medicine student doing seeking a master? Do you even understand traditional Chinese medicine? Can you even remember the names of the herbs? Jiang Tai scratched his head earnestly. How would I know unless I try? Just as the two were bickering, a bespectacled little old man hurried over, followed by several experts. Clearly, he'd received Jiang Tai's call and rushed over without even bothering to finish the meeting. Seeing the old man, Jiang Tai finally exhaled in relief, his voice tinged with grievance. Dean, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, I might have been driven to my grave by this old fool. Director Xiang Lin glanced at Jiang Tai, then at Chu Tian, and lowered his voice. Well, this young man looks barely 30. Are you certain his medical skills are truly as exceptional as you claim? Talent is always welcome. But only if they truly are talented. Jiang Tai nodded earnestly. Absolutely. All the medical staff were on standby just now. A patient who had been clinically declared dead by heartbeat was effortlessly pulled back from the brink of death by this Mr. Chu. Tell me, how many people possess such skill? Xiang Lin surveyed the room once more before altering his attitude toward Chu Tian. With a smile on his face, he strode up to Chu Tian, excitedly shaking his hand back and forth as he exclaimed, Mr. Chu. Never imagined our humble temple could welcome such a great Buddha. Chapter 65, The Green Gang Invites You. Xiang Lin's smile sent a chill down Chu Tian's spine. He struggled to free his hand from Xiang Lin's grasp and replied earnestly, Director, if you have something to say, just say it. I prefer directness. Xiang Lin burst into laughter upon hearing this, nodding as he replied, direct is good. Since the young man prefers directness, I'll cut to the chase. The matter is this, our hospital would like to invite you to serve as a nominal vice president. What do you think? Chu Tian hastily waved his hands. I'm not interested in any deputy positions. To be honest, I was just a visiting doctor at the city center hospital before, and I recently resigned. I have no desire to return to that kind of role. Xiang Lin looked genuinely surprised. Is that so? I must ask a genius doctor like you, with such exceptional skills? If I were in their shoes, I'd never let such a talent slip away. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, waving his hand. It's nothing. Not everyone sees what's right in front of them. With that brief remark, Xiang Lin understood. After a moment's thought, he said, then I think you should definitely take this vice president position. Don't you want to show the city center hospital what they've missed out on? Rest assured, I don't expect you to be a full-time doctor, nor do I need you to report to the hospital every day. Just when the hospital encounters a difficult case they can't solve, I'd like you to come help. The rest of the time is yours to do as you please. Chu Tian perked up at this proposal. Back at the city center hospital, those department heads and colleagues had stabbed him in the back more than once. Since this deputy director position came with such favorable terms, why not give it a shot? Seeing Chu Tian actually agree, the president was overjoyed. Glancing at the sky outside, he said regretfully, what a pity. Such a great opportunity, we should have had a meal together. Unfortunately, we have an academic forum at the hospital today, so we'll have to invite you to dinner another time. After exchanging a few polite words, Chu Tian, Yi Qingcheng, and Zhou Yongtai left the hospital. After dropping Yi Qingcheng off at her villa, Chu Tian saw it wasn't too late and decided to head back to his own place to pack some things. Since he wasn't sure how long he'd be staying at Yi Qingcheng's place, he'd need some essential changes of clothes. Just as he stepped out after packing, several SUVs pulled up in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian grinned at the 20-plus burly men stepping out and quipped, oh, seeing how late it is, you guys came to give me a ride? The leader sported a buzz cut with a streak of red dye through his hair, giving him a distinctly edgy, handsome look. His body was pure muscle, clearly not someone to mess with. You're Chu Tian? Chu Tian gave a casual nod, showing no sign of panic despite being surrounded by over 20 men late at night. We're from the Green Gang. Our boss, Miss Shen, requests your presence. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. Your boss is a woman? What's she look like? She must be pretty capable, otherwise, you wouldn't all be following orders from a woman. The red-haired man frowned at Chu Tian's remark. Kid, you talk way too much. Come with us. Chu Tian offered no resistance, obediently climbing into the car. He was curious how a woman managed to lead such a vast organization. Besides, he wanted to see if he could get the king of Zhenjiang to come to him voluntarily. The Qing gang's territory was no small matter, with headquarters housed within a nightclub. Though the leader kept a low profile, no one dared provoke them. Now that Chu Tian learned the leader was a woman, he was eager to meet her. Upon arriving at the nostalgia bar, Chu Tian immediately sensed the tight security the moment he stepped inside. Guards patrolled the premises every few minutes. Anyone causing trouble here would either be courting death or utterly confident in their own abilities. Following Redhead down the corridor, they reached an office on the second floor. The boss is inside. Go right in. The soft, suggestive voices inside made Chu Tian pause for a split second. He glanced at Redhead uncertainly. Are you sure? Wouldn't he get a needle in his eye if he went in now? The scene inside was likely not suitable for minors. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Tian stepped into the conference room. The interior decor of the conference room once again left Chu Tian momentarily stunned. At the very center stood a large waterbed, its gauze curtain swaying to reveal the faint outlines of two figures within. Leather sofas, plush animal print cushions, and two half-finished glasses of red wine sat on the table. This hardly resembled an office, it felt more like a lavishly appointed bedroom. Hearing movement at the door, the two intertwined figures paused briefly before accelerating their movements. Chu Tian's face darkened instantly. What kind of international joke was this? Had they invited him over just to witness a live-action adult video? Just as he was about to speak, the gauze curtain was gently lifted, revealing a slender, fair hand that stood in stark contrast to the black fabric. Then came a pair of long legs, and the flawless figure beneath, completely unclothed, made Chu Tian gasp in astonishment. For a moment, he didn't know how to react to the scene before him. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and asked, "Are you Shen Tingbai of the Green Gang?" The woman chuckled softly, the tear tattoo at the corner of her eye sparkling with her animated expression. Though perhaps not quite as beautiful as Yi Qingcheng, this woman possessed a natural allure. Combined with her decisive, commanding presence befitting a leader, it created a unique charm that more than made up for any perceived shortcomings, vibrant and captivating. Chu Tian? You look more mature in person than your photo. That picture made you seem like a greenhorn student. Sit down. With that, she casually handed her bathrobe to an attendant to put on, then took the lead in sitting down on the sofa. Chu Tian shot Shen Tingbai a piercing glance before taking the seat opposite her. I never imagined the Qingbang's leader would be such a stunning beauty. What brings you here today? Surely not to inform me that the Prince of Zhenjiang intends to see me? Shen Tingbai chuckled softly. Young man, you truly live up to the demon Buddha's description of your arrogance. The Prince of Zhenjiang is no ordinary figure. She wouldn't waste her time meeting with a minor like you. Then why did you have me brought here today? Shen Tingbai crossed her long, slender legs and sipped her red wine leisurely before speaking. Mr. Chu, are you aware that the Western Heaven Gang has already contacted the remaining 3 major gangs? Chapter 66, Nothing Special. Chu Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He could guess the reason, and there was no need to spell it out. Shin Bangzhu, let me offer you a friendly reminder. I only wish to meet the Queen of Zhenjiang once. There's no need to push things to the extreme. In the end, it might be you who suffers the consequences. Shin Tingbai shot Chu Tian a meaningful look before shaking his head. Mr. Chu, don't overestimate yourself. The 4 major gangs united are not something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can casually provoke. I invited you here today simply to give you a choice. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked, what kind of choice? Care to elaborate? I see potential in you. If you're willing to join the Green Gang, I can help resolve your issues with the Western Heaven Gang. Turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. What do you say? Chu Tian hadn't expected the purpose of this meeting to be recruitment. He frowned. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining any gangs. I'm a free spirit. I hate being tied down or told what to do. Shin Tingbai chuckled softly, then tossed Chu Tian a flirtatious glance. You're lying. I've thoroughly investigated your background. Not long ago, you were just a doctor in the city center, scraping by on a meager salary to support a girlfriend with ambitions as high as the sky. With that, she clapped her hands a few times. Several beauties pushed open the door and walked in. All bore a resemblance to Wang Yan, elegant, beautiful, with long hair, their faces adorned with smug, polite smiles. Chu Tian never imagined Shin Tingbai would find so many lookalikes. The problem was, this wasn't flattery at all. It felt more like rubbing salt in the wound. Sighing helplessly, he said, Chief Shin, please spare me your kindness. I'm not worthy of such generosity. Shin Tingbai frowned slightly, then smiled. No need for formalities. I know men have their obsessions. The more unattainable something is, the more they desire it. I've seen photos of your ex-girlfriend. Every single one of these ladies I've brought is a top-tier beauty. Whether it's their service skills or their looks, they're all far superior to your ex. Chu Tian sighed helplessly, pressing his hand to his forehead. Honestly, I can't accept this kindness. Let's just forget it. If that's all you came here for today, I don't think we need to waste each other's time. No sooner had Chu Tian finished speaking than Shen Tingbai clapped his hands again. The women turned and left the office. Before Chu Tian could relax, they returned to the office. This time, each carried a black box. Opening them revealed stacks of US dollars neatly arranged inside. Together, the dozen or so boxes represented a substantial sum. Chu Tian turned to Shen Tingbai in astonishment. Chief Shin, you've truly impressed me. Even though you're a woman, this level of decisiveness is something even many men wouldn't possess. Shen Tingbai chuckled softly before speaking. To win people over, it boils down to 4 things: women, money, cars, and property. If you agree to join our Qing gang, beyond these dollars, I've also prepared a luxury mansion and a sports car for Mr. Chu. Each is worth a fortune, guaranteed to make you the most prestigious man in Yuncheng. After patiently listening to Shen Tingbai's offer, Chu Tian stood up abruptly, straightened his clothes, and declared, "Sorry, I'm not interested in any of your chips. I came here today solely to see if you could arrange a meeting with the king of Zhenjiang. Now it seems like a complete waste of time." Shen Tingbai's brows furrowed at Chu Tian's words, his voice sharpening. "So you're rejecting my offer? Consider this carefully: becoming a man above others versus being hunted down by the 4 great gangs. The outcomes couldn't be more different." Chu Tian couldn't be bothered with further small talk. He simply turned and strode toward the exit. Chu Tian's attitude was a blatant slap in Shen Tingbai's face. Glancing at the people in the office, he coldly declared, "Since you've rejected my offer, do you really think you can leave so easily?" With that, he flicked his finger. One by one, bodyguards poured in from outside. Chu Tian chuckled lightly, speaking slowly, "With just these men, do you truly believe you can do anything to me?" With that, he delivered a powerful kick toward the closest bodyguard. The office wasn't large, and its confined space hindered the bodyguard's movements, turning the advantage squarely in Chu Tian's favor. In no time at all, the burly bodyguards all fell under Chu Tian's fists and feet. Shen Tingbai hadn't expected this young man's skills to be so formidable. Previously, it had been hearsay, but now he witnessed it with his own eyes. Such a talented martial artist, if she couldn't recruit him to her side, then destroying him early would at least eliminate a major threat. With that thought, her pale hand flipped, revealing a dagger in her palm. While Chu Tian was preoccupied with the enemy before him, Shen Tingbai moved like a ghost, swiftly closing the distance behind him. When she was close enough, she raised the sharp dagger high above her head, spun, and thrust it toward Chu Tian's heart. Sensing the threat behind him, Chu Tian calmly disposed of the enemy before him. With a swift turn, he grabbed Shen Tingbai's bathrobe sash and kicked the dagger from her hand. The stinging pain in her hand and the lecherous touch on her waist made Shen Tingbai's face turn ashen. She glared furiously at Chu Tian and snapped, "You filthy bastard! Let go of me!" Chu Tian chuckled, blinking as he replied, "That's funny coming from you. You dared to broadcast yourself live in front of a stranger. What's there to fear? Since I've already seen everything, what's one touch?" Hearing Chu Tian's words, Shen Tingbai wanted nothing more than to kill him. But her skills were no match for his. Beyond struggling helplessly, she could only issue verbal threats. "Go on then. I've had my fill of fun today. If fate permits, we'll meet again next time." With that, Chu Tian tossed Shen Tingbai onto the large bed. From the moment Chu Tian entered until now, 2 figures were clearly visible on the bed, yet only Shen Tingbai had appeared. The other person, male or female? Why had they remained hidden? Were they an acquaintance, or simply insignificant? Chu Tian's guard rose slightly. He curled his lips and strode out of the office. Shen Tingbai, jolted senseless by the fall, pointed angrily at Chu Tian's retreating figure. "What are you all standing around for? Go catch that brat. He dared to toy with me, I'll have his head." The bodyguards, who had just regained their footing in the room, immediately prepared to chase after him. Chapter 67, Breakthrough. "Hold on, don't chase him. It's pointless. Now that the 4 major gangs have united, eliminating a mere upstart like him would be child's play. Even if he's somewhat capable, he can't make waves against such colossal forces. Why rush and risk casualties?" Shen Tingbai listened and realized he was right. She nodded, nestling obediently into the man's embrace and murmuring softly, "Darling, you always think of everything." Many in Yunqing knew the Qing gang's leader was a woman, swift and decisive, ruthless when necessary. Through sheer willpower, she had earned the unquestioning loyalty of every member. Yet no one knew that behind Shen Tingbai lurked a man whose identity remained a secret to almost everyone. By the time Chu Tian returned to the Yunhai villa, it was deep into the night. The women had all retired for the night. Chu Tian went straight to his room and set the pot he'd taken from downstairs on the floor. The medicinal ingredients he'd recently purchased and received as gifts were more than sufficient for him to refine the pills he currently needed. The enemies he was about to face were the 4 great gangs. He must rapidly enhance his strength to increase his chances of success. He tossed the herbs into the cauldron, casually set up a protective barrier, and then focused intently on refining the pills. Pale golden flames danced in his hands. With the experience gained last time, Chu Tian now handled the heat with even greater ease. Over a dozen herbs gradually melted into a medicinal liquid, then coalesced into the embryonic form of a pill. As dawn broke, the elixir reached its most critical stage of solidification. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the iron cauldron before Chu Tian shattered violently. Standing closest, Chu Tian instantly became the blackest, most dazzling creature. Save for his eyes and a mouthful of teeth, he was black as night, utterly, dazzlingly black. He coughed up. Exhaling the smoke and dust from his mouth, Chu Tian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It seemed alchemy really did have an element of randomness. Had this attempt failed completely? The thought of those dozens of herbs, worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions combined, made Chu Tian's liver ache. He glanced down. As the smoke cleared, several pills lay quietly on the ground. Their faint medicinal fragrance alone lifted one's spirits. Chu Tian smiled with satisfaction, casually placing a pill in his mouth before immersing himself completely in cultivation. Until... My pot? I distinctly remember leaving it here. Could it be stolen? That shouldn't be possible. All the valuable items in the house are still here, and the alarm wasn't triggered. Why would only the pot go missing? Shanguan Momo sighed helplessly and said, "Don't worry. Maybe it's just lying around somewhere. You might have forgotten about it." Chu Tian heard the voices downstairs and opened his eyes, a flash of sharpness darting through them. Late foundation establishment stage. His cultivation progress over this period had been quite satisfactory. He'd intended to strike while the iron was hot, using the few pills in his possession to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet he discovered it wasn't as straightforward as he'd imagined. After consuming all the pills, while his cultivation had indeed increased, his realm remained stubbornly stuck at late foundation establishment, not even a hint of progress. He rose, stretched lazily, and reluctantly descended the stairs. While the power increase was certainly a good thing, the thought of Yi Qingqing's pot still left Chu Tian feeling utterly stumped for a plausible explanation. Yi Qingqing was downstairs searching for his pot. Then she saw a black man with an afro walking down the stairs. Holy crap! Where did you come from? Who are you? Why are you in our house? Only then did Chu Tian recall his current disheveled state. He flashed a sheepish grin and awkwardly explained, "I did an experiment after coming home last night and ruined a pot. Don't worry, I'll buy you a new one." Yi Qingqing gave him a subtle look. "I'd advise you to curb your curiosity. Blowing yourself sky high might be your problem, but I'm not eager to meet Mingpa for a chat in my sleep." Chu Tian nodded hastily, making repeated assurances. Only after preparing a lavish breakfast as compensation did Yi Qingqing finally calm down. After breakfast, Chu Tian had already administered acupuncture to Shanguan Momo before following Yi Qingqing out to work. No sooner had they arrived at the company than Xiao Ke rushed over to them, her expression frantic. "Ms. Yi, it's bad news. Our cooperative pharmaceutical supplier just called to terminate our partnership." Yi Qingqing's brows furrowed at the news. "What's going on? Did they give a reason?" Xiao Ke hesitated before speaking. "Mr. Gu said he feels he won't see a return on his investment working with our company." This statement completely shattered the veneer of politeness both sides had maintained. Yi Qingqing's expression darkened noticeably as she frowned at Chu Tian. Chu Tian asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is this your only supplier? A wise hare has 3 burrows. Never put all your eggs in one basket." It was a simple principle, and Chu Tian couldn't believe Yi Qingqing wouldn't understand it. Yi Qingqing hesitated before speaking. "We've worked with Hanlin Pharmaceuticals for nearly 2 years. There's never been any conflict between us. Mr. Gu is generally easy to deal with. When I first entered the industry, he didn't look down on me just because I was starting out. So even in my worst-case scenarios, I never imagined Hanlin Pharmaceuticals would terminate our partnership." A bitter smile touched Yi Qingqing's lips as she shook her head and continued, "Moreover, Hanlin Pharmaceuticals is the largest medicinal herb supplier in all of Yunqiang, offering the most comprehensive selection. If they terminate our partnership, we'll have no chance of finding a suitable replacement supplier anytime soon. Our formula development would grind to a halt, which would be absolutely devastating for us right now." Chu Tian frowned and suggested, "How about this? I'll call Zhou Yongtai. He spent his entire life dealing with medicinal herbs. Maybe he can help us with this urgent matter." Yi Qingqing shook her head. "We should try approaching Mr. Gu first. See if there's any room for negotiation. Asking anyone for help now would create a debt of gratitude. I detest repaying such favors." Chu Tian chuckled softly. "You're overthinking it. Even if it is a favor, it's one I owe, not you. Besides, Zhou Yongtai is my disciple. As his master, asking him for a small favor is perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" Yi Qingqing shook her head, still insisting on checking on the situation at Hanlin Pharmaceuticals. With no other choice, Chu Tian followed her to Hanlin Pharmaceuticals. Upon entering Hanlin Pharmaceuticals, a faint medicinal scent filled the air. After greeting the receptionist, they were immediately escorted to an office. Chapter 68. Favors are worthless in the face of profit. Upon entering the office, they saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a desk with his legs crossed, puffing away on a cigarette. Gu Songjin looked to be around 40, with a receding hairline, slightly cloudy eyes, and a tall, somewhat bloated build. The quintessential shrewd businessman. Spotting Yi Qingcheng, a smile spread across his face. "Mr. Yi, you're here. Please, have a seat. I just received a few ounces of premium medicinal tea, let me offer you a taste." Yi Qingcheng offered a slightly awkward smile, hesitating before speaking. "Well, Mr. Gu, I'm not here for a reunion today. The tea can wait. I'm primarily here to discuss Hanlin's decision to terminate our partnership." Gu Songjian chuckled softly. "Some things don't need to be spelled out. Why insist on being so rigid? Qinshan, though you're relatively new to the industry, you should understand that business is about profit. I've already given you the reasons. With the current state of Qincheng International, I see no return on investment. How can I continue to trust our partnership?" Yi Qingcheng opened her mouth, struggling to speak like a fish beached on the shore. "Uncle Gu, we've worked together for so long. Trust me, I can turn this around. Just give me another half month." Before she could finish, Gu Songjian shook his head and replied with a smile, "Xingcheng, I watched your company grow from the ground up. I believe you're a young person with tremendous potential. It has nothing to do with your background. But now, you've driven yourself into a corner step by step. You have no viable solutions to offer, and you've alienated the Fengyun group. How can I possibly help you this time?" Seeing his resolve, Yi Qingcheng pleaded urgently, "Uncle Gu, for the sake of our long partnership and our good relationship, can't you even give me half a month? I'll prove to you then that your choice was right. I'll make you earn even more money." Gu Songjian waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with impatience. "Save that speech for yourself. You probably don't even believe it yourself. Things have come to this point, there's no need for further discussion. Instead of wasting my time here, you'd be better off figuring out how to earn Fengyun Group's forgiveness. At least that way, you won't make yourself look so utterly ridiculous." With that, he signaled his assistant to escort the visitor out. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly protested, "Mr. Gu, our current contract hasn't expired yet. This is a breach of contract, and you'll have to pay a hefty penalty." "Surely." Before Yi Qingcheng could finish, Gu Songjian cut her off again. "Penalty, you say? I recall it's 30 million? I can transfer it to you right now." Fengyun Group had already made it clear, if he terminated his contract with Qingcheng International, he would smoothly board the Fengyun Group ship. 30 million wasn't an unbearable sum. Yi Qingcheng hadn't expected him to leave her absolutely no room for negotiation. Today, Gu Songjian had taught her a harsh lesson: when faced with profit, even the most carefully cultivated relationships meant nothing. Seeing Yi Qingcheng's dejected expression, Xu Tian couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Gu, I heard that Director Xiang Lin from the People's Hospital is your brother-in-law? I'm pretty close with your brother-in-law. Would that connection be enough to get you an extra half month?" Gu Songjian shot Xu Tian a skeptical glance. Since Xu Tian had walked in, he hadn't uttered a word. Gu Songjian had instinctively ignored the young man. Now he was claiming to know his brother-in-law? Impossible. "You're just a lowly assistant, how could you possibly know my brother-in-law? What kind of nonsense is this? Why has he never mentioned you before?" Xu Tian chuckled lightly. "You don't believe me? I can call him right now. I wasn't planning to waste this favor, but looks like I have no choice." Gu Songjian frowned, now unsure how much truth lay in the young man's words. His current position and the growing success of his pharmaceutical company owed much to his brother-in-law, the director of the People's Hospital. If this kid really knew his brother-in-law, he might have to reconsider this matter. "Call him right now," Gu Songjian demanded. "I want to see exactly what kind of relationship you have with my brother-in-law. If you dare to deceive me, you and your people are never to show your faces here again." Xu Tian didn't respond. He simply dialed Xiang Lin's number. Xiang Lin, in the middle of a meeting, was somewhat flattered and surprised to receive Xu Tian's call. He hastily waved for the doctor reporting on clinical symptoms to stop, then cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Chu, what might I do for you?" That single phrase alone made Gu Songjian's eyes widen in shock. His brother-in-law was known for his explosive temper. People he looked down on weren't even worth his attention. Yet now he was showing such deference to a young man, even using honorifics? Xu Tian glanced at Gu Songjian, smiled, and briefly recounted the earlier incident. He then continued, "I didn't want to bother you with this call, but this matter is truly critical for our company. If the supply of Chinese herbs is interrupted, it will cause significant losses, so..." Xiang Lin heard this and instantly flew into a rage, bellowing through the phone, "Gu Songjian! You idiot, pick up the phone!" The roar instantly made beads of sweat the size of rice grains appear on Gu Songjian's forehead. Brother-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding. I genuinely had no idea you had such close ties with this Qingcheng International. Had I known, I wouldn't have cut off the cooperation myself." Xiang Lin was already scrambling to curry favor with Xu Tian. He couldn't let Gu Songjian ruin his standing with him. Before Gu could finish, Xiang cut him off. "I don't care about all that nonsense. Your company only got this far because of my backing. No matter what, you must cooperate fully with Mr. Chu. Otherwise, just as I have the power to make you Yunqing's largest pharmaceutical supplier, I have the power to send you crawling back into the mud. Gu Zongjian didn't dare utter a word, nodding hastily in agreement. After giving his orders, Xiang Lin shifted his tone, adopting a slightly ingratiating manner. Mr. Chu, I've already drafted the contract. Whenever you have time, I'll personally deliver it to you. Chu Tian chuckled softly and nodded. I'll call you when I have time. After exchanging a few more polite remarks, they ended the call. Yi Qingchang had been watching in stunned silence. Her emotions were a tangled mess. She never would have imagined that Chu Tian, who had seemed like a country bumpkin at their first meeting, could build such connections in such a short time. Chapter 69, There's more than one way to solve a problem. What seemed like an insurmountable problem to Yi Qingchang was effortlessly resolved by Chu Tian with just one phone call. That single call had completely transformed Gu Zongjian's attitude toward both of them, especially toward Chu Tian. A man who could command such respect from her haughty brother-in-law was clearly no ordinary person. Beaming with smiles, he personally handed Chu Tian a cigarette and said, "This was all a misunderstanding. If you'd mentioned your close relationship with my brother-in-law earlier, we wouldn't have nearly ruined our ties. Alright, I'll give you another half month. I hope you won't disappoint me after all, I'm under immense pressure myself." Fengyun Group was now a powerhouse in Yuncheng. While claiming they could command absolute obedience might be an exaggeration, they certainly commanded the allegiance of half the city. Fengyun Group had made it clear they were prepared to fight Xinjiang International to the bitter end. The pressure on Xinjiang International's side was palpable. Chu Tian chuckled lightly and nodded. Rest assured on that point. In half a month, I'll make you rich beyond your wildest dreams. The word regret won't even cross your mind. Gu Zongjian gave a nervous chuckle. The only reason he'd agreed to give Xinjiang International an extra half-month was to save face for his brother-in-law. As for making money? He hadn't given it a second thought. Chu Tian could see that Gu Zongjian wasn't genuinely committed to maintaining their partnership. If they didn't give him some incentives now, he might switch sides at any moment under pressure from Fengyun Group. After a moment's thought, Chu Tian spoke up. "Mr. Gu, I see you have dark circles under your eyes and some swelling. You must have been suffering from insomnia for quite some time now, right? This condition is no joke. If left untreated, you could start experiencing hallucinations, auditory delusions, loss of virility, or even develop mental illness." As Chu Tian spoke, Gu Zongjian's eyes gradually brightened. His gaze toward Chu Tian now held a mix of admiration and urgency. "Mr. Chu, how did you figure that out?" "You're absolutely right. I've been suffering from severe insomnia lately. Sometimes I can't sleep for entire nights. My hair is practically falling out. I've seen countless psychologists about this, but nothing has helped. The medication only made me more anxious without alleviating any symptoms. Now I'm even experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations. I have no idea what severe consequences this might lead to if it continues." Insomnia was no trivial matter, and the sporadic auditory and visual hallucinations tormented Gu Zongjian relentlessly. He even feared that one day he might wake up on the rooftop and leap off. This loss of control plunged Gu Zongjian into deep terror. Chu Tian smiled and said, "Your problem isn't actually that difficult to solve. I can prescribe a formula for you. Simmer 3 bowls of water down to 1. Take 1 dose daily, and after a week, you should be mostly better. If you have any questions during this time, feel free to call me directly. Consider it my way of showing my gratitude." Gu Zongjian's eyes lit up at once. He nodded eagerly and scrambled for paper and pen. Of all the doctors he'd seen, none had ever dared promise a cure. Combined with his brother-in-law's respectful demeanor toward this young man, Gu Zongjian found himself inexplicably trusting Chu Tian more. After writing the prescription and offering a few simple instructions, the two left Hanlin Pharmacy. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Chu Tian driving beside her, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. Thank you for today." Chu Tian glanced at the road ahead and chuckled softly. "Lately, thank you seems to be the phrase you say to me most often. Save that gratitude for a fortnight from now. I know you're still unsure about things. If I deliver on the promise I made to you in 2 weeks, then you can treat me to a meal." Yi Qingcheng shot Chu Tian a complex look before nodding. The past few days had been chaotic and overwhelming. Yi Qingcheng gradually realized she had begun to habitually rely on Chu Tian as if, with him around, even the toughest problems could be solved effortlessly. After returning to the company, Yi Qingcheng was swamped with work, while Chu Tian strolled leisurely into the assistant's office. Xiao Ko, who was sorting through documents, saw Chu Tian and her eyes lit up. "Did you pull it off?" Chu Tian nodded, patting his chest emphatically. "With me handling it? Success was guaranteed." Xiao Ko couldn't help but laugh at his self-assured manner. She nodded seriously. "I agree. When I first met you, I felt this inexplicable hostility, like you might take my job. But now I see your capabilities far exceed my expectations. It seems nothing is beyond your reach." The compliment made Chu Tian a bit flustered. He scratched his head and said, "You're exaggerating. You go ahead with your work. I'll just sit here for a bit. Pretend I'm not even here. With that, he walked over to his own seat. Though Chu Tian was constantly evolving, when it came to chatting with women, he remained a complete amateur. Xiaoke nodded and didn't engage him further, burying herself in her own tasks. She had come to realize that although Chu Tian was, like her, nominally Yi Qingqing's assistant, their respective responsibilities were entirely different. Chu Tian sat quietly at his desk, closed his eyes, and began to immerse himself in cultivation. As long as Yi Qingqing didn't call for him, there was little official business requiring his attention. Time flew by, and as the end of the workday approached, Xiaoke hesitated before finally speaking up. Chu Tian, are you asleep? Chu Tian had sat with his eyes closed at his desk for an entire day, something most people simply couldn't manage. Hearing Xiaoke's question, Chu Tian opened his eyes, shook his head, and replied, I'm not asleep. Is there something you need? Xiaoke hesitated, feeling awkward, but finally gathered her courage to ask, Chu Tian, do you have any money? I was wondering if I could borrow 30,000 yuan from you. After saying this, Xiaoke felt a wave of relief wash over her. She cautiously looked up at Chu Tian and added, I know we're not that close yet. If you don't want to, it's totally fine. Chu Tian frowned and shook his head. Money isn't the issue. What happened? We're friends, after all. We'll be seeing each other every day at the company. If you're having trouble, you can tell me. Maybe I can help. Chu Tian's words touched Xiaoke's heart. Her eyes welled up as she shook her head, fighting back tears. No, it's nothing. I just have an urgent need. I'll pay you back as soon as I get my first paycheck from the company. Chu Tian had been treating patients these past few days, and his bank account now held nearly tens of millions. 30,000 yuan was hardly a significant sum to him. Chapter 70, Reunion with an old classmate. But seeing Xiaoke's hesitant expression, he sensed there was more to the story. Since she didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. After transferring the money, he reminded her, if you ever need anything, come find me. I'll do whatever I can to help. Only by tackling the root cause could the problem be resolved once and for all. Chu Tian didn't elaborate on the latter part of that sentence. After all, it wasn't his place to meddle too deeply in someone else's affairs. Xiaoke nodded, hurriedly gathered her things, and left. As Chu Tian stepped out of the assistant's office, intending to find Yi Qingqing to leave work together, he spotted her emerging from her office with a triumphant air. Ms. Yi, are you also heading out for the day? Ever since the company faced its crisis, Yi Qingqing had been working overtime almost every day. Since Chu Tian started working at the company, he had never seen Yi Qingqing leave on time. Yi Qingqing smiled and nodded. Today, an old friend of mine is returning from abroad. I plan to meet up with him. Why don't you come along too? Chu Tian nodded readily. Sure thing. Where are we going? Fengwu Hotel. Chu Tian looked at Yi Qingqing with confusion. Isn't the Fengwu Hotel one of your family's businesses? Did you book it there? Yi Qingqing shook her head, seeming in a particularly good mood. With rare patience, she explained, no. This old friend doesn't know I'm the Yi family's daughter. I separated from my family when I was in college and worked my way through university entirely on my own. This simple explanation only left Chu Tian even more bewildered. A woman like Yi Qingqing was truly rare. Despite having a privileged background, a father who was Yunqing's wealthiest man, she never leveraged her connections. Instead, she insisted on building her life step by step through her own efforts. He couldn't fathom why she'd reject the shortcut and insist on doing it all herself. What was she after? Though puzzled, he wisely kept his questions to himself. Upon arriving at Fengwu Hotel, the manager, already tipped off, rushed to the entrance to greet them. Yi Qingqing smiled and waved her hand. Everyone, go back to your duties. I'm just having dinner with a friend, no need to hover around me. The manager nodded quickly, his eyes darting around. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to curry favor with the young lady. He couldn't let it slip away. By the way, which private room is my friend in? Listen to Wang Xian. Yi Qingqing nodded and led Chu Tian toward the private room. Pushing open the door, they found a young man and woman inside. The couple had already ordered their meal. The man was holding the woman around the waist, whispering some playful tease that had her laughing so hard she was shaking like a leaf. Hearing the movement at the door, the man turned and saw Yi Qingqing. His eyes lit up instantly. That unmistakable possessiveness made Chu Tian frown involuntarily. Hee, Qingqing, you're here. Speaking of which, did you miss me these past few years I was abroad? Liang Jinglong stood up, preparing to give Yi Qingqing a cheek kiss. Yi Qingqing hastily took a step back, her smile unchanged as she replied, Liang Jinglong, it seems you've adapted quite well abroad these past years. Starting right off with foreign etiquette, I'm afraid I can't handle it. A flicker of displeasure crossed the face of the woman Liang Jinglong had brought. She smoothed her long hair and asked haughtily, who is she? Liang Jinglong quickly interjected with a laugh, honey, let me introduce you. This is my college classmate, Yi Qingqing. I only spent 1 year at university before going abroad to pursue medical studies. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Jingti. Her father is the chief physician at the People's Hospital. Xiao Jingtian glanced at Yi Qingcheng, waved dismissively without greeting her, and barked, "Waiter! What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve the food." Seeing Chu Tian still standing motionless at the door, she scolded with visible displeasure. Small town people are just that, no sense of propriety whatsoever. What kind of fancy hotel is this, where even the waitstaff won't follow orders? At this remark, Yi Qingcheng's smile instantly faded. Her voice turned cold. Sorry, he's my boyfriend. Though he's not very talkative, he's certainly no waiter. Miss, after studying abroad for years and soaking up all that Western education, have you grown so arrogant you look down on your own hometown? This was already phrased quite diplomatically. Upon hearing it, Xiao Jingtian's face flushed with embarrassment. She turned and glared at Liang Jinglong. Honey, look at your classmate. What kind of attitude is that? So sarcastic. She is just jealous because she is poor and couldn't afford to study abroad. You'd be better off keeping your distance from women like her. Xiao Jingti had always been supremely confident in her looks and figure until she laid eyes on Yi Qingcheng. An inexplicable sense of threat made her bristle like a hedgehog, her entire body taut with alertness and sharpness. Faced with his girlfriend and the goddess of their university, Liang Jinglong didn't know how to choose. He simply changed the subject. Xingcheng, with your looks and talent, you could have any guy you wanted. Back in school, the line of suitors chasing you stretched all the way to the city gates. You were so proud and picky, then how did you find someone so quickly, and especially? She gave Chu Tian a once-over, her expression saying more than words could. The joy Yi Qingcheng had felt upon seeing her old classmate was completely washed away, leaving only a wave of suffocating frustration. Liang Jinglong didn't come from a wealthy family. Back in school, they both harbored grand ambitions. Unlike other men who fawned over her, Liang Jinglong never played that game. That's why Yi Qingcheng had once held him in high regard. Little did she expect that in just a few short years, life could corrode a once ambitious young man into this. Any desire to catch up vanished. She only wished this meal would end quickly so they could part ways amicably. People's thoughts change daily. Don't blame me, your transformation was so drastic, I barely recognized you. Yi Qingcheng's pointed remark froze the smile on Liang Jinglong's face. He looked up at Chu Tian, who had sat silently beside Yi Qingcheng throughout. Brother, what do you do for a living? You haven't said a word since you came in. You're not mute, are you? Chu Tian replied calmly, not exactly mute. It's just that your conversation holds no interest for me to join in. I'm a doctor. Chu Tian's words left Liang Jinglong feeling utterly deflated. How had this reunion gone so terribly wrong compared to his expectations? He could tolerate his girlfriend and former goddess criticizing him, but now some penniless kid who looked decent but seemed utterly useless dared to mock him? Liang Jinglong smoothed his zilly suit and checked his Rolex watch, his face radiating confidence. Chapter 71, Showing Off. Well, what a coincidence. I also studied Western medicine abroad. Which top-tier hospital in Yunqing do you work at? What's your position? Attending physician or department head? Chu Tian thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm not affiliated with any hospital. Although the director of the People's Hospital had appointed Chu Tian as deputy director, no contract had been signed yet. Strictly speaking, he was practically unemployed. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Liang Jinglong's face twisted into a sneer. So that's how it is, he sneered. Xingcheng, you really are something. You've told me more than once about your grand ambitions for revenge. But picking up some penniless kid like this, isn't that just dragging down your own efforts? When do you expect to achieve your goals? Yi Qingcheng rolled her eyes silently. She couldn't shake the feeling that coming out today was nothing but a self-inflicted ordeal. Taking a deep breath, she was about to urge the waitstaff to serve the food so they could leave quickly when Lu Fugue pushed open the door and entered. With a smile on his face, he bowed and scraped, saying, "Esteemed guests, to welcome you from afar, we've specially arranged a private room for you, the luxurious Emperor's suite. We hope you'll eat and drink well tonight." Liang Jinglong's eyes lit up at the mention. As a native of Yunqing, he'd chosen Fengwu Hotel specifically to flaunt his current success. This hotel was no ordinary place. A single meal here was practically burning money. Had he not consulted Xiao Jingtian, he wouldn't have had the confidence to come here. Now, hearing his private room had been upgraded to the imperial suite, he was instantly thrilled. Without a second thought, he pulled Xiao Jingtian close and kissed her, his face soft with affection as he murmured, "Darling, you arranged this, didn't you? You did it to make me look good, to give me more confidence, right?" Liang Jinglong was nothing but a pretty boy. Studying abroad, he hadn't learned much else besides how to charm his girlfriend. With his good looks and a mouth full of sweet talk, he had Xiao Jingtian wrapped around his finger. Though a bit bewildered now, he still naturally claimed the credit as his own. Of course. You're my boyfriend. How could I let you lose face when dining with my college classmates? Liang Jinglong's face flushed with excitement as he nodded, then strode confidently out of the private room with Yi Qingcheng and Chu Tian, heading toward the Emperor's suite. His smug expression was downright laughable. The upgraded private room, both in decoration and ambience, was incomparable to ordinary ones. No comparison, no hurt. The overall style of the Emperor's suite made Liang Jinglong feel like his life had reached its pinnacle today. No sooner had they settled in than manager Lu Fugue reappeared before them, beaming as he announced, "To welcome you all, our hotel is offering complimentary 1982 Lafite Rothschild and an equal quantity of cigars. Please enjoy your meal and drinks." It must be said that Lu Fugue was quite smooth in his dealings, diligently trying to make his presence felt in front of Yi Qingcheng. Yet to Liang Jinglong, the situation was completely distorted. Liang Jinglong gazed at Xiao Jingtian beside him with excitement, never feeling this woman had been so considerate. If the occasion hadn't been inappropriate, he would have loved to express his gratitude right then and there with his own thoughtful timing service. "My dear, you've been so thoughtful. I had no idea you were so well connected with the manager of Fengwu Hotel. Not only did you get us upgraded to the best private room, but they even provided complimentary drinks." Though this was his first visit to Fengwu Hotel, he was familiar enough with their rules to know that booking the Emperor's suite required a 30,000 yuan deposit up front, plus a minimum consumption of 50,000 yuan. For the average office worker, that price tag is nearly half a year's salary. Liang Jinglong himself wouldn't dream of splurging like that. Even though he was eager to impress Yi Qingcheng today by showing off how well he was doing, he knew his own limits and what he could realistically pretend. Xiao Jingtian accepted Liang Jinglong's flattery and gratitude with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. "It's nothing special. I just gave Uncle Lu a heads up earlier, and I didn't expect him to pull it off so flawlessly. Looks like I owe him another favor." Shu Tian's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure all the credit for this goes to you?" Xiao Jingti's smile faded slightly as she frowned. "What do you mean? Of course it's because I made arrangements beforehand that you got such excellent treatment. If it were up to you, you'd probably never set foot in Fengwu Hotel in your entire lives, let alone afford a single meal there." Shu Tian suppressed a chuckle and nodded without comment. He'd never met a woman who could brag so shamelessly without batting an eye. After that, Xiao Jingti and Liang Jinglong kept Yi Qingcheng in conversation, occasionally throwing in a boast here and there. As for Chu Tian, he'd long been left out in the cold. Chu Tian was quite content with the peace, leisurely eating and drinking. After all, he wasn't the focus today, it was Yi Qingcheng who was suffering. Watching Chu Tian's carefree demeanor, Yi Qingcheng regretted for the umpteenth time that she hadn't brought Xiaoku along. This kind of socializing was absolutely torturous. Beep. Just as Chu Tian was enjoying his meal, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "Director Xiang, what can I do for you?" Mr. Chu, are you available now? I'll bring the contract over. I just can't shake this uneasy feeling until you sign it." Chu Tian considered it for a moment before nodding. "All right. Come to the Emperor's suite at Fengwu Hotel now. I'll be waiting for you there." After hanging up, he noticed the lively conversation among the others had abruptly stopped. All eyes turned to him. Chu Tian scratched his nose and asked, "What are you all staring at me for?" After being invisible all evening, this sudden attention made Chu Tian feel decidedly uncomfortable. "You mentioned Director Xiang? Is that Xiang Lin from the People's Hospital?" Xiao Jingtian asked. Chu Tian nodded. "That's him. Do you know him?" Xiao Jingtian couldn't help but snort at Chu Tian's words. She gave him a once-over and said, "No offense, kid, but you really don't think before you speak. My dad's the director at the People's Hospital. You think I wouldn't know the president? As for you, you just don't look like someone who'd know someone at that level." Cheap casual clothes, a slightly sloppy appearance, though he had a touch of roguish charm, he was ultimately just a good-for-nothing loser. Chapter 72, that slap in the face came way too fast. Yi Qingcheng frowned upon hearing Xiao Jingtian's words. "Miss Xiao, that's rather harsh. There's always someone better out there. How can you be so sure Chu Tian wouldn't know President Xiang?" To be honest, not only do they know each other, but President Xiang is actively trying to get Chu Tian appointed as the deputy director of the People's Hospital. Yi Qingcheng's words were meant to defend Chu Tian, but to Xiao Jingtian and Liang Jinglong, they sounded like pure comedy. "Ha! That's hilarious, Qingcheng. I know you feel embarrassed today. My girlfriend's family background is leagues above your boyfriend's, but you can't just make things up. Xiao Jingtian's father is the director of the People's Hospital. Do you understand what that position means? If Chu Tian really knew the director, how could we possibly not know?" Yi Qingcheng, relying on her impeccable upbringing, forced herself to suppress the urge to roll her eyes and ultimately chose silence. These two people before her were so arrogant they wouldn't listen or believe anything she said now, no matter how much she explained. If that's the case, then let facts speak for themselves. Yi Qingcheng's silence was interpreted by Xiao Jingti as the awkwardness of a lie being exposed. Pulling Liang Jinglong close, she declared, "Darling, your university classmate is truly laughable. She has no real talent herself and married a man even less capable. Once she chose him, she should own up to it. Yet she dares to lie and make excuses that are simply unacceptable. I think you should minimize contact with such people in the future. Save yourself the embarrassment later." With that, she rose and headed for the exit. I'm going to the restroom. Make yourselves at home. Once Xiao Jingtian left, Liang Jinglong visibly relaxed. His gaze lingered on Yi Qingchang's exquisite, porcelain-like face, and he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Qingchang, it's been ages. Let me toast to you. Truth be told, Jingtian has already secured connections for me. Soon I'll be interning at the People's Hospital. With the advanced medical techniques I learned abroad, I'll rise through the ranks quickly. When that time comes, if you're willing, I wouldn't mind having you as my personal assistant. As he spoke, his hand began to wander toward Yi Qingchang's, only to be slapped away by Chu Tian, his face expressionless. Liang Jinglong, if you want to debase yourself as a kept man, that's your business. But now, taking advantage of your girlfriend's absence to hit on mine right in front of me, are you blind, or do you simply ignore my existence? Chu Tian's words left Liang Jinglong momentarily flustered. The back of his hand, slapped hard by Chu Tian, quickly swelled up, stinging fiercely. He glared at Chu Tian viciously, then turned to complain bitterly to Yi Qingchang. Qingchang, how could you end up with such a brute? All talk, no brains, and penniless. He embodies every flaw a man can have. I advise you to break up with him immediately. Yi Qingchang couldn't hold back any longer. She sneered coldly, break up? Even if he's full of flaws, he's still far better than you, a deadbeat who leeches off others while eyeing other women. I truly don't understand how you've become this despicable in just a few short years. It's utterly disgusting. Yi Qingchang's words tore away all pretense between them. Liang Jinglong's heart filled with resentment as he snorted coldly, ungrateful. Fine then, I'll just wait and see how you suffer later. After Liang Jinglong finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the private room. It lasted only until the door swung open, and Xiang Lin stumbled in, panting heavily. Mr. Chu, I apologize for being late. Already in a foul mood, Liang Jinglong immediately vented his anger on Xiang Lin. Who the hell are you, old man? Can't you see we're eating here? You barge in without even knocking. What do you want? Xiang Lin looked at Chu Tian in confusion and asked, Mr. Chu, is this your friend? He sure has a temper. Chu Tian introduced them with a meaningful look. This is Miss Ye's friend. And this is Director Xiang Lin from the People's Hospital. Liang Jinglong snorted derisively. Chu Tian, give me a break. This is the stand-in actor you hired? Director of the People's Hospital? Do you really think I've forgotten who the director is just because I studied abroad for a few years? Xiang Lin couldn't help but frown at the remark, his confusion mingling with growing displeasure. Just as he was about to speak, the door to the private room swung open again. Xiao Jingtian, returning from the restroom, had overheard the exchange. Her face darkened as she snapped, Liang Jinglong. Shut your mouth. This is the director of the People's Hospital, Director Xiang. Director, please don't take my boyfriend's words to heart. He just returned from abroad and isn't familiar with the customs yet. This is just typical foreign worship. Chinese people returning to their homeland and acting all high and mighty, that kind of behavior is really hard to like. Oh, and who might you be? Noticing Xiang Lin's unfavorable first impression of Liang Jinglong, Xiao Jingtian shot him a glare before smiling and saying, my father is Director Xiao Qiufeng of the People's Hospital. Xiang Lin gave a faint nod, responding with polite small talk. Oh, I've heard of him. You're quite grown up now, Mr. Chu. Here's the contract I've drafted. Just sign it, and from this moment on, you'll be the vice president of our People's Hospital. Chu Tian signed his name on the contract. Xiang Lin didn't linger, offering a quick farewell before preparing to leave. Xiao Jingtian couldn't believe it. Chu Tian hadn't been lying after all. He actually knew the director of the People's Hospital. This was a golden opportunity, how could she not seize it? Smiling, she pulled Xiang Lin aside. Director Xiang, since you're here, let's have lunch together. My boyfriend returned from studying abroad, specializing in Western medicine. He's mastered many advanced overseas medical techniques and came back specifically to benefit our hometown's people. Since we're all friends, what do you say? Xiang Lin frowned. He understood the subtle implications of her roundabout words. This was clearly an attempt to pull strings. But he simply couldn't warm up to this Liang Jinglong. He decided to pass the difficult question directly to Chu Tian. Mr. Chu, is this your friend? If so, I might consider making an exception for special admission. Chu Tian shook his head quickly, speaking with solemn seriousness, no need. We're not acquainted. Follow the standard procedure. I don't want the hospital to take on another lazy good-for-nothing. Xiang Lin nodded and didn't linger. He simply said goodbye and left. He'd seen through it, this meal wasn't going to be pleasant. At his age, he saw no need to add to his own troubles. After Xiang Lin left, Liang Jinglong shot Chu Tian a displeased glare and snapped, Kid, you're being unreasonable. It's just a word from you, why can't you help out? Chapter 73, Who's the good-for-nothing? And who do you think you're calling lazy and good-for-nothing with no real skills? Think being a vice president makes you so great? Who knows how you even got that position? The techniques I learned overseas you guys couldn't catch up even if you tried. Chu Tian chuckled softly, shook his head, and said nothing more. Yi Qingcheng, however, couldn't hold back. Liang Jinglong, you have the nerve to ask for this? Ever since we walked in, you and your girlfriend have been openly and covertly belittling Chu Tian. Why should he help you? And your attitude just now? You offended the dean the moment you arrived. Guess what kind of image you have in Dean Xiang's mind now? Forget it. People like you can't tell the difference between appearances and reality. To the dean, you're nothing but a Western-obsessed sycophant. People like you are the least favored by elders. Yi Qingcheng's words cut like a knife. Xiao Jingtian felt resentful, but she couldn't deny Yi Qingcheng was right. She shot Liang Jinglong a vicious glare and muttered under her breath, "You really are something. Just while I was in the restroom, you managed to get yourself into such a huge mess. Now getting you transferred to the People's Hospital with my dad won't be easy at all." The barrage of complaints dealt a heavy blow to Liang Jinglong's pride. He snorted coldly and flung his hand away. "Fine, I'll go to the city hospital. What's so great about that? Yunqing isn't the only place with a top-tier hospital. If they don't want me, it's their loss." Chu Tian scoffed, unwilling to waste breath on such a brainless fool. Yi Qingcheng simply shook her head, not even bothering to respond. With each person harboring their own thoughts, they hastened their movements. The meal felt like sitting on pins and needles. Just as the meal drew to a close, the private room door swung open again. Lu Fugue entered, flanked by two middle-aged men. Liang Jinglong, already seething from repeated interruptions, couldn't hold back any longer. He roared, "What the hell is wrong with you, manager? You keep letting people interrupt our meal. Who are these big shots now? If they're not important, tell them to get the hell out." Xiao Jingtian remained silent, but her displeasure was equally evident. Yi Qingcheng paused before introducing them. "This gentleman is Bu Hongjun, president of the Yunqing Chamber of Commerce. And this is Xia Yulong, mayor of Yunqing." Yi Qingcheng's words left Liang Qinglong and Xiao Jingtian with expressions so sour their mouths could fit a fist. What kind of bad luck had they stumbled into today? How had they managed to offend one big shot after another? What baffled them even more was why these influential figures were coming to them one after another. Bu Hongjun looked at Chu Tian courteously as he introduced, "Mr. Chu, this is our mayor of Yunqing. We heard you were dining here today and thought we'd come over to say hello." Lu Fugue chuckled and nodded. "Miss, your friend here certainly doesn't mince words. Best have them apologize quickly. Perhaps the mayor might be magnanimous enough to forgive them." Yi Qingcheng gave a faint nod. While that was true in theory, whether they were willing or not was beyond her control. After all, it had been years since she last saw her old classmate, and he had changed so much she hardly recognized him. Liang Jinglong pointed at Yi Qingcheng in shock and demanded of Lu Fugue, "What did you just call her? You changed our private room, sent us cigarettes and wine, wasn't it because you're so close with my girlfriend?" Exposed, Xiao Jingtian wished she could sink into a crack in the ground, her face flushing crimson. Lu Fugue paid no heed to Xiao Jingtian's petty thoughts. Instead, he looked puzzled and retorted, "What are you talking about? Of course I did it for Our Lady's sake. I don't even know your girlfriend, why would I go out of my way for you? Our Lady is the wealthiest person in Yunqing, the daughter of the Yi family from the provincial capital. This restaurant is also Yi family property." Liang Jinglong's face had gone ashen. Only now did he realize that for years, Yi Qingcheng had seen him as nothing more than a clown. Yi Qingcheng was actually a wealthy heiress, yet he had foolishly assumed she was just another ordinary person striving for her career and future. How laughable and pitiful. Bu Hongjun hesitated, glancing at Chu Tian before saying, "If these two are Mr. Chu's friends, perhaps we can overlook the apology. After all, ignorance is no excuse." Chu Tian slowly shook his head, casting a faint glance at Liang Jinglong before speaking calmly, "Wrong is wrong. Even among friends, there's no excuse for not apologizing when words are misplaced. Especially since we're hardly acquainted." Hearing Chu Tian's words and observing his enigmatic expression, Bu Hongjun understood everything. He gave a cold snort, and his attitude toward Liang Jinglong shifted instantly. "Since you're not Mr. Chu's friend, then apologize immediately and get out of this private room. The offense of crossing the city mayor is not something you two can afford to bear." Liang Jinglong and Xiao Jingtian now regretted their actions bitterly. They'd assumed he was just some insignificant nobody, but he turned out to be the biggest dark horse of all. Even the mayor had to give him face. And here they were, having foolishly and thoroughly offended him. After a flustered apology, they hurriedly exited the private room. With the troublemaker gone, the atmosphere in the private room became much more harmonious. Xia Yulong wore an approachable smile as he sat across from Chu Tian and spoke cheerfully, "So you're Chu Tian? Truly a promising young talent. The future belongs to your generation. I heard your medical skills are exceptional, so I came out of curiosity to see you." Chu Tian remained unperturbed by the mayoress' unexpected courtesy. Nodding, he appraised Xia Yulong before replying earnestly, "You flatter me. However, I see dark mist shrouding your head, with faint traces of bloodlight. Where have you been recently? This clearly indicates you've provoked something you shouldn't have. The dark mist above your head alone reveals that malevolent energy has already entered your body, even beginning to corrode your internal organs." By now, you must have clearly sensed something amiss within yourself. Without timely treatment, you may have no more than a week left. Some things cannot be forcibly retained. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. If fate permits, we shall meet again someday. Chu Tian's cryptic words left the others utterly bewildered. Yet Xia Yunlong's expression darkened dramatically. With a cold snort, his previously affable smile vanished completely. His voice turned icy. "Young man, I heard you were a skilled physician, which is why I sought you out. Little did I expect you to be nothing but a charlatan. I see no need to associate with you." Chapter 74, whether he treasures it or not is his business. With that, he swept his sleeve and turned to leave. Bu Hongjun couldn't fathom why Xia Yanlong, who had been in such a good mood moments ago, had suddenly flown into such a rage. Hesitating, he glanced at Chu Tian before turning to chase after him. Yi Qingcheng also felt Chu Tian's earlier words smacked of charlatanism. She frowned and asked, "Was what you said earlier true? That those destined to meet will meet? Even I think it sounds like the ramblings of a charlatan." Chu Tian cast a meaningful glance out the window before replying calmly, "No one understands the meaning of my words better than Xia Yinlong himself. Rumor has it that rhinoceros horn carries a peculiar fragrance if it touches one's clothes. It allows humans to communicate with spirits. That is the root of his affliction. We still have 7 days. If he seizes this opportunity, I can save his life. If he fails to seize it, even a great immortal would be powerless." Watching Chu Tian's inscrutable expression, Yi Qingqing paused. Ultimately, she remained half convinced, half skeptical, and chose not to press further. Asking more questions would only lead to confusion. Just like those old charlatans peddling their snake oil door to door. Bu Hongjun followed the furious Xia Yinlong out of the hotel, trying to explain as they walked, "Mayor, please don't be angry. Chu Tian's medical skills are truly extraordinary. He's practically a modern-day Hua Tuo. Not long ago, my wife had stopped breathing, yet he performed miraculous medical techniques to revive her. I believe there's some truth to what he says. Better safe than sorry. This concerns your life. We can't afford to be careless." Bu Hongjun kept chattering on, completely unaware that upon hearing his words, Xia Yanlong's eyes flickered and his expression turned peculiar. "Humph. That guy's nothing but a charlatan. I won't believe a single word he says. Not one. I'll live through this week just fine, and then I'll show up in front of Chu Tian myself to slap him in the face." With that, he climbed into his SUV, slammed the door shut, and drove off without a second glance. Chu Tian and Yi Qingcheng emerged just in time to witness this scene. Turning to Bu Hongjun, Chu Tian asked, "He still doesn't believe it?" Bu Hongjun nodded with a troubled look. Truth be told, even he felt skeptical after hearing Chu Tian's words. Xia Yunlong looked far too healthy and energetic, not the slightest sign of illness. How could he possibly drop dead within 7 days? Chu Tian watched the receding rear end of the car vanish at the street's end, murmuring meaningfully, 3 days. He'll believe it then. This time, the moment to test their bond has arrived. With that, he exchanged a nod with Bu Hongjun before getting into the car with Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng turned to look at Chu Tian, her expression serious. "You know, the way you acted just now? You looked exactly like a charlatan. Not just them, even I found it hard to believe what you said." Chu Tian gave a bitter chuckle and shook his head. This world holds many things beyond explanation. Everything has 2 sides. Where there is light, there are shadows, demons and spirits lurking in the dark. Ordinary people simply can't see them, nor do they choose to believe. Yi Qingcheng had no desire to delve into such profound topics with Chu Tian. Gazing out the window at the fleeting street scenes, she murmured, "Chu Tian, why do people change so quickly? Just a few years ago, Liang Jinglong was so green, full of ambition for this world. Back then, he didn't carry the inferiority complex of someone from a poor family, nor the arrogant rudeness of a rich kid. He was warm-hearted, kind, and full of vitality. That's why I genuinely considered him a friend. But now..." Chu Tian chuckled softly before speaking. "Everyone has different circumstances. Those circumstances shape their outlook on life. You two were never meant to be in the same world. Even if you tried your hardest to build something from nothing, you'd always have a powerful family backing you up, catching you when you fell into danger or failed completely. Not everyone is as fortunate as you. Had I not encountered my own opportunities, I might have spent my entire life as a mediocre failure, cheated out of my inheritance by my ex-girlfriend, reduced to a complete laughingstock." As Chu Tian spoke these words, his tone remained utterly calm, yet Yi Qingcheng felt a pang of unease deep within her heart. Though she didn't know what opportunity he was referring to. But the Chu Tian of today truly resembled a pearl dusted with grime, gradually radiating the brilliance that rightfully belonged to him. As he illuminated others, he also drew their attention like a magnet. The two walked in silence through block after block. Just as they rounded a corner, Chu Tian suddenly sensed a suffocating sense of danger. This instinctive sense of danger made him jerk the steering wheel violently, veering off their original path. The abrupt change caught Yi Qingcheng completely off guard, slamming her hard against the seat back. She felt dizzy and disoriented, utterly miserable. "What just happened? I thought I heard something." Chu Tian offered no answer, only coldly stating, "Get out of the car with me." Yi Qingcheng sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately followed Chu Tian out of the car. After exiting, Chu Tian glanced in the direction where the sense of danger had originated, frowned, then bent down to examine the ground. Yi Qingcheng asked in confusion, "Chu Tian, what's going on? I thought I heard a sound on the roof just now." Chu Tian bent down, picked up a shell casing from the ground, and looked toward the car roof. A distinct scratch mark ran across the roof, starkly visible. Combined with the shell casing in his hand, the rest was obvious. Yi Qingcheng gasped, her voice trembling slightly. Someone tried to kill us?" Chu Tian paused before speaking, "They're probably after me. Qingcheng, stay in the car until I return. Lock the doors and don't come out." Without waiting for Yi Qingcheng's response, he vanished like a shadow around the corner in the blink of an eye. Though Yi Qingcheng didn't understand what was happening, she recognized the danger of her situation. She obediently returned to the car, locked the doors, and nervously scanned her surroundings. Once out of Yi Qingcheng's sight, Chu Tian no longer worried about being spotted. His form rose and fell as he leapt between skyscrapers, light as a drifting leaf, appearing and vanishing without a trace. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner muttered a curse under his breath. He placed the sniper rifle in its case, preparing to relocate. A few days prior, he'd spotted a bounty notice on the dark web, a $30 million reward. The target was an obscure nobody from a small town. To him, this was practically free money. Chapter 75. This was no longer human. He accepted the mission without hesitation and rushed to Yunqing, not even bothering to thoroughly investigate the target, Chu Tian. In his eyes, as a top 100 assassin on the dark web, taking down such a small fry should be a piece of cake. But then, to his utter disbelief, his gun went off a blank. Snipers have a habit of changing positions after each shot, otherwise, they become sitting ducks. Just as the assassin finished packing his gear to relocate, a dark shadow approached silently. A primal sense of danger sounded the alarm within him. The assassin snapped his head up to find a young man standing directly before him. How could this be? Just minutes ago, this young man was in an alley 100 yards away. How could he have locked onto the assassin and appeared before him in such a short time? It was utterly unbelievable. Chu Tian stared coldly at the foreigner before him and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Who sent you?" Still reeling from shock, the assassin shook his head, muttering incoherently, "There were skyscrapers and streets between us. Even if you were downstairs and took the elevator, it wouldn't have taken less than 2 minutes. Are you human or a ghost?" The assassin's refusal to cooperate made impatience flicker across Chu Tian's face. He strode forward, grabbed the killer by the throat, and hoisted him into the air like a small chicken. "I don't like repeating myself. I'll ask one more time, who sent you?" A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The assassin finally realized his overconfidence had sealed his fate. Struggling desperately while shaking his head, he stammered, I don't know. All I know is someone posted a bounty on the dark web, $30 million for your head. As for who it was? They were anonymous. I have no clue about their identity." Chu Tian frowned, hearing this unfamiliar term for the first time. He coldly demanded, "What exactly is this dark web?" "The dark web is like the dark side of humanity," Chu Tian explained. "There, human lives are mere commodities traded freely. Whatever you desire, you can find there. But bounties are almost always anonymous. Until payment is made, I wouldn't know their identity either." His breathing grew increasingly ragged as the air grew thinner. The assassin's eyes widened with each passing moment, and his speech began to falter. A dark gleam flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he coldly declared, "Since you know nothing, you hold no value. You sought to kill me, so I can only send you to meet your god. I wonder if such a god even exists within the borders of China?" With that, the pressure on his wrist intensified. The assassin didn't even have a chance to resist before meeting his end with eyes wide open. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Chu Tian looked down at the corpse on the ground. A flame of purification hovered in his palm, erasing the last trace the assassin had left in this world. As for who had placed the bounty on him in the dark web, Chu Tian was genuinely at a loss for clues at the moment. Yi Qingcheng waited in the car, feeling as though every second dragged on like an eternity. Without Chu Tian by her side, danger seemed lurking everywhere, making her jump at every little sound. Just as Yi Qingcheng hesitated over whether to call Chu Tian back, a knock suddenly sounded on the car window. Yi Qingcheng shuddered in fright. Turning to see Chu Tian standing at the window, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. She hurriedly unlocked the door and let Chu Tian sit in the driver's seat before urgently asking, "So? Did you find them? Who exactly was trying to kill you? Was the target you or me?" Chu Tian could easily detect the tension in Yi Qingcheng's voice. He smiled and said, "We didn't catch them, but it was definitely aimed at me. Don't worry, you should be safe for now. I'll drag the mastermind out." With that, he started the car and headed toward the Yi residence. With Chu Tian's assurance, Yi Qingcheng felt an inexplicable wave of relief wash over her, easing her mood considerably. Within the Western Heaven Gang, the 4 leaders gathered. Gang leader Guang Haoqiang, his expression grave, addressed the other 3. I summoned you all here today. I imagine you can guess why. A few days ago, we inadvertently clashed with a young upstart. Now, it's reached a point of no return. This kid's strength far surpasses ours. I initially intended to recruit him, but he spoke with insolence. Such a person, if allowed to grow unchecked, will inevitably pose a significant threat to us. My proposal is this: the 4 gangs unite to eliminate him. Though we have had minor frictions privately, in the face of shared interests, we must stand united. Hongmen's leader, Wang Jin, slowly examined his hands and remarked indifferently, evil Buddha. Your words sound noble enough, but you expect us to act on such a justification? You're the one who offended that kid. We've never even met him. He wouldn't go mad enough to target all of us. Why should we help you? Wang Jin and Guang Haoqiang clearly didn't get along. It came as no surprise to anyone present when Wang Jin was the first to jump out and issue the challenge. Guang Haoqiang drew a deep breath and replied coldly, that kid explicitly stated he wants my position. He even mentioned wanting the Queen of Zhenjiang to meet him personally. We all work under Her Majesty. If word of this reaches her ears, she'll only see us 4 as incompetent. After all, we share common interests in the bigger picture. What's more, he has ambitions to replace me. Who's to say you won't be the next ones to suffer? I think you should understand the stakes here, unless you're hopelessly stupid. Wang Jin's face darkened slightly at the words, yet he couldn't deny that Guang Haoqiang had a point. Seeing Wang Jin's silence, Guang Haoqiang turned to the equally quiet Shen Tingbai and remarked meaningfully, Chief Shen, I understand you sought out that Chu Tian lad not long ago? Could it be you have some ulterior motive? Facing Guang Haoqiang's provocation, Shen Tingbai showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he chuckled softly. After a moment, he replied, Wang Bangju is correct. I did seek out that young man. Initially, I thought he was capable and considered recruiting him. Unfortunately, he seems overly ambitious and doesn't appear to hold our 4 major gangs in any regard. Shen Tingbai's words played right into Guang Haoqiang's scheme. His goal now was to sow discord, ideally making these gang leaders fear Chu Tian enough to want him eliminated. That would be perfect. Upon hearing both Guang Haoqiang and Shen Tingbai's words, 5th Master Long couldn't help but frown deeply, letting out a soft snort. Chapter 76, Best to put away those schemes. His snort immediately drew the attention of everyone present, who turned their heads toward 5th Brother Long. Lord Long shot a piercing glance at the trio before speaking, I care not what schemes you harbor in your hearts. But mark my words, do not set your sights on Chu Tian. For I fear you won't bear the consequences. Long Wuga's words made the 3 instinctively frown. Wang Jin retorted indignantly, Hey, Long Wu, you scared? He's just a greenhorn kid, what's he gonna do, rebel against heaven? Maybe we're no match for him individually, but I refuse to believe the 4 major gangs combined can't take down one stinking brat. Shen Tingbai couldn't help but roll his eyes. True, the kid's got some skill. But if he won't serve us, he's our enemy. And as far as I recall, Mr. Longwu never shows mercy to enemies. Guang Haoqiang remained silent, but his face clearly showed his displeasure. 5th Brother Long turned and shot Shen Tingbai a cold stare. You're a woman who rose to gang leader, everyone knows what shady deals got you there. Stop stirring up trouble here. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. Heed my words, and you might save yourselves and your men. If you choose to ignore this, don't blame this old man when trouble comes your way. With that, he stood up abruptly, preparing to leave immediately. Guang Haoqiang snorted coldly. Long Wu, your reaction this time is rather suspicious. Don't tell me you've got some shady dealings with that kid. Let me remind you, don't forget your place. You're one of Prince Zhenjiang's men. You should know who's more important and who's less important without me having to tell you. Lord Longwu turned and shot Guang Haoqiang a cold, hostile stare. You lot are a bunch of idiots too stupid to see straight. I'm not one of you. I'm certain if the Prince of Zhenjiang were here today, he wouldn't make the same foolish decision as you. Guang Haoqiang scoffed. You think you know the Prince of Zhenjiang? You don't even have the qualifications to be his lackey. I reported this matter to her long ago. She even specially dispatched a master from the Earth rank to assist me. Upon hearing this, Lord Long's pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. A master from the Earth rank. It seems the Prince of Zhenjiang has also set his sights on Chu Tian. In Huagua, there are 2 major martial arts rankings, the Earth list and the Heaven list. The Earth list holds 100 names, while the Heaven list holds 50. Those who made it onto either list were essentially once in a millennium masters. Moreover, these rankings are updated in real time. Achieving a spot is no guarantee of permanent inclusion. Earth list masters possess at least Grand Master level internal energy cultivation, while the Heaven list requires a minimum of Grandmaster level cultivation. A single Earth list expert was an exceedingly rare presence even in a small city like Yun City. Guang Haoqiang's gaze toward 5th Uncle Long flashed a hint of smug satisfaction. He hadn't expected Prince Zhenjiang to take such a keen interest in his affairs this time, even dispatching an Earth list expert. This wasn't merely it was a show of face. Have Elder Pei step forward and meet with the estate masters. Old Master Pei? Could it be Pei Pingju, ranked 78th? Rumor has it his nickname is Death-Dealing Scissor Legs. His iron legs are hardened like steel, and his leg lock technique has yet to be escaped. In just 1 year, he's climbed from 100th to 78th. It seems Prince Junjiang is dead set on taking this kid's life. Long Wu, as one of Prince Junjiang's men, dare you back out now? Don't tell me you're harboring second thoughts. At these words, Long Wu's expression hardened. Though he stood with Chu Tian, now was clearly not the time to break ties. At the very least, he could relay what was happening here to Chu Tian promptly, allowing him to prepare early. After a moment's thought, he sat back down and coldly snorted, since the Prince of Junjiang has made his decision, I'll naturally join you. I've heard of Chu Tian myself, the lad seems talented. If we can recruit him, we absolutely shouldn't offend him lightly. Otherwise, we'll be the ones suffering in the end. Had this been the old Guang Haoxiang, he might have brushed it off with a laugh. But now he deeply understood the weight of Long Wu's words. The damage was done, he'd already crossed Chu Tian. There was no turning back. His only option was to minimize the risk. He had to eliminate Chu Tian before the young upstart fully matured. After briefly listening to the others, Pei Pengju snorted lightly, his face radiating arrogance. He spoke slowly, if it weren't for the Prince of Junjiang stepping in, I wouldn't bother with your petty affairs. Dealing with a greenhorn like him is a job for me alone. You lot stay out of it, you'll only get in the way and cause trouble. Though the other gang leaders present resented Pei Pengju's arrogance and disdain, they dared not show it. Instead, they nodded in agreement. Guang Haoxiang's eyes darted about before he smiled and said, Senior Pei, we will certainly assign someone for this task. After all, a master of your caliber shouldn't demean your status by acting rashly. If our men truly prove no match for that brat, you can step in then. These words satisfied Pei Pengju. He nodded in agreement. Very well, let's proceed this way. When shall we move? In 2 days' time. That will give us ample time to assemble our forces, and you can use this opportunity to rest and prepare. After leaving the Western Heaven Gang, Fifth Uncle Long immediately called Chu Tian to relay the news. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian snorted coldly and declared, they're really digging their own grave, going so far as to recruit Earthlist operatives to deal with me. I'll be waiting for them then. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Yi Qingcheng, Chu Tian, and Shanguan Momo were having breakfast at home. Yi Qingcheng observed Shanguan Momo's quiet demeanor and suggested, Momo, it's been ages since you've gone shopping, hasn't it? You said yourself your eyes can perceive some light now. Why not join us for a stroll? It might even help your eyes recover. Chu Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say that Shanguan Momo's current condition was better suited for quiet recuperation. But seeing Shanguan Momo's eager expression, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Calculating the timing, today should see action from the 4 major gangs. With the 2 women out of the house, he'd have fewer worries to hold him back. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Yi Qingcheng commanded without hesitation, since Momo agrees, Chu Tian, you're coming with us. You'll be in charge of carrying our bags. Chu Tian glanced at Shanguan Momo and Yi Qingcheng. Unwilling to dampen their rare enthusiasm, he could only nod in agreement. Chapter 77, Truly Blind. After all, they were heading to a bustling downtown area. Even if those people were clueless, they wouldn't pick a crowded time to make their move. After getting ready, they headed out. But just as they got into the car, Yi Qingcheng received a call from the company. With no other choice, she entrusted Shanguan Momo to Chu Tian and returned to the office to handle business matters. After settling Shanguan Momo, Chu Tian politely inquired, Miss Shanguan, where would you like to go? Shanguan Momo hadn't been out in ages. Her face radiated pure excitement. Though her eyes were covered by a black veil, she could faintly sense the presence of light, filling her heart with joy. Hearing Chu Tian's question, she smiled sweetly and replied, Brother Chu, just call me Momo. No need to be so formal. Let's go explore the Haitian Plaza. The Sky Sea Plaza was the heart of Yuncheng's commercial district, offering virtually everything one could desire for dining, entertainment, and leisure. Chu Tian nodded without surprise and immediately set the navigation for the drive. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Sky Sea Plaza. He carefully helped Shanguan Momo out of the car. Having the guide dog, Big Hero, along the way saved Chu Tian a lot of trouble. As they walked down the street, nearly every head turned to look at Shanguan Momo. After all, Shanguan Momo was truly one in a million, both in looks and demeanor. The striking black bandages wrapped around her eyes only deepened the pity in the eyes of passers-by. What a stunning beauty, it's just a shame she's blind. Truth be told, blind people have their own pleasures. Just imagine the delights in bed, it must be absolutely wonderful. Look at your lecherous expression. This lady has extraordinary bearing, clearly not from an ordinary family. How dare you even fantasize about her? Shanguan Momo had long since learned to take such whispered gossip in stride. But Chu Tian couldn't help feeling a twinge of unease. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he barked threateningly, What are you staring at? Get lost. What's so great about that? You're just proud of having a blind girlfriend. Exactly. She's blind, so what? Who says you can't talk about it? If you've got the guts, stay home. Chu Tian immediately wanted to confront the insolent few, but Shanguan Momo yanked him away. Shanguan Momo, who had been smiling cheerfully when they left, now wore a forced grin. She looked up at Chu Tian and said, "It's okay. I'm used to it. If a dog bites us, we can't bite back, right? Let's go." Seeing Shanguan Momo's mature demeanor, Chu Tian felt an inexplicable pang of pity. He took hold of Shanguan Momo's wrist and steered her toward the side. Where their skin touched, Shanguan Momo felt a wave of intense warmth. This feeling of being held by someone was truly addictive. Chu Tian lowered his head and asked softly, "Where would you like to go?" "I'll take you. Don't worry. In no more than a week, you'll see again. Then no one will dare mock you. Until then, I can be your eyes." To Shanguan Momo, Chu Tian's words felt even more heart-stirring than sweet nothings. A bright smile spread across her face as she nodded. "I haven't bought clothes in ages. Let's go shopping together." Chu Tian guided Shanguan Momo to a luxury women's clothing boutique. The boutique specialized in understated elegance, perfectly aligning with Shanguan Momo's personal style. With Chu Tian's thoughtful guidance, Shanguan Momo soon selected a black starry sky dress. "I'd like to try this one on." Chu Tian nodded and had the sales assistant escort Shanguan Momo into the fitting room. During this time, Chu Tian exchanged a brief greeting with the attendant before hurrying off to take a phone call. Not long after he left, several young women decked out in luxury brands wandered into the store. Adorned in gold and silver, their faces bore the distinctive arrogance of the wealthy. As they browsed, Shanguan Momo emerged from the fitting room, having changed. Without an attendant's help and Chu Tian absent, Shanguan Momo felt somewhat flustered in the unfamiliar surroundings. As she fumbled around, she accidentally bumped into one of the women. The woman's face twisted with anger as she shoved Momo Shanguan hard, sending her tumbling to the floor. "Who the hell are you? How dare you bump into me? Do you know who I am?" The commotion caught the attention of the sales assistant who had been attending to Shanguan Momo earlier. She immediately dropped what she was doing with another customer and rushed over to help Shanguan Momo up. The woman, who had been fuming moments before, now looked at Shanguan Momo with a sneer. Her voice turned sharp as she sneered, "Oh my, it's the blind Miss Shanguan. What a coincidence. I'm Luo Xia. I recognized your voice." Before Luo Xia could finish, Shanguan Momo cut her off. Luo Xia snorted derisively. Well. You may have lost your eyesight, but your ears seem to be working better than ever like a dog. So, out shopping alone? Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Or has the once beloved daughter of the Shanguan family been completely abandoned by your family because of these eyes?" Luo Xia and Shanguan Momo had attended the same school, but Luo Xia had always been overshadowed by Shanguan Momo's aura. Whenever the two were together, no matter the occasion, Luo Xia was always the clown. This bred a deep, seething hatred in Luo Xia toward Shanguan Momo. She wished the girl would just die already. So when she heard Shanguan Momo had gone blind, she never missed an opportunity to berate her, whether to her face or behind her back. Now that the helpless Shanguan Momo was in Luo Xia's grasp, how could she possibly pass up such a golden opportunity to kick someone when they're down? Shanguan Momo took a deep breath, feeling a stinging pain on her hand. Without looking, she knew the skin must have been scraped raw. She glanced around in confusion and whispered, "Chu Tian? Chu Tian, are you there?" In this situation, Shanguan Momo instinctively turned to Chu Tian as her sole source of support. The waitress lowered her voice. "Miss, the gentleman who came with you just went to make a phone call. He asked me to look after you for now. Such a beautiful person, truly a blind man who couldn't see." Instinctively, the waiter felt a touch of pity. Luo Xia overheard their exchange and chuckled derisively. "Chu Tian? Sounds like a man's name. Who'd have thought the once high and mighty young miss would sink so low she needs to lean on a man? How pitiful." "Ha! Exactly. They say a fallen phoenix is worse off than a chicken. Let's guess what kind of man the once arrogant and unapproachable Miss Shanguan ended up with. Could he be lopsided or cross-eyed? Anyway, she can't see him. Doesn't every ugly man look the same in bed?" Chapter 78, You Are Truly Unforgivable. As the remarks grew increasingly outrageous, the waitress couldn't hold back any longer. "You're going too far," she exclaimed. "How could you say such things?" Luo Xia's smile vanished instantly at the waitress's words. Without hesitation, she slapped her across the face. "What are you, anyway?" she sneered coldly. "A lowly waiter like you has the nerve to criticize us? To us wealthy people, your so-called dignity and job are utterly worthless. Just one word from me, and no one in this entire mall would dare hire you." "You believe that?" Stunned by the slap, the waitress snapped back to reality, overcome by a wave of sorrow and helplessness. Luo Xia was right. She was just a lowly waitress. What right did she have to eavesdrop on the conversations of these high and mighty young ladies? It was nothing but inviting humiliation. With tears welling in her eyes, she glanced helplessly at Shanguan Momo but dared not approach. Shanguan Momo noticed the waitress's retreat and felt a pang of panic before letting out a bitter smile. If only she'd known, she never would have left the house. Chu Tian had said she'd regain her sight in another week, why couldn't she just wait a little longer? Luo Xia watched Shanguan Momo standing there helpless and desperate, looking pitiful, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Just then, the hero charged forward, baring his teeth and growling threateningly at Luo Xia. Woof! The hero's appearance instantly reassured Shanguan Momo, who reached out to stroke his head. But to Luo Xia, the hero's bared teeth were a provocation. You worthless mutt, you dare bare your teeth at me? I'll beat you to death. With that, she delivered a vicious kick toward the hero. Though Shanguan Momo couldn't see clearly yet, she vaguely sensed a dark shadow moving toward the hero. Instinctively, she crouched down, shielding the hero in her arms. Luo Xia's kick landed squarely on Shanguan Momo's body. Shanguan Momo spat blood and collapsed onto the ground, looking utterly disheveled. After a moment of flustered panic, Luo Xia stiffened her neck, smoothed her clothes, and muttered, "What rotten luck! My brand new shoes cost me hundreds of thousands, looks like I'll have to replace them already." No sooner had she finished speaking than a dark figure suddenly charged forward. Luo Xia felt a gust of wind rush past her, and before she knew it, a solid slap landed squarely across her face. Chu Tian, having just finished a call, rushed back and witnessed Shanguan Momo being struck. The rage boiling within him could no longer be contained. Simultaneously, a wave of intense self-reproach washed over him. He had promised Yi Qingcheng he'd look after Shanguan Momo, yet in the time it took to make one phone call, he'd allowed her to be treated this way. Hurrying over to Shanguan Momo, he pulled her into his arms and whispered soothingly, "Momo, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late." Chu Tian's warm embrace and words made Shanguan Momo feel like a lost lamb finally home. The pent-up sorrow in her heart erupted uncontrollably. Tears fell steadily down her cheeks. She tried to speak, but the sharp pain in her abdomen forced her to shake her head weakly, her face pale. Seeing Shanguan Momo's weakened state, the rage in Chu Tian's heart felt like it could burn a hole through the entire building. He turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Luo Xia. Luo Xia clutched her swollen cheek, glaring at Chu Tian with hatred. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to hit me? Do you think I can't make you?" Before Luo Xia could finish, Chu Tian cut her off impatiently. "Shut your mouth. Does having money make you superior? Does it give you the right to bully others?" Chu Tian's words made the onlookers nod in agreement. "Exactly. You may be rich, but our lives matter too. You can't just beat and insult us whenever you feel like it. Money makes you special? This is a society governed by law. For what you just did, that girl could have sued you right then and there. What kind of person is she? Does she really think money can buy everything? That's outrageous. We should have recorded every moment of her abuse. Then she wouldn't dare make excuses." Luo Xia's face darkened as she listened to the crowd's complaints. Pointing angrily at them, she shouted, "You lowly commoners! You could never even imagine the world of us wealthy people. Forget hitting someone. Even if I killed someone today, I wouldn't face any punishment." No sooner had Luo Xia finished speaking than Chu Tian sprang to his feet and lashed out with another slap. His expression icy, he declared, "Since the law can't punish you, I'll teach you a lesson myself." Smack! This slap is to teach you, don't go around hitting people. Smack! This slap is to remind you to watch your words when you speak in public. Smack! This slap is to teach you that money can't solve everything. What goes around comes around, karma never fails. Chu Tian delivered several slaps in quick succession, stunning Luo Xia completely. Her face swelled up like a balloon, and when she spat out, several teeth fell to the ground. "Do you know who I am? I'm the Luo family's daughter. For those slaps just now, I could have had you killed." With that, she shot Chu Tian a hate-filled glare before pulling out her phone to call her older brother. Her emotional plea, filled with sobs and tears, was heart-wrenching to hear. After hanging up, Luo Su Chang rushed to the mall with his men in tow. Chu Tian stood waiting in place, holding Shanguan Momo in one arm. Seeing a young man approaching with 4 or 5 burly men in tow, a mocking smile spread across his face. Luo Xia, seeing her brother arrive, couldn't hold back her tears and burst into a flood of sobs. "Brother! You finally came!" Luo Sucheng stared at the woman before him, her face so swollen even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. He was startled for a moment before regaining his composure and asking, "Xia, what happened to your face?" Luo Xia turned to glare fiercely at Chu Tian. "It's all this guy's fault. He hit me. I only disciplined a blind man, and he beat me like this. Brother, do you think I'll be disfigured? What if I get scars on my face? Brother, I want that brat to kneel and apologize to me, begging for my forgiveness." Luo Sucheng turned to glare coldly at Chu Tian. "You hit my sister? Get down on your knees and apologize right now. You can choose whether it's one hand or one foot. Consider it atonement for my sister. If you do as I say obediently, I might even spare your worthless life." Chu Tian was so enraged by the siblings before him that he nearly laughed. His voice turned icy. "You didn't even ask why. Looks like you two really are the kind who bully others with your power. You don't give a damn about human life. Chu Tian's words instantly darkened the faces of the surrounding onlookers. Though they dared not voice complaints, the hostility in their eyes was unmistakable. Luo Suching couldn't care less about these petty villagers. Chapter 79, a lesson well deserved. Kid, save your smart talk. You hit my sister and think you can walk away scot-free? Nothing in this world comes that easily. Now, get down on your knees and apologize. Then I'll break your arms and legs and kick you out of Yuncheng. Maybe you'll still get to keep your life. This is your last chance. Take it or leave it. Before Luo Suching could finish, Chu Tian cut him off. You're the ones who should apologize. You provoked and attacked first, why should I apologize? Seeing Chu Tian's defiance, Luo Suching snorted coldly. With a sweeping gesture, he roared, beat him. Since he refuses to admit fault, beat him until he does. Shanguan Momo, hearing this, grew frantic and cried out, no. I am the young lady of the Shanguan family. I command you, you cannot beat Chu Tian. Luo Suching sneered, glancing at Shanguan Momo. Cut the crap. You're nothing but a blind, worthless reject discarded by your family. What right do you have to order us to stop? These words struck straight at Shanguan Momo's heart. She clenched her fists, her mind consumed by an overwhelming longing to regain her sight immediately. Chu Tian coldly watched the burly men closing in on him. With a sharp snort, the spiritual energy within him erupted. 4 or 5 burly men let out agonized screams as they were sent flying backward. Luo Suching snorted coldly. So you're a martial artist. No wonder you're so brazen. But do you think this will let you escape? Old Ma. At Luo Suching's sharp command, everyone finally noticed the short, elderly man standing behind him. This old man was not tall, and having remained silent throughout, his presence was remarkably low. Now, upon hearing Luo Suching's words, he slowly stepped forward. His eyes darkened as he fixed them on Chu Tian and coldly declared, boy, you've offended our young master. You will pay the price. With that, his pace suddenly quickened as he launched an attack toward Chu Tian. Mantis Fist? Is this the best you've got? How dare you show off in front of me? With that, he unleashed the same technique, striking toward Old Master Ma. Old Ma's eyes narrowed sharply as he instinctively sensed the danger. Before he could react, the punch shattered his entire arm, leaving nothing but a bare skeleton. The sight was utterly terrifying. Chu Tian coldly declared, now, if you have any more tricks up your sleeve, bring them on. I don't have time to play boxing here. Old Ma's gruesome state sent a shiver down Luo Suching's spine. Only then did he realize the young man before him possessed extraordinary power. Every one of his men had fallen to this man, leaving him without even the capital for arrogance. His face darkened as he waved his hand and bellowed, get out of here. Kid, you wait. Today's business isn't over. Luo Xia also sensed Chu Tian was no pushover. Moments ago he'd been ranting wildly, but now he dared not utter a single word. As Chu Tian watched them turn to leave, his brow furrowed. Freeze, he snapped coldly. Did I give you permission to go? You beat someone up, and you can't even muster an apology? Luo Xia's mood soured instantly. Kid, I advise you not to push your luck. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chu Tian gave Luo Xia an amused look, flexing his limbs. Don't want to apologize? Seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. In that case, how about I teach you a proper lesson? Luo Xia recoiled in fright, backing away while casting a desperate plea toward Luo Suching. Luo Suching felt his temples throbbing violently. Taking a deep breath, he coldly ordered, apologize. Luo Xia's eyes widened in shock. Brother, she gasped. Apologize to a lowly commoner? Why should she? Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough today? Apologize now. With Luo Suching speaking so firmly, Luo Xia, however unwilling, could only bow her head and say, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Chu Tian snorted coldly. Did you skip breakfast? Speak up. Luo Xia shot a cold glare at Shanguan Momo, seething with hatred. Clenching her fists, she shouted, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you. After finishing, she shot Chu Tian a glare and added, is that good enough now? Are you satisfied? Chu Tian snorted again, waving her away with a look of disgust. Get lost. I hope you remember today's lesson. Luo Xia mentally cursed Chu Tian's ancestors 18 times over, vowing to exact revenge for today's humiliation. Only then did she follow her brother step by step, preparing to leave. She didn't notice at all that as she turned away, Chu Tian flicked his finger. A flash of light vanished directly into the back of her head. Since Luo Xia looked down on the blind so much, she'd get a taste of what it felt like to be one. Brother! I can't see. My eyes. Brother, where are you? Luo Xia's sudden shriek halted Luo Suching in his tracks. Seeing his sister's panicked state, he turned to glare coldly at Chu Tian. Did you do something to my sister? Chu Tian blinked innocently and replied, with so many eyes watching, don't go accusing me falsely. I didn't do anything. Maybe your sister went too far, and even the heavens wanted to punish her. Luo Suching opened his mouth to respond, but Luo Xiao's shriek cut him off. Brother! I can't see. Take me to the hospital now. Luo Sucheng shot Chu Tian a vicious glare, but with no other choice, he reluctantly led his people away. Chu Tian approached Shanguan Momo and asked with concern, Momo, are you okay? Shanguan Momo's hand fumbled around wildly until it grasped Chu Tian's arm. Only then did she steady herself, shaking her head and flashing a sweet smile. I'm fine. Chu Tian finally exhaled in relief. His gaze lingered on the dress Shanguan Momo wore, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Momo, that dress is beautiful. It really suits you. Let's get this one, shall we? Shanguan Momo, who had been feeling a bit down, nodded after hearing Chu Tian's words. She turned and said, could you please wrap this dress up for us? After purchasing the clothes, Chu Tian asked with concern, where should we go next? It's almost noon. Let's find a place to grab a bite and get some water first. Shanguan Momo nodded obediently. The Xia residence. Almost simultaneously, Xia Yulong, who had been reading the newspaper on the sofa, suddenly paled. Clutching his chest in pain, sweat beaded on his forehead. Had Chu Tian been present, he would have seen the dark aura hovering above Xia Yulong's head, nearly bursting forth. The rhinoceros horn incense at the table burned brightly. A faint figure stood beside Xia Yulong, a look of deep concern etched on their face. Hearing the commotion, Fang Huayu hurried out of the bedroom, still holding a face mask to her face. Chapter 80, so he was telling the truth after all. Seeing Xia Yulong lying on the ground, pale as a ghost and clearly struggling to breathe, he immediately panicked. Yulong! Yulong, how are you? Xia Yulong glanced toward the figure, shook his head with great effort, and managed to say, go get a doctor. After uttering those words with great effort, he passed out. Fang Huayu immediately called the family doctor and, with the nanny's help, carried Xia Yulong back to his room. The family doctor arrived relatively quickly, arriving at Xia Yulong's room half an hour later with a medical kit in hand. The lead doctor was a middle-aged man with glasses and a dignified appearance. His name was Tang Jian, a renowned surgeon. Due to his good relationship with Xia Yulong, he had long served as his family doctor. After a tense and busy examination, Fang Huayu saw the grave expression on Tang Jian's face and immediately panicked. She hurriedly asked, Dr. Tang, how is old Xia doing? A flicker of confusion crossed Tang Jian's face as he shook his head. I can't explain it clearly. After comprehensive examinations, old Xia shows no apparent medical issues. But what's baffling is why his vitality is fading at a visible rate. It's as if an invisible hand is slowly squeezing Xia Yulong's face, trying to strangle him to death. Fang Huayu grew frantic at these words, exclaiming, that's impossible. If he's not sick, how could old Xia have ended up like this? Xia Yulong, who had just regained consciousness, heard these words and felt a mix of emotions. He said nothing, instead turning his gaze toward the corner of the room. There, standing in the corner, was a figure only he could see. Tang Jian pondered for a moment before suggesting, no, you should go ask Zhou Yongtai Dr. Zhou. He's seen it all. Perhaps he can discern the true cause of old Xia's condition. With no other choice, Fang Huayu complied, pulling out her phone to call Zhou Yongtai. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with no answer, Fang Huayu grew frantic. She hung up, scratched her head, glanced at Xia Yulong on the hospital bed, and exclaimed, what are we supposed to do now? Can't we find the cause? Old Xia was perfectly fine before, how did he suddenly? Hearing Fang Huayu's words, a young doctor who had accompanied Tang Jian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this Mayor Xia looks like he's possessed. Back home, I've seen similar cases before. At the time. Before he could finish, Tang Jian shot him a fierce glare and snapped, shut your mouth. A gentleman doesn't discuss supernatural phenomena. You're just spouting nonsense. The young man, shouted down repeatedly, immediately buried his head like an ostrich, not daring to utter another word. But those words were enough to spark an idea in Fang Huayu's mind. Suddenly, a name came to him, and he exclaimed, I know. There's a renowned doctor in Yunqing who understands these things. I'll call him right now. As for Xia Yunlong on the bed, he had long since frozen in shock. His mind flashed back to what Chu Tian had told him 2 days prior. Could it really be her? He couldn't help but glance toward the head of the bed. Soon, Fang Huayu contacted the relevant person, a renowned feng shui master in Yunqing. Well versed in feng shui, settling households, and dispelling dark forces. Spotting the elderly man, Fang Huayu hurried forward and said, you must be Master Huang? My husband, old Xia. After speaking, he turned with a worried look toward Xia Yanlong on the hospital bed. Master Huang narrowed his eyes at Fang Huayu and frowned. Mr. Xia appears to have dark clouds hovering over his head. It seems malevolent energy has entered his body. This house is not clean. He then turned his gaze toward the bedside, his brows furrowing and eyes narrowing as he roared, how dare you? You insignificant spirit, attempting to harm others. With that, he swung his peachwood sword, driving it straight toward the foot of the bed. Xia Yunlong's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He tried to speak up to stop him, but couldn't even manage the basic act of sitting up. Fang Huayu was startled. She never imagined her own home could harbor such an evil spirit. Several onlookers watched Master Huang brandishing his peachwood sword, most of them dismissive. Tang Jian snorted coldly and declared, "Superstitious nonsense. Utterly ridiculous. Instead of treating patients, you come and waving a sword around. Anyone unaware would think this house is haunted." Hearing this, Xia Yunlong's brow twitched. Master Huang paid no heed to Tang Jian's words. Instead, he rummaged through his cloth bag, pulling out a stack of yellow paper and a brass bowl. He began chanting with great conviction, invoking winds and rains. He looked utterly mystical. Soon, a bowl of talisman water was prepared. Master Huang looked at Xia Yunlong with an air of confidence and said, "Mr. Xia, the evil spirit in this house is no ordinary one. Drink this bowl of talisman water first. Though it won't cure you completely, it will at least make you feel much better. Once I've exorcised the evil spirit, your illness will naturally disappear." Had this been just a day earlier, Master Huang's words would have been met with utter disdain. But recalling Chu Tian's earlier warning and considering his current state, he found himself inexplicably drinking the bowl of talisman water. Tang Jian, watching from the side, felt compelled to speak but held back. As a physician, he didn't believe in such superstitious nonsense and considered the blessed water utterly impure. Yet it was the patient's own choice, and there was little he could do. Surprisingly, after downing the bowl, Xia Yunlong's complexion did improve slightly, and he managed to sit up with effort. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Master Huang and asked, "Master, could you find a way to exorcise the evil spirit in my house?" Feng Huayu frowned, his voice sharp as he snapped, "Why exorcise it? Haven't you seen? Any spirit that becomes malevolent is evil. If not for this thing, how would your body have ended up like this? It must be eradicated, cut it off at the root. Best to deny it even the chance to reincarnate." Hearing this, Xia Yunlong frowned but ultimately said nothing, lowering his head to hide the deep worry in his eyes. Master Huang, receiving his client's instructions, redoubled his efforts. He began pacing relentlessly through the entire mansion, muttering incantations as he moved, occasionally scattering handfuls of glutinous rice. He looked every bit the charlatan. To make matters worse, Feng Huayu followed closely behind Master Huang with a look of utter panic on her face. To Tang Jian, it was clear she was seriously unwell. After completing a circuit, Master Huang exhaled in relief, about to declare the evil spirit banished, when the newly revived Xia Yunlong suddenly seized up again. Clutching his chest, eyes wide and breath labored, he was clearly in intense distress. Feng Huayu panicked at the sight, glancing back at Master Huang. Just as she was about to ask what was happening, Xia Yunlong suddenly yanked her shirt. Chapter 81, Seeking Chu Tian. Feng Huayu stared anxiously at Xia Yunlong. "Old Xia, how are you? What do you need? Go! Quickly get my phone and call someone named Chu Tian. Chu Tian, call him. Only he might be able to save." Before he could finish, Xia Yunlong fainted again. Feng Huayu didn't bother with Master Huang anymore. She hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed Chu Tian. Chu Tian was currently strolling through the garden with Shanguan Momo. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he initially didn't bother answering, but the phone kept ringing incessantly. He finally answered, "Who is this? Are you Chu Tian? I'm the wife of Mayor Xia. He's having some health issues. Come see him immediately." Chu Tian instinctively frowned upon hearing this. He gave a faint "oh" before retorting, "You refused to believe me before, but now you do? Is this how you invite someone? Not a shred of courtesy. I'm not some subordinate you can boss around. Since you lack the proper tone of an invitation, you'd better find someone else." With that, he hung up. Shanguan Momo detected the displeasure in Chu Tian's tone and couldn't help asking curiously, "Who was that?" Chu Tian scoffed. "Some rude, ill-mannered fool." Shanguan Momo heard Chu Tian's words and let out a few soft laughs, as radiant as 100 flowers in full bloom. Even Chu Tian found himself momentarily transfixed. As if sensing Chu Tian's gaze, Shanguan Momo tilted her head and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" "Because you're beautiful." The words slipped out before he could think. Both felt a moment of awkwardness. Chu Tian cleared his throat. "Heh, you must be thirsty. I'll go get you a bottle of water." Listening to his footsteps fade away, Shanguan Momo's lips curved into a faint smile. Her ears flushed red, tinged with a hint of shyness. Feng Huayu's call was abruptly hung up, anger flashing across her face. She truly hadn't expected that with her current status where ordinary people would only know how to curry favor someone would be so ungrateful as to speak to her so insolently. Fury nearly made her hurl the phone to the floor. She threw herself onto Xia Yunlong's bedside, sobbing as she cried out, "Old Xia! I've never been treated so unfairly since marrying you. That brat didn't just refuse to come, he had the nerve to humiliate me." Xia Yunlong, who had just woken up, looked noticeably weaker. Hearing Feng Huayu's words, his brows furrowed deeply as he struggled to speak. "He actually refused to come?" Seeing Xia Yunlong's labored breathing, Feng Huayu voiced her concern, "If it really doesn't work out, I'll go find Zhou Yongtai myself. I refuse to believe he can avoid me, the mayor's wife." Just as Xia Yulong was about to nod, a searing pain gripped his heart like a giant hand, forcing a piercing scream from his lips. Don't go. Go find Shu Tian. If you don't know where he is, find a way to locate him. No one else can relieve my pain. Though Fang Huayu felt resentful, witnessing Xia Yunlong's agonized state, she could only call her subordinates to track down Chu Tian's current location. After hanging up, Chu Tian promptly banished Fang Huayu's matter from his mind. In the pleasant afternoon sunshine, Chu Tian and Shanguan Momo sat in the garden, watching the elderly couples dancing to the square dance music. It was a rare moment of slow-paced life. Though Shanguan Momo couldn't see, she could sense the joy in the sounds. Chu Tian, do you really think this outfit looks good on me? Chu Tian turned to her in surprise upon hearing her question, then nodded earnestly. It's truly beautiful. When you can see again, you'll love it too. Just as Shanguan Momo was about to respond, a shrill scream pierced the air nearby. Found him. He's over there. A stunning woman in a cheongsam, flanked by a dozen black-clad bodyguards, pointed toward Chu Tian's location and hurried over. Chu Tian frowned, staring at the woman before him. Who are you people? Fang Huayu stood with her hands on her hips, fury evident as she demanded, my husband is the mayor. He's bedridden with illness, on the brink of death. And you have the nerve to waste your time here watching square dancing with some woman? A blind woman, no less. She paused, glanced at Shanguan Momo, and added. Shanguan Momo instinctively clenched her fists at Fang Huayu's words, a shadow of gloom fleeting across her face. Chu Tian frowned deeply and retorted, is this your attitude? Your husband is ill, and you're the one seeking my help. Not only do you lack even basic respect, but you dare speak disrespectfully to my friend? Madam, you'd be better off finding someone else. Your household is far beyond my station. Fang Huayu's displeasure flared at Chu Tian's words. She snorted coldly. Did I say anything wrong? Is accompanying a blind man more important than curing my husband's illness? You'd better come with me now. If anything happens to my husband, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he replied slowly, if I refuse to go. Fang Huayu, flustered and irritated, glared at Chu Tian and waved her hand. If you don't cooperate willingly, I'll have to use force. Take this kid back with me. Tie him up if you have to. The men Fang Huayu brought were all Xia family bodyguards, retired special forces soldiers, each a master in their own right. They were far beyond ordinary martial artists. Chu Tian scoffed coldly. Madam, what a grand display. Can't persuade me, so you resort to force? People like you, no matter how gravely ill, I won't treat. Chu Tian's words successfully ignited Fang Huayu's fury. Since marrying Xia Yulong, when had anyone ever dared to insult her like this? She glared at her men and roared, what are you standing around for? Get moving. The lead bodyguard narrowed his fierce eyes and growled, kid, I won't hold back then. With that, he lunged forward, arms outstretched to seize Chu Tian. But the moment he took a step forward, Chu Tian delivered a sudden, powerful kick, catching him off guard and striking him squarely in the abdomen. The remaining bodyguards froze in shock, and within seconds, Chu Tian had knocked them all to the ground with a flurry of punches and kicks. This left everyone present utterly stunned. Fang Huayu's eyes widened with disbelief. How could this be possible? This kid is actually this formidable. She had intended to forcibly take him back, but now it seemed impossible. His eyes darted around. He took a deep breath to steady himself. Chapter 82, Uncooperative Attitude. Alright, I won't stoop to your level. You're coming back with me right now. If you can cure old Xia's illness, I'll pay you 5 million. Chu Tian snorted coldly. Can't beat me, so you try to buy me off? How utterly ridiculous. Hearing this, Fang Huayu's heart trembled. He was so furious he felt like he could spit fire. 10 million. 10 million, is that good enough? In her view, there was no one in this world who wouldn't be tempted by money. If they weren't tempted, it simply meant the offer wasn't generous enough. Chu Tian's eyes blazed with fury. He cut straight to the chase, get lost. Fang Huayu frowned and countered, 15 million. That's already a substantial sum. Don't push your luck. 15 million plus a favor from the Xia family. Whatever you do in the future, this favor will bring you immense benefits. Before Fang Huayu could finish, Chu Tian cut him off. I said get out now. I refuse to treat him. Without a basic attitude, you can either find another doctor or watch the mayor die of his illness. Seeing Chu Tian utterly unmoved, and with the crowd of onlookers growing larger, Fang Huayu could no longer bear to argue further. His voice turned cold, young man, if you won't treat him, plenty of others will. I refuse to believe that you're the only one in this world capable of curing old Xia's illness. Let's go. With that, she led her people away. After Shanguan Momo and the others departed, she looked at Chu Tian with concern. Chu Tian, is it really wise to drive away the mayor's wife like this? If Mayor Xia gets angry and humiliated, he might cause trouble for you. Chu Tian scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. What's the big deal? They're the ones begging me for help. Beggars should show some respect. If they can't fix their attitude, then forget about treating this illness.
Shanguan Momo listened to Chu Tian's confident tone, nodded, and said no more.
Upon returning home, Fang Huayu gazed at Xia Yunlong, lying half dead on the bed, and wept bitterly.
Old Xia! What kind of person did you make me go find?
I went out of my way to invite someone, and they told me to get lost.
They even beat up all the bodyguards at home. This is outrageous. They clearly don't hold you in any regard.
Already gravely ill, Xia Yunlong grew even more enraged upon hearing this. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper.
Tang Jian, standing nearby, quickly administered a tonic pill to replenish his qi. Xia Yunlong took a deep breath, struggling to steady himself before speaking. This shouldn't be happening. Hong Jun told me Mr. Chu was easy to deal with. He wouldn't do something like this. Could he be angry because I didn't trust him before?
No, call Hong Jun and have him come here immediately.
Fang Huayu's eyes flickered as she retorted, is that kid the only one in the world who can cure your illness? Can't we find someone else?
Xia Yunlong turned to stare at Fang Huayu.
I don't know if anyone else can cure my illness, he declared firmly. But one thing is certain, right now, he's my only option.
I don't have the luxury of time, I can't afford to wait. If you don't want to end up a widow before your time, if you don't want your life as a wealthy lady to come to an abrupt end, then stop arguing.
Get on the phone and call him now.
The last sentence was practically shouted, his eyes bloodshot, his voice cracking. Startled, Fang Huayu fumbled for her phone and dialed Bu Hongjuan's number, her fingers trembling slightly.
Bu Hongjun immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed to the Xia residence.
Seeing Xia Yunlong's pitiful state, he froze momentarily, hesitating slightly before asking, Brother Xia, what happened?
What's wrong? Xia Yunlong gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. Never mind. Everything Mr. Chu said earlier was true. I'm possessed by malevolent energy now, and only he can save me.
But, it seems Mr. Chu has some misunderstanding with me and refuses to come.
Bu Hongjun was utterly astonished.
He marveled at Chu Tian's uncanny foresight, yet was equally shocked that someone like Chu Tian would actually act so capriciously. After a moment's thought, he shook his head.
That doesn't make sense. Mr. Chu isn't that kind of person.
I once had a misunderstanding with him too, but after I personally apologized, he forgave me and even cured my wife.
Why is he so adamant this time? Could there be some misunderstanding that hasn't been resolved? Fang Huayu's eyes flickered as he replied, that kid's incredibly arrogant.
I sent bodyguards to invite him, but he refused to come and even pointed his finger at me, cursing. I reckon he knows we can't find anyone else to replace him, so he's trying to push his luck.
Bu Hongjun frowned.
He didn't believe Chu Tian was that kind of person, but without knowing the full truth, he couldn't say much.
After a moment's thought, he suggested, how about this? I'll personally go invite Mr. Chu. If there's a misunderstanding, we can clear it up. Xia Yunlong nodded eagerly.
The agony within him made him long for immediate release, feeling that very existence was an exhausting ordeal. His sole focus was on bringing Chu Tian over. If he could still move, he would have gone himself.
Bu Hongjun wasted no time either.
After exchanging a few brief words, he hurriedly left the Xia residence. After receiving Bu Hongjuan's call, Chu Tian decided to stay put. He took Shanguan Momo to a pavilion, where they sat at a table, chatting casually while waiting for Bu Hongjun to find him. Half an hour later, Bu Hongjun found Chu Tian and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried over to Chu Tian, his face etched with worry. Mr. Chu, I just came from the Xia family.
Mayor Xia's condition is truly critical.
Please, out of kindness, go help him. If you're still angry about what happened last time, at worst, wait until he recovers and let him personally apologize to you. Chu Tian listened calmly, shook his head, and looked up at Bu Hongjun. It's not because of Mayor Xia, he said.
Bu Hongjun was puzzled and couldn't help asking, then why?
Chu Tian remained silent, but Shanguan Momo, standing beside him, recounted the recent events to Bu Hongjun in full detail.
Bu Hongjun exhaled a long sigh of relief. I knew Mr. Chu wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. This was all Mrs. Xia's fault.
But now that Mayor Xia is gravely ill, you should go see him first.
Once he's recovered, we'll discuss this matter.
Mayor Xia is truly a rare public official, he's done so much for the people.
Chapter 83, Healed. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration.
Nodding, he said, I never imagined Mayor Xia had accomplished so much.
In that case, I'll accompany you.
With that, he stood up and glanced back at Shanguan Momo.
Shanguan Momo seemed to sense Chu Tian's gaze and smiled, saying, don't worry about me.
I can call the steward over, he's nearby.
We'll head to Qingqing International and wait for you there. Chu Tian nodded. After watching the Shanguan family's butler arrive to collect Shanguan Momo, he hurriedly followed Bu Hongjun into the car and headed for the Xia residence. Upon arriving at the Xia residence, both Tang Jian and the earlier Master Huang were taken aback by Chu Tian's youthful appearance. Especially Tang Jian, he seriously doubted whether Chu Tian was as extraordinary as Bu Hongjun claimed. How good could his medical skills be at such a young age?
Chu Tian stepped forward, glanced at Xia Yunlong, and said indifferently, "You should thank Mr. Bu for my coming." Xia Yunlong frowned in displeasure at Chu Tian's words and retorted, "Mr. Chu, you're quite the arrogant one.
I had my wife personally invite you, and you actually refused." Chu Tian snorted derisively and retorted, "Is your idea of inviting someone to come here to threaten them with your authority? To pressure them with your power? To call your bodyguards to coerce them if they refuse? To throw money at them if they won't budge? What I value in coming here is sincerity. If there is sincerity, even if you don't offer a single penny, I would still be willing to treat you. But if there is no sincerity, then even if you wield immense power, in my eyes, you're still worthless." From Chu Tian's few words, Xia Yunlong grasped what had transpired earlier. Furious, he turned to Feng Huayu, who stood cowering in the corner, and roared, "I told you to politely invite Mr. Chu. Is this how you invited him? You're not worried about my health, you're clearly hoping I'll die." Feng Huayu shuddered at the scolding, protesting with a hint of grievance, "Old Xia, I was just worried. Don't yell at me. Take care of your health." Witnessing this exchange, Tang Jian found himself viewing Chu Tian in a new light. Regardless of his technical skills, his character was truly admirable. Unfazed by authority. Holding firm to his principles, young people like this are truly rare these days. Chu Tian waved his hand and stepped forward. "Your family's internal affairs don't interest me. I'll treat you right now. Once you're better, how you deal with your wife is your business." With that, he produced a set of silver needles and swiftly began inserting them into Xia Yunlong's body. Tang Jian, watching nearby, was utterly transfixed. Though a Western medicine practitioner himself, he had studied traditional Chinese medicine. Chu Tian's needle technique, though he couldn't name it, felt incredibly sophisticated just by its aura. Once Chu Tian completed his sequence of techniques, a mass of black energy was expelled from Xia Yunlong's body. Xia Yunlong exhaled a cloud of stale breath, clearly feeling much better. Chu Tian didn't stop immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the corner. "You little demon spirit," he said coldly. "Where do you think you can hide now?" He made to strike, but abruptly held back, turning to give Xia Yunlong a meaningful look. Xia Yunlong met Chu Tian's gaze, his heart stirred. He addressed the others in the room, waving his hand. "Everyone, please step outside for now." Feng Huayu panicked at the sight and blurted out, "Old Xia, you're being foolish. Hurry up and have Chu Tian subdue that so-called evil spirit. If need be, we'll just give him more money. We absolutely cannot leave such a threat lingering." Xia Yunlong's eyes narrowed sharply as he snapped, "Get out now." Feng Huayu shot Chu Tian a resentful look before turning and leaving the room first. Once only Chu Tian and Xia Yunlong remained, a bitter smile touched Xia Yunlong's lips. "You're right. I spent a fortune seeking rhino horn incense just to see her. She was my first love. Due to various circumstances, we parted ways and married others. When we met again after over a decade, everything had changed beyond recognition. She was struggling, and I wanted to help her as much as I could. Yet, my actions indirectly led to her tragedy. After that, I sought out a high monk and kept her by my side, a form of penance and atonement. I hoped she could accumulate merit to be reborn into a better life next time. But I never imagined it would inflict such severe damage on my own body." Chu Tian snorted derisively and said indifferently, "It's all just self-indulgent drama. So what? You've kicked everyone else out, now are you trying to make me kill her?" Xia Yunlong cast a complex glance toward the corner of the room. That faint figure still faintly evoked memories of those youthful days, that girl whose smile bloomed like a flower, once turning to him with a bashful grin. "Mr. Chu," Xia Yunlong continued, "I've come to see that you possess great power. If it's possible, I beg you, could you help guide her spirit? I can no longer bear to keep her by my side, and I hope she won't suffer so much in her next life." Chu Tian hadn't expected Xia Yunlong to say such words. It stirred a different feeling within him. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand and formed a seal. A golden light shot toward the figure. Xia Yunlong's heart skipped a beat at the sight. He cried out urgently, "Mr. Chu." The figure vanished almost instantly. Chu Tian turned to Xia Yunlong and said, "Didn't you ask me to guide her? She has now returned to the underworld. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth. The matters between you two may be renewed in a future life. In this life, you must strive to do good deeds for the people. Only then will you have the chance to meet again in the next life." Hearing this, Xia Yunlong's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. He nodded repeatedly while offering his heartfelt thanks. After handling matters here, the others finally returned to the room. Master Huang, having bustled about all morning only to end up looking like a clown who hadn't actually helped at all, had already slunk away earlier. Tang Jian, however, stared at Chu Tian with palpable excitement. This gaze made Chu Tian feel somewhat uncomfortable. Rubbing the goosebumps on his skin, he asked, "What's with that look? Mr. Chu, may I ask what kind of acupuncture technique you used just now?" It was nothing short of turning rotten wood into gold, absolutely incredible. Chu Tian smiled and replied, "The formation I used earlier is called the soul restoring needle. It's remarkably effective for those afflicted by malevolent energies. But don't most Western doctors dismiss such supernatural concepts? Chu Tian's final remark left Tang Jian feeling somewhat awkward. I didn't before, but now. I believe.
Chu Tian chuckled, then suddenly turned serious as he addressed Xia Yunlong. After all this effort, we've only treated the symptoms.
The root cause remains untreated.
If we don't find the source, malevolent energy will continue to infiltrate your body bit by bit.
Chapter 84, Trouble at the Door. Hearing Chu Tian's words, puzzled expressions spread across everyone's faces. Xia Yunlong was particularly perplexed. Hadn't he just witnessed Chu Tian exorcise that shadowy figure? Could something else still be at work? Noting their puzzled expressions, Chu Tian offered no further explanation. He simply said flatly, "Follow me." They followed Chu Tian to the door of a storage room on the second floor. This room was filled entirely with treasures Xia Yunlong had acquired from the market. Xia Yunlong had a passion for antiques.
In his spare time, he enjoyed browsing flea markets and auction houses, always on the lookout for intriguing trinkets. Seeing Chu Tian lead them here, Xia Yunlong frowned in confusion.
Could it be that my antiques are the problem? Now that you mention it, it's not impossible.
After all, antiques are essentially things taken from the dead. Feng Huayu, standing nearby, had already turned pale. She grabbed Xia Yunlong's arm and complained, "Old Xia, I told you before, don't bring these junk things home. Not only do they cost money, but they bring you nothing but trouble."
You just wouldn't listen.
The remark stung Xia Yunlong's pride. Glancing at Feng Huayu, now pale with fright, he couldn't bring himself to scold her.
Instead, he shifted the topic. "Mr. Chu, shall we go inside and take a look?"
Chu Tian nodded, pushed open the door, and switched on the light.
On wooden shelves stood the treasures Xia Yunlong had retrieved.
Originally, these were Xia Yunlong's most cherished possessions. He'd often come in to admire them when he had nothing else to do. But now, he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. A chill swept over him, making him want to turn and leave immediately.
Chu Tian circled the room, finally stopping before a small bronze cauldron.
Xia Yunlong quickly interjected, "I bought this cauldron from a stall. I just thought its shape was unique and wanted to collect it."
Is there something wrong with it? Chu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied meaningfully, "It's got a major problem."
With that, he casually flicked a finger seal toward the small tripod.
Immediately, it began emitting eerie wisps of black mist, an unsettling sight.
The surrounding air seemed to thicken with deathly stillness, and the temperature plummeted rapidly.
Feng Huayu clutched Xia Yunlong's arm tightly, her eyes filled with sheer terror.
If not for the crowd around them, she would have already screamed at the top of her lungs.
Xia Yunlong's brow furrowed deeply, partly from fear, partly from uncontrollable rage. Who could possibly want him dead so badly?
Seeing the group's terror, Chu Tian raised his hand and began drawing talismans in midair.
Golden dragon talismans rapidly took shape, enveloping the small cauldron completely.
The black mist emanating from the small cauldron gradually ceased its outward spread.
Eventually, it vanished completely. Feng Huayu peered out from behind Xia Yunlong and cautiously asked, "How is it? Has the malevolent energy been dispelled?" Chu Tian nodded and smiled. "It's fine now. If you're still worried, why not just give this little cauldron to me?"
Even if Xia Yunlong had the courage now, he probably wouldn't dare keep this thing. Just moments ago, while dispelling the malevolent energy, Chu Tian had distinctly sensed a faint wisp of spiritual energy escaping from the small cauldron. It seemed this vessel was far more than just a container for malevolent energy. Perhaps it could even become a useful tool for alchemy in the future. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Xia Yunlong hastily waved his hands and said, "If Mr. Chu likes it, please take it. I wouldn't dare keep this thing anymore." After the matter of the small cauldron was settled, Xia Yunlong's expression remained grim. Who wouldn't feel uneasy? Knowing someone was plotting against him, yet unaware of their identity, was like having a sword hanging over his head. No one knew when it might fall. Chu Tian stretched lazily and said, "Now that matters here are settled, I'll be taking my leave." Only then did Feng Huayu snap back to reality. He hurriedly pulled out a bank card and said, "Mr. Chu, there's 10 million in this account. Please accept it as payment for your consultation. You absolutely must take it." Chu Tian shook his head. "Your little cauldron is ample compensation for my services. I won't charge you anything extra." Feng Huayu glanced at Xia Yunlong before urgently adding, "But that won't do. You've done us an immense favor. Without you, old Xia would have been in grave danger this time. We apologize for our earlier attitude. Please accept this fee, otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest." Xia Yunlong nodded in agreement. "Yes, please accept it. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Should I ever need your help in the future, I'm sure I'll turn to you." Xia Yunlong had witnessed Chu Tian's capabilities firsthand. Befriending such a master of both medicine and feng shui could only be advantageous. Hearing Xia Yunlong's words, Chu Tian could no longer refuse. He nodded and accepted the money. Bu Hongjun quickly chimed in from the side, "Today's a big celebration. Old Xia, you've got to treat us to a meal." Xia Yunlong could only temporarily set aside his worries, smiling and nodding. "Absolutely.
Mr. Chu, you must grace us with your presence today.
Chu Tian smiled and nodded without refusal, adding, but first, I need to pick up Qingcheng and Momo from Qingcheng International.
Would you all like to come along? Xia Yunlong nodded eagerly, waved his hand, and led everyone out of the Xia residence toward Qingcheng International.
At that moment, in Yi Qingcheng's office at Qingcheng International, Yi Qingcheng observed the middle-aged man sitting before her, perfectly still and composed. Her brows furrowed involuntarily. After a moment's restraint, she spoke, Team Leader Wu, you've been investigating our company all day today.
We are law-abiding citizens and a legitimate company. There is nothing illegal here. I believe you've seen that for yourself today. How could Wu Tsong fail to see that Yi Qingcheng was subtly hinting for him to leave? He curved his lips into a smile and replied, we're just doing our routine work. Let's be understanding of each other. With so many projects today, it's impossible to finish the audit. It looks like we'll need to meet daily for the next few days. Yi Qingcheng's brows furrowed at Wu Tsong's words. This wasn't an inspection, it was clearly troublemaking. All day, the Administration for Industry and Commerce people had been scouring the company, turning everything upside down. Employees couldn't focus on their work. Yi Qingcheng couldn't fathom what these people were truly after or if they were simply looking for trouble. Taking a deep breath, she knew without a doubt this had to be the Yuan family's doing. But running a company inevitably meant dealing with the Administration for Industry and Commerce. She couldn't afford to antagonize them so easily. Though she felt resentful, she forced herself to remain as polite as possible. Chapter 85. What the hell are you doing? Excuse me, have you finished your inspection today? Our employees need to head home. Wu Tsong spoke with a smile. Oh dear, don't let my sturdy build fool you. I suffer from hypoglycemia. I just need a couple pieces of candy now. Once I have them, I'll be on my way. Yi Qingcheng took a deep breath and could only send Xiaoke downstairs to buy candy. Shanguan Momo frowned and said softly, Team Leader Wu, routine inspections usually wrap up in a day. Isn't it irregular for yours to drag on for several days straight? Wu Tsong's smile was forced. Miss Shanguan, you're mistaken. Regulations are stricter now, and we have no choice. You're so eager for me to leave. Could it be your company has something illegal you want to destroy overnight? Yi Qingcheng snorted coldly. Search if you must, but don't pin false accusations on our company. If you're so eager, you're welcome to stay overnight here. We can even arrange security for the premises. Wu Tsong offered no response to Yi Qingcheng's sarcasm, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. Chu Tian arrived at the company and saw Xiaoke rushing down the stairs as soon as he entered. He furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Xiaoke, where are you headed? Isn't the company closing for the day? Xiaoke spotted Chu Tian, gave a wry smile, shook her head, and explained, the Administration for Market Regulation has been inspecting the company all day, turning everything upside down. Now they refuse to leave and insist on having candy. I'm just going to buy some for them so we can finally get rid of these demanding guests. Chu Tian frowned upon hearing this. Bu Hongjun, who had followed them inside, frowned and muttered, what is that Wu Tsong up to now? As the Chamber of Commerce president, he frequently dealt with the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Witnessing Wu Tsong's blatant harassment, he already had his suspicions. Xia Yunlong chuckled softly, patting Bu Hongjun on the shoulder as he joked, aren't you on good terms with this Wu Tsong? Didn't you know he was coming to inspect Qingcheng International? Bu Hongjun quickly glanced at Chu Tian and retorted, don't say that. You're deliberately trying to get me misunderstood by Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, let's go upstairs and take a look first. Chu Tian said nothing, merely nodding as he followed Bu Hongjun and Xia Yunlong upstairs. Xiaoke hesitated briefly beside them but ultimately decided to go buy candy. Chu Tian called out urgently, don't bother going. With these two around, you want candy? You'd be better off dreaming about it. Surprised by Chu Tian's arrogance, Xiaoke abandoned her plan to leave the company and followed the others back the way they came. Hearing the commotion outside, Wu Tsong tapped his thigh resting on the desk and drawled lazily, you sure got those candies fast. So eager to get rid of me? Is it because? Before he could finish, a slap landed squarely on his head. You bastard! You really have no manners. Did you even notify the Administration for Industry and Commerce? Hanging around someone's company all day, anyone watching would think you're here begging. Recognizing the voice, Wu Tsong turned to see Xia Yunlong's dark expression. Terrified, he scrambled to his feet, bowing and scraping like a groveling lackey. Mayor Xia, what brings you here? Before Xia Yunlong, he was just a lowly clerk with no real standing to speak up. Xia Yunlong snorted coldly and declared, I don't know and don't care why you're singling out Qingcheng International, but I know full well that Qingcheng International abides by the law and couldn't possibly be involved in any illegal activities. Now get your people out of here. Wu Tsong hadn't expected Yi Qingcheng to actually know the mayor of Xia City. Cursing his bad luck under his breath, he bowed and scraped as he led his men in retreat. His visit today had been entirely his own initiative, spurred by Yuan Yanbin's provocation, hoping to make some extra cash. Who could have guessed he'd end up hitting a brick wall? He wondered if Mayor Xia would make his life miserable behind the scenes. After Wu Tsong left, Yi Qingcheng finally exhaled deeply. Mayor Xia, Mrs. Xia, Uncle Bu, how did you all end up here? Chu Tian briefly recounted the day's events before adding, we came to take you and Momo out to dinner. Now that everything's resolved, isn't it time to call it a day? Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingqing's astonishment was impossible to hide. She truly hadn't expected Chu Tian to have befriended so many influential figures in such a short time, and that they'd all be willing to speak on his behalf without him needing to gift favors or grovel to maintain connections. This man truly wasn't meant to be confined to a pond. Yi Qingqing suddenly recalled Lingyun's earlier words, her heart filled with mixed emotions. After a moment of daze, she nodded hurriedly, gathered her things, and the group headed out together. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 9. Yi Qingqing had drunk quite a bit, her cheeks flushed a rosy red, making her look utterly adorable. Now, with the car window open, she let the breeze blow through to sober up. Chu Tian spoke with concern, don't catch a cold. Close the window quickly. Chu Tian, I never expected you to grow so fast. Do you think I'm completely useless? It feels like ever since we met, you've been the one helping me solving company troubles, searching for formulas, even getting rid of Yuan Yanbin. When problems hit this huge company, I can't seem to come up with any solutions. Sometimes, I really feel utterly useless. Chu Tian frowned. He knew Yi Qingqing was a proud person. At work, she always maintained a cold, business-like demeanor, but she was more invested in this company than anyone else. Now, fueled by alcohol, she was pouring out her true feelings. Shaking his head, he spoke softly, it's okay. I promised I'd help you, and I'll always be by your side. Step by step, we'll build Qingqing International into a stronger, bigger company. Sitting behind them, Shanguan Momo couldn't help but interject, Qingqing, you're drunk. In my eyes, you've always been formidable. Don't belittle yourself. Crumbling at the first setback isn't like you. Yi Qingqing shook her head with a bitter smile. I'm not as good as you. If it weren't for you, the Shanguan family might have risen even higher long ago because of your abilities. After Yi Qingqing finished speaking, the car fell into a moment of silence. Just as Chu Tian was about to offer words of comfort, he noticed a black minivan steadily tailing them from behind. Frowning, he made a U-turn and steered the car toward another direction. Yi Qingqing frowned. Chu Tian, where are we going? This isn't the way home. Chu Tian glanced sternly at the rearview mirror and said, someone seems to be following us. Hold on tight. With that, he slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped away. Chapter 86, Kill You. As Chu Tian sped up, the minivan behind them suddenly accelerated as well. Beyond that, to Chu Tian's surprise, over a dozen other cars on the otherwise empty road also began to speed up. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, looks like we're being followed by more than just one car. Interesting. To avoid alerting the pursuers, Yi Qingqing didn't turn her head but glanced through the rearview mirror. Seeing the dozen or so vehicles of various models trailing behind, she gasped in shock and said nervously, a dozen cars? What's going on? What do they want? Chu Tian shook his head and replied calmly, not sure yet, but it's almost certainly targeting me. Looks like their intentions aren't simple. Though unable to see, Shanguan Momo grew tense upon hearing their exchange and urgently asked, what should we do now? Chu Tian considered for a moment before replying, we're heading to the outskirts. With fewer people around, they'll likely reveal themselves. That's the only way to uncover their true intentions. Yi Qingqing voiced her concern, what if they're after our lives? The suburbs are practically deserted. If something happens to us, no one will ever know. Shouldn't we call home or the police now? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. His eyes showed no fear, only a hint of excitement. He shook his head. It's too late to call now. My initial guess is that this many people are from the 4 major gangs. They're after me, so they probably won't target you directly. When the time comes, just stay in the car with the doors and windows locked. No matter what happens outside, don't come out. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qingqing opened her mouth to speak, but her words of concern stuck in her throat, unable to form a single syllable. Instead, Shanguan Momo spoke with genuine concern, how can that be? How could you possibly fight off over a dozen cars alone? Before Shanguan Momo could finish, Yi Qingqing abruptly cut in, no, it's not just a dozen. More are coming from other directions. I can't even see the end of them now. Shouldn't we call the police? There are hundreds of them in all these cars. How can you handle this alone? Chu Tian made a sharp turn, spinning the car around and speeding toward the outskirts. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. By the time they finished their conversation, the car had reached the outskirts. As the population thinned, Chu Tian finally pulled over on a hillside and stopped the vehicle. The relentless pursuit vehicles gradually slowed down, coming to a halt just a few meters away. Over 40 cars formed a tight, impenetrable circle around Chu Tian. Headlights blazed, illuminating the area as bright as day. Chu Tian unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to Yi Qingqing beside him, his tone serious. Listen to me. No matter what happens, don't open the doors. Stay right here in the car, understand? Yi Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes as she blurted out, you have to be careful.
Facing so many people alone, Yi Qingcheng held little hope for Chu Tian. All she could do was offer a few verbal reminders. She knew all too well that with such overwhelming numbers, escape was impossible even if they wanted it. Chu Tian offered no reply, simply stepping out of the car. Surveying the sea of black vehicles, minivans, sedans, and vans, all their hoods pointed directly at him, he curled his lips and chuckled. Quite the spectacle, huh? The four major gangs sure know how to make an entrance. What's the matter? You've got me cornered here. Aren't any of you coming out to meet me? As Chu Tian finished speaking, doors began opening one after another. The leaders of the four major gangs, along with their most elite subordinates and enforcers, stepped out one by one. Chu Tian roughly estimated the numbers over 200 men. But that wasn't what astonished him most. What truly shocked him was that every single one of them was a martial artist. Though most hovered around the mid-stage of internal energy cultivation. Combined, they formed a force that could not be underestimated. As they disembarked, the murderous intent radiating from them was utterly unrestrained, saturating the surrounding air with a palpable scent of blood. Guang Haoqian, the leader, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wore a smug, arrogant grin. "Kid," he said, "you've got some nerve. Knowing all these cars were following you, you still dared come out to the suburbs? Looks like you know your fate is sealed, nowhere to run, huh?" Chu Tian chuckled coldly. "If I hadn't led you here, would you cowards ever have dared to show your faces? What's this? Bringing so many today has given you some nerve, huh? Your words sound a lot tougher now." Chu Tian's words made Guang Haoqian's face burn with humiliation. He gritted his teeth, ready to retort. Wan Jin, standing nearby, shot Chu Tian a cold stare and snapped, "Why waste breath on this brat? Every man we brought today is elite. Your 4 Dharma Kings, Shintingbai's 5 Blossoms, my 6 Vajras plus that one supporting us. I refuse to believe we can't take down a mere punk. Kill him now." Chu Tian's calm composure grated on Wan Jin's nerves. He wanted nothing more than to see this brat kneel and beg for mercy. Then slowly torture him to death. At Wan Jin's command, over 200 warriors charged forward in unison toward Chu Tian. The overwhelming spectacle was truly terrifying. Inside the car, Yi Qingcheng and Shanguan Momo had long since curled into tight little balls, terrified. Both were pampered young ladies who had always been accompanied by bodyguards whenever they went out. They had never witnessed such a massive display before. It felt like they were in a movie. Chu Tian stood in front of the car, instinctively shielding it and the 2 women behind him. The roars of over 200 burly men seemed to split the heavens. Chu Tian snorted coldly, then launched himself like a cannonball, charging straight into the crowd. To onlookers, Chu Tian's actions looked like a suicide mission. But soon they would come to understand, Chu Tian was the wolf charging into the sheep pen. With every move he made, his opponents didn't even stand a chance to get close before being sent flying by a single punch. Wherever Chu Tian passed, no one within half a meter could come near him. Holy crap! How strong is he? Get out of the way. He's coming. I'm at least a late-stage internal energy practitioner. I've got status and standing within the gang. I refuse to believe some greenhorn could actually. Ow. That hurts like hell. The next second, the boastful late-stage internal force martial artist was sent flying by Chu Tian's indiscriminate punch. Chapter 87, This kid is seriously no ordinary fighter. Wan Jin watched as their 200 men couldn't handle a single brat. He sucked in a sharp breath and roared, "What are you standing around for? Charge! All of you! Whoever kills this kid gets 30 million from me." 30 million was no small sum for these mercenaries. Their eyes lit up with greed. One life, 30 million. Where there's great reward, there will be brave men. An age-old truth. Charge! Kill this brat, and we'll be set for life. With fewer than 100 remaining, they charged at Chu Tian once more, bellowing their battle cries. Chu Tian sneered, letting the whistling wind caress his face. His voice cold and thick with murderous intent, he roared, "You're asking for death." With that, spiritual energy surged forth, flinging the foremost attacker into the air. Then, like a ghostly specter wielding a scythe in the dead of night, he began reaping one life after another. Yi Qingcheng and Shanguan Momo had been tense as hell, but witnessing Chu Tian's power left them both visibly stunned. The scene was straight out of a fantasy movie flying over rooftops, displaying overwhelming power. If any foreigners had witnessed this, they would surely have raised thumbs in admiration while exclaiming, "Chinese martial arts are truly impressive." Regardless of outsiders' thoughts, Chu Tian's actions were swift and decisive. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 200 gang thugs lay defeated on the ground. Only the 4 gang leaders and their closest confidants remained standing, shielded behind them. Chu Tian stretched lazily, glancing indifferently at the dozen or so people before him. "Still want to fight?" he asked. Wan Jin was utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. Long Mujich was the first to recover, his admiration for Chu Tian reaching new heights. Having originally come just to make up the numbers, this offered a perfect way out. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Let's call it a day. I'll be taking my leave." Without so much as a glance at the remaining 3 gang leaders, he turned and walked away. Yuan Jin stared wide-eyed as fifth brother Long strode away.
He spat viciously on the ground and cursed, "What an ungrateful bastard. He sure as hell got out of here fast. What the hell are we supposed to do now?"
Huang Hao rubbed his cheeks, unwilling to leave just like that.
He turned to glare at the four great Dharma kings behind him and roared, "I refuse to believe it. Charge!" Yuan Jin, seeing this, hurriedly shouted, "You guys too." Shen Tingbai paused, glancing back at the five fiery-tempered women behind him before coldly ordering, "You all join in too." From the moment they sent their men over, there was no turning back. Now they stood directly opposed to Chu Tian, with no path to retreat. Their only hope lay in the elite warriors they'd painstakingly gathered joining forces to eliminate Chu Tian. Chu Tian snorted coldly and struck first. The four great Dharma kings unleashed their full power simultaneously, their fists and kicks suspended midair as they launched a fierce assault on Chu Tian. Chu Tian swiftly grabbed one of the demon blade's legs and slammed his palm down with brutal force, shattering the limb and rendering it useless instantly. The bear roared furiously, its sandbag-sized fist smashing toward Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian countered with a punch of his own, sending the bear reeling back several steps, one arm fractured on impact. As for the remaining two Dharma kings, their fates were no better. By the time the five spicy flowers and Vidra arrived, all four Dharma kings had been swiftly defeated. Five spicy flowers' faces were grim and cold. In a few flashes, they appeared behind Chu Tian, their daggers gleaming coldly as they lunged to stab his back. Chu Tian ducked, then delivered a series of kicks to the five figures, showing no mercy whatsoever. The five women were defeated decisively. For a moment, only the six Vidras remained on the field. They exchanged glances, unsure whether to continue the fight. Chu Tian stared them down, then yawned lazily after a long pause. "If you won't make a move," he drawled, "then I'll make mine." Within mere breaths, all six golden fists lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. This rapid succession of exchanges left Yi Qingqing dazzled and conflicted. She never imagined Chu Tian could be so formidable. Over 200 men disposed of with such effortless ease. Such a scene would leave no one unmoved. Shanguan Momo had been listening intently to the sounds outside. Now that all was quiet, she couldn't help but ask, "How is it, Xingcheng? What's happening outside?" Even Shanguan Momo didn't realize how urgent and tense her own tone sounded. Yi Qingcheng spoke with a complex expression, "They've all been taken care of. Chu Tian single-handedly defeated over 200 thugs." Even as she spoke these words, she felt a sense of unreality herself. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Shanguan Momo's veiled eyes brimmed with utter astonishment. This night, the two beauties had not only witnessed a scene powerful enough to shake them for life, but also found their hearts involuntarily stirred. Chu Tian stood with one hand behind his back, radiating an aura that commanded respect, a presence that could hold back 1,000 men. After watching the show for so long, it was time to make an appearance, wasn't it? Chu Tian's words sent a jolt through Yi Qingcheng. Could it be that someone else was lurking in the shadows? It seemed the enemy had truly spared no expense in their attempt to take Chu Tian's life this time. Not long after Chu Tian finished speaking, applause erupted from one of the black sedans. An elderly man pushed open the door and stepped out slowly. The old man radiated an overwhelming aura. True chi surged within him, anchored in his dantian. The sheer presence emanating from him alone far surpassed that of the 200 martial artists present earlier. This man was the true trump card, the grand finale of today's show. Chu Tian stared coldly at the man and said, "I thought you were going to hide like a coward. I didn't expect you to have any guts at all." Pei Pengju snorted coldly, his expression haughty and arrogant. "Nonsense. I am no coward. Moreover, dealing with a mere greenhorn like you is child's play. Out of respect for your arduous cultivation, I'll grant you one chance. Kneel and apologize immediately, then slit your own throat on the spot. Perhaps I might spare your family." Chu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. He pointed at himself, then at Pei Pengju, and retorted, "Apologize to you? Why? Because you're older? Because you have a bigger face? Or because you speak with such arrogance?" Chu Tian's words made Pei Pengju's eyes roll in fury. "You insolent brat! Such audacity! It seems today I must teach you a lesson in humility. Today I'll show you what it means to be arrogant. It won't get you far." Chu Tian nodded, speaking casually and indifferently, "Cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight. It's getting late, and I need to get back to sleep." Chapter 88. So what if he's a grandmaster? Since entering the Earth rankings, when had Pei Pengju ever been so blatantly disrespected? This was nothing short of humiliation, a blatant slap in the face. Such a brat. Pei Pengju wanted to slash him to pieces right then and there. Death-cutting scissor kick. With a furious roar, Pei Pengju suspended himself mid-air, his legs wildly alternating in a momentum-driven assault toward Chu Tian. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of true chi locked Chu Tian in place, rendering him utterly unable to break free. Pei Pengju's attack closed in relentlessly, yet Chu Tian remained frozen in place, as if petrified by fear. Pei Pengju curled his lips in a sneer and roared, "Die!"
His legs locked around Chu Tian's neck, poised to wring the life out of him. This scene sent shivers down the spines of Guang Haoqiang and Wang Jin. Witnessing an Earth rank expert in action was no ordinary sight. Such a spectacle was enough to fuel their bragging rights for quite some time. Chu Tian distinctly felt immense pressure on his neck, as if it were about to snap clean off. Chu Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile.
That very smile sent a sudden chill through Pei Pengju, a powerful sense of danger compelling him to retreat immediately.
Before he could react, Chu Tian had already seized Pei Pengju's legs. Sensing the man's struggle to break free, Chu Tian tightened his grip. His hands clamped down like iron pincers, gripping Pei Pengju's legs with brutal force as he wrenched them outward. A piercing scream erupted. It pierced the night sky with its piercing shrillness. Wang Jin shuddered, glancing at Shen Tingbai and Guang Haoqiang. His perception of Chu Tian was shattered once more, a deep sense of dread washing over him. Chu Tian gave a powerful twist and flung him outward. Pei Pengju flew through the air like a ragdoll with its strings cut, crashing heavily to the ground. Chu Tian snorted derisively, clapping his hands together as he declared, "Is that all? A so-called Earth rank expert? Talked a big game, didn't you? Looks like this Earth rank is pretty watered down. Not worth mentioning at all." Chu Tian's words felt like a dagger plunged into Pei Pengju's heart. Not only did his body ache, but his soul twisted in agony. Glaring at Chu Tian with venom, he spat, "Kid, I never expected you to actually be a grandmaster." Earlier, Guang Haoqiang had warned him that Chu Tian might very well be a grandmaster. At the time, Pei Pengju hadn't taken it seriously. After all, at Chu Tian's age, how could he possibly be a grandmaster? Grandmasters weren't commonplace like cabbages, they were exceedingly rare. Reaching the grandmaster realm typically required at least 40 years of cultivation. But now, having witnessed Chu Tian's power firsthand, he could no longer doubt it. He paused, then let out a savage grin. "Kid, don't get cocky. While masters your age are indeed rare, it doesn't mean they don't exist. As it happens, I'm a master myself and a late stage one at that. Earlier, I underestimated you. Killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken or a stray dog." Chu Tian shook his head, picking his ear with a hint of regret. "Even now you still talk tough? Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Fine. Today I'll show you what a real deadly scissor kick looks like." With that, he leapt into the air. His movements were crisp and decisive, even carrying a touch of artistry. He struck directly, his long legs locking around Pei Pengju's neck. Pei Pengju felt his breath growing thin, death closing in. Struggling to speak, he gasped, How could this be? I'm a grandmaster." "You?" A flash of contempt flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Grandmaster? In my eyes, you're nothing but a fart. Dying today by your own signature move, it's a fitting end." With that, Chu Tian thrust his legs upward with brutal force, ending Pei Pengju's life in an instant. The scene left the onlookers utterly stunned, unable to recover for a moment. After killing Pei Pengju, Chu Tian did not proceed to take the lives of the other three gang leaders. Instead, he turned and walked toward Yi Qingqing's car. These three still had use. If they knew their place, Chu Tian would gain several more allies. If they didn't, he'd deal with them later. Yi Qingqing stared blankly as Chu Tian approached step by step, her gaze complex filled with fear, worry, and astonishment. As for Shanguan Momo, her eyes were shrouded in black veils, making her emotional shifts impossible to discern. Chu Tian knew his actions today might have left a deep negative impression on the two women. Scratching his head, he said somewhat sheepishly, "Sorry for scaring you today. Now that it's over, you two should go back and rest." The ruthless decisiveness of moments ago contrasted sharply with his now carefree, smiling demeanor, as if nothing had happened. For a moment, Yi Qingqing couldn't tell which was the real Chu Tian or perhaps both were. Her emotions tangled, she still couldn't help asking, "We're leaving. What about you?" The moment the words left her mouth, regret washed over her. Not only could they offer no help here, but they might even become a liability to Chu Tian. It would be better to leave now. Before Chu Tian could speak, Yi Qingqing cut in, "I understand. Just be careful yourself." Chu Tian nodded, watching Yi Qingqing depart before turning to the three people before him with a beaming smile. That devilish grin felt like a death sentence, sending a shiver down their spines. Was this guy finally going to lose his temper and take action against them? At that moment, the trio bitterly regretted ever crossing this young man. Even a master ranked 78th on the Earth list had been effortlessly slain by this kid. In Chu Tian's eyes, they were no more than chicks, utterly insignificant threats. As Chu Tian closed in, the trio froze in place. Though deathly terrified, their legs refused to budge. Just as they thought their doom was certain, Chu Tian glanced at the bodyguard sprawled across the floor and said with a hint of disgust, "You guys handle this. Let's find somewhere else to talk." Hearing Chu Tian's words, the three exchanged incredulous glances. Did Chu Tian's words mean he wasn't going to attack? Did that mean they wouldn't die? Overwhelmed by relief, they dared not refuse. Nodding frantically, they led Chu Tian away from the outskirts. They found a 24-hour hot pot restaurant, ordered their food, yet none had the heart to pick up their chopsticks. Only Chu Tian sat there devouring his meal heartily, making the atmosphere feel increasingly strange. Chu Tian kept his head down, eating without uttering a single word throughout the meal. This only deepened the others' anxiety and dread, leaving them utterly uncertain how Chu Tian intended to deal with them. Chapter 89, Two Paths. After eating his fill, Chu Tian let out a satisfied sigh before lifting his head to look at the others. Now we should have a proper talk. Do you know why I spared your lives? The three exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Wan Jin spoke first. Young man, kill us or torture us, it's entirely up to you. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. You've got guts. Since you put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. I spared your lives so you could pledge your loyalty to me. Rewards will follow, of course. Now I'm giving you a choice. Think it over carefully. Hearing Chu Tian's words, the trio felt a mix of emotions. They never imagined that the leader of their faction would be addressed in such a manner by an unknown upstart. Wan Jin, the most hot-tempered, snorted coldly. Kid, we swear allegiance to Prince Zhenjiang. You think you can sway us? Forget it. Don't even dream about it. Guan Haoqian nodded in agreement. Exactly. Think we'd betray Prince Zhenjiang for you? Dream on. If you've got the guts, just kill us now. Chu Tian chuckled softly and nodded. Quite honorable of you. That's precisely why I wanted you to summon Prince Zhenjiang. I'll give you one night to decide. Either bring the prince to meet me, or I won't mind replacing the leaders of the four great gangs with more compliant ones. His gaze swept over each of their faces. Seeing the unmistakable fear in their eyes, he nodded with satisfaction and rose to leave. Wan Jin's frown was so deep it could trap a fly. He turned to the two beside him and asked, "What do we do now?" Shin Tingbai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Right now, our only option is to seek out the Prince of Zhenjiang. The three of us alone can't handle that young upstart. If we don't find the Prince of Zhenjiang's protection, our lives are forfeit either way. Guan Haoqiang and Wan Jin nodded grimly in agreement. After returning home, Chu Tian briefly comforted the frightened Shanguan Momo and Yi Qingcheng before retreating to his room to begin cultivation. Tonight's events gave Chu Tian a basic understanding of the Earth list. Afterward, he specifically sought out Fifth Uncle Long for further details. The Earth list held 100 names, while the Heaven list contained less than half that number. Such a list was truly a gathering of the elite. Today's opponent, Pei Pingju, ranked 78th on the Earth list. Though his strength wasn't particularly formidable, Chu Tian refused to entertain any illusions of luck. To continuously grow stronger and climb higher, the enemies he faced would only grow more powerful. Without sufficient strength and capital, one would perish midway. Only rock-solid strength could serve as the foundation for survival. After a night of cultivation, Chu Tian methodically prepared breakfast. Following acupuncture treatment for Shanguan Momo, he escorted Yi Qingcheng to work. While Yi Qingcheng handled official duties at her office, Chu Tian headed to his assistant's office. After a brief greeting to Xiao Ke, he closed his eyes and began cultivating, as still as a monk in deep meditation. Xiao Ke had long since grown accustomed to this sight. As noon approached, a knock suddenly sounded at the assistant office door. A middle-aged man hurried in and said to Chu Tian, there's an old man outside looking for you. You should go out and see him right away. Chu Tian frowned and repeated, an old man? Did he say who he was? Chu Tian had virtually no relatives or acquaintances. An old man? He couldn't think of who it might be off the top of his head. The middle-aged staffer frowned and shook his head. I don't know either. He just asked me to pass on the message. As for his identity, he didn't say anything about that either. I really don't know. Chu Tian frowned and headed outside. As soon as he descended the stairs, he saw a crowd gathered below. Chu Tian frowned and strode over, asking, what's going on here? Oh, it's little Wang. He choked on his food. He couldn't cough it up for ages and couldn't breathe. We were just about to take him to the hospital when we ran into an old man who claimed to be a doctor. Another old man? Chu Tian suddenly recalled the old man the staff member had mentioned earlier. Could it be the same person? Chu Tian muttered to himself as he pushed his way forward. Amid the crowd, a slightly overweight IT guy sat on the floor, one hand clutching his throat. He was struggling to cough something up, his expression twisted in agony. A colleague beside him pointed at the old man crouched next to him. Is this old man even qualified? Little Wang doesn't look like he can hold on much longer. That old guy looks totally unreliable. We should just take him straight to the hospital. This is a life at stake. What if something happens? Exactly. Time is life right now. We can't let some old geezer hold us up. The crowd murmured in disbelief. The old man stroked his goatee, silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Shut up, all of you. This young man will be fine. Has that guy named Chu Tian arrived yet? I'm still waiting to settle things with him. Chu Tian frowned at this and retorted, what do you mean? Are you so desperate for a duel that you'd risk someone's life? Hearing Chu Tian's words, the old man chuckled, sizing him up from head to toe. Young man, he asked with feigned confusion, who said I wanted to duel you? I'm waiting for Chu Tian. Wait, you are. Mid-sentence, he finally grasped the situation, staring at Chu Tian with a mix of shock and disbelief.
Chu Tian didn't even bother to glance at the old man. I'm here to save him now. I have no time to waste on you. Old Wang looked like he was hanging on by a thread. Though Chu Tian was confident he could save him even if delayed a few more minutes.
But he simply couldn't bear to watch the man suffer so agonizingly. The old man's eyes darted about as he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself.
My name is Wang Jianan.
You've surely heard of it. Zhou Yongtai and I are known as the twin divine physicians of Yuncheng. His specialty is acupuncture, while mine lies in bone setting and surgery. This young man appears to be suffering, but he's not yet beyond hope. With me handling it, I'll make a small incision in his neck, remove the foreign object from his throat, and he'll be fine. I came here today to test my skills against yours. I'm eager to see just how skilled this miracle doctor is that old Zhou has been praising to the skies. Chu Tian listened intently, his brow furrowing deeper by the moment. Old Wang's throat was obstructed by a foreign object, but that didn't mean there were no other treatment options. With a deft maneuver to help him expel the object, surgery wouldn't be necessary.
Chu Tian's words sparked murmurs among the onlookers. One insisted on surgery, the other claimed it was unnecessary. Chapter 90, Who's More Reliable?
Seeing old Wang's face turning purple from the obstruction, the crowd clearly leaned more toward the elder's opinion.
Wang Jianan's reputation preceded him. His medical skills were legendary, and no one in Yunqing didn't know his name.
Originally, Wang Jianan had maintained a clinic at the hospital, but upon reaching retirement age, his practice had become increasingly sporadic. Often, even those seeking his care couldn't find him. So this old gentleman was actually the legendary Dr. Wang. No wonder he'd remained so calm. It seemed old Wang truly wasn't in any mortal danger.
Old Wang actually came to challenge Assistant Chu? Assistant Chu knows medicine? How come I never knew?
As the group murmured in astonishment, old Wang's eyes began to roll back. He lay stiff as a board on the ground, his breath shallow and weak. If this continued, his life truly would be lost. Seeing this, Chu Tian hurried forward and coldly ordered, "Step aside." Wang Jianan frowned and spoke up, "Given this young man's current condition, we must find a way to operate and remove the foreign object. Relying solely on him, even performing the Heimlich maneuver wouldn't be fast enough."
Wang Jianan was trained in both Eastern and Western medicine, though his primary focus remained Western medicine. For old Wang's current condition, his conservative treatment recommendation was straightforward surgery. Chu Tian responded, "Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. When faced with a problem, don't immediately think of surgery as the only solution." As he spoke, he walked over to old Wang, helped him up, and with remarkably deft hands, began tapping along his back. Finally, he delivered a firm punch to the back of old Wang's neck. Old Wang's mouth suddenly opened wide, and a cube of beef the size of a sugar cube spewed out. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished once more. It was the Manhwa massage technique. Could this be the profound mystery described in the Tuobe diagram? It was simply incredible. Chu Tian was genuinely surprised by Wang Jianan's words. Blinking, he said, "Not bad. You know about the Tuobe diagram? This Manhwa massage technique is one of the methods described in it." Chu Tian's words instantly made Wang Jianan's eyes light up with fervor. After expelling the foreign object from his throat, old Wang felt immediate relief. However, the prolonged delay had left his voice hoarse and temporarily speechless. Chu Tian pondered for a moment, then dictated a prescription. "Go get the herbs prepared according to this formula. Take them all today, and you should be fine by tomorrow. Just don't eat so hastily in the future. It's almost noon. Isn't lunch tempting?" Yi Qingchang, who had arrived late upon receiving the message, overheard Chu Tian's words. She glanced at old Wang, his face flushed crimson, and said, "Wang Dishing, take the day off. Come back to work tomorrow." Wang Dishing was speechless, nodding gratefully before bowing deeply to Chu Tian. Only then did he clasp the prescription and hurry away. Yi Qingcheng glanced at the crowd still buzzing with discussion and said calmly, "All right, now that everything's settled, everyone should go have lunch." Chu Tian also intended to leave, but after taking just a few steps, he was grabbed by Wang Jianan. "Mr. Chu, your medical skills are truly astonishing. No wonder that old man Zhou Yongtai wanted to apprentice under you. How about taking me on as a disciple too?" "Master." Chu Tian's head spun at the request. He frowned. "I never said I'd take you as a disciple. I need to think about it first." Although both disciples were renowned in Yuncheng, their ages were one older than the other, which made Chu Tian psychologically reluctant to accept them. He'd planned to come up with some excuse to put them off, hoping Wang Jianan's fervor would fade in a few days and he'd give up. Unexpectedly, Wang Jianan grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve and pleaded pitifully, "Master, if you won't accept me, I'll follow you everywhere you go today." Chu Tian fought the urge to roll his eyes and patiently prepared to offer some gentle guidance. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Xiang Lin. That old guy wouldn't call him unless something was up. Adhering to the principle of living one day at a time, he answered the call. "What's going on?" Before getting to the point, Xiang Lin couldn't resist a bit of flattery. Mr. Chu, you're truly prescient. I hadn't even opened my mouth, and you already knew I had a favor to ask. Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh and scold, cut the crap. Just get to the point. Well, there was a chain reaction accident in the northern part of the city today. The hospitals have received a lot of patients, and the doctors are overwhelmed. I was wondering if you... Chu Tian rubbed his forehead and said, you called me. How could I say I'm too busy? Hold on, I'm heading over now. After hanging up, he spotted Wang Jianan with his puppy dog eyes nearby, which only added to his headache. He said, the director of the People's Hospital just called about the chain reaction accident and asked me to take a look. This was a golden opportunity to prove himself. Wang Jianan immediately piped up, Master, I'll go too. An extra pair of hands wouldn't hurt. Chu Tian didn't refuse. After giving Yi Qingqing a quick nod, he took Wang Jianan and left the company. People's Hospital. In a spacious ward, 7 hospital beds stood side by side. Every patient lay covered in blood, their bodies lacerated and torn open, a sight that was truly horrifying. Liang Jinglong was examining the 7 patients alongside Xiao Wenshan. After a moment, the two exchanged glances, shook their heads, and said, the patients have lost vital signs. There's no hope. We should notify the families. A young man who had been sitting with his head in his hands on the side of the room heard this and immediately grew frantic. He stood up, grabbed Xiao Wenshan's sleeve, and exclaimed, you're the head of surgery. How can you say such a thing? Our constable was trying to save lives. Who knew that this series of traffic accidents actually concealed a bomb? If the chief constable and his brothers had been saved, they wouldn't be in this state. They're heroes of the people. You can't give up. There must be a way, right? Xiao Wenshan pulled his sleeve away with a look of disgust, forcing himself to calmly respond, there's nothing we can do about this. We're doctors, not gods. With multiple fractures and organ failure, we're powerless. Instead of shouting here, you should go notify the family immediately. They might still get to see the patient one last time. Jiang Tai, standing nearby, frowned in displeasure and interjected, isn't it a bit premature to say that? Mr. Chu hasn't arrived yet. We may have declared the patient beyond saving medically, but Mr. Chu might still have a solution. After all, he witnessed the medical miracle Chu Tian performed with his own eyes. Chapter 91, Who Says It Can't Be Treated? Liang Qinglong, hearing Jiang Tai's words, responded with some disagreement, life, aging, sickness, and death, fortune and misfortune can strike in an instant. Based on medical evidence, how could someone declared dead still have a chance of survival? Dr. Jiang, we're all doctors. We can't believe in those superstitions. Ever since that last incident, Liang Qinglong now harbored nothing but hatred toward Chu Tian. The mere mention of Chu Tian's name instinctively made him recoil in disgust. Xiao Wenshan also frowned and said, exactly. We must trust science, not superstition. We should notify the patient's family immediately. Otherwise, if things really escalate, who among you will be able to take responsibility? The young man standing nearby had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope after hearing Jiang Tai's words. But upon hearing Xiao Wenshan and Liang Qinglong's remarks, he grew frantic. If not for the nature of his work, he would have already lunged at them. What's wrong with you people? Who is this Mr. Chu anyway? If there's still hope, why are you giving up? Is this how you act as doctors? Do you even deserve to wear those white coats? I don't care, today you must cure the constable and my brothers. Xiao Wenshan shot Jiang Tai a disapproving glare and replied coldly, we didn't say that. If you have complaints, take them up with Dr. Jiang. The patient has no pulse now. Even a god couldn't save him. As he finished speaking, the ward door swung open. Wang Jianan and Chu Tian strode in. Xiao Wenshan's face lit up with a fawning smile upon seeing Wang Jianan. Master Healer Wang, what brings you here? Wang Jianan had once worked at the People's Hospital, where he enjoyed a stellar reputation. After retiring, he rarely visited anymore. Wang Jianan waved his hand dismissively. You focus on your work. My master and I came to see if there's anything we can assist with. Xiao Wenshan's expression froze upon hearing this. He glanced uncertainly at Chu Tian, who had followed Wang Jianan inside, then peered down the empty corridor. May I ask, he inquired doubtfully, where might your master be? If he's worthy of being revered as a master by the divine Dr. Wang, his medical skills must be truly extraordinary, right? Wang Jianan turned to glance at Chu Tian, his face twisted with disdain. Are you blind? My master is right here. Why are you looking outside the door? Xiao Wenshan froze in place upon hearing this. He pointed uncertainly at Chu Tian and asked, this kid? No, Master Wang, this kid looks young enough to be your grandson. Is there some misunderstanding here? How could you? Wang Jianan waved his hand impatiently. Must medical skill be judged solely by age? How shallow. Enough chatter, take me to see the patient. Xiao Wenshan, repeatedly disrespected, felt a pang of resentment. He shot Chu Tian a glare, then resignedly led Wang Jianan to the hospital beds. Master Wang, this kid is a fraud. Don't let him fool you. What medical skills could he possibly have?
Besides, these 7 are beyond saving. Their injuries are too severe, their hearts have stopped.
Even a divine being couldn't revive them now.
Hearing this, the young man beside him felt his fists itch.
Wang Jianin snorted coldly, pointing at Liang Qinglong who had spoken. Where did this brat crawl out from? I've lived a lifetime, do you think I can't judge character? Are you questioning this old man?
As he spoke, Wang Jianin began meticulously examining the 7 men's injuries. His brow furrowed deeper with each observation. After being snapped at by Wang Jianin, Liang Qinglong obediently shut up. Though he felt resentful inside, he knew full well that in Yunqing, neither Wang Jianin nor Zhou Yongtai were opponents a doctor who had just returned from overseas could hope to contend with. They weren't even in the same league. After completing his examination, Wang Jianin shook his head with disappointment. The injuries are indeed too severe. With cardiac arrest, I'm afraid I lack the ability to save him. The young man standing nearby overheard the conversation and realized that Wang Jianin must be a highly respected doctor, at least far more skilled than the others in the ward. If even he said there was no hope, did that mean today the magistrate and his own brothers had truly? Liang Qinglong turned to glance at Chu Tian with a smug look, his eyes brimming with provocation. He'd said it, even the legendary Dr. Wang declared him beyond saving. What the hell was Chu Tian? What right did he have to wrestle a life from death's grasp? Just as Liang Qinglong was about to deliver a few cutting remarks, Chu Tian suddenly spoke up. You can't save him, but I can. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up. He rushed forward, grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve, and asked, Sir, can you really cure him? Are you telling the truth? Liang Qinglong frowned in displeasure. Are you desperate enough to grasp at straws? Even Master Wang said there's no cure. That means it's truly beyond medicine. Why waste any more time? If this kid can heal these 7, I'll eat my own standing on my head. Chu Tian shot Liang Qinglong a cold glance and nodded. Fine. You have it coming. Though all 7 have stopped breathing, they aren't truly dead. Their hearts are overloaded, their internal organs severely damaged, and multiple fractures have caused a state of cardiac arrest. Had we arrived any later, they truly would have been beyond saving? Wang Jianin and the young man exclaimed almost simultaneously, Master Mr. Chu, can you truly heal them? Chu Tian nodded, glancing at the 7 before speaking. First, I must reset every broken bone in their bodies to stabilize their condition. Only then can we address the next steps. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and began walking toward the hospital bed. Without hesitation, Liang Qinglong stepped forward, blocking Chu Tian's path. What do you think you're doing? You're treating these patients like toys. They've already lost their lives and suffered so terribly. The most respectful thing now would be to let them depart with dignity. Are you planning to desecrate their bodies? Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he coldly retorted, Get out of my way. When I said they could still be saved, I meant it was time sensitive. Any further delay, 7 lives on your hands. Think carefully. Can you really bear that responsibility? Liang Qinglong shuddered at Chu Tian's words. Indeed, if he interfered now, the blame would likely fall squarely on his shoulders. Better to let this fool show off. If things go wrong, the patients' families would tear him apart. After all, one of these 7 was a police chief. The more he thought about it, the more advantageous this situation seemed for him. Reluctantly stepping aside, he still couldn't resist adding, Since you're so eager to show off, I'll be watching today to see how you perform your miracle. Chapter 92, Where Medicine Ends, Mysticism Begins. Chu Tian snorted coldly, striding forward as a golden light flashed in his eyes. Under the golden light's scrutiny, the bones and meridians within these 7 bodies became crystal clear. His hands moved ceaselessly, gradually reconnecting the fractured tendons and bones. To the onlookers, Chu Tian's actions appeared to be nothing more than blindly kneading and pressing. It seemed like nothing more than childish tricks. Liang Qinglong couldn't help but snort coldly. What the hell are you doing? You have the nerve to bring such childish nonsense to the table? Let me tell you, if you can't cure these 7 today, you'll be desecrating the patients' corpses. With that charge hanging over you, the families won't let you off the hook. The young man, who had been waiting with bated breath, snorted coldly at Liang Qinglong's words and said impatiently, Can you shut up? If it weren't for the fact that you're a doctor, I would have beaten you up already. You have no skills whatsoever, yet you're full of hot air. The words hung heavy in Liang Qinglong's throat. Shut up and watch Chu Tian's futile efforts with a vicious glare. He wanted to see how Chu Tian would handle this mess later. As Chu Tian moved, Wang Jianin's eyes gradually lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim, Master. That's the long-lost tendon reconnection technique, isn't it? Xiao Wenshan heard this and looked equally astonished. He turned to stare at Chu Tian, his eyes wide as he intently studied every technique and subtle force Chu Tian applied, yet he couldn't make heads or tails of it. The tendon mending technique? That had been lost for ages. How could this kid know it? Chu Tian nodded indifferently. Exactly. Only the tendon reconnection technique can fully restore these 7 patients' tendons and bones. It's a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. Wang Jianin's expression at that moment was pure, unadulterated fanboy adoration. He desperately wished Chu Tian would pass down all his bone-setting techniques to him.
Seeing Wang Jianen's eager gaze, Liang Qinglong felt a pang of envy. He snorted coldly and muttered under his breath, so what if he's good? No matter how skilled he is, he can't possibly bring the dead back to life. After a flurry of activity, Chu Tian finally let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and retrieved the silver needle pouch he carried with him. He carefully spread them out on the table before him, then channeled his chi a sudden tremor. The silver needles flew out of the cloth pouch in unison, soaring through the air before piercing precisely into the acupoints of the 7 men. This scene was utterly breathtaking to everyone watching. Wang Jianen, overcome with emotion, immediately knelt down on the spot. Such masterful skill was nothing short of divine. Though the needles appeared scattered and haphazard, only true experts could grasp the profound artistry. Each needle's precise insertion into its target acupoint was not something mastered overnight. How many inches to insert them, how to achieve the best effect, including the trembling needle technique, these were not things that could be explained in a few words. All these require immense dedication and meticulous study. Yet now, Chu Tian had managed to insert every single silver needle with flawless precision in one go, maximizing their efficacy. This was nothing short of reaching the pinnacle of mastery, truly divine. Though the others weren't as visibly moved as Wang Jianen, they were equally astonished. Chu Tian wiped the sweat from his brow slightly furrowed as he approached the young constable. "What is your name?" The young constable hurriedly replied, "My name is Li Fugue. Whatever you need, just give the order." Li Fugue had come to realize that today, the only hope for healing his brothers and the constable chief rested entirely on the young man before him. His tone was sincere. Chu Tian nodded and continued, "When I performed acupuncture on them earlier, I discovered their souls were entirely absent." What exactly happened at the time of the incident? Before Li Fugue could answer, Liang Qinglong snorted coldly and muttered, "This is getting more and more ridiculous. Now he's talking about souls?" Confucius never discussed supernatural phenomena. Chu Tian frowned at Liang Qinglong and warned, "If you say another word, I'll throw you out right now." Liang Qinglong sneered. "So I was right. Now you're lashing out in anger? What, can't cure the illness, so you blame it all on supernatural forces? Chu Tian, you're quite the schemer." Li Fugue frowned upon hearing Liang Qinglong's words, his gaze toward Chu Tian now tinged with suspicion. Chu Tian replied, "If you don't trust me, you can find someone else to treat them. I hadn't noticed before, I only thought they were in a state of suspended animation. But during treatment, I discovered their souls had vanished from their bodies. This is rather peculiar." Li Fugue pondered for a moment before continuing, "We were pursuing a fugitive who'd snuck in from abroad. When the vehicle reached the northern city limits, a chain reaction accident suddenly occurred. We had to handle that situation first. Unexpectedly, when passing one of the wrecked vehicles, we found a bomb inside. My brother and the police chief, in protecting the people, stood at the very front to block it." At this point, the grown man's voice caught, and tears welled up in his eyes, uncontrollably. Chu Tian nodded. Even just hearing the story, something felt off about it. Something definitely doesn't add up here. "Take me to the scene, we might find some clues." He started walking out, but halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to instruct, "I'm going to handle their spirits now. Leave this to you. Remember, under no circumstances remove the silver needles from their bodies. If they're pulled out, the patients might not hold on until we return." Jiang Tai quickly assured him, "Don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on them." Though Chu Tian distrusted the other two troublemakers, he had more confidence in Jiang Tai. Satisfied with his assurance, he nodded and strode away. After Chu Tian departed, the doctors could no longer contain themselves. That Chu Tian is incredible, isn't he? Did he really restore all the patients' meridians? After speaking, they couldn't help but move to the patient's bedside. After a thorough examination, they exclaimed in astonishment, "They're all truly reconnected. The internal organs show no issues either. If it weren't for the patient still being unconscious, he'd be indistinguishable from a healthy person." Jiang Tai shot Xiaowanshan a smug glance and declared, "Of course. Mr. Chu's medical skills are beyond comparison. Having him as our hospital's vice president is an absolute asset for us." At this, Xiaowanshan's expression immediately darkened. As for Liang Qinglong standing nearby, hearing others shower Chu Tian with praise felt like knives plunging straight into his heart. Chapter 93, If. Liang Qinglong felt unbearably distressed hearing others praise Chu Tian. He recalled his earlier words, if Chu Tian could truly cure the 7 patients, he would stand on his head and eat feces right then and there. From the current developments, everything was unfolding in a direction unfavorable to him. Eat upside down. How could he possibly keep his job at the People's Hospital? How could he ever hold his head up in Yuncheng? For the sake of his future, he had to find a way to resolve this. Turning to look at the 7 patients on the beds, a dark gleam flashed in his eyes. Just then, the hospital director's voice echoed from outside. Xiaowanshan hurried out with Jiang Tai to greet him. As for Liang Qinglong, who was a step behind, he took advantage of the distraction to pull a silver needle from the body of Fan Qi, the chief constable.
Chu Tian followed Li Fugui to the accident scene, where the road had already been largely cleared. After all, this was a high-traffic area. If the accident scene remained uncleared, the rush of commuters would inevitably spark public outrage. After getting out of the car, Chu Tian scanned the area, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Li Fugui stood beside him, his own mood swinging wildly with every change in Chu Tian's expression more thrilling than any roller coaster. Just as Li Fugui was about to speak up, Chu Tian finally said, "There's a faint black mist around here. It must be some kind of dark magic. Looks like a skilled practitioner. Your partner has already gone after them. Let's follow and see." Li Fugui's face fell in shock upon hearing Chu Tian's words, and he immediately dialed his colleague's number. After hanging up, his expression became utterly complex. "Mr. Chu, you're truly amazing." He just called his partner for this operation, and the other guy's report was almost identical to Chu Tian's except he'd casually mentioned their current location too. Chu Tian merely smiled without comment. Wang Jianan nodded proudly, as if sharing in the glory, and remarked, "Of course. Don't you know whose master he is?" As they spoke, they got back into the car. Half an hour later, they arrived near a large mountain in the outskirts. A small squad was stationed at the mountain's base, including several wounded. Their captain, Fong Lele, looked disheveled and covered in dust, with a rough bandage wrapped around his arm, appearing particularly bedraggled. His eyes lit up upon seeing Li Fugui. He hurried forward, asking, "Did you bring reinforcements?" That old guy is downright unnerving, this time robed in black, radiating an eerie aura, and employing all sorts of bizarre tactics. "Most of our brothers are injured, and reinforcements haven't arrived yet." Li Fugui hadn't anticipated the situation being so dire. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, "I didn't bring reinforcements. I just came straight from the hospital. I'm accompanying Mr. Chu to find the spirits of the magistrate and the others." Fong Lele, a true blue revolutionary raised under the red flag, surprisingly didn't question him. Instead, she nodded and said, "This situation really is strange. Thankfully, I had the magistrate's office send 2 Taoist priests over earlier. They're on their way now. We can only hope this is a last-ditch effort." Chu Tian frowned at Fong Lele's words. "Taoists won't be much help. The enemy is likely a black witch. Their methods are bizarre, and they specialize in controlling poisonous insects. Taoists can't counter them." Fong Lele's brows knitted tightly at Chu Tian's words. "Who is this kid?" she demanded coldly. "He looks so weak and helpless. How could you bring him to our mission site?" Li Fugui chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Mr. Chu helped our chief constable and Erzwang. It was only thanks to him that their conditions stabilized. You wouldn't believe it, those quacks actually said our chief constable was beyond cure and just waiting to die. If it weren't for this uniform I'm wearing, I'd have given them a good thrashing." Wang Jianan, standing nearby and inexplicably implicated, awkwardly rubbed his nose, trying hard to forget his behavior at the hospital. But thinking of Chu Tian's miraculous medical skills, he suddenly felt there was nothing to be ashamed of after all. They weren't even in the same league to begin with. Fong Lele heard Li Fugui's words and shot Chu Tian a surprised look. If Li Fugui weren't such a straight shooter who never twisted his words, she might not have believed this young man possessed such extraordinary medical skills. When the constable and his men were brought to the hospital, even she, a complete layperson, could tell there was basically no chance of recovery. Turning her gaze to the elderly man standing behind Chu Tian, she asked again with lingering doubt, "And who might this gentleman be?" Before Li Fugui could speak, Wang Jianan stepped forward to introduce himself. "My name is Wang Jianan. I'm somewhat well known in Yuncheng's medical circles. I'm also Mr. Chu's disciple." Seeing Wang Jianan's modest expression, Fong Lele's mouth opened wide in astonishment. "What do you mean, somewhat well known? That's practically world-renowned." Both Wang Jianan and Zhou Yongtai were pillars of Yuncheng's medical community. And such a heavyweight was actually this young man's disciple? Fong Lele suddenly felt her worldview was being shaken to its core. Chu Tian arrived at the mountain's base. After a brief introduction, he remained silent. He kept his gaze fixed intently on the mid-slope. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "The enemy must be regrouping. There could be another fierce battle ahead. Gather all the wounded here. We need to treat them immediately." He glanced at Wang Jianan. Wang Jianan hurriedly nodded. "Yes, master. I'll assist you." This black witch's appearance was highly suspicious. There was an 80 to 90% chance it was connected to the fugitive the authorities had been pursuing earlier. Since the enemy had orchestrated this entire series of events, it meant they had been preparing for this long ago. There must be quite a few of them on the mountainside right now. With only these wounded men, they might be wiped out before they could do anything. Chu Tian walked over to a man with a furrowed brow, clearly enduring pain. He said calmly, "Your leg is fractured. There are steel pins inside. This probably isn't your first fracture, is it? To endure this double pain and still hold on, you're a real tough guy." The man's face flashed with surprise. "How did you know?" Chu Tian wasted no words. He squatted before the man, discreetly probing the leg with his fingers before applying a firm twist. The man sucked in a sharp breath, about to cry out in pain, but Chu Tian cut him off.
You're fine now. As long as you don't make any sudden movements, you should be okay. I've already realigned that steel pin for you.
Hearing this, the man tentatively stood up and took a few steps.
A wave of relief washed over his face. I'm healed. The pain's really gone. Chapter 94, Confronting the Dark Witch. Chu Tian worked swiftly, treating one person after another without pause.
With Wang Jianin assisting, the treatment proved twice as effective with half the effort.
Fang Lele, who had stood by with lingering doubts, was left speechless after witnessing Chu Tian's medical skills.
After finishing the treatment, Chu Tian straightened up and glanced at the people around him. His gaze finally settled on Fang Lele, and he took a step toward her.
Fang Lele swallowed hard as he approached, her face tightening. She croaked out, what are you doing here?
Chu Tian glanced down at Fang Lele's arm, frowned, and offered, your arm looks badly injured.
Would you like me to take a look?
Just as Fang Lele was about to refuse, Li Fugue stepped in, his expression earnest.
Captain Fang, you should let Mr. Chu examine it. His medical skills are excellent.
We still need to pursue that fugitive later, and your combat effectiveness will be compromised with an injury. Li Fugue's words stopped Fang Lele's refusal mid-mouth.
She could only awkwardly extend her arm. Chu Tian bent down to treat Fang Lele.
As spiritual energy gradually healed her wounds, a tingling sensation spread throughout her body, reaching deep into her heart.
This sensation was truly unique.
After nearly a minute, Chu Tian nodded, removed the bandage from Fang Lele's arm, and said, all done.
You're fine now.
Fang Lele stared at her arm, now completely free of scars, and was momentarily dumbfounded. Just as she was about to speak, 3 disheveled figures came running down the mountain.
Run! They're catching up.
That black witch is too powerful, we're no match for her.
If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fang Lele's expression darkened instantly. Glancing at his teammates, he rushed forward and demanded, what's going on?
One of the Taoist priests rubbed his cheek and spoke, that old black witch is just too powerful.
The 3 of us together couldn't defeat him. We were practically walking into a trap. Don't just stand there, let's get out of here fast. If things get too dire, we'll have to call my master out of retirement. Fang Lele shook her head firmly. No way.
That fugitive is despicable. He injured so many of us and caused panic.
The constable is still in the hospital, fighting for his life.
If they escape today, how can we possibly explain this?
Li Fugue gritted his teeth, I'm not leaving either.
I'll avenge my brother and the constable.
Right. We must avenge the constable. A dozen men shouted in unison, their voices filled with fierce resolve. Master! Where are you going? Amidst the clamor, Wang Jianin's words sounded out of place. Almost instantly, the crowd's attention was drawn to Wang Jianin, and they turned to look.
There, Chu Tian, who had been standing quietly among them moments before, was now charging wildly up the mountain.
Fang Lele frowned deeply and muttered, this guy, he's just making things worse.
Chu Tian might be highly skilled in medicine, but no one ever mentioned his combat abilities.
For an ordinary person to charge up there is just plain stupid. Even 3 Taoist priests couldn't handle the opponent. Chu Tian going up there is like walking into a trap.
Li Fugue shook his head.
No way.
Mr. Chu was our best hope for treating the constable and the others.
We absolutely can't let anything happen to him. I'll go check.
With that, he charged up the mountain.
Fang Lele stamped her foot and waved her hand. Follow me up the mountain.
Wang Jianin was the fastest to charge forward, completely oblivious to the dangers awaiting a powerless doctor like himself. In the end, only the 3 Taoists remained.
What should we do? Head down or go check? Let's follow them.
If something happens, we can always retreat later.
Every bit of help counts.
In an instant, the group that had been arguing fiercely at the foot of the mountain all rushed back up the slope. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man sat atop a boulder halfway up the mountain, a gleaming pistol in his hand, flanked by several henchmen. This man was Ma Kuei, the fugitive relentlessly pursued by the constables. Ma Kuei wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the elderly man in black robes beside him.
Master Butai, he said, I owe you this time. If you can escort me safely out of Yunqing, I promise not a single cent less than the $100 million I promised you.
Ma Kuei had witnessed Butai's formidable display of power earlier and now felt utterly secure about his own safety.
A hint of smugness even played across his face. So what if the constables were hot on his heels? They'd have no choice but to let him go in the end. Upon hearing Ma Kuei's words, Butai shook his head gently.
Enveloped entirely in his black cloak, wherever he stood, it seemed as though a dark, bottomless abyss had opened up, sunlight unable to penetrate it. Merely glancing at him sent a chill down one's spine. The mission difficulty has increased. The bounty must be raised.
Ma Kuei frowned upon hearing this. Though dissatisfied, he didn't argue much. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, then 300 million. As long as you ensure my safe departure from China, I'll give you 300 million US dollars. How about it? Deal.
The moment Butai finished speaking, he abruptly whipped his head toward one side. The surging aura of menace radiating from his body grew even denser.
Ma Kuei followed Bu Tai's gaze.
A young man emerged slowly from behind a tree, hands tucked into his pockets.
He was strikingly handsome, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Heh, you think you can just leave Huagua? Do you really believe there are no masters within our borders? Believe it or not, you won't even be able to leave Yinqing today." Before Bu Tai could respond, Ma Kuei scoffed and retorted, "Big talk for a kid like you. Is the prefecture office short on men? They actually drag a greenhorn like you out to die?" Turning to Bu Tai, he added, "Master Bu Tai, no need for you to lift a finger. Let me handle this brat." With that, he waved his hand at the henchman behind him and roared, "Kill him." In an instant, gunfire erupted in rapid succession, echoing across the entire mountain peak and sending startled birds scattering into the sky. Chu Tian watched the bullets whistling toward him, yet he didn't stop. He continued walking steadily toward the opposite side, his spiritual energy forming a protective shield that blocked every bullet. Bu Tai watched, his pupils contracting slightly. He murmured, "A grandmaster. Such a young grandmaster. In all my years, I've never seen one. If I could refine you into Yin Sha, it would be like adding wings to a tiger." The group rushing up the mountain witnessed this scene. Fan Lele, who had been harboring resentment, was now utterly transfixed. Li Fuguei couldn't help but mutter, "No wonder Mr. Chu charged straight up the mountain without a second thought. Turns out he's a martial artist. And such a young grandmaster at that." Chapter 95, The Gap in Strength. The three Taoist priests nearby also stared wide-eyed, exchanging glances. Humph. So what if he has some strength? So what if he's a grandmaster? That black witch isn't easy to deal with. Sun Lei is also a grandmaster, yet he was just beaten to a pulp. I doubt this kid will last much longer. That black witch is probably skilled in both martial arts and magic. People like that are no joke. Should we go help him later? As they debated, Chu Tian's battle reached its climax. A slight tremor sent the bullets flying backward. Aside from Ma Kuei, his henchmen were struck. Some died instantly, others lay half dead. Ma Kuei, witnessing this, was instantly terrified. He dared not continue showing off his strength. He could only turn to Bu Tai and say, "Bu Tai, this kid is too formidable. Even bullets can't harm him. It seems we can only rely on you this time." Bu Tai coldly fixed his gaze on Chu Tian and declared, "Boy, you are indeed formidable. But before me, you fall far short. Since you insist on meddling in affairs not your own, today I shall show you the price of prying into matters that are none of your business." With that, he drew a black skull-handled staff, closed his eyes slightly, and began chanting incantations. Chu Tian stood rooted to the spot, watching Bu Tai with curiosity, eager to see what this dark sorcerer was truly capable of. Soon, waves of malevolent flames, forged from condensed evil energy, shot skyward and howled toward Chu Tian. Within these flames were wails of agony, as if countless wronged souls were trapped inside, each enduring endless torment. Chu Tian's eyes blazed with fury. "You old monster," he roared. "How utterly vile. You've refined so many souls into malevolent spirits. The souls of the constable and his men, they were in your hands all along." Bu Tai's expression remained utterly unchanged as he coldly replied, "So what if I do? Soon you'll join them. I'll refine your soul into a demonic spirit and transform your body into the most powerful, terrifying demon corpse this world has ever seen. Then, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger?" Ha! Hearing Bu Tai's words, the three Taoist priests couldn't help but shudder. Their earlier defeat had stemmed precisely from this very tactic. The malevolent fire, condensed from that vicious aura, was utterly cruel. Even the slightest touch would corrupt one's mind. Over time, it would easily turn a person into a walking corpse, their brain filled with nothing but the urge to kill. They had only broken through the encirclement by fighting for their lives. Seeing the young man before them fall victim to the same tactic, they began shaking their heads and sighing in regret. What a pity! Such a young master with boundless potential, yet doomed by his recklessness. Once caught in the demonic fire, even the most powerful couldn't escape. This kid is finished for good today. Li Fuguei, hearing the other's words, grew frantic and blurted out, "Is there truly no way to save Mr. Chu?" Fan Lele didn't even realize it himself, but after Li Fuguei asked that question, he too found his breath catching. The Taoist priests shook their heads, their expressions filled with regret. Their expressions caused the hearts of the dozen or so constables to sink. They had just received Chu Tian's kindness, yet now they were to stand by and watch him die? This was utterly contrary to their beliefs. For a moment, silence fell. All eyes fixed nervously on the commotion around Chu Tian. Chu Tian gazed at the swirling inferno of demonic flames, a faint smile curling his lips. "You think this alone can kill me?" he said coldly. With that, he raised his hand and summoned a wave. Instantly, golden flames erupted, shattering the demonic fire. Golden flames shot skyward, radiating righteous energy. At that moment, Chu Tian resembled a war god himself, towering over the heavens and earth with soaring golden flames, capable of shattering all laws. Bu Tai watched helplessly as the demonic flames he had painstakingly gathered and cultivated were effortlessly pierced through by Chu Tian. His face darkened to the point of utter dismay. You brat! You actually know the three-flame true fire. Chu Tian slowly shook his head and said indifferently, it seems you do recognize quality. Too bad it's too late. Look at your feet. Bu Tai's expression froze instantly. He looked down and realized the three-flame true fire had crept to his feet unnoticed. In the next moment, it engulfed his entire body. A blood-curdling scream echoed across the entire mountain peak. Under the purifying flames of the threefold true fire, the malevolent fire was refined into its purest form. The vengeful spirits hidden within it gradually manifested, their bodies becoming translucent and even glowing with faint golden light. All the souls gazed at Chu Tian with profound gratitude before being guided into the cycle of reincarnation. The three Taoist priests witnessed this scene, utterly stunned. Their mouths opened and closed repeatedly before they could finally find their voices. Transcendence in a single thought. Who would have thought such a thing truly existed in this world? Holy crap! This kid's insight is absolutely unmatched. I remember my master once telling me that even after living a lifetime, he couldn't achieve this level. Today has truly opened my eyes, utterly opened them. As the flames on Bu Tai's body gradually died down, his entire being had become utterly pitiful. His clothes were scorched beyond recognition, and his face was burned raw, flesh exposed and blood oozing out in a revolting sight, making him look like a terrifying specter. His eyes locked onto Chu Tian as he roared, I'll kill you. I'll make you pay. Chu Tian stood with one hand behind his back, radiating an aura of divine authority. Kill me, he retorted. That depends on whether you have the ability. Bu Tai raised his hand, curling his fingers into an eagle's claw as he lunged toward Chu Tian's head, soul-snatching strike. This was Bu Tai's ultimate technique, capable of directly extracting a person's soul. Since he had emerged from seclusion, it had never failed him. Li Fugue, witnessing this, couldn't help but shout a warning, Mr. Chu, be careful. Before his words had even faded, Chu Tian delivered a powerful uppercut. His fist landed first, smacking Bu Tai squarely in the face. Soul-stealing technique, my ass. Let's see how big your face is. The blow stunned Bu Tai, scattering the power he'd gathered within him. Before he could react, Chu Tian delivered another slap across his face. I'll show you soul-stealing. Smack. You just deserve a good smack. Smack. People like you just need a lesson. After a dozen hard slaps landed in quick succession, Bu Tai's face was beaten into a grotesque distortion, the kind that would terrify any child into tears. As Bu Tai opened his mouth to protest, Chu Tian coldly retorted, What? Still not convinced? You're asking for it. Ah. Before Bu Tai could finish his sentence, Chu Tian's kick sent him flying. He slammed into a mountain with such force that his body left a deep, V-shaped crater in the hillside. Chapter 96, Beyond Measure. It took Bu Tai a long while to struggle out from the crater, covered in dust and dirt, his eyes blazing with hatred so intense it seemed tangible. Boy, you've succeeded in enraging me. Today, I will kill you. My dear child, come forth. It is time for your feast. With that, a colossal child's shadow materialized behind Bu Tai. So pitch black it seemed capable of blocking out the sun. Guman Tong. Taoist Guanju couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Fong Lele frowned and couldn't help asking, what is a Guman Tong? Guman Tong is a sinister sorcery from Y country. It involves taking children aborted before full term and, through special rituals, endowing them with magical powers. They require offerings and can grant people's wishes. But this thing comes with severe side effects. One misstep and it will backfire on its worshipper. Judging by the intensity of the malevolent aura surrounding this Guman Tong, it must have harbored immense resentment before death, only to be tortured endlessly after death. This Bu Tai is utterly cruel. Women tend to be more emotional, and upon hearing this, she clenched her fists in anger. The thought that such a tiny life, unable to come into this world, was already pitiful enough, yet even in death found no peace. It was utterly heartless. When Chu Tian saw this Guman Tong, the expression on his face grew even colder. Staring at Bu Tai, he coldly declared, You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. To commit such an act that provokes the wrath of heaven and humanity. Bu Tai snorted coldly, utterly dismissive. He merely waved his hand and roared, Kill him. The ancient spirit doll let out a piercing scream and lunged fiercely toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian raised his hand, and a faint golden flame danced in his palm. The scorching heat made everyone nearby feel as if they'd stepped into a blazing furnace. Go! There was no hope of exorcising this Guman Tong now. Only by making him vanish completely from the world could he be freed from his torment, perhaps a form of liberation. The moment the spirit touched the pure golden flames, its piercing screams echoed across the entire mountain peak. Anyone who heard it couldn't help but break out in goosebumps, their eyes uncontrollably clouding with terror. Bu Tai never imagined his prideful killing move would be so easily countered by Chu Tian. In that moment, only one thought filled his mind. You think you can escape? A scum like you deserves to be hunted down by all. Go to hell and repent. With that, Chu Tian launched forward like a cannonball, closing the distance in mere steps. His fist slammed into Bu Tai's back. Bu Tai let out a piercing scream as his body flew skyward.
Before he even hit the ground, Chu Tian delivered another brutal stomp directly to his chest. This kick carried such immense force that it crushed every last shred of life from Butai's body. Chu Tian stared coldly at Butai's corpse and declared, "People like you deserve to have your bones crushed and ashes scattered to the winds." As he spoke, a gray shadow emerged from Butai's body, attempting to flee once more. Chu Tian seized Butai's soul and coldly declared, "Think you can escape? Do you truly believe you can get away?" Butai was now terrified beyond measure. If his soul were crushed, he would vanish completely from this world. "You can't kill me. If you do, my master won't let you off." Chu Tian scoffed, his gleaming white teeth sending a chill down the spine. "All the better. A scoundrel like you probably has a master who's no better. Let him come, I'll rid the world of this menace." With that, he tightened his grip, crushing Butai's soul until it vanished completely from existence, leaving not a trace behind. Chu Tian's execution was swift and ruthless. Spectators nearby watched with a silent thrill, some unable to suppress a flicker of fear toward Chu Tian. He bent down and retrieved a small clay jar from Butai's body. Upon opening it, 7 soul fragments emerged simultaneously. Chu Tian absorbed them into the small cauldron he had obtained from Xia Yunlong earlier, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, time was short, and Butai hadn't had the chance to process these 7 souls. Otherwise, even if he had retrieved them, they would have been useless. With Butai dead, Fong Lele and the others, who had been hiding nearby, rushed out. Wang Jianan gazed at Chu Tian with starry eyes, his face brimming with admiration. "Master, you're simply incredible. You're my pride and joy." Chu Tian watched Wang Jianan proudly pounding his chest, looking exactly like an old child, and couldn't help but chuckle as he shook his head. The 3 Taoist priests beside them also stepped forward. Guanju bowed deeply to Chu Tian with solemn expression and said, "Mr. Chu, you are truly a man of great skill. My name is Guanju. These 2 are my junior disciples, Yang Ding and Luo Zhua. We are all Taoist priests of Mount Mao. May I ask who your master is and which school you belong to?" Chu Tian paused before replying, "I have no master, nor do I belong to any sect or lineage." The 3 men were taken aback by Chu Tian's words. How could such a young man who excelled in medicine, martial arts, and mystical arts alike possibly have no master? It seemed impossible. Perhaps he simply didn't wish to reveal too much. The 3 silently agreed not to press further. Chu Tian turned to glance at Li Fugui and said, "Now that we have the soul, let's head to the hospital." Fong Lele gazed at Chu Tian with sparkling eyes. Is there really still hope for the constable and the others? Chu Tian's earlier display of extraordinary prowess had piqued Fong Lele's curiosity and earned her growing respect for this man, softening her usual skepticism. Chu Tian nodded. "Now that we've retrieved the soul, as long as there are no complications at the hospital, they should be able to save them." With that, the group prepared to rush back to the hospital. Fong Lele hesitated, then looked at Chu Tian and asked, "Can I come with you?" Chu Tian hesitated briefly before nodding. "If you wish, you may accompany us back to the hospital to see for yourselves." Deep within a remote mountain range lay a small village. The ground was crawling with venomous insects, and an ominous aura filled the air. Upon a small tower of archaic and eerie design, an old man and several middle-aged individuals sat cross-legged on the ground. Between them lay a dark, viscous mass of malevolent energy. Piercing screams echoed, making the entire tower feel eerily ominous. Snap! A faint sound shattered the eerie atmosphere. The elder's eyes snapped open, a flash of sharpness darting through them before he turned to stare at a wall. 10 nameplates hung on the wall, each inscribed with a name. Just now, the nameplate bearing the name Butai had exploded with a thunderous crack. The old man murmured, "How could this be?" The middle-aged man seated beside him frowned. Butai was just out on a mission. Why would his nameplate shatter? Could he have encountered a powerful opponent? Chapter 97, Trouble at the Hospital. Logically, it shouldn't be possible. Butai took the Gumantong with him when he left. With the Gumantong's protection, how could anything go wrong? As they spoke, all eyes turned to the old man. "Master, did you foresee this?" The elder was Zhan Mu, Butai's master and the tribe's high priest of dark magic. Whether it was feng shui divination or soul-stealing rituals, or even sacrificing to heaven and earth, he handled it all with ease. Whenever anything significant occurred in the tribe, they would seek him out for divination. Zhan Mu glanced at the divination symbols he had cast and frowned. "I cannot discern it," he said. The fate of the one who killed Butai seemed shrouded in mist, emitting a faint golden glow. "I cannot see through it." The others froze upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the killer to possess such formidable abilities. Zhan Mu snorted coldly, glancing at his disciples before declaring, "Regardless, Butai is dead. This debt must be repaid. No one can kill a disciple of Zhan Mu. Huang Mu. Shi Ji. Ji Yang. You 3 go gather intelligence thoroughly, then bring back the one who killed Butai. Dead or alive." The 3 men's eyes lit up at once. They hadn't ventured outside the tribe in ages. This was a golden opportunity. On the way back to the hospital, Chu Tian turned to look at Guanju and couldn't help but voice the question that had puzzled him for days.
Mr. Guan, I've been hearing about the heavenly list and earthly list lately. What makes these two lists so special?
Earlier, Fifth Uncle Long had only briefly explained the importance of the two lists and their respective numbers. As for more detailed information, since Fifth Uncle Long wasn't a martial artist himself, he didn't know much beyond that. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, everyone in the car turned to look at him with astonished expressions.
Guanju stared blankly for half a moment before regaining his voice. Mr. Chu, you're not joking, are you? You don't know about the heavenly and earthly lists?
Chu Tian had demonstrated strength at least at the Grandmaster level.
Such a figure should easily hold a place on the Earth list. Yet now, he claimed to know nothing about them? Chu Tian shook his head earnestly. I truly don't know.
I've been secluded in a hidden place cultivating all this time, paying little attention to the outside world, so...
Chu Tian couldn't reveal that his current strength largely stemmed from inherited knowledge.
Just half a month ago, he had been an ordinary doctor. So he offered a casual excuse.
Guanju, upon hearing this, didn't press further and began explaining the Earth list to Chu Tian.
It turned out that both the Earth list and Heaven list symbolized martial prowess in Huaxia. The Earth list held 100 names, while the Heaven list had 50. Those who made the Earth list were at the very least late-stage internal energy martial artists, while the Heaven list was reserved for grandmasters only they had a chance to compete.
Fawn Lele listened, her face lighting up with admiration.
As a martial artist herself, the Heavenly list was beyond her wildest dreams.
Making it onto the Earthly list would be the ultimate achievement of her lifetime. Chu Tian listened, his expression calm as he nodded slightly, showing no further reaction.
Luozhua pondered for a moment before speaking. With your strength, Mr. Chu, the Earth list should be easily within your reach.
The Heaven and Earth lists hold open martial arts competitions every 3 years. Judging by the timing, the next competition should be just a few months away. Chu Tian asked curiously, can anyone challenge these rankings whenever they want? Guanju shook his head and smiled.
No, they're held as open tournaments every 3 years.
Most ranked practitioners from both lists attend. Challengers can select their opponents, and defeating someone allows you to take their place. Each event is incredibly lively.
If you're interested, Mr. Chu, you're welcome to attend.
Chu Tian shook his head indifferently. Not interested.
Chu Tian had only asked these questions to gain a better understanding of martial artists in Huaxia.
As for participating in challenges for the heavenly or earthly lists, he'd rather pass. Hearing this, Fawn Lele couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment.
With your strength, making it onto the Earth rankings shouldn't be difficult, she countered.
This is a golden opportunity to make a name for yourself. Doesn't that excite you at all? Chu Tian countered with a smile. Is making it onto those lists really something to brag about?
I believe those truly profound and mysterious individuals wouldn't even bother with such rankings.
The people on those lists aren't necessarily the most extraordinary in strength. Fawn Lele's face turned cold. She snorted, a grown man with no ambition whatsoever. Others would kill to get in, yet you remain utterly indifferent. You're a complete fool. Chu Tian merely smiled without responding.
Guanju sensed the awkward atmosphere in the car and tried to smooth things over with a smile.
Being on the list doesn't necessarily mean true ability. Mr. Chu, to possess such magnanimity and composure at such a young age is truly rare. Fawn Lele turned her gaze to the window, clearly unconvinced by this assessment. The car arrived at the People's Hospital.
Chu Tian strode purposefully toward the ward with his companions. Liang Qinglong, still waiting outside the ward, glanced nervously at Fan Qi lying on the hospital bed, his hands and feet ice-cold. After all, Chu Tian had made it crystal clear earlier, once the silver needles were removed, the patient might not come back. His actions just now were tantamount to slow murder. Glancing at the time, he recalled Chu Tian's warning, if he didn't return within 4 hours, these 7 people would be beyond saving. With only 10 minutes left, if Chu Tian didn't make it back, the blame for this life wouldn't fall on him. This thought slowly calmed his nerves. Just then, the ward door swung open. Xiao Wenshan and Jiang Tai strode in, followed even by the hospital director, Xiang Lin. The incident involving the chief constable was a major event for the hospital. If the chief constable died, it would be a loss for the entire city of Yuncheng. Now that Chu Tian claimed he could save the man, Director Xiang Lin naturally had to come personally to observe. Jiang Tai rubbed his temples and asked, has Mr. Chu not returned yet? Liang Qinglong shook his head, sparing no effort to disparage Chu Tian. I bet he's too scared to come back. That whole speech earlier was probably just a lie to fool us. If anything happens to those 7, it'll all be Chu Tian's fault. Xiao Wenshan nodded in agreement. I don't think we should waste any more time. Notify the families immediately. If we delay any further, even our hospital won't be able to contain the situation. With such a major accident, the news outlets have already caught wind and are staking out the hospital. If not for Xiang Lin suppressing the reports, they would have been published long ago. Xiang Lin glanced at the time and said, let's wait a little longer. Chapter 98, Who Pulled the Needle? There were still a few minutes left. Xiang Lin didn't even know why, but he felt a blind trust in Chu Tian.
If Chu Tian said these people could still be saved, then they definitely could be saved. No sooner had he spoken than the ward door swung open again. Chu Tian entered with his team, glancing at the hospital bed and asking, "How is it? No one touched the silver needles after I left, right?" Jiang Tai shook his head. "I went to perform a surgery earlier and had Liang Qinglong keep watch. No one should have touched them." "So, did you retrieve the soul?" For an atheist like him to utter the word soul felt rather awkward. Chu Tian nodded and walked toward the hospital bed. As he scanned the room, his expression changed abruptly when he reached Fan Qi. "Who moved the silver needles? Didn't I explicitly say not to remove them after I left?" Chu Tian's words made Liang Qinglong instinctively shudder, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He then stiffened his neck and retorted, "No one else entered this ward after you left. Who would remove the needles? I think you're lying. You couldn't save him, and now you're trying to shift the blame onto someone else." Chu Tian shot Liang Qinglong a cold stare. "Me, lying? Open your eyes wide and look carefully. 9 silver needles on each person, not one more, not one less. Can't you even count from 1 to 10? Jiang Tai nodded thoughtfully at Chu Tian's words. "I remember clearly, Mr. Chu did insert 9 silver needles into each patient." "Wait, one is actually missing." Wang Jianen's face darkened instantly upon seeing the missing needle. He roared at Jiang Tai and the others, "What's wrong with you people? You can't even handle such a simple task. That one needle could very well determine the life of Constable Fan. How could you be so careless?" Wang Jianen wasn't known for his temper, and his esteemed status only amplified the impact of his shout. Even director Xiang Lin flinched at the sound. Li Fugue, standing nearby, understood the significance of that missing needle even without being told. His voice tightened as he asked Chu Tian, "Mr. Chu, could it be that the constable?" The rest of his words choked in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to say it, nor did he want to face it. Xiang Lin sighed, glancing at the others before speaking. "Mr. Chu, we'll investigate this matter later. Right now, the urgent priority is to save the constable and the others. Do you still have a way?" In the hospital room, everyone except Liang Qinglong and Xiao Wenshan turned to look at Chu Tian in unison, their eyes brimming with hope. Chu Tian frowned. "The other 6 should be fine. As for the constable, I can only do my best." The 9 silver needles were meant to fortify their foundations, stabilizing their physical bodies and sustaining vitality. Only then could their souls enter their bodies without rejection. Now that one needle had been pulled from the constable, Chu Tian couldn't guarantee what negative effects might follow. Liang Qinglong, seeing he hadn't been exposed, couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. But he refused to believe for a second that Chu Tian could actually cure the 7. Chu Tian drew a deep breath, adjusted his state, then waved his hand. The small cauldron hovered mid-air, beginning to rotate slowly. Gradually, 7 figures drifted out from within the cauldron. Were these truly souls? How astonishing! So soul entities truly exist in this world. The onlookers murmured among themselves. They were clearly deeply shocked by the scene before them. Without a word, Chu Tian guided the 7 soul forms one by one toward the figures lying on the hospital beds. 6 of the soul forms entered their respective bodies with ease. But when it came to Fan Qi, trouble arose. The soul entity was repelled halfway through, instinctively bouncing back out. Witnessing this, the crowd furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with concern. Chu Tian frowned deeply, reinserting the silver needle into Fan Qi's body. It was rejected again. Refusing to accept this outcome, Chu Tian began trying repeatedly. Each attempt yielded the same result. The soul fragment remained unable to fully merge into Fan Qi's body. Watching as Fan Qi's soul body gradually grew more transparent with each failed attempt, Chu Tian's brow knitted tightly together. This won't do. If he continued, Fan Qi's soul might be lost entirely. Once that happened, this physical body would be useless, leaving only one outcome, declaring death. What should he do? Chu Tian racked his brain for solutions, while those around him held their breath, afraid to disturb him. After a long moment, Chu Tian snapped out of his deep concentration, his eyes sparkling brightly. Clearly, he had found a solution. He raised one hand, drawing a finger across his left palm until a drop of blood welled up. Muttering incantations, Chu Tian dabbed the blood directly onto Fan Qi's forehead before reinserting the 9th silver needle into the acupoint. This time, the rejection reaction finally ceased. Fan Qi's soul smoothly entered his own body. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing everything was over. The next second, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. The silver needles previously inserted into the patient's body began to vibrate slowly, emitting a series of humming sounds. The patient gradually regained breathing and finally opened their eyes. This was simply miraculous. He was actually alive. They had just witnessed him take his last breath and his heart stopped beating. Who would have thought Chu Tian truly possessed the power to bring the dead back to life? Fan Lele stared at Chu Tian with eyes aglow, her curiosity about this man deepening. Though they'd only just met, Chu Tian kept surprising her. Unrivaled medical skills, extraordinary martial arts prowess. Just how many more undiscovered wonders did this man possess?
He looked barely 24 or 25, yet possessed such extraordinary abilities. If it weren't impossible, Fang Lele would suspect whether Chu Tian was actually a 1,000-year-old demon, like those in novels, merely possessing the art of eternal youth.
Unaware of Fang Lele's thoughts, Chu Tian let out a long sigh of relief. After a brief pause, cheers erupted throughout the ward. Wang Jianan was the first to shout excitedly. I knew it. When the master steps in, nothing can go wrong. See that? The master can even bring the dead back to life. Damn, this kind of miraculous medical skill is unmatched. Today I finally understand what it means to turn something rotten into something magical. Mr. Chu was born to perform miracles. Guanju nodded and remarked, Mr. Chu's medical skills are truly breathtaking. Luo Zhuo and Yang Ding both nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with a desire to befriend him. Medical skills like these are like having an extra life. Befriending Chu Tian might just save your life someday. Chapter 99, What heart are you pressing? Among all present, only Liang Qinglong's expression betrayed utter panic despite his desperate attempts to conceal it. He couldn't comprehend it. Hadn't Chu Tian explicitly stated that once the silver needles were removed, the patients were beyond saving? Why were all 7 of them alive now? Didn't that mean he had to honor his earlier words? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. The 7 on the bed had already sat up. Li Fugui and Fang Lele rushed excitedly to their sides, weeping and laughing. You're finally awake. If you had just passed away like that, I would have felt guilty for the rest of my life. Hearing Li Fugui's words, Fang Lele smacked him hard on the head in feigned anger. What nonsense are you spouting? All our brothers from the magistrate's office are blessed with great fortune and strong lives. How could anything bad happen to us? Li Fugui quickly nodded and laughed. My bad. I'm just so happy. Bailiff Chief Fan Chi frowned at Li Fugui. What happened earlier? I clearly remember us getting hit by that bomb. I thought I was done for. How come I don't feel a single ache now? I feel even more energetic than when I'm at my healthiest. Li Fugui quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Fan Chi rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Chu Tian. The other 6 officers followed suit. Mr. Chu, you saved our lives. We all owe you our lives. Chu Tian smiled and waved his hand. You were all serving the people. I'm glad I could help. No need for thanks. Fan Chi nodded with a smile, his gaze toward Chu Tian now tinged with admiration. Such youthful talent, coupled with remarkable composure, truly rare indeed. Fang Lele, standing nearby, watched the group immersed in their joy. Suddenly recalling the earlier incident, she grew serious. Sergeant, she said, you have no idea how perilous the situation was when Chu Tian saved you just now. Thankfully, everything turned out fine in the end. Fan Chi frowned and asked, what happened? Fang Lele recounted the perilous incident to Fan Chi. His expression darkened noticeably. He turned to Director Xiang Lin and said coldly, Director Xiang, don't you think you owe me an explanation for this? Shouldn't you be held accountable for the silver needles on my body? If it weren't for Mr. Chu's exceptional medical skills, I'd truly be dead by now. What's going on at your people's hospital? The barrage of accusations left Xiang Lin flustered. He shot a wretched glance at Chu Tian before bowing and scraping. We will conduct a thorough investigation. We'll review the surveillance footage immediately. Liang Qinglong broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, instinctively glancing upward. He'd completely forgotten. Every ward in the hospital had surveillance cameras. Didn't his earlier actions get caught on camera? Facing the furious bailiff and the hospital director vowing a thorough investigation, Liang Qinglong could scarcely believe what he was about to face. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm before speaking. Director, I need to use the restroom. Wait for me, I'll be right back. With that, he strode out. To ordinary observers, he seemed merely desperate to relieve himself. But to Chu Tian, it screamed guilt. What's the rush? Checking the surveillance isn't exactly rocket science. I saw you staying in the ward the whole time. Leaving now is bound to raise suspicions. Chu Tian's words made Liang Qinglong seethe with anger, yet he dared not utter another word. The more he spoke now, the more suspicious he'd appear. Meanwhile, Xiang Lin had already received the surveillance footage from the monitoring room. His expression darkened with every frame. He turned and fixed Liang Qinglong with a piercing stare before handing his phone to Fang Lele. Truthfully, no footage was needed. Everyone present understood the unspoken message in Xiang Lin's gaze. After watching the footage, Fang Lele wasted no time in stepping forward and delivering a resounding slap across his face. Do you even realize you're a doctor? Liang Qinglong reeled from the blow. He looked up at Fang Lele, his neck stiff as he retorted, how is this my fault? If Chu Tian hadn't bet me earlier, I wouldn't have resorted to such desperate measures. If I admitted it, I'd eat upside down. How could I ever show my face again? How could I survive in Yuncheng? Fang Lele snorted coldly at this. So because of your so-called face, you're willing to plot against someone's life? Because of your so-called face, you'd even dare to plot against the chief constable? With that, another slap landed. Still unsatisfied, she switched hands, pummeling Liang Qinglong until his face was soon a bruised and swollen mess. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction seeing Liang Qinglong's pitiful state. This woman was truly exceptionally violent.
Xiang Lin felt his scalp tingle. He had taken a chance on Liang Qinglong because of his potential and his connection to Chu Tian, but he never imagined he'd hired such a treacherous, audacious traitor. Turning to the constable with an apologetic expression, he said, "Chief Constable, this fellow is a doctor we just hired at the hospital.
I never imagined his character would be so flawed. This is my failure.
I will ensure stricter screening when hiring new doctors in the future. Since this young man attempted to frame you, I'll hand him over to you."
Fan Chi nodded and said coldly, "Attempting to harm the chief constable is a charge you cannot bear. Take him away."
Seeing this, Liang Qinglong's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground, his face pleading as he looked at Chu Tian.
Chu Tian, I was foolish earlier. Everyone's fine now. Please intercede for me. I'm good friends with Qingcheng. Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh at his words. You tried to harm me, and now you expect me to save you? How thick-skinned can you be?
If my medical skills weren't so exceptional, the constable might be dead by now.
What fate would I face then?
Liang Qinglong collapsed to the ground upon hearing this, then was dragged away.
He never imagined that a single moment of miscalculation would lead to such a bitter end. After Liang Qinglong left, the ward fell silent. Fan Chi politely thanked Chu Tian once more.
"Mr. Chu, your medical skill is truly astonishing. If not for you, I might never have regained consciousness.
You've saved my life." Chu Tian smiled and waved his hand dismissively.
After exchanging a few more polite words, the constable chief led his men back to the precinct for interrogation.
Guanju also bid farewell.
"Mr. Chu, when you have time, please visit us at Mashan.
We've made friends for life." Chapter 100, Join me for a social engagement. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. Absolutely.
With most of the guests having departed, Chu Tian planned to hail a cab and head straight to Qingqing International to pick up Yi Qingqing after work.
Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Chu Tian eyed the SUV parked before him, raising an eyebrow as he prepared to decline. Fong Lele beat him to it. Taxis are hard to come by around here. You've helped us out a lot today. Let me give you a ride as a token of our gratitude.
Hearing Fong Lele's words, Chu Tian held back the refusal that had formed on his lips.
Once in the car, Fong Lele immediately drove toward Qingqing International. Chu Tian, do you work at Qingqing International? Chu Tian nodded. That's right. I'm Yi Qingqing's assistant. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Fong Lele's beautiful eyes. She glanced at Chu Tian through the rearview mirror and said, "No way. With your skills, being a mere assistant is such a waste of talent. Why don't you come back to the prefecture with me? With your abilities, you could make a name for yourself in no time. Wouldn't that be better than being an assistant?"
Chu Tian chuckled softly and shook his head in refusal.
No thanks. I'm not one for hassle. Being an assistant suits me just fine, it's nice and easy. Fong Lele shot Chu Tian a look of exasperation, as if he were a piece of iron she couldn't forge into steel. She wanted to persuade him further but ultimately gave up. After all, her interactions with him that day had made it clear, once Chu Tian made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to sway him. No amount of persuasion would change that. At the entrance of Qingqing International, Fong Lele left her phone number and said, "Remember to save my number. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime." Chu Tian shook his head helplessly as he watched Fong Lele drive away. Fong Lele might not be around to take this call. Arriving at Yi Qingqing's office door, Chu Tian knocked and pushed his way inside. Yi Qingqing was bent over paperwork. She glanced up at Chu Tian and remarked casually, "You sure are busy today. Just going to the hospital for a checkup took up your entire day." Chu Tian didn't hide anything and recounted everything that had happened at the hospital today.
Yi Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, "It truly is the case that the more capable you are, the more work you get.
You've been busier today at the hospital than I am at the company arresting people, bringing them back to life." Chu Tian chuckled softly, sitting down across from Yi Qingqing.
Watching the woman diligently at work, her beautiful face seemed to glow.
Aren't you done for the day? Aren't you hungry? Let me take you out to eat. Work can wait until tomorrow. Haste makes waste.
Yi Qingqing set down her pen and stretched lazily, her stunning figure on full display.
I still have things to handle today. You go buy it for me. I'll eat here. I want crayfish, the extra spicy kind. Chu Tian sighed inwardly, but Yi Qingqing was a workaholic. If she didn't leave her desk voluntarily, he couldn't persuade her.
Just as he was about to stand up, Yi Qingqing's phone rang.
All right, I'll be right there. Thank you, Uncle Boo.
After a polite greeting, Yi Qingqing hung up.
Chu Tian, don't go. Uncle Boo just called. He's hosting a banquet tonight to celebrate his wife's discharge and her birthday. He wants us to attend. All the company presidents will be there. If we chat and network, we might even secure more collaborations. Chu Tian sighed helplessly. Why bother?
I told you once the formula is perfected and launched, they'll come crawling back. You. Yi Qingcheng slipped on her coat and pulled Chu Tian toward the door. As they walked, she continued, nothing is certain. I need to secure more safeguards for myself. You just don't understand. Chu Tian sighed and followed her to the Night Owl Hotel. It was around 8 in the evening, and the hotel was bustling with diners, its lights shining brightly. Bu Hongjuan's evening banquet had attracted many guests, most of whom had already arrived. They were toasting and chatting merrily. The moment Chu Tian and Yi Qingcheng entered, the lively atmosphere froze for an instant. Wasn't that Yi Qingcheng, the CEO of Qingcheng International? Who would have thought she'd show up? Most of the companies that had been collaborating with them had already terminated their contracts. Was she here to try and lure away their partners? Humph. What smart businessman would want to partner with her now? Qingcheng International had offended Fengyun Group and was now on the brink of bankruptcy. With no viable projects in development, who would want to collaborate with a company doomed to fail? That would be asking for trouble. Yi Qingcheng heard every whisper of the crowd's gossip. Her heart ached, yet her face remained fixed in a smile. Such is the nature of business. Seeking profit and avoiding loss was every businessman's essential lesson. With Qingcheng International now teetering on the brink, it was only natural these people wouldn't want to partner with her. Still, she had to fight for what she could. Ms. Yi, Mr. Chu. You're here too. Just as Yi Qingcheng was considering whom to approach first, Chen Daxiang approached with a cheerful expression, a glass of red wine in hand. Ms. Yi, Mr. Chu. Shortly after, Gu Zongjian followed suit. Their visit seemed less about greeting Yi Qingcheng and more about seeking out Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian's medical skills had helped them resolve a major problem. Chu Tian smiled and nodded in greeting. Mr. Chen, Mr. Gu, I trust both of you are feeling much better now? Chen Daxiang beamed as he nodded. Absolutely. Now I can easily polish off 2 extra bowls of rice at every meal. Gu Zongjian shot Chen Daxiang a disgusted glare and retorted, all you ever think about is eating. Look at how bloated you've gotten. You're over 30 and still growing sideways. Chen Daxiang chuckled, glancing at Gu Zongjian. Look who's talking. You must have benefited from Mr. Chu's kindness too, right? At the mention of Mr. Chu, Gu Zongjian's face lit up with excitement. The medicine you gave me works wonders. I feel like I'm unstoppable now, full of vigor and vitality, even more potent than in my youth. Standing nearby, Yi Qingcheng flushed slightly at the remark, feeling a touch of awkwardness. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the two, Chu Tian glanced at the curious glances being cast his way from nearby and declared loudly, of everyone here, you two are the wisest. Trust me, soon you'll be grateful for your choice. Because Qingcheng International will make you rich beyond your wildest dreams. Chen Daxiang, intrigued, asked, Mr. Chu, are you implying that Qingcheng International will rise again? Chapter 101, Enemies Meet. Chu Tian glanced at Yi Qingcheng, nodded with absolute confidence, and declared, trust me, it will. When that time comes, you'll realize your decision was absolutely correct. Chen Daxiang and Gu Zongjian heard Chu Tian's words but harbored little hope. They persisted for their own reasons, but certainly not because they wished to oppose Fengyun Group or wholeheartedly support Yi Qingcheng. Even now, they were enduring immense pressure to hold their ground, but how long they could persist was anyone's guess. As for Qingcheng International, the heads of Yuncheng's major corporations had largely made their predictions about its future trajectory. Bu Hongjun walked toward the group, arm in arm with his wife, Jiang Hongmei. Fully recovered, Jiang Hongmei radiated vitality, her striking beauty evident. She appeared as a captivating woman in her 30s, still possessing a graceful charm. As they approached Chu Tian, Jiang Hongmei spoke first. Mr. Chu, old Bu mentioned that it was thanks to you that I was able to recover. Today, I wanted to take this opportunity to properly thank you. She began to bow deeply, but Chu Tian gently helped her up before she could complete the gesture. You're too kind, madam. Your recovery is a blessing in itself. Since fate spared you, I merely did what any person should do. Jiang Hongmei felt quite impressed by Chu Tian's unassuming demeanor. She glanced at Bu Hongjun. Bu Hongjun cleared his throat and spoke up, Mr. Chu, I hosted this banquet today partly to celebrate Madam's survival, but also to give Miss Yi an opportunity. Yi Qingcheng listened, her face lighting up with gratitude as she looked at Bu Hongjun. Bu Hongjun clapped his hands a few times, drawing everyone's attention to him. Everyone, please quiet down. Miss Yi has something to say. All eyes turned to Yi Qingcheng, some filled with confusion, others with disdain, and still others ready to watch the spectacle unfold. What chance of recovery could a company on the brink of bankruptcy possibly have? Any efforts now are merely death throes. Yi Qingcheng cleared her throat and began, Gentlemen, I understand that business people pursue profit and avoid loss. I also know that given the current state of Qingcheng International, you see no reason to invest. But I ask for 1 week. In 1 week, I will show you Qingcheng International's stunning comeback. Yi Qingcheng paused before continuing, for those willing to continue partnering with us, I promise to increase your profits appropriately. You will become Qingcheng International's most steadfast partners, unbreakable bonds. This promise truly began to sway some of the listeners. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the doorway. "Heh, Yi Qingcheng, you still haven't given up? In your current state, you're merely grasping at straws. What? Before bankruptcy, you still want to drag everyone down with you?" Heads turned in unison. As the figures at the doorway came into focus, expressions shifted subtly. Leading them was none other than Yuan Jingse, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family from Fengyun Group. Yuan Jingse was a woman of exceptional capability. Within the Yuan family's business empire, she had always been in charge of the cosmetics division. Indirectly speaking, Yuan Jingse and Yi Qingcheng were adversaries. Behind Yuan Jingse stood Luo Secheng, the eldest son of the Luo family Zhang Xiao, the young master of the Zhang family, and Ma Yunfei, the young master of the Ma family. Han Dongmin and Wang Yan also stood conspicuously among them. The moment they spotted Chu Tian, the hatred in their eyes was almost palpable. But upon catching sight of Yuan Jingse, they exchanged a knowing glance and flashed each other sly, cunning grins. With Yuan Jingse, the big shot, present today, they didn't even need to speak. Chu Tian stood no chance. The business owners present, who had been wavering, saw Yuan Jingse and immediately hardened their stances. They began urging her in unison, "Miss Yi, given your company's current situation, it's not that we don't want to give you this favor. It's simply that you can't even save yourselves. Partnering with your company offers us absolutely no possibility of profit. Anyone can make big promises, but how can you guarantee we'll see any return on our investment in a week? We're not fools like some people. Instead of wasting our time with empty promises, you'd be better off figuring out how to win back the Yuan family's forgiveness. Maybe then your company might have a better future." Yuan Jingse's smug expression only deepened as she listened to their words. She shifted her feet lightly and walked slowly toward the stage. Today, Yuan Jingse wore a crimson gown, her hair swept up high, revealing a slender swan-like neck. She walked with a deliberate, measured step, a sight to behold, like a proud peacock. Upon reaching the stage, she spoke slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my younger brother was originally scheduled to attend today. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he is still recuperating. I have come merely to address you briefly and clarify the Yuan family's position." Upon hearing this, Bu Hongjuan's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at Chu Tian, wary that he might take offense. This banquet was arranged solely to give Yi Qingcheng an opportunity. He hadn't extended an invitation to the Yuan family at all. How had they gotten wind of this? As you all know, Fengyun Group's client base has been booming lately. With profits rolling in, I certainly won't forget to share the wealth with you. Today, I'm offering you a choice. If you wish to partner with Fengyun Group, you must sever all ties with Qingqing International. In other words, you can only choose one side. If you choose to stand behind Qingqing International, you will forever lose the chance to partner with my Fengyun Group. Now, make your choice. Yuan Jingse turned to shoot Yi Qingqing a defiant glance, waiting silently for the others to decide. What's there to choose? I'll absolutely become Fengyun Group's most loyal supporter. I also choose Fengyun Group. Miss Yuan is right, let's all profit together. Anyone with a brain knows which choice to make. Miss Yi, I'm truly sorry. Even if a divine being came to your company, it couldn't be revived. We can't risk the entire company. Miss Yi, you'd be better off bowing to Fengyun Group. If that fails, go beg your father. Your stubbornness is utterly pointless. You're absolutely right. In such a large company, are you really going to make all those employees pay for your whims? You can't be so selfish. Most of those present chose to stand behind Yuan Jingse. Chapter 102, You'll regret this. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing's face gradually turned pale. Today, Bu Hongjuan's good intentions had been wasted. After all the commotion, aside from a few who remained neutral in Chen Daxiang and Gu Songjian who sided with Yi Qingcheng, everyone else unhesitatingly chose Fengyun Group. This scene was a brutal slap in Yi Qingqing's face. Yuan Jingse shot her a smug glance, seemingly relishing the look of utter defeat on her opponent's face. It seemed most present had sharp eyes and wisely made the most correct choice. With that, he cast a lazy glance at the few who remained neutral, subtly pressuring them, haven't you lot made your choice yet? Let me remind you, this is the Yuan family's only chance to accept you. Miss this opportunity, and in the future, you won't even get crumbs from the Yuan family's pie. The few individuals flushed with embarrassment, forcing awkward smiles. Mr. Yuan, please calm your anger. We'll just need a moment to reconsider. If these individuals still held any potential for recruitment, then Gu Songjian and Chen Daxiang, who had chosen to stand behind Yi Qingcheng, were now completely excluded from the Yuan family's partnership list. Gu Songjian, Chen Daxiang, have you thought this through? Everyone here knows the current state of Qingqing International. Do you intend to sync with it? Or are you simply drawn to Yi Qingcheng because she's the daughter of Yunqing's wealthiest man? It's a pity that Yi Qingcheng was too impulsive back then, making a pact with Yi Lao that he wouldn't intervene in any crisis at Qingqing International for 5 years. Surely you're aware of this? Chen Daxiang frowned, his tone stiff. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yuan.
Though I am a businessman, I value integrity above all. I would never kick someone when they're down. If it comes to bankruptcy, I'll simply start over in another city. Chen Daqian's magnanimity even surprised Zhu Tian. Unfortunately, to the onlookers, his words sounded like utter foolishness. Mockery erupted instantly, filling the air. Yuan Jingser snorted derisively, her voice dripping with contempt. Since the wise have made their choices, there's no need for us to linger. Returning to discuss our partnership direction is far more meaningful than attending this tedious banquet. Those who had chosen Fengyun Group followed Yuan Jingser out in succession. Are you certain of your choice? After all, this is your only chance. Once you've chosen Fengyun Group, even if you come crawling back to Qingqing International in tears, you won't get another opportunity for cooperation. Zhu Tianqing's icy voice reached every ear, sounding like a laughable joke. A portly middle-aged man pointed at himself and bellowed, "Kid, who the hell do you think you are? I'm Zhang Changzhuang. Mark my words right here. My Changzhuang Real Estate will never partner with your Qingqing International. Not in this lifetime." This was a golden opportunity to curry favor with the big players. After Zhang Changzhuang finished speaking, he stole a glance at Yuan Jingser. Spotting the fleeting satisfaction in her eyes, he felt his tail nearly touch the sky. His arrogantly overbearing expression was glaringly obnoxious. Seeing this tactic work, others rushed to declare their stances, each statement more aggressive than the last. As long as I'm in this position, Guolu will never partner with your Qingqing Group. Making me beg you? That's a pipe dream. Zhu Tian's expression remained largely unchanged as he replied calmly, "Very well. Since that's the case, we'll just wait and see. I can announce right now that your companies are permanently blacklisted by Qingqing International. You'll regret this." Seeing Zhu Tian in Yi Qingqing's disheveled state, Han Dongmin and Wang Yan couldn't have been happier. In their eyes, Zhu Tian's rise in wealthy circles was entirely due to Yi Qingqing's status. Now that Yi Qingqing had fallen, Zhu Tian would once again become a rat in the street, a piece of stinking dog. To be trampled underfoot at their whim. Heh, Zhu Tian, I actually admire your courage. Doesn't everyone know Qingqing International is beyond saving? And you still dream of making a comeback? What a pipe dream. You're nothing but a piece of stinking dog. You deserve to be trampled in the mud forever. Think you can turn things around? Not in this lifetime. Zhu Tian, look at your pathetic state now, exactly like when we broke up. The saddest thing in life isn't never reaching the top, but having tasted it only to plummet back down. Wang Yan's gaze toward Zhu Tian held both schadenfreude and satisfaction, a sight that stung the eyes no matter how one looked at it. Luo Suching narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. His voice thick with resentment, he declared, "Zhu Tian, you crippled my sister. I don't know how you blinded her, but I'll make you pay for this." Zhu Tian curved his lips into a faint smile. It's a bit premature to declare victory before the final showdown, don't you think? The real spectacle is yet to come, let's wait and see. Yuan Jingser shot Zhu Tian a lingering look before leading her people away. The neutral business owners exchanged dry smiles and shook their heads before bidding farewell and departing. Bu Hongjun spoke apologetically, "Mr. Chu, Miss Yi, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined things would turn out this way. I never sent an invitation to the Yuan family in the first place." Yi Qingqing shook her head with a light chuckle. "This isn't Uncle Bu's fault. Nothing is absolute. At least Yuan Jingser helped us see clearly who truly meant well." After speaking, she glanced at Chen Daqiang and Gu Tsongjian. The two men showed no inclination to offer comfort. Had it not been for the favor owed to Zhu Tian, they likely wouldn't have taken on such a thankless task with no clear path to success. After exchanging brief farewells, they dispersed. Once Zhu Tian and Yi Qingqing got into the car, he wanted to offer some words of comfort but didn't know where to begin. The bottom line remained unchanged. Once the formula was mass-produced and officially launched, those who had once made bold claims would understand just how painful it felt to be proven wrong. "Shall we head home now?" Yi Qingqing shook her head. "I don't want to go back. Take me to a bar for a few drinks." At that moment, Yi Qingqing's mood could only be eased by having a few drinks and then collapsing into bed. Zhu Tian pondered for a moment, started the car, and drove to a relatively quiet, artsy bar. The singer's melancholic voice only deepened Yi Qingqing's gloom. After downing several drinks in silence, Yi Qingqing finally turned to look at Zhu Tian, her eyes unfocused. Chapter 103, The Press Conference. "Zhu Tian, do you really think we can't get through this crisis?" Yi Qingqing now felt utterly lost about her future path. She had believed tonight might present an opportunity. Even if she couldn't secure partners, she could at least shake their resolve and buy another week. But who could have predicted Yuan Jingser would suddenly appear, dashing all her hopes? Worse, most companies had now openly positioned themselves against Qingqing International. Zhu Tian met Yi Qingqing's bewildered gaze with gentle reassurance. "Trust me. In a week, when our cosmeceutical line launches, they'll regret this. Then we'll hold all the cards." Yi Qingqing looked at Zhu Tian with lingering doubt and couldn't help asking, "Zhu Tian, why are you so confident? More confident than even me, the CEO?" After a few glasses of wine, Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed bright red. Her gaze seemed slightly hazy, adding a touch of innocent charm while shedding some of her usual aloofness. Shu Tian smiled mysteriously. If I told you I traveled back from the future, would you believe me? Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes and retorted, you're just pulling my leg. I wouldn't believe you for a second. Shu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because I have absolute confidence in my formula, you should have confidence in yourself and the company too. We're only a week away. We'll know the results soon enough, won't we? Hearing Shu Tian's words, Yi Qingqing felt a little more at ease. After a moment's hesitation, she finally said, Shu Tian, thank you. Thank you for standing by me during my toughest times. Through the bar's dim lighting, their eyes met. Something seemed to shift in the look they shared. Shu Tian chuckled softly. Isn't it a bit early to be saying thank you? Wait until the launch is a success, until you're swamped with partnership offers, then it won't be too late to thank me. Yi Qingqing nodded firmly, rubbing her cheek before raising her glass. In that case, let's toast early to smooth sailing. To a spectacular comeback. Shu Tian clinked glasses in unison, smiling as he echoed, to a spectacular comeback. They drained their glasses in unison, sharing a knowing smile. This drink seemed to draw them considerably closer. Shu Tian gazed at her radiant face, its delicate features brimming with hope for the future, a sight that stirred his heart. In that moment, Shu Tian heard his own racing heartbeat and realized he had developed a fondness for this remarkably resilient woman before him. A week passed quickly. Shu Tian had stayed by Yi Qingqing's side the entire time, with little else to occupy him. One day in the office, Shu Tian quietly checked his phone while Yi Qingqing intently studied the company's latest financial statements, her brow furrowing deeply. The ringtone of a phone shattered the room's silence. After hanging up, Yi Qingqing abruptly stood up from her seat, her face aglow with excitement as she exclaimed to Shu Tian, Shu Tian. Great news, our cosmeceutical development has succeeded. Our big comeback is finally here. Shu Tian was equally delighted and nodded. Then congratulations in advance, President Yi. Yi Qingqing happily instructed Xiao Ke to gather all company personnel in the first-floor lobby. The crowd, unsure of what was happening, couldn't help but ask Yi Qingqing. Ms. Yi, what's going on? This urgency, could something major have happened at the company? Exactly, President Yi. We're working hard on the cosmeceuticals right now. I'm sure it won't be long before our company rises above the rest again. That's a great idea. I just hope we can keep our jobs. Over the years, I've genuinely grown to love the company's atmosphere. The remark dampened everyone's spirits. They all understood how precarious the company's current situation was. Yet beyond doing their assigned tasks, they felt powerless to help. Every day before leaving work, they prayed they wouldn't wake up to news of the company's bankruptcy. Yi Qingqing saw the gloom on everyone's faces and felt a pang of sadness herself. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to sound more upbeat as she spoke. I gathered you all today to share some great news. Our company's cosmeceuticals have been successfully developed. Tomorrow morning, Xingcheng International will hold a launch event at the Hentaying Hotel. I'm asking everyone here to spread this news far and wide today. The more people who know about it, the better. The more attendees we get, the better. This is our chance to turn Xingcheng International around. At this, the team's eyes lit up instantly. Filled with renewed energy, they nodded in agreement before rushing off to tackle their respective tasks. News of Xingcheng International's new product breakthrough spread like wildfire across Yun City. Everyone greeted the news with skepticism. Have you heard? Tomorrow, Xingcheng International is holding a new product launch event. I say they're just flailing about. Even if they have a new product, so what? Forget about its effectiveness. With the Fengyun Group looming like a mountain, there's no way Xingcheng International can turn things around. Exactly. Xingcheng International is just courting trouble this time. I can't wait to see how they'll clean up this mess. Yuan Yanbin, still in the hospital, let out a series of cold laughs upon hearing the news. He looked at Yuan Jingser, who was peeling an apple for him beside him, and said, Sis, did Xingcheng International really develop a new product? Yuan Jingse placed the peeled apple into Yuan Yanbin's hand and replied calmly, So what? Most companies in Yunqing are on our side now. Yi Qingqing's 5-year agreement with her father ensures the Yi family won't interfere. We're merely teaching Yi Qingqing a lesson in how to conduct oneself. If you have family power and don't know how to use it, you'll just be at the mercy of others to mold you however they please. This launch event is no different. Later, I'll spread the word. Anyone who dares to attend will be permanently blacklisted by Fengyun Group. Yuan Yanbin took a bite of his apple and found time to give his sister a thumbs up. When it came to business, he truly couldn't hold a candle to his sister, even with 10 times her intelligence. Oh, and Yanbin, accompany your sister tomorrow. A spectacle like this is rare. Consider it your sister collecting some interest on your behalf. The thought of Yi Qingqing's helpless, despairing expression made Yuan Yanbin's heart race with anticipation. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to win the beauty's heart. Chapter 104, No One. Who knows? With a few soothing words, Yi Qingqing might just trust him and secretly consent. A woman at her weakest and most desperate is the perfect moment to strike. Preparations were already underway in full swing at the penthouse hall of the Yunding Tower. Chairs for the press conference were being adjusted back and forth, while attending journalists chatted idly and fiddled with their equipment. Yi Qingcheng, Zhu Tian, and several executives from Qingqing International were backstage discussing the upcoming event. As one of the primary developers of this pharmaceutical cosmetics line, Gao Chang had been filled with immense excitement. He held unwavering confidence in Zhu Tian's formula and the product he had refined. But after receiving the news released by Feng Yun Group before arriving, he couldn't muster any joy. Ms. Yi, just this morning, Feng Yun Group announced at their press conference that everyone attending our event today will be blacklisted by them. Do you think anyone will actually show up? Yi Qingcheng didn't hold much hope either, instinctively glancing at Zhu Tian. I'd say it's looking grim. Feng Yun Group is clearly trying to crush us to prevent any comeback. Today's event might just turn into a laughingstock. Sigh, why did we have to cross Feng Yun Group? This time, it's truly beyond redemption. Zhu Tian frowned upon hearing this and spoke up. Don't you have any confidence in your own products? Quality speaks for itself. If our products are good, we won't struggle to find customers. Today's launch event absolutely won't become a laughingstock. Zhu Tian's words made Gao Chang's eyes light up. He found himself deeply agreeing with Zhu Tian's words. As for the other executives, they still harbored significant doubts about the product's ultimate success. Hearing Zhu Tian's words, they couldn't help but interject. You're being blindly overconfident. Feng Yun Group is gaining momentum rapidly. I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to risk exposure to Feng Yun Group by attending our launch event. The launch is about to begin, and so far, not a single person has shown up at the venue. What should we do? Mr. Yi, perhaps we should reschedule? Yi Qingqing glanced at the time, took a deep breath, and slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes blazed with determination as she addressed the executives beside her. There's no turning back now. I trust Zhu Tian, and I trust our company's product. Even if not a single person shows up today, this launch event will proceed. With that, she strode directly toward the stage. As she stood on stage, the timing was perfect. Glancing around the vast banquet hall, she saw only journalists, not a single CEO in attendance. Though her heart sank slightly, her expression remained utterly composed. With formidable confidence and a poised smile, the moment Yi Qingcheng stepped onto the stage, she seamlessly transformed into the radiant, powerful CEO persona. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yi Qingcheng, CEO of Qingqing International Group. Today, I convene this press conference to announce that our newly developed pharmaceutical cosmetics have officially passed the testing phase and are ready for market launch. No sooner had Yi Qingcheng finished speaking than a reporter below the stage couldn't help but ask, President Yi, it's been reported that Feng Yun Group issued a statement earlier. To date, not a single person has attended this press conference. May I ask what your thoughts are on this? Yi Qingcheng chuckled lightly, responding with unflappable composure. Quality speaks for itself. Since I've scheduled this conference, it's because I have absolute confidence in my product. Even if no one shows up today, this event will proceed as planned. Ms. Yi, what exactly is this pharmaceutical cosmetics product your company has developed? What qualifies it to challenge Feng Yun Group? You must know that Feng Yun Group has nearly monopolized Yunqing's cosmetics market with the ancient formula they acquired recently. Carving out a share of that market won't be easy. Mr. Yi, with Qingqing International facing this crisis, have you sought assistance from your family clan? Was this ancient formula for the cosmeceutical also procured with their help? Mr. Yi, do you truly have the confidence to turn the tables after antagonizing Feng Yun Group? The reporter's questions grew increasingly sharp, gradually straying from the original topic and veering off course. This left Yi Qingcheng and the executives beside her looking increasingly uneasy. Yi Qingcheng steadied her nerves, about to remind everyone to refocus on the products, when a hearty laugh echoed from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Yuan Yanbin, dressed in a suit, seated in a wheelchair. Behind him stood Yuan Jingser, followed by Luo Sutsing and his sister Luo Xia. Zhang Xiao and Ma Yunfei were also prominently present. Further back, Wang Yan and Han Dongmin stared at Yi Qingcheng with mocking expressions. In their eyes, Yi Qingcheng was utterly humiliating herself at today's launch event. In the end, she had shot herself in the foot. And they were the spectators below the stage, reveling in watching Yi Qingcheng and Zhu Tian lose all face. Miss Yi, these reporters sure know how to ask questions. They've hit every nail on the head. Why aren't you answering? What does your Qingqing International have to compete with us? Better go back to your family and cry to daddy. Luo Xiao's face was swathed in bandages, yet her tone still betrayed her deep resentment toward Yi Qingcheng and Zhu Tian. Yuan Yanbin gazed at Yi Qingcheng with undiminished passion. Qingcheng, my feelings for you are as clear as day. Why won't you accept me? If you agree, we'll become Yun City's most celebrated golden couple. Together, we'll dominate the entire market. Our two families will reign supreme. It's not too late. Accept my pursuit, and I'll immediately halt Feng Yun Group's suppression of your company. I'll even provide the capital you need to turn things around.
Yi Qingqing's expression remained icy, not uttering a single word. For a two-faced villain like Yuan Yanbin, who speaks one way to your face and another behind your back, even speaking to him felt like a waste of breath. Gao Zhang, standing nearby, could no longer bear to listen. He lowered his voice. Ms. Yi, perhaps we should reschedule the press conference for another day? I simply cannot bear this humiliation. Yi Qingqing shot him a piercing glance and retorted, as the boss, I don't feel humiliated. What's your problem? If you can't handle this, you can leave now. I've made it clear, once the press conference starts, there's no stopping it midway. If we walk out now, we'll become the laughingstock of all Yunchen. Shu Tian nodded in silent agreement with Yi Qingqing's words. Chapter 105, Are you kidding me? Heh, Yuan Yanbin, Luoxia seems you've both recovered quite nicely. One blind in one eye, the other still confined to a wheelchair, yet you both came to support Qingqing International. Your dedication truly moves us. Shu Tian's remark immediately dismissed the onlookers as mere props, prompting frowns from the journalists below the stage. Yuan Yanbin snorted coldly. Kid, you have no right to speak here. You're just relying on your decent looks to blind Qingcheng. A useless piece of trash like you could never offer Qingcheng as much support as I do. Yuan Jingse nodded in agreement, speaking coolly. A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect. But someone like you, clinging to others like a parasitic bindweed, won't last long. Wang Yan scoffed loudly. You might not know this, but I know every detail of this pretty boy's past. He used to be my lapdog. A lowly doctor whose monthly salary couldn't even buy me a single handbag. Such a loser probably got dumped by me and got so bitter he decided to suck up to the Yi family's daughter. Too bad he's nothing but bad luck. Not long after he started following Miss Yi, his company hit this huge crisis. My advice? Everyone should steer clear of him from now on. Hearing Chu Tian being slandered, Yi Qingcheng grew angrier than when her own products faced criticism. Just as she was about to speak up for him, a clear, elegant voice drifted in from the doorway. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? As if you're worthy of Mr. Chu. His true capabilities are beyond your comprehension, that's your loss. As the words fell, Shanguan Momo entered at a leisurely pace, accompanied by members of the Shanguan family. Even in simple hoodies and jeans, Shanguan Momo radiated an overwhelming beauty. As the black veil was lifted from her face, her large, expressive eyes seemed to hold an entire galaxy within them, a gaze that could make anyone lose themselves. Shanguan Momo. Her eyes were actually healed. Yuan Yanbin and the others exchanged startled glances, clearly taken aback. Yuan Yanbin, who had just been professing his devotion moments ago, now gazed at Shanguan Momo with a glint of desire in his eyes. Such a gaze made Shanguan Momo feel uneasy, and she turned her head to glance at Yuan Yanbin. Yi Qingcheng, seeing that Shanguan Momo could actually see again, was happier than anyone. She stood up immediately and exclaimed, Momo, you can see. That's wonderful. Right now, you're so beautiful it makes me feel inadequate. A gentle smile touched Shanguan Momo's lips as she turned to look at Chu Tian. This was the first time she was seeing him with her own eyes, and she never imagined he would look like this. He was somewhat thin and frail, yet strangely, he radiated an innate sense of security, a powerful confidence emanating from within that made one instinctively want to trust him. Chu Tian saw Shanguan Momo and nodded with a smile. Old Shanguan beamed at Chu Tian and Yi Qingcheng. Mr. Yi, why didn't you invite this old man to your press conference? I only heard about it from others and rushed over immediately. Chu Tian chuckled and replied, well, that was indeed an oversight on our part. Since you're here, please take a seat. No sooner had Chu Tian finished speaking than another burst of hearty laughter echoed from the doorway. He Chang and He Guangnian strode in. Ms. Yi. Congratulations. We heard about your new product launch today and thought we'd join the festivities. Yuan Yanbin and the others, who had been waiting to see Chu Tian and Yi Qingcheng humiliated, were taken aback. They hadn't expected anyone would dare defy the Yuan family's pressure to attend the launch. This left Yuan Yanbin and Yuan Jingse looking rather uncomfortable. After the three took their seats, Yi Qingcheng's face softened with a few more smiles. After all, no matter how confident she felt, without an audience to cheer her on, something still felt missing. Not long after they settled in, representatives from the Yi family arrived. Though Yi Yunfei himself didn't come, he sent his butler. As soon as he entered, he spoke with a cheerful smile. Miss, the master knew you had a launch event today and specifically sent me to show support. Looks like quite a crowd has gathered. The current predicament of Qingqing International was common knowledge. Even Yi Yunfei had prepared for Yi Qingqing to return to the main family to manage the business after this anticipated failure. Yet, unexpectedly, today's press conference was far livelier than Yi Yunfei had anticipated. Master. We're here to show our support too. Master, old Zhou, and I are here. Their voices preceded their arrival as the two old men, Zhou Yongtai and Wang Jianan, strode in with remarkable vigor. For today's event, they'd even donned two brand new robes, looking all the more festive. Seeing these two influential divine physicians from Yunqing here to support Yi Qingcheng, Yuan Yanbin's expression finally cracked.
He shot a glance at Yuan Jingser and gritted his teeth, muttering, "What the hell is going on with that kid? He actually got both of these legendary doctors to take him as their master. Looks like this press conference isn't turning out quite how we expected." Yuan Jingser's expression had grown as cold as ice. Ever since childhood, Yuan Jingser had always compared herself to Yi Qingcheng in everything. In looks, she always fell just short of Yi Qingcheng. In academic performance, in popularity, in being pursued, she was inferior in every way. Years of this accumulation had bred a deep-seated resentment within her. It wasn't until Yi Qingcheng left the Yi family that Yuan Jingse finally sensed her chance had arrived. She had believed this chance would ensure Yi Qingcheng never regained her footing, forcing her to return to the Yi family's main branch in disgrace. Unexpectedly, a twist occurred midway. While the Shanguan and Yi families had merely surprised her, the arrival of the two divine physicians began to stir unease within Yuan Jingse. It felt as though events had begun to veer off course to some extent. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. "Sis, what do we do now?" Yuan Yanbin was utterly unwilling to witness the current scene. Though the He and Shanguan families were far less influential in business circles than the Yuans, and the Yuans had never regarded them as threats. But these two divine physicians possessed extraordinary medical skills and their own networks. They were figures beyond the Yuan family's control. Yuan Jingser took a deep breath, curled her lips slightly, and said, "No need to panic. Let's observe further." Even with the two divine physicians' presence, if other companies didn't attend, the Yi family's launch event couldn't possibly be a complete success. Yi Qingcheng turned to give Chu Tian a grateful glance, just as she was about to resume the event, when commotion erupted again at the entrance. "President Yi, we've come to support you. On such a special day, how could we be absent?" Chapter 106, What gives Yi Qingcheng the right? As they spoke, Xia Yunlong and Bu Hongjun strode in. Their appearance immediately unsettled Yuan Yanbin and Yuan Jingser, who had just calmed down. Their faces were as colorful as a palette. They truly hadn't expected Yi Qingcheng to have such influence. Even the city lord and the Chamber of Commerce president had been invited to show their support. Though attendance was sparse, the weight of those present was undeniable. Events were spiraling further and further from their initial expectations. Exchanging glances, Wang Yan's eyes flashed with deep resentment as she declared, "Gentlemen and ladies, rest assured. Even if these are bigwigs, I refuse to believe their research could surpass Feng Yun Group's. If the product fails, no amount of VIPs will save them." Wang Yan's words acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly lifting the group's spirits. Luo Xia gritted her teeth. "Wang Yan's right. I refuse to believe they can concoct anything worthwhile in just half a month. Their product will definitely fall short of Feng Yun Group's cream. The more prestigious the visitors, the more humiliating it'll be for them. Rest assured, nothing unexpected will happen. This is the moment Qingcheng International sinks into the mud. We'll be the ones to witness it." As they spoke, Chen Daqiang and Gu Tsongjian strode in. Their faces radiated triumphant satisfaction. The moment they entered, they congratulated, "President Yi, we'd like to extend our early congratulations on the resounding success of your launch event. Good thing we made it. Mr. Yi, the launch isn't over yet, right?" Yi Qingcheng smiled and shook her head. "You two couldn't have arrived at a better time. Our launch event is officially starting now." Hearing this, the two men's faces lit up with delight as they prepared to find empty seats. But just as they took a few steps, Yuan Jingser's cold voice drifted into their ears. "You two really know how to curry favor. Are you truly prepared to stake your company on this gamble? Knowing full well it's a losing proposition? I advise you to reconsider carefully, lest you end up losing everything down to your underwear." Chen Daqiang awkwardly scratched his nose and spoke up, "Miss Yuan, that's not quite right. I, Chen Daqiang, have already made my position clear. No matter what happens, we stand firmly with Qingcheng International. Our stance won't change." Gu Tsongjian nodded in agreement. "Even if Qingcheng International truly can't turn this around, we won't regret our decision. Miss Yuan, you're wasting your breath." Yuan Jingser's words had carried a threatening undertone. Though neither Chen Daqiang nor Gu Tsongjian held high hopes for Yi Qingcheng's launch event, they had chosen their side. To switch allegiances now would be to betray their own principles, and they wouldn't respect themselves if they did. Chu Tian heard every word they said, silently nodding in approval. He was satisfied with their stance. They would prove utterly reliable in the future. His companies would serve as the vanguard. With that thought, he turned to look at Yi Qingcheng on stage and gave her a subtle nod. Noticing Chu Tian's gesture, Yi Qingcheng cleared her throat and began, "Thank you all for coming today. Let's officially kick off our launch event." Before Yi Qingcheng could finish, Han Dongmin interrupted loudly, "Ms. Yi, let's skip the grand speeches. Since this is a new product launch, aren't you going to show us the actual product? If the product itself works well, that would be far more convincing than your lengthy explanations here." The other journalists nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Ms. Yi. No matter how good the marketing is, the product's actual performance is what matters most. Let us see the product. Since we arrived, you haven't mentioned a single thing about the product. This makes us wonder, do you even have a new product to launch?" Or are you just lacking confidence in it?
Among these reporters, several had been specifically bribed by the Yuan family to make Yi Qingcheng uncomfortable. These sharp questions were carefully crafted. One wrong move, and they could easily become ammunition against her. Yi Qingcheng chuckled softly before speaking. I know everyone is very curious, but please allow me to give a brief introduction first. The beauty product we've developed is called Red Beauty Dew Cream.
Its primary functions are beautifying the complexion, eliminating freckles, and revitalizing women's skin.
Suitable for ages 18 to 80, it offers skincare benefits for the young and excellent anti-aging effects for those slightly older. As you all know, the primary function of skincare products is maintenance.
Most products on the market take time to show results and aren't particularly effective.
Our newly developed cream, however, works with just a thin layer. It provides antioxidant protection, eliminating the need for sunscreen, and possesses powerful restorative properties.
It's like wearing makeup while continuously repairing your skin.
Yi Qingcheng's words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Some were curious, others skeptical, all staring intently at her. Yuan Yanbin stared intently at Yi Qingcheng, unable to believe she could have discovered such a miraculous ancient formula in just half a month.
Such beauty results were beyond even their capabilities. How could Yi Qingcheng possibly have it? Ms. Yi, that sounds a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? How could there possibly be cosmetics with such incredible effects in this world?
Exactly.
Talk is cheap. Show us right now. Let us see it with our own eyes.
Yi Qingcheng smiled confidently, nodded, and beckoned. You three, come over here. The three waitresses standing nearby, flattered and surprised, pointed at themselves and asked, Miss Yi, are you talking about us?
Yi Qingcheng smiled and nodded. Right now, I'll give you all a live demonstration. These three are hotel staff.
Now, please share your skin concerns with everyone. As Yi Qingcheng spoke, the three women's skin issues were already clearly projected onto the large screen behind her, magnified several times over.
Enlarged pores, dull complexion, freckles, acne.
These common skin concerns were all prominently displayed on their faces.
Miss Yi, is your cream really that effective? A petite, dark-skinned girl among them asked hesitantly.
Yi Qingcheng smiled, gesturing toward 3 bowls of water and makeup remover already prepared.
Don't worry, she said softly. Let's start by removing your makeup.
Soon, you'll see how effective our products are. The three nodded, looking down nervously as they removed their makeup and washed their faces. After removing their makeup, their skin issues became even more pronounced and severe. Yi Qingcheng personally stepped forward, evenly applying the Red Beauty Dew Cream to each of their faces. After application, she gently placed a layer of mask over each face.
Yuan Jingser snorted derisively at the sight. Chapter 107, The results are mind-blowing. What a charade, putting on a face mask too. Since you've already applied the cream, are you worried it won't work? Are we supposed to find fault with it? Shanguan Momo shot Yuan Jingser a cold glance and remarked, Miss Yuan, why the rush? Your desires are destined to go unfulfilled today anyway. Instead of fretting over whether this cream works, you'd be better off worrying about what happens when your clients flee tomorrow. Yuan Jingser shot Shanguan Momo a cold stare, seething with hatred inside. Though Luo Xia couldn't see, her brother had mentioned that Shanguan Momo's eyes had healed and she looked even more beautiful now. This made Luo Xia feel utterly sick to her stomach. Who would have thought Chu Tian could actually cure even a blind person? Then she. Mr. Yi, why did you cover the faces of the three with masks? Was it fear of disappointing results, or just playing up the mystery? The reporter who had provoked them earlier stepped forward again to stir up the crowd's emotions. Yi Qingcheng smiled upon hearing this and explained, I covered their faces with masks to enhance absorption. Another reason was to prepare you mentally. Yi Qingcheng's words drew a wave of laughter. Wang Yan sneered, what a load of nonsense. I'll be damned if I don't see what magic this so-called miracle cream has to offer. All this mystique. Wang Yan added. I bet you're just too embarrassed to show your face. Don't blame these three innocent guinea pigs if the results disappoint. The sarcastic remarks didn't faze Yi Qingcheng in the slightest. Her eyes sparkling, she turned to the three women and announced, now, let's reveal the mystery. Please remove the masks from your faces. A flicker of unease crossed their faces as they complied. The moment the masks came off, a collective gasp rippled through the banquet hall. Yi Qingcheng's launch event was simultaneously live-streamed across all platforms. Those who had initially dismissed Yi Qingcheng's claims were now frantically flooding the chat with reactions upon seeing the women's transformed skin. Good heavens! Anyone seeing them now would never connect these women to their previous selves. It's nothing short of miraculous. Just a thin layer of cream, and not only does it blend seamlessly, but it genuinely seems to improve the skin. Pores are practically invisible. Not only that, but it even covered those huge pimples. This cream is like one product fighting 100 battles. With this in my hands, I could throw away all my other skincare products. The results are impressive, but could it contain hormones or be harmful to the skin? This question instantly silenced the crowd. Screens lit up with frantic comments, all waiting for Yi Qingcheng's answer.
Yi Qingqing listened to the question most on the minds of online viewers and replied with a light chuckle, "Our cream is made from pure botanical extracts with an exceptionally clean ingredient list. If you doubt it, feel free to have it tested by any major institution. As for skin damage, to show everyone the full results at once, ladies, please remove the cream from your faces. No makeup remover needed, plain water will do." The three women were equally thrilled about their current skin condition, yet they shared a common concern: sometimes, products that deliver results too quickly might contain banned substances. Yi Qingqing's earlier words put their minds at ease, and they obediently lowered their heads to remove the cream. "Wow, this is amazing. It actually washes off clean with just water, no makeup remover needed. My skin feels so much better. It's glowing, and even my closed comedones have vanished. Goodness gracious, I didn't feel the slightest discomfort on my face the entire time. It's incredible. Ms. Yi, how much is the cream? Can we buy a few bottles?" The waitress's words snapped everyone back to reality, pulling them out of their daze. Fang Huayu, who had come with Xia Yunlong, immediately stood up excitedly. "Mr. Yi, this is amazing. Could you prepare a few boxes for me to take back and use gradually?" Shanguan Momo wasn't about to be outdone. She smiled and stood up. "Me too. Xinsheng, considering how close we are, you've got to save some for me." Wang Jianen's face flushed with excitement as he stood and shouted, "Me too. I'll give it to my wife. She'll be thrilled when she sees it." Zhou Yongtai rolled his eyes, abruptly standing up and shouting defiantly, "Master, count me in too." Chen Daqiang and Gu Tsongjian, who had initially held no hope for Yi Qingqing's launch event, exchanged glances. Their eyes reflected the same surge of excitement. Chen Daqiang spoke first. "Ms. Yi, we're in too. How much stock do you have?" "Whatever you have, I'll take it all." "Ha, now I finally get what Mr. Chu meant earlier. This is a huge win." Gu Tsongjian nodded vigorously in agreement. In an instant, the previously low-key Qingcheng International press conference surged to the top of the trending topics. The entire beauty industry in Yunqing began to stir with anticipation. "Did you hear? Qingcheng International apparently developed a face cream with effects that are just unreal. Hurry to the launch event, it might sell out before it even ends." "Boss, hold on, are we really pushing this cream as our main product right now? Qingcheng International doesn't seem nearly as hot as Feng Yun Group. What do you know? You're just destined to be a worker. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have a feeling that in the near future, Qingcheng International will absolutely become the industry benchmark. We must get our hands on the first slice of the pie." An hour and a half into the launch event, Yunqing's business tycoons and merchants began arriving at Yunding Tower in their luxury cars. Yi Qingcheng watched the crowd arriving and couldn't deny feeling a surge of pride and excitement. From the low point of Qingcheng International to now, when she was on the verge of collapse, it was Chu Tian who kept encouraging her. It was precisely because he walked alongside her. That's why today's triumph is possible. This stunning comeback would silence every single one of them. Yi Qingcheng turned and shot Chu Tian a grateful glance, her smile growing more genuine. "Ms. Yi. My apologies, I had some urgent matters to attend to at the office and arrived late. Please don't blame me. Ms. Yi, I wonder if there are still partnership openings available? We'd like to vie for the chance to collaborate with Qingcheng International. Ms. Yi, I have a feeling your company's product is destined to be a smash hit. Let's all profit together this time. Ms. Yi, you must give us your full support." The Yi family butler stood among the crowd, watching Yi Qingcheng with a look of satisfaction. That proud expression carried a distinct sense of "my daughter has finally come of age." As more people arrived, even those who had remained neutral at Bu Hongjuan's banquet earlier joined the crowd, and later, even the boss who had chosen Feng Yun Group showed up. Chapter 108, What about your reputation? Though these individuals hesitated to speak up, the memory of that miraculous cream made them unwilling to miss this business opportunity. They plucked up the courage to try and secure a spot. Yuan Yanbin and Yuan Jingser's expressions were as grim as could be. Watching the banquet grow larger and larger, they could practically feel the pain in their hearts with every breath. They thought they'd come to witness Yi Qingcheng's downfall, rub salt in the wound, and maybe even snag a chance at romance. Who could have predicted that every attendee at this launch event would be more high profile than the last? They'd been waiting for Yi Qingcheng's products to fall short and make a fool of herself. Who could have imagined her products would be so outstanding? Visible results in mere minutes, far surpassing Feng Yun Group's current best-selling cosmetics. They arrived full of excitement, but left in utter disarray. Before leaving, Yuan Yanbin shot a cold glance at the business tycoons present who had been seeking partnerships with Qingcheng International. His voice was icy as he declared, "Think carefully. If you choose to partner with Qingcheng International this time, Feng Yun Group will permanently blacklist you. You'll regret it bitterly." A slightly plump boss, busy trying to boost his profile in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, scoffed at Yuan Yanbin's words. "Do you really think your Yuan family can control the entire city of Yun?" he retorted. "Do you think we can't survive without you?" "Exactly. Don't forget the wealthiest family in Yunqing is the Yi family. If it weren't for that recent face cream, how could your Yuan family have gotten so cocky?
Any smart person can see now that the Yi family's cream outperforms yours. With this partnership opportunity, do you really think we'd just sit here staring longingly at the Yuan family? What a joke! Yuan Yanbin choked on his words, stuck in his throat neither up nor down, utterly miserable. He turned to glare coldly at the several bosses desperately trying to minimize their presence. These were the very people who had publicly pledged unwavering support for the Yuan family at Bu Hongjuan's banquet. What are you lot doing here? Do you intend to breach your contracts too? Whether Yi Qingqing's product even launches successfully remains uncertain. Are you certain you want to defy our Yuan family for the sake of Qingqing International? With that, she gave a cold snort and signaled for Yuan Jingser to push her wheelchair away from the press conference. Seeing the smile on Yi Qingqing's face only made him feel irritated and stifled inside. The executives hesitated briefly, casting reluctant glances at Yi Qingqing on stage before hurrying off to catch up with Yuan Yanbin. Yuan Jingxi and Yuan Yanbin, their faces cold, got straight into the car and drove away. Wang Yan and Han Dongmin's smiles were practically frozen on their faces. After seeing off the Yuan siblings, Wang Yan's forced grin instantly vanished. With a cold snort, she wrapped her arm around Han Dongmin's and pouted, "Darling, that Chu Tian is utterly despicable. How can he be so damn lucky? He always dodges disaster. It shouldn't be like this. He should be trampled underfoot like stinking dog." Last time, Chu Tian had taken Han Dongmin's kidney, leaving him physically drained. Lately even his performance in certain areas had been steadily declining. His hatred for Chu Tian ran deeper than anyone else's. No man in the world would ever want his virility compromised. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he spoke slowly. I thought relying on the Yuan family would help us put that brat back in his place, but those siblings are useless. Looks like we'll have to handle this ourselves." Wang Yan's eyes flickered upon hearing this. She couldn't help but ask, "Husband, what's your plan? How dare that bootlicker live better than us? I'll make sure he's reduced to a pile of worthless mud again." Han Dongmin glanced at Wang Yan and whispered something in her ear. Wang Yan looked stunned. Will that really work? Yi Qingqing is still the Yi family's heiress. If this gets out, we'll all be in deep trouble. Han Dongming's eyes flashed with impatience as he coldly replied, "What are you afraid of? As long as we keep this discreet, no one can pin anything on us. Right now, Yi Qingqing is Chu Tian's Achilles heel. Once we have her in our grasp, why would Chu Tian dare disobey?" Wang Yan clenched her jaw, recalling Chu Tian's arrogant demeanor, but ultimately nodded. "All right, I'll listen to my husband." At the press conference, Yi Qingqing stared at the crowd clamoring for contracts and partnerships, momentarily overwhelmed. It all felt like a dream. "Everyone, please don't rush. We can take it step by step. Anyone here today to show their support will become a future partner of Qingqing International. Mutual benefit and win-win cooperation are our guiding principles." Yi Qingqing's words finally put everyone's minds at ease. Several business owners who had initially intended to take advantage of the situation now held out a glimmer of hope, anticipating a partnership with Qingqing International. But just as these fantasies began to take root, Chu Tian spoke coldly, "All those who haven't publicly aligned themselves yet have the opportunity to partner with Qingqing International. As for those few who openly sided with Feng Yun Group at Uncle Bu's banquet, please leave immediately. Our launch event does not welcome you." Zhang Qiangzhuan, whose primary focus was real estate, had recently grown envious of the cosmetics industry's sky-high profits and sought to muscle in for an extra windfall. He'd been the quickest to pledge loyalty to the Yuan family earlier. Hearing Chu Tian's words now, he felt deeply humiliated. Furious, he pointed at Chu Tian and roared, "Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours, some lowly assistant, to meddle in matters between us and President Ji?" As an e-commerce expert, Wolo possessed an even keener business sense than Zhang Qiangzhuan. He keenly sensed that Qingqing International's face cream would soon become a blockbuster hit, sweeping through the entire market of Yunqing and even the entire country. Such a golden opportunity couldn't be squandered. Today, even if he had to swallow his pride, he couldn't let this partnership slip away. Besides, Wolu didn't believe a woman could hold a grudge that long. Yi Qingqing should feel honored that he was willing to partner with her company. He nodded in agreement, then stiffened his neck and declared, "Young man, what's your language? Our partnership with Ms. Yi is about mutual benefit. Without our company's vigorous promotion, even the finest products won't reach the market swiftly." Chu Tian snorted derisively, about to retort, when Yi Qingqing spoke first. "Oh? You make it sound like our company can't survive without you? That we can't promote our products?" Wola felt a twinge of awkwardness at Yi Qingqing's words. Chapter 109, Get Out. "Ms. Yi, that's a fair point. I'm just trying to help you solve your problems. My e-commerce company has consistently impressive monthly performance. Partnering with us won't leave you at a disadvantage." Zhang Xiangzhuang, standing nearby, nodded vigorously and chimed in, "Exactly. I may be a rough-and-tumble guy, but since I'm investing in the cosmetics industry, I'll give it my all. With our hard-hitting promotions, we'll all make money together." Chu Tian snorted derisively at their words, shaking his head. "Honestly, I've never seen such shameless people in my life. You were licking the Yuan family's boots just moments ago. Now that you see profit in the Yi family, you're scrambling to kiss up? Disgusting. Get out immediately, we don't welcome wallflowers like you.
Hearing Chu Tian's words, the two immediately shot him disapproving glances. Yi Qingcheng was their bread and butter to make money, they had to curry favor. But they had no such qualms about a mere assistant. Just as they were about to snap back, Yi Qingcheng spoke first. Mr. Chu is now the second largest shareholder of Qingcheng International. Even the formula for this cream was provided by Mr. Chu.
Now, do you think he has the authority to kick you out?
Zhang Zhuang and Guolu, who had been arrogantly overbearing moments ago, now had faces like a palette of colors. The sight was utterly spectacular, words stuck in their throats, unable to escape.
How humiliating.
Yi Qingcheng couldn't be bothered to glance at them.
Pointing coldly toward the exit, she declared, if you have any dignity left, leave immediately. Qingcheng International will never collaborate with you. Every move Zhang Zhuang and Guolu had made earlier was etched into Yi Qingcheng's memory. Now that control was finally back in her hands, she certainly wouldn't choose to have these people cause her trouble.
Zhang Zhuang took a deep breath, plastering on a smile as he said, Ms. Yi, you shouldn't be so stubborn.
Among business people, profit comes first. What happened before was unavoidable.
Why hold a grudge over such trifles? Well, both of us can help Qingcheng International earn more money, that's all that matters.
Why would anyone turn down a collaboration that comes knocking at your door?
After exchanging glances, they turned their attention to Yi Qingcheng. They hoped to exploit the common perception that women are easily swayed, aiming to persuade her to change her mind.
To their surprise, Yi Qingcheng showed no mercy whatsoever.
She picked up the list and read out several names, all company owners who had publicly sided with the Yuan family against Qingcheng International. Those called out lost all remaining hope, each dejectedly stepping forward from the crowd. Ms. Yi, we were blinded by misguided judgment before.
Please give us one more chance.
We swear we'll steadfastly support Qingcheng International's interests this time and never waver again.
Ms. Yi, we've worked together more than once. We know each other's character. It was just a minor misunderstanding, you don't need to hold it against us forever, do you? I promise.
Mr. Yi. Some of those who stepped forward played the sympathy card, while others humbly begged for a chance. In just half a month, Yi Qingcheng and these individuals had undergone earth-shattering changes in their status. Once, Yi Qingcheng had humbly begged these bosses for another chance. Now, it was their turn to beg Yi Qingcheng. This reversal left Yi Qingcheng with a bitter taste in her mouth. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qingcheng spoke with an icy expression, my apologies, everyone. I'm a person who believes in settling debts and grudges clearly.
You give me 1 point, I'll give you 10 back.
Your words from back then are still vivid in my mind. Chu Tian was right from the moment you made your choice, you've been permanently blacklisted by Qingcheng International. Please leave immediately.
With that, Yi Qingcheng turned away from them, no longer bothering to acknowledge their presence.
She shifted her gaze to Yi Chang, Wei Dashan, and the others standing nearby, her expression softening as she smiled. Uncle Bu, Mr. Chan, head of the Yi family, Uncle Gu, I am deeply grateful for your unwavering support during this time. Therefore, I have decided to allocate half of the 200,000 boxes of facial masks developed by our company to you for distribution. Whether you sell them through your own companies or assign them to your agents, we'll split the profits 50-50. Yi Qingcheng's words made the remaining business owners gasp in unison. Half the profits. Yi Qingcheng was truly generous. Guo Dashan laughed heartily, waving his hand as he said, Ms. Yi, you're too kind. We can all see this product is going to be a huge hit. This is like a ray of hope for us. As for the profit share, 30% would be more than enough. Bu Hongjun and the others nodded in agreement. Yi Qingcheng shook her head sternly.
That won't do. You've stood by Qingcheng International under immense pressure this entire time.
Frankly, without you, I wouldn't have achieved this success.
This is what you deserve. We will remain steadfast partners forever.
Hearing Yi Qingcheng's words, the group instinctively turned to glance at Chu Tian. They felt immense relief over their earlier decision. Had they wavered even slightly, they might soon be crushed by Qingcheng International's new product wave. Recalling Chu Tian's repeated bold claims, which they hadn't taken seriously at the time, it now seemed like a stunning comeback. After reaching an agreement, they proceeded to sign the contracts. Those who had previously remained neutral in their statements now gained the opportunity to partner with Qingcheng International. As for those who had chosen the Yuan family, all they could do was watch with envy. Martial Arts Tournament. Rong Kaishan and several martial arts schoolmasters were discussing this year's tournament.
Today marks the triennial tournament.
We must muster every ounce of strength and give it our all.
Damn it, we've been dead last every single time.
We can't afford to embarrass ourselves again this time.
In recent years, because Yunqing's strength has been so weak, we haven't encountered any truly promising young talent in ages.
This situation simply cannot continue.
Rong Kaishan nodded in agreement.
The triennial martial arts tournament was a grand gathering of fighters from all corners of the land. It features both individual and team competitions.
Teams generally represent a city. Victory brings fame and glory, attracting inquiries from talented young people eager to join.
As for the weaker teams, they're just there to make up the numbers and inevitably become the butt of jokes every time. Chen Taiha of the Nanchang Martial Arts Academy raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Now that Brother Rong has reached the realm of a grandmaster, I'm confident we'll achieve an outstanding result this time."
Chapter 110, Challenging the Dojo.
Huang Jiaojiao, daughter of Huang Baowan from the Dragon Ascension Martial Arts Hall, chuckled softly upon hearing this and remarked, "Though Uncle Rong is now a grandmaster, there are always those more skilled.
We mustn't be complacent.
In my opinion, true strength lies with the younger generation. Brother Chen Hao has already reached the late stage of internal energy cultivation, a rare standout among the young. I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes the biggest dark horse this time."
Huang Jiajiao's words filled Chen Hao with immense satisfaction. He stood tall, chest puffed out, his face beaming with pride. Rong Guang snorted derisively. "Cut the nonsense.
Everyone knows Chen Hao was soundly defeated by Mr. Chu just days ago. If Mr. Chu enters this tournament, he'll surely crack the Earth rankings."
Chen Hao, ask him, does he even have the ability?
Chen Hao immediately bristled, defending himself, "Nonsense.
That kid ambushed me.
If we'd fought properly, he wouldn't stand a chance against me." Rong Kaishan frowned and said, "Chen Hao, you're still young, don't belittle yourself.
Mr. Chu's strength is unfathomable.
From what I know, he's at least at the Grandmaster level. Last time he came to treat me, he happened to encounter someone from the Ko-Kingdom challenging the dojo. That dojo master was at the peak of internal energy cultivation, yet he didn't even stand a chance against Mr. Chu." Chen Hao clenched his fists, his face etched with defiance.
Yet, recalling Chu Tian's unfathomable prowess, he ultimately fell silent. Chen Taiha interjected with a smile, smoothing things over. "Heh, that young man's skills might indeed be impressive. Unfortunately, he's not one of us martial artists. Ultimately, we walk different paths and cannot join forces."
The implication was clear: no matter how formidable that kid might be, he couldn't be harnessed for their cause. In the end, they'd still rely on the younger generation, and his son stood out as the most promising among them. Huang Jiaojiao, who understood this, shot Rong Guang a smug glance. The defiance in her eyes was downright infuriating. As the group discussed the martial arts competition, a sudden scream pierced the air outside the door.
"Ah! Chairman! Something's wrong." The group immediately sensed something was amiss.
Their expressions darkened as they exchanged glances before rushing toward the entrance. After taking a few steps, they saw several middle-aged men, their faces bruised and swollen, stumbling into the room.
Rong Kaishan demanded angrily, "What happened? Who injured you like this?"
The leader, Zhou Tianhao, headmaster of the Tianshan Martial Arts Hall, spoke up first. "Some people from the Ko-Kingdom came looking for a challenge.
We old folks couldn't hold our own.
It was supposed to be a routine sparring match, but they went all out.
They didn't even spare our disciples." Before he could finish, another middle-aged man interjected, "Not only did they defeat us, they continued challenging other dojos along the way. This is clearly meant to intimidate us. It's utterly outrageous." Huang Jiaojia clenched her fists in anger. These people have gone too far. Do they really think there's no one in our country who can stand up to them?
Brother Hao, you absolutely must teach them a lesson this time. Let them see why the flowers bloom so red. Let them know that martial artists from our country aren't pushovers." Chen Hao chuckled confidently.
"Don't worry, Jiaojia.
I'll make them run for their lives."
A bright smile instantly lit up Huang Jiajiao's face.
Rong Guang, who had been watching the whole scene unfold, couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was just too much to bear.
Rong Kaishan frowned and asked, "Do you even know how many of them there are?"
One of the martial arts schoolmasters, beaten to a pulp with a bruised and swollen face, grimaced in pain. After hearing Rong Kaishan's question, he rubbed his cheek and replied, "3. Guild leader.
You must avenge us this time. Otherwise, the martial arts of Yunqing will be laughed at by others." Rong Kaishan didn't rush to agree. Instead, he pressed further, "Do you know the strength of these 3? At the very least, they're grandmasters."
The words hung heavy in the air, plunging the room into dead silence.
Huang Jiaojiao broke the silence first. "Uncle Jiang, are you certain you didn't misjudge? 3 grandmasters? That's extremely rare even in Huagua."
Though martial arts in Huagua are profound and ancient, in this current age of declining martial prowess, the path to mastery grows ever more arduous.
Grandmasters are already considered elite practitioners. Most choose to serve major clans, hoping for greater privileges and opportunities for advancement. Others retreat into seclusion for cultivation.
As a result, even encountering a single grandmaster in daily life is rare.
And now Ko-Nation has brought 3 at once?
The air instantly fell silent. Until a fresh wave of agonized screams echoed from outside. The masters of Yunfei Martial Arts Hall and Hongtai Martial Arts Hall rushed in with their disciples, looking utterly disheveled. The moment they entered, they bellowed at the top of their lungs. "Our Yunfei Martial Arts Hall was ambushed by those damned Ko-Kingdom bastards.
And our Hongtai Martial Arts School too. Damn those bastards, they really went all out. Master, what are you doing here? Our Nansong martial arts hall was attacked too. Those invaders saw you weren't here and beat up all our disciples. Chen Taiha, who had managed to stay calm until then, lost his composure at these words. He cursed furiously, damn it. Those bastards. Do they really think martial artists from our Huagua are easy to bully? Where are they? Get me there immediately. Today, I'll see just how much skill they really have. Just as he was about to take his son Chen Hao to investigate, Rong Kaishan stopped him. Seeing Chen Taiha's puzzled expression, Rong Kaishan spoke calmly, you needn't go. They have already arrived. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 middle-aged men clad in wooden clogs approached at a measured pace. They wore white kimonos, samurai swords strapped to their backs, and radiated an imposing aura. Their presence alone made it clear they were no ordinary men. Arrogance and disdain were etched across their faces. Following behind them was a familiar face. Hanada Ichiro. It's you! You defeated loser, daring to bring men to challenge our dojo. Rocco roared in fury upon seeing them. Ichiro Hanada grinned widely. Heh, don't blame us. We just wanted a friendly sparring match. Who'd have thought you lot were such useless losers? Not a single one of you can fight. What a total letdown. Nakamitsu Takuma chuckled, his already sleazy face now dripping with malice. You claim Chinese martial arts are profound and vast, that you're its founders. But now it seems your Chinese martial arts are utterly pathetic. We've taken over the entire Bastion city and found not a single opponent worthy of the name. I suggest you stop spouting such nonsense in the future. Chapter 111, Opponents. The other, a skinny guy as thin as a stick, nodded along and said in broken Mandarin, you guys, no good. All of you, trash. Such provocative words immediately set the group's tempers flaring. Huang Jiaojiao, in particular, let out a sharp cry as she confronted the 3, you damned Ko Nation scum. Daring to mock us martial artists of Hua Nation? Today, this lady will knock your teeth out. With that, she roared and lunged at Wu Zizhong. Her palm strike blended hardness and softness, showing some skill. Unfortunately, in the eyes of a master, such moves are no better than flowery fists and embroidered legs. You're quite the looker, but your temper's too hot. Why not come back with us to make short videos? You'll make money fast, and it might even help temper your fiery nature. Wu Silin finished speaking and swung a seemingly casual punch. Yet that very strike shattered Huang Jiajiao's arm with a crushing fracture. Her petite face drained of color as she whimpered in agony. Chen Hao, witnessing this, erupted in rage. He shouted at Wu Zizhong, you've gone too far. Friendly sparring means stopping at the right moment. You hit without mercy and humiliate women. Today, I'll beat you to death. With that, he charged forward. Chen Taiha panicked, but it was too late, he couldn't stop him. Watching his son get knocked flying by a single palm strike, Chen Taiha's rage erupted like a volcano. He couldn't care less about composure or the fact that he was no match for his opponent. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce assault at his opponent. Chen Taiha's strength was at the peak of internal energy cultivation, placing him among the upper echelons of the crowd. The martial arts disciples and masters present still held some hope that he could prevail. Peak internal energy? Ha! A mere trifle. With those words, Wu Chuilong unleashed a punch that sent Chen Taiha flying without even a chance to resist or struggle. The entire arena fell silent. Seeing the defeated Chen Taiha, a surge of anger and helplessness welled up within him. Glaring at the 3 arrogant faces from Kogwa, he gritted his teeth in fury. Hua Tian Ichiro smirked triumphantly. You lot really are useless. Is no one else going to step up? Bunch of trash. Hearing this, the crowd could no longer contain their anger. Huang Baowan and Ma Xiao, standing beside Yun Fei, stepped forward. Their expressions turned stern as they declared. Sir, we too challenge you. The martial arts of our nation are profound and vast. Today, we'll show you what they're truly capable of. Wu Silin sneered. What? Can't handle one-on-one, so you want to gang up? Fine. But trash like you? No matter how many of you come, you'll never stand a chance against me. With that, both sides took their stances. Ma Xiao and Huang Baowan exchanged a glance, then instantly launched their Dragon Tiger Fist and Iron Sand Palm attacks at each other. Their coordination was decent, pinning Wu Zizhong's retreat from both flanks. Wu Silin said nothing, but the mocking grin on his face spoke volumes. Taking a step back, he raised his hands, clenching both palms into fists and hurling them toward the 2 opponents. The moment their fists met, a powerful blast of air surged forth. Ma Xiao and Huang Baowan didn't even have time to utter a sound before being utterly defeated by Wu Zizhong. Though many had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand still weighed heavily on their hearts. The opponent's strength was likely that of a true grandmaster. On their side, aside from Rong Kaishan, there was not a single other grandmaster. A formidable chasm separated grandmasters from internal energy practitioners. Once one reached the grandmaster realm, even a peak internal energy practitioner stood no chance against them. It was not a battle that could be won by sheer numbers. Seeing the palpable despondency in the crowd's morale, Rong Kaishan spoke coldly, you all may withdraw. Let me meet this guest from Ko Kingdom. Rong Kaishan's willingness to step forward reignited a glimmer of hope among the onlookers. President Rong. Go for it. Defeat them. Chairman. Take down these damn Ko-state bastards. Exactly. If we don't fight back, they'll think we're pushovers. To Wu Silan, these shouts sounded like a laughable joke, utterly unworthy of his attention. Please enlighten me. Rong Kaishan stood with his feet slightly apart, performing the standard Chinese martial arts bow toward his opponent. Wu Silan wasted no words. He charged straight in and threw a punch. The punch struck with blinding surprise. The powerful surge of internal energy sent the onlookers reeling back several steps, their faces frozen in horror. Rong Kaishan's expression hardened as he coldly retorted, "Is ambush the essence of your Ko-nation's martial spirit? Truly despicable." With that, he executed an opening stance, his hand streaking through the air like a dragon's shadow. Dragon-shaped fist. The fist whistled through the air, hurtling toward Wu Silan. Wu Silan remained utterly dismissive, as if he believed no one in the vast land of Hua had the qualifications to earn his serious attention in combat. The fists collided fiercely. A massive shockwave radiated outward from their fists, sweeping away all nearby disciples in its path. Dust swirled from the ground, momentarily obscuring the scene. After a mere pause of a few seconds, Wu Silan staggered back 4 or 5 steps, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Rong Kaishan also took a step back, yet his expression remained utterly composed. The outcome was clear as day. The crowd erupted in cheers. This battle had lifted their spirits and finally given them hope. Damn Ko countrymen! Now you know the might of our Huagua. Still so cocky? See that? We Huagua have grandmasters too. And they're even more formidable than yours. Stinging that pride, huh? Humph. You were so cocky just now, weren't you? Why so quiet now? Look at you, like a drowned rat. You really deserve a good beating. Wu Silan felt his pride being trampled into the dirt. Especially since the ones kicking him while he was down were those damned Huagua people. This only deepened his sense of humiliation. He glared up at Rong Kaishan and spat coldly, "Bastard. We're both early-stage grandmasters. I underestimated you earlier. Let's do this again." Rong Kaishan stared coldly at Wu Zizhong and nodded. "Since you refuse to accept defeat, I'll fight until you do." With that, the two clashed once more. With their strengths being so evenly matched, it came down to their martial skills who possessed the superior technique. In an instant, dust swirled throughout the courtyard from the uncontrolled bursts of internal energy. Everyone watched with wide, tense eyes as the combatants' movements grew faster and faster. Rong Kaishan seized a moment when Wu Zizhong swung his fist, delivering a fierce kick straight to Wu Zizhong's chest that sent him flying backward. Wu Zizhong could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 112, Calling for Reinforcements. Staggering to his feet, Wu Zizhong prepared to fight another 300 rounds, only to be abruptly pulled back by the man beside him. Datong Xiaodao, who had remained silent since arriving, now turned to Rong Kaishan and spoke calmly, "You needn't continue. You're no match for him. Let me face him instead." Wu Zizhong didn't argue. He nodded and stepped aside. Datong Xiaodao stepped forward, his smile unnatural. "Mr. Rong, your skill is impressive. Wu Silan was no match for you. Now, allow me to test your strength." With that, he gave Rong Kaishan a slight bow. Rong Kaishan narrowed his eyes. Though he said nothing, he knew clearly that this smiling tiger of a man before him was the most troublesome and formidable of the three. Nodding, he took a step back and declared, "Begin." To play it safe, Rong Kaishan immediately employed Tai Chi. Tai Chi, using softness to overcome hardness, dissolving attacks into nothingness easier to defend than to attack. As the two clashed, Daibutsu Kotaro unleashed his internal energy in an instant. The powerful surge of energy sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Mid-stage Grandmaster. So powerful. It seems even the guild leader might not be able to handle this Ko-nation fighter. Damn it! Are we really going to be trampled underfoot by Kogwa today? The entire reputation of Yunqing martial arts is ruined. Is there truly no way? Must we just stand by and watch the guild leader fight against such overwhelming odds? After sensing the power fluctuations emanating from Daibuto Kota, all hope within them was extinguished. As for Rong Kaishan defeating Otoko Kotaro, they held virtually no hope. The moment Rong Kaishan sensed the turbulent energy surging from Daotong Xiaodao, his heart sank. Yet he knew clearly that he now represented more than just himself. There was no room for retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled the subtlety of Tai Chi to deflect the force surging from Otubo Kota's body before unleashing a thunderous punch. Otsubo Kyoto sidestepped it effortlessly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. He stared at Rong Kaishan and declared, "Mysterious. Truly mysterious techniques. Today, if you hand over your techniques, kneel before me, and apologize admitting that Huagui is utterly inferior to Kogwa, I might spare you all." Rong Kaishan responded with a cold laugh. "I advise you to stop dreaming. I, Rong Kaishan, will never do anything that dishonors my countrymen. If you want to fight, then fight. Who wins and who loses remains to be seen. With that, the two men swiftly clashed, their fists and feet colliding in a flurry of blows. De Tong Xiaodao possessed mid-stage Grandmaster cultivation, his internal energy flowing endlessly, sustained and enduring far beyond Rong Kaishan's reach. Initially, he could barely maintain a stalemate through Tai Chi, but as the fight progressed, his disadvantage grew increasingly apparent. Boom! De Tong Xiaodao kicked Rong Kaishan away, his face still wearing that infuriating smirk. Mr. Rong, perhaps you should reconsider. You are no match for me. Why put yourself through this? Chairman! Father! Chairman Rong! Watching Rong Kaishan beaten until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face ashen and clearly suffering internal injuries, Rong Guang's rage nearly boiled over. Fortunately, reason prevailed. He knew charging in now would only make him an easy target. What possible turning point could there be at this moment? After much deliberation, a sudden flash of insight struck me. I grabbed Rong Kaishan's sleeve and said earnestly, "Dad, you can't go. Wait a moment, we'll wait a little longer. I'll call Mr. Chu right now. I believe in his strength he can definitely defeat those three shameless co-state thugs." Rong Kaishan considered it. This was indeed a solution. Nodding, he said, "All right. Call Mr. Chu and ask him. Remember to be polite when you speak. I'll go stall them a little longer." With that, he struggled to his feet and began shuffling toward the barrel-chested man once more. Seeing this, Hanada Ichiro erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Rong Kaishan, you're truly overestimating yourself. You stand no chance against our Makkan society. You defeated losers would do well to beg for mercy." Hanada Ichiro's words were pure provocation, but the crowd present truly couldn't match his skill. This left them all seething, rolling their eyes in frustration. Rong Kaishan stared at Otubo Kota across from him. "As long as I don't admit defeat, this fight isn't over." "Continue," he declared. "Even if I'm outmatched today, I absolutely won't allow you to trample the martial arts of China like this." With that, he charged forward again. This time, he abandoned the defensive Tai Chi approach, unleashing the reckless Dragon Tiger Fist. Instantly, the two were locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle. Rong Guang, overcome with anxiety, immediately stepped aside and dialed Chu Tian's number. At that moment, Chu Tian was at Qingqing International, accompanying Yi Qingqing during a signing ceremony. Watching the unending stream of people queuing all day long, Chu Tian truly felt the hardship of running a company and grew even more sympathetic toward Yi Qingqing. Unable to assist with anything substantial, he could only do what he could manage: serving tea, fetching water, or running errands to buy meals. Just as he placed the hot water on Yi Qingqing's desk, he noticed the phone ringing. Chu Tian glanced at the caller ID, raised an eyebrow, and answered, "Rong Guang, what brings you to call me today? Is Uncle Rong feeling under the weather?" Rong Guang didn't bother with pleasantries, shaking his head urgently. "No, it's the co-countrymen attacking our dojo today. They've kicked every single well-known martial arts school in Yuncheng. These guys are way too strong, we can't beat them. Only my dad stands a chance, but they're mid-level masters. My father stands no chance against them. If this continues, someone will get killed." Chu Tian's smile vanished instantly. He snorted coldly and declared, "Those co-people have no shame whatsoever. A tiny speck of land. Yet they dare to come to our Chinese territory to provoke us. Wait here, I'm heading over immediately." With that, he exchanged a quick farewell with Yi Qingqing and hurried toward the martial arts tournament. Inside the martial arts tournament grounds, Rong Kaishan now lay beaten beyond recognition. His body was covered in wounds, blood seeping from his injuries, staining him almost entirely red. Even so, Rong Kaishan showed no sign of yielding. Defeated time and again, he rose each time. His eyes locked onto his opponent, Daibutsu Kotaro, as he coldly demanded, "Again." Even Otoko Takata couldn't help but admire the extraordinary resilience of this Chinese fighter before him. "Out of respect for your guts, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel now, bow your head in apology, teach us that martial art you just demonstrated, and admit that Chinese fighters are inferior to ours. I'll spare your life." Chapter 113, Chu Tian arrives. Rong Kaishan coughed several times, spitting out the blood in his mouth before lifting his head to stare at Dao Tu Xiaota. His voice was cold and resolute. "You want me to kneel and admit defeat? Don't even think about it, Chinese man. We die standing, never live on our knees." His words rang out with such force they reached every ear, stirring unbidden tears and a surge of hatred toward Ko-nation. De Tong Xiaota nodded, smiling as he spoke. "Mr. Rong, are you certain you won't surrender? If so, don't blame me for showing no mercy." With that, he seized Rong Kaishan's swinging fist with one hand and slashed downward with the other, severing Rong Kaishan's arm clean off. The agonized scream sent chills down everyone's spine, their hearts filled with dread and fear. "Do you surrender?" Rong Kaishan was in such agony he nearly passed out. He bit down hard on his tongue to stay conscious, his voice firm and resolute. "You're dreaming." De Tong Xiaota nodded and delivered a kick to Rong Kaishan's left leg. A sharp, bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Those present shuddered at the sound. These Ko-nation people are utterly insane. Released Chairman Rong. "Do you really think we Chinese are pushovers?
Today, I'll fight you to the death. I've only got one lousy life left, but today I'll throw it away to make you bastards from Ko Nation suffer. The crowd roared with fury and charged at the three invaders. Filled with rage, they wanted nothing more than to tear the three men limb from limb and feed them to the fish in the sea. Unfortunately, their skills were no match for the enemy. Within moments, dozens of them were defeated, all lying defeated on the ground. Tao Dao Dato's voice was cold as ice. Chairman Rong, I'm eager to see just how tough your mouth really is. With that, he crushed Rong Kaishan's other leg bone under his boot. Logically, with his leg shattered, Rong Kaishan should have been kneeling on the ground. But refusing to give the three invaders the satisfaction, he forced himself to lie flat, gasping for breath. The successive devastating blows had left him utterly drained of the strength to even crawl up. Watching Rong Kaishan sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, a flicker of pleasure danced in Datong Xiaoda's eyes. He relished the thrill of having others grovel at his feet. Chairman Rong, you truly know nothing of compromise. Since that's the case, don't blame me for sending you to meet the King of Hell early. The three of them had come this time specifically to avenge Ichiro Hanada. But upon arriving in Yunsheng, they'd hatched a different scheme. They aimed to monopolize Yun City's entire martial arts market. Once that happened, their Ko Nation would be firmly established in Yunsheng. The mere thought of commanding all the heroes made the three of them blush with excitement. Atsubo Kyoto aimed his kick directly at Rong Kaishan's throat. That kick would have been a death sentence for Rong Kaishan. Rong Guang, witnessing this, rushed forward. Dad! Let go of my father. Take it out on me. You bunch of cowards. You spineless jerks. A torrent of curses poured forth, though only a few words were comprehensible to the three Ko Kingdom men. Their faces darkened as they strode toward Rong Guang. Kid, you got a problem with that? Fine. How about I help you loosen up your joints? Wu Cixing threatened Rong Guang. Since they intended to build their power in Yunsheng, those who refused to toe the line had to be eliminated early on. This would prevent future trouble and serve as a warning to others. Rong Kaishan, that stubborn bone, was specifically chosen for this purpose. Just as his foot was about to come down, another piercing scream erupted from outside the door. A disciple of the Wooden Sword Society, Kogwa, flew through the doorway like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard in front of Daibutsu Shota. Atsubo Kyoto glanced down, then frowned toward the doorway. A frail-looking young man slowly entered, dragging the foot of a Ko Nation citizen behind him. Blood trailed along the floor, forming a long, vivid trail. The sight was horrifying. Mr. Chu, you finally arrived. Rong Guang's heart, which had been filled with trepidation, instantly settled upon seeing Chu Tian appear. Chu Tian glanced at the severely wounded Rong Kaishan on the ground, his expression turning icy cold. You little bastard actually dared to show your face before me. What, have you come to die too? Daibutsu Shota turned to look at Hanada Ichiro in confusion and asked, you know this kid? Hanada Ichiro blared viciously at Chu Tian and snapped, of course. He's the one who defeated me with underhanded tactics and forced me to apologize. He doesn't give a damn about our Ko Nation. The hatred in Hanada Ichiro's eyes was almost tangible. Atsubo Kyoto and Gojizo, along with Nakamitsu Takuma, exchanged glances. Atsubo Kyoto offered a forced smile as he addressed Chu Tian, so you're the one we've been seeking. We planned to visit after the challenge concluded, but I never imagined you'd come running to your death. Truly surprising. Chu Tian casually tossed the leg he held onto the ground. Staring at the half-dead Ko Nation fighter lying there, he said, well, do you like this little gift I brought you? You've sent so many martial artists from our Hua Nation to their deaths. This small token of appreciation feels a bit too light, don't you think? Huang Jiaojia clenched her teeth in the crowd. Brother Hao, how did this guy end up here too? Though Huang Jiaojia hadn't been present when Chen Hao was defeated by Chu Tian last time, she'd seen the photos afterward and recognized him the moment he appeared. Chen Hao snorted derisively, the movement tugging at his wound and making him suck in a sharp breath of pain. His voice turned cold. He really thinks he's some kind of superhero savior. Looks to me like he's here to humiliate himself today. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Huang Jiaojiao nodded. If even Rong Kaishan couldn't defeat that man, she certainly didn't believe this greenhorn could cause any trouble. Fine by me. Today, we'll use the hands of the Ko people to teach this arrogant brat a lesson he won't forget. Hua Tian Ichiro stared coldly at Chu Tian and said, boy, you're as arrogant as ever. But today, facing three grandmasters, I don't believe you have any chance of survival. Since you've offended our Wooden Sword Society, you'll pay the price. Chu Tian snorted coldly, replying indifferently, if that's the case, then let's see. Huang Jiaojiao couldn't help muttering, he really is arrogant. Even President Rong couldn't defeat that big bucket of a guy, Daiko Shota. How could he possibly stand a chance? He's just going to be cannon fodder. Though the others didn't voice it explicitly, their expressions betrayed thoughts mirroring Huang Jiaojiao's. Why don't you all come at once? For a view together will save us quite a bit of time. Chapter 114, what kind of power is this? As soon as Chu Tian spoke, the four Kogwa men exchanged glances and burst into a shrill, mocking laughter.
Unable to contain himself, Wu Silin stepped forward, flexing his limbs. Kid, let me test you first. Let's see what you're really made of. Chu Tian reluctantly nodded in agreement, then shot a lingering glance at the two standing beside Wu Zizhong. You two really won't join in? This provoked Wu Zizhong to roar in anger, unleashing a brutal punch toward Chu Tian without hesitation. The punch carried immense force. An ordinary person would likely be killed instantly if struck. Witnessing this, the onlookers shook their heads in unison. Neither the speed nor the force of that punch was something they could possibly withstand. Likewise, they believed Chu Tian couldn't possibly block it either. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, dust billowing up and obscuring the two figures in the center. For a moment, outsiders couldn't make out what was happening inside. Huang Jiaojiao shifted her weight on her toes, unable to suppress a muttered complaint. No way. He died that easily? That's way too weak. He's not even as tough as us martial arts school folks. He was just showing off the moment he stepped onto the stage. What a slap in the face. Many others shared similar thoughts, though they remained unspoken. Instead, they strained harder to peer through the dust cloud. As the dust gradually settled, they finally saw clearly, Wu Silin's punch had been effortlessly parried by Chu Tian. Clearly, Wu Zixing hadn't even processed what just happened. Without hesitation, his other fist shot out, aiming straight for Chu Tian's chest. Chu Tian let out a cold snort, raising his hand to block. Before Wu Zizhong could react, Chu Tian delivered a vicious kick straight to Wu Zizhong's chest. With a piercing scream, Wu Zizhong was sent crashing into the wall, embedded deep within it, unable to extricate himself for a long while. Chu Tian cracked his neck, sighed helplessly, then turned to Detong Xiaodao, beckoning him with a finger. Now, it's your turn. Chu Tian's crisp, decisive movements and overwhelming power instantly stunned everyone present. Holy crap! Is this kid even human? Wu Zizhong is a grandmaster. And he was taken out with a single kick? Detong Xiaodao clearly hadn't processed it yet. Hearing Chu Tian's words, the smile vanished from his face. He coldly declared, Kid, you dared to hurt my comrade. Today, I'll make you pay with your life. With that, he unleashed a devastating punch toward Chu Tian. The force was unstoppable, unleashing a torrent of air that seemed to shake the very heavens. The massive fist shadow grew ever closer, hurtling toward Chu Tian alongside Daotong Xiaodao's punch. Chu Tian nodded, his tone detached. Indeed a bit stronger than that kid earlier. But not by much. With that, he effortlessly blocked Otoko's punch once more. As Chu Tian's palm enveloped Otoko's fist, the shadow it cast vanished. It looked exceptionally bizarre. Daibutsu Kota felt as if his fist had struck a mountain, sinking deep into it, unable to pull free. Do you Korax truly think our Huaxia nation is so weak? That no martial artist could stand against you? How utterly ridiculous. With that, his iron clamp-like hand flipped outward with brutal force. Daotong Xiaotao let out a wretched scream. His entire arm twisted at an unnatural angle, contorting into a twisted knot. The pain you inflicted upon Uncle Rome, I now return to you tenfold. With that, a twist, a kick. Both of Otoko's arms and legs were effortlessly crippled by Chu Tian. He would never walk again for the rest of his life. The scene sent a collective gasp of shock rippling through the crowd. Holy crap, how strong is he? Even a mid-stage grandmaster couldn't withstand two moves from Chu Tian. Could all this be real? My conservative estimate puts this young man at least at the late grandmaster level. Who would have thought I'd witness such a young grandmaster in my lifetime? He's a martial arts prodigy. Haneda Ichiro stared at the crippled pair, his heart pounding with terror. Uncontrollably, he recalled the fear he'd felt when dominated by Chu Tian last time. Chu Tian flexed his wrists, then ruthlessly destroyed the dantian of Gojiro and Takata. Watching their agonized expressions, he gave a cold snort. This is the price you pay for provoking us Chinese. Now, only you remain. Do you still wish to continue? Chu Tian fixed a mocking gaze on Nakamitsu Takuma standing nearby. Haneda Ichiro gripped Nakamitsu Takuma's sleeve nervously. Senior brother, you're the only one left. You're the strongest among us. You must avenge us. Nakamitsu Takuma frowned, stepping forward. His hand gripped the sword hilt as he spoke slowly, young man, you. Before he could finish, Chu Tian cut him off. If you're still spouting that stale, outdated nonsense, I advise you to stop right now. Save us both the time, let's just get started. With that, he flicked his finger at Nakagawa Takuma, the gesture dripping with provocation. Chu Tian's actions enraged Nakamitsu Takuma completely. With a furious roar, he drew the katana at his side, flicked it in a flashy flourish, and swung it horizontally at Chu Tian with brutal force. The sheer force of the strike made everyone present gasp in unison. The seemingly simple motion concealed immense power. Even a mid-stage grandmaster would struggle to evade it. This was Kogwa's martial art, the sword drawing technique. The moment the blade was drawn, the enemy was locked in place, leaving them utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, what appeared to be an ordinary motion was actually a continuation of force. Then, the internal energy within the body was fully unleashed through the simple act of slashing. Its destructive force is immense. Even the onlookers could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure, let alone Chu Tian, who was locked in the crosshairs. This Zhong Guangtua's strength must be at least late grandmaster level. We're done for this time. Though Mr. Chu is quite skilled, being so young, mid-stage grandmaster is likely his limit. Who would have thought the enemy would be so underhanded, hiding a late-stage grandmaster? This time, we're definitely doomed. Ah well, Mr. Chu has already avenged us by crippling 2 opponents. If we can stop here, the face of Yuncheng's martial artists won't be completely lost. The crowd exchanged regretful glances at Chu Tian, holding little hope he could defeat Zhong Guangtuazhen. Even Huang Jiaojiao gripped Chen Hao's arm nervously, asking, "Brother Chen, do you think Mr. Chu can win this time?" Chen Hao shook his head solemnly, about to speak, when the next scene made his words freeze in his throat. Chu Tian, who had been motionless moments ago, suddenly moved. Chapter 115, he actually won. With astonishing speed, he dodged the blade just a split second before it could strike his body. Nakamitsu Takuma froze in shock. He knew all too well that once his draw technique locked onto an opponent, they were virtually immobilized. They could only passively endure the strike. Yet this kid had dodged it. Was this mere luck, or did this kid's skill surpass his own? The thought ignited a murderous intent within Nakamitsu Takuma. Kid, let's see how many times you can dodge. With that, his strikes grew faster and faster, the sword light weaving an impenetrable net, leaving no room for evasion. Yet what was even more astonishing was that Grandmaster Chu Tian could find the openings within it, evading Chuko Takuma's attacks just a split second faster. For a moment, one attacked, the other evaded. Others might not see it, but Zhong Guangtuazhen knew all too well he held no advantage whatsoever. Every swing of his sword drained his inner strength. Even if the cost was minimal, sustaining this for long was not a favorable situation for him. Boy, if you've got the guts, stop dodging. Face me head on. Chu Tian halted his steps, turned to face Nakagawa Takuma, and spoke with a slight smirk. Since that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. I'll take this next strike. Whether you can defeat me, well, that depends entirely on your skill. The moment Chu Tian paused after speaking, Nakamitsu Takuma seized the instant to unleash his most powerful and ferocious attack. A blinding blade of light slashed vertically toward Chu Tian, as if it could cleave the heavens themselves. The overwhelming power sent a chill through the onlookers, who instinctively backed away as far as possible, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. The howling wind accompanying the strike made the strands of hair at Chu Tian's temples flutter wildly. Chu Tian's expression remained utterly unchanged. He formed his fingers into a sword and swept through the air with what appeared to be a casual flick. A dragon's roar echoed in every ear. Defeat them with their own strengths. Only then can you utterly shatter their confidence. The sword light met the intersecting blade of Zhong Guangtua in midair, forming a crisscrossed cross. Boom! A tremendous explosion rippled out, affecting the surrounding area for miles. The martial artists present simultaneously channeled their internal energy to brace against the force. Surrounding buildings seemed to endure a Category 7 or 8 tornado, their walls creaking and cracking as fissures spread across floors and walls. Immediately after, the sword light neutralized Nakamitsu Takuma's blade light, yet the sword light continued unabated, hurtling straight toward Nakamitsu Takuma. A powerful sense of impending danger sent fear surging through Nakamitsu Takuma's heart. He frantically retreated, roaring, "No! This can't be happening!" Boom! The sword ultimately struck Nakamitsu Takuma. His entire body was laced with gashes, tiny droplets of blood seeping out, presenting a pitiful sight. After a few seconds of suspension, he crashed to the ground. His eyes stared blankly at the sky, unable to utter a word for a long time, appearing as if he were dead. This time, Ichiro Hanada was utterly terrified. He rushed to Takuma Nakamitsu's side, frantically calling out his name. The crowd stood frozen for a moment before finally snapping out of it, erupting into cheers. Holy crap! He actually won! Mr. Chu is amazing. Mr. Chu, are you married? I have a daughter beautiful as a flower, graceful as a goddess, with a gentle and kind-hearted nature. Give me a break. Mr. Chu is a true gentleman. Your daughter? She couldn't possibly be his match. Mr. Chu, your skills are just too deep. You're truly a role model we all in Yuncheng can be proud of. Huang Jiaojia turned to Chen Hao with a complicated expression and asked, "Brother Chen, am I seeing things? Did that guy actually win?" Chen Hao stared at Chu Tian with a complicated expression. Now I finally get it. To them, we're nothing but clowns. We're not even in the same league. Chu Tian gave the crowd a faint nod before turning his gaze to Hanada Ichiro. Hanada Ichiro shuddered as if struck by a sudden realization. He turned to face Chu Tian, then screamed and knelt on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. "Mr. Chu, I know I was wrong. I never imagined your strength could be so formidable. I swear I'll never dare again. Please, spare me this once." Chu Tian began walking toward Hanada Ichiro, speaking as he approached. "I never intended to settle accounts with you. Just give you a little lesson. Who knew you'd turn out to be such a rotten apple? I gave you face, but you clearly didn't want it." Hanada Ichiro shuddered at the words, glancing at Chu Tian and stammered, "What do you want to do?"
Chu Tian chuckled darkly, then delivered a brutal kick to Hanada Ichiro's midsection. What do I want to do, he said calmly. To cripple you completely, of course. Hanada Ichiro distinctly felt his dantian shatter. The internal energy within him deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly unable to be contained. It all dissipated back into the heavens and earth. His entire being shattered in that instant. Staring at Chu Tian, he roared, Chu Tian, you've crippled my fellow disciples. My master will never let you off. Chu Tian slowly lowered his head, locking eyes with Hanada Ichiro before speaking, your master? If he comes, his fate will likely be even worse than yours. If you've got the guts, go ahead and try. Chu Tian's series of actions filled those present with both excitement and profound reverence. The world reveres and admires the strong. Today, Chu Tian's actions had truly opened their eyes, giving them a whole new understanding of his power. If you ask me, Mr. Chu's strength is likely at the late Grandmaster stage or even the peak Grandmaster level. Hearing Rong Kaishan's words, Rong Guang couldn't help but ask, Dad, maybe Mr. Chu is already a Grandmaster. Rong Kaishan shook his head solemnly. You brat, do you think Grandmasters grow on trees? That they're commonplace? At Mr. Chu's age? Impossible. Reaching the peak of Grandmaster is already astonishing enough. Rong Guan nodded thoughtfully, seeming to accept this reasoning. This victory boosted everyone's morale. One by one, they gathered around Chu Tian, showering him with unreserved praise. Their expressions of shared pride made Chu Tian chuckle inwardly. Master Chu, I was most disrespectful last time. I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. I sincerely hope you won't hold it against me. Chen Hao pushed his way to the front and bowed respectfully to Chu Tian. Chu Tian waved his hand with a smile. Last time? What last time? I've long forgotten. Chu Tian's magnanimity drew a wave of warm smiles from the crowd. Chu Tian chuckled a few times, then looked at everyone seriously and said, Do you all really think this matter ends here? Chapter 116, Looking for Trouble. Hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. They looked at Chu Tian with puzzled expressions. Chu Tian spoke earnestly, I'm the kind of person who repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. These Co-Kingdom scoundrels have gone too far, they've kicked every martial arts academy in Yun City. Since that's the case, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Chu Tian's words instantly clarified the situation for everyone, and the atmosphere surged with excitement. Mr. Chu is absolutely right. They've gone too far, we must take revenge. Let's raid their dojos. Kick every single Co-Kingdom martial arts school in Yun City to pieces. Show them we're not pushovers. Exactly. They dare act so brazenly on our Chinese soil? Today we'll make them suffer. Let's go. Kick their dojos to pieces. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Chu Tian smiled and waved his hand. Hold on a moment, everyone. You're all injured now. Even if we go, you won't be able to fight at full strength. Let me treat your wounds first. After a round of healing, the group was utterly convinced of Chu Tian's prowess. His power was beyond compare. His medical skills were nothing short of miraculous. Such a young man is truly the pride of Yuncheng. At Chu Tian's call, the group set off in a mighty procession toward the Wooden Sword Society. The Wooden Sword Society was a martial arts dojo established in Yun City by Ichiro Hanada. It primarily taught fencing and self-defense techniques. The students at Ma Kensha were a mixed bunch, co-nationals, foreigners, and Huagui nationals alike. At that moment, two men in kimonos were crouched by the entrance, smoking. Jushan Kuan, did you hear? President Hanada took several senior brothers to challenge another dojo. They've been gone for ages, why haven't they returned yet? Shindai Kuan, why the rush? For all we know, our seniors have already beaten the local Yun City dojos into submission, begging for mercy on their knees. Let's wait patiently. Soon enough, our Co-Kingdom Martial Arts Society might completely dominate Yun City, and in the not-too-distant future, the entire Huagua nation might look to us for guidance. The two envisioned that scene, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration wash over them. Zhu Shan! Look, those cars seem to be heading this way. Could it be President Hua Tian and the others returning? It doesn't look like it. Those aren't the same vehicles President Hua Tian and his group rode in this morning. As they debated, the vehicles pulled up directly before the Mujin Society's entrance. Then, led by Chu Tian, dozens of martial arts schoolmasters and their disciples poured out. Zhu Shan and Shindai frowned at the sight of this unfamiliar group. Bystanders, drawn by the commotion, stopped to watch. Who are you people? What are you doing here at our Wooden Sword Society? Chu Tian glanced at Shindai, who stood a head shorter than him. He curved his lips and murmured, Heh. What are we here for? Don't you know what you did this morning? We're here to return the favor. The two co-nationals already had a limited grasp of the Chinese language, and Chu Tian's deliberately convoluted words left them momentarily speechless. Chu Tian snorted derisively, watching the two exchange bewildered glances. He tapped his temple with a long finger, shook his head in slight exasperation, and clarified, Forgot you two don't understand. Simply put, we're here to challenge your dojo. Chu Tian's words immediately drew muffled chuckles from the people behind him. Like invisible slaps, the laughter stung Shindai and Takishi's faces with burning embarrassment. Weren't you supposed to be defeated by us? Why are you completely unharmed? Wait. You can't go in. Seeing he couldn't stop them, Zhu Shan hurriedly sent Shindai to report the situation. As Chu Tian led his group into the martial arts hall, several Co-Kingdom practitioners were in the midst of instruction. Noticing the hostile intent radiating from Chu Tian's group, they all stopped immediately. What do you want? As both sides remained locked in a standoff, a young man stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Tian and bellowing. His outburst drew a mocking smirk from the Co-Kingdom men. Chen Taiha frowned and asked, "Are you Kogwa?" The young man snorted coldly and declared, "I am a citizen of Huagua. Precisely because of that, I must stand up and call you out. Huagua people value friendship above all else. What do you think you're doing? Our coach is an international friend. You treat him with such disrespect. Bringing so many people here, what's your game? Looking for trouble? Don't push it too far. Don't embarrass us Huagua people." This young man admired none other than the Wooden Sword Club's president, Ichiro Hanada, which was why he spent thousands each month to train under him. To him, the martial spirit abroad was purer and more worthy of study than that in China. Chu Tian listened to his words, then glanced at the mocking expressions of several co-countrymen nearby. He gave a cold snort and said indifferently, "Do you even know why we're here? You don't know the reason, you know nothing, yet you turn around and play the victim? Look at the sarcastic, mocking expressions on the faces of these so-called international friends of yours. Don't you feel embarrassed and humiliated?" The young man's face instantly flushed crimson. Glancing at the crowd of onlookers, he felt his dignity slip away. Jutting his chin defiantly, he retorted, "Then tell me. I want to hear it. What possible reason could you have for bringing so many people here to cause trouble?" Chu Tian, speaking loudly to prevent misunderstandings, declared with force, "This very morning, the head of the Wooden Sword Society, Hanada Ichiro, led several senior disciples to challenge every martial arts dojo in our city. And they showed no mercy. Not a shred of the martial spirit that calls for stopping at the right moment. Shouldn't we restore our honor? This is the territory of our Chinese nation. Are we supposed to just let a bunch of foreigners humiliate us?" Chu Tian's words instantly stirred the crowd's emotions. The onlookers glared angrily at the foreigners, waving their hands as they shouted, "This is outrageous. Well said. We absolutely must reclaim our honor. Our Chinese martial arts have been passed down for ages. Why should we let outsiders walk all over us? What kind of society is this? Do you think we're still living in the days when we let your tiny country push us around? Since you've come to bully us, we'll settle this once and for all." Seeing the crowd's fury, the young man stubbornly defended Kogwa again, "You're pushing it too far. Guests should be treated with respect. Sparring is meant to be a friendly exchange. You couldn't beat us, so now you come here with numbers to bully us. Isn't that going too far?" Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. He turned to face the young man, his gaze carrying a sharp edge that made the youth shiver and pull his neck back. "Is this what they call worshipping foreign powers? You're a Chinese citizen. Yet you side with Kogwa at this critical moment? Chapter 117, Want to take me on together?" The young man snorted coldly. "Humph. I just think Ko is better than China. More freedom, more genuine people, a slower pace of life. And..." Before the young man could finish, Chu Tian cut him off sharply. "I'd wager you're more enamored with Ko's porn culture, huh? Ha! Think of our vast nation, China. From ancient times to now, we possess countless splendid traditional cultures. Enough to fill our people with pride. Yet you, clinging to your Chinese identity, dare to fantasize about changing your nationality? I'm genuinely curious, why do traitors like you even stay in China? Countless people abroad yearn for Chinese citizenship. Even foreigners can't help but give Chinese people a thumbs up when they hear the name. Yet you spend every waking moment scheming to emigrate? People like you are nothing short of a disgrace." Chu Tian's words rang out with such force that the few Chinese students attending the Wooden Sword Society blushed crimson. The young man, flushed with embarrassment, retorted, "Humph. You're just stubbornly clinging to your outdated views. What's wrong with embracing international culture? You're always singing China's praises. Does China pay you? Forget everything else, just look at martial arts. Co-nations' martial arts are the real deal, while China's? Nothing but flashy, useless moves. They hold no real substance whatsoever. I'm putting this out there today. All of you combined couldn't beat my 3 coaches." Chu Tian scoffed dismissively, refusing to engage any further. This guy's completely blinded by delusion. Any more words would just be a waste of breath. While Chu Tian could keep his cool, Rong Guang couldn't. He stepped forward and slapped the young man hard across the face. "I can't stand your tone. You Western-obsessed fool. Do you really think there's no one left in Chinese martial arts?" The force of the slap sent the young man crashing to the ground with a yelp. Chen Hao and Huang Jiaojiao, standing nearby, couldn't hold back either. They each stepped forward and delivered a slap of their own.
What kind of person are you? As a Chinese citizen, you can't even grasp your own country's culture, yet you grovel and fawn over others. You're an absolute disgrace. People like you bring shame upon our nation. If you want to emigrate, do it already. Go bother the Koreans, it's better than staying here. 3 slaps in quick succession left the young man's face swollen and puffy, looking worse than a pig's head. Pitifully scrambling to his feet, he grabbed the arm of one of the co-coaches, pleading, Gao Sijuan. Ashuro. Fukawa. You have to help me. Avenge me. Make these fools understand that Ko is the strongest. His actions filled the surrounding Chinese spectators with utter contempt. One by one, they glared at him with fury. This kid is a disgrace to our nation. I can't bear to watch or listen. Humph. He's from our martial arts school. Don't hold back, beat them senseless. Let them learn that in our great nation, a promise is a promise. Right. Enough talk, just beat the crap out of them. Gao Siheo looked at Chu Tian with an arrogant expression and said, Sir, you assaulted your fellow countrymen. And yet you speak with such righteous indignation. Isn't that a bit excessive? Rong Guang snorted derisively. He should count himself lucky he's Chinese. Otherwise, I'd have beaten him to a pulp today. Exactly. Stop pretending to be the good guy here. Your actions are more despicable than anyone else's, and your attitude is utterly disgusting. And you think you can dominate the martial arts scene in all of Yuncheng? That's nothing but a fool's fantasy. Today, we'll show you what real men are made of. These words ignited the crowd's fury, their eyes burning with malice as they stared at the Ko Nation's representative. Yoshiro Taiku snorted derisively and nodded. Since you've come to challenge our dojo, let's settle this. Each side sends 3 fighters to determine superiority. But since our dojo master is absent today, you can't send your master either. How about it? After speaking, Yoshiro Taiku exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 companions. They saw clearly that aside from a few masters with decent strength, the rest of the opponents were no match for them. Late-stage inner strength cultivation wasn't something just anyone could challenge. Chu Tian could easily guess their thoughts. He gave a slight smirk and nodded. Fine. I accept your challenge. 3 from each side. We won't send our dojo master. No sooner had Chu Tian finished speaking than Chen Hao, Huang Jiaojiao, and Rong Guang stepped forward in unison. Mr. Chu, let us 3 take them on. We'll beat them until they beg for mercy on their knees. Chu Tian shook his head, replying calmly, You needn't join. I alone am sufficient to handle them. With that, he gave the trio a meaningful glance. The 3 Ko Nation coaches across from them were all late-stage internal energy practitioners. Rong Guang and the others were no match for them. If they actually went up, today's challenge would be pointless. Understanding Chu Tian's meaning, the 3 did not insist. The others reacted differently to Chu Tian's words. The Western-obsessed youth spoke first. Kid, you really think you're some big shot? You're going solo? Looks like you came here looking for a beating today. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Young man, there are 3 of them. At least make it 3 on 3. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage. Exactly. This isn't the time to show off. It's not just about you, it's about Yuncheng's reputation. The pride of our Chinese people. Young man, you absolutely cannot let your emotions get the better of you. The martial arts school members who came with Chu Tian to challenge the dojo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at these words. Chu Tian wasn't showing off, nor was he acting on impulse. He had every reason to say what he did. Consider those 3 opponents, a grandmaster, a mid-stage grandmaster, and a late-stage grandmaster. Each possessed formidable strength. And yet they were thoroughly beaten by Chu Tian? Seeing the smug expressions on the faces of the 3 Ko Kingdom men across the room, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. More than that, they felt genuine sympathy for them. Fearing Chu Tian might change his mind, Fukawayo hurriedly interjected, Young man, are you certain? This is no joke. If you go in alone and lose, you'll become a scapegoat for all of China. Chu Tian snorted coldly, stepping forward. Cut the nonsense. Do you want to come one at a time, or all at once? To the 3 Kogwa men, Chu Tian's words sounded like pure provocation. Gao Siheo stepped forward first, arms crossed, bowing slightly as he said calmly, Please. With that, he didn't even give Chu Tian a chance to react before launching his attack. How utterly despicable. A sneak attack. It's over. This young man is doomed to lose this time. Chapter 118, Surrender or Not. Ah, this battle holds no suspense. The onlookers quickly voiced their verdict. Clearly, not a single person present sided with Chu Tian. The Wooden Sword Society's strength was quite renowned in the surrounding area. 3 of their instructors were top-tier masters, each a formidable opponent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attracted so many apprentices. Chu Tian saw the punch coming and calmly raised his hand to block. His palm met Chu Tian's. Only when Gao Siheo's palm collided with Chu Tian's did he truly grasp the vast gulf in their respective strengths. But it was all too late. A piercing scream echoed as Gao Siheo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a wooden training post. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye.
By the time everyone had processed what had happened, Chu Tian had already returned to his original position and said indifferently, "Next."
Who's coming? It had all happened far too quickly. The crowd exchanged glances, blinking in disbelief. Was that it? Were these really the 3 supremely powerful instructors I'd heard about? Is that all they've got? And they have the nerve to travel all the way to another country to teach others? If you ask me, it's probably because their own countrymen think they're useless, so they're here in China just to make a quick buck. And yet, there are still people foolish enough to fall for it. The onlookers' murmurs showed no sign of restraint, leaving the Wooden Sword Society trainees flushed with embarrassment. Yoshiro and Fukagawa exchanged a glance and nodded. "Young man, your skills are decent. Now, you'll bear the brunt of our combined fury." They'd finally decided to attack together. Now, they couldn't care less about outnumbering their opponent. If they lost this fight, they'd have no face left to stay in China. Chu Tian scoffed, waving dismissively with a carefree expression. "I told you to team up earlier, but you two were too proud." With that, Yoshiro and Fukagawa launched a fierce assault on Chu Tian, simultaneously one targeting his heart, the other striking at his lower body. Their tactics were ruthless and vicious. The onlookers couldn't help but frown repeatedly. But Chu Tian showed no fear. With one hand, he violently seized Yoshiro's arm, while his foot crushed Fukawa's attacking leg. As Chu Tian gradually increased the pressure, both men let out agonized screams. Snap! 2 crisp snaps echoed as Yoshiro's arm shattered and Fukawa's leg met the same fate. Chu Tian kicked Fukawa violently away, then swung Yoshiro's arm like a windmill, smashing it straight into the Wooden Sword Club's plaque. The plaque shattered, and the 3 coaches of the Wooden Sword Club were gravely injured. It all happened in the blink of an eye, executed with seamless precision. Chu Tian stretched his limbs, then turned to the crowd and said flatly, "Who else wants to come up and prove themselves? Who still dares say that Chinese martial arts are all flash and no substance?" Chu Tian's words were clearly aimed at the young man. Seeing the 3 coaches lying on the ground, beaten beyond recognition and unable to even crawl up, he dared not utter a single word. They cowered obediently in the corner. "You actually injured our instructors. You're asking for it. Attack! Avenge our instructors!" In an instant, the melee erupted. Within minutes, the Wooden Sword Club was utterly defeated. Chu Tian surveyed the scene and said indifferently, "Let's move on to the next place." With that, he cast a lingering glance at the writhing figures on the ground, grimacing in pain and groaning in agony, then swept his sleeves and departed, leaving his achievements and fame hidden deep within. Half an hour later, the Liangtian Society was utterly defeated. An hour later, the Sakura Society was utterly defeated. Over the course of an entire day, all 18 martial arts clubs in Yun City affiliated with the Ko Nation were systematically defeated by Chu Tian's group, suffering complete and utter defeat. Chu Tian and his group felt refreshed and exhilarated, utterly satisfied. Rong Kaishan smiled as he surveyed the group. "What a satisfying day," he declared. "Watching those bastards grovel on their knees begging for mercy was pure bliss." Exactly. If it weren't for Mr. Chu today, we'd have had to swallow our pride and keep quiet. Who would have thought we'd get to kick some serious ass like this? Today we're gonna find a place and have a proper feast. No fight, no friendship from now on, we're all brothers. Ha! As they spoke, all eyes turned to Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian was the biggest hero of the day, and his prowess had earned everyone's deep respect. They all hoped he'd grace them with his presence tonight. Facing all those expectant eyes, how could Chu Tian refuse? Reluctantly, he nodded and said, "All right. Tonight, we'll drink until we're drunk." They found a restaurant, reserved the largest private room, and ordered a mountain of food and drinks. They ate and drank heartily, reveling in the moment. Everyone present recounted the day's events while taking turns toasting Chu Tian. "Mr. Chu, today I've truly witnessed your prowess. We took down Kogwa's martial arts club together. You've earned my friendship." "You bet. Mr. Chu, you're my brother now. Whatever you need, just give me a call. A brother's duty, no question." "Ha! Mr. Chu, you're my new idol from now on. Bottoms up." The meal was filled with joy and laughter. Even Chu Tian was swept up in the atmosphere, his face lighting up with smiles. After finishing their meal, they continued chatting over drinks. Chen Taiha observed Chu Tian and tentatively asked, "Mr. Chu, have you heard about the upcoming martial arts grand tournament in Huagui in a few months?" Chu Tian took a sip of wine and nodded faintly. "I've heard of it." Chen Taiha's eyes lit up at this. He couldn't help but continue, "Mr. Chu, would you consider joining us for this competition? With your strength, you'd surely achieve an excellent ranking and bring glory to our Yuncheng." Huang Baowan nodded in agreement and urged, "Exactly. With your skills, Mr. Chu, you wouldn't just excel in team events even as an individual, you'd absolutely crack the Earth rankings." "Humph. I reckon Mr. Chu could easily secure a spot in the top 10 of the Earth rankings. Even the heavenly rankings aren't out of the question." Chu Tian looked at the eager expressions on everyone's faces. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Everyone, I'm truly sorry. I know you mean well, but participating in the grand competition isn't part of my original plan.
I still need to focus on my studies. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, the mood among the group grew noticeably subdued. But since he'd made his decision, they had no right to force him otherwise. Rong Kaishan took a sip of his wine and remarked, Mr. Chu has his own considerations and thoughts. We have no right to pressure him. Everyone, let's just enjoy our drinks and stop talking about useless things. The topic was dropped, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up again. By the time the meal concluded, it was already around 10 o'clock at night. After watching everyone leave, Chu Tian frowned and dialed Yi Qingqing's number. Chapter 119, Kidnapping. Even when you're busy, you still need to eat and rest. Working non-stop for so long, how could the body possibly endure it? The call rang for a long time before someone finally answered. Even then, no one spoke. For some reason, Chu Tian suddenly felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Just as he was about to speak up, the other party spoke first. A deep, husky voice, clearly altered by special processing. Chu Tian, right? Yi Qingqing is in our hands. If you want her to be safe, come to the riverside cottage on your own. We'll give you half an hour. If you don't show up, don't blame us. Such a lovely, charming little face. We brothers haven't had any fun in a long time. At those words, Chu Tian's brow furrowed tightly. Names flashed through his mind like a rapid-fire slideshow as he frantically tried to identify the mastermind behind this. Yuan Yanbin? Unlikely. That kid was focused on winning Yi Qingqing's trust, making the Yi family his strongest ally. He wouldn't do something this foolish. This trap was clearly designed for Chu Tian. The 4 major gangs? Even less likely. Not only did the 4 gang leaders now harbor deep fear toward him, but even if they did harbor such intentions, fifth brother Long would never fail to warn him. After running through all possibilities, Chu Tian took a deep breath and said coldly, I can come. But if you dare touch Miss Yi before I arrive, I won't hesitate to send you all to meet your maker. The other party chuckled lightly upon hearing Chu Tian's words and replied, Kid, don't bother coming. I won't wait. You have exactly half an hour. If you don't show up, no one can guarantee Miss Yi's safety. With that, the call abruptly ended. Inside the riverside cottage, Yi Qingqing, now awake, stared coldly at the man and woman before her. You really have some nerve, kidnapping me? This is quite unexpected. Wang Yan glared at Yi Qingqing's exquisitely beautiful face, seething with hatred. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and slapped her across the face. While Han Dongmin was still in a daze, Wang Yan had already acted. When he finally snapped out of it, he roared in fury, Are you out of your mind? Kidnapping the Yi family's daughter is already a huge risk. Don't forget what our goal is. And you actually hit her. Wang Yan snorted coldly, her voice righteous. Humph. I just can't stand her seductive little face. She wears that innocent look all day long, as if every man in the world owes her something. She's just good at luring men, it's disgusting. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly at Wang Yan's words. She flexed her jaw, trying to ease the stinging soreness, and retorted, Wang Yan, coming from you, that's utterly laughable. Back when Chu Tian was head over heels for you, you exploited his feelings to get a kidney transplant for your lover? Then you had the nerve to marry Han Dongmin. The things you've done have long been the talk of Yuncheng. Don't you know that at all? What kind of person are you to dare criticize me? Release me immediately, or the consequences won't be something you can bear. Wang Yan, don't be so nonchalant. Han Dongmin, do you truly dare stake the entire Han family on this? Yi Qingqing's words froze Han Dongmin for a moment. The thought of Yi Qingqing's father Yuncheng's wealthiest man made his hair stand on end. Though father and daughter were currently at odds, it didn't change the fact that Yi Qingqing was Yi Yunfei's daughter. And Yi Yunfei had always been completely devoted to his daughter. No matter how much they quarreled, once he found out Han Dongmin had kidnapped his daughter, who knew what kind of uproar he might cause? Wang Yan's eyes flashed with displeasure as she retorted, What's there to fear? We're under young Master Yuan's command now. Even if we did kill Yi Qingqing, we'd be clearing trouble for him. He'd be grateful. Yi Qingqing heard Wang Yan's words, a trace of scorn flashing in her eyes. She retorted, I'm genuinely curious why Chu Tian ever set his sights on a woman like you, all tits and no brains. If you dare lay a finger on me, believe me, the Yuan family won't lift a finger to help you. You'll face jail time, or worse, never setting foot in Yuncheng again. Han Dongmin, Wang Yan is a fool. You should understand the stakes here, right? Han Dongmin's face darkened. He gripped Wang Yan's hand tightly and snapped, Stop this nonsense. Our target today is Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing, they're not people we can touch. Wang Yan seethed with resentment, but Han Dongmin's warning glare silenced her. She nodded reluctantly, took a few steps back, and shot Yi Qingqing a venomous glare. To Wang Yan, Chu Tian was nothing but a piece of stinking dog, her former bootlicker. She could trample him underfoot, but he had no right to fall for another woman. That's precisely why, looking at Yi Qingqing, Wang Yan couldn't suppress the hostility in her heart. Especially that nearly flawless face, she wanted nothing more than to destroy it. Seeing Wang Yan finally quiet, Han Dongmin smiled at Yi Qingqing. Miss Yi, don't be afraid. Our target is only Chu Tian. We won't harm you. Just cooperate, and once this is settled, we'll let you leave safely. Yi Qingqing snorted coldly, her voice icy.
You kidnapped me to blackmail Chu Tian.
Whether he falls for it or not, if you dare lay a finger on him once he arrives, you'll be declaring war on me.
Behind me stands the entire Yi family. Think carefully.
Release me now, and I'll pretend this never happened.
Before Han Dongmin could respond, Wang Yan snorted coldly from the side.
She stepped forward, lifted Yi Qingqing's chin, and sneered, Miss Yi, you really are arrogant. Do you believe that even if we killed you today, as long as we covered our tracks well enough, no one would ever trace it back to us? Yi Qingqing couldn't be bothered to waste words on Wang Yan's foolishness. She simply closed her eyes out of sight, out of mind.
Wang Yan was furious at Yi Qingqing's reaction.
She snorted coldly and declared, You're nothing but. Before she could finish, she raised her hand again, aiming to slap Yi Qingqing across the face. But Han Dongmin grabbed her arm.
Are you out of your mind?
Your Wang family has no standards and fears no retribution.
But my Han family is different. If your actions get me into trouble, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences.
Facing Han Dongmin's eyes, red with rage, Wang Yan reluctantly withdrew her hand.
Humph.
As long as Chu Tian shows up, I'll make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Yi Qingqing, you're pathetic marrying such a useless loser and treating him like a treasure.
Chapter 120, Paying the Price. As Wang Yan finished speaking, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door.
Several burly men dragged a young man inside. Yi Qingqing's composure vanished the moment she saw him.
Her voice trembled with panic. Chu Tian, are you out of your mind? Why did you actually come?
Chu Tian looked at Yi Qingqing, her hands bound in 5 unhealed slap marks still etched across her face.
His expression darkened instantly. They hurt you? Before Yi Qingqing could answer, Wang Yan looked at Chu Tian smugly. That's right. I slapped this myself. What are you gonna do about it? From the moment you stepped inside, you became a passive prisoner. We're the ones in control now. Get down on your knees.
Wang Yan's voice, tinged with excitement, was sharp and grating, making one's skin crawl. Han Dongmin calmly puffed on his cigarette, gazing at Chu Tian.
Chu Tian, since you're here, you should know what we want. You've repeatedly caused us trouble before. Today, we'll settle all accounts. Kneel.
His words were delivered with an air of utter self-righteousness.
Even Yi Qingqing, standing nearby, felt disgusted by the two of them. Chu Tian scoffed coldly.
I'd been wondering who'd be bold enough to kidnap the Yi family's young miss.
Never imagined it'd be you two. Truly surprising. Wang Yan smirked triumphantly. You'll be surprised by what else you didn't expect.
Now kneel, kowtow, apologize, and beg for our forgiveness.
If I'm in a good mood, I might even let Yi Qingqing go.
Yi Qingqing panicked and shouted, Chu Tian, you can't kneel.
These two are lunatics, they don't deserve it. Chu Tian was born with pride.
If he could solve a problem with his fists, he'd never bow his head. Now, making him kneel would be harder than killing him.
Wang Yan's displeasure flared. She turned to the buzzcut man standing nearby and snapped, What are you standing there for? If Chu Tian refuses to kneel, you'll entertain Miss Yi properly for me. Such a fine specimen, you outlaws probably haven't seen the likes of her before, have you?
The buzzcut man's face twisted into a vicious grimace. They say the eyes are the window to the soul. Just looking at his features, you knew he was no saint. The bloodthirsty aura radiating from him screamed murderer. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, the man chuckled darkly. He stepped behind Yi Qingqing, pressing a dagger against her throat while his other hand groped her face. Indeed, he sneered, never seen such a fine specimen before. If I could really have my way with her, I'd die happy. Ha! Even Wang Yan flinched at the sight of that savage grin. Chu Tian's gaze fixed on the man's wandering hand as a dark gleam deepened in his eyes. It was like staring into a bottomless pool, an unnerving sight that made one's heart skip a beat.
Make me kneel? Fine. But if you dare lay a finger on Miss Yi, today I'll send every last one of you to meet the king of hell. Wang Yan and Han Dongmin couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this, their laughter dripping with scorn. Chu Tian, you've sunk this low and still think you can threaten us? You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Kneel. Stop talking. Get down on your knees now.
Watching Chu Tian slowly bend his knees, Yi Qingqing felt her eyes grow moist. A deep chord within her heart was struck. Seeing Chu Tian truly kneel obediently, Wang Yan and Han Dongmin felt an indescribable sense of triumphant satisfaction welling up inside them. Chu Tian's rapid growth lately had left Han Dongmin feeling defeated. Now, seeing Chu Tian's humiliated state once more, that sense of superiority surged back. Chu Tian knelt down inch by inch, his knees about to touch the ground. At that critical moment, he suddenly flipped over, sprinted to the man with the crew cut, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it with all his might. A sharp crack echoed. The dagger fell to the floor. The buzzcut man screamed in agony. Without a word, Chu Tian slapped him hard across the face. Bending down to pick up the dagger, he plunged it through the hand that had earlier groped Yi Qingqing's face. It all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone registered what had transpired, a faint scent of blood hung heavy in the air throughout the hall. Chu Tian, however, had already calmly risen to his feet and cut the rope binding Yi Qingqing's wrists. Wang Yan pointed at Chu Tian in disbelief, stammering, You, how could you? Chu Tian looked at Wang Yan with a sneer. You people really have lost your minds. Kidnapping, intimidation, do you even know how long you'll be rotting in prison? 5 years or less for a fixed-term sentence, and for aggravated cases, 5 to 10 years. That long? Wang Yan, will you even have your youth left when you get out? An old, faded woman like you, do you really think Han Dongmin will still want you? You landed Han Dongmin not because of your stupid brain, but because of your passable looks. Once your beauty fades, Han Dongmin will still be the big shot when he gets out. What will you have left? A tainted identity for life? Chu Tian's words genuinely intimidated Wang Yan. She glanced at Han Dongmin and retorted defiantly, stop spouting nonsense. So what if we kidnapped someone? We won't admit it. What proof do you have? Besides, we're under Master Yuan's protection now. If anything happens, Master Yuan won't abandon us. Han Dongmin snorted coldly, his eyes flickering. Chu Tian's words had indeed struck a nerve. He'd agreed to kidnap Yi Qingqing precisely because of his own capital. Even if the scheme blew up, he could simply pin everything on that stupid woman. As for him, he'd still be the Han family's young master. No major repercussions. Wang Yan felt uneasy and couldn't be bothered to waste words on Chu Tian. Waving her hand dramatically, she shrieked, Guards! Are you all dead out there? Get in here and grab this brat. I'll kill him today. Hearing this, Chu Tian spoke calmly once more. Attempted murder carries a 10-year sentence. Wang Yan, your life is over. Chu Tian's words drove Wang Yan nearly mad. She could only frantically urge the bodyguards and desperados who had stormed in to kill Chu Tian. Though these desperados were hardened criminals, their brutality was no match for absolute power. Chu Tian effortlessly subdued them all. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Glancing down at the timer on his phone, he nodded with satisfaction. 5 minutes, 15 men. Not bad speed. To Wang Yan, Chu Tian's words sounded like pure, unadulterated mockery. The rage made her go even crazier. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and scratch his face to pieces. Chapter 121, Useless Pawns. The moment Chu Tian finished the fight, the wail of police sirens pierced the air outside. Wang Yan and Han Dongmin both flinched. They exchanged a glance, a vague unease settling in their hearts. Several officers strode in, glancing at the scene in the living room. The lead officer, Ho Haochuan, spoke calmly, who called to report this incident. Chu Tian stepped forward and stated calmly, It was me. These two are suspected of kidnapping, intimidation, and even threatening to kill me. Wang Yan immediately panicked and shrieked, You're lying. We didn't kidnap anyone. It was you who attacked us the moment you walked in. Officer, did you see? They're all injured because of him. Ho Haochuan turned to look at Chu Tian, waiting for his explanation. Chu Tian chuckled softly, pulled out his phone, and played the recording of their earlier conversation. The moment the recording played, Wang Yan and Han Dongmin's expressions shifted noticeably. Wang Yan shrieked, Chu Tian, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you record us? Han Dongmin coldly declared, Sergeant, this is a misunderstanding. I need to call my lawyer. Ho Haochuan waved his hand dismissively. Take them back first. We'll investigate the truth ourselves. Wang Yan and Han Dongmin glared fiercely at Chu Tian, threatening, You just wait. We absolutely won't let you have your way. Not only did this never happen, but even if it did, with young Master Yuan protecting us, nothing will come of it. The group was escorted back, and Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing would also cooperate with the investigation. During this time, Han Dongmin found a moment to call his father. Upon hearing the mess his son had created, Han Tongshan's temper flared. He couldn't hold back his rage. You fool. I told you time and again that Wang Yan, that brainless woman, was beneath you. You wouldn't listen. Now you've caused such a huge problem. How am I supposed to help you now? Han Dongmin shrank his neck and asked Han Tongshan to seek help from Yuan Yanbin. Han Tongshan took a deep breath. Though furious inside, he had only this one son. He couldn't just abandon him. In Yuan Yanbin's bedroom at the Yuan family villa, the luxurious room was shrouded in tightly drawn curtains. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, while inside, a spring-like warmth lingered. Soft moans and heavy panting intertwined with the sound of bodies pressed together. Hormones were running wild. Just as Yuan Yanbin reached the crucial moment, the phone rang, shattering the mood. He shot a displeased glance at the phone before flinging it to the floor and plunging back into the fray. The woman's screams rose and fell, becoming the perfect symphony and aphrodisiac. After 10 minutes, the sounds within the room finally subsided, yet the phone continued its relentless ringing. Her pale arm tugged gently at Yuan Yanbin's hand. Honey, your phone hasn't stopped ringing, she murmured softly. Only then did Yuan Yanbin reluctantly answer the call. Han Tongshan humbly recounted the events briefly before pleading, Young Master Yuan, my son has always been truly loyal to you.
Our entire Han family has always followed the Yuan family's lead. Please save my son. Yuan Yanbin rubbed his temples, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. I understand. I'll find a way to make arrangements with the authorities. He hung up, fuming. What an absolute fool. I'm genuinely curious, how did someone so brainless even make it this far in life? To think of kidnapping Yi Qingcheng, the young miss of the Yi family. He must be tired of living. The woman nestled in Yuan Yanbin's arms gasped in shock. Are they insane? Everyone knows Yi Yunfei cherishes his daughter above all else. Kidnapping Yi Qingcheng is like poking him right in the throat. Yuan Yanbin stroked the woman's smooth back lazily as he dialed the number. Even you understand this. Those two fools are truly beyond redemption. Yuan Yanbin briefly exchanged pleasantries with the magistrate's office. Before Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing's statements were even finished, the constables were already preparing to release Han Dongmin and Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked at Chu Tian with smug satisfaction. Chu Tian, I told you this would happen. Even if you have that recording, it's useless. The Yuan family is behind us. You think you can put us in jail? That's nothing but a pipe dream. Han Dongmin said nothing, but his gaze toward Chu Tian was filled with icy coldness. Yi Qingqing frowned, turning to the constable trailing Wang Yan and Han Dongmin. What exactly is your game here? They kidnapped me, that's a fact, backed by witnesses and evidence. And you're just going to let these two walk? That's outrageous. The constable wore a pained expression, inwardly sighing. This kind of thankless job, where you can't please anyone, was something the higher-ups never wanted to handle. They'd all passed it down to him, a lowly grassroots constable. Well, Miss Yi, Mr. Wang and Mr. Han have agreed to settle. They'll apologize to you. I suggest we just let this go. We'll all be seeing each other around. Making a big scene isn't good for anyone. Yi Qingqing snorted coldly. I'm the one involved here. I haven't even spoken, and you've already decided for me? Seems I don't carry much weight. Fine then, I'm calling my father right now. This incident absolutely cannot be swept under the rug. With that, she reached for her phone, but Chu Tian intercepted it before she could dial. Qingcheng, it's just a minor issue. There's no need to involve your father. Let me handle this. The constable visibly relaxed. As long as the Yi family wasn't involved, everything else could be negotiated. If he knew what was coming next, he certainly wouldn't have thought that way. Chu Tian's call didn't take long and ended quickly. Wang Yan shot Chu Tian a scornful look and taunted, Chu Tian, stop pretending to be some big shot. As long as the Yi family doesn't get involved, no one can really keep us here at the magistrate's office. You're nothing but a piece of rotten mud, how could you possibly handle us? Mark my words, you'll spend your entire life under our feet. Han Dongmin chimed in with a forced smile, Missy, Chu Tian is right. It's best to keep this quiet and let it blow over. Be good, don't bring trouble upon yourself or this pretty boy of yours. With that, he shot Chu Tian a defiant look. Clearly, he'd misinterpreted Chu Tian's earlier words, assuming the young man wanted to smooth things over. Not long after, the constable received a phone call. His expression instantly changed. He shot Chu Tian a wary glance before turning back with a blank look on his face. Gentlemen, he said, I just received a call. It seems you two can't leave just yet. Wang Yan's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? She demanded coldly. Chapter 122, Abandoned. The constable replied flatly, Chief Constable Fan just called me. He's taking full charge of this case. Therefore, it will be thoroughly investigated, and you must stay to cooperate. Han Dongmin was startled upon hearing this, casting a suspicious glance at Chu Tian. Could it be that the call Chu Tian made earlier was to Fan Shi? The thought sent a wave of intense unease washing over him. Wang Yan's mind couldn't grasp such convoluted implications. She merely stiffened her neck and shrieked, Why? You can't go back on your word. You said you'd release us. Why must we keep waiting? Chu Tian shook his head, his face dripping with scorn. Yi Qingqing poked Chu Tian's arm with interest, teasing, Chu Tian, I'm genuinely curious, were you blind before? How could you have ended up with such a fool? Chu Tian shrugged helplessly. I can't answer that question. Honestly, I regret it now too. Wang Yan, enraged by their exchange, gritted her teeth and tugged at Han Dongmin's sleeve. Honey, call young Master Yuan and your father right now. Make them let us out. Han Dongmin's ears were ringing from Wang Yan shrieking. He was filled with regret ever since this woman broke up with Chu Tian and started following him. His luck had taken a nosedive. The mere thought of that kidney stolen by Chu Tian sent a wave of frustration coursing through him. Though furious inside, he knew this matter was connected to him. His gut told him that staying locked up here would likely lead to more trouble. Taking a deep breath, he turned and glared at the constable through clenched teeth. I need to make a phone call. The officer hesitated for a moment. Just then, a crisp, decisive voice rang out from the doorway, let him call. Chu Tian saw the woman leading the team and raised an eyebrow. Why did you come personally? Fan Lele glanced at Chu Tian and replied, Chief Constable Fan has entrusted me with full authority over this matter. What's the matter? Don't you trust me? Chu Tian shook his head with a smile. Miss Fong is upright and incorruptible. How could I possibly be uneasy? I'm completely at ease. Chu Tian's words brought a hint of warmth to Fong Leilei's face. Yi Qingcheng looked at Chu Tian with confusion and asked, Do you two know each other? Chu Tian explained, We met by chance when I went to the hospital to save someone earlier. After hearing their exchange, Fong Leilei turned to Yi Qingcheng and said, So you're Miss Yi? You truly are beautiful. No wonder Chu Tian would rather be your assistant than work for me. Yi Qingcheng found Fong Leilei's straightforward nature quite appealing and shook her hand warmly. Chu Tian shook his head with a smile. I told you, I'm a free spirit. Working for you? No way. I'd be running around outside all day. How exhausting would that be? Fong Leilei snorted lightly through her nose, clearly unconvinced. Yi Qingcheng glanced at the two of them but chose not to press further at that moment. Han Dongmin listened to Chu Tian and Fong Leilei's conversation while anxiously calling his father. It seemed Chu Tian knew this female police captain. When the time came, Han Tongshan felt a headache coming on the moment he answered his son's call. What the hell? I thought you were already out. I'm warning you, if you pull another stunt like this, don't ever call me father again. And don't go around saying you're a Han when you're out. I can't afford the embarrassment. Han Tongshan's furious tirade left Han Dongmin's face burning. He stepped aside and lowered his voice. Dad, there's been a complication. That bastard Chu Tian actually knows Chief Constable Fan. This time, I might need to ask you to intercede with young Master Yuan and put in a good word with Chief Constable Fan. Hearing this, Han Tongshan felt a chill run down his spine. Chief Constable Fan. That young man Chu Tian actually knows Chief Constable Fan. This time, they'd hit a brick wall. The Han family was only a second-tier clan. If they went to beg the Yuan family for help, would the Yuans even agree? After hanging up, Han Tongshan hesitated for a long while before finally dialing the number. Young Master Yuan, here's the situation. So, this time I might have to trouble you again. Please intercede for us. If you can get my son out safely this time, the Han family will be your most loyal dog for the rest of our lives. If all else fails, we can pin all the blame on that stupid woman, Wang Yan. If it weren't for that fool egging him on, my son wouldn't have done something so thoughtless. Yuan Yanbin took a deep drag on his cigarette after hearing Han Tongshan's plea, then spoke with a meaningful tone, Old Han. It's not that I won't help you. But by now, can't you see that Chu Tian is deliberately targeting you? Clearly, he's set his sights on your son. Do you really think it's appropriate for me to intervene? The Yuan family certainly needs loyal dogs. But a mindless mad dog only brings trouble to its master. What use is such a dog? You understand what I mean, right? After hanging up, Han Tongshan felt several years older. It was clear the Yuan family had abandoned Han Dongmin, and with his own abilities, Han Tongshan simply couldn't save him. When Han Dongmin received his father's call, his expression changed completely. The Yuan family had abandoned him. He had become a complete liability. Recalling Chu Tian's earlier words about a combined sentence nearing 20 years, he thought of the changes that would occur by the time he was released. What could he possibly do then? The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He turned and slapped Wang Yan hard across the face. You stupid woman. It was all your stupid idea. After that, he turned frantically to apologize to Yi Qingcheng. Miss Yi, Mr. Chu, we were foolish this time. Please forgive us. Would you consider dropping the lawsuit? I promise I'll never show my face before you again, nor will I ever scheme against you. Stunned by Han Dongmin's slap, Wang Yan stood frozen in place. Watching him apologize incessantly, she grabbed his sleeve in disapproval. Dongmin, what are you doing? That kid is trash, a sewer rat. Why should we apologize to him? Didn't young Master Yuan say he'd come save us? Hearing Wang Yan's idiotic remark, Han Dongmin flew into a rage and slapped her again, cursing, Now I finally see it clearly, your brain is half flour, half water. Shake it, and it's all bloody mush. Yuan, young master? He's completely abandoned us. We've been discarded. Got it? It's all your stupid ideas. Why are you still alive? You should be dead, you moron. Each word stabbed straight into Wang Yan's heart. Combined with the stinging pain on her face, it left her dizzy and on the verge of fainting. Chapter 123, Good news follows. She glanced back at Chu Tian, and in that moment, deep regret washed over her. Back then, though Chu Tian was poor, he had truly treated her with all his heart. Now, however, Chu Tian had risen above everyone else, while she had fallen to the lowest depths. The thought of the prison sentence awaiting her. Wang Yan dared not delay another moment. Crawling forward a few steps, she grabbed Chu Tian's pant leg and pulled her own clothes down, revealing her impressive cleavage. Chu Tian, I beg you, help me. Don't you love me? If you keep me out of prison, I promise to be your devoted woman from now on. You can do whatever you want with me. I'll help you, I'll make sure you climb even higher. Yi Qingcheng watched Wang Yan with a look of intense disgust flashing in her eyes. Fong Leilei beside her snorted coldly and turned away, refusing to engage. Chu Tian rose slowly, towering over Wang Yan. He then bent down deliberately and said, "Wang Yan, you truly disgust me." With that, he kicked Wang Yan aside. He glanced at his pants with disgust and muttered, "Looks like I'll need to buy some new pants when I get back." Chu Tian's actions brought a smile back to Yi Qingqing's face. She said, "Haha, a new outfit? I'll buy you one when we get back." With that, the two bid farewell to Fang Lele and left the magistrate's office. Fang Lele shot Wang Yan a mocking look, then glanced down at herself and nodded. "No contest," she declared nonchalantly. "Not in looks, not in figure." The successive blows left Wang Yan completely collapsed on the ground. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chu Tian drove Yi Qingqing to Qingqing International Company. The moment they entered, they bumped into Xiao Ku. "Xiao Ku, where are you rushing off to?" Xiao Ku's expression turned serious as she said, "President Yi, President Gu, President Chen, and Chamber of Commerce President Bu arrived early this morning. They're waiting for you in the office right now." Xiao Ku's expression infected Yi Qingqing, making her feel uneasy and worried that something had happened. Hurrying inside, she asked, "Is it about our cosmeceuticals? What happened? Are sales disappointing?" Xiao Ku shook her head, her expression still tense. "Ms. Yi, you should go see for yourself." As they ascended the stairs to the office area, they found the entire space completely empty. Yi Qingqing's unease deepened. "Xiao Ku, where did all the employees go?" She turned around only to find that Xiao Ku and Chu Tian, who had been standing behind her, had vanished. Now completely flustered, Yi Qingqing exclaimed urgently, "Where is everyone? What the hell are you two playing at?" As she spoke, footsteps echoed from both front and rear. Soon, the popping sounds of confetti cannons filled the air. Yi Qingqing was quickly engulfed in a shower of streamers, looking somewhat disheveled yet undeniably festive. "Ms. Yi, today truly marks the rebirth of our Qingqing International. Ms. Yi, we've truly done it. This comeback is absolutely spectacular. Ms. Yi, our sales have hit a record high. This is absolutely the happiest thing for me this year." Hearing everyone's words and seeing their jubilant expressions, Yi Qingqing finally let her guard down. She shot a playful glare at Chu Tian, who was lost in the crowd, holding a flower sprayer and grinning like an idiot. Is this supposed to be a surprise? It was more like a scare. And it nearly gave me a heart attack. Bu Hongjun stepped forward with a smile. "Ms. Yi, our decision was spot on. In just one night, millions worth of goods sold out completely. Orders keep pouring in. We came to ask, when can you restock for us?" Chen Daqian's already chubby face now stretched into a tooth-bearing grin, making him resemble a plump Maitreya Buddha. Nodding, he laughed heartily. "I told you my judgment never fails." This time was utterly satisfying. Feng Yun Group must be completely dumbfounded now. Ha ha. Gu Zongjian nodded and said, "But we can't celebrate too soon. The most important thing now is to ride this wave and ramp up production. Otherwise, once this hype dies down and Feng Yun Group catches on, they'll likely launch new products specifically to counter us." This wave of profits had given everyone a taste of success. They were relieved to be aligned with Qingqing International and hoped for more collaborations to earn even more money. Chu Tian chuckled softly at Gu Zongjian's words before replying, "Rest assured on that front. I have plenty of ancient formulas at my disposal. Their research pace can never match ours. Moving forward, Qingqing International will advance steadily and methodically. And we will never forget those who have consistently supported us. We will absolutely lead everyone to make big money." Yi Qingqing nodded vigorously. Chen Daxiang chimed in with a laugh, "Mr. Chu, I absolutely trust your words. My judgment on people never fails. Following you and Miss Yi, there's no doubt we'll succeed." Gu Zongjian shot Chen Daxiang a glare and teased with a laugh, "You old fox, you really are a smooth talker." Chen Daxiang immediately protested. Just as the two were about to bicker, Bu Hongjun quickly interrupted, "Ms. Yi, our main purpose in coming today is to ask if you have any remaining inventory. Could you provide us with more?" Bu Hongjun steered the conversation back on track. Chen Daxiang and Gu Zongjian stopped bickering, both looking at Yi Qingqing with eager anticipation. Their intense gazes felt like high wattage lights, making it difficult for her to speak. "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. I hadn't anticipated this product would sell so well. We're already ramping up production and will supply you as quickly as possible. Oh, and Uncle Gu, you can't let us down either. Make absolutely sure the herbal supply doesn't run dry." Gu Zongjian nodded earnestly and replied, "Rest assured, I've got this covered. As soon as the herbs arrive, Qingqing International gets priority." The unprecedented popularity of this product served as the strongest motivation for all involved. After a brief exchange, they all took their leave. After all, with the product now sold out, they still needed to go out and reassure customers while explaining the situation best not to damage their mutual goodwill. After everyone left, the office was suddenly left with only Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing stood before Chu Tian, took a deep breath, and said earnestly, "Chu Tian, I really can't thank you enough this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to vent this frustration so thoroughly." Chu Tian smiled and nodded, his gaze softening as he looked at Yi Qingqing. "Do you believe me now?" he asked gently.
I told you I'd clear every obstacle for you, ensuring smooth sailing all the way.
Chapter 124, Troubles Never Cease. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingqing's heartbeat raced uncontrollably, making her feel flustered.
Her cheeks flushed crimson despite her efforts to hide it. Our products are selling well now, but Feng Yun Group won't just let this slide. I think we should prepare countermeasures to prevent trouble before it starts. Chu Tian saw Yi Qingqing awkwardly shifting the topic and didn't call her out. He smiled, nodded, and said softly, "You're right. What are your thoughts?" Yi Qingqing thought for a moment before speaking. "We should focus on developing new products now.
I have 2 ideas.
Young people today carry heavy burdens and often burn the midnight oil, leading to significant hair loss. If we had a hair regrowth product, it would likely sell very well. Also, due to prolonged suboptimal health, their bodies aren't in great shape, especially their organs.
Health supplements are also crucial." Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully as he listened.
After a moment, he suggested, "Alright, I'll draft 2 formulas first.
They should show promising results. Let's have the RD team start testing them."
With that, he picked up his brush and swiftly wrote out 2 prescriptions. Through the red Beauty Dew cream, Yi Qingqing could see that the formulas Chu Tian wrote were exceptionally precious, fast-acting, and virtually side-effect-free. Any one of these formulas could make Chu Tian rich beyond his wildest dreams. Yet he had given them to her without reservation, leaving Yi Qingqing deeply moved.
"Chu Tian, you're heaven sent to help me, aren't you?"
The words slipped out unconsciously, and Yi Qingqing's face flushed crimson the moment she spoke them. Chu Tian chuckled softly, his finger tracing the tip of her nose as he replied gently, "We can only call it mutual assistance." With that, he rose and left the office, leaving Yi Qingqing momentarily baffled by his words. Inside the hospital, Zhong Guangtua, Wu Silan, and De Tong Shui lay in their hospital beds. Their injuries were severe, and with their dantian destroyed by Chu Tian, they were now effectively crippled for life.
This incident alone had left them seething with resentment.
Now, seeing the crowd of Co-Kingdom nationals crammed into the ward, wailing and lamenting, only added to their frustration.
"Zhongguang Jun, Wasiji Jun, Datong Jun, the Yinqing Martial Arts Hall has gone too far.
All our Co-Kingdom martial arts halls stationed in Yunqing have been kicked out.
You absolutely must avenge us. China was once under our feet. They should forever bow before us. Yet they dare defy us. We must teach them a lesson. Otherwise, how can we show our faces back home in Co-Kingdom?" Exactly. This time. As these men ranted on endlessly, Wu Silan couldn't hold back a low growl. "Will you ever shut up? You're useless yourselves, yet you have the nerve to come whine. We've heard your complaints. When our master arrives, he'll see justice is done. Now, if you have nothing else to say, get out." Seeing Wu Zizhong's anger, the others dared not linger.
They obediently urged the others to take care of themselves before turning and leaving. The ward fell silent.
The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with fury intense enough to set the entire room ablaze. "Damn Chu Tian. Damn Huagua martial arts.
This grudge of ours must be avenged. When our master arrives, we'll make them all pay with their lives. Humph. We'll make that damned brat pay 1,000-fold for this."
"When will the master arrive?"
The 3 cursed Chu Tian viciously in their hearts.
Meanwhile, Yuan Yanbin was equally restless.
Yuan Jingser, lying beside the bed, spoke up, "Sis, did the company's stock really drop that much today?" Yuan Jingser rubbed her temples wearily.
"Xinjiang International's new cream is incredibly effective.
We were completely caught off guard. Not only are our stocks plummeting, but our partner companies are threatening to terminate contracts.
Today alone, we've lost hundreds of millions." Yuan Yanbin's eyes instantly turned cold. He snorted and said, "Damn Chu Tian.
If it weren't for him, Yi Qingqing would have complied this time."
Yuan Jingser's eyes flickered coldly. "Look at you, such a weakling. All you think about is women day and night."
With such a major crisis hitting the company, we must stabilize the situation immediately. You're almost fully recovered now, get yourself to the office tomorrow.
Yuan Yanbin glanced at Yuan Jingse and tentatively asked, "Sis, what are your thoughts? Let me hear them first."
The immediate priority is to shape public opinion. Use the media to expose Xinjiang Group's new product as containing banned substances. Additionally, we must urgently develop a more potent product. Product quality is the ultimate truth. As for those companies threatening to terminate contracts, we must find a way to stabilize them no matter what.
Yuan Yanbin nodded solemnly. "I'll handle the formula. The rest is up to you, sis. They've cost us dearly this time. I'll make them pay back every penny with interest." Chu Tian spent the entire day at the company.
With Red Beauty Dew Frost now flying off the shelves, contracts, RD, and production were in full swing. It seemed as if the entire company had suddenly been reduced to just one idle person, Chu Tian. Xiaoke watched Chu Tian sitting at his workstation with his eyes closed, yet felt no trace of resentment. Throughout the entire company, Chu Tian now seemed like a talisman of good fortune.
He didn't need to do anything, simply his presence instilled confidence in everyone. Beep. Chu Tian's phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. He glanced at the caller ID and a faint smile touched his lips. Master Wang, what brings you to call me? Wang Jianin's voice over the phone carried a hint of urgency and worry. Master, my apprentice has been poisoned. I've tried everything I can think of, but I can't counteract the poison. Master, could you please come and help me? In his long life, Wang Jianin had finally found a disciple with both excellent character and remarkable aptitude. Now, seeing her pale and unconscious on the bed, completely helpless, his heart was filled with unbearable anxiety. After a few brief inquiries, Zhu Tian simply called Yi Qingqing and left the company. Arriving at Wang Jianin's residence, he found a simple 3-courtyard compound. The grounds were quite spacious, clearly meticulously arranged. Medicinal herbs and vegetables grew in the garden, creating a warm, rustic atmosphere. Wang Jianin rushed to greet Zhu Tian the moment he arrived. Master! You finally arrived. Quickly, examine my apprentice. I've exhausted every possible remedy. I can't even determine what poison he's been afflicted with. His pulse grows weaker by the moment. Chapter 125, Butterfly Kiss Venom. Zhu Tian observed Wang Jianin's incoherent speech, clearly overcome with worry. He gently patted his shoulder and soothed him softly, "Don't worry. Let me examine him first. I might just have a way to cure him." Wang Jianin nodded and led Zhu Tian to the bedside. The room was decorated in a fresh, elegant style, neat and spacious. A young girl lay on the hospital bed, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion tinged with a dark purple hue. Zhu Tian's brow instinctively furrowed deeply at the sight. Seeing Zhu Tian's frown, Wang Jianin's heart twisted in anxiety. He asked urgently, "Master, what's wrong? Is my apprentice okay?" Zhu Tian shot Wang Jianin an amused look before replying, "I haven't even examined her yet. What could I possibly tell you? Do you really think I'm some kind of god who can instantly diagnose what poison your disciple ingested?" Zhu Tian's teasing made Wang Jianin feel a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "Master, this girl has always been very devoted to me. I have a bad temper, yet she's the only one who's stayed by my side without complaint, this old geezer. She's an orphan, and I've always treated her like my own daughter. She absolutely must not come to harm. The sins I committed in the past shouldn't be paid for by her." With that, he buried his face in his hands, utterly distraught. Zhu Tian didn't press further. He sat beside the hospital bed and took the girl's pulse. As time passed, Zhu Tian's expression grew increasingly grim. Whoever poisoned her was truly ruthless. They actually used butterfly kiss poison. Wang Jianin, upon hearing this, urgently asked, "Master, what's so special about this butterfly kiss poison?" Zhu Tian snorted coldly. "Special? It's beyond special, it's exceptionally unique. This poison is extremely rare, ground from 18 uncommon toxins into a colorless, odorless powder. It poisons its victim unnoticed, causing unconsciousness and eventual death. From the outside, the process appears relatively painless, yet its toxicity is exceptionally potent. The most troublesome aspect is that skilled poisoners constantly alter the 18 ingredients. The slightest miscalculation leads to a world of difference. One wrong step accelerates the victim's descent into death." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianin staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. His face drained of color as his eyes burned with desperation. Then, "Master, are you saying you have no solution either?" "No. I must find her. Why must past grudges be taken out on my disciple? I'll find her. I'll demand the antidote." Zhu Tian scoffed, looking at Wang Jianin. "Who said I can't cure the poison? Look how anxious you are. I haven't even finished speaking, and you've already lost your composure? Just wait. Soon, I'll give you back a healthy little apprentice." Hearing Zhu Tian's words, Wang Jianin finally exhaled a long breath of relief, inwardly rejoicing that his persistent begging to become a disciple had indeed paid off. Otherwise, his precious disciple might truly be beyond saving this time. With that, Zhu Tian drew his silver needles. With a flick of his thoughts, several needles suspended in midair arranged themselves according to the constellations of the 28 mansions. One by one, they pierced the girl's body in precise sequence. To Wang Jianin, this scene was an unforgettable, awe-inspiring spectacle. "Master, is this the legendary star constellation needle technique?" The 28 constellations correspond to specific acupoints on the human body. Through meticulous calculation, this technique achieves optimal results. Legend tells of an ancient divine healer who mastered the 28 constellation acupuncture, possessing the power to revive the dead and mend broken bones. He passed his life's work onto his disciples, but through generations of change, the profound secrets of the 28 constellations gradually faded into history. Eventually, they lost their original magic, becoming useless and utterly abandoned. Today, through Zhu Tian's masterful application, Wang Jianin felt as though he had witnessed the former glory of the 28 constellations. For a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, witnessing such a spectacle was nothing short of a lifetime honor. Zhu Tian didn't respond to Wang Jianin. Instead, he focused intently on his acupuncture, channeling his qi through the silver needles to gradually expel the toxins from the girl's body. "Make a small incision on your apprentice's finger.
I'll draw out the toxins. Hearing this, Wang Jianan wasted no time, urgently following Chu Tian's instructions. The moment the finger was cut, black, foul-smelling poisonous blood gushed out. Only when the blood turned red did Chu Tian and Wang Jianan finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Tian removed the silver needles one by one and instructed, though the toxins have been purged from your apprentice, her body remains weak. Give her nourishing tonics to replenish her qi and blood. Wang Jianan nodded excitedly, about to go prepare the medicine, when a sharp shout rang out from outside. Wang Jianan! Get out here! Hearing the voice, Wang Jianan's neck tensed nervously as he glanced toward the doorway. Chu Tian, noticing Wang Jianan's expression, felt an inexplicable spark of interest. He couldn't help but ask, the person outside wouldn't happen to be the main reason your apprentice was poisoned, would they? Wang Jianan shook his head with a bitter smile. It's all bad karma. Bad karma. Back in the day, Wang Jianan was young and impetuous, exceptionally skilled, and with a sharp tongue that never let up when he had the upper hand. While he offended many, he also drew considerable attention. His master's daughter was deeply infatuated with him back then. Wang Jianan foolishly rejected her, never imagining the troubles that would follow. In a fit of rage, the rejected apprentice sister married a renowned witch doctor. They didn't even have a wedding ceremony, she simply left with the witch doctor. Before departing, she didn't forget to issue a threat. Wang Jianan waited 30 long years. He never married, fearing his apprentice sister might return for revenge. But after all these years, just when he finally took on a well-behaved young apprentice, the apprentice sister returned and mistook the girl for his daughter. Without warning, she poisoned her. Chu Tian never imagined Wang Jianan had such a reckless phase in his youth. He never imagined that a single warning from his junior sister could lead Wang Jianan to remain unmarried for the rest of his life. As they spoke, the girl on the bed slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at Chu Tian and asked in confusion, Master, who is this handsome young man? Wang Jianan's voice softened as he replied, He's your master's master, your great-grandmaster. Cherry, call him great-grandmaster. Chu Tian and Cherry couldn't help but twitch their mouths at Wang Jianan's words. Chu Tian looked at the girl, barely a few years younger than himself. Having her call him grandmaster was truly something he couldn't bear. Grandmaster is fine, but let's keep things separate. You can call me master, and Cherry, you can call me brother Chu. It won't interfere with each other. Chapter 126, Old Beans and Rotten Grains. Seeing Wang Jianan's disapproving expression, Chu Tian quickly spoke up to divert their attention. Let's go outside and take a look. After all, your old flame is waiting for you out there. Chu Tian's teasing made Wang Jianan blink uneasily. He took a deep breath and headed outside, his steps carrying a distinct sense of urgency. Chu Tian stroked his chin and muttered, Looks like things here are far more complicated than that old codger just told me. He's hiding something. Cherry's eyes blazed with gossipy curiosity as she murmured, So that beautiful auntie who poisoned me is my master's white moonlight? That's understandable, she really is stunning. But why she's so fixated on my master is beyond me. After all, my master now is barely more than a wrinkled old geezer. Chu Tian hadn't expected Cherry to have such an opinion of her master. Thankfully, Wang Jianan hadn't overheard, otherwise there would have been quite the spectacle. With that thought, she strode out. The commotion outside could certainly use a few more spectators. Shilan, hear me out. Back then, I was just a naive teenager who didn't know any better. I didn't push you away because I disliked you. You stubborn little thing, couldn't you have asked me a few more times? You just stormed off with some old geezer over a minor disagreement, and now you come back accusing me? I'm so unfairly treated. Fang Qilan snorted coldly. You old fox, I know you well enough. If I hadn't drugged you back then, would you have remained pure and chaste all these years? I knew something was off with you. Spill it, where did that girl come from? Is she your illegitimate daughter? Or your granddaughter? Wang Jianan stared at the well-groomed woman before him, fair-skinned, tall, and looking no more than 40, and inwardly groaned. Back then, Fang Qilan had drugged him, leaving him unable to perform for all these years. After being single for so long, he recently encountered his master and was just considering asking Chu Tian for help when this woman returned like a ghost that just wouldn't leave him alone. What a curse! Enough already! Thanks to you, I've lost all interest in women these past years. You know that better than anyone. Where would I even get a daughter? Stop this nonsense, will you? Chu Tian emerged just in time to hear this exchange, unable to suppress a chuckle. That laugh made both the bickering pair turn their heads toward Chu Tian. Fang Qilan exploded in an instant, roaring, Wang Jianan, you've got some nerve. Having a daughter big enough to be your age is bad enough, but now you've gone and produced a son too. Wang Jianan shot Chu Tian a pitiful look. He felt like he could talk himself blue in the face and still not explain it. But he couldn't resist one last desperate attempt. This is my master. If I had a son like this, my ancestors would be rolling in their graves. Fang Qilan glared at Chu Tian, then without another word, flicked several poison needles straight at him. Cherry, who had just arrived, shrieked in alarm, warning Chu Tian to be careful. Chu Tian hadn't expected this woman, who looked rather decent, to be so ruthless, poisoning him without a second thought. He snorted coldly, flicked his wrist, and knocked the poison needles to the ground. Fang Qilan, seeing Cherry unharmed, shot Chu Tian a startled glance and asked, "Did you cure the poison in this little girl?" Chu Tian nodded, his expression tinged with coldness. "Auntie, this isn't the best way to greet someone, is it? If I hadn't happened to know the antidote, Cherry would be dead right now." Fang Qilan flashed a look of disdain at Chu Tian's words, waving her hand dismissively. If she died, it would only be her own bad luck. If that old man truly cared about this little brat, he would have come begging me. Why should you meddle in this? Chu Tian was speechless at Fang Qilan's words. Treating human life so lightly, yet speaking with such righteous indignation, this woman was beyond redemption. Wang Jianan stomped his foot in fury. "I've told you countless times. This girl is an orphan. I took her in to pass down my medical skills. Why won't you listen? If master finds out you've done this..." Before Wang Jianan could finish, Fang Qilan cut him off sharply. "Enough nonsense. You have no right to mention my master. How dare you take on another master so quickly, and a greenhorn at that? How could you do this to my father?" Wang Jianan rolled his eyes in exasperation at Fang Qilan's outburst. But when it came to verbal sparring, he'd never once come out on top. Fang Qilan turned to glare defiantly at Chu Tian. "Kid, you can't become this old man's disciple without my approval. My father was his master. Though he's dead, I'm still alive. He can't take you on as a disciple without my consent." Chu Tian heard this, curled his lips, and nodded. "Fine. So what do you want to do?" This woman, at her age, was still so stubborn and cunning, she truly deserved a lesson. Why not use this chance to make her understand that she can't just do whatever she wants in this world? Here's the deal. We'll have a contest. If I win, you kneel before me, kowtow, and admit your inferiority. You'll never show your face to that old man again, you're unworthy. If you win, you name your terms. Chu Tian listened, smiled, and nodded. "Deal," he said calmly. "If I win, you must stop poisoning people indiscriminately. The long-standing grudge between you and Wang Jianan is your personal business, don't drag others into it." Wang Jianan immediately grew agitated, turning to Fang Qilan and pleading, "Qilan, stop this nonsense. You've spent your entire life dealing with poisons. Poisons can be countered. My master has always healed and saved lives. You're asking the impossible." Fang Qilan whipped her head around and glared at Wang Jianan fiercely. "Shut your mouth, you old fool." Turning back to Chu Tian, she continued, "Then I'll set the rules. First round, poison needles. We'll see who can counteract the poison faster. Second round, poison potions. The rule is simple: poison each other. Whoever neutralizes it faster wins. If you can't counteract it, admit defeat quietly. You might just save your own life." A meaningful smile played across her face as she finished speaking. Chu Tian gave a faint nod and replied, "Agreed." After confirming the wager, both parties began their preparations. Wang Jianan approached Chu Tian with a worried look, hesitating to speak. Chapter 127, Who's More Skilled? Chu Tian shot Wang Jianan a sharp look and snapped, "Spit it out. What's with that abandoned puppy face? Who are you trying to impress?" Wang Jianan scratched his head sheepishly. "Master, I just wanted to warn you, Fang Qilan's poison techniques are deadly. You must be extremely careful later." Chu Tian rolled his eyes and turned to Fang Qilan. "Auntie, are you ready?" Fang Qilan nodded and declared, "First, I'll go first." With that, 7 jet black poison needles shot straight toward Chu Tian. This time, Chu Tian didn't dodge. The needles all sank deep into his body. Instantly, the poison took effect. Black mist rapidly spread throughout Chu Tian's body, making him look like a complete loser. Wang Jianan, seeing this, urgently shouted, "Master! What are you waiting for? Quickly counteract the poison." Ying Tao turned and glared at Fang Qilan, saying, "Old man, do you really think Brother Chu can handle this? I haven't experienced this poison myself, but it feels even more deadly than what that old witch used on me before." Wang Jianan, equally uncertain of Chu Tian's fate, watched him anxiously. Chu Tian glanced down at the poison needle embedded in his chest, shook his head, and said calmly, "This poison is indeed swift and vicious, but for me, it's still not quite enough." With that, he raised his hand to press several major acupoints on his own body. He then forced the poison out and swiftly replaced it with silver needles. "That's the long-lost constellation acupuncture technique." Chu Tian nodded, watching the toxins being expelled through the silver needles before speaking. "Seems Aunt Fang has some discernment after all." Seeing Chu Tian successfully counteract the poison, Fang Qilan stepped back a few paces and offered generously, "Would you like me to remove my jacket to facilitate your treatment? After all, treating through clothing diminishes the effectiveness." With that, she gave Chu Tian a wink, which infuriated Wang Jianan standing nearby. Chu Tian shook his head indifferently, a hint of amusement in his voice. "The acupoint map of the human body is etched clearly in my mind. Even with my eyes closed, I can strike the precise location." With that, he drove 7 silver needles straight into Fang Qilan's body.
Fang Qilan carefully assessed the sensation, finding no significant change within her body.
She smiled and shook her head. Young man, I can't speak to your medical skills, but when it comes to poison, you're clearly no match for me.
Why not just admit defeat?
If I'm in a good mood, I might even take you as my disciple and pass on all my poison techniques to you.
Before Chu Tian could respond, Wang Jianan protested, shaking his head. What do you mean by that?
If you were my master's master, that would make you my great-grandmaster.
No way.
I refuse to have you as my great-grandmaster.
Fang Qilan chuckled lightly, about to deliver another cutting remark, when suddenly her expression changed.
Clutching her chest, excruciating pain spread through her body, nearly making her scream.
She looked up at Chu Tian. You didn't poison me, you triggered the ancient toxins within my body. What a deep scheme. Chu Tian smiled but said nothing more. As a poison doctor, Fang Qilan routinely tested remedies on herself.
The toxins accumulated within her were no small matter. Normally suppressed, they went unnoticed, but once triggered to erupt fully, their intensity was on an entirely different level.
Wang Jianan watched Fang Qilan's agonized expression, her face turning purple and blue. He couldn't help but blurt out, all these years, you haven't changed a bit, still so reckless and hate-filled. Do you really think you can challenge my master? Just admit defeat now. At least you'll suffer less. Hearing Wang Jianan's words, Fang Qilan gritted her teeth in fury. She immediately pulled out a black pill and tossed it into her mouth.
This was an antidote pill she had developed herself, and it worked remarkably well. Even if I die from this poison, she declared, I will never apologize.
You can forget about it. Wang Jianan stomped his foot in frustration. He was desperate to stop her but didn't know how. After swallowing the pill, Fang Qilan's complexion visibly improved.
Taking a deep breath, the toxins within her body gradually subsided and were suppressed. Though her body still felt various discomforts, it was far better than the toxins erupting fully.
Fang Qilan wiped the sweat from her forehead, slowly rising to her feet as she looked at Chu Tian. Young man, I underestimated you. This time, you win. But I didn't lose because of the poison, I lost because of your strategy. Chu Tian smiled and nodded.
You can admit defeat so calmly, it seems Aunt Feng still has some sense left.
Shall we continue?
Chu Tian's words stung Fang Qilan's pride, yet she found no retort. With a cold snort, she turned and strode toward the medicinal herbs.
In Wang Jianan's home, medicinal herbs were in no short supply. Virtually every herb found in a pharmacy could be found here. Fang Qilan moved swiftly, selecting 9 highly toxic herbs before tossing them to Cherry. Girl, go boil these.
Make sure you sort them properly, even the slightest mistake with these poisons could kill you instantly.
Cherry felt the herbs in her hands suddenly grow unbearably hot. Having studied medicine under Wang Jianan for years, she recognized these herbs instantly.
Any one of these 9 poisonous herbs could kill a person. But the 9 herbs in her hands, when combined, would synergistically amplify each other's toxicity to its maximum extent.
How could anyone survive drinking a bowl of this? Cherry thought, turning to glance at Chu Tian with a look of concern.
Chu Tian remained focused on selecting herbs, oblivious to Cherry's gaze. Wang Jianan stomped his foot in fury, pointing at Fang Qilan.
Fang Qilan, this is too much. You've concocted the 9 poisons soup. You're deliberately trying to kill my master today, aren't you? Fang Qilan shrugged with a smile.
Though she was smiling, she looked like a venomous snake, its eyes glowing like stars, ready to strike its prey dead at any moment. If you dare play games with me, you must bear all the consequences. Besides, when the poison takes effect, if he can't endure it and begs for mercy, I'll naturally save him.
What's there to worry about? Wang Jianan was momentarily speechless, rolling his eyes before moving closer to Chu Tian.
Seeing the 4 herbs Chu Tian had selected, he felt a lump rise in his throat, unable to swallow or breathe.
His hand trembled as he pointed at Chu Tian's herbs, exclaiming with frustration, Master, have you lost your mind? These 4 herbs aren't poisonous at all. What good will your concoction do? That old hag is after your life. She's going straight for the kill. Chu Tian chuckled softly and countered, how can you be so certain these herbs lack toxicity?
Combining herbs doesn't necessarily mean creating poison.
Sometimes, what seems impossible can yield extraordinary results.
Chapter 128, Convinced Beyond Doubt.
Soon, both decoctions were ready.
Cherry approached Chu Tian with the medicine, looking somewhat troubled.
Brother Chu, are you sure you want to drink this?
Fang Qilan, standing nearby, said with a provocative look, young man, you'd better think this through carefully.
Don't act impulsively. If anything happens to you, I won't take responsibility.
Chu Tian chuckled lightly and downed the potion in one gulp. The poison took effect rapidly. Chu Tian's face turned alternately pale and crimson. Cracks began to form on his skin, blood seeping out continuously. The transformation happening to his entire body was horrifying to behold. Cherry recoiled in horror, pointing at Chu Tian's face and gasping, old hag. This old witch's poison is far too vicious. It's bad enough to cause such agony, but to strip away one's very appearance before death? That's downright vicious.
Wang Jianen's expression grew grave as he studied Chu Tian intently. This time, there was no boasting, only anticipation and concern. The 9 poisons broth was developed by Feng Qilan herself. Back when Wang Jianen hadn't yet fallen out with her, Feng Qilan had already shown an extraordinary fascination with poison. Strictly speaking, there was no antidote for this 9 poison soup. At least, to his knowledge, no one had ever survived ingesting it. When he saw the 9 poisons potion earlier, his worry was mixed with a hint of calculation. He wanted to see if Chu Tian had the capability. Feng Qilan looked at Chu Tian with a smug expression, her laughter ringing out with delight. Ha ha. Kid, feeling pretty miserable now, huh? Let me tell you straight to this day, no one has ever broken my poison. Not even I can undo it myself. So this time, you're just waiting to die. Chu Tian remained composed. He looked at Feng Qilan and shook his head. Just because others can't doesn't mean I can't. Aunt Feng, you truly have a remarkable talent for poison. I admire that. With that, he calmly drew several silver needles and inserted them into key acupoints. The 28 constellations formation took shape once more. As the final needle pierced his skin, it began to vibrate violently, gradually drawing the toxins out of Chu Tian's body. The cracks and festering sores across his body gradually ceased. It wasn't too late. Under the gaze of the others, the decaying parts of Chu Tian's body began to heal. Within minutes, he had fully restored to his previous healthy state. He was actually healed just like that. Not only Feng Qilan, but even Wang Jianen found it unbelievable. His face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master! You really can do it! I knew you were the most amazing healer in the world." Chu Tian chuckled softly, turning to Feng Qilan. "Auntie Feng, isn't it your turn now?" Clearly displeased that Chu Tian had neutralized the 9 poison soup, Feng Qilan abruptly downed the medicine in her hand. This time, the effects didn't take long to kick in. Intense pain surged through her body, as if snakes, insects, rats, and ants were relentlessly gnawing at her flesh, darting back and forth beneath her skin. The sensation intensified relentlessly. Feng Qilan began scratching frantically, her eyes bloodshot as crimson streaks seeped from her 7 orifices. Her appearance was even more wretched than Chu Tian's had been. This time, Wang Jianen couldn't hold back. He rushed to Feng Qilan's side and pulled her into his arms. "These 4 herbs aren't poisonous at all. Why are they causing such a violent reaction in you?" Feng Qilan convulsed violently in agony, her eyes rolling back as she gasped, These 4 herbs have just released the poison within me." She couldn't finish her sentence, leaving Chu Tian to fill in the rest. "My 4 herbs might have little effect on ordinary people, but for Aunt Feng, they unleashed all the toxins accumulated within her body over years. That buildup was enough to kill her." Wang Jianen grew frantic upon hearing this, urgently pleading, "Master, no! I beg you, help her. I know you must have a way." Chu Tian slowly shook his head, saying nothing. Feng Qilan let out a few faint chuckles. With visible effort, she raised her hand only to let it fall limply. "You fool," she said. "All these years, I bullied you at every turn. You'd stomp your feet in rage, yet never once struck back. Did you think I didn't know your true feelings? I tormented you time and again just to make you speak your mind. But I waited my whole life. From the time that old fool was alive until he died, you still wouldn't speak up. You're nothing but a coward, a complete idiot. Now that I'm about to die, are you still going to say nothing?" Chu Tian glanced at the 2 of them, then pulled Sherry away. Sherry, engrossed in the scene, was pulled away reluctantly. Grumbling, she muttered, "Big brother Chu, why are you dragging me? This is such a heart-wrenching late-life romance, even novels wouldn't dare write such a plot. You should let me watch a little longer." Chu Tian snorted derisively. 2 people whose combined age is nearly 200? And you want to see that? Doesn't it make your eyes burn? After leaving the courtyard, they wandered nearby for a while. Sherry noticed the faint smile that never left Chu Tian's face and couldn't help asking, "Brother Chu, do you really think that old hag will die? That old guy seems to care about her quite a bit." Chu Tian shook his head with a smile. "She'll be fine. Don't worry. The medicine I gave her earlier might be painful to take, but it will expel all the toxins that have accumulated in her body over the years. I didn't mention it earlier precisely because I wanted them to resolve their long-standing issues." Tao's explanation earned her admiration. She gave him a thumbs up and said with genuine respect, "Brother Chu, you're truly a master. Brilliant. Brilliant." After a long day of turmoil, when Chu Tian and Sherry returned, they saw the 2 finally breaking the ice, flirting and bantering playfully in the courtyard. 2 elderly folks acting like that was downright embarrassing. Chu Tian quickly excused himself and left. Before leaving, he couldn't resist giving Sherry a helpless look. Feng Qilan was no pushover. It seemed Sherry's days of peace were numbered. Returning to Qingcheng International, he happened to run into Yi Qingcheng as she emerged from the building, impeccably dressed. Chu Tian glanced at his watch in confusion and asked, "Qingcheng, where are you headed? No overtime today?" Yi Qingcheng shook her head. "Xiao Jingtian just called with urgent news.
Since she and Liang Qinglong are dating, and I used to get along well with Liang, I figured I should go see him. Chapter 129, How Shameless. Chu Tian could roughly guess what Xiao Jingtian intended. He hadn't told Yi Qingcheng about Liang Qinglong's earlier attempt to ruin his reputation by pulling out the deputy magistrate's silver needles, mainly because he feared she wouldn't be able to handle it. But he never imagined this woman would be so restless, already setting her sights on Yi Qingcheng so soon. If you insist on going, then I'll accompany you. I want to see what tricks this woman is up to. Yi Qingcheng nodded eagerly upon hearing this, and the two immediately took a car to the agreed location. White Owl Restaurant. A somewhat renowned European-style restaurant, its offerings leaned heavily Western, and the prices were anything but cheap. If given the choice, Chu Tian would rather eat at a street stall than suffer through this. Xiao Jingtian wore a pink Chanel-style dress today, her makeup meticulously applied, making her a beauty who certainly turned heads. Xingcheng. Over here. Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly and walked toward Xiao Jingti. After taking their seats, Yi Qingcheng spoke first. Xiao Jingti, you said you had something to discuss with me today. Go ahead. Instead of getting straight to the point, Xiao Jingtian enthusiastically remarked, the food here is excellent. I come often. If there's anything you'd like to try that isn't on your mind, let me make some recommendations. Yi Qingcheng nodded, and Xiao Jingtian quickly ordered the dishes. Chu Tian glanced at the prices on the menu, none of them were cheap. It seemed Xiao Jingtian was truly determined to impress Liang Qinglong. While waiting for the food, an awkward silence fell among the three. Yi Qingcheng didn't hold much affection for Xiao Jingtian. She'd only agreed to meet today because Xiao Jingtian had used Liang Qinglong's name to invite her. Miss Xiao, what exactly brought you to ask me out? Xiao Jingtian glanced at Chu Tian, took a nervous sip of water, and began, this matter is rather difficult to bring up. Yi Qingcheng noticed the look Xiao Jingtian gave Chu Tian and frowned, growing increasingly curious. What exactly is it? Before coming, you called and said you had something about Liang Qinglong to tell me. Xiao Jingtian nodded, her voice tinged with reluctance. Indeed. Today, I primarily hope Mr. Chu would be so kind as to intervene with the authorities and secure Qinglong's release. Chu Tian heard this and a cold smile flashed across his face, seemingly not the least bit surprised. Yi Qingcheng, however, grew more and more confused. She glanced at Chu Tian, then at Xiao Jingtian. Chu Tian, what exactly is going on? What happened between you and Liang Qinglong? Xiao Jingtian spoke up first. It's like this, there's been a misunderstanding between Mr. Chu and our family's Qinglong. Qinglong is currently detained at the magistrate's office, and his sentencing should happen within the next few days. Yi Qingcheng was even more surprised upon hearing this and couldn't help but ask, sentenced? How did Liang Qinglong end up at the magistrate's office? What crime did he commit this time? Chu Tian chuckled lightly before speaking, Miss Xiao, you really know how to dodge the real issue. What happened back then isn't something that can be brushed off with a simple apology. After briefly recounting the incident to Yi Qingcheng, he continued, how could I possibly forgive him? The grudge between us nearly cost an innocent life, and that person was none other than the head constable. Do you really think I have the authority to decide such matters? Yi Qingcheng hadn't expected Liang Qinglong to be so audacious as to commit such an unforgivable act. She turned to glare at Xiao Jingtian and snapped, if Liang Qinglong dared to do it, he must pay for his own mistakes. What good does it do for you to come here begging Chu Tian? Xiao Jingtian spoke awkwardly, actually, Qinglong was just momentarily confused. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. He only intended to play a small prank on Mr. Chu. Chu Tian scoffed at Xiao Jingtian's words. Before I left, I specifically warned him not to remove the silver needles, doing so could endanger the patient's life. Is he deaf or brain dead? A little joke? Risking someone's life? Xiao Jingtian was rendered speechless by Chu Tian's accusation. Seeing he wouldn't relent, she turned to Yi Qingcheng with pleading eyes and said, Qingcheng, please help me persuade Mr. Chu. Qinglong is your friend. You two were so close. Even when he was abroad, he always talked about you. Before Xiao Jingtian could finish, Yi Qingcheng glanced at Chu Tian and interrupted, Miss Xiao, please refrain from making such suggestive remarks. Otherwise, my boyfriend might get upset. As for Liang Qinglong's situation, he made his own foolish decisions. There's nothing I can do to help him. As Xiao Jingtian lowered her head, a flash of resentment flickered in her eyes. When she looked up again, a smile had returned to her face. In that case, she said, I won't press the matter. Qingcheng, I forgot to tell the waiter not to add chili to the dish. Could you kindly remind him? I can't handle spicy food lately. Just as Yi Qingcheng was about to refuse outright, Chu Tian shot her a meaningful glance. Xiao Jingtian clearly had ulterior motives today. If Yi Qingcheng hadn't left, Chu Tian might never have noticed. Yi Qingcheng reluctantly nodded and rose to leave. Once Yi Qingcheng was out of earshot, Xiao Jingtian leaned forward slightly, her voice tinged with suggestive undertones. Mr. Chu, I beg you please help me. Help Qinglong. If you assist us, I'll do anything you ask. I'll be your mistress, or even your slave. As she spoke, she deliberately pulled her collar down. The moment Yi Qingcheng stood up, Zhu Tian had already discreetly activated the recording function on his phone. Now, hearing Xiao Jingtian's words, a mocking curve lifted the corners of his mouth. He replied, "Seems you still haven't given up, Miss Xiao. I advise you to leave Liang Qinglong. He's not a suitable partner. As for him, committing acts that harm patients, nearly causing their deaths. This isn't mere foolishness, it's criminal. I can't help him. Even if he's released from prison someday, he'll never practice medicine again. A doctor with no medical ethics like that? I doubt anyone would dare hire him." With that, he stood up. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Jingti's voice called out from behind him, "Zhu Tian, are you sure you want to do this? If you won't help Qinglong, then you'll have me to blame." Zhu Tian raised an eyebrow, turned to appraise Xiao Jingtian from head to toe, and asked curiously, "Oh? What are you planning to do?" Before Zhu Tian could finish speaking, Xiao Jingtian swiftly pulled open her collar, strode to the private room door, flung it open, and bellowed, "Help! Help! You're doing this to him. He has a girlfriend." Chapter 130, Misunderstanding. Her voice was loud, quickly drawing the attention of many people. Xiao Jingtian charged out without a hint of guilt, her face a mask of panic. Her pitiful expression quickly stirred protective instincts in many men, who began asking, "What happened, young lady? Miss, with your clothes all disheveled like that, someone must have assaulted you, right? What kind of person would commit such a beastly act in broad daylight? It's an absolute disgrace to all us men." Xiao Jingtian ran into the main hall before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. On the verge of tears, she began, "I was having dinner with a friend today. She brought her boyfriend along. The moment he walked in, he started ogling me. Just now, he sent my friend away and told me to be his woman. He said he'd give me money. He told me not to resist." After speaking, she glanced toward Zhu Tian, her eyes carrying a hint of defiance. Hearing this, everyone present instantly boiled with rage. They turned to confront Zhu Tian, who had followed them out, hurling accusations. "You look like a decent person, but how could you do something so despicable? You're practically forcing an innocent woman into prostitution." Humph. Thank goodness the young lady was quick-witted. Who knows what might have happened in that private room? "Don't worry, we'll see justice done. A man like this should be arrested by the authorities. Properly reformed, so he can't harm women anymore." The crowd's gaze toward Zhu Tian was filled with fury, as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb. Xiao Jingtian, feeling the reaction wasn't strong enough, added with feigned hurt, "Everyone, please stop. My friend will be heartbroken when he hears this later. I know you're worried about me, but now that I'm out, he probably won't dare do anything to me. Please, I beg you, don't mention this later." Hearing this, the crowd felt even more pity for Xiao Jingtian, and their condemnation grew harsher. Zhu Tian stood quietly by the private room door, watching Xiao Jingtian's performance. His expression remained as still as a well throughout, even carrying a faint smile. For some reason, this smile made Xiao Jingtian feel a vague sense of unease. What happened? Yi Qingcheng hadn't expected trouble to erupt in the brief moment she'd stepped away to greet a server. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice and instantly lit up. A tall figure emerged, clad in a tailored gown. Her long hair was simply swept back, radiating an air of languid gentleness. Her exquisite face now wore a look of confusion as she turned to face Zhu Tian. The crowd already had a vague idea this must be the real girlfriend of that wolf in sheep's clothing. A flicker of panic crossed Xiao Jingtian's face as she instinctively hid behind a middle-aged man. This instantly inflated the man's ego. Clearing his throat, he lectured, "Young lady, you'd better keep your eyes wide open when choosing boyfriends in the future. With a girlfriend as beautiful as you, how could this guy still harass your friend?" "Exactly. Compared to her, this young lady is clearly more beautiful. How could that guy? Is he out of his mind? Well, you just don't get it. It's got nothing to do with looks. For men, home flowers will never smell as sweet as wildflowers." Xiao Jingtian, the target of the veiled insult, flushed with embarrassment. If she hadn't needed to maintain her victim persona, she might have exploded in anger already. Especially when she saw Yi Qingqing's nearly flawless face, it made her teeth itch with rage. From the fragmented whispers, Yi Qingqing pieced together what had transpired. She walked slowly to Zhu Tian and asked, her voice laced with surprise, "Is what they're saying true?" Zhu Tian, who had remained composed moments before, finally showed a flicker of emotion. With a hint of caution, he tentatively asked, "Do you believe me, or do you believe them?" Yi Qingqing shook her head, her expression serious. "I ask because I'm genuinely puzzled. Why would you abandon such a beautiful girlfriend like me for a vulgar, alluring woman who falls short in every way?" Hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Zhu Tian's earlier tension vanished completely, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing Yi Qingqing's words, the others immediately sensed something was amiss and murmured discontentedly, "Young lady, you can't judge a book by its cover. You wouldn't understand the inherent flaws in men." "Exactly. Just look at this beauty's clothes all disheveled. If it wasn't that guy who did it, then who else could it be?" "Exactly. How could any woman be so shameless? This brat must have lusted after her. Xiao Jingtian was numb from the sheer stupidity of these fools' remarks. Her only thought now was to push Chu Tian into the center of the public outcry, then find a way to force him to rescue Qinglong. Chu Tian listened silently to their chatter, saying nothing. The commotion had alerted the manager. The manager hurried over, learned the whole story, and then stormed up to Chu Tian, fuming. "Sir, I'm sorry, but our restaurant doesn't welcome guests like you who are two-faced. Please don't show your face here again." The manager's words made Xiao Jingtian's smile impossible to hide. Her expression toward Chu Tian was pure schadenfreude. Yi Qingqing shot the manager a displeased look, about to speak, but Chu Tian grabbed her arm. "This farce should end now," Chu Tian declared. "Xiao Jingtian, I thought you were a woman with some sense. I never imagined you'd do something this utterly foolish. You've truly disappointed me." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but mutter. "Young man, what do you mean by that? Admit your mistake and make amends. You can't even speak the truth in front of your own girlfriend. You're nothing but a spineless coward. Miss, you're clearly a young lady from a distinguished family. You shouldn't put up with a man like this." "Exactly. He's all talk and no action. We've been calling him out for ages, and he can't even defend himself. Clearly, he's guilty as charged. Call the police immediately. Let the constables handle this. This kid clearly needs a lesson." Yi Qingcheng shot the crowd a disapproving look. "How dare you speak like this? Making it sound so dramatic, as if you actually witnessed something. Use your brains when you go out. Spouting such nonsense. What if the truth turns out differently? How embarrassing would that be?" Chu Tian heard Yi Qingqing's words. Seeing her defend him, his heart warmed. He reached out and quietly took her small hand. The instant their skin touched, Yi Qingqing instinctively flinched. She turned and met Chu Tian's eyes, filled with affection, and instantly flushed crimson. Chu Tian surveyed the crowd, his voice cool and clear. "Qingcheng is right. Use your brains when you go out. I'm genuinely curious how you'll feel when you learn the truth behind your deluded remarks." Chu Tian's words shook the crowd's resolve, and they turned to Xiao Jingtian with looks of shock and suspicion. Chapter 131, What a Humiliation. Feeling the stares, Xiao Jingtian clenched her fists and hesitantly spoke up. "Please, stop talking. I know you all meant well. Everything just now was all my own doing. I made it up, directed it, and acted it out myself. Don't believe me. I'm fine." Her words, delivered in a choked voice, once again stirred sympathy. Just as someone was about to speak, applause erupted. Chu Tian clapped and nodded. "Miss Xiao, with acting skills like yours, it's a waste not to pursue acting. Since you're all so curious about the truth, I'll give you a proper explanation. Thankfully, I came prepared. Otherwise, even if I had 1,000 mouths, I couldn't explain today's events clearly." With that, he pulled out his phone and pressed play. The conversation between Chu Tian and Xiao Jingtian in the private room played back clearly for everyone to hear. Xiao Jingtian, who had believed she controlled the narrative, turned ashen-faced the moment the recording began. The others were equally stunned and embarrassed. Thinking back to their earlier condemnation of Chu Tian, they wished they could sink into the ground. Yi Qingqing stared coldly at Xiao Jingtian and said, "I never would have guessed. Your boyfriend committed illegal acts, and when we couldn't help him, you resorted to such a vicious scheme. Trying to completely destroy Chu Tian's reputation this way. What a brilliant move." The others finally snapped out of it, turning to unleash a torrent of criticism on Xiao Jingtian. With that, Xiao Jingtian had no face left to stay. She slunk away, shamed and cursed. Chu Tian and Yi Qingcheng had no appetite to linger for dinner. They declined the manager's repeated apologies and pleas to stay. Chu Tian took Yi Qingcheng's hand and left the restaurant. They found a street stall together and enjoyed a satisfying bowl of spicy hot pot. Yi Qingcheng looked utterly content, her eyes slightly narrowed, her small face radiating happiness. "Chu Tian, did you know? My dad was just like me. He left the Yi family main branch to start his own business. Back then, he was penniless. Whenever he had free time, he'd take me to eat spicy hot pot. It was cheap and filling. Ever since my dad's business took off, I haven't been back for ages. I really miss it." Chu Tian smiled with affection, ruffling Yi Qingqing's hair as he murmured softly, "Thank you. Thank you for trusting me, for standing by my side unconditionally." Yi Qingqing feigned annoyance, waving her hand. "What are you doing? You're ruining my perfect hairstyle." Chu Tian suddenly realized Yi Qingcheng was a woman of many facets. At work, she was meticulous and commanded a powerful presence. In daily life, she maintained a cool, reserved demeanor with perfect boundaries. But right now, her playful pout carried a touch of innocent charm, utterly endearing. A low chuckle escaped his throat as he rose, taking Yi Qingqing's hand and leading her away from the stall. The two strolled together toward Yunhai Villa. Yi Qingqing blinked, suddenly halting her steps. Meeting Chu Tian's puzzled gaze, she lazily stretched out her arms. "I'm tired. I can't walk anymore." Chu Tian considered it, then bent down and said softly, "If you can't walk, I'll carry you." Yi Qingqing smiled triumphantly, obediently climbing onto Chu Tian's back, basking in the unique sense of security he provided. The next day, Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing arrived at the company together.
As soon as they entered, they encountered Xiaoke waiting at the door. Yi Qingcheng frowned at Xiaoke's expression and asked, "Something happened?"
Xiaoke nodded and explained, "Ms. Yi, there's movement at Fengyun Group.
Recently, many bloggers have been reviewing our products online.
Some claim our products work so well because they contain added hormones, while others say our products are all hype and the actual effects aren't as strong as advertised." They walked toward the elevator as they spoke. Yi Qingcheng nodded and said, "This doesn't surprise me. With the internet so widespread, public opinion can be deadly. They're trying to use this to drive away our customers."
Xiaoke nodded and asked, "Should we initiate a PR campaign? These reviews are gaining traction and won't die down anytime soon. If this continues, could it impact our products?"
Yi Qingcheng considered this and shook her head.
"Not necessary. Our product is purely plant-based. As long as Fengyun Group doesn't stir trouble, there won't be any issues.
We'll hold our position for now and see what other moves they have up their sleeves."
Has Fengyun Group made any other moves? Xiaoke nodded.
Fengyun Group was currently running promotional campaigns, attempting to win back customers through such tactics.
Chu Tian snorted derisively. They'll stop at nothing, will they? Do they really think such tactics can compete with us? A good reputation comes from truly outstanding products. No matter how many promotions Fengyun Group runs, our products aren't something they can easily surpass. Quality speaks for itself. While people today may be tempted by bargains, they value product quality above all.
Yi Qingcheng nodded in agreement.
We needn't concern ourselves with them for now. Our products won't be discounted either.
If we follow their lead at this critical juncture, the public might interpret it as a sign of weakness. Since our products are flawless, we'll maintain our original pricing. Xiaoke listened, nodded, and looked at Yi Qingcheng with admiration.
President Yi, you're always so thorough. You see the bigger picture. I believe our company will only get better. Chu Tian silently nodded in agreement. Yi Qingcheng's strategic vision was truly uncommon among women.
After briefly reviewing the details, Xiaoke hurried off to relay Yi Qingcheng's instructions. Yi Qingcheng had barely sat down in her office chair when Gu Tsongjian rushed in, so hurried that he'd even forgotten to knock.
"Uncle Gu, has something happened?"
Gu Tsongjian sat across from Yi Qingcheng, glancing at Chu Tian before speaking. "President Yi, Mr. Chu, there's trouble.
Since yesterday, I've been receiving calls from pharmaceutical suppliers saying they won't continue working with us.
This is definitely Fengyun Group's doing. They're clearly trying to cut off our supply lines.
Right now, Red Beauty Dew and Frost is flying off the shelves. It's at its peak popularity.
We need to ramp up production fast and maximize profits while the momentum's high. If the suppliers cut ties, where would they get raw materials?"
Yi Qingcheng's expression darkened instantly. She snorted coldly and said, "What a grand scheme. This idea is indeed simple and effective. Uncle Gu, haven't you contacted these people to try negotiating with them?" Gu Tsongjian nodded with a bitter smile. "Of course I did. No matter how much extra I offered, they were adamant about ending our partnership." Chapter 132, The Prince of Zhenjiang. Gu Tsongjian had exhausted every possible solution before turning to Yi Qingcheng for counsel.
After all, they were now bound by shared interests. If production halted and follow-up efforts faltered, even the finest products would fade from public memory or worse, provoke resentment. Yi Qingcheng couldn't think of any other solutions either.
She asked, "Is it too late to switch suppliers now?" Gu Tsongjian shook his head, his face grim. "There's absolutely no time.
Switching suppliers requires renegotiating terms, conducting due diligence, signing contracts, a whole series of procedures that take considerable time." Yi Qingcheng rubbed her temples, both exasperated and helpless at the Fengyun Group's repeated meddling. Chu Tian, who had been sitting quietly listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke up. "After hearing you two talk, I actually have an idea." Yi Qingcheng and Gu Tsongjian both turned to look at him, their eyes flashing with hope. Chu Tian's recent performance had earned their deep trust, and for a moment, they both saw him as their lifeline.
Chu Tian smiled as he spoke. "Have you forgotten that both of Yunqing's renowned physicians are my disciples?"
Zhou Yongtai is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner himself, running his own herbal pharmacy. Combined with Wang Jianen's extensive network built over the years, finding a reliable herbal supplier in a short time shouldn't be difficult. Gu Tsongjian suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed. "How could I have forgotten that? Then please, Mr. Chu, call the two divine doctors as soon as possible.
This matter can't be delayed." Yi Qingcheng beamed at Chu Tian and praised, "Chu Tian, you're truly a godsend sent to save me."
The compliment made Chu Tian's face flush slightly. He cleared his throat a few times before rising to call the two physicians.
"They've agreed.
As for the specifics of our future collaboration, you'll need to discuss those yourselves." Both Yi Qingcheng and Gu Tsongjian were impatient types. They immediately stood up, ready to go find the two divine physicians.
While straightening her clothes, Yi Qingcheng asked, "Chu Tian, are you coming with us?" Chu Tian shook his head. "I'll stay here and await your good news."
After the two departed, Chu Tian quietly returned to his assistant's workstation and began meditating with his eyes closed. Though this method of cultivation progressed slowly, it was better than nothing. Until he found more suitable herbs for refining pills, he could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at this gradual pace.
Hai Chang.
At the largest estate on Yunjing Mountain, Fort gang leaders Guang Haoqian, Lord Longwu, Wan Jin, and Shin Tingbai waited anxiously at the entrance. Chu Tian's emergence had instilled a profound sense of threat in the four, leaving them no choice but to seek aid from the Prince of Zhenjiang.
We've waited days just to catch the Prince of Zhenjiang free. What a struggle.
Wan Jin wiped sweat from his brow, his voice thick with emotion. Guan Haoqian nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. This time, no matter what, we must ask the Prince of Zhenjiang for help. I refuse to believe that with him backing us, that brat could possibly defy heaven itself. The Prince of Zhenjiang's influence stretched across the entire southern region.
Dealing with a single Chu Tian would be a piece of cake.
As the group whispered among themselves, a man nearly 6 feet tall strode up to them. His expression remained impassive as he stated, "You may enter now."
This man was Xiao Ling, one of the Prince of Zhenjiang's personal guards.
The Prince of Zhenjiang was guarded by 12 major bodyguards and 9 elite shadow guards. Each possessed formidable strength, starting at the peak of internal energy cultivation. With such protection surrounding the Prince of Zhenjiang, over the years, even though the prince was a woman, no one dared to act out of line.
The four cautiously followed Xiao Ling into the estate. The vast estate clearly reflected considerable thought in its design.
Carved beams and painted rafters, small bridges over flowing streams that exuded a distinct ancient charm. At that moment, the Prince of Zhenjiang was feeding fish by the pond. Hearing their footsteps, he showed no intention of turning around. With slow, graceful movements, he tossed fish feed into the water, watching the multitude of koi vying for the food with obvious delight. The four stood quietly at the side, hands at their sides, none daring to speak. Time ticked by. Only after Prince Zhenjiang Fu Linger had washed his hands did he turn to face the four. Even though they weren't seeing Fu Linger for the first time, the sight of her face still took their breath away. Fu Linger appeared to be in her 20s, with a delicate, palm-sized face and flawless, porcelain skin. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, she possessed a curvaceous silhouette. "Gentlemen," she inquired, "why seek me out when you could remain with your own factions?" Fu Linger's voice was equally enchanting, soft and gentle as a breeze caressing the face. Yet to the four men, it carried an undeniable weight of pressure.
Guan Haoqian spoke first, "Prince of Zhenjiang, we've truly reached a dead end." A young upstart suddenly emerged in Yuncheng. "Not only does he oppose our 4 major gangs, but he's resorted to force to coerce us into submission. Even invoking your name proved futile. This time, he even killed the Earth rank expert you sent to aid us. Truly, we 4 are utterly helpless. That's why we've come to seek guidance from Prince of Zhenjiang." After Wan Jin finished speaking, Shin Tingbai nodded and added, "Prince of Zhenjiang, you must help us this time." Fu Linger listened to their words with growing interest. She sat down leisurely in her chair, one hand lightly tapping the tabletop as she remarked indifferently, "I've heard of this young man before." "You mentioned he's barely in his 20s? Did you bring his records this time?"
Lord Longwu hastily handed over Chu Tian's dossier, stating, "Prince of Zhenjiang, this young man possesses formidable strength at the very least, late Grandmaster level.
My suggestion is we avoid escalating tensions.
It would be best for both parties to sit down and discuss matters properly." Upon hearing Lord Longwu's words, Wan Jin was the first to rise in displeasure.
"Lord Longwu, I truly cannot fathom why you keep indirectly defending this young upstart's sophistry. Could it be, you've betrayed us?"
Lord Longwu kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, showing no sign of anger at the provocation.
He stated matter-of-factly, "I'm only thinking of Prince Zhenjiang. The Prince of Jinbei has been eyeing us greedily. Chu Tian is very powerful. If we confront him, it will only lead to mutual destruction, which could give the Prince of Jinbei an opportunity to strike." The Prince of Zhenjiang nodded faintly upon hearing this. Flipping through Chu Tian's dossier, he remarked casually, "Lord Longwu is correct. This lad is indeed intriguing. Just a month ago, he was an ordinary physician. Yet within a single month, both his medical skills and martial arts have reached exceptional heights. Either he's been hiding his true abilities all along, or he's had some extraordinary encounter." Chapter 133, I'll meet him myself.
Wan Jin dismissed the notion with a dismissive wave of his hand.
"Prince Zhenjiang, you're overestimating that kid. To me, he's just caught a lucky break. Compared to you, he's nowhere near your caliber. If you'd only lend us a few of your personal guards, I guarantee that kid's fate would be sealed death." Guan Haoqian inwardly cursed Wan Jin as a fool. The Prince of Zhenjiang's earlier words clearly implied he agreed with avoiding provoking war. If the Prince of Jinbei truly exploited the situation, they wouldn't fare well either. Fu Linger cast a cool glance at Wan Jin and declared, "This young man piques my interest. I shall meet him personally." Wan Jin immediately grew anxious. "Prince Zhenjiang, why must you personally make the trip? He is utterly unworthy of your attention." Fu Linger ignored Wan Jin and instead turned to the young woman who had been standing respectfully behind her. "Xiao Chao," she said, "what are my arrangements for the next few days?"
Xiao Chao replied earnestly, Mistress, the mayor of Haicheng wishes to dine with you tomorrow. The Prince of Jinbei will arrive the day after tomorrow to discuss business matters. Fu Linger frowned upon hearing this, then declared decisively, cancel all my engagements for these days. I must see Chu Tian personally. Fu Linger's words sent shockwaves through Guan Haochang and the other three. It seemed they had underestimated Chu Tian after all. The Prince of Zhenjiang was a man of countless duties. Ordinary folk had no right to see him. Even the four of them, as the four major gang leaders of Yunqing, had lingered in Haicheng for days just to catch a glimpse. And yet Chu Tian had managed to pique the prince's interest? It seemed they needed to reassess this Chu Tian. After meditating with his eyes closed for several hours, Chu Tian opened them and couldn't help but sigh. This cultivation method was progressing far too slowly. He would have to find another approach. He hadn't prepared suitable medicinal ingredients yet, but he could construct a spirit-gathering array instead. However, a spirit-gathering array required spirit-gathering stones to complete. In this age of declining magic, such stones were something he'd only heard of, never seen. Even if spirit-gathering stones were unavailable, jade could serve as a makeshift substitute. High-grade jade contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, top-grade jade is also exceedingly rare. At this thought, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Such things weren't something he could simply will into existence. He could only wait and hope for luck to come his way. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Tian's face. Sun Kongtai. Chu Tian had once treated his wife at the herbal clinic. Sun Kongtai had given him a black card. Answering the call, Chu Tian greeted him with a smile, Mr. Sunday. Sun Kongtai chuckled warmly. Mr. Chu, I apologize for disturbing you today. The truth is, I have a favor to ask. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who could help me. Sun Kongtai's directness spared Chu Tian the trouble of guessing. He smiled and replied, what kind of favor is it? Mr. Sun, please tell me first. This time, Sun Kongtai didn't elaborate immediately. Instead, he asked, Mr. Chu, where are you now? I'll come find you. We should discuss this in person. After hanging up, a hint of puzzlement flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He rose and went downstairs to wait for Sun Kongtai in the first-floor lobby. A few minutes later, a Bentley pulled up at the entrance. Watching Sun Kongtai rush in, Chu Tian smiled and teased, Mr. Sun, you're in such a hurry. Seems this favor is quite urgent. Sun Kongtai looked somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Chu, a friend of mine has recently fallen ill with a strange disease. To be honest, I invited the renowned physician Zhou Yongtai to examine him a few days ago, but even Dr. Zhou couldn't pinpoint the cause. He recommended you, and I'm truly at a loss. My friend's condition is exceptionally peculiar. In just half a month, he's wasted away to skin and bones, losing a staggering 70 gene. That's half his former weight. It's as if something inside him is draining every last bit of nourishment from his body. Utterly bizarre and terrifying. Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, then nodded. Now that you mention it, it does sound rather peculiar. Sun Kongtai looked at Chu Tian anxiously. Mr. Chu, do you have a way to treat this? Chu Tian considered his response carefully, choosing not to commit outright. I can't say for certain without knowing the specifics. Let's go take a look together. Sun Kongtai exhaled deeply in relief, nodded, and led the way as they climbed into the car together. The Bentley roared to life and sped toward the highway. Mr. Chu, I've been out of town handling business these past few days. I heard about the Qincheng International launch event, and I'm truly sorry I couldn't attend in person. If there's another opportunity, I'll definitely come to show my support. Chu Tian chuckled lightly. Your goodwill means everything. By the way, how is your wife doing? At the mention of his wife, Sun Kongtai softened into a gentle smile and nodded. Thanks to you last time, Mr. Chu. Both mother and child are safe now. She's been resting at home. Previously, Sun Kongtai had only known Chu Tian as a skilled physician with admirable character. Little did he expect their paths would cross so soon. The fact that two renowned physicians like Zhou Yongtai and Wang Jianan had chosen to apprentice under him spoke volumes. Chu Tian's medical skills had undoubtedly reached a level of transcendent mastery. This made Sun Kongtai even more courteous and respectful when addressing Chu Tian. Chu Tian nodded. Your wife's constitution is rather weak. I'll prescribe another formula shortly. It won't harm the baby and will help regulate her body, making childbirth less taxing. Sun Kongtai nodded gratefully. Thank you very much. As they chatted, the car approached the Fengshao Villa district. Fengshao Villa district? A hint of surprise flickered in Chu Tian's voice. Sun Kongtai chuckled and nodded in explanation. Mr. Chu, you may not know this, but my friend here deals in jade. He's the largest jade merchant in Huadua, owning 6 jade mines himself. A true tycoon. He's open and generous, you'll see once you meet him. Ha! Chu Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Talk about serendipity. His biggest worry right now was finding high-quality jade. This was perfect timing. Hearing Chu Tian's words, Sun Kongtai smiled and said, Mr. Chu, you're also interested in jade? I'm currently in desperate need of a batch of top-grade jade. I really owe you for your help this time, Mr. Sunday.
Mr. Chu, you're being too formal. We're practically friends. Getting you here is pure luck for this old pal of mine.
If you can truly cure my friend, top-grade jade is the least I can offer. As they spoke, the car pulled into the parking lot, and both men stepped out.
Chapter 134, Traditional Chinese Medicine Won't Cut It.
Sun Kongtai led Chu Tian into the living room, where they saw a stunning middle-aged woman conversing animatedly in a foreign language with several foreigners. The group chatted cheerfully throughout, yet not once did any of them glance at Sun Kongtai or Chu Tian. Sun Kongtai glanced back at Chu Tian with a touch of awkwardness before stepping forward.
Sister-in-law, has my brother's condition improved?
Lin Xiaoyu turned to glance at Sun Kongtai, her tone cool as she replied, still the same old mess.
Who knows what's wrong with him?
I've invited several renowned doctors from the Nordic Medical Association to see if they can diagnose and cure old Wang. Sun Kongtai hadn't expected Lin Xiaoyu to have already arranged for doctors. Feeling even more awkward, he suggested, Sister-in-law, I also invited a renowned physician today to examine Brother Wang.
Why don't we let this expert take a look first? Lin Xiaoyu glanced at Chu Tian and asked in surprise, the miracle doctor you mentioned? This guy? He's so young, he might not even be taken seriously as a medical assistant. A miracle doctor? Kongtai, aren't you exaggerating a bit?
Sun Kongtai hurriedly defended, Sister-in-law, you can't judge by age. This Mr. Chu is revered as master even by renowned physicians like Master Zhou and Master Wang. His medical skill has reached an extraordinary, almost divine level.
He will definitely cure our elder brother.
Lin Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with disdain.
You're being ridiculous.
That so-called divine Dr. Zhou you brought before couldn't even diagnose old Wang's condition. I've never trusted traditional Chinese medicine. Those bitter, ineffective decoctions take forever to work and rarely help.
You don't need to bother this time. Take this kid and leave. Chu Tian turned to Sun Kongtai. This must be your friend's wife?
Madam, traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, a treasure passed down for millennia in our nation. Its effects may be slow, but it addresses root causes. As for my apprentice, even if honored as a divine physician, he cannot cure every ailment. Birth, aging, sickness, death, complex ailments aren't something you can cure with a simple bend of the waist. Lin Xiaoyu, growing even more impatient at Chu Tian's words, waved her hand dismissively. Kid, don't waste my time with this nonsense. The fact is, your apprentice can't cure old Wang's illness, he can't even diagnose the cause. Seeing how you, his master, don't seem much more capable, I've got no time to waste on you lot.
Now get out.
Chu Tian felt a twinge of displeasure at Lin Xiaoyu's attitude.
He nodded coldly and replied, since Madam clearly doesn't welcome us, I certainly won't force myself on you. My apologies for the disturbance. With that, he turned and walked away.
Sun Kongtai grew anxious, glancing at Lin Xiaoyu and saying, Sis-in-law, what are you saying? I went to great lengths to bring in this renowned doctor. At least let him examine Brother Wang first. You're chasing him away the moment he steps in.
You'll regret it.
Lin Xiaoyu snorted coldly. If it weren't for your connection to our Wang family, I wouldn't even bother acknowledging your visits. Don't think I don't see through your schemes. You just want our Wang family to patronize your business more, thinking we're gullible and flush with cash. Let me tell you, I've seen plenty of people like you.
Now you can leave too.
With that, she turned to the foreigners, her demeanor shifting completely. Gentlemen, she said politely, please come upstairs with me to see my husband. Sun Kongtai felt a chill in his heart after hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, but Wang Zhe was indeed an open-hearted friend worth keeping. He couldn't bear to watch Wang Zhe die without trying to help. Gritting his teeth, he immediately set off to chase after Chu Tian.
Mr. Chu, wait. Hold on.
Chu Tian halted, turning to regard Sun Kongtai with a cool gaze.
I came here out of respect for you. Since they show such hostility and distrust, there's no point in staying. Healing requires mutual trust.
If they won't trust me, then there's no need for me to stay. Sun Kongtai scratched his head, pleading, Mr. Chu, don't be hasty. My sister-in-law may not trust traditional Chinese medicine, but Brother Wang does. Believe me, he's a genuinely good man.
Besides, aren't you in need of jade right now? This is a golden opportunity. After hearing Sun Kongtai's words, Chu Tian finally nodded reluctantly.
Very well, he said with obvious reluctance, I'll accompany you one more time. The two re-entered the living room only to find it empty. Sun Kongtai immediately led Chu Tian upstairs. At that moment, in Wang Zhe's hospital room, Lin Xiaoyu looked anxiously at the silver-haired foreign old man.
Dr. James, how is my husband?
James stroked his beard and spoke in broken Mandarin, your husband's condition is indeed quite tricky.
Our instruments can't detect any signs of illness whatsoever. In other words, medically speaking, this gentleman should be perfectly healthy.
After beating around the bush, James arrived at this conclusion, leaving even Lin Xiaoyu utterly bewildered. She glanced at her husband, lying on the hospital bed, moaning in agony and emaciated to skin and bones.
Uncertain, she asked, Dr. James, are you certain? If my husband truly has no illness, why has he become like this? Wang Zhe's expression toward James now held a hint of skepticism.
Facing this gaze, James remained unflappable. Stroking his beard, he replied, I'm speaking purely from a medical perspective. Of course, Mr. Wang's current condition may well exceed what can be explained. Mr. Wang is very fortunate our Nordic Medical Alliance has recently developed a new injection. This injection specifically targets all kinds of strange ailments, alleviating, breaking down, suppressing, and curing them. The entire process, of course, won't be resolved in one go, but it will show results faster than traditional Chinese medicine. The exact number of treatment sessions needed will depend on Mr. Wang's specific condition. Each injection costs $30,000. Chu Tian, standing nearby, couldn't help but inwardly gasp at James's words. This James is seriously shady. After all that, the injection's efficacy isn't guaranteed, there's no clear timeline for recovery, it's essentially an unregulated product. They're clearly treating Wang Zhe like a lab rat. And they were charging $30,000 per session for this guinea pig treatment, that's 200,000 yuan per shot. This was clearly a scam, yet both Lin Xiaoyu and Wang Zhe clung to it like a lifeline. Dr. James, you're a leading authority at the Nordic Medical Association. We trust your expertise. If you can cure my husband, money is no object. Wang Zhe, barely able to speak in his current state, nodded urgently. His will to survive was undeniably fierce. Seeing this, Chu Tian shook his head helplessly. His expression was caught by Sun Kongtai. Chapter 135, Fight Again? People will die. Sun Kongtai also found the foreigner's words somewhat excessive, but Wang Zhe clearly trusted them implicitly. He didn't feel it was his place to say anything at this critical juncture. James nodded faintly after hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, then spoke, in that case, let's cut to the chase. We'll administer an injection first to see the effect. He took the briefcase from his assistant and removed a vial of pale blue liquid. Wang Zhe glanced at it, his voice tinged with unease and hope. Dr. James, are you absolutely certain this will work for me? In just half a month, Wang Zhe had wasted away to skin and bones, with signs of bodily functions beginning to deteriorate. If this continued, death was not far off. James smiled with absolute confidence. Mr. Wang, rest assured. Our serum has undergone rigorous professional testing and trials. There will be no complications. On the contrary, this injection will restore your vitality. James' words struck a chord with Wang Zhe's deepest longing, and he nodded without hesitation. Chu Tian couldn't help but let a mocking smile curve his lips. After administering the injection, James stepped back a few paces and declared confidently, Mr. Wang, please wait just a moment. Within 10 minutes at most, your bodily functions will begin to recover. Sooner or later, you will regain your vitality, perhaps even stronger than before. Wang Zhe waited quietly, his face filled with anticipation. Lin Xiaoyu took the opportunity to glance at Chu Tian and remarked, some people really ought to open their eyes wide and see clearly. This is the true power of a divine physician. Others can't even diagnose what's wrong with our old Wang, yet they boast so arrogantly, utterly ridiculous. The veiled criticism was so pointed that even Sun Kongtai found it hard to stomach. He was about to speak up when Chu Tian abruptly pulled him away. Seeing Chu Tian shake his head gently, Sun Kongtai forced himself to swallow his anger. Seeing Chu Tian had no intention of speaking, Lin Xiaoyu felt the conversation had run its course and stopped talking. She turned and sat beside Sun Kongtai's bed, waiting expectantly for a miracle to occur. The next 10 minutes felt like an eternity for everyone present. Wang Zhe had been intently sensing the changes in his body. After 10 minutes, he couldn't help but ask, his face darkening, Master James, why do I feel my body hasn't improved? Instead, it seems even worse, as if every cell is screaming in agony. As he spoke, Wang Zhe's expression twisted into agony. His body arched, his hands clenched unconsciously, and his eyes bloodshot, making him look utterly terrifying. This terrified Lin Xiaoyu. She took a step back and asked anxiously, Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? James the Divine Doctor, what on earth is going on? James clearly hadn't anticipated things escalating to this point. He paused in shock before speaking, every person's body structure and condition is unique. Perhaps the first injection triggered Mr. Wang's underlying condition. I'll administer another dose, just one more injection. It will definitely work. With that, he injected the pale blue liquid into Wang Zhe's body once more. This time, Wang Zhe gradually calmed down. Just as Lin Xiaoyu began to believe James' explanation and prepared to express her gratitude, a faint smile touched her lips. But before she could finish, Wang Zhe let out another agonized groan. This time, his condition was clearly worse than before. Wang Zhe writhed like a savage beast pushed to the brink of agony, roaring wildly as if trying to destroy everything around him to ease his torment. The crowd panicked completely, scrambling backward. At that very moment, a figure stepped forward instead of retreating. A silver needle pierced precisely into the crown of Wang Zhe's head. This single needle finally calmed Wang Zhe, who gradually settled back onto the hospital bed. Watching Wang Zhe settle, Lin Xiaoyu regained her composure and confronted Chu Tian, demanding, what the hell were you doing just now?
Did you try to harm our old one? Chu Tian snorted derisively, finding the entire scene utterly absurd. You lot are truly amusing. You fawn over this foreign quack with all manner of gratitude, groveling like a dog. 20,000 yuan per needle, no guarantee of recovery, no proper credentials or paperwork, and you entrust your husband's life to such a charlatan? Getting sold out and still happily counting the money, you're not just stupid, you're beyond stupid. If not for that shot I gave him just now, your husband would have gone berserk by now. Lin Xiaoyu was stung by Chu Tian's scolding and was about to retort when Wang Zhe, who moments ago seemed on the brink of death, slowly opened his eyes. The bloodshot had faded, and he even looked somewhat more alert. This instantly bolstered James's confidence, which had been shaken by his earlier guilt. Pointing at Wang Zhe, he declared, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. Look, the medicine I just injected is already taking effect. Mr. Wang's condition has stabilized." Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyu nodded excitedly, stepping forward to grasp Wang Zhe's hand. Exactly. Old Wang, you're finally awake. You're going to be fine. It's all thanks to Mr. James' medicine. 200,000 a shot was definitely worth it. Wang Zhe still felt the lingering pain from moments ago. Now, as the discomfort gradually faded and he regained some strength, he felt profound gratitude. He nodded earnestly at James and said, "Mr. James, thank you." Sun Kongtai knew full well that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. It was clearly Chu Tian who had inserted a silver needle, leading to Wang Zhe's recovery. Unfortunately, the two treatments had been administered consecutively, overlapping their effects. Even he couldn't step forward to speak on Chu Tian's behalf. It wasn't until Lin Xiaoyu spotted the silver needle still lodged in Wang Zhe's scalp that she exclaimed with disgust, "What is this nonsense? You brat, do you think you can just stick any old needle into our Wang's body? Do you even have a medical license? Are you a proper doctor? This is outrageous." With that, she reached out to pull the obnoxious silver needle from Wang Zhe's scalp. Chu Tian shouted a warning, "Don't do it." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Lin Xiaoyu yanked the needle out, flung it to the ground, and stomped on it defiantly. She turned to glare at Chu Tian, her eyes screaming, "No matter what tricks you pull, they won't work." Seeing this, Chu Tian curled the corners of his mouth and said slowly, "Since you're courting disaster yourselves, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." Almost the moment Chu Tian finished speaking, Wang Zhe, who had just begun to show signs of improvement, collapsed once more. Chapter 136, Asking for It. Lin Xiaoyu was utterly dumbfounded. She turned to James and asked, "Master Healer James, my husband was just getting better. Why did he suddenly?" James was now equally perplexed. He couldn't fathom what was happening. After hesitating, he could only attribute the cause to the injection once more and suggested, "How about I give him another shot?" Hearing James' words, Chu Tian couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. James and Lin Xiaoyu turned to glare at him, their eyes flashing with irritation. Chu Tian looked at them and said, "Your conversation is truly amusing. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. When did this medicine become such a joke? Just injecting it whenever you feel like it? Are you sure this shot won't kill him?" Chu Tian's question genuinely alarmed James. It was clear the first two injections had had little effect on Wang Zhe. More importantly, the current stability of the serum was problematic. Another shot could very well prove fatal. Lin Xiaoyu, upon hearing Chu Tian's words, seemed to suddenly recall something. She looked down at the dusty silver needle on the ground with a look of shock and doubt. It seemed that throughout the entire process, only Chu Tian's silver needles had brought Wang Zhe any relief. Could it be she had actually caused the problem? Evidently, Wang Zhe had also grasped this point. With labored breaths, he gasped out, "Kongtai, this gentleman is." Sun Kongtai hurriedly explained, "Brother Wang, this Mr. Chu is Master Zhou's teacher. His medical skills are truly extraordinary. My wife has also benefited from his kindness. I originally intended to bring him to examine you, but then sister-in-law. Even a clay Buddha has its temper, let alone Lin Xiaoyu, who repeatedly humiliated Chu Tian earlier, leaving him utterly disgraced." He feared Chu Tian might be furious. Seizing this chance, she naturally had more to say. Wang turned and fixed Lin Xiaoyu with a piercing stare. After a long pause, he finally voiced his thoughts, "Apologize." Lin Xiaoyu shuddered, then turned and spoke politely, "Mr. Chu, I apologize for my earlier offense. I hope you'll forgive a petty person's transgression. If you can truly cure our old Wang, whatever you desire, we'll give it to you." Chu Tian shot her a cold, clear look and replied indifferently, "I'm the type who responds to kindness, not pressure. But you, woman, are utterly foolish. Since you place such faith in Western medicine, I see no need to make myself unpopular. Besides, my medical skills aren't cheap goods. Do you think a simple sorry will make me treat him?" Chu Tian's words left Lin Xiaoyu deeply embarrassed. Yet she had indeed offended him first. Now, to persuade him to act, humbling herself was her only recourse. Wang Zhe, having heard the events unfold from Sun Kongtai, was so enraged he gasped for breath. After a long moment, he gritted out, "Kneel." Today, if Mr. Chu doesn't forgive you, you will stay, stay kneeling. It took several breaths to finish the sentence, and Lin Xiaoyu knew Wang Zhe was truly furious. Without hesitation, she knelt before Chu Tian, her voice trembling with emotion. Mr. Chu, I know I was wrong. I only wanted to cure old Wang. I truly had no ill intentions. As long as you agree to save old Wang, I'll stay kneeling here forever. Chu Tian sighed silently, stepping forward a few paces before speaking. Forget it. Since I saw it, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Get up. He then lowered his gaze to observe Wang Zhe's current state. After the earlier commotion, Wang Zhe's body had visibly weakened further. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, and his entire body trembled slightly. Every muscle seemed on the verge of collapse. This broken body couldn't hold out much longer. Sun Contai couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chu, what do you think? Are you confident you can cure Brother Wang? Chu Tian nodded without hesitation, replying calmly, of course I'm confident. Though the situation is somewhat unusual, the treatment itself isn't particularly difficult. With that, he drew out silver needles and swiftly, precisely inserted them into Wang Zhe's acupoints. The Heavenly Gang's needle technique. Its primary effect was to replenish vital energy and prolong life. For Wang Zhe's current condition, this technique was perfectly suited. As the final needle went in, Wang Zhe's complexion gradually regained some color, no longer gasping for breath as if hanging by a thread. Lin Xiaoyu and the foreigners present couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Even Sun Contai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was simply miraculous. Such a simple set of acupuncture techniques, with just a few needles inserted, could produce such astonishing results. James exclaimed repeatedly, nodding as he exchanged words with the foreigners behind him. Is this the legendary Chinese acupuncture? It's incredible. Perhaps we should explore acupuncture further during this World Medical Association exchange. China truly possesses profound and extensive cultural heritage. To Lin Xiaoyu, these words of praise felt like knives stabbing her heart. Lin Xiaoyu had always looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, convinced it misled people. Yet here she was, having her own beliefs thoroughly debunked. Wang Zhe looked at Chu Tian with astonishment and delight. This is truly miraculous. I can clearly feel my body has improved significantly. I can even sit up and take a few steps. As he spoke, he started to move, only to be immediately scolded by Chu Tian. Your body is currently in a precarious state of equilibrium. It's not fully healed yet. You absolutely must not move around recklessly. Wang Zhe, who had been smiling moments ago, obediently lay back on the bed, not daring to move a muscle after hearing Chu Tian's words. After speaking, Chu Tian's gaze swept over Wang Zhe's body. Then, pointing at the jade pendant hanging from Wang Zhe's chest, he asked coldly, where did you get this dragon-shaped jade pendant? Seeing Chu Tian's expression, Wang Zhe's own expression grew grave as he replied, I acquired it from a merchant earlier. Is there a problem with it? The jade pendant on Wang Zhe's chest glowed with a blood-red sheen, a color so vivid it seemed almost unnatural. Chu Tian nodded before continuing, this jade is no ordinary thing. It was taken from a dead man. Do you know why it glows so red? Chu Tian's words struck a chord with Wang Zhe. He looked down at the jade pendant, now finding it increasingly unsettling. Once cherished and never parted with, he now wished he could cast it aside immediately. Seeing Wang Zhe's growing understanding, Chu Tian continued, this jade pendant has absorbed the resentment of the deceased and become imbued with spirit. After you wore it, it drained all the vital energy and blood essence from your body. Chapter 137, The Marvels of Chinese Medicine. Chu Tian's words terrified Wang Zhe, who promptly removed the jade pendant and was about to toss it away. Chu Tian urgently called out to stop him. Don't! Throwing it away won't help at all. Instead, the shattering of the jade pendant will cause your vital energy to leak out, leading to serious trouble. Wang Zhe's hand froze mid-motion. He couldn't bring himself to throw it away, yet keeping it filled him with dread and unease. Chu Tian reached out, took the jade pendant from Wang Zhe's hand, and flung it directly into the air. Wang Zhe gasped in shock, utterly baffled by Chu Tian's actions. Just as he was about to ask, Chu Tian released the pendant while swiftly forming hand seals. Muttering incantations, he imprinted golden-hued spells onto the jade. A faint black mist began to drift from the pendant, accompanied by a wretched, wailing sound that sent a chill through everyone present. Their faces drained of color as they stumbled backward, eyes fixed on the pendant. They feared something dreadful might emerge from within. Shatter! With a sharp command, the jade pendant shattered. Strands of vital energy seeped into Wang Zhe's body. His once emaciated frame began to swell and fill out. Witnessing this transformation firsthand, the crowd gasped in awe as Wang Zhe regained his former appearance. James wasted no time recording the entire treatment process. Wang Zhe felt his entire body brimming with strength. This long-lost sensation filled him with overwhelming emotion. Without a word, he walked straight to Chu Tian and knelt down before him. Mr. Chu, you've given me a new lease on life. I can't thank you enough. Whatever you need, just ask. Old Wang here will do everything in his power. Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively. Healing the sick is simply my duty.
Had there been fewer misunderstandings before, you might not have endured such prolonged suffering. Chu Tian was never one to play the saint, and Lin Xiaoyu's earlier hostility toward him now provided the perfect opportunity.
Lin Xiaoyu understood Chu Tian's meaning. She immediately walked over to Wang Zhe, knelt beside him, and said with a guilty expression, "Mr. Chu, I was blind before. Thankfully, you were magnanimous enough to heal our old Wang. This time, it was my fault. I sincerely apologize to you." Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu wasn't beyond redemption and seemed genuinely remorseful, Chu Tian nodded, helped her up, and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Since Mr. Wang is well now, we can all be happy." Wang Zhe, seeing Chu Tian held no grudge, finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He turned to Sun Kongtai with gratitude. "Brother Sun, you've done me an immense favor this time. From now on, we're as close as blood brothers. If you ever need anything, just give me a shout." After speaking, he glanced at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu pulled out a bank card and handed it to Chu Tian. "Mr. Chu, this card has no pin. There's 100 million yuan inside. Consider it your consultation fee. I hope you'll accept it." Chu Tian waved it off. "Money isn't necessary. I hear Mr. Wang is a major player in the jade market. As it happens, I'm in need of a batch of top-grade jade pieces. I was wondering." Wang burst into laughter. "You've come to the right person. I may not have much, but I've got plenty of jade. Still, let's keep things separate. This consultation fee is my way of thanking you for saving my life. Please accept it." Seeing Wang Zhe's persistence, Chu Tian stopped refusing and accepted the bank card. Wang Zhe, now in high spirits, turned to James and continued, "Though Mr. James's medicine wasn't the right fit for my condition, he's certainly put in a full day's work. Consider this 50 million my token of gratitude to Mr. James." James, however, seemed less concerned with the money. His gaze shifted to Chu Tian, intense and focused. "Mr. Chu," he said, "was that Chinese acupuncture you just performed? It was truly remarkable. I'd only heard of it before. To witness it firsthand is a rare privilege. Might you explain the principles behind it?" Chu Tian smiled faintly and replied, "China boasts a profound cultural heritage and vast resources. The skills passed down through generations are truly remarkable. If the opportunity arises in the future, I would be delighted to discuss this further with Mr. James." James was satisfied with Chu Tian's response. Nodding without further delay, he bid farewell and departed. Chu Tian, however, remained behind due to the jade. After leaving the villa, James excitedly posted the video on his Facebook page, quickly garnering immense attention. Even the president of the Nordic Medical Association personally called him. "James, that video I just saw, it wasn't edited, was it? Is Chinese acupuncture truly that miraculous?" James hurriedly replied, "President, I used to think Chinese medicine was all superficial and lacked real substance. But this time, I've been truly enlightened. It's incredibly miraculous and astonishing." The president's interest was piqued. "I happen to be traveling to China on business soon. I'd love to witness this firsthand. I'll contact you once I arrive." With that, he hung up. James never imagined his single video would cause such a stir. Even the chairman was this interested. Thinking about that young man, he felt even more convinced that the future held boundless potential. After finishing their meal, Chu Tian and Wang Zhe headed to the warehouse together. Wang Zhe's jade business was vast, spanning the entire country with several jade mines under his control. His knowledge of jade was truly boundless. Chu Tian listened intently throughout, which greatly pleased Wang Zhe. "Mr. Chu, I've been in the jade business for half my life. I know this field inside out. Right here in Yuncheng, I have a large warehouse dedicated to storing jade. Today, I'll take you there to have a look. Unfortunately, these aren't finished pieces, they're raw stones. No one can predict what will emerge from them. If you're interested, I can help you select some later. After all these years, I've developed a decent eye for them." Chu Tian shook his head politely. "That won't be necessary. I'll make my own selections." Wang Zhe looked at Chu Tian with surprise and asked, "Mr. Chu, I hadn't realized you also have expertise in rough stones?" Chu Tian offered no explanation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With his current skills, selecting top-grade jade from rough stones was no difficult task. Just as Wang Zhe was about to speak, his phone rang. After hanging up, Wang Zhe smiled and said, "What a coincidence. A friend of mine also wants to pick out some rough stones. You can all take a look together later." After an hour of winding through the streets, the car pulled up at the entrance of an industrial park on the outskirts. The industrial park was vast and open, perfectly suited for its purpose. Chapter 138, You Again. As the two stepped out of the car, several other vehicles pulled up almost simultaneously in front of them. Stepping out of the vehicles were familiar faces to Chu Tian, Luo Sucheng. Behind him followed a white-haired elder. Wang Zhe, seeing Luo Sucheng, beamed with a smile as he approached to greet him. "Young Master Luo, what a coincidence. I'm here with friends to look at rough stones too. You two bumping into each other like this, talk about fate." Luo Sucheng followed Wang Zai's gesture and looked in the direction he pointed.
Upon recognizing the person standing there, his eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly remarked, "It's you again, you little brat."
Chu Tian shrugged indifferently. Heh, what a coincidence indeed. Wang Zai exchanged puzzled glances between them and asked, "You two know each other?"
Noticing the tense atmosphere between them, he wisely dropped the subject.
"Well, since everyone's here, let's head inside."
The factory grounds were vast, with workers constantly coming and going, transporting rough stones. Led by Wang Zai, the group arrived at a warehouse where the raw stones had been roughly sorted.
Each section bore different price tags.
Luo Sutsing glanced at the elderly man and politely said, "Mr. Duan, we'll be relying on you this time."
Old Master Duan nodded and led the way toward the rough stones. Chu Tian looked at the old man questioningly and asked, "Is this gentleman?" Before Wang Zai could speak, Luo Sutsing couldn't help but sneer, "Chu Tian, you don't even recognize old Master Duan, yet you dare to come here and pick out raw stones? Be careful you don't lose your shirt." Chu Tian blinked and retorted, "What do you mean? How does my selection of rough stones relate to this gentleman?" Wang Zai quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "This Mr. Duan is a pillar of Yunqing's raw jade industry. Nicknamed Stonecutter, he possesses an exceptionally keen and seasoned eye. Virtually every raw jade he selects yields premium jade. If anyone in this field has the ability to pick out stones containing top-grade jade, it's undoubtedly him. He's quite the formidable figure." Seeing Wang Zai's look of admiration, Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Has this old gentleman never made a mistake? Never misjudged a stone?" Luo Sucheng scoffed.
"Kid, the odds of old Master Duan misjudging a stone are lower than winning the lottery. Instead of worrying about him, you'd be better off figuring out how to minimize your own losses later." Luo Sucheng's words left Wang Zai feeling awkward. He hurriedly explained, "Mr. Chu, this rough stone is all about probability. No one can guarantee with absolute certainty that the stone you've chosen will yield jadeite. Rest assured, I'll help you select it later."
Chu Tian shook his head.
"Since Mr. Wang says so, I'd wager this old gentleman won't get jade in every stone today."
"Who knows? Maybe none at all?" To Luo Sutsing, Chu Tian's words sounded like a blatant provocation.
He snorted coldly, glaring at Chu Tian through gritted teeth.
"Stop spouting nonsense. How about we make a bet today? I'll wager that not only will every piece yield green jade, but Master Duan will also pick out a top-grade jadeite for me. If I win, you'll kneel before me, kowtow, and apologize. And admit you're nothing but a worthless coward." Chu Tian curved his lips slightly and asked, "And what if you lose?" Luo Sucheng declared with absolute confidence, "I won't lose. But since it's a bet, it'd be pointless without stakes. How about this, if you win, I'll kneel and apologize to you. Deal?" Wang Zai couldn't help but frown at Luo Sucheng's provocation, feeling displeased.
Chu Tian was his savior by both reason and emotion, he should naturally stand by Chu Tian's side. Chu Tian had never handled raw stones before, and coupled with Master Duan's reputation, Wang Zai couldn't help but want to warn him. But before he could speak, Chu Tian had already nodded in agreement. "I promise you," he said, "and today I'll teach you a valuable lesson. No matter what you do, never place all your chips on someone else." Before Luo Sucheng could fully process Chu Tian's words, old Master Duan had already returned with the selected rough stones. Chu Tian examined them carefully and was astonished to discover that every single one of the rough stones Master Duan had chosen emitted faint spiritual energy fluctuations. They were truly worthy of their reputation. What astonished him even more was that among these jades, one piece possessed exceptionally dense spiritual energy, a top-grade jade hidden within.
"Young Master Luo, I've made my selections."
Luo Sucheng nodded approvingly at Master Duan, then turned and asked boldly, "Mr. Wang, how much do these raw stones add up to?" An accountant had been tallying the costs while Master Duan selected the stones. The moment Luo Sucheng asked, the accountant promptly replied, 350 million. Luo Sucheng paid promptly. Meanwhile, Chu Tian walked over to the pile of rough stones Master Duan had selected. He ran his hands over this one, then that one, looking every bit the country bumpkin, a sight that filled Luo Sucheng with disgust. "Hey! What the hell are you doing?" Chu Tian chuckled, lightly patting the last stone and saying, "Just feeling it out. It's just stone, can't break it by touching. Why so uptight? Maybe I can borrow some of Master Duan's luck." Old Master Duan listened and offered a heartfelt reminder, "Young man, this must be your first time handling raw jade stones, right? Luck plays a significant role with these stones, but experience matters even more. For your first attempt, it's best not to set your hopes too high." Chu Tian nodded with a smile. Just moments ago, as he touched the stones, he had already absorbed all the jade-bearing ones, especially that top-grade piece. Its spiritual energy had loosened and enhanced the stagnant power he'd been struggling with for days. This lifted Chu Tian's spirits considerably. Nodding, he replied, "Master Duan, I've learned a lot." With that, he turned and headed toward the raw stone storage area to begin his own selection. To onlookers, his method of selecting jade seemed utterly random. He didn't even glance at them, just randomly pointing. Give me this one, and those few over there, select them all. Such a method of selection was unprecedented. Not even Wang Zhe, Luo Sutsing, or even old Master Duan, who had been immersed in the rough stone world for years, had ever witnessed it. They were all dumbfounded. Luo Sutsing's lips curled into a mocking smile as he shook his head and muttered, "This kid must be an idiot. Choosing stones like that, he's practically handing money to Mr. Wang." Old Master Duan also shook his head, baffled by Chu Tian's actions. Wang Zhe couldn't help but step forward and suggest delicately, "Mr. Chu, perhaps I could help you select a few pieces? Having been in the jade business for so many years, I do have an eye for it." Chapter 139, Back to Grandma's Place. Chu Tian's method of selecting jadeite rough stones was astonishing, and it also made Wang Zhe feel even more pressure. He had brought Chu Tian here today to repay the debt of saving his life. But the way Chu Tian was selecting raw jade? It was practically a different way of handing him money. Hearing Wang Zhe's suggestion, Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively with characteristic boldness. "No, I'll pick them myself." Luo Suching heard Chu Tian's words and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Heh, showing off. You'll be crying soon enough." Soon, Chu Tian had selected 30 rough stones, seemingly quite satisfied with his treasures. To onlookers, his actions might not have seemed much different from those of a fool. But Chu Tian knew exactly what he was doing. Every single one of those 30 jadeite stones he'd chosen could yield green jade. More crucially, 11 of them were top-grade jade. Such a haul made this trip absolutely worthwhile. Wang Zhe watched Chu Tian's satisfied smile, hesitating to speak. Jade gambling was inherently high risk, heavily reliant on luck. For Chu Tian to randomly pick a batch like this and still have even one piece yield green jade was already incredibly fortunate. In fact, Wang Zhe had already begun scheming about how to find a way to return the money for these stones later. Luo Suching gave Chu Tian a smirk and said, "Chu Tian, looks like you can't wait to kneel and kowtow to me. Why don't we skip the formalities? Just get down on your knees already?" Chu Tian shot Luo Suching a look that said he was an idiot. "I just picked the stones. How can you be so sure you've won? Do you have X-ray vision or did you rig this?" At Chu Tian's words, the smile froze on Luo Suching's lips. He turned to look at old Master Duan. Old Duan nodded in agreement and said, "Young man, the stone you picked has absolutely no chance of yielding jade. You might as well give up hope. Quitting now could at least save you some face and preserve your assets." Having spent years in the jade stone trade, old Duan prided himself on his discernment. Just as Luo Suching opened his mouth to respond, Chu Tian waved him off. "Enough. Stop beating around the bush. Cut it open already. We'll see what it is, horse or mule, in no time." Luo Suching felt stung by Chu Tian's retort. Seeing the other's arrogant demeanor, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Arrogant people often meet a miserable end. Chu Tian would certainly be no exception. Soon, Wang Zhe summoned a specialized stone-cutting master who arrived with equipment and began preparations. Before Wang Zhe could ask, Luo Sutsing blurted out, "I'll go first." "Chu Tian, remember your words when you lose, you'd better kneel and beg for mercy." Chu Tian shook his head with a faint, ambiguous smile, offering no reply. This greatly displeased Luo Sutsing, who shot a glance at old Master Duan. Old Duan, sensing the tension, stepped forward and handed one of his favorite stones to the stone-cutting master. "Could you grind this for me?" With that, he stepped aside. Luo Suching eyed Chu Tian sideways and pressed, "Chu Tian, ever heard the saying in the jade gambling trade? One cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut makes you wear mourning clothes. With your luck, which one do you think you'll be?" Chu Tian chuckled and replied, "Well, I know it won't be me wearing mourning clothes. But you? That's a real possibility." While the two were talking, the stone-cutting master had already finished grinding the stone, following old Duan's instructions. The stone, which wasn't large to begin with, was gradually reduced from the size of a clay pot to the size of a bowl, yet not a hint of green had appeared. This caused Luo Suching's expression to shift slightly. "Master Duan, it seems this stone is worthless. Is there any point in continuing to grind it? I suggest we just cut it open." Chu Tian's words made old Master Duan feel somewhat awkward. He glanced at Luo Suching and waved his hand. "Cut it." With the first stone scrapped, Master Duan exercised far greater caution when selecting the second. This time, he carried a stone roughly the size of a watermelon to the stone-cutting master, meticulously instructing him on the cutting process. Chu Tian stood quietly nearby, a hint of enigmatic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Master Duan held some standing in the jadeite circle, and the stonecutter respected him enough not to find the task troublesome. He carefully sliced the stone into several pieces according to Master Duan's instructions. Similarly, as the stone gradually diminished in size, not a single trace of green appeared. Now, the expressions of everyone present shifted subtly, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. How bizarre. Master Duan was the living legend of the rough stone world. When had he ever struck out twice in a row? Could it be that Master Duan was getting old? His luck clearly wasn't what it used to be. Some even whispered that this might be the most likely explanation.
The murmurs made old Master Duan feel utterly humiliated. He shot a cold glance at Luo Sucheng before selecting another stone. Shu Tian chuckled and remarked, "Looks like old Master Duan isn't all that impressive after all." After all that time selecting, the one he picked turned out to be just as lackluster as expected. Luo Sutsing suppressed his rising anger, lowering his voice to demand, "Master Duan, what on earth is going on here?" Old Master Duan wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly muttering that something was off. He wondered if he'd forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home today. Facing Luo Sutsing's interrogation, he could only offer a strained explanation. This rough stone is all about probability. Maybe the green-veined ones are later on. Let's keep looking. We'll see." Shu Tian yawned, strolled over, and casually plopped down on a nearby stool. Crossing his legs, he remarked, "Looks like you guys aren't giving up yet. Fine, I'll just wait patiently. When you're done, I'll take my turn." Shu Tian's attitude made Luo Sucheng grind his teeth in frustration, yet he could do nothing about it. In the end, he can only glare at old Master Duan and order him to continue cutting the stone. Following his hunch, old Duan had the stone-cutting master slice the raw stone piece by piece. Yet as the stone diminished, his pressure only grew heavier. After finishing the last stone under the strange stares of the crowd, he plopped straight down onto the ground. Damn it! Good heavens! Even the unluckiest person should get some jade from a stone worth nearly 300 million yuan. What the hell is going on? Was this really the same Duan Lao who once ruled the rough jade world? His luck was truly unmatched had he stepped in dog on his way here? Forget old Master Duan, young Master Luo was the real unlucky one. Over 300 million yuan, all down the drain. Hearing those words, Luo Suicheng felt his heart bleed. 300 million might not be a huge sum for him personally, but such a massive amount of money, even if thrown into water, it should make a splash. Yet now, 300 million had slipped into Wang Zai's pocket without so much as a ripple. Chapter 140, Now It's My Turn. He whipped his head around and glared fiercely at old Master Duan, unable to hold back a curse. Useless. And you call yourself a jade appraiser? You're nothing but trash. Such humiliation was unprecedented for old Master Duan. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face as an uneasy feeling stirred within him. Something felt off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Luo Sutsing turned to glare at Shu Tian and continued, "Kid, you didn't pull this off, did you?" Shu Tian looked at Luo Sutsing in surprise and retorted, "That's quite a claim. Am I some kind of god? That I can just snap my fingers and swap out the jade inside a rough stone? If that were possible, I wouldn't be standing here, I'd be receiving worship from the masses." Shu Tian's words left Luo Sutsing speechless. Taking a deep breath, a mocking expression returned to his face as he declared, "Fine then, it's your turn. I'll see just how much bull luck you've got." Shu Tian grinned, casually selecting a stone. He weighed it in his hand and declared, "Fine. Today, I'll give you a real eye-opener." With that, he handed the stone to the jade carver. "Master, please grind this bit by bit for me." The stone-cutting master hadn't held much hope for Chu Tian, a complete novice. But considering Chu Tian was Wang Zai's friend, he nodded and began grinding it bit by bit. Grinding stone is a meticulous task, not as quick as a single cut. Everyone thought this piece would take at least half an hour to polish, but within minutes, the stone-cutting master let out a gasp. "Holy crap! Green! That color, it must be imperial green. And it's glass-like translucency?" This exclamation drew the surrounding workers in, and upon seeing the dazzling flash of green, they all gasped in astonishment. Such luck was truly unmatched. They'd only polished one edge and already found green clearly. The jade inside was substantial. Standing nearby, waiting to see the spectacle and regain his composure, Luo Suocheng's face turned green with rage. He took a deep breath and turned to glare at Master Duan. Old Duan stood frozen in place. He truly hadn't expected this kid's luck to be this incredible. Just randomly picking one, and he managed to find such excellent quality. This must be top-grade jade. As the outer stone was gradually polished away, the flawless imperial green jade was revealed, as large as a honeydew melon. The expressions of everyone watching Chu Tian instantly changed. Luo Sucheng muttered sourly, "Humph. Keep going. I don't believe your luck can last forever. What's so great about one piece of imperial green jade?" A mysterious smile spread across Chu Tian's face as he declared, "Well then, today I'll show you what sustained good fortune truly means." With that, he picked up another stone and handed it to the stone-cutting master standing nearby. With the experience of the first stone, the stonecutter no longer looked at Chu Tian with contempt. Instead, he asked respectfully and excitedly, "Mr. Chu, this stone. Cut. Starting here, make one cut." Following Chu Tian's instructions, the stonecutter made the cut, his hand trembling slightly. It's happened again. This time, it's actually violet. This piece of jade is even more valuable than the first one. The starting bid for this alone is at least 100 million. Such supreme jade was rarer than imperial green. Chu Tian's luck was simply unmatched. Even Wang Zai, standing nearby, couldn't help but give Chu Tian a deep look. He raised his thumb and said, "Mr. Chu, I never expected you to be such a hidden master. Chu Tian waved his hand with a smile. Just the basics.
Mr. Wang, these two stones together could offset the value of all the raw jade.
If we keep going, you'll end up losing money, ha.
Wang Zhe chuckled at Chu Tian's words.
This little loss? I can afford it. Consider it an investment in our friendship.
Overhearing their exchange, Luo Sutsing couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, his hatred for Chu Tian reaching a boiling point.
He cursed inwardly, hoping Chu Tian's luck would run out right then and there.
Unfortunately, the jade stones unearthed one after another left the workers gasping in astonishment. Luo Sutsing, who had started out furious, gradually became numb. Eventually, his face couldn't even muster a basic expression.
Chu Tian wore a faint smile, nodding with satisfaction.
It seemed he hadn't misjudged the situation. Out of 30 raw stones, 11 were top-grade jade, and the rest were all high quality.
Just selling this batch alone would bring Chu Tian a considerable sum. Wang Zhe, standing nearby, wore an increasingly awkward expression.
The total value of these top-grade and high-grade jade stones alone exceeded 30 billion. Even for the wealthy Wang family, parting with that much money stung.
Chu Tian yawned, glancing at Luo Suchang and remarked, "Man, this was a total breeze. What do you say, young Master Luo?"
Those words felt like a knife thrust into Luo Sutsing's heart, causing him such pain that his liver seemed to shatter.
He took a deep breath, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "Humph. Kid, you just wait. We'll see about that." With that, he waved his hand, intending to lead his men away immediately.
But after just a few steps, Chu Tian called out to stop him.
"Young Master Luo, you just plan to walk away like that? You haven't forgotten our wager, have you? I won't kick you out of Yun City. All I ask is that you kneel and call me grandfather." Luo Shouqing took a deep breath, glaring at Chu Tian with eyes that seemed to spit fire. "You insolent brat, don't push your luck. Calling you grandpa is a favor, you'd better be sure you can handle it."
Chu Tian scoffed, shrugging his shoulders.
"What can't I handle? Hurry up, get down on your knees."
Chu Tian and Luo Suching had severed ties completely, so he naturally wouldn't spare Luo Suching any face.
"Fine. Since that's the case, kill this brat for me." Luo Sutsing took a deep breath and pointed at Chu Tian, roaring furiously. Wang Zhe's expression darkened instantly. He snapped, "Young Master Luo, this is going too far. Mr. Chu is my friend."
Luo Suching paid no heed, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate Chu Tian. Unfortunately for him, the dozen bodyguards who charged at Chu Tian were like meat buns thrown at dogs. They never came back. Within a minute, every last one lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, Luo Suching was genuinely startled. Only then did he belatedly recall what had happened earlier in the mall. Chu Tian, hands tucked into his pockets, walked slowly toward Luo Sucheng. "Young Master Luo, you have only two paths left. I trust one needn't remind you? Do you wish to be beaten into submission, or will you kneel willingly?" Chu Tian's overwhelming aura nearly scared the living daylights out of Luo Sucheng. Without hesitation, he knelt before Chu Tian and called out crisply, "Grandfather." Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Good grandson. You may leave now." Chapter 141, Yuan Yanbin's Relentless Stubbornness. Luo Sutsing scrambled to his feet, his eyes locked on Chu Tian with a look of bone-chilling hatred. "Chu Tian. We are sworn enemies." With that, he hurriedly departed with his men. Chu Tian snorted derisively, paying Luo Sucheng no mind. To others, the privileged elite were untouchable. But to Chu Tian, the title Young Master Luo held no weight whatsoever. Turning to Wang Zhe, he smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, since I've taken so much jade from you, I can't let you lose out. How about this? I'll write you a prescription. Taking this medicine long-term will strengthen your body and keep you fit. Making your body function like it did when you were 10 years younger won't be a problem." Though Wang Zhe had initially felt a twinge of regret over parting with such exquisite jade, his eyes lit up at Chu Tian's words. After this ordeal, Wang Zhe finally understood health was the foundation of everything. Only with a strong body could one earn more money. Conversely, even with vast wealth, one couldn't always be so fortunate as to stumble upon a divine physician capable of curing incurable ailments. Chu Tian's prescription was worth more than all these jades combined. "In that case, I'm deeply grateful, Mr. Chu. From now on, we're friends. How about you call me Brother Wang, and I'll call you Brother Chu?" Chu Tian's face held a faint smile as he nodded. "Agreed." Sun Kongtai, who had been sitting uneasily nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Hesitantly, he spoke up, "Mr. Chu, about this prescription. I'd be willing to pay a high price for it." Chu Tian shook his head with a smile. "We're all friends here. Without your introduction, I wouldn't have met Brother Wang. You two can share this formula." Chu Tian's words filled both men with elation. Glancing at the jade scattered across the floor, they offered to help carry it back to Chu Tian's home. Once again, Chu Tian declined. Leaving them gaping in astonishment, Chu Tian simply stored the jade back into his storage ring. Back at the villa, he sought out the spot with the densest spiritual energy and set up a spirit gathering array. Compared to spirit-gathering arrays formed with spirit stones, the jade stones proved somewhat less effective. Still, it was better than nothing and far quicker than absorbing the energy himself. Yunding Hotel. Tian Suite. 2 large round tables made of rosewood stood neatly in a row, now filled with people. These individuals were largely the powerful and influential figures of Yuncheng. Yuan Yanbin, Yuan Jingser, Luo Sucheng, and others were all present. An elderly man dressed as a Taoist priest stood prominently at the center, surrounded by the crowd. Yun City Deputy Mayor Yuan Fei raised his wine cup and spoke first, "Welcome Taoist Master Yunshan to Yun City." Master Yunshan, ranked 50th on the Earth list and head of Yunta Taoist Temple, possessed unfathomable power, straddling the line between righteousness and darkness. His purpose in coming to Yuncheng remained unclear, but his acceptance of this welcome banquet suggested there was something to be gained. This was understood by all present without needing to be said aloud. Master Yunshan solemnly raised his cup and spoke, "You are too kind, everyone. I wonder if Deputy Mayor Yun has discovered who disrupted my Xiansha formation last time." Yuan Fei frowned and replied, "I've thoroughly investigated this matter. It was a young upstart who's recently made a name for himself in Jin City Chu Tian. That brat is quite something. He's been riding high lately, injuring my nephew and stirring up quite a storm in Yun City." Luo Sucheng gritted his teeth and nodded. "That brat used some underhanded trick to ruin my sister's eyes. Now she's blind in both eyes, a useless cripple." In powerful families, women play a crucial role. They're used to maintain alliances and for strategic marriages. Now that Luo Xia is blind, it means over 20 years of cultivation by the Luo family have gone down the drain. Who could remain indifferent to that? Master Yunshan listened to their accounts, stroked his goatee, and remarked with unruffled composure, "You mentioned earlier, this young man? Could it be he's a youth?" Yuan Yanbin nodded, his eyes flashing with venom. "This brat is indeed young, around 24 or 25. But his methods are ruthless, far beyond ordinary men." Master Yunshan's lips curved into a meaningful smile as he murmured, "Young man, how intriguing. Never imagined that after all these years away, my return would bring such an amusing affair." After glancing at the assembled crowd, he continued, "Since you all despise this youth so intensely, this old Taoist must eliminate this menace for the people. This youth must die." Yuan Fei remained calmer than the others. After all, having long occupied a position of authority, he possessed a broader perspective than most. "Master Taoist, this youth is no ordinary man. We must not underestimate him. It would be best to eliminate him before he fully matures and grows in power." Master Yunshan nodded and declared, "I know exactly how to handle this. Tomorrow is the day. I will summon all martial artists in Yun City to witness the spectacle. My primary purpose in returning is to make a name for myself. This brat is the perfect candidate." Hearing this, the others began to shower him with flattery. "Master Yunshan's prowess is unmatched. How could that youth possibly compare? We offer our heartfelt wishes for your triumph in advance. Master Taoist, this time you will surely achieve your heart's desire and become a force to be reckoned with throughout all of Yuncheng. With your prowess, standing at the pinnacle of Yun City's martial arts is no challenge at all. We offer our congratulations in advance." Master Yunshan clearly relished the flattery and compliments, stroking his beard with eyes slightly narrowed as he nodded occasionally. Yuan Fei turned to his nephew, exchanging a knowing glance before taking a key and a bank card from his hand. "Master Yunshan, you've been away for so long. This key is to the villa at Biashan Retreat, valued at 100 million. This card holds 300 million in deposits. We humbly offer them to you. Master Yunshan, I know you have a particular fondness for collecting weapons. I recently came across a little treasure myself and hope you'll accept it. Master Yunshan." Yuan Fei had broken the ice with his gift, prompting others to rise and present theirs. Each item was priceless, and Yunshan was thoroughly pleased. "Rest assured, that brat is firmly in my grasp. This time he won't escape." With that, the atmosphere in the private room grew lively as everyone clinked glasses and toasted in merriment. As night fell, Chu Tian, accompanied by Yi Qingcheng who had just finished overtime, planned to grab a bite to eat first. But just as their car passed a relatively secluded spot, a van suddenly pulled out in front of them, blocking Chu Tian's path. The screech of brakes nearly sent Yi Qingcheng crashing into the windshield. Chapter 142, The Relentless Assassin. Still shaken, Yi Qingcheng glanced at the van before turning to ask, "What happened?" Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a moment before replying, "Looks like someone still hasn't given up." Earlier, the Yuan family had placed a hefty bounty on his head on the dark web. It seems the last assassin didn't serve as a deterrent. Clearly, some still couldn't resist the lure of money. "Stay put in the car. Don't get out. I'll handle the rest." With that, Chu Tian pushed open the door and stepped out. "You came all this way, why not get out? Chicken out?" Chu Tian's words had their effect. 3 men emerged from the vehicle, all dressed in identical black athletic wear and wearing baseball caps. The leader bore a long scar across his face. His gaze alone sent a chill down anyone's spine. "Who sent you?" The question went unanswered.
We're Mitsubishi Sword, ranked 99th on the assassins list. I'm Baiyun, he's Haitu, and he's Dashin. Hearing these three names, Chu Tian felt a flicker of surprise. Clearly not Chinese nationals, yet they'd adopted such incongruous Chinese names. It seemed these three had misplaced their talents. China's culture is profound and vast, yet your names are truly unique. Baiyun snorted coldly. Enough chatter. We're perfectly satisfied with our names. As for you facing certain death, yet still managing to keep your cool? That shows some composure. Too bad, today neither of you will escape alive. With that, he shot a meaningful glance toward the vehicle where Yi Qingqing sat. This remark suddenly put Chu Tian on guard. A series of beeps sounded from inside the car. Alarm bells rang in Chu Tian's mind. He spun around and sprinted toward the car, shouting as he ran, "Qingqing, get out now." Hearing Chu Tian's words, Yi Qingqing unbuckled her seatbelt without hesitation. In the next instant, Chu Tian ripped the entire door off, scooped Yi Qingqing into his arms, and rolled away from the vehicle as fast as he could. The moment they burst out, a massive explosion erupted. The entire car was engulfed in billowing smoke, reduced to a mangled wreck. Surveying the wreckage scattered across the ground, both Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing felt a wave of dread wash over them. There was a bomb in the car. Had Chu Tian not acted swiftly, had Yi Qingqing not trusted him completely, Yi Qingqing would likely have perished in the inferno. Chu Tian bent down anxiously, asking, "Qingqing, are you okay?" Yi Qingqing shook her head. Her small face was dusty, and her wrist was scraped, blood trickling steadily from the wound. The crimson color jolted Chu Tian's nerves. He turned to glare at the three of them, his eyes filled with endless coldness. "You three are courting death." With that, he carefully settled Yi Qingqing before slowly advancing toward the trio. As Chu Tian drew nearer, the trio tensed, launching their attack first. Baiyun thrust his three-edged dagger straight at Chu Tian's heart. Haita launched himself into the air, delivering a flying kick aimed squarely at Chu Tian's head. As for Dashin, his speed left after images in his wake as he closed the distance in mere steps, closing in behind Chu Tian. Their coordination was seamless, their attacks arriving in an instant. Chu Tian snorted coldly, glaring at them. "You hurt her. Now you die." With that, spiritual energy surged within him as he unleashed a fist directly at Baiyun. Their speed was fast. Chu Tian's speed was faster. Before the trio could react, Chu Tian's fist sent Baiyun flying. He then grabbed Haitu's foot mid-air, spun him around, and flung him away with the momentum. With only Dashin remaining, Chu Tian spun around, his cold gaze fixed on the man now within striking distance. A single, swift slap cracked against his face. In mere seconds, all three were sent flying, suffering internal injuries. Incredulity flashed in their eyes as they exchanged glances. They never imagined Chu Tian's strength could reach such heights. Seems that 50 million bounty won't be easy to claim. Kid, you can be proud of yourself for injuring all three of us. Baiyun struggled to his feet, pulling a pistol from his holster. The other two did the same. Too bad, no matter how strong you are, you can't outmatch a gun. Bullets don't have eyes. If you don't want your woman to get hurt or die right in front of you, then just kneel down and kill yourself. Chu Tian stared coldly at the three before him and spoke, "I'll return your words to you. If you don't want to die painfully, you'd best not keep pushing my limits." The trio snorted coldly, utterly disregarding Chu Tian's warning. Without hesitation, they pulled the triggers. The next second, a scene that stunned all three unfolded. Before Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing, a translucent barrier suddenly materialized, deflecting every bullet away. Guns may be unstoppable against ordinary people, but against me? Useless. With that, Chu Tian focused his intent. Several bullets flew backward, piercing the bodies of the three men. Before they could even struggle, they collapsed in pools of blood, their eyes closing in bitter resignation. Chu Tian turned to Yi Qingqing, bending down to place his hand on her wounded arm. A gentle, warm energy seeped into the wound, healing it bit by bit. Yi Qingqing, long accustomed to Chu Tian's extraordinary abilities, merely glanced at the three corpses on the ground with concern. "All this commotion will surely draw the authorities soon," she said. "Shouldn't we leave immediately?" Chu Tian glanced at the surveillance camera at the alley entrance and shook his head. "My actions were likely recorded already. Leaving now would make us look like fugitives. We should wait for the constables." Before long, the wail of sirens echoed from the alley entrance as Fang Lele strode in, leading the constables. Spotting Chu Tian and Yi Qingqing, he frowned. "Why is it always you?" Chu Tian shrugged innocently. "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon either." "What happened?" Surveying the chaos strewn across the floor, Fang Lele ordered his men to examine the body while he interrogated Chu Tian. Chu Tian sighed helplessly. "You're supposed to maintain order in Yuncheng. Yet assassins appear here, and you know nothing about it? Now you're questioning me? How am I supposed to know what's going on?" Fang Lele gasped, "Assassins? Assassins in Yuncheng? Targeting you? Do you know who sent them?" Chu Tian shook his head again. "This is something you'll have to investigate. The target was hired through the dark web. Even they don't know who the bounty giver is. Fong Leilei's brows furrowed deeply at this, her mind still blank for the moment. Chapter 143, Trouble That Won't Go Away. Leave the investigation to me, but don't get your hopes up too high. The dark web is like an underground world. Its power structures are tangled and complex, with too many hidden secrets. Even we law enforcement might not be able to uncover any clues. Chu Tian nodded and replied politely, understood. Thank you for your help. If any new information comes up, feel free to call me. Miss Yi is shaken up, so I'll take her home first. Fong Leilei watched Chu Tian's retreating figure, stomping her foot in frustration. That damn jerk. How dare he dump everything on me and wash his hands of it? It's infuriating. Chu Tian and Yi Qingcheng hailed a taxi. By the time they reached home, Yi Qingcheng's legs still felt weak. Only after Chu Tian's repeated reassurances did she gradually regain some composure. Chu Tian, who on earth is so obsessed with wanting your life? Yi Qingcheng asked, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Chu Tian. She'd already encountered 2 such incidents, and who knew how many others were lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance. This made Yi Qingcheng deeply worried about Chu Tian's safety. Chu Tian understood her thoughts and reassured her, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll get to the bottom of this quickly and find out who's behind it. Once I track them down, I won't let them off the hook. Late at night, Chu Tian practiced quietly in his room. With the spirit gathering array in place, absorbing spiritual energy became twice as effective with half the effort. After an unknown period of time, the breakthrough he had been nearing finally materialized. At that moment, having formally entered the great perfection of foundation establishment, Chu Tian distinctly felt his body undergo a more comprehensive transformation. Both his field of vision and his bodily functions had undergone substantial and comprehensive enhancements. The spiritual energy within him now flowed like a small, ever-flowing lake, endless and unceasing. Chu Tian drew in a deep breath, a hint of delight spreading across his face. His eyes shone as brightly as stars. He performed a full cycle of breathing exercises, attempting to enter meditation once more to capitalize on the momentum of his cultivation. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his strength refused to rise further. With a sigh, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, seems like cultivating this stuff really can't be rushed. You just have to take it step by step. To reach this level in such a short time during the current age of declining dharma was already defying the heavens. If martial artists were like people riding bicycles to get around, then Chu Tian was driving a Ferrari. Just as Chu Tian was about to adjust his posture and head to bed, a sudden disturbance rippled through his sea of consciousness. The next instant, with a flicker of his mind, Chu Tian's consciousness materialized within a vast sea of consciousness. This sea of consciousness had existed ever since Chu Tian received the inheritance. Chu Tian could sense it, yet strangely, he had never been able to enter it. Strictly speaking, this was his first time stepping into this secret, divine realm. Everything here left Chu Tian profoundly shaken. Before him, suspended in the void, were 5 ancient coffins, primitive in design yet tinged with an eerie aura. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts, crouched in their respective territories, their bodies slightly bowed toward the central coffin. At the very center, occupying the position of authority, was the 9 dragons dragging the coffin. Both the 9 dragons and the coffin they encircled were entirely gilded. The sight was majestic and awe-inspiring, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Even Chu Tian felt a pang of dread at the mere sight. What kind of place was this? What lies within the coffin? Was the coffin's occupant righteous or evil? These questions swirled relentlessly in Chu Tian's mind, stirring an irresistible urge to uncover the truth. The moment he took a step forward, Chu Tian distinctly sensed all the suppressed entities turning their gaze toward him, their eyes brimming with warning and intimidation. Before he could grasp what was happening, a cold snort echoed, and Chu Tian was violently kicked out of his consciousness. Even though it was his soul that had entered, the excruciating aches and pains upon exiting made Chu Tian grimace in agony. How peculiar. What secrets lie within? And why do these things exist in my consciousness? See? These questions plagued Chu Tian until he couldn't resist any longer, determined to re-enter his consciousness to uncover the truth. To his surprise, no matter how hard he tried this time, he couldn't re-enter that realm. Just then, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Chu Tian frowned. Uncertain whether the visitor was friend or foe, and with no time to ponder further, he simply rose, lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. The visitor's purpose would likely become clear soon enough. No sooner had he settled his breathing than a creak sounded from the window. A dark figure slipped lightly through the window frame. The shadowy figure stood furtively beside Chu Tian's bed, hand tightly gripping a katana. As the blade slid from its sheath, a cold gleam flashed before Chu Tian's eyes. The next second, Chu Tian opened his eyes and delivered a sharp slap to the shadow's face. The black-clad figure couldn't dodge in time and was sent tumbling backward by the force of the blow. Enough already! 2 assassination attempts in one night? You can't sleep at night, but you can't let others sleep either. Chu Tian sat up on the bed, his face brimming with impatience. He glanced down at the katana lying at his feet, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "A katana? Are you from Ko country?
The black-clad figure ignored Chu Tian, bending to pick up the katana and thrusting it straight toward Chu Tian's face.
Chu Tian snorted coldly. Still not giving up?
Let me tell you straight, just recently, I killed 2 groups of your dark web operatives.
Tonight's targets, Bai Yun, Haitu, and that Deshawn. I hear they ranked pretty high on the dark web's assassin list? They died by my hand too. Are you sure you still want to proceed?
Chu Tian's words flashed a look of surprise across the black-clad man's face. After a moment's hesitation, a hidden weapon shot straight for Chu Tian's heart. Having done this, the black-clad man turned and sprinted decisively toward the window. After easily dodging the attack, Chu Tian curled his lips in a faint smile.
Think you can just walk away? That depends on whether I let you. I hear Kogwa prefers seppuku when committing suicide.
Since that's the case, perhaps it's a suitable exit for you.
The black-clad figure frowned, eyeing the window mere inches away. He decisively lunged to push it open and leap out, only to be met by Chu Tian's flying kick, which slammed into his back.
The blow dealt a severe blow, forcing a muffled groan from the black-clad figure.
Yet he used the momentum of Chu Tian's kick to propel himself outward.
You can't just come and go as you please. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chu Tian muttered under his breath before decisively leaping out after him.
The two chased each other relentlessly. After leaving the Yi family compound, they soon reached an artificial lake.
Realizing he'd run in the wrong direction, the black-clad figure halted abruptly.
Let's see where you can run now. Chapter 144, Submission. The black-clad man turned to stare fixedly at Chu Tian.
His katana had already fallen to the ground earlier, leaving him clenching his fists tightly. He roared with fury, preparing to engage in hand-to-hand combat.
Chu Tian scoffed. With your puny frame, you think you can match me in hand-to-hand combat?
Without another word, he swept his leg out, delivering a direct kick to the man's midsection. The man grunted, stumbling backwards several steps before losing his footing and tumbling headfirst into the artificial lake behind him. The lake wasn't small and usually served as a scenic spot, especially in the mornings when many young people jogged along the path.
Chu Tian clearly hadn't anticipated the man ending up in the water.
But perhaps this was a fitting end, at least it saved him the trouble. Just as he turned to leave, a delicate female voice rang out from the water.
Help! Help me! I can't swim. Chu Tian turned back in surprise.
After struggling, the hood and mask had slipped off the figure's head. Long, jet-black hair spread across the lake's surface, framing a delicate, frightened face.
Chu Tian scratched his head, astonished. A woman? Seriously? You're an assassin. Isn't death supposed to be your ultimate fate? Look how scared you are. With that kind of guts, how can you even call yourself an assassin?
The black-clad figure rolled her eyes at Chu Tian's words, her voice halting as she replied, I'm not afraid of death, but I deserve to die with dignity.
Dying like this is utterly humiliating.
If you've got the guts, save me, and then we'll fight another 300 rounds.
Chu Tian found this rather amusing. He glanced at the woman, a new thought forming in his mind.
Getting me to rescue you isn't impossible, but I have one condition. The woman in black rolled her eyes and snapped.
Spit it out.
If we keep wasting time like this, I'll truly have no way out but death. Chu Tian rolled his eyes and said earnestly, my condition is this, you must submit to me completely, with your entire being.
Absolutely no second thoughts. The black-clad woman understood Chu Tian's meaning perfectly. After much deliberation, she realized she couldn't kill him this time anyway. Returning empty-handed would only bring shame. She might as well agree outright.
At least she'd have a place to go and her life would be spared. Seeing her consent and recognizing she was truly at her limit, Chu Tian hesitated no longer. His toes touched the ground briefly before he leapt into the air, snatching the woman from the water and tossing her onto the roadside. The woman coughed violently, expelling the water she'd swallowed, and her mind finally began to function properly. This young man before her was utterly unfathomable. Whoever had placed the bounty on his head, it was certainly not a wise choice.
Chu Tian waited patiently for the woman to calm down before asking, "What's your name? I don't like to complicate things.
Those who follow me are either loyal and useful, or they're parasites I haven't uncovered yet. Once I find those parasites, I'll make sure they wish they were dead."
Chu Tian's words made the woman in black nod in agreement. I never expected you to live with such clarity. That's quite something. With that, she knelt on one knee and addressed him with utmost respect. Greetings, I am Sakura.
From this day forward, I pledge my loyalty to you as my master.
Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction.
There were two main reasons he hadn't struck her down immediately. First, he genuinely couldn't bring himself to harm a woman. Second, his own situation was extremely perilous, and Yi Qingcheng desperately needed someone capable of protecting her.
Sakura was a woman, and with her innocent, childlike face, few would associate her with being an assassin. More crucially, Sakura herself was part of Kogwa's dark web network.
This would make it far easier for Chu Tian to gather intelligence on matters in the future. After concluding his conversation with Yingzi, Chu Tian led her back toward the villa. We made quite a scene earlier. I'll tell her you're my sister, a distant relative, and that you'll stay by Yi Qingqing's side. She shouldn't refuse." Sakura bowed respectfully. The pain in her back intensified relentlessly, so much so that she barely registered what Chu Tian said afterward. Chu Tian sensed no movement behind him and glanced back. To his surprise, Sakura had fainted not far away. Chu Tian hurried over and carefully checked her pulse. His brow furrowed deeper with each beat of her pulse. He never imagined this girl harbored such a stubborn and critical condition within her. If she'd been unlucky enough to encounter anyone but him today, her body would likely be nearing ruin. Faint golden streams of energy flowed from the points of skin contact, gradually transferring into Sakura. Soon, Sakura awoke, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, she could distinctly feel the immense heaviness that had weighed down her body lift slightly, as if a massive stone that had long pressed against her chest had suddenly vanished. After much thought, there was only one possibility. Gratefully, Ingzi turned and said, "Mr. Chu, I owe you everything this time. If not for you, my body might not have held out. You are my second parents. From now on, I will serve my master with unwavering loyalty." Chu Tian waved his hand and stood up, his expression impassive as he spoke. "Forget about repaying me. All I ask is that you protect Yi Qingqing's safety." By the time they finished speaking, they had reached the villa entrance. The entire villa was now lit as bright as day, clearly indicating Yi Qingqing had heard some commotion. She paced the doorway in a black silk nightgown, rushing to meet Chu Tian when she saw him. "Chu Tian, I heard noise coming from your room. When I rushed over, it was empty, only the window was still open. Are you okay?" Chu Tian smiled and shook his head. Turning to point behind him, he introduced, "This is a distant cousin of mine. She also enjoys martial arts. She ambushed me tonight to test whether my skills have improved. Sorry to have alarmed you and caused you worry." Yi Qingqing followed Chu Tian's gaze and saw Sakura, a girl with a sweet face, straight bangs, and the classic look of a real-life anime idol. She instantly felt a wave of affection and smiled, saying, "The way you two siblings interact is truly unique." Upon seeing Yi Qingqing, Sakura's eyes flashed with undisguised astonishment. Yi Qingqing's beauty was unmatched even across the entire kingdom of Ko. She was simply a peerless beauty. She smiled sweetly, her words of praise flowing effortlessly. "Sister-in-law, I'm Sakurako. I came specifically to join my brother, and I'm truly sorry we're meeting this way." Chapter 145, Let Them Both Come at Once. Yi Qingqing chuckled softly. Who could resist such a sweet-talking young lady? After that, Sakura continued showering Yi Qingqing with compliments in every possible way, making her feel a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat and turned to ask Chu Tian, "Your sister came to Yunqing seeking refuge with you, her brother. What do you plan to do? Such a pretty girl, looking so harmless, don't let her fool you." Chu Tian smiled and nodded. This little girl is pure as can be. Her only flaw is her slightly excessive combat prowess. Otherwise, she'd fall for any trick. I figured I'd just bring her into Qingqing International as your assistant. Keeping her under my watch will put my mind at ease. Yi Qingqing turned to ask, "Sakura, have you graduated from university yet?" There was no helping it, Sakurako's face was just too deceivingly innocent. Ingzi batted her eyelashes and smiled. "Sis-in-law, I'm already 23. I studied at a finance university abroad and speak 10 languages fluently. So rest assured, Qingqing, I'm more than capable of handling the assistant role." Hearing this, Yi Qingqing looked astonished. "Wow, I never imagined you were such a genius. And Chu Tian actually said you're gullible? Compared to a high IQ, high EQ girl like you, he seems like a complete fool. Are you two really related?" This question made the two liars feel even more uneasy. Chu Tian cleared his throat and said, Qingqing, if you're going to compliment my sister, just stick to her. Why drag me into it?" Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes. "What? I don't see anything wrong with what I said. Anyway, it's getting late. Sakura, I'll show you to the guest room. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the company to familiarize yourself with things." Sakura nodded obediently, waved to Chu Tian, and followed Yi Qingqing out. For a moment, the vast villa fell silent once more. Chu Tian waited patiently for a while, confirming there was no movement coming from Yi Qingqing's room before approaching the guest room where Ingzi was staying. He knocked lightly a few times before the door opened. Sakura stood there wearing Yi Qingqing's nightgown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Her straight bangs framed her large eyes, still misted over from her recent shower. She looked innocent and pure, her fair skin almost glowing in the darkness. This sight proved somewhat overwhelming for Chu Tian, a man in the prime of his youth and vigor. Especially with the dragon kidney within him stirring, his masculine energy far surpassed that of ordinary men. His desires were easily stirred. Sakura's face flushed instantly under Chu Tian's gaze. She lowered her head shyly and asked, "Master, did you need something from Sakura?" Her soft voice, tinged with a seductive childlike quality, only deepened Chu Tian's regret. He should have waited until dawn to ask about what he wanted to know. Standing alone with a woman at the door in the dead of night was simply unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke, "Well, I do need to talk to you.
Shall we go inside?
If He Qingqing saw him standing outside Sakurako's door in the dead of night, he'd never be able to explain himself, no matter how many mouths he had. But clearly, Sakurako had misunderstood Chu Tian's words. The moment Chu Tian stepped inside, he turned around to find Sakurako already trembling as she began to undress. Her straps had slipped halfway down, revealing the tantalizing outline of her curves. Chu Tian couldn't help but gasp, the surge within him growing even more intense. He hurried forward in a few quick steps, grabbing a garment to drape over Sakurako. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Sakurako, bewildered by Chu Tian's sudden action, blinked and asked in return, "Master, didn't you come looking for me at this hour precisely because you wanted to?" For the people of Ko Kingdom, being taken by someone they admired was an honor Ko Kingdom revered the strong. Though Sakura and Chu Tian had known each other for less than a night. If Chu Tian truly made a request, Sakura would never refuse. Chu Tian shook his head with a wry smile. "You misunderstand. I came to ask about the dark web. I've already acknowledged you as my sister in public. You're my sister for life. From now on, don't call me master anymore, just call me brother." Chu Tian's words touched Sakura to some extent. At the very least, this was the first time in her life she'd met a man who could remain so composed in such a situation. Sniffing back a sob, she nodded and spoke, "Master. Brother Chu, are you unfamiliar with the dark web?" Chu Tian gave a light nod, his expression growing more serious. "I came mainly to ask, you've been on the dark web for quite some time, haven't you? Do you know any way to find out who posted that bounty?" Sakura shook her head. "Brother Chu, don't even think about it. It's far too difficult. The identities of those who post bounties are hidden and protected. Only the dark web's designers and highest decision makers have the means or authority to investigate." Chu Tian frowned, his voice tinged with impatience. "I didn't expect it to be this complicated. Does that mean I just have to sit here waiting for them to come kill me? Is there really no other way?" Though those people didn't have the ability to take Chu Tian's life, these constant visits were truly irritating. Sakura pondered for a moment before speaking. "It's not entirely impossible, but it would be extremely difficult to pull off." Chu Tian perked up immediately, urging her, "Tell me. Brother Chu probably doesn't know this, but the dark web has a threat rating system: C level for no threat, B level for minor threat, A level for moderate threat, and S level for extreme danger. Above that, there's SS and SSS. Individuals rated S level and above are marked with a blood red badge on the dark web. No matter what pages they browse or discussions they join, their figures others avoid like the plague. Moreover, the dark web hosts the Shadow Prison Hall rankings. This hall holds 12 seats, each occupied by the most ruthless and vicious criminals. From what I know, several 3S level figures belong to Shadow Prison Hall. This organization stands as the dark web's most formidable entity. Virtually everyone in the dark web avoids them at all costs." After hearing Yingzi's explanation, Chu Tian felt an undeniable surge of excitement coursing through his veins. The dark web was like another shadowy realm, a place saturated with lust, bloodshed, and the law of the jungle. The strong survive, the weak perish. Complex human nature and absolute power proved utterly fragile in the face of such forces. Such a world made Chu Tian yearn to explore it thoroughly, eager to see what kind of encounters awaited him within. Chapter 146, Provocation. Who knew the dark web could be so fascinating? "Sakura, I need your help with something." Sakura looked at Chu Tian with confusion. "Brother Chu, what is it?" "Post something on the dark web right now, in my name, to lure them into trying to kill me. The more, the better." Yingzi nearly froze in terror. "Brother Chu, this will incite public outrage. While it might rapidly elevate your danger level, being targeted by a horde of assassins could very well get you killed." Chu Tian countered, "But what if my danger level rises to a sufficiently high tier, say, S rank? Wouldn't they hesitate to kill me then?" After Sakura's brief explanation, Chu Tian had gained a basic understanding of the dark web. The more formidable a person is, the less likely others are to provoke them, a principle universally applicable. Sakura first nodded, then her face grew increasingly troubled as she hesitated, saying, "But reaching that level is no simple matter." Chu Tian chuckled softly, tilting his head. "Hurry up then. Open the computer. Let me see what this legendary dark web really looks like." Seeing she couldn't dissuade Chu Tian, Sakura stopped trying and obediently turned on the computer. After a series of practiced keystrokes, a string of jumping URLs appeared, then the screen dimmed. When the screen lit up again, the entire web page was bathed in an eerie black-red hue. A black screen, red text. As if shrouded in perpetual darkness, dotted with blood-red beads. Chu Tian curled his lips and asked, "Where's my bounty? Find it and show me." Yingzi nodded. Soon, Chu Tian's bounty notice appeared, displaying his identity, name, height, and a full array of details. Under the danger rating, a prominent C left Chu Tian feeling helpless. A single C was enough to attract countless eager souls. "Brother Chu, your bounty has increased. $70 million. They're really pulling out all the stops. I wonder what grudge they hold against you." Chu Tian's lips curved slightly as he replied, "Don't worry.
I'll find the person behind this. Once I do, the truth will reveal itself. Sakura nodded, then paused with her hand hovering over the keyboard. She turned to Chu Tian with a troubled look. Brother Chu, are we really going through with this? Chu Tian nodded firmly. Tell him this, Chu Tian awaits the challenge of any assassin. I guarantee they won't be coming back alive. To assassins, such words were nothing short of arrogant to the extreme. Sakura shuddered. The thought of those assassins, who treated human life as cheap as straw, seeing such words she simply couldn't bring herself to type them. Only after Chu Tian's repeated urging did she painstakingly type out the words. After posting the message, Chu Tian paused, then added, not enough. Add this, the former 99th ranked Mitsubishi already met his end at my hands. His strength was utterly pathetic. I hope whoever comes this time has some real weight. Don't disappoint me. Sakura's heart skipped a beat at Chu Tian's words. Stammering, she asked, are we really going through with this? Brother Chu, do you know what you're about to face? Chu Tian chuckled softly, ruffling Sakurako's hair as he replied, don't worry. These assassins are nothing to me. You'll see that soon enough. His words carried a reassuring weight. Sakura no longer questioned him, simply nodding. This time, her fingers danced across the keyboard with renewed speed. Not long after posting, someone replied below. Chu Tian frowned at the strange characters and asked, Sakurako, can you make sense of this? Help me translate it. After a quick glance, Sakura's expression darkened. It's Sadako, ranked 80th on the assassin rankings. He says you've gotten too cocky. Prepare your head, he's coming to collect it. Chu Tian chuckled softly, nodded, and kept his eyes fixed on the screen. A single comment wouldn't satisfy Chu Tian. He was confident that his earlier words would attract more than just one big fish. Sure enough, within minutes, over a dozen new comments flooded the feed. Kid, you're pretty cocky. In all my years as an assassin, I've never seen anyone this fearless. Just wait. Lord of the Underworld will be taking your life very soon. Scorpion, ranked 60th on the assassins list. Kid, remember my name. Once I finish my current contract, I'll come find you for a proper lesson. Bloodblade, ranked 59th on the assassins list. Kid, you're in for it. As Chu Tian listened to Yingzi translate each message, his smile grew wider. Excellent. Since these assassins are unavoidable, I'll just deal with them all at once. Only by making them fear and tremble can I secure my own safety. In stark contrast to Chu Tian's optimism, Sakurako's expression grew increasingly troubled, even tinged with fear. She was only the 83rd ranked assassin on the list. Scanning the names in the message, many were figures she'd heard of but never encountered. Any one of them could effortlessly take a life. And now, facing so many at once, could Chu Tian truly withstand it? Sakura held little hope for that outcome. Though she'd witnessed Chu Tian's formidable strength in their previous encounter, two fists couldn't fight four hands. Chu Tian observed Sakurako's deeply troubled expression and chuckled softly. Look at you fretting. Do you really have so little faith in me? Yingzi shook her head. Brother Chu, you don't understand. This time, the assassins coming won't be few. Their rankings on the assassins list prove their formidable strength. By provoking them like this, you've turned this beyond a simple job, it's about their pride as assassins. What you'll face. Even without her finishing, Chu Tian understood. He nodded. I get it. Hey, Yingzi, if I take out all these guys, what rank do you think I'll hit? Sakura pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, Brother Chu, if you truly possess the skill to eliminate them all, your rating would easily reach a perhaps even S. After that, far fewer would rush to their deaths. Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. That's exactly what I want. A rating of A or S meant you were practically a killing machine. Ordinary people wouldn't dare come looking for death. Forget the current bounty of $70 million, even if it were $100 million, or $1 billion, no one would dare take that job. Losing your life for a single job? That's clearly not worth it. Chapter 147, Major Incident. After wrapping up the business discussion, Chu Tian glanced around and blinked, asking, Sakura, do you sense anything unusual about this place? Sakura had sensed it the moment they entered the villa. Hearing Chu Tian's question, she answered without hesitation, I feel the spiritual energy here is significantly denser than outside. Cultivating here would be twice as effective with half the effort. Chu Tian smiled. Exactly. I've set up a spirit gathering array here, drawing in all the spiritual energy within a radius of over 10 miles. I have a pill here. I've noticed you've been on the verge of a breakthrough. Take this pill, combined with the surrounding spiritual energy, and I'm confident that by tomorrow, when I see you again, you'll have reached the Grandmaster level. Yingzi reached eagerly for the pill in Chu Tian's hand. Really? That's wonderful. Brother Chu, you're so kind. Though Sakurako was now just a hair's breadth away from her breakthrough, that final inch proved far from easily crossed. That was precisely why she had accepted this job. She craved that decisive push to break through. She never imagined Chu Tian would voluntarily offer her such a tremendous opportunity. Ha!
As long as you pledge your loyalty to me and remain unwavering, I'll be generous to my own people. But if you dare betray me..." Before Chu Tian could finish, Sakura hurriedly shook her head, pledging her loyalty. "Brother Chu, rest assured I would never do such a thing. I'm yours for life."
Chu Tian said no more, merely gave a farewell nod before departing.
The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chu Tian rose early to prepare breakfast. By the time the two women descended the stairs, a delicious and abundant meal was already waiting for them.
Chu Tian glanced at Sakurako and easily sensed the powerful aura of a grandmaster emanating from her. He was thoroughly satisfied.
It seemed Ingzi possessed remarkable talent. After all, she was definitely worth cultivating properly.
"Wow! What an amazing breakfast, Brother Chu. Did you prepare all this yourself?" Chu Tian smiled and nodded. "That's right. Try it and see how it tastes." Ingzi sat down contentedly, her eyes crinkling with delight.
"This is perfect.
Having work and waking up to a delicious breakfast every day, that's how life should be."
Infected by Sakurako's expression, Yi Qingcheng chuckled. "You, stop finding new ways to praise this guy. Otherwise, he'll get too big for his britches." Hearing this, Chu Tian couldn't help but grumble. "Come on, I finally got a little fan, and you're pushing her away." Yi Qingcheng chuckled softly.
"Men shouldn't get too cocky.
It stifles your growth. Sakura, stay by my side from now on. If this guy dares to bully you, just tell me."
Sakura smiled sweetly and nodded. "Okay." After chatting and finishing breakfast, the group headed to the company.
Xiaoke froze upon seeing the pretty, baby-faced girl following behind Yi Qingcheng, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yi Qingcheng introduced with a smile, "This is Chu Tian's younger sister, Ingzi.
She'll be my assistant from now on.
She's quite talented, fluent in 10 languages and a top graduate from an overseas finance program." Learning Sakurako was Chu Tian's sister, Xiaoke felt a warmth toward her and greeted her. "Hello, I'm Xiaoku.
We'll be colleagues from now on."
Ingzi's smile was radiant, radiating an aura of pure innocence. Had Chu Tian not crossed paths with her the night before, he would never have associated such a charming young woman with the image of an assassin.
After introductions, they entered Yi Qingcheng's office.
Xiaoke began her routine report on company matters. Midway through, she received a call, and her expression instantly darkened.
"Ms. Yi, there's been an incident."
Yi Qingcheng, who had been reviewing documents, paused and asked with a puzzled look, "What happened?" Xiaoke's face darkened as he explained, "The front desk just called. A customer had an issue with our product and is causing a scene downstairs."
Yi Qingcheng's expression immediately darkened.
She frowned and said, "Our products are all pure plant extracts with strict quality control throughout the entire process.
How could there possibly be a problem? Let's go down and see."
With that, she rose first and led several people downstairs. At that moment, the front desk of Qingqing International was in complete chaos. 3 middle-aged women, appearing to be around 50, their faces covered in red rashes, stormed in, demanding angrily, "Your products are defective. Look at my face. You must take responsibility today." "That's right. We heard your products were great, so we bought them specifically to try. Instead, they nearly ruined our faces. Your company is nothing but a heartless business. Such an exorbitant price, and it ruins our skin. You must give us an explanation today."
"Exactly.
1 jar of cream costs half a month's salary for ordinary people like us."
"Everyone, look at them. Is this how they bully us common folk?" The female employee who rushed over to calm them down listened patiently and asked, "Ladies, have you used any other products recently? Or perhaps consumed something allergenic by mistake? Have you undergone allergy testing at the hospital?" One middle-aged woman immediately grew angry at the employee's words. She stepped forward, shoved the staff member hard, and snapped, "What do you mean, young lady? Are you accusing us of slandering your company? Everyone hear this. The product is clearly defective, yet you refuse to admit it and try to pin the blame on us customers. How dare you keep buying from such unscrupulous merchants?" The employee stumbled from the shove, her high heels catching awkwardly. She nearly collapsed in pain. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, she panicked. It was clear these people had come with premeditated trouble. They'd even brought several reporters along. With the crowd growing larger and the intimidating-looking thugs accompanying these women, mishandling this could severely damage the company's reputation. Though feeling wronged, the female employee explained earnestly, "Ma'am, you've misunderstood. I was just conducting a routine inquiry. Our company's products undergo strict quality control, so issues like this shouldn't occur. If thorough inspections confirm a defect in our product, we will naturally take responsibility. However, if it is not our product's fault, we will also pursue your criminal liability according to procedure." The middle-aged woman with permed curls heard this, placed her hands on her hips, and stepped forward. Her broad shoulders and sturdy build carried a certain intimidating presence. Chapter 148, A Farce. "You little brat think you can bully us common folk who don't know the law. It's clearly your company's product that's defective, and now you're trying to shirk responsibility. Companies like yours should go out of business. With that, she slapped the female employee across the face. The female employee shrieked, completely losing her balance and collapsing to the ground. Chaos erupted instantly. The security chief roared furiously, "Restrain these troublemakers. No one leaves until this is investigated." Several middle-aged women shrieked at the top of their lungs, "Someone help. Quick, film this. Everyone, look. Bullying. Is this how big companies treat people? It's clearly your product that's defective. Are you trying to shut us up?" As the farce spiraled further out of control, onlookers couldn't help but point and whisper, their expressions tinged with suspicion. "Stop." Fortunately, Yi Qingcheng arrived with her team just in time. The crowd automatically parted to make way for Yi Qingcheng. The three middle-aged women, having just smoothed their clothes, pushed the security guard aside upon seeing Yi Qingcheng. "You must be Yi Qingcheng, CEO of Qingcheng International. Our faces are ruined because of your products. What are you going to do about it? If you don't compensate us today, this isn't over." "Humph. With so many people watching now, we're not afraid your company will do anything out of line. But if you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we guarantee your products won't sell a single jar from now on." Yi Qingcheng listened to the three middle-aged women, her gaze sweeping the room. Her tone turned icy. "Regarding the product, I will certainly give you an explanation. But before that, shouldn't you explain to me why you repeatedly shoved my employees and even resorted to physical force?" Her gaze turned to the female employees standing behind her, wiping away tears, and grew even colder. As the company's top decision-maker, Yi Qingcheng carried an innate, powerful aura of authority that ordinary people could scarcely match. The three middle-aged women exchanged nervous glances, their eyes flashing with obvious apprehension. The woman who had struck her earlier planted her hands on her hips and pointed at Yi Qingcheng. "What's the problem? She threatened us. Our faces are ruined because of your company's products. Isn't it only right we come demanding answers? You shift the blame onto us in front of everyone, then threaten criminal charges. Hitting her was the least I could do. You better believe it, if you don't give us a satisfactory answer today, I'll beat you too." Yi Qingcheng snorted coldly, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged woman. "Your words are quite amusing, ma'am. My employee clearly stated that if you maliciously slander us, our company reserves the right to pursue legal action. So, by saying this, are you indirectly admitting you're deliberately framing us? In front of all these people, do you think we're deaf or can't understand plain speech? You want to hit someone? You need a legitimate reason. The facts aren't clear yet. If you do this, believe me, I'll sue you for intentional assault." Yi Qingcheng's words snapped everyone out of their daze, and their gazes toward the three middle-aged women instantly shifted. These three middle-aged women were the kind of troublemakers hired to stir up trouble, clearly not the sharpest tools in the shed. Seeing the tide turn against them, they flew into a rage. One raised her hand and slapped Yi Qingcheng across the face. "You little brat. You really have a sharp tongue. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Producing harmful things and still acting so righteous, did your mother teach you that?" With that, her hand shot out toward Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng stood frozen in place, but Chu Tian stepped forward, raising his hand to block the middle-aged woman's slap. Feeling the resistance in her wrist intensify, the woman glared at Chu Tian, fuming. "What do you think you're doing? In broad daylight, you actually dare to lay a hand on an old woman. I'm your senior." Before she could finish, Chu Tian delivered a sharp slap across her face. The woman shrieked, stumbling backward until she landed on her backside. Half her face instantly swelled into a crimson mass. Chu Tian stared coldly at her and said, "Do you really think everyone in this world has to indulge you? You turn the tables, slander us, and now you dare to strike our company's employees?" Clutching her face, the woman sat on the ground wailing. "What kind of people are these? My face is ruined. I'll be shunned back home. I might as well just bang my head against a wall and die. Is there no law in this world? Do the rich truly rule everything? Are we poor common folk unworthy of human rights?" Her wail struck a chord with some onlookers, who couldn't help but condemn Chu Tian. That young man was so reckless. Regardless of whether it was your company's fault, since she came to you, you should have given a reasonable explanation. What you did was nothing short of banditry. Exactly. Are we common folk not human beings? If your company's products are defective, you owe the public an explanation. You resorted to violence. Are you afraid of the truth? I'm calling the police right now. People like this deserve to be punished severely by the authorities. Seeing the public sentiment shifting in her favor, the middle-aged woman wailed, yet a faint smirk tugged at her lips. Chu Tian observed it all. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, he raised his voice, "Can you all use your heads? I only acted because she struck our employee first. You witnessed the entire incident. You should understand the sequence of events better than us latecomers. As for our company's products, we have nothing to hide and owe no explanations. Our products are suitable for all ages and cause no allergic reactions. Customers who've used them know this well." Hearing Chu Tian's words, the middle-aged woman screamed at the top of her lungs, "You're still lying. I have a hospital report right here. It clearly states your company's product is what disfigured my face. How can you still deny it? She pulled out the report and waved it around. This time, Shu Tian didn't immediately retort. Instead, he patiently asked, "What do you want? How do you want our company to resolve this?"
Hearing this, the woman assumed Shu Tian was conceding fault and felt a flash of smug satisfaction. She declared, "Of course. Hold a public press conference to apologize to us, then compensate us 3 million yuan. And permanently cease selling that product." Shu Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the middle-aged woman's demand.